The young man is not only the strongest war god in the Qing Tian immortal domain and the #1 in the immortal world, but also the strongest thunder immortal vein and the savage holy body. However, he has become a mute son-in-law of the Su family in the mortal realm. This is all because he was betrayed by the one he loved most, Lu Ruyan, in the divine realm. Taking advantage of his breakthrough in cultivation, Lu Ruyan joined forces with 4 top immortal emperors to ambush him, resulting in the stripping of his immortal vein and the destruction of his holy body. Fortunately, he was saved by the king of the southern realm, Nan Wushuang, allowing him to fall into the mortal realm and be reborn as the mute son-in-law of the Su family. Just when he was on the verge of death due to severe injuries, he was saved by a jade talisman he accidentally obtained during his past battles in the supreme demon realm. The remnant soul within the jade talisman took him as a disciple and imparted all its sky-swallowing techniques to him. The next moment, looking at the shabby environment of the room, Lu Chenxian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Suddenly, a large wave of memories surged into his mind. The experiences of being unconscious, being saved, and 3 years as a mute son-in-law flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, causing Lu Chenxian's head to throb. He instinctively sat up. Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open by someone. "You, surnamed Ji, my sister wants you to leave quickly. The Li family will soon come to kill you, so hurry and escape." A young man in a blue robe rushed into the room in a hurry, shouting loudly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was full of contempt for this mute brother-in-law who hadn't spoken a word in 3 years. Thinking to himself why this useless person could marry his beautiful sister. He really couldn't understand what his grandfather was thinking back then, insisting that his sister marry such a worthless person. Even to treat his disability, his grandfather went to the Wanzhou mountain range, but never returned, putting the Su family in a difficult situation. "It's late. The other party has already arrived." Lu Chenxian narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Can you talk?" The young man in the blue robe, Su Yu, was taken aback, almost doubting whether he was hearing things. For 3 years, Lu Chenxian had never spoken. "Aren't you mute? How can you talk?" He looked at Lu Chenxian in shock. Lu Chenxian, who stood up, ignored him and walked straight out the door towards the main hall of the Su family. At this time, the entire Su family had been completely controlled by the Li family, and the members of the Su family were all pressed to the ground, not daring to move. The Li family had an 8th-level martial artist stationed, making it easy to deal with the Su family, which had no high-level experts. "Grandpa, I want her. I want her to be my wife and give you 17 or 18 great-grandchildren." A short, chubby man in a red belly band drooled as he spoke to the beauty curled up in a corner of the hall, bouncing around like a giant baby. The woman was Su Liar, the eldest daughter of the Su family and the most beautiful woman in Sanqing City. Her pretty face turned pale, and her exquisite body trembled uncontrollably. "Good grandson, you really have ambition. Grandpa will grab her for you to warm your bed." Behind the chubby man, a lecherous old man over 60 laughed and nodded, reaching out into the air. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Liar was caught by him by the wrist. "Li Sanlong, you old lecher, my daughter has been married for 3 years, let her go." The head of the Su family, Su Chenglong, who was lying on the ground, was furious, and just as he tried to struggle to his feet, he was stepped on the head by the short and chubby man. "It is your Su family's blessing that I have my eyes on your daughter. If you dare to shout again, I will take your daughter to the bridal chamber right in front of you." Beast! Su Chenglong was already severely injured, trembling with anger, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. His head tilted, and he fainted. Su Liar's delicate and beautiful face was filled with despair. Li Songlong looked at her, his withered right hand exerting a little force, his expression surprised. "Oh, after 3 years of marriage, she is still a virgin. Is there something wrong with your husband?" As soon as these words came out, the people from the Li family burst into laughter, while the short and chubby man was overjoyed. He thought he could only get a woman who had been married, but unexpectedly, she was still a young maiden. Feeling like he had struck gold, "Grandpa, hurry, I can't wait. I want to go to the bridal chamber right now." Saying this, the short and chubby man ran forward drooling, arms wide open, ready to embrace the blushing Su Liar. Just then, a sharp sound whistled by, and a wooden stick instantly pinned the chubby man's hands together. The chubby man, Li Feng, let out a piercing wail, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. "If you dare to touch her, I will send you to the underworld, to the depths of hell, leaving no bones behind." A loud voice came, and everyone turned to look at the door. In the gaze of the crowd, Lu Chenxian stepped in, his face no longer showing the previous dullness, replaced instead by a fierce and murderous aura. "Aunt, son-in-law, can he speak?" Someone from the Su family, seeing this scene, exchanged glances, their faces full of doubt. "You go, don't worry about us." Cough cough cough. "Su Yu, take Lu Chenxian and run." Hearing Lu Chenxian speak, Su Liar's heart shook, but she quickly reacted. What if he could speak? it couldn't change the fact that they were in a life-or-death situation. Lu Chenxian recalled her spontaneous words and thought of the scene earlier when the king of the southern realm risked burning his soul to save him. Although he currently had lost all his extraordinary cultivation, his insight and perception remained. Even if this body only had the lowly cultivation of the first level of qi gathering, dealing with a martial artist at the 8th level of qi gathering was still not a problem. "You bastard! How dare you hurt my precious grandson?" Li Sanglong's murky old eyes revealed a fierce look, and a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from him. Lu Chenxian was unbothered, his figure flickering as he stepped forward and grabbed Li Feng by the neck, lifting his over 200 pounds of weight off the ground, gradually increasing the pressure in his hand. "Let liar go, or your grandson will meet the king of hell before you do." "Old man." Li Sanglong's pupils constricted. With his cultivation, he couldn't even see Lu Chenxuan's previous movement clearly. Li Feng clearly still hadn't grasped the situation, struggling while growling fiercely, "You bastard, let go of me. You're hurting me. Soon, I will make you watch as your wife is humiliated beneath me." This statement caused Lu Chenxian, who had been maintaining his composure, to suddenly turn cold. He recalled the scene of that woman who betrayed him, colluding with Binding Qingfeng to humiliate him. Now, this nominal wife, even in a situation where death was certain, still focused on helping him escape, which was enough to show that she was worth protecting. Su Liar had become his reverse scale. A dragon has a reverse scale, touching it brings fury. Under the incredulous gazes of Li Sanlong and the others, Li Feng, who was still spouting threats and insults, felt a tightness in his throat, and was then crushed to death by Lu Chenxian with a single hand. Hot air gushing out, blood splattering, dying on the spot. This is the consequence of provoking the strongest war god of the former celestial realm. Feng. Upon seeing this scene, Li Sanglong let out a mournful howl, his expression extremely sinister. "Kid, today I want you and the entire Su family to accompany me to the grave." A wave of black energy flickered from his brow, and the floor tiles beneath him gradually cracked. Many people could not withstand this terrifying pressure, feeling dizzy and unable to help but collapse to the ground. Is this the oppressive force of a level 8 qi gathering? In this courtyard of the Su family, such strength was already overwhelming. It's over. Everything is over. That brat Lu Chenxian, not knowing the danger, actually killed Li Sanglong's precious grandson. The Su family members couldn't help but think this in their hearts, fully aware of how terrifying a crazed level 8 qi gathering warrior could be. Lu Chenxian narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Even though his cultivation was only at level 1 of qi gathering, dealing with the person in front of him was still easy. He stepped forward, and in the next moment, the oppressive force that filled the entire hall suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Li Sanlong's hostility diminished, and he was filled with shock, as the warrior pressure that had always worked was easily resolved by a well-known waste. Not only him, but the others around also looked at Lu Chenxian in disbelief. "Is it very strange?" Lu Chenxuan's calm voice fell, and when his figure reappeared, he was already not far from Li Sanglong. A chill surged in Li Sanglong's heart, and his hair stood on end. He hadn't even seen how Lu Chenxian had come to his side. "Stop pretending and die." At this moment, Li Sanglong could no longer care about anything else. His right palm was enveloped in a wave of black mist, and the decaying energy made the air sizzle with heat. Decaying wood palm. He actually cultivated the decaying wood palm to a great level. Not far away, Su Chengfeng, the second son of the Su family, who was barely struggling to sit up, felt utterly hopeless upon seeing this scene. The decaying wood palm is a unique skill of the Li family, considered quite good among martial arts in the entire Sanqing city. Anyone struck by it will decay and die within a quarter of an hour. Cruel and vicious, killing without a trace. Lu Chenxian was the only one with a flat expression. The immortal world has fought a fierce battle for 10,000 years. What strange and evil ways have we not seen? This so-called palm of rotten wood is nothing but a joke. His right hand was slightly raised, and a faint golden light flowed from his fingertips, which had soon wrapped around his entire palm. Dala heavenly hands. Bang! A black and a gold. The two palms clashed, and waves of air surged. Lu Chenxuan's figure did not move, but Li Sanglong staggered back more than 10 steps one after another. No! Lu Chenxian, who had one hand behind his back, chased out forward. The whole room was in an uproar. Su's family members were even more wide-eyed and bewildered as they looked at their own mute aunt. Especially the two siblings, Su Lier and Su Yu, had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. In the eyes of everyone in the Su family, over the past 3 years, Lu Chenxian has always been dull and mute, unable to speak, only knowing how to eat, drink and sleep in the courtyard, a waste that can no longer be wasted. But now, their hearts cursed as waste of the mute aunt, can speak not to mention, but even like a god from heaven. Kill Li Feng, directly positively will gather Qi 8 weight of Li Sanlong repulsed? At this moment, they were appalled and at the same time, they couldn't help but raise a trace of hope within their hearts. You are arrogant. Li Sanlong, who was barely able to stabilize his figure, was trembling with anger. Strange shame. It's just a strange shame. If this were to spread, how could one still gain a foothold in the three green cities? Click, click, click. Facing Lu Chenxian, who had taken a step forward, Li Songwan's bones crackled, and his body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, shrank. The skin around his body was like iron and stone, turning from white to black, dead bones into wood. Wow! Raising his hand and making a fist, his zombie-like body emitted the sound of powerful wind whistling, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped and killed Lu Chenxuan's face. With this punch, even an ordinary chi-gathering 9th level powerhouse wouldn't dare to shake the front. Seeing that he even used this move, those guards of the Li family who were originally cowering in fear all revealed a flash of sardonic laughter. They, as if they had already seen the scene of the kid's torso in pieces in front of them. However, next moment, bang, the muffled sound spread again, and a black shadow flew out backwards. In everyone's unbelievable gazes, Li Songwan's entire body was smashed several feet away and embedded into the ground with a bang. Large swathes of blood spilled out from his body. Chapter 4, You've chosen the path of least resistance. The whole room was silent. You can hear a pin drop. The Su family had been stunned beyond words. Li Kangwu, what kind of power did you have before? Seriously injuring the family head Su Changlong and the second master Su Chengfeng, crushing the entire Su family, with an unbelievable arrogance. Now, he was beaten into a dead dog by the wasteful ant of the first level of Qi gathering? How did you? Seeing Lu Chenxian continue to walk slowly towards himself, Li Songwan, who struggled to get up, had a hint of tremor in his voice. On his face, which was like a withered bone, it was even covered with fear. Throughout the decades, this kind of feeling had never been felt before, and now, it was actually felt on a teenager. Lu Chenxian showed no mercy as he yanked up Li Sanwan's sallow white hair, hardening the latter and plucking him up from the ground. Tiny beads of blood, sliding down the scalp. You, bullied the Su family and insulted my wife, deserve to die. The tone was calm, but when it fell on Li Songwan's ears, it was like a heavenly thunderbolt shocking him, causing him to be infinitely frightened. No, can't kill me. The city master's residence and my Li family are closely related. If you move the old man a sweat hair, the city master adults will not spare you. Li Songwang was shocked and angry, struggling as hard as he could, seemingly trying to break free from Lu Chenxuan's grip. Yes? Lu Chenxian raised an eyebrow. Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Li Songwang's heart was relieved and he was about to threaten a few more times when the words that came out of Lu Chenxuan's mouth made him fall into an ice cave. Lord of the city? Is it great? If I want to kill someone, it's useless even if the heavenly king is around. Lu Chenxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingertips Xian Qi twined around and drilled into Li Kangwolf's head along with the hair in his hand. Ah! The latter let out a stern wail. The entire body shook like sifting chaff. The dim old eyes bulged outwards, and strands of blood, flowing down from the forehead, like a pain that devoured the marrow. It made Li Songwang hate to die immediately. Arrogant, a superfluous son-in-law of the tiny Su family, how dare you speak so loudly? Just then, a dull voice came from outside the hall. In the courtyard of the Su family, a group of armored soldiers rushed straight in. The leader of the group was clad in iron armor, with a brawny figure and a face full of solemnity. Seeing this person, Su Qingfeng's face, which had already recovered quite a bit, once again turned pale. Just now, when he heard Li Songwang say the city lord's house, he secretly felt bad, and sure enough, it was the city lord's house that struck out at them. City lord's office commander, Bai Wuming? Seeing this middle-aged general, Lu Chenxian instantly had memories floating in his mind. This person, one of the three green city powerhouses, possessed a peak cultivation of the 9th level of Qi gathering. It is said that he practiced sword at the age of 7, and has been tempered for more than 30 years, with a hand-of-fast sword that is so perfect that it has killed many martial artists of the same rank. So what? Since he dared to reach out to the Su family, he would have to pay the price all the same. When you see this commander, why don't you quickly let go of old family master Li and kowtow on your knees? Bai Wuming stomped into the Su family hall. His grim gaze swept around, and a pair of icy cold eyes stared straight at Lu Chenxian. However, bang! Under everyone's horrified gazes, Li Songwang's head had been directly pinched and exploded by Lu Chenxian. Red and white, splattered all over the place. You, teaching me things? Lu Chenxian wiped the bloodstains from his hands and narrowed his eyes at Bai Wuming. Boom! The latter immediately felt as if he had entered a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His mind nearly shattered, and the fury that surged out around him actually rolled backward. Who the hell are you? Subconsciously taking 2 steps back, Bai Wuming had lost his previous arrogance, and the look in his eyes towards Lu Chenxian revealed an obvious scorn. Obviously just a harmless silly boy. How they in the other body actually can perceive such a strong killing machine? I ask. You answer. Lu Chenxian said in an icy voice without paying any attention. Dare to say a word of falsehood. Die. In a few words, he was so angry that Bai Wuming gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Kid looking for death." Clang. The voice falls and the knife flashes. A cold light appeared. The crowd only saw a blur before their eyes. A steel knife with specks of blood at the blade was already less than 2 inches away from Lu Chenxuan's neck. Ding! A crisp metallic sound exploded. See only. Lu Chenxuan's 2 fingers against the blade actually made it difficult for the steel blade, which had killed an unknown number of people, to advance the slightest bit further. Jin Xian Finger. One of Lu Chenxuan's signature martial arts in the past. He had once executed the 9 Spectres devil with a single finger. But today, it couldn't even shatter ordinary mortal soldiers, undoubtedly causing Lu Chenxian to sigh with disappointment. But this scene had clearly numbed everyone at the scene, with shock, especially the Su clan's children. All of them were dumbfounded in place, as if they were statues. In their minds, only one thought welled up. The mute aunt of his own family? What is going on? How is it that he is suddenly like a different person, and has become so powerful and imperceptible? Bai Wuming, you have chosen the path of least resistance. I didn't want to kill anyone, but I am a man with an axe to grind. From the time you brought armor into my Su family, your life and death will be up to me. Lu Chenxian, who was an immortal world war god, had basically made it clear that Bai Wuming was following the city lord's orders to gutter with the Li family. If he hadn't yet awakened, the Su family would be in dire straits today. Some people would have to die, others would have to suffer humiliation, and life and death would be worse than death. Unfortunately, that's the end of the conspiracy for these people. Chapter 5. A true warrior's heart should distinguish between grudges. Dala heavenly hands. Lu Chenxian clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand. Xian Qi condensed, and swung his hand towards Bai Wuming's chest and slapped it. The latter was worthy of being a peak powerhouse of the 9th level of Qi gathering, and after a brief moment of shock, he felt the crisis coming, instantly pointing his toes violently on the ground, and the whole person retreated violently. A punch hit the air, and the airflow shook, stirring up rolls of dust. Lu Chenxian glanced at him with slight surprise and smiled faintly. Not a bad reaction, but it's still hard to escape death. Kid, are you trying to rebel? Bai Wuming's chest rose and fell violently. Looking at the 2 clear fingerprints that had appeared on the steel blade in his hand, his face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. Their own hall of gathering gas 9 heavy strong. Actually by the front of this only gathering gas 1 heavy kid. Step by step to such a point. Really? Rebellion? Ridiculous? Lu Chenxian sensed that there was not much Xian Qi left in his body, and his figure flickered, once again arriving in front of Bai Wuming. At the same time, with a grip in the void, a sword that had been dropped on the ground by an unknown person was taken into his palm. Cold snow dotting the green hills. Sword Qi stirred. The sharpness exploded steeply at the tip of the sword. Feeling Lu Chenxuan's previous punch, Bai Wuming had not dared to be arrogant earlier. His arm muscles bulged and his veins gnarled as the shadow of the blade in his hand spread out, slashing down towards Lu Chenxian. This slash, with all his might, between the vibration of the knife shadow, a tiger whistle can be vaguely heard to accompany it, which is the signature martial arts skill of Bai Wuming. Phantom Tiger Kill. Clang! The swords clashed, and a ripple visible to the naked eye swept away from it. The 2 collided in midair and crossed paths. Stump! Bai Wuming retreated more than 10 steps in succession after landing, and with each step, he left footprints half an inch deep on the ground. At the corner of his mouth, there was also a wisp of blood spilling out. Lu Chenxian didn't move a muscle. Whoosh! Almost the instant his paws hit the ground, the sword light flashed again. This sword was so fast that one could not even make a reaction. More than 10 paces away, Bai Wuming's neck ached, and heat surged at his throat. He tried to speak, but only made a seeping ho-ho sound. And then, his body fell to the ground limply. His vitality dissipated. 3 Green City Lord's Mansion. The distinguished Lord Commander. Dead. Behind him, the team of armored soldiers that followed him, seeing this scene, were so scared that their feet went soft and their faces were colorless. The invincible commander in their hearts. Even so. Dead? Roll. Lu Chenxian held his sword and pointed, shouting coldly in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a group of people from the Li family, as well as the team of city lords' armored men, fled out in a mess in a matter of moments, all the while waiting for all these people to disappear. With a clang, the long sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand fell to the ground. His mouth opened and a mouthful of blood mist sprayed out of his mouth, killing 2 Qi gathering 8 or 9 weighted martial artists one after another. This current frail body was somewhat unable to withstand it. Lu Chenxian smiled slightly bitterly. The current self, too weak, needs to be hardened. Fortunately, with the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, it wouldn't take long to return to the top and kill back to the immortal region for revenge. Are you okay? Su Lier helped Su Chenglong, who had already woken up, to stand up, and looked at Lu Chenxian with some trepidation. asking in a trembling voice. Not only her, but the other Su family members, all looked at Lu Chenxian with some fear in their eyes, especially Su Lier's younger brother. Su Yu was bloodless. Over the years, he's made a lot of faces at his punk brother-in-law. Lu Chenxian adjusted his breathing before revealing a smile. Lier, I scared you. Hearing this name, Su Lier's ears had some redness. You, I Lu Chenxian, suffered a change before, lost my memory, and was muddled for 3 years. Thanks to the Su family care, Lu Chenxian arched his hand towards Su Chenglong. A man is a man who repays kindness with kindness and avenges with vengeance. Grudges are clear. Some people in the Su family are certainly treating themselves with a blank stare, but in the past, if he did not have the support of his grandfather Su Haoqian, I am afraid that he would have become the belly of a demonic beast's rations. So, you're so good. Looking at her very strange husband, Su Lier whispered. Seeing that the crowd still looked fearful, Lu Chen said with a straight face, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. The reason why I beheaded them is because, to the enemy, you can't be merciful and soft. Chen Xian, no matter who you are, since Li Er married you, she is your woman. I hope to treat her well in the future. Su Chenglong covered his chest and frowned. The severe injury made it a little difficult for him to speak. You killed by Woming. City Lord sighed. In this case, you guys don't care about anything. Take Lier and Su Yu and hurry to escape. Escape? In his own mind, there was no word for escape. There's no harm in it. I'll just take a walk to the City Lord's mansion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chenxian sensed that his party was only suffering from a loss of qi and blood, and his body was not in any serious trouble. After reaching out and touching a handful of pills from Li Sanwang's body and swallowing them, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and without waiting for Su Lier, Su Chenglong, and the others to open their mouths, he stepped out of the Su family and headed straight in the direction of the memorized City Lord's mansion. Chapter 6. If you touch the Su family, your entire family will be destroyed. Outside the City Lord's mansion, Lu Chenxian was heavily surrounded by 300 armorers. It was you who killed Commander Bai. A 17 or 18-year-old teenager stared at Lu Chenxian in anger. Killed someone and still dared to come to my City Lord's mansion. You don't have a lot of guts. He is the son of the City Lord Gu Chang, the young City Lord, Gu Feng. At the same time, he was also one of the most prestigious few genius youngsters in the 3 green cities. So what? Lu Chenxian had his hands behind his back and his face was calm. Do it! With a wave of his hand Gu Feng sneered. Take this Feng down and escort him to the dungeon to await his father's punishment. Yes! 300 iron armor guards shouted in unison, like thunder in the 9 heavens, with a mountainous momentum, scaring some of the surrounding spectators into retreating. Choke on it! The steel swords were sheathed at the same time, flashing with a cold and chilling aura. Kneel and die. They simultaneously surrounded towards Lu Chenxian. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly. Reason. It takes a man with a strong fist to say that. This is an ironclad rule drawn from 10,000 years of conquest. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Chenxian's figure moved. With a bang, he smashed into one of the oncoming armorers, and the man flew out like a broken kite, knocking over a circle of people on the backside. Dala heavenly hands. Faint golden light flowed and flashed, and an arcane runic pattern loomed on Lu Chenxian's right arm. Bang! 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 And then, bones cracked and blood erupted. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 people were sent flying through the air by him and fell to the ground. So strong. This scene caused the rest of the iron armor guards to resist beating a retreat. You looked at me. I looked at you. And no one dared to continue to approach. Gu Feng's handsome face instantly became as black as the bottom of a pot. Click. He took a step forward, and the stone slabs on the ground cracked most of the way. You, outside my City Lord's mansion, still dare to commit murder and resist arrest. You simply don't know how to die. As the words fell, the chi of Gu Feng's body surged, and the invisible pressure blossomed out as if it was a mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain, and the aura was extremely horrifying. Stop! Just then, a thick voice came from the end of the street. Lu Chenxian raised his head with a sideways glance, and a black and red carriage whizzed by. On the backside of the carriage, there were also 10 guards clad in heavy armor. From them, Lu Chenxian smelled a hint of irony. Iron General? Gu Feng's complexion changed slightly as he clasped his hands and saluted. The curtain of the car picked open, and a tall and sturdy man in his late 40s leapt down from the car with a strong wind. This person must have been killed for a long time. This was Lu Chenxian's first feeling. Of course, this bit of killing aura was just a drop in the ocean for him. Insignificant. The tall middle-aged man turned his gaze, swept the iron-armored guards that had fallen to the east, and landed on Lu Chenxian. What happened? This man killed the Li family head and my City Lord's office commander by Woming. Gu Feng replied with a cold smile, bold and daring, openly provoking the court's laws, when taken down for beheading. After saying that, he arched his hand at the tall middle-aged man, Father is already waiting for General Tai inside the mansion, so the general can just enter on his own. And this? When the tall middle-aged man heard that Bai Wuming had been killed, he couldn't help but curiously survey Lu Chenxian for a few moments. Young man, why are you killing and causing trouble? The man. I killed. The thing. But not I made a mess. The Su family has always been honorable. But Bai Wuming used the city lord's armor to abuse the Su family in conjunction with the Li family, and was just looking for death himself. I originally came here to ask for a statement from the city lord. Now it seems that perhaps there is no need for that. Lu Chenxian had his hands behind his back and his gaze was cold. If the top and bottom of the city lord's mansion were all one and the same, then I would not blame myself and go on a killing spree. Ha! Gu Feng smiled grimly. Sayings? In this 3 green city, my city lord's mansion says one is one. Why do I need to give you any argument? Yeah? Before Lu Chenxian could say anything, the tall middle-aged man had already smiled oddly from the side. Gu Feng's face changed slightly when he heard these 2 words with mockery coming out of his mouth. It seems that is missing the point a bit. Taimu-chan sat in the general's mansion. His status was not below the city lord. This man was powerful. His cultivation was profound, and he could be called the #1 expert in Sanqing City. Because of this, between father and this Iron General, the relationship was so delicate that they usually didn't get around much. This time, it was for the matter of the South Mountain competition in a few days that he had come to the city lord's mansion to meet. Unexpectedly, it happened to bump into the matter of Lu Chenxian. You, come with me. Taimu-chan smiled faintly and said to Lu Chenxian, since you're looking for the city lord, I'll take you in. The Iron General. Temkin raised an eyebrow. A strange color flashed under Gu Feng's eyes, and he wanted to continue blocking, but it was as if he suddenly thought of something. After secretly sneering, he did not say much, followed behind Taimu-chan and Lu Chenxian, walked slowly toward the mansion. The city lord's mansion covered quite a wide area, with carved beams and imposing buildings. In the main hall, a square-faced man wearing a purple robe was sipping tea with his eyes downcast. Ancient city lord. Goodbye. Temkin entered with his head held high. The square-faced man got up and went forward, arching his hand and saying, General Tai, please sit down. I have the best Snow Peak Spirit tea here. A few days ago, the Li family specially sent someone to send. The Li family? Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as a cold light flashed under his eyes. City Lord Gucheng, indeed, has something to do with today's incident. This is. Gucheng obviously sensed the unkindness that Lu Chenxian was exuding, and with a raised eyebrow, he looked at Lu Chenxian and asked. He only knew that the Su family in the city had a wasteful son-in-law, but what he looked like, he had never seen. Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian spoke faintly. It was also me that killed Bai Wuming. Gucheng's footsteps slightly lurched as he frowned. General Tai, what is the meaning of this? He was looking for the ancient city lord to make a claim, so I brought him along. Taimu-chan nodded his head and smiled unconcernedly. This general has always loved talent. At such a young age, to be able to kill Bai Wuming at such a small cultivation level, with such talent and strength, how is the future? I think the ancient city lord should have a good idea in his heart. This man killed my city lord's office commander. Could it be that General Tai intends to take him under his command? Gucheng sat back in the center chair, picked up the jade cup and gently blew on it, his gaze falling on the tumbling tea leaves. I'm afraid that's not very good, is it? What? You're the city lord. I'm the town general. Dual power separation. Your city lord's house can't do a single-handedly cover the sky, Taimu-chan said with a smirk. Gucheng frowned. If placed in the past, the ironwood spring this statement is indeed not false. However, now, General Tai, that's a very generous thing to say. He lightly pressed the tea. His words seemed to have a deep meaning. You and I are officials in the same dynasty. Why should we be so different? General is certainly brave, but this city lord may not be afraid of you. Has the ancient city lord ever been afraid of Mr. Iron? I'm afraid that he has never put time out. The town general. In his eyes, Taimu-chan's gaze gradually became stern. I'm not here to catch up with you, and you should also know that there are some things that can be done and some things that can't be done, and if you do them, you have to suffer the consequences. Gucheng's heart sank, turned back to look at Gu Feng who was standing behind him. His heart was suddenly greatly determined, and then he smiled. Since it's not to catch up on old times, it's time to discuss official business. About the corresponding matters of this grand competition. Why bother with nonsense? The South Mountain Grand Competition is held once every 3 years, and acting impartially, everything can be seen above the ring. Taimu-chan interrupted City Lord Gucheng's words and reached out to point at Lu Chenxian. Also, this son, you can't move. Bai Wuming has already stepped on the bottom line by colluding with the Li family and striking out against the Su family. Mr. Tai hopes that this matter, the ancient city lord won't be stupid enough to have a hand in it as well. That's all I have to say. Let's see each other 4 days later. After saying that, he turned around and left straight away. It was only at this point that Lu Chenxian spoke calmly to Gu Chang, whose face was somewhat green. The one who killed by Wuming is me. What means do you have? Just come at me. If you and others dare to move the Su family half a hair, I will let your city master's residence splatter blood all over the door. Threats. Bare bones threats. Gu Feng's gaze chilled and he made a gesture to raise his palm, but was stopped by Gu Chang, whose face had changed once again. Raising his hand, he said coldly, "Young man, this city lord sends you a word of advice. Don't think that just because you have Taimu Chun backing you up, you can have no one in your sight. You have to know that the backing, at any time, can collapse." The corner of Lu Chenxuan's mouth curled up. After 10,000 years in the immortal realm, a supreme force that dominated the world was his greatest dependence. Right now, although the cultivation is close to nothing, but, why do you have to rely on the side? Not bothering to respond at all, he looked as if no one else was there and raised his steps out of the city lord's mansion. Bang! Inside the backside hall, there was a sound of a shattered teacup, vaguely interspersed with the ancient wind's not-forked anger. Outside the city lord's mansion, Taimu Chun did not go far away, and when he saw Lu Chenxian come out, he directly called out to him, "Young man, wait a moment." Chapter 7, Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique, First Level. Something? Lu Chenxian looked at Taimu Chun. The latter smiled faintly. "This general is in the process of setting up an elite army built by martial arts experts and would like to invite you to join." "Sorry, not interested." He had some good feelings about Taimu Chun's righteousness, but trying to get himself to work for him? Oh, in his last life, he had fought for Bei Meiwei to bring down the Ziwei immortal dynasty, but he had accomplished a great deal and had hidden the birds and bows. In this life, Lu Chenxian has long decided to live only for himself. How dare you? What kind of status is the general? Personally inviting you to join is your supreme honor. How dare you refuse? Behind Taimu Chun, a young general opened his mouth to chide. It is important to know that their general, from the famous family of the imperial court, the Iron family. Since the founding of the country, the Iron family is full of loyalty, establishing countless feats and honors, and has a very high prestige in the dynasty and the field. Temujin's own strength is profound not to mention, but also well versed in the way to use the army, has repeatedly defeated the invasion of foreign enemies, and then many times to resist the beast tide, has always been the generals in the heart of the gods. Right now, personally inviting a brat to join, and being rejected to his face? Good. Young man, you should have a pride. Lu Chenxian, you are the son-in-law of the Su family, right? This general will not force you, but if you wish, you can always come to me at the garrison 30 miles northwest of the city. With an unimpressed wave of his hand, Taimu Chun stopped the young general and smiled faintly at Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian nodded slightly and turned around. "General, this boy is so rude. Why should he be?" The young general's face was filled with indignation. Taimu Chun looked at Lu Chenxuan's distant back, calmly said, "Master Su once had an explanation. Their Su family has no accomplished generation, so that this general has the opportunity to take care of one or two. The Su family has such a son-in-law. It should be a fortunate thing. Have you made any progress in checking on Elder Su?" "No." Several of Taimu Chun's men shook their heads, their faces embarrassed. "It's been a couple years and there's no sign of it at all." "Hey, do the best you can. Keep checking." "Su's. What?" Lu Chenxian made a scene at the city lord's mansion? He also injured many of the city lord's iron armor guards? Over and out. The Su family members listened to the news coming from the household servants, and one by one, they were trembling with fear. The city lord's mansion. That was the imperial edict, the most authoritative power in Sanqing City. Going to the city lord's mansion to beat someone up? Such a consequence was simply not something that the small Su family could afford. What to do? What now? The corners of Su Yu's mouth quirked, and his gaze stared dully at Su Lier. "Sister, he is stabbing the sky." The several elders of the Su family, their faces were also more ugly than one another. "Today, we can only set aside his relationship with our Su family," Second Master Su Chengfeng said through clenched teeth. Although he didn't want to do this, the Su family couldn't fall on this. "No." Su Lier bit her red lips. Her pretty face was full of perseverance. "He just rescued our Su family from the fire and water, abandoning him at this time. What face will my Su family meet people with in the future?" Lil is right. Take the wind and rain diagram, and offer it to the city lord to atone for their sins. They are making every effort to target my Su family. Isn't it for this? Then, give them just that. Su Chenglong, whose breath was shriveled, leaned back in his seat and spoke helplessly. "No, big brother. The wind and rain diagram is a treasure inherited from our ancestors. How can we give it to someone else?" Su Chengfeng hurriedly objected. "Father used to say that this map must be guarded well. It is the root of our Su family and the only proof for us to go back to our home family." it must not be allowed to be lost. But what can be done today? As you can see, if we don't hand over the wind and rain diagram, sooner or later, my Su family will be swallowed by the city lord's mansion in one bite. Today it is by Wuming who comes today. What about tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Maybe the city lord himself will arrive. Although the wind and rain map is a very important inheritance for my Su family, but if my Su family is destroyed, then everything is a mirror bubble? Ahem. Su Chenglong coughed violently again, and an abnormal blood-red color came through his face. At these words, the entire room was silent. After a while, Su Chenglong said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, I will ask for the wind and rain map and send it to the city lord's mansion. I hope that the city lord is generous and can spare my Su family from death." After this peril, they understood one thing thoroughly: the Su family is weak. The piker is not guilty of the crime. In the past, there was still the Yuan Dan realm's old family head Su Hauptmann sitting in the town, so the Li family or the city lord's side didn't dare to act rashly. But the old family had disappeared for 3 years, with no news. The secret covetous generation, after several years of waiting, finally couldn't help but make a move against the Su family. With them, they cannot guard such treasures. Back, Aunt, is back. Just then, a panicked voice came from outside, and a few breaths later, the people in the hall saw Lu Chenxian step in. "Don't worry, the city lord's office won't make another move." Lu Chenxian looked at the crowd and said in a faint voice, "What? You say there won't be any action and there won't be any action?" Su Yu gritted his teeth and looked at him. "If you're so capable of causing trouble at the city lord's mansion, why don't you end it? Just know how to cause trouble for my Su family. No rudeness." Su Lier let out a low gulp, her beautiful eyes complexly looking at Lu Chenxian. "What you said is true. Aha, I'm going to tune out for a while." Lu Chenxian didn't have a general understanding with Su Yu and nodded his head towards the compound where he lived, and behind him, he only left behind a group of people who were looking at each other in disbelief. Back in his room, he sat down on his knees and began to scrutinize his body. The meridians are still broken, and the soul is also badly broken, with less than 1/1000th of its peak strength remaining. Physical condition, bad to worse. He ripped open his shirt to reveal a dragon tattoo at his chest. It was unclear before, but now he had come to understand that this dragon tattoo was a supreme jade talisman. In the past, he had accidentally obtained this mysterious object in the immortal demon ruins, and within the previous spatial vortex, the residual intention of that heaven-swallowing godlord had precisely permeated out from the jade talisman tattoo. Chaotic heaven-swallowing technique. "I hope, don't let me down." Lu Chenxian placed his hands on both knees, the Xian Qi in his body, accompanied by the meridians running and rotating. Click here. Just after running for a week, a sharp pain came from his shattered meridians, bean-sized sweat beads, along Lu Chenxian's forehead rustling down. Even the body does not listen to the command began to tremble. Regarding this pain, Lu Chenxian didn't care. "I don't know how long." A purple golden Xian Qi, in the broken dantian part of the slow molding, and then wandered between the limbs and bones, began to repair the broken and fractured meridians. Anon, it seemed like there was a small purple and gold dragon, swimming back and forth. What a pure Xian Qi. Lu Chenxian couldn't help but be a little surprised as he felt the small purple gold dragon at his dantian. Even with his extensive and unrivaled knowledge, he had never seen such pure Xian Qi. This little purple gold dragon condensed from Xuanqi was, even, more pure than any of his previous immortal vein Xuanqi. Only the numbers are too sparse. As time passes, boom! Lu Chenxuan's body shook as his gaze slightly revealed joy. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, first level, complete. Meanwhile, beyond the 9 heavens, somewhere in the supreme divine realm, this seat has actually felt the heaven swallowing chi again? Definitely not an illusion. Investigate. Investigate strictly. 9 days and 13 places. A terrifying voice resounded from the depths of the reincarnation abyss, clearly extremely agitated. Buzz off. Duo of turquoise flames in the abyss lifted up, countless ghosts, roar hissing in unison, and then dissipated in all directions. Divine realm scum. Wait for the master. Once he returns, he will definitely make you and others pay in blood. The abyss shook. The countless long dark golden chains wrapped around the bottom of the abyss began to clatter, and the complex and obscure spell seals on them rolled up layer after layer. At this moment, the divine realm shook. It's only because the reincarnation abyss among the 10 forbidden places has started. A riot. Chapter 8, The Eve of the Great Competition. Early the next morning, the main hall of the Su family. It's true that the city lord's office didn't make a move against us. How did he do it? Su Yu was a bit incredulous. Yesterday, the entire Su family was on edge, even planning that if the city lord's office made a mistake, they would send the wind and rain map with their hands to thank them for their sins. But until now, the city lord's mansion remained calm and nothing happened. Master of the house. There. Just at this time, A Su family servant rushed in, inquire clearly. Yesterday, the town guard General Taimo Chun with the ant into the city master's mansion, entering the city lord's mansion with General Tai? Hearing this, everyone instantly revealed a shocked and dazed look. The city lord's office did not pursue the matter, perhaps because of the Iron General. General Iron had befriended the old family master Su Haotian in the past, and it was only after the disappearance of the old family master that the two families had distanced themselves. This time, he should also be the one to step in and help Lu Chenxian and the Su family through the difficult times. We still have to ask Chenxian about the exact situation. Su Chenglong looked a lot better, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued. 3 days later, it will be the day of the South Mountain competition. Although our Su family is now temporarily safe, in the long run, only if your siblings become disciples of the South Mountain sect can my Su family be kept safe. Nanshan sect. It was the #1 power in Luoyang County. It was said that there were great masters of the Triple Yang realm sitting in the town, and it was a great sect that all the geniuses in Luoyang County had to squeeze their heads to join. The South Mountain sect is very strict in selecting disciples. Our sister and brother's cultivation of this point. Su Lier let out a bitter smile and said awkwardly, I am afraid that it is unlikely. Then try your best. As long as you join the South Mountain sect, you will have the opportunity to return to your home family in the future and fulfill your ancestors' vision. Su Chengfeng clenched both fists. In any case, now we are desperate. The Su family will only have you siblings to carry the tripod 1 or 2. No, you're forgetting that there's still Chen Xian. Su Chenglong, however, his gaze flickered. Although his cultivation is weak, his strength is obvious to all of us. So if he is willing to participate in the competition, it's a sure thing. It's also true that although his surname is not Su, he is at least my Su family son-in-law, so he should make a small contribution to the family. Su Chengfeng also nodded his head in a deep voice. This South Mountain sect, I'll go. At the doorway, Lu Chenxuan's calm voice rang out. Even though his own cultivation was low nowadays, but with his war god's dignity, going to a small sect selection? How is that possible? South Mountain sect, can't afford it? But the old family master disappeared in search of medicine for him, causing the current Su family to be in a state of turmoil, and it was time for him to do something for the Su family. Joining the South Mountain sect can deter the city's lord, Gu Chang, so that he will not dare to hit his ideas above the Su family again. Hearing this, Su family members couldn't help but relax. Lu Chenxian has the power to kill the 9th level of Qi gathering, and seems to get the Iron General's favor. They no longer dare to use the previous eyes to look at Lu Chenxian. The latter has become the mainstay of the Su family. Good, Chen Xian. Since you have the intention to contribute to my Su clan and are willing to participate in the examination, then old me can't hide it. You follow me. Su Chenglong glanced at Lu Chenxian with an amiable expression. The two of them entered the ancestral shrine of the Su family in the backyard. Chen Xian, as you are my Su clan son-in-law, you are not an outsider and are qualified to have a glimpse of my Su clan secrets. Su Chenglong burned 3 incense sticks. Turning his head, he looked solemnly at Lu Chenxian. I have just one request. I hope you can do your best to do so 3 days later, to enter the sect and protect my Su family. Lu Chenxian let out a hum and his gaze fell on a 3-foot-long black wooden box that Su Chenglong had taken down from the altar. This wind and rain diagram was passed down from our ancestors, but unfortunately, neither Lier nor Yuer were able to comprehend the meaning of it. You, try. Cupping the wooden box with both hands, Su Chenglong took a deep breath. Father Su Haotian had once said that only a true supreme genius would have the chance to comprehend the secret of the wind and rain diagram. The siblings, Su Lier and Su Yu, were clearly not among the geniuses. He opened the wooden box slowly, and an ancient scroll, flickering with a wandering luster, appeared in front of Lu Chenxuan's eyes. 3 more days, you figure it out. Lu Chenxian didn't care about Su Chenglong's words at all, because at this moment, he was already deeply attracted by the scroll. Seeing the former so engaged, Su Chenglong nodded in satisfaction and quietly closed the door and retreated. Wind and rain, 24 bridges and a bright moonlit night. I didn't expect it, old Shao. I really didn't expect it. After a farewell of thousands of years, I'm actually in the lower realm. Seeing your innate weapon, slowly caressing the somewhat familiar scroll, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was complicated before his hands formed a seal and a finger pointed on top of the scroll. Buzz! The scroll began to tremble lightly. Dots of golden light kept flickering, and soon, a 3-foot-sized golden shadow was condensed. Who is it that can bring this? Ah, Lu Chenxian? Why are you in the mortal world? The golden silhouette that appeared looked at the person who made the seal in front of him with shocked eyes, his voice trembling a little. Lu Chenxuan's eyes sank. Beimoi Yu, laid a hand on me, as expected. The golden shadow sighed softly. You're too powerful. He's definitely scornful of you, and the Southern Realm King has advised you as well. I'm afraid that the King of the Southern Realm has been trying to save me. Lu Chenxuan's fists clenched tightly, and in his eyes, he radiated monstrous killing intent. The scenes of that day are vivid in my mind. This hatred is so deep that it pierces the heart and bones. The hatred between himself and the father and son of Bei Muayu was not shared. Old Xiao, 10,000 years ago, why did you suddenly fall? Of which, is there any hidden feelings? With all your strength, even the me from back then wouldn't be able to kill you. Lu Chunxian asked in a condensed voice. Old Xiao, Xiao Ding Tian, was a notorious self-reliant king in the Ziwei immortal realm. Although his strength was not as good as Lu Chenxuan's, no one could stop him if he wanted to run. Immortal and demon ruins, Xiao Ding Tian sighed, and a hint of fear actually flashed in his eyes. The immortal demon relic has appeared, and I saw a supreme demon that tore the green sky apart. And then there was a monstrous force that descended from the sky and suppressed. At that time, my immortal vein instantly collapsed and couldn't withstand the tremendous impact. And if it wasn't for this innate artifact disintegrating to protect me, I'm afraid it would have gone up in smoke. Xiao Ding Tian sighed. I'm only lingering now. My days are numbered. With your temperament, you will never be willing to be plain, and you will definitely return to the immortal realm in the future to kill Bei Muayu with your own hands, right? Xiao Ding Tian laughed. To entrust you with one thing, my 24 bridges in bright moonlight has already collapsed and dispersed. Here is just one of the fragments. I will use my immortal power to help you, and when you have the opportunity, help me retrieve the rest of the fragments and restore my Yuanshan. How about it? May. Lu Chenxian looked deeply at Xiao Ding Tian. Well then, thanks a lot. I can't believe I actually have a chance. Xiao Ding Tian's voice gradually faded, and the golden shadow slowly dissipated. Immediately afterward, a light golden aura instantly floated up from the wind and rain diagram and did not enter Lu Chenxuan's brow. Boom! Almost at the instant this breath rushed into Lu Chenxuan's body, the little purple gold dragon at his dantian instantly opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, with a satisfied burp, the small dragon's size, as a result, became 1 point larger. Old Xiao, I will restore your Yuanshan for you and reincarnate. Closing the wooden box that had lost its luster, Lu Chenxian sat cross-legged on the ground. He wanted to absorb that strand of remaining immortal power as soon as possible. Chapter 9 Purple Gold Dragon's Breath. Boom! Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Skill. First level. Circumstantial Operation. Inside the broken and remodeled dantian, the small purple and gold dragon that Xian Qi had condensed into head and tail flew around rapidly. In an instant, with the momentum of a coiled dragon, it coalesced into a mysterious and inexplicable deep vortex, and a strong devouring force emanated out, tearing at the remnants of immortal power that poured in and swept it into the center of the vortex. Buzz! Lu Chenxuan's body shook slightly, the golden aura on the surface of his body flickered, and the light of his meridians and bones flowed, and he actually devoured all of this immortal power in an instant. The art of swallowing the sky, is it so powerful? Even the strongest war god of the immortal world in the past still couldn't help but secretly marvel at this scene. This immortal power left behind by Xiao Ding Tian was of very pure quality, and even when he was in full bloom back then, he would have to spend at least a few hours meditating and refining it before he could turn it to his own use. Now running the newly learned Chaotic Heaven Swallowing skill, it actually took less than a few breaths to completely absorb it? What I am today. Lu Chenxian slowly got up, and without realizing it, his brows gently frowned. In terms of realm, at this moment, it was still the worthless first level of the Qi-gathering realm, with no improvement from before absorbing the immortal power. However, for unusual Qi-gathering martial artists, what flowed within the dantian and meridians was the usual mortal realm Shen Qi. Instead, his own tendons were filled with the faint dragon's breath that was spewed out by that little purple and gold dragon. It was neither Shen Qi nor immortal power. If one were to speak in terms of quality, even the transformational immortal vein that had once made the Bei Muayu father and son incomparably covetable would not be able to spawn such pure mystical greatness. An even more peculiar point is, this current body, seemingly frail, was not much improved from before. In fact, after the dragon's breath quenching, the body is as tough as gold and iron. Even Dare is not as good as the heyday of one of the billions, but it contains the majestic vitality, but has been extraordinary. On the path of cultivation, the physical body is a treasure raft for crossing the world. This body of mine nowadays, if I polish it properly again, it can help me cross the bitter sea. The essence of Lu Chenxuan's eyes blossomed. North Mediterranean Spectre. The North Mediterranean Green Front. You father and son. I'm afraid you wouldn't even dream of what a terrifying chance the invalid who had his immortal vein taken away by you had gotten. This power within my body, since it was spewed out by the little purple and gold dragon, let's call it, for the time being, purple and gold dragon breath. Boom! Deep in the dantian, the purple and gold little dragon, if it felt something, its head snapped up and let out a silent dragon's roar, and the speed of its spitting accelerated by a few points, as if it was very satisfied with the name. immortal power has been absorbed in one piece. This 24 bridge bright moon night debris. Lu Chenxian pondered a little, and his gaze fell back onto the ancient scroll in his hands. In the Su family, this ancestor inherited the wind and rain map. Is a secret family secret? In fact, is the former friend Xiao Dingtian innate weapon, the future for him to reshape the soul of the necessary things. It is a matter of old Zhao's life. This item must be kept by me personally. Without thinking, Lu Chenxuan's mind moved slightly. Whoosh! Inside the Dantian, the small purple and gold dragon circled and flew, and the devouring vortex coalesced once again, taking in the innate debris as well. The shimmering light on the surface of this object was misty, and it floated uncertainly over the Dantian. Time to get out. Lu Chenxian raised his hand and lightly waved it, placing the 3-foot wooden box holding the fragments back into its original position, getting up and striding towards the Su family's main hall. For some reason, the compound was crowded. Have all of the Su family arrived? At the entrance of the main hall, a middle-aged man clad in black robes stood, with the word Nanshan embroidered in light gold on his chest, holding a bronze token in his hand, proudly looking down at the Su family. This messenger was ordered by the patriarch. The 3 Green City Su family, the clan has always been respectful. The idea that you and others have a sense of reverence. Special gift, within 3 days, to select 3 young children, to participate in the annual entry contest. Why don't you thank me for receiving the order? In the main hall, from the head of the family, Su Chenglong, down to the servants and handymen, the Su family's group of people all revealed a look of surprise and excitement. Places are hard to come by. Luoyang County's #1 sect, the Nanshan sect, has an annual entrance competition to openly recruit disciples, which is the greatest opportunity that the county's young talents all crave for. More so, it has been the long-cherished wish of the Su family for many years. It was true that Sanqing City belonged to Luoyang County, and regardless of whether one was rich or poor, as long as one was under 20 years of age, they all possessed the public qualifications to participate in the grand competition. In fact, the entrance fee for the day of the great competition alone was an extremely expensive expense. Without this boon, exhausting the Su family's strength and years of accumulation might not have been able to send 3 Su family children to the ring to compete. Many thanks to the honorable envoy. Many thanks to the patriarch. Su Chenglong could not hide the excitement in his heart, and led the Su family members to bow in unison. I am grateful to your esteemed envoy for granting the order. Su Chenglong receives the order, and pays thanks to patriarch's benevolence. Take the order? The black-robed messenger's lips slightly lifted. Hand South Mountain order forward slowly handed out, about to fall into Su Chenglong's hands at the moment. The wrist suddenly retracted. Ha! He smiled sorrowfully and his voice turned steeply cold. You have yet to answer this messenger's previous question. All of the Su family, have they arrived? Boom! Su Chenglong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the Su family behind him also changed color in unison. Su Lier's delicate body even shook, and her pretty face turned white. There's one missing. Lu Chenxian. Just before the party, before the black-robed messenger arrived, Su Chenglong had brought Lu Chenxian to the ancestral shrine in the backyard, and had not yet returned for the time being. This messenger is approaching. How dare you refuse to greet him? You have quite a lot of guts. The black-robed messenger's tone became even colder, and an undetectable sardonic smile flashed under his eyes. Could it be that your Su family does not have any respect for my Nanshan sect? Su Chenglong even stopped, his face devoid of blood color. What a mess! I wanted Lu Chenxian to comprehend the wind and rain diagram, and no matter if he succeeded or not, when he was in a desperate situation, he would give the diagram to the city lord's mansion. In this way, even if Su Lier's siblings had no chance of joining the South Mountain sect, for this reason, at least the fragrance of the Su family could still be preserved. But I did not expect. Nanshan Venerable Envoy came so coincidentally. At this moment Lu Chenxian is still in the ancestral shrine seclusion. On the wind and rain map seems to have understanding. If it is suddenly interrupted, your honor's ambassador rests his anger. Su Chenglong's heart crossed and he bowed with his head bowed. Mr. Su has the audacity to plead for your honor's forgiveness. The person from the Su family who has not yet arrived is precisely one of the 3 Su family children who are participating in this grand competition. He, although he is not surnamed Su, he is the son-in-law of the Su family, and is in seclusion for hard training, only seeking to worship your clan, and in no way disrespectful to your esteemed envoy. As he opened his mouth, pleading, he slowly fell to one knee, a lingering look of humiliation appearing on his face. Snap! What rang out was not the sound of knees touching the ground. A thick force that emerged out of thin air held Su Chenglong steady, and at the same time, there was a figure that slowly walked in front of the Su family's main hall. Morning Gen. Su Chenglong subconsciously looked up and his eyes widened abruptly. Lu Chenxian. How did get out so fast? Chapter 10, should we kill him? This is Lu Chenxian? Since before today,
This black-robed messenger of the South Mountain sect had never met with Lu Chenxian.
It's only logical and reasonable not to recognize the latter.
However, at this moment, when his gaze landed on Lu Chenxian,
there was a hint of playfulness, and the tip of his eyebrow was also inadvertently,
slightly provoked. Here we go. Now we're all together. As Lu Chenxian appeared, Su Chenglong, after being shocked,
then promptly compensated with a smile.
Your Excellency,
the entirety of my Su family has arrived. He is Mr. Su's son-in-law, one of the Su family's children participating in the grand competition this time.
Lu Chenxian, having said that, in reality,
there was more of a deep helplessness in his heart.
The credit goes to the basket. Earlier in the ancestral shrine, Lu Chenxian was comprehending the wind and rain diagram and appeared to be intoxicated and had some enlightenment.
Now it seems that after all,
the qualification is still insufficient, or the chance is not enough.
Otherwise, it must have taken a long time to close the door for enlightenment,
and would not have come out so quickly. In that case, the fate of the Su family's entire clan would still depend on the South Mountain competition 3 days later. Lu Chenxian? That's a bit interesting. The black-robed messenger's gaze was intriguing, staring tightly at Lu Chenxian, who stepped forward with a bland face,
his voice gloomy and cold.
Why don't you pay your respects when you see this envoy? This is the majesty of the South Mountain sect. Throughout the entire Luoyang County,
the Nanshan sect had accumulated so much prestige that even the head of a family,
or even the head of a city,
would need to arch their hands and bend their backs in front of the Nanshan venerable envoy in order to show their respect.
However, at this moment, the district of the Su family son-in-law, facing this black-robed messenger representing the majesty of a clan,
was actually carrying his hands,
cloudy and light, apparently not putting it in perspective. Morning Jen. Among the Su family's crowd,
Su Lier tightly bit her thin lips,
with an indescribable complexity on her pretty face. It's different. It's really different. Ever since 3 years ago, Grandpa had forcefully recruited Lu Chenxian as his son-in-law. With her, Su Lier, there is only the name of husband and wife,
but not the reality of husband and wife.
Even though her grandfather Su Haotian disappeared and the Su family gradually declined,
she was still the pearl of the Su family, the #1 beauty who was famous in Sanqing City.
And how could he be half in love with a mute who was always in a state of confusion,
the so-called flunky son-in-law's wife, but also just abide by the grandfather's mandate?
As when the Li family came to the door, the only thing that can be done is to let Su Yu to take him to escape,
to protect him for a moment of safety.
However, it is this waste son-in-law that everyone despises. But in one day, with the first cultivation of Qi gathering, first killed the 8 Leet Songwon, and then killed the 9 by Wuming, completing an incredible amazing move.
And at this very moment,
with a bland demeanor,
in front of this black-robed venerable envoy of the Nanshan sect,
he did not lose the wind, especially the invisible aura emanating from him, even
putting this honorable ambassador vaguely overpowered.
Honorable Ambassador Lord, you calm your anger,
please allow Su to explain. Su Chenglong could not have the delicate mind of a daughter's family.
Seeing the black-robed messenger's anger,
a layer of bean-sized beads of sweat came out sharply on his forehead.
My little son-in-law previously had a disability, was delirious, and knew nothing about the human world, and no one in San Qingcheng knew about it. Therefore, please honor the ambassador to forgive the flood and sea. Do not have to be with his general understanding.
Although these words were uttered, Su Chenglong's heart was secretly screaming for pain, and the sweat on his forehead had already rolled and dripped down with the shaking of his body.
Chen Xian, you're confused. How dare you act so recklessly in front of His Excellency Nanshan? This person is angry.
Not to mention whether the South Mountain Order will still be given to the Su family.
Even if the Su family is exterminated, the entire Luoyang County,
I am afraid that no one will come forward to say a word for his Su family.
In the view of Su Chenglong, and even the Su family,
this Nanshan honorable envoy would have to punish them slightly even if he was no longer magnanimous.
Unexpectedly, the latter merely snorted coldly before waving his hand with a cold smile. With this ambassador's status, would he have trouble with a nameless junior? 3 days from now, the South Mountain competition. 3 Su family children are missing. Don't let this messenger make a trip for nothing. Take the order.
As the words fell, his palm flung out, a bronze token engraved with the word Nanshan had fallen into Su Chenglong's hand.
My Su family, many thanks to the honorable envoy's kindness. Many thanks to the Nanshan sect. Amount?
Before Su Chenglong finished his arrogant and respectful words of thanks, the figure of the Nanshan envoy had disappeared with a flash of shadows in front of him.
That's gone? Lu Chenxian. After a short period of bewilderment, Su Chengfeng, who was behind Su Chenglong, had a look of fear on his face as he violently turned his head to look at Lu Chenxian and shouted in shock and anger. Do you realize what a stupid thing you just did? How dare you be this ungrateful in front of Venerable Ambassador Nanshan? You, What on earth were you thinking? Lu Chenchuan's face was expressionless, just sweeping a glance indifferently in the direction the black-robed messenger had left. He coldly spoke. I was thinking about whether or not to kill him. Jackie Su. The Su crowd. For a moment, a needle could be heard in the main hall, and even the breathing of a group of people seemed to stiffen. Dozens of faces were jaw-droppingly horrified, and even Su Lier tightly covered her small cherry-red mouth. Her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. Chen Xian he is not already good. Is stupid again? Ancestors bless. Fengkai-Su family up and down. Absolutely went to the ghost gate to walk a time. If not the ancestors in heaven, at this time the Su family, afraid to have blood flow into the river. At that time, the city lord's mansion, Li Liehu of the Li family, led the Li family veterans to visit. Please city lord show up and give my Li family an explanation. Right in front of the mansion door, a stout old man with reddish beard and hair, with a black rattan soft whip around his waist, followed by 3 elders of the Li clan, in the posture of arching his hands and holding his fists, droned in a low voice. The Li family of Sanqing City, Li Tsangwang's brother, Li Liehu. The Li family's experts were like clouds. Only the clan elders above the 7th level of Qi gathering had 5 people, and Li Liehu himself, not only was Li Tsangwang's sibling elder brother, but also the Li family's #1 expert. Cultivation, reached the Yuan Dan realm, the 3rd level, martial cultivation, 1 layer of heaven, and every 3rd layer, there was another very obvious watershed. For those who are new to cultivation, it is not difficult to step into the 1st level of Qi gathering, even for those with mediocre qualifications. At most 3 years will be enough to achieve something. The further one went, the slower the progress of cultivation would be. Countless people were stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi gathering, making it difficult to advance an inch. The Yuan Dan realm, too. More than 10 years ago, Li Liehu stepped down as the head of the family, with Li Tsangwang at the helm of the Li family, and his own seclusion was precisely for the purpose of taking a step forward in crossing the chasm between the 3rd and 4th Yuan Dan. Unexpectedly, he had not yet succeeded in breaking through the 4th level of Yuan Dan, and his own brother Li Tsangwang, who was born from the same mother, as well as his cousin and grandson Li Feng, actually died in the Su family. To add to his confusion, the Li family was doing the work for the city lord's office, and after such a big change, the city lord's office side actually did not listen to it. Even Bai Wuming, the commander of the city lord's office, also died tragically, and the city lord's side remained unresponsive. It's all. What exactly is the reason? Old family masterly, be at ease. A moment later, there was a handsome figure that slowly walked out from within the city lord's mansion. It was none other than the son of Gu Chang, the recognized first genius of Sanqing City, Gu Feng, slightly arching his hand in greeting, and then smiling proudly. You may all follow me into the mansion. There is one thing that you all should know. Chapter 11, Poisonous Plans. Outside the city lord's mansion, several clan elders of the Li family, each with a lowered face. They did not follow Gu Feng into the city lord's mansion, but instead looked at Li Liehu, and they all saw the sulking in the other party's eyes. City Lord Gu Chang was actually so generous as to allow Gu Feng, a junior, to come out to receive him? When did the Li family, which was famous in Sanqing City, fall to such a state? Why? Are all of you not dissatisfied with my city lord's mansion? Gu Feng swept his gaze across, instantly knowing the minds of the Li family's crowd, and with a talkative laugh under his breath, he slowly stepped out with his right foot. Boo! The air ring exploded. Underneath Gu Feng's feet, a faint golden aura turned instantly, and the ring-shaped airflow whistled and rolled, rushing out a foot square. Even Li Liehu, who was at the 3rd level of Yuan Dan, couldn't help but have his body shaken under the impact of this airflow, and took a step backward when he was caught off guard. The 3 Li clan elders beside him, their figures staggered, and they actually had a tendency to become unsteady on their feet. Yuan Dan realm. You have actually succeeded in condensing Dan? Only this scene, Li Liehu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The trace of huffing and puffing just now completely disappeared. In its place, there was undisguised envy, and deep scorn. Only 17 years old at the Yuan Dan realm. Definitely called amazing. Over the past 100 years in 3 Green City, countless geniuses had been born. However, there were only a handful that could cross into the Yuan Dan realm before the age of 18, but 2 people in the district. The first one was the great genius Yi Jingtou 80 years ago, who successfully condensed Yuan Dan at the age of 18, and without any doubt became the first place in the South Mountain competition of that year. After joining the South Mountain sect, he even soared to a promising future. This second, it was the son of the city lord in front of us, Gu Feng. What was even more frightening was that the age at which Gu Feng stepped into the Yuan Dan realm was actually 1 year younger than Yi Jingtao back then. The younger the age, the more it could prove Gu Feng's unlimited martial arts talent. In time, he is afraid that his achievements will be more than the Yuan Dan realm, and it is very likely that, Li Liehu didn't dare to think any further. Above Yuan Dan, that was a terrifying level that he had never even dared to dream of, and if he could give birth to a strong person of this kind, it would be enough to shock the entire Luoyang County. Even, it can be on par with the South Mountain sect. Little friend Gu has advanced to Yuan Dan. Congratulations! After seeing the cultivation realm that Gu Feng had displayed, Li Liehu no longer dared to be self-possessed and piled up a smile on his face. With the strength of young friend Gu, there won't be any suspense in this South Mountain competition. This first place, Gu Feng smiled angrily. Swish! A pure gold token was gently flung out from his sleeve. On the back, the green water surrounds the green mountains, and on the front, the two ancient characters of Nanshan are glittering with light. Golden South Mountain Order, the highest token of the South Mountain sect. This, Rao Li Liehu is very knowledgeable. Have never seen the Golden Nanshan Order, only heard in the rumors. It was said that the Golden Token, which was personally issued by the South Mountain sect's elder house, represented the supreme majesty of the South Mountain sect's top hierarchy. Murphy ancient style I'm sure that old family masterly has already guessed it. There was an undisguised aura of arrogance emanating from Gu Feng's body. There is a son of the ancient family with exceptional talent. This clan hereby grants him the Golden Order of Nanshan and allows him to enter the inner sect for cultivation. Old family masterly, this is not something I made up off the top of my head, but the clan's oracle brought by venerable envoy Nanshan. Fluke, ha 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 ha, laughing loudly, an air of arrogance rose to the sky. The young lord is mighty. The guards on both sides of the city lord's mansion all kneeled down on one knee, and the long spears in their hands puddled on the ground, and the sound of clanging iron shook the long street. South Mountain Golden Order, inner sect cultivation. Li Liehu's face was incomparably complex, and before the majesty of the Golden Order, he couldn't help but bow in homage with a great deal of emotion. The first person in Three Green City is not little friend Gu. All of my Li family is at the mercy of the city lord's office. It could be foreseen that Gu Feng's future achievements, even if placed in the entire Luoyang County, it would be enough to stand proud of the crowd. Old family master Li is polite. Putting away the Nanshan Gold Order, Gu Feng once again invited Li Liehu and the three Li family elders to enter the city lord's mansion. Came to the back garden pavilion. According to the host and guest position each seated, the ancient wind suddenly like another mysterious smile. Just now, I said that there is one thing that should be made known to several people. Old family master Li might as well guess what it is. Another trace of doubt rose on Li Liehu's face. Could it be that it wasn't the matter of Gu Feng advancing to Yuan Dan and getting the South Mountain Gold Order? What could be more amazing than that? The Li family is also a great family in Sanqing City, so the big and small events that have happened in the past few days should not be hidden from your eyes. Gu Feng raised his hand and waved his hand, making the maidservant in the mansion send hot tea, gently sipping a mouthful, seemingly smiling. Earlier, a Southern Mountain venerable envoy traveled to the Su family and bestowed the Southern Mountain Order, causing 3 members of the Su family to participate in this grand competition. This news should be known to several of you, right? It's something that's not exactly a secret. No one in the major families of Sanqing City had been aware of the visit of the South Mountain venerable envoy to the Su family. If it wasn't for this change of events, which made Li Liehu's heart fearful, he would have long ago personally traveled to the Su family and killed the Su family. On what grounds? Again, why? Since the Su family's old man Su Haotian disappeared, the Su family's status in Sanqing City has been in decline. Even if the guarding General Taimo Chun secretly protect, but still cannot change the fact that the Su family's power is weak. Besides, even if Su Haotian was still around, with those few incompetent crooked jujubes of the 3rd generation of the Su family, how could they be qualified to receive the favor of the Nanshan sect? It was my idea to have your esteemed ambassador send the Southern Mountain Order to the Su family. Seeing the shocked and doubtful faces of Li Liehu and the 3 clan elders, Gu Feng smiled grimly. This time, the Nanshan venerable envoy who is driving to Sanqing City will not only single-handedly control the affairs of the grand competition, but will also be the Dao protector responsible for escorting me after I enter the inner sect of the Nanshan sect. I'm already an inner disciple of the South Mountain sect, yet I don't intend to withdraw from the grand competition and instead let the Su family get the qualification for the grand competition. Old family master Li, do you understand? Boom! A few people from the Li family were struck by lightning, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Got it. With the South Mountain Gold Order in his hand, Gu Feng didn't need to participate in any great competition at all. Instead, he let the Nanshan honored envoy go to the Su family, bestowed the Nanshan Order, so that the Su family sent out the most talented 3 direct descendants. Unbeknownst to them, these 3 were already fish and meat on the chopping board. It's a lamb waiting to be slaughtered under the butcher's knife of the ancient wind. 3 days later, Gu Feng would personally make a move to decimate the 3 Su clan children in the ring. The South Mountain Sect Grand Competition, where life and death are at stake, does not allow anyone to intervene. In that case, even Taimo Chun had nothing to say. The Su family's participation in the grand competition this time is also Su Lier and Su Yu's siblings, as well as Lu Chenxian, that wasteful flunky. Gu Feng let out a low laugh, not hiding the disdain that flashed under his eyes. Killing the 9th level of Qi gathering. In the eyes of others, Lu Chenxian can already take off that hat of a waste, but before my Yuan Dan realm cultivation, waste, still waste. I want to completely sever the roots of the Su family, so that the Su family will understand. So what if they have Taimo Chun backing them up? How unwise it is to offend my city lord's mansion. Ha, ha ha. Chapter 12, The Will to Win. The main hall of the Su family. The waste in Gu Feng's mouth had been surrounded by several Su family executives. Chen Xian, earlier within the ancestral shrine, did you gain any insights from observing the wind and rain diagram? The voice was low and steady, with a hidden hint of anticipation. This was Su Chenglong. Lu Chenxian, you have been in my Su family for 3 years. Demented, deaf and dumb. Is it a deliberate pretense? Why did you say you wanted to kill the Southern Mountain Venerable Envoy just now? Don't you know that for all the South Mountain competitions, the South Mountain Venerable Envoys that were sent down to preside over the mountain had a cultivation level that was, at the very least, at the 7th or 8th level of the Yuan Dan realm? The voice of inquiry, not without scruples and even with a hint of fear, was Su Chengfeng. If it was in the past, he would not show any respect to Lu Chenxian and could even be said to be scornful. However, it is not what it used to be. Kill Li Songwang and destroy Bai Wuming. The once wasteful son-in-law is now the Su family's #1 powerhouse, and even his own self, who is at the 6th level of Qi gathering, is far inferior. In particular, Lu Chenxuan's current nature was inscrutable, and his killing aura was so appalling that he even dared to report killing to the Nanshan Venerable Envoy. Thankfully, he had a pretty good attitude towards the Su family group. Morning Zhen, Su Lier, who was standing on the side of Su Chenglong, had a pair of beautiful eyes that were quite complicated as she looked at her husband and son-in-law, her vermilion lips gently biting up. You are only a 1st level of Qi gathering. Why were you able to decapitate the 9th level of Bai Wuming? I didn't quite dare to ask before, but now I'd also like you to tell me. How on earth did you do it? As soon as these words came out, the Su clan and the others all held their breaths as their gazes fell dead center on Lu Chenxian. Again, this is the biggest doubt that exists deep in their hearts. In the martial realm, the barriers were so tight that it was difficult for a low-ranked martial artist to challenge a high-ranked martial artist across the levels. Even for the generations of martial arts geniuses that had been born in the 3 green cities over the centuries, there were few who had done so. Crossing a level, maybe a decade out. To be able to cross 2 levels, one may not be born for decades. If one was able to cross the watershed between the 3 minor realms, then one would be called an exceptional genius that was rare to see in 100 years. And Lu Chenxian, with the 1st level of Qi gathering cultivation, swinging the sword to kill the peak of the 9th level Bai Wuming, has crossed 8 small realms. What level of genius is this? Demon? Even if it was rumored that those demonic figures within the superpowers were afraid that it would be impossible to do so, Lu Chenxian, who didn't show his face, staged this. It's really. Lu Chenxian stood in the middle of the main hall, choosing to ignore the gazes cast over by the bystanders. He merely smiled blandly at Su Lier before turning his head to look at Su Chenglong and spoke. From now on, the wind and rain diagram will be kept by me. It is not the wind and rain map, but the fragment left behind after the disintegration of the innate treasure of the easy immortal king Xiao Dingtian, the night of the 24 bridges and the bright moon. Of course, there was no need to explain this to the Su family. Su Qingfeng's face changed abruptly. Su Chenglong, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of helplessness. Even if you leave the storm chart behind, what can you do? Since the Su family's ancestor inherited it, successive generations of sons and daughters have exhausted their efforts in attempting to comprehend the mysteries of this diagram, and no one has ever succeeded. What's more, a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. City Lord Gucheng has coveted this map for many years, and in the past, he was afraid of Elder Su, and was still able to barely keep this map. Now, this wind and rain map has become a source of trouble. No one in the Su family is stronger than you now, and it's appropriate for the wind and rain diagram to be kept by you. Su Chenglong bitterly opened. If 3 days later, no one in my Su family can become a disciple of the South Mountain sect, this figure, you still need to hand it over, and I will personally send it to the city lord's mansion to seek a way out for my Su family. The words landed. The faces of several members of the Su family were all dark, especially the siblings Su Lier and Su Yu, who clenched their teeth tightly and didn't say a word. The situation is stronger than the people. Li Songwang and Bai Wuming's successive door, seemingly salivating Su Li Air Beauty, In fact, mostly to test the bottom line of the Su family. The wind and rain map scheming heart is clearly revealed. Lu Chenxian could have saved the day last time. Next time? What about next time? After all, City Lord Gu Chang, many years ago, was already at the peak of the 6th level of the Dan Yuan, only half a step away from stepping into the late Dan Yuan realm. At that time, even if the Iron General were to take sides again, he would have no need to be concerned. Late Dan Yuan realm, if you really want to be ruthless, move a finger, will be able to easily wipe out the Su family. Offering a map for preservation is a helpless strategy, and it is the only way out for the Su family. The chart is in my hand. No one can take it away. Lu Chenxian opened his mouth indifferently, as if speaking the supreme truth of heaven and earth, not allowing others to argue at all. He only showed a slight hint of softness when he averted his gaze to his nominal wife. Su Lier, earlier, you asked me how it was possible to surpass the barrier of martial arts and kill a high-ranking martial artist at the first level of Qi gathering. If you want to, come back to the room with me now, and I'll give you a little instruction, and you can do the same. Well, I remember a method of dual cultivation that can borrow a sliver of my power. Dual practice? Swish. Su Lier was slightly stunned. Her cheeks instantly dyed red, her pretty face almost dripping blood in shame. Dung Tu Zi. In broad daylight, in front of so many people, how dare he ask himself to go to the room with him to double cultivate? The Su family has a lot of canonical books in its collection, in which there are also references to the art of dual cultivation. It is said that there is the method of male and female lovemaking, which cannot be practiced by non-husbands and wives, and can dramatically increase martial arts cultivation in a short period of time. He really thinks he's his wife? Su Lier's cheeks were like fire, her mouth gave a wooing sound, and she covered her face and fled. Cough, cough. It was only until this moment that a few Su family members, whose faces were filled with stagnation, came back to their senses slightly. Su Chenglong coughed dryly a few times, trying his best to hide the embarrassment above his old face. Chen Xian, virtuous son-in-law. If you really have a way to drastically improve Lier's cultivation strength, there's no need to be in a hurry. It's the same at night. Cough. Wait for the night. Next to them, a few young sons of the Su family forced their faces to be held back, enduring so hard, but Su Chengfeng and Su Yu, however, had sunken faces. If they weren't afraid that this kid possessed horrible strength and said such light words in public, they could not wait to beat up this hateful son-in-law. 3 days from now, it will be the South Mountain competition. Su Chenglong looked around the crowd for a second and slowly pressed down with both hands. The color of embarrassment on his face was gone, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. The South Mountain Sect's disciple quota. My Su clan must strive for it with all our might, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose it. Chen Xian, what are you thinking? As he said these words, Lu Chenxian had already turned around and stepped towards the outside of the main hall. There was only a faint voice that resounded throughout the Su family's main hall. I will kill whoever stands in my way. Why think? Chapter 13, The Curtain Rises. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The triennial South Mountain Grand Competition kicked off today. On the official highway, carriages and pedestrians were in an endless stream, all heading towards the blood battle platform 30 miles east of the city. The South Mountain Grand Competition was the #1 event that shook the entire Luoyang County, regardless of the origin of the humble family, or the son of the family, but all the people who are less than 30 years old have the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition. Although the qualifications are available to everyone, it is not an easy task if you want to ascend to the blood battle ring, unless one has the South Mountain Order. Otherwise, those who participated in the grand competition would need to pay 100 taels of gold to be qualified to compete on stage. This move is required to maintain the ring spell. After the array is opened, the gold that fills the eye of the array will build a barricade of the array that envelopes the ring with its golden essence, so that those outside the array can't break in, and those in the ring can only leave when the array is lifted. The blood battle platform covered a huge area, the length and width of 100 feet, the whole body cast in green stone, 3 feet high. There are no steps around. Next to the establishment of the observation platform, a total of 108 seats. As for those who didn't have the qualifications to take a seat, they could only watch from afar from the blood battle stage. At this moment, the blood battle stage was heavily guarded both inside and outside. The South Mountain Grand Competition is a big deal. The Jin guarding general, Temujin, had long ago dispatched 300 iron armor guards, wearing cold iron lot plate armor and holding steel lances, firmly guarding the main throat road into the bloody battlefield. At sunrise, a carriage came from far and near, passing through the iron armor guard's inventory and entering the grounds. Above the blackened curtains of the car, there was a large, ancient character embroidered in gold thread. Ro, Sanqing City, Luo family. Over the centuries, the forces within the 3 green cities had changed constantly, and only the 5 parties, had flourished. The first and foremost, naturally, is not the city's main house, the ancient family, and the town's generals. The dual power is separated, claiming that there is no distinction between high and low. Following the two, there are the three great families of Luo, Yang and Su. Luo Sihai, the Luo family's oldest ancestor, had crossed over into the Yuan Dan triple stage many years ago, and was about the same strength as Li Liehu, and was one of the top veteran powerhouses in Sanqing City. Today, the Luo family's young generation, the most outstanding martial artist, is Luo Sihai's first grandson, Luo Shu, a teenage genius second only to Ancient Wind. At only 19 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm, and a silver spear in his hand was out of this world. Luo Sihai, pay respects to the honorable envoy. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the high platform, and Luo Sihai led the Luo family members to the viewing platform, bowing and arching his hands, his face respectful. Thanks to your excellency's care, all of the Luo family has arrived. Please show me what to do. The Luo family's experts arrived in full force. Like the Su family, the Luo family had also received the South Mountain Order. Aside from the 3 young children participating in the grand competition, all other Luo family martial artists above the 6th level of Qi gathering possessed the qualifications to enter and watch the battle. Old family master Luo, please take a seat. Venerable envoy Nanshan stood at the forefront of the viewing platform, condescendingly glancing at a lanky teenager behind Luo Sihai, a hint of appreciation showing in his gaze. Not bad, the bone age is less than 20, and already has a 9th gravity cultivation. I'm afraid that I will be able to step into the Yuan Dan realm before 30. This time, the position of outer disciple of this sect will have a seat for your Luo family. The words that came down from the stage caused Luo Sihai to be surprised and delighted. Joyfully, the South Mountain Venerable Envoy has a lot of power and possesses the right to make decisions with a single word. His words, Luo Shujio, become a disciple of the South Mountain sect has been the nail in the coffin. And, the first grandson of his own family can be 30 years ago, stepping into the Yuan Dan. Then Luo Sihai himself to be stronger than more than one chip. Amazing. Can you only be an outer disciple at the 9th level of Qi gathering? If it was in the previous sessions, such cultivation would be enough to take the laurels and smoothly enter the inner sect of the South Mountain sect. Looks like someone is going to be stronger than his own grandson in this big competition. Your Honor. Behind him, the young man with the silver spear Luo Shua bowed slightly, and a sharp aura flashed under his eyes. Luo is not talented, but today I dare to assert that this time, I am determined to win the position of inner disciple. Rolling wariness rushed to the sky. There were only 2 people who could be compared to him in the younger generation of Sanqing City today. Old-fashioned, Li Changkong, the former as the son of the city lord, cultivation resources to take what they want, has always had the reputation of the first genius of Sanqing City, and the latter, despite the lack of fame, is Li Liehu's grandson, always following Li Liehu's closed-door cultivation. The strength is also extraordinary. The opponents are certainly tough, but Luo was as fearless as the silver spear in his hand. Good, young man, courageous. Venerable envoy Nanshan grinned, raising his hand and swinging it gently. Go on. Luo nodded his head, and with one footstep, he leaped onto the blood battle platform. He was the first to take the stage today. Soon, more people arrived, and by noon, the young talents of Sanqing City took the stage one after another, almost all of them being the sons of large families. There are only a handful of cold martial artists. The capital for entering the body, which requires 100 taels of gold, is simply not affordable to the general public. A bunch of pariahs, actually thinking of joining the Nanshan sect? Ancient Wind, the son of the city lord, had long since stood on the blood battle stage. He looked down at the crowded stage, and in his eyes, an undisguised look of contempt flashed. Delusional. The South Mountain competition, becoming a disciple of the sect, was a chance for martial artists to change their destiny. However, martial arts cultivation was difficult and required a large amount of resources to support it. So even if an ordinary martial artist had a little talent, where would they go to obtain cultivation resources? Even if they are given the opportunity, they will only be reduced to the accompaniment of the sons of the rich and powerful. This was the case for all the grand competitions, and a martial artist who could pass the grand competition with a humble identity could be said to be a once-in-a-few-years occurrence. If you wish to ascend the stage to participate in this competition, it is not without a little hope. Looking at those teenage martial artists below who were full of anticipation, under Gu Feng's eyes, there was a touch of sinister color that was getting thicker and thicker. The next moment, his voice rang in the ears of the group of martial artists below. I can plead with the honorable envoy for permission to allow you to compete on the stage. There is only one condition. Surround and kill. Lu Chunxian. Chapter 14. The time has come. Siege. Lu Chunxian? Around the blood battle stage, dozens of cold sect martial artists looked up in unison. their faces changing slightly. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family's superfluous son-in-law, has been shaking Sanqing City with fame these past few days. A few days ago, Li Songwang came to the door to provoke the Su family, and was killed by Lu Chenxian overstepping his level. By Wu Ming, the commander of the city lord's mansion, with the peak strength of the 9th level of Qi gathering, was similarly sealed by Lu Chenxuan's sword. The once wasteful mute was now a man of the hour that shook Sanqing City, and who dared to challenge him other than those long-established veteran Yuan Dan experts. What a pathetic cowardice. With this, you want to become a sect disciple? On the blood battle stage, Gu Feng stood opposite Luo Shua and continued to scan the bottom with a sneer on his face. For this grand competition, the Su family will have a total of 3 people on stage, and besides Lu Chenxian, there's also that pair of trash siblings, Su Lier and Su Yu. You guys don't dare to deal with Lu Chenxian. Is it that you don't even dare to challenge the Su Lier siblings? Boom! The bodies of the cold sect martial practitioners below shook, and a look of unwillingness and anger appeared in their eyes. Of course I dare. 3 years ago, the Su family's old master, Su Haotian, entered the Wanshou mountain vein to explore, and since then his life and death are unknown. The status of the Su family has been in tatters. Losing Su Haotian's shelter, the Su family's industry had shrunk drastically. Cultivation resources were stretched to the limit, and the cultivation of the Su family's siblings had stagnated, and they could not be any stronger than them, the martial artists from the Cold family. If you only need to challenge the Su siblings to get a chance to be on the stage for the big competition, then, wouldn't such an opportunity be hard to come by? I do. I dare. Take me with you. Count me in. At once, the crowd below rose up in excitement. 3 words and they're mine. What a bunch of garbage. Gu Feng smiled sorrowfully, his voice once again condensing lines and sending them towards the ears of the Nanshan Venerable Envoy in front of the viewing platform. Venerable Ambassador, disciples have already made the arrangements. Let those losers from below come up on the stage. Venerable Envoy Nanshan nodded without moving his head and raised his arms, seemingly righteous, and his voice shook the room. Everyone, it's not easy for you to cultivate, and this ambassador feels that we can't let down everyone's aspiring heart towards my Nanshan sect. Therefore, for this grand competition, this ambassador is going to open the door of convenience. But all martial artists who are less than 30 years old and whose cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi gathering, without the need to pay 100 taels of gold, are allowed to appear on the stage, giving you an opportunity to. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. On the viewing platform, apart from City Lord Gu Chang and Li Liehu, who had known the inside story, even Jingu General Tai Mu Chun had a few moments of surprise hidden on his face. The blood battle platform formation consumed a huge amount of money, and every time it was opened, at least a lot of lower-grade Xian stones would need to be consumed. Receiving 100 taels of gold to maintain the formation with the essence of gold was merely a slight reduction in the consumption of Xianshi to lighten the burden for the Nanshan sect. I can't believe we're not charging gold for the big competition this year? That's pretty surprising. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. Around the blood battle stage, hundreds of martial artists from the Cold sect were overjoyed when they heard this. Swish, 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 a figure leaped up, successively leaping onto the blood battle ring. Jingwei, at this moment in the ring, the well-organized ancient wind had a corner all to himself, and no one had the guts to get too close. Opposite to it is the other corner, Luo Shu hand holding a silver gun, his body cold and aggressive, in his side within 3 feet of the same empty, who can feel the air filled with a shocking murderous aura. The slender-bodied genius of the Li clan, Li Chongkong, then silently appeared in the crowd. He wore a pair of red iron gloves on both of his fists, and on the surface, the color of fire red was faintly glowing. The killing intent was monstrous. Li Songwan, Li Feng, were all killed by Lu Chenxian. This hatred is not shared. This time, he not only wanted to avenge the Li family, but he also wanted to cooperate with Ancient Wind on this blood battle stage and put on a big show. Under the siege of countless martial artists in Sanqing City, he first killed Su Lier's siblings and then executed Lu Chenxian, letting the Su family, which had lost the shelter of the Yuan Dan powerhouse, lose face, not to mention completely severing its roots. Da, 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 the sound of horses' hooves. 3 Su family carriages. Along the far side of the official road, the front curtains opened. The center is the Su family head, Su Chenglong. The second carriage, seated in the carriage, was the Su family's second master, Su Chengfeng, and 4 Su family elders. The 4 of them held the position of elders, but their cultivation level was only a pitiful 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. Their strength was in between Su Yu, and even Su Lier, who was at the 5th level of Qi gathering, was not as good as them. The tragic decline of the Su family is evident. Lu Chenxian, as the carriage gradually approached, Gu Feng's gaze, coldly fixed on the 3rd carriage. Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless as he sat in the center of the carriage. with Su Lier and Su Yu's siblings on the left and the right, clearly led by the former. People in the martial arts path speak with strength, first beheading Li Tsangwang, then executing Bai Wuming. Lu Qinchuan's strength had long convinced the Su family. Su Chenglong, pay respects to the honorable envoy. The carriage stopped before the high platform. Su Chenglong didn't dare to slow down at all, rolled over and jumped off the carriage, bowing and saluting. Trivial matters at home have caught up with me, and I have come late, so please, forgive me for the honorable ambassador. Having said that, there is a lot of pain. For the sake of this South Mountain competition, the Su family had prepared everything in advance, and they were ready to come to the blood battle stage early in the morning. However, Lu Chenxian was cultivating in his room, and no one in the Su family dared to say anything. One can only wait anxiously. Fortunately, it made it to the scene at the last minute before the big race. Humph. His face sank as venerable envoy Nanshan raised his head to look at the sky, pressing no response to Su Chenglong's confession. The small Su family is not worthy of being in his eyes. Nothing more than to sell Gu Feng, the future genius, a face. Chen Xian, Lier, hurry up and get on the stage. Remember, make sure to be careful. Seeing that venerable envoy Nanshan was displeased, but did not say anything more, the taut string in Su Chenglong's heart was loosened. He prodded evenly. The hour has come. Only after coldly watching Lu Chenxian and Su Lier's siblings vertical up onto the stage did venerable envoy Nanshan impatiently wave his hand. With a flick of his fingers, 12 white Xian stones shot out, scattering at the four corners of the blood battle stage, activating the ring formation. Boom! The halo rises. A faint wall of light with a circumference of 100 feet slowly rose from the corners of the blood battle platform and closed at the 10 feet above. The 60-odd teenage martial artists who had gone up to the stage were isolated as much as possible. On and off the stage, it has become two worlds. With the isolation of the light wall of this spell formation, even if a Yuan Dan 9th level powerhouse came, he would not be able to interfere with the great competition in the ring. The martial artists on the stage could not leave unless the Nanshan Venerable Envoy removed the formation or the power of the Xianshi was exhausted. For this grand competition, the rules are slightly different from the past. The formation had been completed, and a hint of a playful smile appeared on the face of Venerable Envoy Nanshan. And soon, his voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Specifically that, has no rules. Now, begins. Chapter 15, Looking for Death? I'll make you happy. As Venerable Envoy Nanshan's words landed, a momentary silence appeared on the viewing platform not far away. No rules? Or not limiting the rules? At first thought, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it, and it was fair to those martial artists who participated in the grand competition. However, if we think about it carefully, we will find that there is no fairness at all. No one in Sanqing City knows that the city lord's office and the Li family are in the same breath, and the Luo family has always been good friends, so it can be said that both glory and loss, the three geniuses, ironically, will be on the same side. On the contrary, the Su family, the cultivation of the younger generation is stagnant, and the pattern of the once four great families has long since disappeared, falling far behind the city lord's house and Li Luo's two families. A few days ago the Su family's son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, didn't know what means he used to kill Li Tsanglong and Bai Wuming, offending both the city lord's office and the Li family. Just at this time, the South Mountain Grand Prix such as the regular convening, the South Mountain honored ambassador and throughout this unrestricted Grand Prix rules, really have to make people think deeply. Your honorable ambassador is brilliant. At the first place in front of the viewing platform, City Lord Gu Chang was all smiles as he arched his hand in compliment to Venerable Envoy Nanshan. Under this rule, there are no restrictions, and many juniors can let go of their hands, and more than in previous great competitions, they can select suitable sect disciples. It can truly be said that, no restrictions on talent. Admirable, admirable. Next to Li Liehu, Luo Sihai, both of them nodded their heads at the same time, smiling. What the city lord said is very true. Today's grand competition will definitely be very exciting. We'll just wait and see. The words are polite, but in reality, the heart is in the right place. If it was the previous grand competition, even if the three major forces were at odds with each other, they would need to go all out to compete for the grand competition's laurels. This time, however, the so-called great competition was nothing more than a formality. Gu Feng, Li Changkong, Luo Shuhu, the three of them have already determined the Nanshan sect's entry seat, but what they are really plotting is to use the name of the grand competition to join forces to eliminate the Su family's descendants under the eyes of the public. No rules. On the other side, Su Chenglong and Su Chengfeng sat next to each other, glancing at each other. Both saw the fear that flashed in each other's eyes. This, as early as yesterday, the Su family had formulated a countermeasure, relying on Lu Qinchuan's amazing force to take the lead in defeating a few opponents, and then keeping watch with Su Lier's siblings to fight for a Nanshan sect initiation spot. But once the rules have changed, all countermeasures are lost. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the three of them, Gu Feng, Li Changkong, and Luo Shuhu, would definitely join hands to strangle and put Lu Chenxian and the Lier siblings to death. Now that the light curtain was down, there was no possibility of even exiting. At this moment, Gu Feng, who was above the blood battle stage, narrowed his gaze slightly, and a flash of cold light in the bottom of his eyes flashed faster and faster. The formation was so isolated that even Ironwood Chun, who was at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm, would never want to shake it. 3 days ago, Taimu Chun brought Lu Chenxian to forcefully break into the city lord's mansion and speak out against his Gu family's father and son. Now that the formation had been formed, there was no possibility for Ironwood Chun to intervene. Today, he was going to kill Lu Chenxian in this blood battle ring to grow the prestige of the city lord's mansion. In full view of everyone, Ironwood Chun also simply had nothing to say. You guys, don't forget the conditions this young lord just made. Remember, if I can make you come up, I can make you go down. Gu Feng smiled grimly, his hideous voice ringing in the ears of dozens of cold sect martial artists. Go, kill Lu Chenxian, and Su Lier's siblings. Swish swish swish, dozens of cold sect martial artists looked at each other from left to right, and in the face of Gu Feng's threat, no one dared to go back on their words. Everyone's body's xian qi tumbled, and within a few breaths, they surrounded Lu Chenxian and Su Lier's siblings, the three of them. Sis, Ogoshi, Su Lier's siblings' faces changed, and they couldn't help but lean towards Lu Chenxian. A thin sword with a green blade and a cold iron greatsword with a thick back and knotted ring were trembling slightly in the hands of the two siblings. What happened to the promised South Mountain Derby? All of a sudden? All the previous preparations were simply of no use now that the Nanshan Venerable Envoy had changed the rules on the spot, disrupting their plans. Right now, the wolves are all around us, and there are enemies in every direction. The three of you, how could you be a match for so many people? It was true that the martial artists from the Cold Clan had a lack of resources and their martial arts advancement was relatively slow, but those who were able to get on the stage all had a 4th level of Qi-gathering martial arts cultivation. Su Lier is a daughter of the Su family, cultivation hard and diligent. At the moment is only the 5th level of Qi-gathering. Su Yu's qualifications were average and his age was young, and now he was equally pitiful at the 4th level of Qi-gathering. How can you compete when you're surrounded by people? There can be no living. Bunch of losers, all get out of my young master's way. At the back of the crowd, a burly figure crossed the crowd and came out. It was the Luo family genius, Silver Pistol Luo. His voice was cold and his tone was not without sarcasm. Lu Chenxian, I heard that you killed the 9th level by wombing with your 1st level of Qi-gathering cultivation? Now that his wife has been threatened and his wife's brother has been humiliated, he is too frightened to speak out? It's not that I'm afraid. Disdain only. Lu Chenxian ignored Luo's provocation, and between the flickering of his eyes, he was clearly thinking of a question. Rules. Why did this messenger from the South Mountain sect suddenly change the rules? A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that this move was very unfavorable to the Su family. Could it be that he sent the Nanshan order to the door and changed the rules of the grand competition just for the sake of targeting the Su family? If this is true, then, this person should be killed. Humph, pretending to be deaf and dumb, let's see how long you can pretend? Luo snorted coldly and stepped forward, pointing the silver spear in his hand straight at the three of them and said with a cold smile, Su Lier, you are the daughter of the Su family, so I'll give you a chance. Do you want to die under the siege of this group of trash? Or, are you willing to die under my silver spear? Su Lier's delicate body shook. Her pretty face turned white in an instant. A realm is divided into 9 levels, with 1 level of heaven. She is only the 5th level of Qi gathering. Luo Shujio's statement outside has long stepped into the 9th level. The difference between the two is 4 small realms. Even more so, it was separated by that watershed between the middle and late stages of Qi gathering. The difference in strength is too great. If he chose to fight, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for 3 moves, and he would be killed by Luo. But if you don't go to war, dying under the siege of a group of 4 or 5 heavy trash will be even more undignified. Humph, a hill of raccoons. I, Su Lier, will accompany you to the end. With a clench of her silver teeth, the 3-foot green blade in Su Lier's hand, which was still slightly trembling, stabilized at this moment. You can't fight it. You have to fight it. You can't fight. You have to fight. As a daughter of the Su family, to die in the battle ring there is no reason to avoid fighting. Ridiculous. Hearing Su Lier's angry scolding, Luo Shu's face snapped. The silver spear in his hand passed and twisted, stabbing straight down towards her chest. The spirit snake spits on the 8-foot silver gun. Wisps of cold air twisted and circled, and the surrounding temperature dropped dramatically, as if severe cold was coming, and it was incomparably austere. It was none other than the Luo family martial art, the cold ice soul hunting gun. Under this gun, even a 9th level Qi gathering martial artist would be attacked by the cold ice gas.
making it difficult for Xian Qi to operate. 10% of his strength, at most 70 to 80%. As for, with Su Lier's cultivation of the 5th level of Qi gathering, with this shot alone, you will surely perish, and there is no second possibility. Pretend I don't exist? A faint figure, as if stepping out from the void, silently surfaced in front of Su Lier. Lu Chenxian, the former Green Sky Immortal Domain, the strongest god of war, stood in front of the bloodless-faced Su Lier, indifferently gazing at the oncoming silver cold light. Since you can't wait to jump out and find death, then I will fulfill you. The words fell. A palm swung out. Chapter 16, you guys, let's go together. Lu Chenxuan's slap. How powerful is it? Might is not to be taken for granted. If it was 3 days ago, with a first-level cultivation of Qi gathering, casting such a light palm might not have been enough to kill the Ninth Realm's Luo Shua. However, it's a good thing that you can't see the other side of the coin. Within these 3 days, Lu Chenxuan's chaotic heaven-swallowing skill's first layer had already been refined, and he had even devoured the strand of pure immortal power left behind by the easy immortal king Xiao Dingtian. Within the Dantian, the small purple and gold dragon circled and flew, and the purple and gold dragon breath gulped and spat, flowing through all the limbs and bones, infusing the whole body's orifices. It appeared to be just a casual strike, but in reality, it contained the chaotic heaven-swallowing power that dominated the world. Even if it was only the first level of Qi gathering, what was exerted was a terrifying power that was unimaginable to ordinary martial artists. The dryness is reversed. Under the pressure of this seemingly ordinary palm force, the 8-foot silver spear that Luo Shujiu stabbed out head-on actually looked like it had suffered its own backlash. In an instant, a cold light flashed against the surface, eroding the entire body of the gun. Click! The silver spear crumbled and the cold gas exploded. On the blood battle stage, under the eyes of all the people in Sanqing City, the Luo family's first genius, Luo Shua, who possessed the 9th level of Qi gathering cultivation, the entire body stopped in midair. He, in fact, had been frozen alive into an ice sculpture by the cold ice Xian Qi he had exerted. Lifespan destroyed. One blow kills. With the 9th level of Qi gathering cultivation, the body was certainly strong. But, facing the full force of a person of the same realm, he still didn't dare to use his physical body to carry it hard. It was only because, in the ordinary martial arts, the defensive power of one's own body was far less than the power of attacking and killing. This also leads to, the silver pistol Luo Shua, who was famous in the 3 green cities, had died in such an unimaginable manner under his own mastery of the jutsu. Luo, frozen? No, he's dead. The scene that happened earlier was too fast and too sudden. So much so that it wasn't until Luo's lance crumbled and his body froze that the crowd gradually reacted. Immediately, there was a long, dead silence, striking and jaw-dropping. Just 3 days ago, Lu Chenxian had crossed over to kill, first executing the 8th level Li Songwang, and then beheading the 9th level by Wuming, and the news had long spread inside and outside of Sanqing City. However, the strength of Silver Lance Luo was by no means comparable to Li Songwang and Bai Wuming. Although the difference in realm is not great, Luo Shua's natural talent is outstanding, far beyond his peers. Even some sex martial artists of the same realm would not be a match under his silver spear. Such a young genius, the Luo family has high hopes. If nothing goes wrong, it may even be possible to win the competition in one fell swoop. But right now, and yet the death was so simple, so worthless. Sure, an angry and frantic mournful roar erupted from the viewing platform not far away. Luo family's old master, Yuan Dan triple powerhouse, Luo Sihai. A cold aura raged all over his body, killing intent rose up to the sky, and his old, tearful, cloudy eyes stared deathly at the figure on the bloody battle stage. Lu Chunxian. This person has the audacity to kill the Luo family genius in public, killing his most precious grandchild. If it wasn't for the barrier of the large formation light wall, he was afraid that he would have already rushed onto the blood battle stage and thwarted Lu Chenxian and dismantled him. Old family master Luo, be at ease. Beside him, the South Mountain emissary merely frowned before speaking in a condensed voice. This son of Lu Chenxian has strange means, and this messenger also has some surprises. But, the good show is still behind. Good show. Luo Sihai was panting like a cow, and the color of madness in his eyes calmed down a little. Above the blood battle stage, there was the ancient wind. There was also Li Changkong, the genius of the Li clan, and 50 to 60 cold martial artists. Today's main event has just begun. No matter how capable Lu Chenxian is, today, it will be difficult to escape death, and will definitely let him die on the blood battle stage. Reversing cold chi, killing with one palm. Lu Chenxian, you really didn't let this young man down. On the blood battle stage, Gu Feng's gaze flickered slightly, and there was a flash of sternness under his eyes that grew thicker and thicker. Killing a weakling would not give him much of a sense of accomplishment. The stronger and fiercer Lu Chenxian acted,
the more excited Gu Feng became. Only killing such an opponent would give him the greatest satisfaction. It was also more able to prove to the world that he, Gu Feng, was the first genius of the younger generation in Sanqing City or even the entire Luoyang County, and deservedly so. Morning Zhen, brother-in-law. On the other side, behind Lu Chenxian, Su Lier and Su Yu's siblings, the shock on their faces did not recede for a long time. Thrilled, yet overjoyed, they had long known that Lu Chenxuan's strength was profound, and that he might still be holding back when he killed Li Songwang and Bai Wuming earlier. However, he never expected that he would be able to do a one-strike kill in the face of Silver Gun Luo, who was strong enough to crush his peers. What kind of shock is that? Simply appalling. Lu Chenxian, no wonder he is so arrogant. My cousin, grandfather and cousin, the death is not unfair. Among the crowd of the blood battle stage, Li Changkong's fists vibrated, his red iron fist sleeves blazing with fire. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and slowly licked his somewhat dry and cracked lips, and an incomparably appalling color of bloodlust gradually rose in his eyes. This is due to the cause of the Kung Fu, Gong Fu grade, Heaven and Earth, Xian Huang. Each grade is divided into high school and low 3 steps. As for the Li family, which had been based in Sanqing City for hundreds of years, it had inherited 2 major yellow level techniques, both of which had reached the middle level of the yellow level, the Deadwood Secrets, the fiery arcane technique. For example, Li Songwang, with average martial arts qualifications, could only choose to cultivate the slightly weaker Deadwood skill. As for Li Changkong, his talent was outstanding, and his physique was even harder to see in 100 years, which was a perfect match for the blazing fire Xian Gong. Once this technique was accomplished, the bloodthirsty killing intent was very amazing, and the fiery Xian Qi infused into the meridians could even weaken the feeling of pain, making the time of fighting even more crazy. When you meet your opponent, you don't die, just killed one. There are 57 more on the stage. A palm strike killed Silver Lance Luo Shua. Lu Chenxuan's heart had no ripples, his face as calm as ever. My time is too valuable to compete with you. You wait. All together. When he said these words, his gaze was indifferent and his eyes were devoid of any semblance of emotion, as if he wasn't facing a group of chi-gathering martial artists, but rather like an insignificant mass of air, the strongest war god in the immortal world. When you're on top of a mountain, you can see all the mountains, and they, without even enjoying the scenery at the foot of the mountain, it is naturally impossible to imagine the magnificent weather at the top. It was likewise impossible to imagine what kind of state of mind Lu Chenxian would be in at this moment. What? Challenging all of us? Ha ha, brat, you're really seeking death yourself. At this moment, Li Changkong's bloodthirsty killing intent had long since reached the extreme. His entire body was surging with fire, and his voice was filled with rage. On, kill them, Lu Chenxian, you, give me, your life. Boom! The herd is rising up and attacking. In the entire blood battle stage, apart from Gu Feng, a full 55 chill sect martial artists of the 4th and 5th level of Qi gathering, plus Li Changkong, a powerful person of the 9th level of Qi gathering, each executed their strongest martial skill at the same time. Fiery inflammatory strength, cracking gold fist, mountain destroying palm, whistling wind through the heart kick. 56 Qi gathering martial artists, emitting powerful martial skills that were enough to shake the blood battle stage, were like a rolling torrent, unstoppable. The sound of strong wind whistling, toward the corner of the platform, toward Lu Chenxian, whose face was bland, toward Su Lier, who was already blushing behind him, and Su Yu, whose face was full of white, shrouded. Chapter 17, The Great Luo Heavenly Voice. Since then, the Nanshan sect had been created for more than 600 years, and the triennial Nanshan Grand Competition had been held more than 200 times. And yet the current scene has never occurred. Outnumbered to the point of disparity. 56 Qi-gathering martial artists joined forces to deal with 3 people. Dozens of strong martial arts, dozens of Xian Qi pikes, coalesced with each other to form a sonorous Xian Qi torrent, which was already infinitely close to the might of a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse's strike. That's a qualitative change. It was a terrifying attack that was enough to kill the 9th level of Qi gathering in seconds. Under such a powerful attack, Su Lier and Su Yu, the siblings who were only at the 4th or 5th level of Qi gathering, had long been as if their hearts were dead and filled with despair. The monstrous torrent of Xian Qi that enveloped their heads simply didn't even give them a chance to escape. In an instant, in the middle of their line of sight, dozens of cold sect martial artists, as well as the bloodthirsty caricatured smile on Li Changkong's face, had approached at a rapid pace. Done. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Su Lier's delicate body trembled slightly, her hands and feet were cold, and there was no way to resist. Su Yu was even more dumbfounded in place, hopelessly waiting for the impending end of death. It's just what no one expected. Buzz! In the next instant,
A sound wave of sound visible to the naked eye was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, spreading out layers of ripples, and in an instant, it resounded throughout the entire blood battle stage. Dala sky sound. With a calm gaze, Lu Chenxian leaned forward, his lips vibrating slightly. From his mouth, there was a pale golden halo looming, and the throat area was flashing with an arcane runic pattern, as if it contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, triggering an incredible arcane power. On the blood battle stage, a moment before, the tide was rising and the killing machines were all over the place. This moment, however, suddenly turned calm, except for the city lord Sun Gufeng, who had already been ranked in the Yuan Dan realm. Everyone else, all of them stood rigidly still. Everyone, including Li Changkong of the 9th level of Qi gathering, each and every one of them maintained their previous striking positions, presenting a horrifying image of complete stillness on the blood battle stage, and the Xian Qi torrent that they jointly blasted out was even more like a broken mirror, under the cleansing of the golden sound wave, minute by minute, inch by inch, rapidly dissolving and vaporizing. Eventually it disappears completely, as if it was never there. You, too weak. Lu Chenxian faintly shook his head before stepping forward, walking in front of Li Changkong in the middle of this bizarre still image. Reach, gently pinching the latter's throat, his 5 fingers retracted and released. Ka-ching, neck bones shattered, blood sprayed wildly from his throat, the shocked color in Li Changkong's eyes then dimmed, and his head hung down limply. The Li family's first genius of the younger generation, Li Changkong, straight up broken necks, killed on the spot. No, Li Liahu, who was on the viewing gallery, swooped down to the bottom of the blood battle stage. His behavior was even more tyrannical than Luo Sihai's, as if he was a maddened and crazy tiger, letting out the sound of sobbing blood and hissing. One punch, another punch. Against the light wall of the formation that was shrouded beyond the blood battle stage, he sent out a powerful continuous bombardment, and on the surface of the light wall, he smashed out a deafening and astonishing sonic boom. Unfortunately, under the protection of the formation, even a peak Yuan Dan 9 strongman could not break through, and Li Liahu, who was only a Yuan Dan triple, was even more difficult to shake the slightest bit. Lu Chenxian, you deserve to die. Deserve to die. Howling up to the sky, Li Liahu's pale body trembled with rage and urgency. How the hell did he do that? Lu Chenxuan's realm, by the looks of it, was that of a minuscule mole cricket, with only a pitiful first level of Qi gathering. But how strong is he? To what extent? Earlier, that sound wave martial arts skill was as terrifying as this, easily suppressing everyone on the blood battle stage, and even more so, like destroying the Xuanqi piles that the crowd had jointly blasted out. It's incredible. Lu Chenxian, also on the viewing gallery, the Nanshan venerable envoy, Luo Sihai, city lord Gu Chang, and even the peak Yuan Dan 9th level Jinhua General Taimu Chun. The faces of many Yuan Dan martial artists were different, and there was a full of doubt flickering in their eyes. Sonic martial arts. How long has it been since we've been in Sanqing City? Of the 9 major cities in Luoyang County, Sanqing City ranked in the middle of the pack, and although there weren't many geniuses born in the past 100 years, they each had their own unique characteristics. However, in all the South Mountain Grand competitions, no one had ever performed any sonic wave martial skills. Only 100 years ago, in Luoyang County, there was once a supreme genius who successfully won the South Mountain competition with a move called Shocking Heavenly Thunder Tiger Roar, defeating the crowd. However, even the Shocking Thunder Tiger Roar only caused a certain degree of impact to the opponent's sea of consciousness, thus gaining the upper hand in the battle. And Lu Chenxian, with an open-mouthed roar, he actually bound the movements of Li Changkong and the other 56 people and dissolved their joint attack? Simply appalling, even unheard of. At this moment, both Gu Chang and Nanshan Honorable Envoy could not help but jump violently inside. Perhaps, bullying such a character is not a wise move. This, how? On the blood battle stage, Su Lier's siblings had also returned to their senses. The two of them glanced at each other, and both of them saw on the other's face the ecstasy of the aftermath of the robbery. Just more than that, it was an intense shock that could not be concealed. Lu Chenxian, surprisingly, he has once again accomplished the incredible feat of completing an unimaginable come-from-behind shutout. I don't dare to say that there is no one after, but, definitely, there is no one before. The weak are always weak and the strong are always strong. A faint voice sounded softly in the ears of the siblings. Lu Chenxian stood in front of Li Changkong's corpse, indifferently gazing at the group of cold sect martial practitioners who were about to resume their actions, his gaze like an ancient well. It's better to be a weakling and live out the rest of your life in peace than to be taken advantage of and give away your own life in vain. As the words fell, he raised his hand and flicked it. Chaos swallows the sky. Deep in the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon let out a cheerful dragon roar, and then its head and tail joined together, once again transforming into a devouring vortex. The power of devouring,
radiating out. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Chenxian just swung his palm up, and an invisible Xian Qi crisscrossed across the sky, hitting the dantian and the small abdomen of those cold sect martial artists with incomparable accuracy. All 55 people were spewing blood from their mouths, obviously having their dantian blown through and their martial arts cultivation wasted. Actually, the martial spirit rhythm contained within their carapace had been swallowed up by the small purple gold dragon in its entirety, dissolving rapidly in the center of the vortex, and the purple and gold dragon body also showed some changes, imperceptibly, slightly growing that much bigger. Chen Xian didn't kill them. Behind her, Su Lier's eyes couldn't stop blinking, and her admiration was obvious. He's strong, but he was by no means a vicious and murderous man. These martial artists from the cold sect, who originally had no qualifications to ascend the blood battle stage, had followed the orders of Gu Feng, Li Changkong, and the others after they had ascended the stage, and had dealt a severe blow to the Su family. Hateful, to be sure, but not without pity. Lu Chenxian didn't kill them all, he just abolished their cultivation and left them alive. It can be considered a net of leniency. Sonic martial arts. Interesting, it does get a little interesting. At this moment, on the huge blood battle stage, excluding Lu Chenxian and Su Lier's siblings, the only ones left standing were the last of the talented youngsters. The first proud son of Sanqing City, the son of the city lord, Gu Feng. His gaze slowly swept over Lu Chenxian, the sneer at the corner of his mouth growing thicker and thicker. This sonic wave martial skill, I believe, is your last card? Unfortunately, before the words fell, Gu Feng's feet steeply stepped on the ground. Dan light erupted. A light golden Yuan Dan light rushed out from the top of his head, slowly forming a somewhat blurred golden Dan shadow. He is Yuan Dan Realm. Chapter 18, Surrender Without a Fight? Yuan Dan Realm. If this house lord remembers correctly, the young city lord is only 17 years old this year? It's even a year younger than that year's supreme genius, Yi Jingtao, a 17-year-old Yuan Dan Realm. After 100 years, my three green city has actually given birth to such a character once again. Yuan Dan Realm. On the viewing platform, various family heads, martial arts seniors, and even unusual martial artists. Apart from the few people who had known about this matter for a long time, everyone else was looking at the golden Dan shadow floating above Gu Feng's head from afar, and on their faces, endless shocks flowed out. Even Sanqing City's #1 powerhouse, a peak Yuan Dan 9th gravity expert, Jinhua General Tai Mu-chun, similarly appeared to be in lingering shock. Ancient style, he's only 17. Even Tai Mu-chun himself, born into a famous family, had reached the age of 24 when he first broke through the chi-gathering bottleneck and succeeded in the Yuan Dan realm. Without a special chance, his martial cultivation could only stop at Yuan Dan, and it was impossible for him to step into a higher level. Ancient winds, however, are promising. Once he became an inner disciple, under the careful cultivation of the Nanshan sect, in time, achieving above Yuan Dan might not be too difficult. Such a genius, such potential, already possessed the capital to make the South Mountain sect pay attention. It's no wonder Tai Mu-chun's gaze landed on top of the bespectacled venerable envoy of Nanshan, Yuan Dan realm, young city Lord Gu, actually already among the Yuan Dan realm. In front of the viewing platform, Su Chenglong's face was pale and his body involuntarily shivered. Despair, bone-deep despair. Since the beginning of the grand competition and everything that had happened on the blood battle stage, all the doubts in his heart were finally completely solved at this moment. Why is the silver spear? Luo Shujiu, pointing at Lu Chenxian with the intention of killing him? And why would those martial artists from the cold sect recklessly disregard moral righteousness and join forces to besiege Lu Chenxian and the Lier siblings? And then there was Gu Feng. Why had he remained a spectator, unmoved by the amazing strength Lu Chenxian had displayed? Today, everything has been answered. Simply because he was in the Dan Yuan realm. It was a supreme genius that was enough to become an inner disciple of the South Mountain sect, enough to be valued by the higher echelons of the sect, and was second to none for 100 years. Such a genius, even the high and mighty venerable envoy of the Southern Mountain would have to be impressed. Venerable envoy of South Mountain goes to Su family, gives order of South Mountain. Select 3 outstanding sons of the Su family to participate in the South Mountain competition. It's not a so-called favor at all. It's an outright phallic conspiracy. Ancient wind, I'm afraid that he has already colluded with venerable envoy Nanshan to publicly execute Lu Xinchen and Lier siblings in front of countless people in Sanqing City. On this bloody battle stage, Yuan Dan, how could he be a Yuan Dan powerhouse? On the blood battle stage, Su Lier's petite body was shivering, and above her pretty face, an unspeakable bitterness flowed out. It's hopeless. In the 2 previous battles, the amazing strength that Lu Chenxian had displayed was enough to delight her and make her look up to him. But, Gu Feng was actually at the Yuan Dan realm. Wudao cultivation, strict hierarchy, within the same realm, can be called a heavy layer of heaven, every 3 times, and there is a difference between the watershed. The gap between the great realms, however, was like a rift valley, which no one could overcome at all. At least, among the Su family's canonical records, someone who could challenge across great realms had never appeared in Luoyang County since ancient times. Really, none of them, sister. Besides Su Lier, the cold iron greatsword that Su Yu had originally gripped tightly in his hand was already hanging down powerlessly. The fight is all but gone. As a son of the Su family, the heart of bravery is unrelenting, even when facing a strong enemy like Luo Shujiu and Li Changkong. Even though they know they will not be defeated, they still dare to fight to the death. However, in the face of Gu Feng, who had risen to the Yuan Dan realm, not to mention Su Yu, even for this brother-in-law Lu Chenxian, who had created miracles many times, he had no hope. Gathering Qi 1, challenging a Yuan Dan powerhouse at a higher level? This, I'm afraid, is the biggest joke in the world? Ha, ha, it's a feeling that's really, really wonderful. The corners of Gu Feng's lips rose as he walked step by step towards the 3. His gaze scanning the reaction of Tai Mu Chun on the viewing platform, the color of arrogance on his face growing stronger and stronger. The breakthrough to Yuan Dan had never been announced to the public. Why is that? Wasn't the purpose to make a splash today and shake up the whole Sanqing city? What 3 great families, what martial arts geniuses, all had to prostrate themselves at the feet of his Gu Feng. Xinhua General Tai Mu Chun, the #1 powerhouse in Sanqing city, had come to the door to shock the city lord's mansion before? Now a question for you. 17 years old at the Yuan Dan realm. Are you scary yet? Lu Chenxian, Gu Feng, who felt that he had already won, stopped at a position about 10 paces away from the 3 Su family members. The sound wave martial skill, while certainly noteworthy, is only a small sculpture under my Yuan Dan realm cultivation. If you don't have a stronger bottom card, then, this young man will send the 3 of you now on your way. A 17-year-old Yuan Dan realm? This kind of talent, in this earthly world may be rare to see, can be placed in the immortal world Ziwei dynasty? Afraid to be countless people laugh off teeth. The frog in the well is pathetic and ridiculous, incompetent yet so ignorant and arrogant. Then, kill. Lu Chenxian didn't care about Gu Feng's provocation. His right index finger gently raised, a golden light shadow condensed, and he was about to strike immediately. But in the next instant, change comes steeply. Wait. Su Chenglong on the viewing platform's eyes were red, and his face sank as he shouted, "Our Su family admits defeat." What? Lu Chenxuan's eyebrows lifted, and the momentum of his strike was slightly stalled. Chen Xian, Yuan Dan, is unbeatable. Su Chenglong let out a hiss in a humiliating voice. This family master knows that this move may thwart your sharpness, but you do not know the horror of the Yuan Dan realm. The 9th level of Qi gathering is a world apart from Yuan Dan, and it is simply impossible to compare with it. Lier and Yuer, although they are the closest bloodline of this family head, but Chen Xian Yu, are the only hope for the rise of my Su family? Surrender without a fight. This humiliation, I, Su Chenglong, will bear it for you. I want you alive. Poof. It's so heartfelt that it sounds like blood. Su Chenglong fell to his knees and began to kowtow to venerable envoy Nanshan and city lord Guchang. The Su family is based in Sanqing City and has been passed down for hundreds of years. The ancestors are brave and fearless, and all of the Su family's children are good and strong. However, in order to preserve Lu Chenxuan's life, the contemporary family head, Su Chenglong, was willing to be laughed at, and even threw down the face of the family, kneeling down and kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. This thought, sad, honorable, and sad. Su Chenglong, is your Su family really going to surrender without a fight? No way. The Su family has even fallen so low. The ancient Wind Young City Lord is only one person, while your Su family's children have as many as 3, and with the many fighting the few, you actually don't even have the courage to make a move? If Su Haotian is still alive, I'm afraid that he will be angered by your ungrateful son or grandson. Spitting out 3 liters of blood and dying a violent death, Li Liehu and Luo Sihai, who were not far from the side, kept sneering with cold words. Some of the other family heads and martial artists were also scrambling to be the first to fall into the well, taking this opportunity to tend to the trend, and trying their best to please the city lord Guchang, who was full of complacency. The situation is stronger than the people. Having given birth to such a heavenly pride like Gu Feng, the status of the city lord's mansion could be imagined. Even the Xinhua General Tai Mu Chun had to avoid a 17-year-old Yuan Dan genius in front of him. Lord Honorable Ambassador, Lord of the city. The ridicule and mockery initiated by the crowd was unmoved by Su Chenglong, who fell to his knees and couldn't stop kowtowing to venerable envoy Nanshan and Guchang. In my capacity as the head of the Su family, I renounce this grand competition. I will offer my Su family's ancestral wind and rain map, and I only ask that the 2 lords be sure to be gracious. Chapter 19, Heaven and Earth as Witnesses. Cain. Venerable Envoy Nanshan and Gu Chang looked at each other, and underneath their eyes, all of them showed a color of contemptuous sneer. And now you're begging for forgiveness on your knees? Late. Lu Chenxian, although not Su family children, but Su family son-in-law, lips and teeth, related. 3 days ago, first executing Li Tsangwang and then killing Bai Woming had long since completely offended the Li family and the city lord's residence. Today's South Mountain competition in killing Luo Shuji and Li Changkong made Gu Feng show his cards, so how could he be spared? Family Master Su isn't joking, is he? Gu Chang laughed, the bottom of his eyes full of taunts. Your son-in-law Lu Chenxian, martial arts talent is incredible, and proficient in sonic martial arts. Such a genius. Where is the need for your excellency and this city lord to show mercy? This. Su Chenglong knelt on the ground, his body shaking slightly, a heart instantly sinking to the bottom. You have to cut the grass to get to the bottom of it? In today's battle, the strength displayed by Chen Xian was too shocking, and with such a talent, wouldn't Gu Chang let it grow? Obviously in his heart, he has moved to kill. Su Chenglong heart chills, but still stored the last trace of fluke, wailing and praying, Su family would like to offer the wind and rain map. Ha! Without waiting for Su Chenglong to finish, a snort escaped Gu Chang's mouth. Offering up a storm chart? As long as you kill Lu Chenxian, the Su family will no longer be able to rise, and Gu Feng becomes an inner disciple of the Nanshan sect. The status of the city lord's office will rise, and even the town guard general Taimuchun will not have to put in his eyes anymore. The wind and rain map, isn't it still in your pocket? Su Chenglong, now that it's come to this city lord won't hide anything from you. While transmitting his voice, Gu Chang laughed lowly and coldly, his mockery showing through. If you recognize the time early and offer the wind and rain map with your hands, this city lord may not be unable to be lenient. Yet now, it's too late. Too late? No, there's still a chance. At this moment, Su Chenglong stood up in a prancing manner, twisting his body to stare deathly at the blood battle stage in front of him, letting out a hiss. Chen Xian, this family master's resolve is set. Our Su family admits defeat. It's a last resort. The South Mountain competition had not yet ended, and in the competition, as long as one side conceded defeat, the other side would naturally advance smoothly and could not continue to fight. Surrendering without a fight, willingly admitting defeat, only then could the lives of Lu Chenxian and Su Lier's siblings be preserved. On the blood battle stage, Gu Feng raised his eyebrows, and seemingly without realizing it, a touch of sinister ferocity overflowed from the bottom of his eyes. It's not that cheap, surnamed Lu. If you want to mete out your life, it's not impossible for me to fulfill it. Gu Feng, who smiled grimly, stood on both feet and spoke in a sneering voice. Lu Chenxian, as long as you and Su Lier's siblings drill through this young man's crotch, this young man can forget about it and let the three of you live. The opportunity has been given to you, but don't know any better. Crotchet. Extremely humiliating. The practice of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. One needs to be fearless and daring. If you are willing to settle for less, the heart of the martial arts will certainly be frustrated, even if the talent is unlimited. In the future, it will be lost to the masses, and will no longer be able to pose much of a threat to him. Ancient Wind. It's a red-hot phallic conspiracy. Mr. Gu is truly brilliant. In that case, even if Lu Chenxian saves this little life, with his heart of martial arts damaged, he won't be able to achieve much in the future. Killing is too much to allow him to say no. Li Liehu and Luo Sihai on the viewing platform couldn't wait for Lu Chenxian to die immediately. Some of the other martial artists, on the other hand, directly crossed their thumbs and greeted the father and son of Gu Chang in every way possible. Some people even cast their eyes towards the trembling Su Chenglong, their mockery undisguised. Su family decadence has become a foregone conclusion. Even if Lu Chenxian, lucky not dead, can only bear the crotch of humiliation, such as the loss of the dog general lingering. Morning Gen. On the blood battle stage, Su Lier's delicate body shivered as she stared tightly at the broad back in front of her, unable to help but weep, her gaze incomparably miserable. This is truly desperate. Facing the Yuan Dan realm's Gu Feng, whether he fought or surrendered, the ending would be no different. He, the city lord's son, Gu Feng, is to abolish the Su family's hope and Chen Xian's future in full view of the public in this Sanqing city. Abolish everything in the Su family. At this moment, the focus of the entire crowd, Lu Chenxian, but the curtains are lowered, eyes hidden in a few points of frustration. For Gu Feng's clamor, naturally, it wasn't even taken to heart by him in the slightest. What Lu Chenxian was thinking in his heart at the moment also had nothing to do with this South Mountain competition. Su Chenglong, the head of the Su family, preferred to throw away his dignity and kneel down to beg Gu Chang to save his own life. How could he not be moved by such love? Just like the South Realm King Nan Wushuang, who did not hesitate to burn the heart of the Realm King in the moment of crisis, in order to fight for a ray of hope for him. This Su family, worth guarding. After a split second of frustration, Lu Chenxian straightened his body, and his voice was like a thunderclap that boomed over this heaven and earth. You, Su family, treat me with sincerity, and I shall return the favor with sincerity. With heaven and earth as my witness, I, Lu Chenxian, will definitely make the name of the Su family to shake the heavens and the worlds, casting the foundation of immortality for the ages. Click, rumble. As Lu Chenxian uttered these words, lightning flashed and the heavens and earth resonated. The martial oath he had made had actually triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. The sky was drenched in haze, and the weather was magnificent, lasting for several breaths of time over the blood battle stage. What's going on? Above and below the blood battle stage, countless people changed color in unison, and even venerable envoy Nanshan couldn't help but tighten his brows. In the bottom of his eyes, a great shock flowed. Heaven and earth as proof. Martial arts oath. Lu Chenxian. What kind of virtue and ability did this person have that actually triggered the heaven and earth's strange omen, causing such a magnificent spectacle? Windy. Not far from the side, Gu Chang was equally horrified, and after a short period of shock, he couldn't even be bothered to transmit his voice, letting out a loud bellow. This son can't be kept. You, immediately go all out. To kill him. Kill. On the blood battle stage, Gu Feng, whose face was originally filled with shock, heard Gu Chang's furious cry and his face steeply clouded over. His right hand vainly clenched into a claw, golden light erupting from the center of his palm as if he was holding a ball of piercing gazes, and he blasted down towards Lu Chenxian with a fast and incomparable palm. Yellow-grade high-level martial skill, Great Sun Golden Sun Palm. To execute this martial skill at the Yuan Dan realm, it already possessed the power to open mountains and crack rocks, and even the tall stone walls of the three cyanide cities' moat could be easily shattered. Duck, Chen Xian, quickly admit defeat. Su Chenglong, Su Chengfeng, and the Su family members in the viewing gallery all let out shouts of terror. As for Su Lier and Su Yu's siblings, they were enveloped by the huge power of the Great Sun Golden Yang Palm as if it was a titanic pressure, shivering and trembling, almost about to fall to their knees on the ground. In his mouth, he couldn't even make a sound. Yuan Dan Realm Ah. Facing Gu Feng's dominating palm force, Lu Chenxian was the only one who shook his head lightly. After spitting out 4 words, he raised his right hand, his index finger extended, and pointed forward in the air. The strongest war god in the immortal world, one of the self-created martial arts. Dala, prisoner of Heaven Finger. Chapter 20. He doesn't deserve it. Dala, prisoner of Heaven Finger. It was self-created by Lu Chenxian in the past, 10,000 years ago, during the Great War of the 10,000 races in the celestial immortal region. The strongest devil, Mo Wuji, led 10 million devils and slaughtered them in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. At that time, Lu Chenxian was leading a million Xian heavenly army in the final showdown with the demon race. The Ziwei immortal dynasty is empty inside. Bei Meiwei personally put on his armor and teamed up with the 4 realm kings to defend the enemy. A lineup that was nothing short of luxurious. However, under the monstrous demonic might of Devil Wuji, it was still slightly inferior by half. At this critical juncture, the easy immortal king, Xiao Ding Tian, who had never participated in the immortal world's battles, quietly descended on the 10,000 races battlefield, and with a Xian Tian treasure talisman, sealed the Devil Wuji in place for a full 3 months. And this Xian Tian Baofu, it was Lu Chenxuan's hand that refined the great Luo imprisoning heavenly finger, and Xiao Ding Tian performed it on his behalf, ultimately reversing the tide of battle. At this moment, Lu Chenxian has long since not been the former immortal world's first god of war, the great Luo prisoner of Heaven Finger. It is even more difficult to play out 1/1000th of the power of the heyday. However, Great Sun Golden Yang Palm, District Yellow Level High Level Martial Arts, under the Dala prisoner of Heaven Finger, but it is simply not enough to see that's. As Lu Chenxian pointed a finger in the air, the crowd in the surrounding spectator seats were all stunned, and then their jaws dropped. Actually, Chambers, on the blood battle stage, a faint purple golden cage loomed, released precisely from the fingertips of Lu Chenxuan's right hand, and the golden light palm force that Gu Feng blasted out exploded in the cage like a trapped beast roaring, shaking the entire blood battle stage. Within an instant, it was actually difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, it really didn't let me down. Lu Chenxian lifted his finger in vain, and between the flashes of his gaze, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Success. The reason why he didn't immediately execute a killing martial skill, but instead used the great Luo imprisoning heavenly finger, was precisely to try it out. Try this chaotic heaven swallowing skill, whether it is really as the original heaven swallowing godlord said, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. Nothing is swallowed. One try. In the purple gold cage, the golden yang palm power that Gu Feng had blasted out was certainly fierce, but under the devouring vortex, it quickly returned to its source and turned back into quite pure Yuan Dan power, devouring and absorbing it, turning it to your own use. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Tao Lord prisoner condensed out of the purple gold dragon breath slowly dissipated. The palm force of the ancient wind has long been absorbed by the chaos swallowing skill. To Lu Qinxian body within the purple and gold small dragon, added a trace of thriving. What's going on? Is he using a martial art or a spirit weapon? The young city lord's Yuan Dan strike was actually diffused by Lu Qinxian? It's hard to tell the difference between the two sides. On the observation seat, Li Liahu, Luo Sihai, Nanshan Honorable Envoy, and even the town general Taimo Chun, all of them couldn't help but suck in cool air, and their gazes towards Lu Qinxian changed once again. Shocked, stoned, bewildered, fierce, cold. How the hell did he do that? With the first level of Qi gathering cultivation, kill Li Tsongwan, kill Bai Wuming, kill Luo Shuji, Li Chongkong. Now, it actually blocked the Yuan Dan realm Gufeng's pouring palm? What kind of genius could accomplish such a feat? Sanqing City, and even the entire Luoyang County, had never appeared in the last 300 years. Morning Zhen, brother-in-law, behind Lu Qinxian, the Su Lier siblings, who were shocked by the pressure of the great sun Golden Yang palm power, slowly raised their heads at this moment, looking at the sturdy back that blocked the domineering strike for them. Unprecedented shock flowed from the eyes of both of them. He did, with an unheard of mysterious martial skill, he defused Gu Feng's killing move, the first level of the Qi gathering realm, crossing a large rank, and fighting with Gu Feng to a draw. Is this a miracle? Distinctly miraculous. A miracle that only Lu Qinxian could do. The current scene that occurred caused Su Chenglong to be somewhat baffled for a moment. However, only moments later, he let out another wild cry. Chen Xian, be careful. Ancient Wind still has the bottom card unused. At this moment, Su Chenglong was no longer hard-pushing Lu Qinxian to admit defeat. The bottom card? In the next moment, the crowd's hearts and minds shook, abruptly awakening from the previous shock. The eyes, too, once again fell on Gu Feng in the blood battle stage. The latter's face was grim, and his right hand touched the left side of his waist. There, an ancient, flat, long knife was worn. The light converged within, and the cold aura at the mouth of the sheath was hidden. Obviously a very extraordinary divine weapon. Golden Plume Blade. The Imperial Court gave the City Lord's mansion the city's town treasure, a top-grade yellow spiritual weapon. The Golden Plume Treasure Sword. This blade has killed several Yuandan experts, and the blade is stained with Yuandan blood qi, killing without a second thought. The Golden Plume Knife and the Piercing Cloud-splitting Gold Chop, both complement each other. The ancient City Lord has both passed this knife to the ancient Duke. Could it be Li Liahu, Luo Sihai, and the others? Their gazes coincidentally looked toward City Lord Gucheng. The latter's face, which had some seriousness to it, showed some smiles, while there was also a touch of proud color emerging. Sun ancient style. It was the greatest pride of his life. At the age of 17, advancing to Yuandan, he could be called the first person in Sanqing City in 100 years. The Imperial Court's heavenly grace had bestowed countless feats of martial arts. Among them, the yellow-level high-grade technique Golden Yang skill and the yellow-level peak martial skill Piercing Cloud-splitting Gold Chop, which Gu Feng had practiced since he was a child, had already ascended to the level of a small success. Using the skill to control the sword, together with a yellow-grade upper-grade spirit weapon, it was enough to exert a powerful power that crushed the same rank. Lu Qinxian, sword out, must die. On the blood battle stage, Gu Feng gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and slowly drew this long sword out. Lu Qinxian, amongst your peers, you're the first one who has the qualifications to make me draw my sword, to die under this blade. You are proud enough. Clank. The pathos of the sword. The long blade of the cool peacock plume-like spirit weapon actually emitted a substantial and ferocious avian chirp. There seemed to be some kind of spirit beast soul sealed in it, making the knife's ferocity more and more amazing. Chen Xian, you, behind Lu Qinxian. Su Lier bit her red lips tightly, and Su Yu similarly stepped forward, even though they knew that they were going to die in 9 lives. On the faces of the two of them, at this moment, instead, there was a trace of stubbornness that could not be wiped away. Here, the siblings reached out at the same time and handed their respective weapons to Lu Qinxian, an exquisite green-fronted longsword and a thick-backed cold iron greatsword, both of which were yellow-grade lower-grade spirit weapons. Su Lier's gaze was like fire, her words resounding. I can live and die with you without regret. With a sword, or with a knife? Lu Qinxian turned back to Su Lier with a faint smile, and raised his hand to pat Su Yu's tender shoulder again. A mere Yuandan martial artist. Why would I need to use my weapon? He doesn't deserve it. Chapter 21, Donkey's Dilemma? It's nothing more than that. Lu Xianqian's words caused an unusually odd color to appear on the faces of Su Lier, Su Yu, and even all the people watching the battle. Ancient style. Not worthy of his weapon? Does he know what he's talking about? First level of Yuan Dan realm. Huang grade high level technique golden yang skill. Peak martial arts skill piercing clouds and splitting gold chop. Plus this Huang grade top grade spiritual weapon stained with Yuan Dan's blood chi. At this moment, Gu Feng possessed a battle power no less than that of a Yuan Dan triple. As for Lu Xianchen, he only has a pitiful first level of chi gathering. Ignorant boy. Simply arrogant. My lord will let you see what true despair means. Gu Feng, who was so angry that his body was shaking a little, stood in a bow step across the room, the Yuan Dan shadow above his head rotating rapidly. A brilliant golden aura rose up and, in an instant, enveloped the golden plume blade in his hand. The blade shook and the air current raged. The magnificent saber chi of ferocious intent burst out from the blade as if it were a blood cloud covering the top, flickering uncontrollably on this bloody battle stage and converging into a huge 30-meter saber aura. It was the city lord's mansion's greatest skill, the cloud-piercing and gold-splitting chop. Chen Xian. Under the shroud of the blade, Su Lier's voice had an involuntary tremor in it. Su Yu's strength was even worse, and before the blade light descended, he had staggered back and fell to the ground. Right this moment, Lier, Su Yu, the two of you look carefully. Lu Chen, who was blocking in front of the two, had a calm gaze and a bland tone. Battling at a higher level is not something that cannot be done, and all the laws in the world have their flaws. Like Gu Feng's strike, the power is certainly still sloppy, but it has been storing power for too long, and the breakage is very obvious. If the two of you should fight, just so long as this. As the words fell, his foot stomped lightly. Boo! Xianqi stirred. A purple golden Xianqi shattered on. The power seemed to be mediocre, and even less fancy, and instantly shot to the front of Gu Feng's body. It's such a plain, unadorned blow. See only, a few feet ahead, Gu Feng's legs suddenly trembled. The posture of storing up strength was stalled, and the blade on that was condensed in the air, drastically began to shake. The 3 feet of blade light that was about to be swung down was actually turned into a piece of scattered blade gas in a moment, and then, it collapsed at speed. What? Li Liahu, Luo Sihai, and even the Nanshan venerable envoy and the city lord Gu Chang, all of them burst into color and stood up involuntarily. The peak yellow grade martial arts skill, piercing cloud splitting gold chop, actually, easily cracked by Lu Chenxian? How is this possible? What just happened? Su Changlong, on the other side, was equally dumbfounded. With his little cultivation, he was completely unable to comprehend how Gu Feng's unrivaled and shocking slash could have ended in such an unthinkable way. What's even more incredible is that, from the beginning to the end, Lu Chenxian was calm and relaxed, obviously having a good idea of what to do. In the face of such a terrible knife, he even had the leisure to speak out to Su Lier and Su Yu's siblings. Is he really still that muddled? Mute flunky, a martial arts loser at the first level of chi gathering? Everyone here, excluding the Nanshan venerable envoy who didn't know his cultivation level and the Jingwa general Taimuchun who was at the peak of Yuan Dan's 9th level, even the city lord Gu Chang who was at the 6th level of Yuan Dan, facing that blade of Gu Feng's party, he wasn't so careless about it. This can be. Chen Xian. Su Lier's pair of beautiful eyes erupted with a strange look. While Su Yu was breathing heavily and stood up from the ground with his butt, the two of them in close proximity not only saw it, but also felt it clearly. After Lu Chenxian made his move, the chi on the blood battle stage then changed, stirring up Gu Feng's Xianqi operation. It was as if the 4-2 catapults were destroying the 3-foot blade on that had yet to be completed. How easy is it to overrate a tree? However, the minuscule Xianqi shot out by Lu Chenxian hit Gu Feng's weakest point with incomparable precision. His grasp of the battlefield, his variation of moves, his sense of chi. It's like god-awful. No, it can't be. How could it be? On the opposite side of the blood battle stage, Gu Feng's gaze was stagnant as he looked down at the golden plume blade in his hand that was vibrating more than just a little, and for the first time, he had doubts about his own strength. He was a little incredulous. This move, piercing clouds and splitting gold chop, had been practiced for a long time, and had long been practiced with incomparable purity. Such a 10-9 secure all-out strike, practiced countless times of the winning jutsu, actually, worthless in front of Lu Chenxian? I told you, you are nothing more than that. Lu Chenxian had his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the son of the city lord whose aura had fallen to the bottom, his tone indifferent. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to improve Lier and Su Yu's practical combat skills, but now it seems that you are no longer qualified. In that case, then, go to hell. Lu Chenxuan's right hand was withdrawn from the back. An array of purple gold light flickered in the raised fingertips. An obscure and special pressure quietly descended. Just in the nick of time. Whoosh! Several air-breaking sounds spread out. The face of venerable envoy Nanshan on the grandstand was low, and with a wave of his robe sleeve,
All 12 lower-grade Shinshur stones that had been used to set up the Blood Battle Terrace formation had been withdrawn. The formation is lifted. As the arcane stone detached, the entire Blood Battle stage slightly initiated a tremor, and the egg-shaped wall of light that shrouded the sky above dissipated into thin air. On and off the stage, there was no longer any obstruction. Harpies, suffer death. Li Liehu and Luo Sihai's figures leapt onto the stage and landed in the center of the Blood Battle stage at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, forming an angle with Gu Feng. This series of changes all happened in a matter of moments. The two men had a ferocious light in their eyes as they stared at Lu Chenxian to death. At this moment, they disregarded the rules of the great competition again and visited the Blood Battle stage in person, collecting the might of the three Yuan Dan realms. The force presses. Lu Chenxian, Chapter 22, Crossing the Border. 1 against 3. The three great Yuan Dan, as Li Luo and his duo flew onto the stage. On the viewing gallery below, Su Chenglong's body shook, and then, powerlessly collapsed into his seat. In his eyes, the wisp of hopefulness that had just risen was gone. It's hopeless. Today, in the South Mountain competition, Lu Chenxian had already demonstrated his heavenly talent, and with his first level of cultivation at the Qi Gathering realm, he had crossed a large grade and crushed Gu Feng, who was holding the golden plume blade, available at. So what? At this moment, the Nanshan envoy was clearly biased in favor of the city lord's mansion, and even withdrew the defensive array and sent Lu Chenxian and Lier's siblings out. With Li Liehu and Luo Sihai's vindictive character, would they let the Lu Chenxian trio off easily? Arrogant geniuses with unparalleled qualifications. Even if Lu Chenxian was as strong as he was, how could he be a match for the three Yuan Dan realms? The Li Luo two families really can't wait to strike. On the viewing gallery, under the eyes of countless martial artists watching the battle, all of them showed a strong color of regret. Pity. Although Lu Chenxuan's realm was low, his strength was no less than that of a Yuan Dan powerhouse, and even compared to Gu Feng, with such talent, he should have won this grand competition in one fell swoop and become an inner disciple of the South Mountain sect. However, that high and mighty Nanshan venerable envoy, turning a blind eye to the situation, instead withdrew the large formation and allowed Li Liehu and Luo Sihai to ascend the Blood Battle stage. The deeper meaning of this is already self-evident. Between Gu Feng and Lu Chenxian, he chose the former, and the only Nanshan sect inner disciple slot. He was afraid that it would have long since fallen into Gu Feng's hands. Su Lier's beautiful eyes were forlorn, while Su Yu, despite his rage, finally disheveled and bowed his head, and the long coal iron sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Three major Yuan Dan realms. With such a lineup, even if the old family master Su Haotian was alive, it would be difficult to compete. Now their biggest dependence, Lu Chenxian. But the first level of Qi Gathering, successive strikes several times. The body of Xuanqi only fear has long been empty. The difference in strength between the two sides could only be described as a world of difference. This battle, absolutely no suspense. The scumbag named Li Liehu, Luo Sihai, the two veteran powerhouses approached Lu Chenxian step by step, their voices filled with resentment. You killed my sibling and beheaded my grandson. Your crime is unforgivable. My grandson Luo Shuhu is the future hope of my Luo family, but was killed with an evil method of this revenge. Do not share the sky. Today, the old man needs to thwart your bones and ashes. On the two old guys, there were already rolling Xian Qi that started to fluctuate. In this three-green city, Li Luo's two families stood firm, precisely because they had two people sitting in the town, firmly defending the family's majesty with their Yuan Dan realm third-level cultivation. However, today, the most valued offspring of the two families, the two major teenage geniuses, had all been killed by Lu Chenxuan's hands. This hatred is already immortal. And two people in the center position, the three-green city for 100 years, the youngest genius Gu Feng, the hands of the golden plume knife raised again, the bottom of the eyes, flashing out as if the color of substantial madness. Lu Chenxian, you destroyed my qi and broke my martial arts skills. This time, with the two great masters protecting me, let's see how you can crack the next blade. In an instant, a blade on rose up into the sky. On the side, the cold air was vast and the fire raged. At this moment, the three great Yuan Dan experts, at the same time, struck out with all their might. Above the heads of the three of them, the Yuan Dan's shadow rapidly flew around, and the pressure was like a mountain, a raging mass of morose white cold air, two fiery burning flame palm shadows, and a 3-foot blade that pierced the clouds and split the gold. Three distinctly different martial arts, carrying monstrous might, left blurry trajectories in the air, enveloping Lu Chenxian and Su Lier's siblings. With such an offense, it's quite something to see. Lu Chenxuan's left hand continued to be behind his back, and the index finger of his right hand was once again extended, as if pointing a finger. At the tip of his finger, a wisp of violet gold arcane light alternated between light and darkness,
and that obscure and special pressure descended once again. Dala. Silent fingers. Qingtian immortal world. The devil Wuji magic power over the world. No one in the Ziwei dynasty can be defeated. But was Lu Chenxian with a Xian Tian treasure talisman, with the Dala prisoner of heaven finger, sealed for 3 months long. While breaking free from the seal, Lu Chenxian had already led the Xian Tian army and returned triumphantly after defeating the demon race, the strongest devil, the first god of war. A head-to-head duel broke out. On that day, there was a silent immortal light floating in the void, reflecting the heavens and the world, the devil Wuji's successive strong magic, but in the light of the immortal light under the dissolution of all, and this silent immortal light, it was precisely one of Lu Chenxuan's 3 self-created martial arts, the great Luo's silent destruction finger. No, it can't be. At this moment, Li Liahu, Luo Sihai and Gu Feng, the 3 of them were completely stagnant, as if they had seen a bizarre scene that could never happen in their eyes. See only, in the midair of the blood battle stage, whether it was the white cold air, or the flaming palm shadow, or the red-blooded blade awnings that Gu Yuan had slashed out with his golden plume blade, under the reflection of this ray of silent purple light, they all disintegrated, and then merged into the void, dissolving into nothingness, as if the martial arts they inspired had never been seen before. Boo, boom, boom. 3 more deafening shocking sounds spread out. Li Liahu, Luo Sihai and Gu Feng, 3 people, mind and soul or silent purple light deterred, actually cannot raise the heart of resistance. Was Lu Chenxian swinging palm in the air, on the spot fanned backward flew out. The 3 figures were knocked out 7 or 8 feet away. Hey, my cultivation is still on the weak side. With a palm strike that sent the 3 flying, Lu Chenxuan's gaze gave a slight lurch, and his brow frowned inadvertently. The exertion of exerting the great Luo silent finger was too terrifying. In this way, the problem of lack of substance is immediately exposed. He was already vaguely aware of the feeling of emptiness coming from within his body. Several times today, during the period, although devouring dozens of cold sect martial artists Xian Qi to slightly replenish, but with this silent one-finger outburst, it has still been consumed. Now, even the originally living and breathing purple gold little dragon in the Dantian had a wan and sleepy look. Apparently, the exertion was too great. Since you are determined to deal with me, then, kill them all. Lu Chenxian took a few steps forward, his right hand once again raised, and in the center of his palm, a lingering purple gold xuanqi made a gesture to explode. Just for a moment, unbridled, dozens of feet away, Venerable Envoy Nanshan and City Lord Gucheng finally couldn't hold back. Both of them flew up at the same time. Little man, in front of the face of the old man, still dare to commit murder and hurt people? Today, can't keep you. Chapter 23, End of the Great Competition. With the appearance of Venerable Envoy Nanshan and City Lord Gucheng, all the people watching the battle around them had their hearts shaken and secretly shook their heads. Sure enough, today's great competition, Lu Chenxian was astonishing, and then astonishing again, accomplishing a pile of things that were absolutely impossible to accomplish. Even at the last moment, with a never-before-seen mysterious martial skill, he forcefully defeated the 3 Yuan Dan experts. With such a qualification, once it grows up, suppressing the city lord's mansion is only a matter of time. How ruthless was City Lord Gucheng? Would he not keep a tiger? Today, he would definitely take this opportunity to kill Lu Chenxian on the spot. As for the venerable ambassador of South Mountain, obviously already wearing the same pants as the ancient family. In other words, not killing Lu Chenxian would leave a thorn in the heart of even him, a high-status clan expert. The martial arts strength that Lu Chenxian had displayed was incredibly strong. Stop. And the moment the 2 flew onto the stage, a shocking explosive sound with a majestic aura exploded in the ears of the crowd. The peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm, the number 1 strongest person in Sanqing City, the town guard general, Tai Mu Chun. The figure was like a heavenly horse, rushing out of the viewing gallery in a flash. He actually came after him, faster and faster than Gucheng and Venerable Envoy Nanshan, landing on the blood battle stage first. A man can't be stopped by a man. Above its head, a Yuan Dan silhouette with flashing green light rose up, emitting a strong pressure that was enough to suppress everything. Tai Mu Chun's hand, but also more a cold light flashing long knife, around the body of the Fury, as if substantial. What are you going to do, Ironwood Chun? The figures of Gucheng and Venerable Envoy Nanshan similarly landed on the ground, and seeing this scene, Gucheng's eyes flinched as he glared angrily at Tai Mu Chun and said, "Could it be that you dare to disturb the grand competition and take the side of the murderer? Poof. There is still no Nanshan sect in your eyes." Tai Mu Chun was not moved at all. His gaze was like iron. His long sword swung in the void, and he let out a low drink from his mouth. Where are the sons and daughters? Swish swish swish. Blood battle platform or far or near. 300 iron guards lined up in unison. Lances in their hands were sharp, and the iron blood battle cry resounded through the clouds. Battle.
Battle battle. Battle spirit rushes to the sky. Even when faced with two Yuan Dan experts, these Iron Guards were still fearless. The military might brought out by the general of Jinsho single-handedly is as terrifying as it is unbridled. The face of the Nanshan honorable envoy sank, and the word Nanshan embroidered on his chest faintly emitted bright light. Tai Mu-chun, do you really want to disrupt the grand competition and make enemies of my Nanshan sect? If the court blames you in the future, will you be able to bear it as a small-town general? Pressing people with power. The court's law and order is like a mountain. Treating the big sects with courtesy, such as this once every 3 years. The Nanshan competition. Strictly ordering the guards of each city, for the Nanshan sect to open the door of convenience, and even send the elite soldiers, to maintain the order of the competition. If you dare to go against the Nanshan sect, you are violating the law of the court. In accordance with the law, severe punishment is necessary. Your honorable ambassador is joking. This big hat, Mr. Tai can't afford it. Tai Mu-chun didn't have much scorn for venerable envoy Nanshan, and after hearing this, he instead let out a lone laugh up to the sky. If you say that iron has disrupted the grand competition, I do have something to say. Lu Chenxian has displayed a martial arts qualification that is difficult for anyone in the world to surpass, and he previously swept through the blood battle stage, first winning over many juniors and then defeating Yuan Dan Gufeng. The results of the grand competition are already there for all to see. Instead, it was the two of them, Li Liehu and Luo Sihai, who disregarded the rules and went up to the blood battle stage without authorization to lay their hands on Lu Chenxian. Dare to ask, today, who is disregarding the laws of the court? Who is disturbing the great competition? Could it be that Honorable Ambassador Sir thinks that so many bystanders on the scene are blind and deaf? This, Venerable Envoy Nanshan wanted to speak, and Gu Chang was even holding his face red. Ironwood Chun, this is true. Ancient Wind had lost, and today's great competition was considered to have reached a result. Lu Chenxian was in sole possession of the top spot, and everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. After Venerable Envoy Nanshan removed the formation, Li Liehu and Luo Sihai definitely broke the rules by recklessly boarding the stage and striking out. If the court and Nanshan sect pursued the matter, not to mention Li Liehu and Luo Sihai, even Gu Chang and Nanshan Venerable Envoy would have to take the blame. As the Sanqing City Town Guard General, it is Mr. Tai's job to maintain order in the great competition. Holding a long sword in his hand, Tai Muchuan was overbearing. Whoever dares to disturb, has to eat Tai Mao's sword first. Damned Ironwood Chun. Gu Chang's mouth full of steel teeth nearly gritted. Just at this instant, his heart suddenly, if anything, fiercely out of the mouth. No good. It's already late. No less than 10 breaths had passed since Gu Chang and Venerable Envoy Nanshan lunged out, and Ironwood Chun had stopped them and said so many more words. During these 10 breaths, Lu Chenxian was not obstructed in any way. He was also oblivious to what was happening around him. Just as Tai Mu-chun was speaking, Lu Chenxian was already slapping his palm down in the air at the 3 Gufeng people who were injured and sent flying. Dala heavenly hands. On Lu Chenxuan's right arm, a purplish golden arcane runic pattern loomed, and in an instant, a blurry palm shadow descended from the sky high above the blood battle stage. The surrounding air currents whistled, blasting towards the 3 Gufeng people below. Boom! There was a shocking bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Liehu and Luo Sihai had little power to resist. As the palm shadow fell, their bodies instantly shattered and exploded into 2 clouds of scarlet blood mist. As for the old style, in that instant when the palm shadow fell, a golden light shield even steeply surfaced around his body. Despite shaking under the blurring palm shadow, it still barely protected Gu Feng's body. Until the palm shadow dissipated, it still lasted for about 3 breaths or so before it slowly disappeared. Lu Chenxian frowned slightly, then secretly shook his head. Defense phalanx. On Gu Feng's body, he was obviously carrying some kind of defense object, which was sealed with a defense spell formation, which was automatically triggered at the time of life and death, preserving his dog's life. Nanshan Golden Order. It's Nanshan Golden Order. On the viewing gallery, Su Chenglong, Su Chengfeng, and the other family master martial artists. Everyone's face changed drastically. The eyes of many people who once again looked at Gu Feng had revealed a strong color of envy. The highest grade golden seal of the South Mountain sect. Even the elite disciples of the inner sect were only eligible for rewards after they had performed great feats for the sect. On Gu Feng's body, this item had actually appeared. It was conceivable that Gu Feng, this first genius of 3 Green City for 100 years, had long since obtained a place in the inner sect of the South Mountain sect and did not need to participate in the grand competition at all. Everything today is purely a trap against the Su family. However, I did not expect that it was overturned by Lu Chenxian's hand, making the situation rotten to this point. Stop it. Stop it all. This messenger now declares that the great competition is over. Tai Mu-chun opposite the Nanshan Venerable Envoy. See Gu Feng in the Golden Order protection. Body shivering, where still dare to delay.
he let out a loud cry from his mouth. Lu Chenxian, Gu Feng is already an inner disciple of my Nanshan sect. If you dare to strike again, you are willfully making an enemy of my Nanshan sect. Enemy of the Nanshan sect? So what? The corner of Lu Chenxuan's mouth curled up slightly, and the expression on his face was not moved in the slightest. His right hand lifted again, and his dantian, despite being very empty now, still glowed with a faint purple light. Losing the protection of the Golden Order of the South Mountain, this palm goes down. The ancient wind is 10 deaths. And wait, just as Lu Chenxian was about to swing his palm and send it out, that lanky figure appeared in front of Gu Feng. It's Ironwood Chun. He looked deeply at Lu Chenxian, put away his long sword, and spoke in a low voice. Lu Chun, Lu Xiaoyu, listen to the words of Tai Mao. Mr. Tai's duty is to do so, and today, no one may make another move with their swords. Since the grand competition has already ended, please ask little friend Lu to spare this person's life for the time being, and consider it as giving Mr. Tai a thin face. Many thanks. Chapter 24. No more hiding the killing machine. If he killed Gu Feng now, Tai Mu Chun, as the Sancheng City Town Guard General, was afraid that he would not be able to give a good explanation. More importantly, Tai Mu Chun has always been good friends with the Su family. That day in the city lord's mansion, but also righteously spoke for Lu Chenxian, and the city lord Gu Chang is not a raccoon of the same hill. Just now, when venerable envoy Nanshan and Gu Chang were about to make a move, it was also Tai Mu Chun who made a righteous move to stop the two of them. If not, killing Li Liehu and Lu Sihai, I am afraid that it will not be so smooth. Since they are old friends and have helped each other, they will give Tai Mu Chun a face. As for Gu Feng, a dog's life, it can be collected at any time. Since the Iron General's duty is at hand, I'll let him off the hook. Lu Chenxian waved his hand, and the purple light that had begun to coalesce in his palm dissipated in an instant. His eyes rolled and he stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the people in the viewing gallery, mighty as a mountain. After this battle, Lu Chenxuan's name will resonate through the Three Green City. With the first level of cultivation of Qi gathering, the power to defeat the three major Yuan Dan realm, killed two big masters. Wherever his eyes went, everyone was shocked, and no one dared to look at him head-on anymore. The Leroys, the two great masters, were killed, and the dozen or so family elders were upset, but they were afraid of Lu Chenxuan's methods and didn't dare to step forward to avenge them at all. The only thing that showed in his eyes was a look of resentment, itching to eat Lu Chenxian alive. Lu Chenxian let out a light snort and spoke indifferently. Anyone who doesn't want to obey can challenge me on stage. I'll accompany you to the end. Single fight or group attack, I'll take them all. There was dead silence in the room. Li Liehu, Lu Sihai, were both at the third level of the Yuan Dan realm, and were only one step away from the fourth level of the Yuan Dan realm. With this kind of strength, he was still unable to last a single move under Lu Chenxian. Even if all the martial artists of the two families joined hands, how could they be Lu Chenxuan's opponents? Who dares to go on stage at this point? Bunch of losers. Tai Mu Chun swept his cold eyes at the martial artists of the two Li Luo families, and then turned his head to look at Venerable Envoy Nanshan. Honorable Ambassador, since the great competition is over, Lu Chenxuan's power to overwhelm the group, and the people present are all there for all to see, then it seems like there is no need for me to say more about this Nanshan sect disciple quota. South Mountain sect disciple quota? Originally, Gu Feng was among the Yuan Dan realm at the age of 17. And the Nanshan sect rewarded him with the Nanshan Golden Order as an exception, and the inner disciple was none other than him. However, Lu Chenxuan's blood battle stage battle had trampled Gu Feng underfoot. The strength of martial arts talent was something that was rare to see in 1,000 years and hard to find in 10,000 years. According to the rules of the grand competition, this Nanshan sect inner disciple slot, however, had to go to Lu Chenxian. This venerable envoy Nanshan's face was grim as he swept his gaze from the blood battle stage, all over the place. On the stage, Gu Chang had already assisted the frightened Gu Feng, and the surrounding cadre of cold sect martial artists collapsed on the ground. There is also the silver gun Luo Shu frozen to death and become an ice sculpture. Li Changkong neck bone broken body. Luo Sihai and Li Liehu burst open the broken bones and blood. There are only 3 people left standing on the stage. Lu Chenxian, Su Lier and Su Yu. This messenger declares. Venerable envoy Nanshan's teeth clenched and his voice hissed. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family, has excessive martial arts qualifications and has won the first place in this grand competition, allowing him to enter the inner sect of this clan. Su family children, Su Lier, Su Yu, although the cultivation is average, but, one without a fight, can be temporarily admitted to the outer door of the sect, and then later on the examination. This makes you a disciple of the South Mountain sect? Su Lier, who was behind Lu Chenxian, raised her hand to cover her cherry-red mouth, and her beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, full of disbelief. Su Yu was even more elated.
jumping off the high platform in surprise and yelling as he flew towards Su Chenglong and the others. Father, uncle, all the elders, we've succeeded. We have successfully worshipped the South Mountain sect. Smooth? Su Chenglong's fists were clenched. Su Chengfeng's face flushed red, and the Su family elders all cried tears of joy and excitement. The heavens have eyes. Since the whereabouts of the old family head Su Haotian is unknown, the status of the weak Su family has fallen drastically, and has been reduced to the last family in Sanqing City. But today, Lu Chenxian shone on the blood battle stage, and with the body of a flunky, he was able to right the wrongs of the Su family. The Su family will surely be able to rise strongly, not to be despised by anyone. Little friend Lu, congratulations, congratulations. South Mountain sect quota dust settled. Ironwood Spring 2 hands arch, full of smiles, since now, Lu little friend will be able to fly to the sky. Iron Mao wish. Hey, Lu little friend, where are you going? Lu Chenxian had already walked away. Leaping off the blood battle platform, he stepped towards the direction of the Su family in Sanqing City. A million riders in Xian Tian's golden armor. The Dala heavenly kung fu is called invincible. In his year he will ascend to the domain of the green heaven again, and his blood will stain the purple violet and break the emperor's pole. A vast and long song emanated from Lu Chenxuan's mouth, between this side of heaven and earth. Enduring. Late that night, 3 Green City, City Lord's mansion. The medicinal scent was so rich and pungent that it filled the back garden without dispersing. Honorable envoy, City Lord, you two can rest assured that Duke Gu is not in any serious trouble. In the bedroom, a grey-robed old man with white hair raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead and put away the pillbox. Dongzi did not suffer too serious injuries. It's just that, the inner heart is frightened and restless, and the will is depressed. So it will take a period of submerged cultivation and recuperation before he can recover. Gu Feng had the Nanshan Golden Order to protect him, plus the Nanshan Venerable Envoy carried the clan's healing elixir on his body, and under the two-pronged approach, the injuries were not worth mentioning. Just, Lu Chenxuan's unimaginable means, casually waving out a palm. The power was so terrifying, scared the hell out of Ancient Wind. It also scared away the soul of the Ancient Wind. At this moment, he was lying in the middle of a wooden barrel of medicinal bath. His eyes were lifeless, and a strange flush appeared on his face. Your Holiness, Father, Gu Cheng impatiently waved his hand to repel the grey-robed old man, said to the Nanshan Venerable Envoy, Lu Chenxian the son, the origin is unknown, the means is strange, and today is clearly on the Venerable Envoy adults and the Nanshan sect has no respect, such as to allow him to grow on. I'm afraid, it will become a big trouble. The great competition is over. Previously, with Ironwood Spring backing him up and 300 Iron Guards watching intently, even the two of them, Venerable Envoy Nanshan and Gu Chang, didn't dare to make a killing move. However, at this moment, the night was deep and windy, and Temujin had also returned to the military camp quarters outside the city. If we don't go after Lu Chenxian and the Su family, when will we wait? Nice. Venerable Envoy Nanshan sat on a chair to the side, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a cold light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. Since Gu Feng is an inner disciple of the Nanshan sect, as his protector, I should eradicate the threats and break the demons in his heart. The 5 fingers of his right hand stood side by side, and he made a vicious stroke in front of his throat. The killing machine is revealed. In the next moment, Gu Chan let out a long breath and walked out of the bedroom without any hesitation, letting out a low gulp under his breath. Where are the Black Armor Army? Pass this city master order. Su family intends to rebel. 1 hour ago into the house to assassinate this city master. His heart can be put to death. When the Su family extinguished the whole door, regardless of servants, handymen, concierge, maidservants, all, kill without amnesty. Chapter 25, Ambush from 10 sides. It was overcast and rainy. Under the darkness of the night, all is silent in Sanqing City, except for the cold rain. The sound of the wind whistling and the rain falling is especially clear. The Su family is also enveloped in a storm, but tonight's wind and rain can't cover the Su family with lights and colors, nor can it suppress the full-blooded ecstasy in the hearts of Su family members. Come on, drink, keep drinking, no drunkenness tonight. In the Su family's main hall, the family head Su Changlong, who was sitting in the main seat, was holding a bronze wine bottle in his hand and was drunk. Around them, many of the Su family elders and elders were also falling over one by one, drunk. The results of today's big competition are really surprising. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family's redundant son-in-law, with a cultivation of the first level of qi gathering, killed geniuses from all walks of life in a row, and even overcame the 3 major Yuan Dan realms in a joint effort. The 3 disciple slots of the South Mountain sect were all added to the Su family. Lu Chenxian, moreover, became an inner disciple of the South Mountain sect. It could be imagined that in the future, the Su family would surely become the premier top family in Sanqing City. Even the city lord's mansion was slightly inferior. Auntie is gifted. raising the eyebrows of my Su family. The old man pays tribute to the great favor. A white-haired Su family elder, who drank to his heart's content, bowed to the ground at Lu Chenxian. Feel free to do as you please. I'll drink first. As the words fell, the strong wine in the bottle was drunk in one go. Chen Xian, you are truly a dragon among men. My family's Lier niece is also a phoenix among men. Since then the dragon and phoenix have been in harmony, opening up a branch for my Su family. The one who said this was naturally Su Chenglong's sibling, Su Chengfeng. In the past, Su Chengfeng had quite a few slights against Lu Chenxian, but today was completely different. He raised the wine bottle high, and a trace of shame rose on his face. Chen Xian, in the past, I treated you. Hey, let us not mention everything in the past. The only thing I can do is to use the wine and make amends to you. After saying that, he tilted his head and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Su Lier, who was at the top of the main hall, drank a few cups of wine, her pretty face slightly flushed, as she looked at Lu Chenxian, a pair of beautiful eyes blinking gently. As she scrutinized Lu Chenxuan's handsome face, her heart couldn't help but tremble. This man, his son-in-law, you didn't think he was so handsome before? 3 years ago, Grandpa Su Haotian forcefully argued, had to let himself down to marry him as a wife. Although the verbal promise, the heart is obviously 100 times reluctant. However, now, he personally proved that joining the Su family was by no means a high climber, and instead, it was himself, the Su family's eldest young lady, who appeared to be overshadowed by the dazzling light that had erupted from Chen Xian today. Lu Chenxuan's face was calm, his ears perked up, and he turned his head to look at the roiling wind and rain outside the main hall. He asked softly, you are the daughter of the Su family, a lady of the house, skilled in qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. There's a song about a 10-sided ambush. Could you play it? Su Lier glanced at him with some curiosity, then nodded. She was not proficient in sound and rhythm, despite her dabbling in it. After all, most of her energy was spent on martial arts cultivation. The song Ambush on 10 Sides is one of the 10 most famous pipa songs of the ancient times, and the performance requirements are not low. You want to hear it? The young girl lightly bit her thin lips, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito calling. Since you want to hear it, I will make a fool of myself once, but I am not good at the pipa. Use the guzheng instead. May. Lu Chenxian slowly nodded, got up and left his seat, stepping towards the stormy main hall door. Swish, a grab in the air. Su Lier's weapon, the exquisitely carved 3-foot blade, came out of its sheath in response to the sound, and landed in Lu Chenxuan's palm with a whoosh. The sword light was awe-inspiring, reflecting off half of the main hall and waking up many of the intoxicated Su family members. Chen Xian? Su Chenglong was slightly stunned. Then he inquired with a shocked face, you drew your sword. What are you trying to do? Lu Chenxian was indifferent. His footsteps were unceasing as he walked towards the stormy front. His tall figure, in front of the main hall, stood proudly. Su Lier pursed up her red lips, staring tightly at Lu Chenxuan's back. She suddenly got up and left the table, quickly running back to the compartment. Before long, she had returned clutching a rosewood koto. Su Lier sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the guzheng on top of her knees, lifting her delicate fingers and starting to pluck the strings. The 10 sides. First paragraph. Columns. The winds are swirling and the rain is pouring down like a waterfall. Under the dark night, in the midst of the stormy sky, hundreds of athletic figures stepped on the rain and easily climbed over the Su family's courtyard wall, landing steadily in the front garden. With a long spear in hand and black armor, his aura was actually one with the wind and rain. Every single person's martial arts strength had reached the 5th level of chi gathering. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed, reflecting this group of black armored troops that quietly surged into the Su family, as if they were 9 ghosts, eerie and cold. The fury was overwhelming. Not good. This is the Black Armor Army, a private army raised by the city lord's house. Ancient city lord. No, what is Gu Cheng going to do? Has he gone crazy? Chen Xian and Lier's siblings have already worshipped under the South Mountain sect. How dare Gu Cheng? How dare he? Inside the main hall, there were Su family members who had already seen the scene in front of them. Looking at the black armored army that surged forward and backward into the Su family compound in the midst of the wind and rain, all of them were horrified. The Black Armor Army, its fierce reputation resounded through Sanqing City. Since Gu Cheng assumed the position of the city lord of Sanqing City, he had painstakingly worked for decades to create this elite force, whose most important role was to separate himself from the town's general, Tai Mu Chun. On the other hand, it was also to deter the great clans. Although there were only 300 people, the Black Armor Army was well trained and specialized in combining formations, so with the strength of 100 people, they could counteract 1,000 troops. With 300 people out, not to mention eliminating the tiny Su family, even sweeping across the entire Sanqing city would definitely be no big deal. Clank! In the midst of the storm came the sound of the koto trembling and humming. Su Lier's pretty face turned white, facing the murderous black-armored army formation. She couldn't help but feel her heart trembling, and when her fingers plucked the strings of the zither, the slightest break appeared. Lier, you really aren't very good at sound. Only Lu Chenxian, who stood in front of the Su family's main hall, lifted the 3-foot green blade upside down, treating the 300 black-armored troops that covered the entire courtyard as if they were nothing, and in his face, he still wore a faint smile. From this moment on, you play the 10 ambushes. I will form a song with my sword moves, and for every syllable you miss, I will kill one of him. Boom! As the words fell, it was as if thunder exploded in the minds of the Su family, and not even half a sound could be emitted from their mouths. Play a wrong note and kill a man? This is what kind of vigor, and what kind of confidence? One must know that the opposite side was the infamous Black Armor Army, the elite lions that had shaken Sanqing City, and the strongest undercard under City Lord Guchang. Su Lier in the Su family's main hall, not knowing whether out of excitement or doubly fearful, her body trembled incessantly. Suddenly, her pretty face flushed and her red lips bit. Lier's tone is not skillful, letting husband June laugh at her. Since husband wants to correct for Lier, then Lier dares not to follow the order? Clank, clang clang clang, tone playing, the most taboo chi disorder. It was also in the split second of time when she opened her mouth to speak. Su Lier's finger-snapping posture was actually wrong, missing 5 syllables one after another. 5. Lu Chenxian lightly laughed and shook his head. He stepped into the middle of the storm with his sword, flicking his wrist and shaking out a snow-white sword flower. Lil, go on. As the words fell, the 3-foot green peak was then handed out, and a subtle, ancient and clumsy sword stance was instantly struck. Sword shadows swept. Outside, it was dark and hard to see. In the ears of the Su family, there was a slight sound of a long sword breaking through the air, and instantly, there was the sound of clanging weapons crashing to the ground, which was slightly noisy amidst the wind and rain. Boom! Another thunderbolt. The thunder snake leaps at the top of the head. Through that moment of electric light, the Su family people only then saw clearly. From the main hall at the forefront of the 5 black-armored army, both hands cover the neck. The body slowly fell to the ground. 5 people, all of them have been sealed with a sword. Just for a moment, at the back of the black-armored army formation, a low, furious voice exploded through the gusty wind and rain over the Su family mansion. By order of the city lord's military, the Su family has rebelled, assassinating the city lord and brutally murdering the soldiers of my black armor army. Execute the entire Su family, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Kill. Chapter 26, The Bloody Hand Massacre. In the Su family's front garden, it was raining like pouring rain. As soon as the word kill was uttered, 295 black-armored martial artists walked with resounding and unanimous steps as they surrounded towards the Su family's main hall. Snap, snap, snap. There was another sound of an iron boot treading water, a step in the right direction. The owner of this voice, stepping forward quickly from the middle of the black-armored army. His black and gold armor flickered with ghostly light, and a huge broadsword held in his hand was filled with a fierce aura. Rain can't get on it. The pouring rain that fell from the sky naturally diverged above this person's head, as if it had encountered some kind of invisible chi barrier, and slid silently down from his side. A slowly rotating gray-black Yuan Dan shielded him from the roiling wind and rain. It's him, Shan Qianqiu. Damn, this person has always been ruthless. Today the person leading the team is him. Then my Su family. Dangerous. As this tall dark figure revealed itself not far in front of the hall, a powerful fear that was hard to suppress surged on the faces of a group of people from the Su family. Even Su Lier, for a moment, forgot to continue playing. The second strongest person in the city lord's mansion, the grand commander of the Black Armor Army, the 4th level of the Yuan Dan realm, the bloody-handed human butcher, Shin Chiaki. More than 20 years ago, Gucheng first came to Sanqing City to take up his post. At that time, there were 18 villages of bandits in the surrounding area, attacking the border villages and towns of Sanqingcheng and massacring countless farmers. The leader of the big stronghold, Shan Qianqiu, even killed people all over the field, known as the bloody-handed human butcher, full of evil. After more than 10 fierce battles, Gucheng finally captured this man alive, and then reported to the court, pardoned his crimes, recruited him under his command, and formed the present-day Black Armor Army private soldiers. Although from the good into the official, however, Shin Qianqiu all ferocious without restraining. Every shot is bloody incomparable. In his hands, to no survivors. Those who were annihilated by him could barely see their whole bodies. If the mention of Shin Qianqiu's name could even stop a child from crying at night, no martial artist in the 3 green cities would lose their nerve. When old dog Su was still alive, this commander had wanted to meet him for a while, but unfortunately, the heavens were not long-sighted, and the old man did not live to see this day. Shin Qianqiu,
who held a large sword in his hand, walked in front of Lu Chenxian in a few breaths. At the corner of his mouth, a heart-stoppingly sinister smile appeared. You were able to defeat young city master Gu Feng and forcefully defeat the 3 great Yuan Dan. You're not too far behind old dog Su from back then. This commander will take you to sacrifice the sword today, destroy your Su family's full door, and send you to the 9 springs to reunite with Su old dog. Jia. Old dog Su? Shin Qianqiu's filthy words caused the Su family members to be seething with rage. But the man Shin Qianqiu, the reputation for ferocity is too great. More than 10 years ago, Jinghua General Taimochun first arrived in Sanqing City, separating himself from the city lord's office. With dual power, the lord of the city, Gu Cheng, is resentful and instructs Shin Qianqiu to break into the military camp at night and speak out against Taimochun. In that battle, Taimochun made 3 palms in a row, hitting Shin Qianqiu's bones and tendons broken, but still standing, blood spurting from his mouth and cursing angrily, rather than die and refuse to give in to softness. With the body of the 3rd level of the Yuan Dan realm, he had taken 3 palms of Taimochun without dying, and his strength could be seen. After a lapse of many years, Shin Qianqiu had clearly made a 100-foot step forward, ranking in the middle stage of the Yuan Dan realm, with his cultivation reaching the peak of the 4th level. On the surface of the black and gold armor on his body, a layer of light black Shin Qi loomed. It was the body-protecting Shin Qi that naturally formed after crossing the watershed between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Yuan Dan realm. This strength was too much stronger than Li Liehu and Lu Sihai. No wonder. He knew that Lu Chenxian had the ability to kill Li Liehu and LD Sihai, yet he was still reckless, leading the Black Armor army to purge the Su family. Lu Chenxian ignored Shin Qianqiu's step-by-step pressing, and instead had the spare time to twist his head to look at Su Lier. The latter blushed and hastily adjusted his thoughts. The sound of the clanging zither continued to ring out. But, hearing Shin Qianqiu insult her most respected grandfather, Su Lier was clearly upset. Her delicate fingers trembled over it, and she once again played 3 syllables incorrectly. This one of the top 10 famous songs of the ancient times, Ambush on 10 Faces, also quietly entered the 3rd small section in the midst of this misplaced sound. The point will be, the stormy night first lined up the camp, blowing and beating the war drums. Lu Chenxian weighed the 3-foot green blade in his hand, paying no attention to the bloody-handed human butcher in front of him. His voice in his mouth was loud and clear, and his chi was soaring to the sky. Lier, the music is like the formation of an army. If the commander can't be calm and quiet, how can the generals under his command be ordered to do what they are supposed to do? If you play 3 wrong notes again, I will kill 3 people to make up for the brokenness of your zither sound. The sword is brightly extinguished. A purple gold-colored brilliant sword aura steeply lit up the entire front yard of the Su mansion in the midst of the roiling wind and rain. Out of the sword invisible, the falling sword has a sound. Aha! Of the 295 black-armored soldiers who had followed Shin Qianqiu to encircle over, 3 more people covered the vital points of their throats and fell to the ground in response. The clanging sound of the weapon crashing to the ground was just right to blend into the melody played by Su Lier, masking the broken sound of the wrong guzheng, and it was impossible to hear too much out of place. A long song of pleasure rises, killing people without leaving them behind. Lu Chenxian once again struck out, in front of Shin Qianqiu, waving his hand and dropping his sword in a single motion. His speed was simply so fast that it reached the point of being swift and unparalleled. Shin Qianqiu was clearly standing in front of him, but he was simply too late to make a move to stop him. This sword. He subconsciously took a step back, his gaze shocked as he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This kid, how did he do it? To wield a sword to kill and incorporate a tone. Such a tactic was simply unheard of. Lu Chenchuan's subtle and mysterious sword moves, the timing of his martial arts skills, and the effect of this gusty wind and rain on the impact of the weapons fall to the ground. In this sword, Lu Chenxian obviously all calculated, only dared to say, I will kill 3 people to make up for your zither sound of the broken, such words. Is it really just the 1st level of Qi gathering? Not to mention the Qi gathering realm, even a Yuan Dan expert, or even above Yuan Dan, was something impossible to do? 3 black-armored soldiers were hit by swords and fell to the ground. Now, the rest of the people were all horrified, and the momentum of the encirclement was slightly stagnant. The formation, obviously, was in disarray. Shin Qianqiu frowned greatly. If he allowed Lu Chenxian to build up his momentum any longer, the black armor army that he had painstakingly brought out might be shocked out of its momentum. At that moment, the 5-foot giant sword in his hand was violently raised high. The sword wind whistled. A sword Qi gale, visible to the naked eye, circled sharply over the Su residence, wrapping around the pouring rain and forming a vast rainwater tornado. Yellow-grade high-level martial skill, Gale Dragon Chop. Under the shroud of the Dragon Scroll, the Su family's group of people at the entrance of the main hall, their breathing was instantly heavy, and their feet staggered backwards, being compelled by this terrifying pressure to directly retreat. Su Lier was even swaying, being attacked head-on by the rain and wind, a long pale yellow dress tightly attached to the top of her delicate body. Clank, clang clang, the guzheng straddling his knees shuddered, and the ambush on 10 faces he was playing was difficult to maintain, and he actually played more than 20 syllables wrong at once. 26. Only Lu Chenxuan's proudly standing body stood majestically. After spitting out the 4 words, the 3-foot green blade in his hand once again pointed diagonally ahead. Unusual martial arts. In order to pursue the power of might, they often need to store power for a long time. But the real killing sword art never is the sound and fury, as the saying goes, invulnerable, only fast, unbreakable. Swish, his silhouette disappeared. Instead, there is a sword light, in the midst of this sky-splashing wind and rain, as if a thunder snake swept through, fast to the point of unbelievable. Chapter 27, You, already dead. Lu Chenxian struck out, and his sword did not fall. As the sword light flashed, 25 more of the black-armored troops on all sides fell in an instant. The black armor touched the ground, and the sound of gold chiming was incessant. It was actually the same as before, still integrated into the ancient song Ambush on 10 Faces, echoing the syllables played by Su Lier, adjusting and compensating for the scattered and misplaced tunes. That's a bit of a long story. In reality, only a few breaths of time had passed from the time Shen Xianxiu had built up his strength and struck out until the 25 black-armored soldiers had fallen to the ground dead. Lu, Chen, Xuan. The sound was like the hissing of a ferocious beast, and the rage was overwhelming. Shen Xianxiu raised his broadsword, and the rainwater tornado in the air had completely coalesced into shape, and in the next instant, directly toward the top of Lu Chenxuan's head that swept back to its original position, crashing down. Give me, death, Peak Yuan Dan 4, yellow-grade high-grade martial skill, Gale Dragon Slash, unstoppable. However, Lu Chenxian stood proudly, not flickering or avoiding, and actually did not have the slightest intention of resisting. And you let me die? Without realizing it, you're already dead. He slowly raised his head, and was actually in an oblivious stance towards the swooping fierce dragon scroll, shooting the man first, capturing the thief first. How could I not know such a simple truth? Today, death by the hands of Mr. Lu. You deserve to die. Inside and outside the entire Su mansion, there was a dead silence, deadly silence. It seems that the downpour that falls from the sky, the hunting wind that whistles and rolls, the rain and water tornado that is so powerful that it is shocking, as well as the Su family that is full of shock, as well as the hundreds of black-armored troops that are scared and frightened. Everyone, everything. It was as if they had all come to a temporary standstill, presenting an eerie image of standing still. And then, click, 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 countless crunching sounds tore the eerily still scene apart abruptly. 1, 2, 3, countless. On Shen Qianxiu's body, on the heavy and thick black and gold armor, there were tiny cracks spreading rapidly, enveloping his entire body in an instant. In the next instant, blood and light erupted. A scarlet mist of blood erupted from the cracks on the surface of the armor, and an unusually thick bloody odor filled the front garden of this Su family. Shen Qianxiu's lips moved slightly, and the color of bloodlust that flowed from his eyes quickly darkened. In his mouth, only a breathless voice of doubt came out. Boo! The body collapsed and the giant sword fell. His face fell into the cold standing water, and the world before him flew into darkness. The last remaining thought in his mind was, am I the 26th? Boom! At the peak of Yuan Dan 4, the bloody-handed human butcher, Shen Qianxiu, was killed. Shen Qianxiu's vitality dissipated, and the rainwater dragon scroll he had blasted out also dissolved into nothingness at this time. The wind is blowing as usual and the heavy rain remains, only a body that fell to the east and west. In the scene to all the people to explain, the previous scene, by no means illusory dream, but actually happened. Hiss. Numerous sounds of cold breaths being sucked backward resounded into a chorus. With Su Chenglong at the head, the Su family's crowd had their mouths wide open, their eyes flashing with incredible shock. They were literally thinking exactly the same thing. Shen Qianxiu, how did he die? And how did Lu Chenxian do it? Unbelievable and divine. I don't know how much time had passed, but finally there was a green voice that broke the silence that filled the room. The few times brother-in-law made a sword strike before, he didn't just kill the black-armored guards, he also left a sufficiently fatal sword intent on Shen Qianxiu. The one who said this was Su Lier's sibling, Su Yu, standing beside Su Chenglong. Su Yu saw Lu Chenxian nod slightly. His heart was like a beating drum, his chest and abdomen rising and falling rapidly. I guessed right? It's really sword intent. Something like sword intent really exists? Sword intent. There were countless martial arts in the world, from the peak of the heaven grade down to the lower yellow grade. As long as there were canonical books in existence, there were people who were able to cultivate them. The only word that can be used is meaning. which is hard to see in 1,000 years, not one in a million. Decades ago, there had been a supreme genius who used his 2 fingers to form a sword, wielding a vertical and horizontal unrivaled afterward sword intent, and with his Yuan Dan cultivation, he had crossed the line to kill a Yuan Dan above. Other than that, it was only among the marketplace rumors that there were some grotesque accounts of sword intent. Suyu was just listening to stories too much and made a casual guess. Unexpectedly, Lu Chenxian actually nodded his head. At this moment in the Su family's main hall, all of the Su family members couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Su Chenglong, head of the Su family. He was even looking at Lu Chenxian standing in front of the main hall with a face full of excitement, unable to hold back his turbid tears. Chen Xian, my Su family is truly heavenly blessed to have you. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly, once again facing the Su family's front garden, facing the more than 200 black armor guards who had begun to rustle back toward the house. The commander-in-chief is dead. Lu Chenxian, killing Lord Commander with his sword intent. He is a devil. The violent death of Shinshensho made the fighting spirit of the Black Armor army disappear, and what replaced it was panic from the depths of their souls. Even the sword intent came out. This kind of inhuman power that only existed in rumors was, actually, seen in a small martial artist of the first level of Qi gathering. Lu Chenxian, is he, or is he not, a human being? Lear, you cheer me up, and the 2 of us will walk up to the city lord's mansion. Lu Chenxian held up a paper umbrella for Su Lear, who was carrying a guzheng. And as for the group of cowering black-armored soldiers in front of him, he was not even half interested. The 2 of them welcomed the sluggish wind and rain and stepped straight toward the gate. There are no unkillable people in front of me, and there are no unkillable people under my sword. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. More than 200 black-armored guards, hearing this, wailed and instantly scattered and routed out in all directions. In front of Lu Chenxian and Su Lier, there was no one else. Morning Gen. In front of the Su family mansion, Su Chenglong led a group of people from the Su family, looking at the backs of Lu Chenxian and Su Lier, who had disappeared in the wind and rain, and all of their chests were as hot as fire. How many years? How many years? Even when the old master was still in the Su family, he had never had this kind of power. 1 person and 1 sword. When the person is invincible. Invincible. Su family, with a son-in-law like this, what more can a man ask for? Father? Among the crowd, Suyu still showed a hint of worry in his eyes despite his heart-stirring and respecting Lu Chenxuan's strength like a heavenly being. The city lord's mansion has accumulated deep authority, and as the city lord, Gu Chang has the power to command the entire city. And that Nanshan honorable envoy, he is still in the city master's mansion without leaving. Sister and brother-in-law go alone in case. Su Chenglong's heart was shaken, and the rest of the Su family also changed their faces at the same time. You looked at me, I looked at you, and their worries were overflowing. City Lord's Mansion, Venerable Ambassador of Nanshan, Chen Xian, this time, you've been a bit reckless. Quickly prepare the horses. I will personally leave the city to meet General Tai. Chapter 28, Wolf Smoke Rises from Sancheng. What? There's such a thing? At that moment, in the backyard of the City Lord's Mansion, Gu Cheng's face was as frosty as ice, coldly staring at a black-armored sergeant kneeling in front of him, his tone of voice somber, shocked and angry. That Lu Chenxian really mastered the rumored sword intent and killed Commander Chenxiu? That black-armored sergeant couldn't help but shiver. Of course what he said was true. Since Shin Chenxiu's body crumbled and died, he was the first to flee back, running wildly all the way to report the battle to Lord City Lord truthfully. Lu Chenxian, nonetheless, he was able to cross the level to kill, but he was also in possession of sword intent. The first level of Qi Gathering Realm definitely had a terrifying battle power comparable to a high level of Yuan Dan. Kill Commander Shin and master the sword intent. In the room, Gu Feng changed into a white robe, and his face, which was still somewhat normal, inexplicably went white again after hearing these words. He said with a trembling voice, Father, Honorable Envoy, Lu Chenxian, this person has horrifying potential. If we don't take advantage of the news that he has comprehended the sword intent has not yet spread out, and take the first step to kill him, in the future, there will definitely not be a place for us to live. There's no turning back from the bow. The matter had come to this point. To the Nanshan Venerable Envoy in Guchang, Lu Chenxian had to be killed. Nowadays, Lu Chenxian already possessed the qualifications to make the City Lord's Mansion look squarely at him, and even the towering Venerable Envoy of Nanshan had a trace of gravity surfacing in his gaze at this time. Sword intent. It is hard to come up with one in a million. Even I don't dare to lightly say that I can kill him for sure. After a moment of silence, Venerable Envoy Nanshan's furrowed brows slightly stretched out, while the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister arc. Fortunately, this Lu Chenxian only has a first-level cultivation in Qi Gathering after all, and his Dantian Xian Qi is insignificant. 1 drum, 2 drums, 3 drums, 3 drums, just need to group up and attack. Wait for him to consume all his Xin Qi. Even if the sword intent is even more powerful, what's the harm? This night will definitely make his blood splattered 3 feet. A sea of men, taking human lives to fill them. The court's laws are strict, and the city lord's mansion governs the land of a city, possessing the right to order the whole city. With the exception of a very few clans and families, all martial artists practicing martial arts in the entire Sanqing city were required to follow the orders of the city lord in order to respond to emergencies. Those so-called clan families. It was in the successive South Mountain Grand Competition that the family sons and daughters were fortunate enough to worship under the South Mountain sect and obtain the shelter of the sect. They could not accept the orders of the city lord, yet they had to accept the dispatch of the South Mountain Venerable Envoy. As a result, Venerable Envoy Nanshan and City Lord Gucheng joined hands to order that all martial artists within the 3 green cities, all of them, were to follow orders. Your honorable ambassador is brilliant. Gu Cheng, who laughed out loud, walked out of the room and let out a loud cry. Beat the war drums and raise the wolf smoke. Pass on the city lord's order. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family, has the audacity to kill the black armored guards and attempt to assassinate the city lord. The crime is tantamount to conspiracy against the city. Tell the martial artists in the city to intercept and snipe them along the way, and afterward, this city lord will report to the court and reward them for their achievements. Boom, boom, boom. A few moments later, the drums shook. At the rear of the city lord's mansion, 2 burly soldiers swung their bare shoulders and pounded a red-painted bronze drum. Another sergeant held a huge bronze horn and shouted wildly under his breath. City lord's order. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family. The words that Gu Cheng had spoken earlier were transmitted away from the giant bronze horn, word by word, and echoed up resoundingly in the sky above Sanqing City. Almost at the same moment, swish, another bright golden light rose up in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, straight up dozens of feet into the night sky, tearing apart this roiling wind and rain. South Mountain Gold Order. The black robe of the Nanshan Venerable Envoy in the backyard was hunting, Xuanqi surging in his palm, and the Nanshan Golden Order in his hand shone brightly, forming a golden shadow in the air that was several feet in circumference. The word kill flashes endlessly. Kill who? It's natural to kill Lu Chenxian. The city shook. The drums of the city lord's mansion shook, and the word kill appeared in the Golden Order of Nanshan. But all the martial artists in Sanqing City were all noisy. The Nanshan Honorable Envoy and the ancient city lord jointly ordered to kill the Su family and the Su family's superfluous son-in-law Lu Chenxian. My Yuan family can't turn a blind eye to it. In the west corner of Sanqing City, in the middle of an ancient mansion, there was a gray-robed old man with white hair and hair, looking towards the dozens of clan martial artists standing in front of him, slowly turning around and bowing to the clan shrine in worship. Ancestors and ancestors above, bless us to achieve success in our horses. Build up the Yuan family, and kill Lu Chenxian. As the voice fell, the gray-robed old man took large strides, leading the 3 elders of the Yuan family and dozens of chi-gathering martial artists in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Here's your chance. In the other direction of Sanqing City, the Li family was draped in white and hung in veil, holding the bronze coffins of the mutilated corpses of Li Liehu and Li Tsangwang, which were being sacrificed in front of the spirit hall. Outside the spirit hall, more than a dozen elders of the Li family looked up at the sky, watching the rising wolf smoke and the magnificent flickering Nanshan Golden Order from afar. In their eyes, they all surged with substantial hatred. Lu Chenxian insulted my Li family, beheaded my children, and killed my family head. This hatred is different. Li family disciples, follow the old man and others out in full force. Vow to kill Lu Chenxian. Vow to destroy the Su family. Whoosh! The entire Li family, all martial artists above the 3rd level of the Chi-gathering realm, all holding weapons, followed the Li family's cadre of elders to rush out of the mansion, whistling in the direction of the city lord's mansion to gather. The nest is also the Luo family. On today's blood battle stage, Silver Spear Luo froze to death, and Luo Sihai and Li Liehu died without a burial site. The 2 pairs of wooden coffins were stacked with the tattered corpses of the Luo family's grandchildren, and the candle flames around them danced, reflecting the redness of a ferocious face. The old master died. Shuji's son perished. My Luo family has no successors and is already on the verge of extinction. A white-haired crone on copper crutches raised her hand to caress Luo Sihai's wooden coffin, her gaze soft, yet when she opened her mouth, a morose coldness filled her mouth. Killing Lu Chenxian and winning the rewards from the city lord and venerable envoy Nanshan is the only chance for my Luo family to rise. Please, ancestral weapon, accompany my old self and set off. Rumble. Luo family's backyard. A wigwam pool steeply exploded. There is a white misty ice crystal talisman. In response to the sound flew into the hands of this old woman, with a copper crutch in her left hand and an ice talisman in her right hand.
she led dozens of Luo family's chi-gathering disciples straight to the city lord's mansion. Chapter 29, Four-Phase Extermination Formation. Above the streets of Sanqing City, two figures stepped forward, blood splattering under their feet. Clank, clang clang. Su Lier embraced the guzheng in her arms, her right hand's 5 fingers gently gathering and slowly twisting, and the sound of the tune ambush on 10 faces resounded once again. In front of her, Lu Chenxian held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and slowly drew it out from the chest of a chi-gathering martial artist. Hot blood poured out and bodies fell to the ground, stirring up a shower of blood. It's already the 5th wave. Su Lier lightly bit her thin lips and silently followed Lu Chenxuan's footsteps, stepping over a cold corpse. Her feelings were complicated beyond words. 5 bloody battles. Since walking out of the Su family mansion not long after, the city master's mansion beat the war drums and wolf smoke. The Nanshan Gold Order bright through the 3 green city, from all directions of the ambush, is endless. Gathering chi 3 times is as numerous as a dog, and gathering chi 6 times is full of people. The small border town that was usually unassuming actually hid so many good martial arts practitioners. Among them, there were even more than a dozen people who had already reached the 7th level of chi gathering or above. Need to know. A realm is divided into 9 weights. The first 3 weights are the early stage, the middle 3 weights are the middle stage, and the last 3 weights are the late stage. Every 3 weights, there is a watershed. To be able to be in the 7th level of chi gathering realm, in the small Sanqing city, it was already a very rare martial arts powerhouse. Even Su family head Su Changlong, who was not lacking in cultivation resources, was currently only stopping at the peak of the 6th level, and had so far failed to step into the late stage of chi gathering. The 7th level. City Lord's Mansion, Nanshan Order, Court Reward, Clan Shelter. For these martial arts good hands, there is obviously a huge temptation to make them act as if they are crazy. Successive vicious battles, even the Yuan Dan realm can't be consumed. The Xuanqi in Shen Xian's body, it hasn't been exhausted until now. It's really unimaginable. Although not depleted, there is definitely very little left. Su Lier's footsteps slightly lurched, and the sound of the ambush on 10 faces song stopped. Her left hand reached into her bosom and took out a white porcelain vial, and her pretty face couldn't help but develop another hint of redness. Chen Xian, I have a few chi gathering pills here, which can more or less help you recover some of your Xian chi. The voice ended abruptly before the words were finished. Lu Chenxian in the front stopped after killing the last person. The 5 fingers of his left hand were spread out in the air, and then he gently clenched them. Phew! Chaos swallows the sky. A swirl of airflow appeared out of nowhere, whistling up in this dark street, and after lasting only half a breath, it instantly dissipated again. On the streets, the corpses of the martial artists that had fallen to the east and west seemed to have lost some kind of special aura. The corpse, which was already cold, actually looked paler and paler, recovered 60 or 70%. Lu Chenxian withdrew his left hand and muttered slightly to himself. The successive waves of ambushes had nearly depleted the Xian Qi in his dantian, but it doesn't matter. He can always use the chaotic heaven swallowing skill to devour and absorb the residual Xian Qi of the martial artists he killed. Even though he couldn't make a full recovery, he could handle a battle like the one earlier with ease. Let's just say, the chaotic heaven swallowing technique was simply too heaven-defying. The purple gold dragon breath spewed out by the purple gold little dragon was not only pure, but also dense. If compared to an ordinary pre-gathering chi martial artist, the total amount, I'm afraid, would be more than 100 times more than that. Chi gathering pill? I wouldn't need it. Feeling the slight feeling of fullness coming back from his dantian, Lu Chenxian turned back and looked at Su Lier, whose posture was slightly stiff, and smiled faintly. The wind is fast and the rain is cold, and you have to defend yourself against the wind and rain while playing an ancient song. The exertion is equally not small. Serve yourself. Is he concerned about me? Su Lier's pretty face became even redder. Her cherry-red vermilion lips lightly opened, and she obediently swallowed only one chi-gathering pill, and then she shyly opened her mouth. Thank you husband for your concern, Li Air. Feels much better. The other chi-gathering pills, it is better to keep it first. Husband. Such an address also caused Lu Chenxuan's gaze to be slightly stunned, and then he let out an involuntary sigh. The past is fresh in my mind. As the strongest god of war of the Green Sky Immortal Domain and the Ziwei Immortal Dynasty, countless women adore them, but they only love one person. Personally go out of their way to refine the 7-colored immortal clothes for her, and treat them as if they were treasures. But I did not expect that this woman even has a snake heart. Collusion with the North Underworld Qingfeng. Want to exterminate themselves before speed. We have known each other for thousands of years, but we have never called out the word husband. Now recall, this poisonous woman's betrayal of the heart of the early signs. Just when he was obsessed with the authorities, a piece of the heart to pay, did not feel it. As if she could tell that Lu Chenxian was thinking, Su Lier spoke softly and asked carefully, what are you thinking about? Can you tell Lier? I wish to share my husband's worries. Worried? Where does the worry come from? The poisonous woman has been killed in his own palm. At this moment his thoughts and feelings, but there is just a little bit of emotion. Lil, come here. Lu Chenchuan's gaze was gentle as he called Su Lier to his body, and he gently reached out his hand and took hold of the latter's wrist. Su Lier, a heart like a deer, two beautiful eyes actually did not dare to lift up, lowered his head to look at his toes, appearing very anxious. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Chenxian released his palm, and a few more points of appreciation appeared in his gaze. Lier, when we go back, I'll take off your bones for you. Ha ha, after you and I double cultivate, we can definitely gain a lot of strength. I'm looking forward to it for a few moments. Dual practice? There he goes again. Su Lier's heart almost jumped out of her throat. Just a few days ago, in the Su family's main hall, Lu Chenxian himself said that he wanted to take himself to the bedroom to learn some kind of dual cultivation method. Nowadays, the Su family up and down relies on Chen Xian incomparably. As Chen Xian's wife, conjugal love is again something that should be done, and it's not really good for oneself to refuse, but prefer to say something about how it can be a great strength advancement, off the charts, and that there are a few things to look forward to. What exactly were you expecting? Husband, before the great enemy, you should not tease Lier, or, Su Lier, who said these words, seemed to have used all her strength. She embraced the guzheng to cover her reddened face, and seemed to have no place to go in shame. Teasing? Lu Chenxian has a penetrating mind, instantly thought of what she was talking about, smiled and shook his head. You are misunderstanding. I am talking about double cultivation. Speaking here, the tip of his eyebrows suddenly raised, and his tone then became cold and indifferent. If you are bent on death, why do you need to hide? Get out of there, all of you. The wind and rain are fierce. At the end of the long street, 4 old figures stepped on the rain and came. The rain curtains in front of them dispersed noiselessly, as if they were deterred by their aura, and even the fierce winds that swept through the long street were vaguely halted by it. The pace is consistent. The orientation is peculiar. When these 4 old men walked, their footsteps landed as if they were dense drum beats, all of them stepping on top of some kind of arcane rhythm, and they kept their bodies in line, all 4 of them advancing in unison, always maintaining a subtle connection between their footsteps, making the 4 of them one and the same, with no breaks to speak of. Yuan family master, and the 3 elders of the Yuan family? After seeing the appearance of the 4 old men clearly, Su Lier's pretty face blanched for an instant, and she couldn't help but tremble out in shock. Chen Xian, they're a clan family. The Yuan family. This formation is the peak battle formation rewarded to the Yuan family by the South Mountain sect. The 4-phase extermination formation, peak yellow level. Formation away. The level is also clear-cut, also has a heaven and earth Xian Huang. Hundreds of years ago, Yuan Zongwang, an outstanding disciple of the Yuan family, took the lead in the Nanshan Grand Competition and became an inner disciple of the Nanshan sect, fighting for the sect in all directions and making outstanding achievements. This 4-phase extermination formation was the very thing that Yuan Zongwang had exchanged for in exchange for his merits, and before he sat down to die, he sent the formation back to the Yuan family as a legacy. In the hundreds of years since then, the Yuan family has killed many powerful enemies relying on their formations. Most recently, 80 years ago, the famous flying bandit of Luoyang County, a Yuan Dan realm 6th level powerhouse, Chao Chu Fei, the same died under this formation. Chapter 30, Lu Chenxian, the 4 old men, have been waiting for you for a long time. Just as Su Lier opened her mouth in shock and trembling, the 4 Yuan clan old men were about to approach a distance of 10 feet. The attacking and killing range of this formation is exactly 10 feet. Under the 4-phase extermination formation, no one is ever left alive. The contemporary head of the Yuan family, a stout old man with white hair and beard, Yuan Hongshou, with his Xuanqi veil hidden on his body surface, easily dispersed the raging wind and rain that swept through the long street. He indifferently gazed at the 2 young men and women in front of him, his hands behind his back, as if he was a king who dominated everything, his mighty pressure sweeping over him. The old man is a man who cherishes his talent and does not wish to see you buried here. Why don't you put down the sword in your hands, throw away the qin in your arms, and you all follow the old man to the city lord's mansion to kneel down and give thanks for your sins. I promise that I can plead on behalf of the 2 of you, and ask Lord Zun Envoy and the ancient city lord to spare your Su family. Although the words were said in such a way, the power of the 4-phase extermination formation under their feet was becoming more and more astonishing. The 4 elders of the Yuan clan were connected by qi, each standing in a formation orientation. 4 huge auras rose up to the sky, and 4 spirit beast silhouettes actually emerged above the heads of the 4. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Zhenbu, the 4 phases of the true form. Within the 3 green cities, the only nominal lineages were Li,
Luo, Su, and a few others, but in reality, the biggest underpinnings were the hidden clan lineages. The experts of the clan families might be used to not asking questions about the world, but they secretly enjoyed the cultivation resources rewarded by the Nanshan sect. They had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, and in terms of cultivation, they were definitely higher and more powerful than Li Liehu, Luo Sihai, and the others. These 4 elders of the Yuan family, with their years of bitter cultivation, had all stepped into the Yuan Dan realm. In particular, the strongest person at the head, Yuan Hongshou, whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of Yuan Dan, had stepped over the first watershed of the early middle stage of the Yuan Dan realm a few years ago. Now, the 4 Yuan Dan experts, relying on the power of the formation to condense the true forms of the 4 beasts, had been able to utilize the many powers of this combined attack spell formation under full force. Morning Gen. Lu Chenxian's side of Su Lier tightly embraced the Guzheng. Her pretty face was already as pale as snow, a heart, but also completely sunk to the bottom. The Yuan family. Yuan family actually made a move. Back when grandfather Su Haotian was still around, once had said to her that the 3 Green City, in addition to the city lord's office, the family he was most afraid of was not any Li family or Luo family, but the Yuan family. Even though in these past few days, Lu Chenxian had displayed amazing talent, repeatedly crossing over to kill his enemies and bringing great surprises time and time again, beheading Li Tsangwang, killing Bai Woming, and winning the South Mountain competition in one fell swoop. Tonight, it is even using the unparalleled sword intent to kill the bloody-handed human butcher Trial Qianxiu. But, even if all the opponents he killed were to come back from the dead and join forces, they would not be a match for the Yuan family's 4-phase extermination formation. This formation, even the number 1 strongest person in Sanqing City, the Yuan Dan realm 9th level Jinhua General Taimuchan, had personally admitted it. Even he needs to pay a huge price. Well, have you thought about it yet? The 4 of them stopped at a position 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, and Yuan Hongshou stood in the green dragon orientation. There was a green dragon shadow above his head with teeth and claws, and his voice was as volatile as the might of the heavens, roaring above the long street. To fight or to surrender, to seek death or to live? The old man is your choice. The upper armies are fighting for their lives. At this time, although there is no fight, however, the first words to attack the heart will be the other side of the fighting spirit of the first step to disintegrate. Naturally can be twice the result with half the effort. Standing in an invincible position, the Yuan family had been passed down for hundreds of years, and had always stood tall within Sanqing City, relying on, by no means, only force. There is likewise the sophisticated technique of attacking the heart. In the face of the 4-phase extermination formation laid down by the 4 elders of the Yuan family, Lu Chenxuan's face, however, did not show any difference, and even his tone of voice maintained the same light and calmness that it had originally had. The song Ambush on 10 Faces has not yet finished, and if I remember correctly, it should have been played up to the 12th section. The song is not finished? Su Lier was slightly shaken. From this one sentence, she had understood Lu Chenxuan's intentions. After her thin lips were tightly bitten, her 10 slender fingers, once again pressed on top of the Guzheng strings. Ambush on 10 sides. Clank, clang clang. The 12th paragraph of the piece. The generals are fighting for the credit. Opens. Su Lier's 10 fingers stroked, and the resounding sound of the zither spread again, the strings trembling sharply, just like her state of mind at this time. Chen Xian, under the 4-phase extermination array, you and I no longer have a way forward. But, to be able to live and die with your husband, it is also considered, to die without regret. Surname Lu, you have big dog guts. In front of the 4 of me even dare to pretend, make a show of being mysterious? Just as the sound of the zither exploded, among the 4 elders of the Yuan family, a tall old man with a face like a blazing fire let out a harsh hiss from his mouth. Boss, there's no need to waste more words, just kill them directly, take off both of their heads, and head to the city lord's mansion to collect the reward. The picture is endless. Seeing that Lu Chenxian was not moved by their words at all and had a firm mind, one of the 4 elders of the Yuan family had already pressed on first. Yuan Hongshou, who was at the head, nodded, his face as low as water. In the next moment, the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly opened up as if they were the bright claws of a green dragon, and in the center of his palm, a mass of green-colored xian qi drastically began to surge. Go all out and make sure you get a hit. Boom, rumble. The battle formation quickly went into motion, and the 4 phases took to the air. Above their heads, the 4 phases of the true forms silently launched their roars. The green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu, 4 blurred shadows straight up 10 feet in the air. And then it quickly coalesced and transformed into a hideous beast. Dragon's head and beard, tiger's claws and body, finch's wings and feathers, Xuanwu's metaphysical armor, with the Yuan family's 4 old men's Xian Qi infusion.
the shadow of the beast became more and more solid, and the pressure it emitted soared up as if it were a ferocious beast. Yuan Dan Realm 5th level. Yuan Dan Realm 6th level. 7th level. 8th level. In just a few moments, the pressure inspired by this foreign beast's shadow had actually almost reached the peak 8th level. Even that is still slowly lifting upwards. Chen Xian. Me, to help you. Kill the enemy with the sound of the zither. Under such pressure, Su Lier's breathing became almost suffocating. Her pretty face was bloodless, and even the 10 fingers that played the strings of the zither were gradually out of control. Nonetheless, Su Lier still stood in the midst of the wind and rain, not retreating for half a step, playing the tune ambush on 10 faces to the end. The clang of the zither, the heart of the sun, the stirring zither sound resounded in his ears. Lu Chenxian was pondering. He turned his head and gazed at the single figure behind him. His heart was quite emotional. The world is full of things, but the deepest love is hard to bear. The 4 old men of the Yuan family were originally not worthy of allowing themselves to use this move. However, Li Er's heart is here, and she can't hold on for too long. Then, let her have a glimpse first. See the most magnificent spectacle on earth. Thousands of years of grinding a sword. The blue blade out of the sheath, ghosts and gods shocked. Cold light cleansing 8,000 miles. Blood through the silver rainbow reflecting the long sky. Lier, this sword, out for you. You see clearly. Lu Chenxian shouted long and long, and the 3-foot-long sword in his hand swung up in a diagonal tease. The little purple gold dragon in the dantian seemed to be stimulated, raising its head and emitting a spit, a strand of purple gold dragon breath infusing the whole body. One of the 3 self-created martial arts. Dala, prairie sword. The cold light of the green blade's sword awnings was like fire, and the blood-colored rainbow illuminated most of the long street. A magnificent swordchi of purple gold color was waved out from the sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. First, it swept from the ground to the high sky, as if a phoenix was dancing in the 9 heavens, wrapping up the sky with wind and rain, cutting through the dark night sky. Wind and rain make a rainbow. The blood light rose at once. In an instant, wherever the sword chi passed through, the pressure inspired by the Yuan family's 4 elders melted away with it, and the 4-phase extermination formation, which was simply difficult to resist in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, simply could not stop the sword chi in the slightest. Even the shadow of the beasts condensed into the 4 phases of true form flew into annihilation and dissipated under the sword chi. Only, the blood mist that erupted from the bodies of the Yuan family's 4 elders being overpowered by the sword chi swept up into the sky, and with the flickering purple gold light, it converged into a red gold rainbow. The whole long street where the wind and rain were pouring down. At this moment, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. There was only a round of red gold rainbow hanging high in the sky, illuminating the entire Sanqing city as if it was daytime. Shattered awns were like rain, and rainbows were like stars. A sword flares 3 green. Chapter 31, the Li family removes its name. This sword, on top of the long street, Su Lier, holding the guzheng in her arms, had been completely stunned. The clanging and strumming of the tune 10 sides also stopped again. She tilted her head slowly, a pair of beautiful eyes, staring blankly at the reddish-purple rainbow that was revealed in mid-air. Dots of starburst sprinkled down like rain, as if on top of her petite body. It was covered with a beautiful Xin Kaixia clothing. This, did Chen Xin cut it out for me? Really? So beautiful. Pity. Next to him, Lu Chenxian put away his sword. He just casually swept at the reddish-purple rainbow reflecting in the sky, and then, he slightly shook his head. The first level of the Qi-gathering realm was too weak. If at its peak, this sword would be enough to cut through the void, melting the laws of heaven and earth of a world and forming a heaven-reflecting rainbow that would not be extinguished for 1,000 years. With this level of cultivation today, it only reflects only the 3 green cities, and it won't last. Perhaps after a few breaths, the sword energy would be exhausted, and the long rainbow would dissipate with it. Let's hope. Doesn't disappoint Li. The sword that person chopped out just now was very interesting. Above Sanqing City, at a certain high altitude about 1,000 feet away from the long street, there was a voluptuous and slender charming figure, quietly hovering and standing, seemingly affected by the fluctuation of qi. She looked far into the direction of the long street. Lu Chenxian chopped out that sword, and in the bottom of her eyes, a trace of imperceptible accidental color flashed. Holy maiden! Behind the flirtatious woman stood a black-robed old woman, slightly bowing. The old crone's voice was not without respect. Such a barren place of martial arts. How could there be an expert worthy of your presence? Holy maiden? We are still busy with business. Business? In order to find the legendary person who was destined by heaven, she traveled the continent and almost searched the ends of the earth, but found nothing. What's a moment's delay? That teenager's martial arts talent is good. Only, the killing aura is a bit too heavy. A trace of regret passed across the charming woman's face as she gently shook her head. But I didn't expect that a small Sanqing city would actually have such a character. If it's a woman,
Perhaps she can be brought into the clan for a little cultivation, but it's a pity. The sword-wielding teenager's sword skill was not bad, but due to the restriction of the door rules, he was destined to have no chance with them. And, obviously that sword was exceptionally strong. But the charming woman could obviously sense that Lu Chenxuan's cultivation was only at the chi-gathering stage. In that case, his martial arts talent, was it strong or weak again? It's still really wacky. Holy maiden, let's go. Charming woman is still pondering. The old crone has once again opened her mouth. The light of the firefly, even if there is some to see, where is it comparable to those supreme characters in the sect? When she said that, her voice, she steeped, because right at this moment, Lu Chenxian on top of the long street twisted his head, and a ray of purple aura flashed under his eyes. The direction of his attention, actually, is exactly 1,000 feet away. Charming woman, two people stand that piece of emptiness. Ha, now, the flirtatious woman couldn't help but be moved. When she frowned and was just about to speak, Lu Chenxian had already turned his head again and didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Is it a coincidence? I'm overly concerned. Sister Long, with your and my powers of concealment, how could a mere chi-gathering martial artist possibly sense anything? Delicate woman, like a self-deprecating smile, the figure no longer continued to stay in the void, gently stepped out after a step. She and the black-robed crone, all disappeared in thin air, leaving, above the long street, Lu Chenxuan's gaze flowed as the purple aura under his eyes gradually faded away. Those two people are quite powerful, although it is still less than 1/10,000th of his heyday, but in this lower realm of the mortal realm, it should already belong to a rare master. How could such a character appear on this side of Sanqing City? Maybe, just happened to be passing through Changxian? Just then, the reddish-purple rainbow that reflected the entire Sanqing City had already dissipated, and Su Lier's pretty face was flushed with red, and it was hard to hide the color of surprise on her face. That sword just now, did you send it for Lier? I like it so much, just like it. Lu Chenxian smiled and nodded once. In order to send out that sword just now, the purple gold dragon breath in the Dantian had once again consumed most of it, and now the remaining was less than 10%. It must be replenished immediately. Otherwise, this night's line of the city lord's mansion. I'm afraid that I still have to use some of my cards. Su Lier's beautiful eyes blinked, looking at Lu Chenxuan's slightly whitened face. Her Zhu lips gently bit. I personally refined the chi-gathering pill. The medicinal aroma is rich. The taste is good. Do you want to taste it? Oh, Lu Chenxian was about to continue forward when he heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. This silly girl actually used good taste to describe the elixir she made? Fang himself had said that he didn't need to take the chi-gathering pill. Lier should have been able to see that she was not consumed, but she did not say anything about it, but politely advised. She had a lot of heart for herself. Lil. Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned for a moment, looking distantly toward the end of the long street in front of him, and a faint smile came out of his mouth. Since it's the chi-gathering pill that you refined with your own hands, then even the little bit of aroma that floats in the air is not worthy of being smelled by onlookers. A bunch of rats from the Li family. Am I right? The Li family is here? As soon as Su Lier shoved the chi-gathering pill into Lu Chenxuan's hand, her gaze was fixed on the dark and deep distant long street. Shadows crisscrossed the room, and the pace was bursting. There were at least hundreds of figures, each holding a weapon, coming in clusters of shadows. At the forefront, there were more than 10 old men with sackcloth hanging from their waists and a plain white silk wrapped around their left arms, while the others, all with white mourning scarves on their heads, were full of grudges, and their bodies were filled with fury. It was the Li family disciples. Tonight, the Li family no longer had any reservations, and martial artists above the third level of chi-gathering poured out, with the will to die, to intercept and kill Lu Chenxian in this long street. The fire was so intense that it covered most of the night sky. The Li family's two major techniques, the withered wood technique, and the fiery Xian Gong, would helps fire chi and complements each other, although there was no enhancement of the formation. However, there were many people, and the majestic Xian Qi converged into a wave of air that came crashing down. There were even old martial artists who inspired the power of their own essence and blood, preferring to destroy their own roots and explode far beyond their usual combat power in a short period of time, and putting Lu Chenxian to death at all costs. My Li family, there is no one who is afraid of death? At the very front, a red-haired old man with an ancient face, a long sword in his hand was entwined with a streak of fire, and his voice was like magma erupting. Lu Chenxian, your hatred with my Li family is not shared. Even if my Li family's people die out, I will still haunt you in nightmares day after day, so that you can't sleep peacefully. Kill. Boom. Boom boom. As the words fell, dozens of scarlet blood chi erupted one after another among the crowd at the back. Enough dozens of Li clan children hissed in unison, burning their chi and blood, not hesitating to fight for their lives. A martial arts family. There really is no lack of hot-blooded people. If that's the case, why bother in the first place? having provoked me? Dying and struggling is just futile. Lu Qinshan took a big step to meet the cadre of Li family members, and in his gaze, there was no wave in the ancient well. I Lu Qinshan said, the Li family of Sanqing City, remove your name tonight. The words fell, sword winds whistling up. Chapter 32, Back from the Dead? In this battle, sword-light cleansed and blood stained the streets. In the center of the long street, Su Lier was holding a guzheng in her arms, her slender 10 fingers playing endlessly. A song called Ambush on 10 Faces reverberated and resounded on the long street of the official road of Sanqing City for the whole night. Her gaze, however, was always fixed on that lanky figure that was charging across the room. Lu Qinshan, long sword stabbing and slashing, the body like a swimming dragon, as fast as a stunning, and did not perform any martial arts skills, hand to hand, in the crowd to go like the wind. The rotten wood arcane energy churned and stirred, the fiery Xianqi raged with flames. It still couldn't block that 3-foot green blade, and couldn't hurt a single hair on Lu Qinshuan's head. One step kills 10 people, dripping blood. More than 10 Li family elders had their throats slit, hundreds of Li family children had their heads cut off, and the 100 feet long street was a river of blood at this time. Seeing the Li family martial artists continue to fall, Su Lier's pretty face gradually turned white. Originally, her heart was still surging, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. But, I don't know when it started, but a lingering haze suddenly flowed out of those crystalline eyes. Chen Xian, is it a little too cold? Too heartless, casually reaping the lives of the Li family's martial artists. The expression on his face did not change much. That kind of indifference to all beings, indifference to everything. It was as if he was harvesting not human lives but insignificant ants. And even though both sides were mortal enemies of each other, the scene in front of him was ultimately somewhat tragic. And there's a problem. It seemed that indifference would fade away only after the battle was over, and it also seemed that it would only become more and more obvious when the Xianqi was running during the battle. Morning Gen. It was only until the last Li family martial artist was killed by the sword that Su Lier, who was carrying a guzheng, slowly walked forward. For a moment, she didn't know what she should say. Lu Qinshan flicked his wrist, and the blood left behind at the sword was then shaken away. After that, he held his left hand in the air, and the chaotic heaven-swallowing power enveloped the entire street, devouring the Xianqi remaining on the corpses all over the place. Turning his head to look at the delicate young girl behind him, Lu Qinshan smiled faintly. What's wrong? The previous air of indifference disappeared. Su Lier hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu Qinshan and whispered, husband just was so scary. Lier, from you cannot feel the living people have emotion, as if it is like killing machine. Heaven is unkind and takes everything as a ruminant. The way of heaven is unkind and takes all things as ruminants. Lu Qinshan, who heard these words, his eyes slowly narrowed, and in the depths of his heart, there was also a hint of waves that began to spread out. The words spoken by the heaven-swallowing God Master once again echoed in his ears. According to what the heaven-swallowing Divine Lord had said, an unknown number of years ago, he had crisscrossed the heavens with his heaven-swallowing power, and had ultimately waged the ultimate battle for the heaven-breaking Tao, regretting that he had lost and died in the Tao. It was only after this battle that he vaguely realized that the chaotic heaven-swallowing technique was not flawless, and that there was a huge mistake in it. Murphy, is it as Su Lier said just now, that utilizing the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill will make the person who cultivates it grow colder and colder in temperament? However, when he himself was practicing the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill, he didn't notice anything. Whether the speculation at hand is correct or not also needs to be verified. Looking at Su Lier, whose face faintly flashed a trace of fear, Lu Qinshuan's gaze was gentle and his tone said gently, you don't have to worry. When fighting, I can't be distracted, and this kind of change only occurs when I go all out, right? Perhaps so. After all, the aura Lu Qinshan exuded when he faced himself was not cold at all. Su Lier nodded her head, and the earlier smudge of gloom in her heart dissipated. She turned to look at the end of the long street and her gaze flickered again. City Lord's mansion. Under the darkness of the night, in the shroud of wind and rain, the majestic mansion had appeared within sight. However, right in front of the gate of the mansion, there stood a white-haired old woman with a hand on a copper crutch. This person was surrounded by dead air, as if he was independent of the long street, and appeared out of place in Sanqing City. Luo, old lady Luo. The moment she saw the old woman's face clearly, Su Lier suddenly screamed out in horror, and the redness that had just risen on her pretty face also faded away at this moment. The expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and an indescribably great fear welled up in his heart. Lil? Lu Qinshan put his palm on Su Lier's shoulder and let out a soft cry under his breath. Guard your mind. The sound was like a yellow bell, shaking through the sea of consciousness. Su Lier's body shook and her face gradually returned to normal. Only, in her eyes, there was still an unbelievable shock that flowed out. Husband, you don't know. the old lady of the Luo family. She died 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Luo Tang, the hairy wife of Luo Sihai, the head of the Luo family, contracted a serious illness and died. Before her death, Luo Sihai went around to seek medical help 3 times on the Nanshan sect, but the serious illness is difficult to cure. The medicine is powerless. Even if the Nanshan sect's Dan Dao masters to do, still nothing can be done. The Lord's mother died and the family was buried. The entire Luo family held a wake for her. Luo Sihai personally supported the coffin. All the major families in Sanqing City came out to offer their condolences, and even the previous Sanqing City lord, likewise went in person. The Luo Tang clan, who had been dead for decades, actually showed up alive at the entrance of the city lord's mansion this night. Little girl, you actually recognize my old self? An onyxed Lo Tangs, leaning forward on her brass crutches. With every step she took, her footprints would instantly freeze, and what she spat out of her mouth was also a blanket of cold air that emanated. 30 years ago, you shouldn't have been born yet, right? And you can actually still recognize the identity of the old body. Oh yes, I should have heard your Su family elders mention it. While talking, Luo Tang's footsteps did not stop. Behind her, frost was everywhere. The rain fell into ice, and even the air beside her, and even the homes on both sides of the street, were vaguely covered with a layer of cold light. The cold aura emanating from her body had actually reached the point where it could freeze everything. As the distance drew a little closer, Luo Tang's right hand, which was as thin as a wood, slowly retracted into its sleeve and pinched a cold, glittering ice crystal talisman. So, what's that? Su Lier's mind seemed to be affected. Some blankness appeared in her eyes, and then she actually became a bit wan and sleepy. Chen Xian, I'm so sleepy, my Gu Zheng. I still have to play 10 ambushes for you. She actually couldn't even hold the rosewood koto in her arms, and it almost slipped off. Snap, a soft thud. Lu Chunxian stretched out his arm and wrapped both Su Lier and Guzheng into his embrace, purple light flickering under his eyes as he indifferently gazed at the Luo Tang clan who was approaching. This Luo family crone is by no means back from the dead, and the ice crystal talisman in her hand had jagged edges, and inside there was a wisp of soul light floating and illuminating, obviously with a very strong Yuan Shen power that was sleeping in it. It was also this Yuan Shen that affected Su Lier, causing her to become drowsy. This object, it is the innate weapon of the former easy immortal King Xiaoding Tian, a fragment left behind after the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night disintegrated and shattered. What? You still recognize this treasure? Luo Tang's footsteps subconsciously lurched when she saw Lu Chenxuan's line of sight on the ice crystal talisman in his hand. Immediately she hissed dumbly, "This is my Luo family ancestor inherited things. Even the old body do not know much about it. You cannot possibly recognize." Of course, even though I don't know what this treasure is, after the painstaking research of my Luo family's ancestors through the generations, I have already mastered the method of activating this treasure. Speaking here, Luo Tang's face was steeply gloomy, and her voice was like a severe ghost howling. In order to control this treasure, the old me faked my death and hid underground, living in the dark for 30 years. 30 years, 30 years, 30 whole years. Chapter 33, A Dream of Yellow Coke, the Weapon of the Innate. The night of the 24 bridges and the bright moon, when the free immortal King Xiaoding Tian, it is relying on this treasure, traveling the immortal world of all races, exploring the major secret realm, countless times to turn danger into safety, desperate to survive. Even the recognized strongest god of war, Lu Chenxian, could certainly overwhelm him in terms of strength, but if he wanted to kill him, it was simply impossible. The many sparring matches had allowed Lu Chenxian to gain some understanding of this innate weapon of his as well. When Xiaoding Tian activated this treasure, an immortal bridge would float into the void. Under the immortal sound, it can change the 4 seasons, change the rotation of the sun and the moon, which can be described as 1,000 changes, mysterious and unfathomable. Suppressing seals, again, is not a problem. Moreover, according to the residual soul of Xiaoding Tian, at the time of his fall, this treasure automatically protected its owner, split and disintegrated, preserved Xiaoding Tian's Yuan Shen, and scattered and sealed it among the many fragments. At this moment, the ice crystal fragment that appeared in Luo Tang's hands, which was sealed, should also be a wisp of Xiaoding Tian's weak Yuan Shen. Do you know how the old body has passed these 30 years? A few feet ago, Luo Tang's face was decaying, and her appearance was bleak and appalling. In this treasure inherited from my Luo family's ancestors, it possesses supreme power. It contains unimaginable sealing power, even at the Yuan Dan realm. Once you get close, you will be affected by it, and will even have your sanity sealed. Only the old body's physique matches this treasure. Thus, it is only for 30 years as one day, day after day, with its own Xian Qi warming, to now, can be considered to have a chance to launch this talisman. The old body is in charge of this talisman. is my Luo family's ultimate bottom card. Today, let you Lu Qinxian God's soul all dead, for my Luo family, to seek justice, under the sound and color. Luo Tangs had obviously fallen into a state of madness. This innate weapon, when it was in full bloom, had already given birth to its own spirit. After the disintegration, the artifact spirit was weak and fell into a deep sleep along with shouting Tian's Yuanshan, only emanating a wisp of sealing qi by virtue of the instincts of the fragment. It could be imagined that in order to resist this power and control a trace of the might of this fragment, this old crone had suffered for 30 years, and even her temperament had changed into a ferocious and unruly one. The current her, the only thing she couldn't forget was Lu Qinchuan's monstrous hatred for killing Luo Sihai and Luo Shuwu. In order to kill you, my old self has thrown her weight around and sacrificed 99 of my Luo family's sons and daughters of the first line to use their essence blood to invoke this treasure to take your dog's life. Lo Tang laughed in a low, stern voice. The ice crystal talisman in her hand shot out strands of cold light at this time, and in her voice, it contained even more hysterical resentment. Lu Qinxian, even if you are heavenly, your subdued soul and sealed spirit will be forever sealed within this talisman, and you will not be allowed to reincarnate. Give it to me and die. As the voice fell, a round of cold on swept up. The 24 bridges bright moon night debris released a great light, a horrifying coldness that instantly filled the entire long street, enveloping Lu Qinxian and Su Lier in his arms. Lao Shao, ah Lao Shao. I didn't expect that so soon. A piece of debris appeared, in the face of the immense might emanating from the remnants of the artifact of the innate. Lu Qinxian merely gently wrapped his arm around Su Lier's waist and lifted his right hand forward. A powerless slap. This poem did not cause any visions, and did not carry half of the power, and even the purple gold dragon breath within Lu Qinxian Dantian did not use it. Ordinary, common, worthless, hinged on the fact that resistance has been abandoned. Ha, 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 ha. 3 breaths later, the Luo Tangs on the long street let out a wild laugh up to the sky. On her withered and aged face, there was the unrestrained coziness of having her revenge avenged. Lu Qinxian, Su Lier, the spirit is gone. Lu Qinxian, who was 3 feet away from her, stood still. Su Lier's delicate body stiffened, and there was a fuzzy aura that floated out from the 2 men's heads, quickly drilling into the ice crystal talisman in the crone's hand. 3 souls and 7 spirits, all sealed, though the body had not yet collapsed. Yet Luo Tang's heart knew it. As long as the soul is sealed by the talisman, the soul will definitely be dissipated and will never enter the reincarnation. Even if it can still stand, it is just a walking corpse. Master, Shu Ji, I have avenged you. After executing this strike, the frantic look on Luo Tang's face gradually faded away, and what followed was a deep fatigue and overflowing tenderness. I'll go to the city lord's mansion to collect the reward, to preserve a ray of hope for the rise of my Luo family, and after that, go to the 9 springs to reunite with my lord. While saying that, he raised his steps and trudged towards the city lord's mansion. Just this time, Lo Tang's, behind her, a voice that could never be heard again rang out suddenly. With the warmth of your divine soul, old Zhao's Yuanshan has not suffered much damage despite its weakness. Now, you can die. Lu Qinchuan's voice? Luo Tang's body shocked dramatically, unbelievably turned around, looked at the young man still standing behind him, and then looked at the wanly sleeping Su Lier in his arms, and then looked at the familiar ice crystal talisman in his hand. A talisman? The treasure inherited from the Luo family's ancestor, the ice crystal talisman that could seal everything. When, instead, had it arrived in Lu Qinchuan's hands? And why is his soul sealed and he can still talk? No way. How is that possible? Luo Tang slowly lowered her head and looked at her empty right hand, her gaze once again frozen. It's true. The ice crystal talisman that had been firmly pinched in her palm disappeared at some point and instead appeared in Lu Qinchuan's hand. And whose old Sha? What divine soul warming? What yellow koan? Lu Qinxian. What did he say? Frog in the bottom of a well. You can't even imagine the breadth of heaven and earth. To be able to kill me once in the middle of a phantom dream is considered to be a reward I'll give you in remembrance of your 30 years of tirelessly warming up your Shao divine soul. Lu Qinchuan's voice was as calm as ever. The previous move was created by Mr. Lu. The Dala, illusionary dream poem. In the past, the strongest god of war in the immortal world, Lu Qinxian, had 3 major self-created martial arts: Great Luo Silent Finger, Great Luo Prairie Sky Sword, Great Luo Illusory Dream Poem. The finger light silenced everything. The sword chi cut through the sky, and the palm power was uncertain and senile. This palm force, in particular, was not driven by Xin Qi or immortal power, but rather condensed with the power of the divine soul, directly attacking the opponent's mind and creating a real illusion. Let the other person immerse themselves in it without realizing it until they are sunk for eternity. Only, now that his cultivation was not worth mentioning, the illusion was difficult to last, and it only lasted for 3 or 5 breaths of time. After Luo Tang's fall into a phantom dream, removing the ice crystal talisman from her hand was nothing more than a breeze. A phantom dream. It turned out to be just a phantom dream. It wasn't until this moment that Luo Tang finally came to a realization. She looked at her empty right hand once again, and a hint of indescribable despair passed through her cloudy eyes. Lu Chenxian. The depth of the city and the strength of his martial arts skills were simply unimaginable. What was even more frightening was that he was still so young, as if he was a rising sun that would gradually blossom into a dazzling light that could not be seen directly. Luo family offended such a person. Broken is inevitable. Master, don't go too fast. I am coming. Luo Tang's, who had lost any opportunity to do so, laughed ruefully and raised his right hand violently, slapping it down heavily towards his own heavenly soul cover. His head exploded and he fell to the ground. The Luo family of Sanqing City, gone. Lu Chenxian let out a breath of relief and put away the 24 bridges and bright moon night remnants, while he then turned his head to look at the end of the long street, his gaze gradually becoming cold. The city lord's mansion is close by. The person who should come, at this moment, should also show up. Chapter 34 God dividing the three suns. The raging storm that had lasted all night had, at some point, faded. The dark night remains. At the end of the long street, the city lord's mansion stood majestically, and the 2 Zhanghai bronze lions situated at the entrance appeared particularly hideous under the illumination of the occasional lightning that lit up the sky. Click! Another sudden blast of heavenly thunder illuminated the entire long street once again. Snap! Slap! The sound of footsteps, along with the 4 shoots of lightning. A figure stepped out from behind one of the bronze lions. This person, clad in iron armor and with iron boots, walked straight to Lu Chenxian. It's the one that's supposed to come. The number 1 strongest person in Sanqing City, the peak 9th level Yuan Dan Realm Town Guard General, Tai Mu Chun. I received a summons from your Su family and came here immediately. Tai Mu Chun's left hand pressed down on the hilt of his longsword, his gaze leveled at the youth in front of him. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. Little friend Lu, you killed all the way. Mr. Tai followed all the way and did not make a move to stop you. Truth be told, not only is it brilliant, it's mind-blowing. I have always been good friends with the old family master Su, and do not want to be your enemy. But, Gu Chang is ultimately the lord of a city, an official of the imperial court. I cannot bear to see you walk out of that step, killing courtiers. The crime is the same as rebellion. Taiyama can distinguish between public and private matters. Even if he and Gu Chang have always been at odds, he cannot ignore the law of the court. Moreover, there was also the South Mountain Golden Order shining through the 3 green cities, ordering all the martial artists in the city to kill Lu Chenxian. He can ignore those. But, Gu Chun, he can't die in the hands of Lu Chenxian. I Lu Chenxian, only ask about right and wrong, not about the court. Taking Su Lier's slender waist, Lu Chenxian rubbed shoulders with Tai Mu Chun and continued to step towards the city lord's mansion. The moment his figures crossed paths, his body gave a slight lurch. With so many people dead, how can Gu Chang, as the culprit, stay out of it? Lu Chenxuan's tone was indifferent and calm. This person, I will kill. Pale. The war knife is sheathed. Tai Mu Chun sheathed his long sword at his waist in a pale sheath, and although his back was turned to Lu Chenxian, his body's battle intent had already risen. With the strength of your talent, it can be called a rare sight in 1,000 years. And although tonight's killing is profound, as long as I report to the court to explain the original cause, His Majesty loves and cherishes talent, and it is not so bad that he will definitely be condemned. But if you kill an imperial official, everything will be difficult to undo. An iron can't just sit back and watch. The footsteps stopped. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Su Lier in Lu Chenxuan's arms had just woken up. Earlier, she was shocked by the 24 bridges and moonlit night debris, and her mind was somewhat affected, falling into a half-comatose, half-sleeping state. Now that she had heard the question and answer between Tai Mu Chun and Lu Chenxian, she was vaguely aware of it, and her pair of beautiful eyes opened at this moment. Lil, you're awake? Lu Chenxian assisted Su Lier and said with a faint smile, the city lord's mansion is right in front of us. Let's go in. Are we there yet? A trace of bewilderment flashed through Su Lier's gaze, and only after a few breaths did she regain her clarity. And then she turned back to look at Tai Mu Chun's back, and a heart couldn't help but tighten. But the Iron General. The Iron General is just being kind. Lu Chenxian handed the rosewood koto back to Su Lier's arms, and Tai Mu Chun's back was opposite to his, and he smiled while speaking. If I want to really be bent on having my own way, not only will General Tai not stop me, he will also come to my aid. General Iron, what do you say? Am I right? Good boy. Tai Mu Chun's low hum, but in his eyes there was a color of strong appreciation. With such a talent and such a heart, to say that it was one in 1,000 years was afraid to dishonor Lu Chenxian. This son is said to be hard to find in 10,000 years and unmatched in the world. Tonight, He was entrusted by Su Chenglong to escort Lu Chenxian, but he witnessed the birth of a miracle. Lu Chenxian forcefully suppressed a city full of martial artists and killed the city lord's mansion alone. Now it seems that the previous judgment of this kid was still too underestimated. With the means Lu Chenxian had displayed along the way, even if he was as strong as he was, he didn't dare to presume that he could match them. Unconsciously, in front of this young junior who was only at the first level of chi gathering, he no longer had any semblance of arrogance. Nanshan Venerable Envoy, surnamed Zhou with a single name of Li. His cultivation is similar to mine. Both are at the peak of Yuan Dan 9, just one step away from being able to divine split 3 yangs. Taimu Chun shook his head helplessly, sheathing his long sword, his tone slightly more grave. I have a special identity and it's not appropriate for me to enter the city lord's mansion at this time. But if you, little friend Lu, are unable to do so, Mr. Tai will make a move to save your and Miss Su's lives. Now, I'm just outside the door of this house, to wait and see. At the peak of the 9th level of Yuan Dan, only one step away from dividing the 3 suns, that is, Yuan Dan Great Round. In the Xian Tian continent's martial realm, after the Qi gathering Yuan Dan, it was the 3 Yang realm. The Sea of Consciousness opened up the spirit pool and condensed the 3 Yang tripods, and it was only until this realm that the foundation of the martial arts was considered to have been stabilized. Although Taimu Chun and Nanshan Zun Shizhou had not yet stepped into the 3 Yangs realm, they had already opened up their spiritual pools, initially forming the prototype of the 3 Yangs. It was already possible to exert a portion of the might of the triple Yang realm. This practice, it was almost 2 great realms higher than the current Lu Chenxian. In the history of the Xian heavenly continent, no one has ever done anything to challenge across 2 major realms. Taimu Chun's face was very grave, and his tone was not without worry. Lu Xiaoyu, I still advise you to. However, Lu Chenxian snapped his fingers and shot off the gate of the city lord's mansion, and Su Lier immediately followed after being stunned for a moment, one in front of the other. The husband sings, and the two walk into the city master's mansion in unison. Lu, Taimu Chun wanted to say something, his palm slowly rubbed the hilt of the iron sword, and in the bottom of his heart, there was also a touch of shock that involuntarily surfaced. Lu Chenxian, actually even Yuan Dan Great Circle has no fear? This kid, is he possessed by a demon god? Simply, husband. Inside the city lord's mansion, Su Lier, who was holding a guzheng in her arms, followed behind Lu Chenxian. Her silver teeth gently bit her cherry-red thin lips, and a touch of perseverance surfaced on her pretty face. Tonight, regardless of the outcome, I am satisfied to fight alongside you. The plain hand flicked the zither, and there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. Clank, clank, clang clang clang. Su Lier's 10 fingers vibrated the strings of the zither, and the originally interrupted song sounded again. The sound of the zither was stirring and soaring, and it gradually resounded over the 3 Green Cities city lord's mansion. That unfinished song, Ambush on 10 Fronts, was, by now, almost near the end, entering its final chapter. Score, back to camp. Chapter 35, I'll give you a present. Inside the city lord's mansion, the lights stayed on all night and were as bright as day. In the main seat position in the main hall of the front hall, Gu Chang sat flat knee straddling, with a 4-pronged steel whip placed across the side of his thigh. The surface of the whip body had runic patterns that flashed faintly, emitting an unusually complicated black cold light. Imperial Court's gift. Yellow-grade high-grade spirit weapon, Xianfeng Swimming Dragon Mace. The city lord's mansion had 2 major spiritual weapons. The golden plume blade was second to none, and the Xianfeng Swimming Dragon Mace was half a step behind. However, Gu Feng's qualifications were outstanding, and at the age of 17, he promoted to the Yuan Dan realm, becoming the first genius of Sanqing City in 100 years. So Gu Chang gave him the golden plume treasure sword, which had been given to him by the Imperial Court, to use. Only, the name of this first genius had turned dim with the strong rise of Lu Chenxian. Gu Chang, who was in the main seat, turned his head to look at Zhou, the venerable envoy of Nanshan, who was seated on the left side, and asked with a smile, it really didn't occur to me that that kid could actually make it this far. I wonder if Mr. Gu can use this precious mace to blow his head off? Although Gu Chang's face was brimming with smiles, inwardly, he was already beating a drum. He wasn't exactly sure anymore. Tonight's battle, although Gu Chang sat in the city lord's mansion, did not leave. However, the house in the eyes of the whole city has long been all the battle, one by one back, kill several waves of chi-gathering realm martial artists first, and then behead the 4 elders of the Yuan family, and then the entirely family was executed. In the end, the Rotunda, forced to fake his own death for 30 years, committed suicide and died. The strength that Lu Chenxian displayed, obviously, possessed the qualifications to make the few people present look squarely at him. Father did not wait for Zhou to leave his mouth. Sitting in the right side of the eunuch chair in the ancient wind,
Mouth issued a low grunt. Lu Chenxian and the wind and rain killed a night. Even if there is a good elixir to replenish, the body of the Xuanqi is bound to be consumed almost. We're waiting for the enemy to come, and with the help of the three great confessors, killing a chi-gathering first level is not as easy as a slap in the face. That being said, it's true, tonight is indeed a little too long. From the Su family mansion to the city lord's mansion, that long street, but only 1,000 feet of light. Lu Chenxian but walked a full more than 2 hours. It will be dawn. After such a long period of time, even if he was a 9th level chi-gathering martial artist, he was bound to have become exhausted under the fight over and over again. Even though he still has the guts to enter the city lord's mansion with his sword, how much more battle power can he maintain? I'm afraid, there's not 1 in 10 left. What's more, the current city lord's mansion hid crouching tigers and dragons, with both venerable envoy Nanshan and city lord Guchang, as well as the 3 major offerings, all of which were very powerful Yuan Dan martial artists. With a lineup like that, Ironwood Chun would have to hold a grudge if he came, unless it's a triple Yang realm powerhouse. Otherwise, no one has a chance of winning. The sound of the zither is getting closer and closer. The 10-sided ambush will come to an end. Is it a victory to return to the camp? Jolie walked off the eunuch's chair, a cold smile of murderous intent flowing from the bottom of his eyes. But I think that returning to camp and victory should refer to us. The 3 offerings will definitely be able to intercept Lu Chenxian outside the main hall, and this messenger will set up wine here and wait for the 3 to return victoriously. After saying that, he personally poured 3 cups of wine and raised the cups remotely to the 3 black-robed men in the hall. These 3 are strong. It deserves Zhou Li's attention. The 3 major offerings of the city lord's mansion were recruited by Gu Chang at great expense, and the 3 of them were full brothers from the same mother. The oldest, Red Yuan Hao, the second, Red Yuan Kuei, and the third, Red Yuan Xie, all took the names of ancient beasts in their names, and the people are as they are. The 3 men were ugly in appearance and were born with unusually tall figures. Although his body was draped in a black robe, he still couldn't cover up the majestic muscles, and the lines around his body were like a knife and axe, filled with a terrifying sense of power. Bare hands, fists like sandbags, and underneath the feet of the 3 of them, they were all wearing a pair of bulky iron tracks, forged from fine gold and basalt iron, with more than 10 complex runic patterns carved on the surface as well. It was a yellow-grade spirit weapon forged by a refiner that Gu Chang had hired at a high price. The mountain treading boots, although it is a low grade, in fact, because the weight is too heavy, it is difficult for ordinary martial artists to manage, so the grade is limited, so it is set at a low grade level. These 3 pairs of iron tracks, regardless of material or killing power, were no less than a true yellow grade medium grade spiritual artifact. The weight of each pair of mountain stepping boots reaches a terrifying 1,000 pounds or more. A fierce warrior with a heavy weapon is unbeatable. It is worth mentioning that the 3 brothers have a common mind, and when they fight, they cooperate well, and they are 3 times sharper than any ordinary battle formation. The 3 of you should be familiar with Lu Chenxian's bottom line, so I won't repeat it. Gu Chang stepped down from the main seat and arched his hands and clasped his fists at the 3 of them. I'm known as brothers to the 3 of you, so please go all out and kill Lu Chenxian for me. Lu Chenxian, a mere chi-gathering realm child, even if he had some means, how could he be a match for these 3 ferocious beasts? Don't worry, City Lord. Red Yuanhao's voice was like a flood bell, overbearing. After tonight, the young city master will still be the first genius of Sanqing City for 100 years. That Lu Chenxian's head, we, brothers, will definitely pick it for you. After saying that, the Jack Iron Walker let out a loud rumbling sound, and with the 2 brothers in tow, he turned around and walked towards the front yard of the city lord's mansion. Lu Chenxian, hear this voice. The death knell has sounded for you. Gu Chang stood in front of the hall, looking far away in the direction of the mansion door, that cold smile under his eyes, getting thicker and thicker. The 3 Red Yuanhao brothers all had the blood of ferocious beasts flowing in their bones, and even he had only taken the 3 under his wing by chance. Once the ferocious blood of the 3 of them was stimulated, their strength could be increased by several times in a short period of time, and even Gu Chang himself would not dare to face the battle head-on, raising an army for 1,000 days. Today, it really came in handy. Lu Chenxian, you are dead. On the stone steps of the front court of the city lord's mansion, Su Lier listened to the heavy footsteps that were gradually approaching, and her slender 10 fingers gave a start to it. It was really the footsteps that were so appalling, easily overpowering the sound of the Guzheng zither. The sound of ambush on 10 faces was already hard to hear clearly, even shocking her mind. Gifted with the blood of ferocious beasts, Lu Chenxian went to stare ahead. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a hint of faint joy actually appeared on his face. Chen Xian, what's going on here? Why are you still happy? A trace of doubt flew up on Su Lier's face, and with a clench of her teeth,
She gently tugged on Lu Chenxian's sleeve and reminded in a low voice, "Husband, they seem to be very strong, powerful, and definitely came to intercept the two of us. Why? Can you still laugh? Shouldn't we laugh? There are innate and acquired martial artist bloodlines. Every ordinary martial artist could be stimulated by certain means, after birth, and after possessing some special bloodlines, they would have incredible power and their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in a single day." Lu Chenxian had long since secretly scouted for Su Lier. It was just that stimulating those unique bloodlines required the use of supreme secret methods, and with today's Lu Chenxian, the only way to successfully do so was to borrow the pure immortal power left behind by Xiao Dingtian. Not so much now. If one could obtain the ferocious blood possessed in the bodies of these three people, one could save that one immortal power. Wouldn't that be a great blessing? Lu Chenxian smiled as he stepped forward, a very rare look of anticipation spreading across his face. "Lier, you followed me in battle all night, and it's hard work. I'll give you a gift. I believe you'll like it." Chapter 36, Come Out and Die. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook uncontrollably as the iron shoes stepped on the ground. In the front yard of the city lord's mansion, three huge figures of about 10 feet were like small mountains, stepping forward along the stone path, and there were rolling blood chi surging in the fierce and savage body, which looked like a blood mist tossing and turning, with a shocking aura of ferociousness. Some of the green trees on both sides of the road, as well as the countless flourishing flowers in the garden, all withered under the erosion of the blood chi. Lu Chenxian, seeing the two figures that appeared in the vestibule, the footsteps of the three members of the Red family stopped. They stood tall and looked down at the two Lu Chenxian in front of them, and the boss at the head, Red Yuanhao, had a voice that rolled like thunder from his mouth. "By order of the prefecture master, the three of us were ordered to remove your head. Knowing the time, you should cut yourself off, lest your life be worse than death." Lu Chenxian tilted his head with interest and surveyed the three members of the Red family, and Su Lier's eyes steeply widened, reaching out to cover her small cherry-red mouth with an uncontrollable hand. How in heaven's name can there be such a tall man? It was recorded in the canonical texts that the edge of the Manju mountain vein was often infested with Xian beasts. If an Xian beast develops a spirit, it can be called a spirit beast. As for certain special spirit beasts, they have an ancient bloodline, and even though this bloodline is quite thin, there is still a hint of the possibility of returning to their ancestors. As a result, some hunters who hunted Xian beasts, and occasionally people who devoured beast meat, would experience odd changes in their physique under the influence of the beast's blood. These three people in front of them, their physique reached almost 1 foot in size. If they were not mistaken, they must have come from hunters near the Wanshou mountain vein, and after devouring the beast's meat, they were born with some kind of special bloodline. Seeing that Lu Chenxian clearly didn't have the slightest intention of cutting himself, Red Yuanhao couldn't help himself and raised his right foot violently, huge feet, as if they were doorstops. With a low roar from his mouth, he stomped straight towards Lu Chenxian's head. Two tiny reptiles, eating bear heart and leopard guts, how dare they go against Lord City Lord? Go to hell. Under the boots of treadmill, the corpse will not survive. In the past, those who were killed by the three males of the Red surname, all of them were not broken bones and tendons, and their flesh and blood were turned into mud. His thick thighs, like the main hall beams of the city lord's mansion, catalyzed the iron boots with the strength of 10,000 pounds, and then with the secret method of enchantment, running the power of the yellow-grade spiritual weapon. It could be said that even a late Yuan Dan realm martial artist would not dare to choose to fight hard when this foot stepped down. The blood chi is a bit weaker, and I still have to borrow the anger to catalyze it. Lu Chenxian ignored his opponent's stomping as if it was a titanic pressure, and between light strokes, the sword in his hand was casually raised upwards. The one that struck out was a martial art that he had often used against giant demonic beasts in the past, when he had crisscrossed the green sky immortal region. The sword light is like a great river, and the Milky Way hangs in the sky. A long river of purple golden sword light rolled backwards, enveloping all three males of the Red surname. The mighty fierce kick stepped out by Red Yuanzhao was actually unable to land at all. This vast and magnificent long river of sword light, however, was like a lingering death, pulling out a sword mark that was deep enough to be seen on the three people's transverse physiques. The injury was not minor, but no blood was visible. The efficacy of the blood of the ferocious beasts that they possessed was obviously very special, and almost the instant they were injured, their wounds quickly scabbed over and healed. Scorched blood is like volcanic magma, fast cohesion. The formation of blood scab is very hard, protective force, and even more than the three brothers of the Red family's own skin membrane. It didn't hurt them too badly though, but, under the sword light inspired by Lu Chenxian, the pain suffered by the three could be imagined, as if they were cut by 1,000 knives. The three of them roared and growled in anger. You seek death. If I don't eat you, I'll never stop. Ah! The roar of pain was followed by a burst of anger. The beast blood power within the three brothers of the Red family completely erupted.
and their red aura rose all over their bodies, and they began to fiercely burn like a blood-colored flame, and their arms, thighs, waists, backs, shoulders, all began to swell, like muscle giants cast in gold and iron, radiating a terrifying pressure that crushed everything. Chen Xian. Seeing this scene, Su Lier was so frightened that she couldn't help but lose her voice and shriek, "Run! Run! They're crazy! The pressure is too much." Even the weakest ancient ferocious beasts could gain exponential growth and strength once their ferocity kicked in. The ferocious blood flowing in the bodies of the three brothers of the Red family was obviously not of a low grade, and under the outbreak, the pressure actually rose again and again. If one were to make a judgment based on a martial artist's cultivation, the strength of the three people at this moment was afraid that they would not be weaker than the fifth level of the Yuan Dan realm. Is it at most around the fifth level of Yuan Dan? Perhaps. It can barely make a dent. Not far away, Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he secretly sensed the ferocious blood aura presented by the three brothers of the Red family and nodded slightly. It was impossible for too high a ferocious beast bloodline to be born in this mundane little world. These three big guys, despite not being of a high grade, but, in conjunction with their own means, used to inspire the first level of the special bloodline, they were barely qualified. In this way, the wisp of immortal chi of old Shao that remained in the Dantian could be saved. Today, take the ferocious blood of the three of you for one use. Lu Chenxian faintly opened his mouth and spoke up, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, swinging it out. Those who possess ferocious blood are hard to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and it's a relief for the three of you. In the next moment, a purple gold aura was infused on top of the sword. It was still that one galaxy of sword light sweeping. It was just that the sword light that had gained the addition of the purple gold dragon's breath had skyrocketed in power. The seemingly indestructible physiques of the three people disintegrated rapidly under the purple chi churning. In just a few breaths, the three of them completely disappeared from within the city lord's mansion, and the three pairs of iron tracks, too, crashed to the ground from the air, smashing the verdant stone floor to pieces. In the void, there were also 3 drops of fierce blood essence, dripping and suspended. Vaguely visible were 3 ferocious beast silhouettes roaring up to the sky, emitting silent hisses with an inexhaustible tyrannical ferocity. Come! Lu Chenxian reached out and 3 drops of beast blood flew into the palm of his hand, and then he spread his hands with a smile on his face. Lil, this is the gift I'm going to give you. Here, open your mouth. What? Su Lier beside her was at a loss for words. Her pale and pretty face seemed to be shocked by the ferocious beast silhouette, and she was so scared that she backed up. This, I don't want it. Just keep it for yourself. Husband, Lier, vomit. At the end of the sentence, he actually turned around and dry heaved. After all, these 3 drops of blood were shed by the 3 giant-like men earlier. How could she have that courage to swallow them? This scene more or less embarrassed Lu Chenxian. However, the current Su Lier's cultivation was shallow, and the ferocious blood contained a trace of the ferocious beast's will, so it was indeed not something she could withstand either. It was his own lack of consideration. Then, I'll hold it for you for now. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and put the 3 drops of ferocious blood into his dantian. Then he once again reached out and opened his 5 fingers to the 3 pairs of mountain-stepping boots on the ground. Chaos swallows the sky. The sword that killed the 3 just now used a lot of purple gold dragon breath. As for the aura possessed in the spirit weapon, the purple gold little dragon could replenish it slightly after devouring it. It's better than nothing, that's all. About 2 or 3 breaths later, wow, the 3 pairs of mountain treading boots were reduced to a pile of scrap metal, their surface dull and lifeless, and their internal essence had been devoured by the little purple gold dragon. Okay. Lu Chenxian raised his head, his eyes looking towards the illuminated main hall of the city lord's mansion behind the illuminated wall, and the sword in his hand gently shook. Swish! A sword chi, spanning a distance of tens of feet, chopped directly into the main hall. Gu Cheng, I have arrived. Do you, still not roll out to die? Chapter 37 Recruitment. The sword is like a rainbow. Within the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Zhou, the South Mountain honorable envoy, the city lord Gu Cheng, and the first talent of the 3 green cities in 100 years, Gu Feng, all tilting their heads, looking at this purple and gold sword chi that had torn apart the plaque of the main hall, chopped off the beams of the main hall, and lifted off the roof ridge of the main hall. It was still flickering endlessly in midair. Their faces, all of them were involuntarily moved by it. Lu Chenxian, this sun is simply terrifying. The 3 brothers of the Red family were 3 hunters that Gu Cheng had met by chance a few years ago when he was patrolling the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At that time, the ferocious blood in the 3 people's bodies just happened to flare up, displaying a ferocious might that was very different from that of ordinary martial artists. Under the outburst, with Gu Cheng's strength at the peak of the 5th level of the Yuan Dan realm at that time, he surprisingly only had a slight upper hand. If both sides fought to the death,
The one who would ultimately lose would most likely even be Gu Cheng himself. However, it was such a strong three ferocious blood ruthless people that actually died easily at the hands of Lu Chenxian. The strength of this man, Lu Chenxian, I really underestimated you. Zhou Li, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall, his gaze narrowed slightly, his hands were gathered within the sleeves of his robe, and his two fists were already quietly clenched without him realizing it. The opponent's martial arts talent was definitely comparable to that of the ancient world. If it had been known earlier that Lu Chenxuan's qualifications were so strong to such an extent, then the inner disciple's place would not have been Gu Feng's turn at all, not to mention the South Mountain sect, even in the entire world. A person with such incredible talent should be one of the very few. It may be a little late to pull him in now, but, still, you can barely give it a try. Zhou Li in the bottom of his heart secretly contemplated for a moment. The bottom of the eyes of the color of a touch of chagrin fleetingly passed. The expression quickly returned to normal, and beside him, Gu Cheng was holding the iron mace in his hand, and Gu Feng was similarly clutching the golden plume blade. Father and son looked at each other, and a battle intent rose up. Zhou Li, the venerable envoy of the South Mountain, might still have a chance to resolve his grudge with Lu Chenxian, but they, the father and son of the Gu family, did not have this possibility. Between the two sides, there is no end to death. As Lu Chenxian approached step by step, it was finally the final moment of closure. Either Lu Chenxian is buried in the city's main house, or their father and son are dead. The family will also be reduced to ashes. Thinking of this, Gu Feng fiercely clenched his teeth and took a step forward. Father, Lu Chenxian has fought many vicious battles this night, and just now, he forcefully beheaded the three great confessors, so his consumption must be extremely great. At this moment, he may already be at the end of his strength. I would like to take the lead. As long as he reveals a crack, Father will immediately strike and kill Lu Chenxian with a single blow. Gu Feng was also aware that this was the last response. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even a late Yuan Dan expert, the Xian Qi in his dantian would definitely be incredibly empty after experiencing this vicious battle. 10% of his strength. I'm afraid that no more than 2 or 3% is left. His own father and son had taken advantage of the situation and might have hoped to kill him on the spot. Just as Gu Cheng was still hesitating. Snap, slap, footsteps sounded. On the green stone floor outside the main hall, Lu Chenxuan's green shirt was in front of him with his sword, and Su Lier was behind him with her guzheng in her arms. The pair of aloof youths with cold faces and the clear young girl with a slightly white pretty face had slowly walked not far in front of the main hall. The two sides are less than 10 feet, which can be close at hand. In the instant that the two showed up, Gu Feng's aura skyrocketed, the golden plume blade in his hand raised, and the next moment he was about to pounce on them, but it didn't occur to slow down. Zhou Li, who stood behind the Gu family's father and son, waved his robe sleeve and a strong wind swept through, stopping Gu Feng directly. Zhou Li carried his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward to meet Lu Chenxian. His tone was not without appreciation, but his posture was still lofty. Lu Chenxian, Mr. Lu, for you to have made it this far, I have to say that it is indeed a bit surprising, and with the martial arts qualifications you have displayed today, you are considered to possess the qualifications to make me take you seriously. Therefore, this messenger has decided to be extrajudicial and not to be blamed for this night's incident. As long as you are willing to sincerely return to the fold, this messenger can introduce you to the inner disciple status on top of the inner disciple status, and even allow you to enter the core of my Nanshan sect's punishment hall. What? Gu Cheng's father and son were creeped out, their faces filled with disbelief. Under the South Mountain sect patriarch, the 4 great elders are each in charge of a hall. The Dan Hall refines all kinds of pills, the Weapon Hall forges divine weapons, and the Battle Hall is responsible for external killing. And this Disciplinary Hall is the place where the discipline is in charge of the clan. The whole clan disciples have the right to life and death disciplinary power, even for those elite disciples of the inner sect with outstanding achievements. In order to join the Hall of Discipline, they had to go through a heavy vetting process and be personally approved by the Hall Master Elder before they could become one of them. Venerable Ambassador Zhou Li of Nanshan actually made such a generous promise, saying that it would allow Lu Chenxian to directly join the Hall of Punishment once the matter is settled. Then, in front of Lu Chenxian, even their father and son would have to bow and lower their heads, and the city lord's mansion would have to be courteous by 7 points. Please, Your Honor, think twice. At this moment, there was no longer any time for the Gu family's father and son to think too much. Gu Cheng, who arched both hands, was full of eagerness. Lu Chenxian, this son is too heavy to kill, unruly and untamed, and is simply not well-bred. Swish, with a flick of his robe sleeve, Zhou Li directly forced back the next half of what Gu Cheng had said. With a smile on his face, he continued, Lu Chenxian, this messenger loves and cherishes talent, and is willing to make an exception and introduce you so you must know how to be grateful na. In that case, now you put away your weapons and shake hands with the ancient city lord. Noisy. Lu Chenxuan's face was bland, and the two words that came out of his mouth made the few people present, all of them change color. He himself stepped on blood tonight and killed his way up to the city lord's mansion with his sword, so how could he give up just because of a few words from anyone? What's more, this Jolie seems to have the intention to recruit, but in reality, his brain is a bit not too bright. If he had simply and decisively killed Gu Cheng's father and son, he might have been able to spare him once, but this person is actually thinking of letting himself and Gu Chancellor shake hands and make peace? It's a joke. Right now, not to mention entering any hall of punishment, Lu Chenxian wouldn't even be interested in inviting himself to be the patriarch of the Nanshan sect. You are reckless. As soon as the word noisy was uttered, Jolie could no longer maintain the pleasant color that he was barely able to put on. A burst of anger rose to the sky. The Gu family father and son next to him instead let out a long breath. Jolie's face flickered with a dense killing intent as he took a step back and let loose a cold voice at Gu Cheng. Ancient city lord. This man has killed countless people tonight. As the lord of a city, aren't you going to step in to rid the people of harm and uphold the law of the court? Yes, my humble servant will go out to kill this Fong. Phew. The sound of the iron mace breaking through the air rang out. This mace in Gu Cheng's hand was a yellow high-grade spiritual weapon rewarded by the court, engraved with array inscriptions, and under the activation of the Yuan Dan realm's 6th grade Xian Qi, it was enough to exert a terrifying power far beyond that of its counterparts. And the mace that he had cast at this time was likewise from the hand of the court. Yellow-grade high-level martial skill, cracking Sky 10 extreme shock. Facing the sound of the heavy iron mace that came whistling, Lu Chenxuan's face could not be seen to have changed in any way. Leer, you stand back a bit, lest the tainted blood of these people splash on you. After speaking softly, Lu Chenxuan's long sword in his hand pointed forward. Moments. The sword light rushed up to the sky. Chapter 38, Nanshan Immovable Seal. Tonight the size of more than a dozen battles, Lu Chenxian a sword both out, often blockers, never miss, and this time, as a purple and gold sword light appeared, Gu Cheng's seemingly mighty iron mace Xianguan was like a piece of snowflake encountering hot magma, melting away in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Gu Cheng's body was exposed to the shadow of the sword. Brush up. In just a few short breaths, several places on his body suffered from the sword light invasion, splattering spots of blood all over his body. One move down. Lu Chenxian smiled coldly and was about to take the opportunity to kill him with a sword strike. Jolie had swung his palms to pounce at this moment. Within a few feet of where a few people were, a dusky yellow palm print appeared rapidly. Peak yellow-grade martial skill. Drawing the ground. The southern mountain does not move the seal. It was the South Mountain Sect's Discipline Hall, the unique means of disciplining the sect's disciples. At this time, when it was inspired by Jolie with the cultivation of the 9th grade consummation of the Yuan Dan realm, the power could be imagined. Under the blockade of a hand seal, the sword light chopped out by Lu Chenxian seemed to hit a cage that was stronger than golden iron, and with a click, it dissipated into nothingness. Both sides touched down, each taking a few steps back. Gu Cheng, who should have been killed by a sword, was also incredibly lucky to retrieve half of his old life. Father, Gu Feng, who was at the entrance of the main hall, yelled out when he saw Gu Cheng retreating with bloodbath injuries, and snatched up with an arrow step to protect Gu Cheng behind him. He turned his head towards Jolie and let out a hiss. Please, Your Eminence, take action and shatter Lu Chenxian into pieces. My father and son and I are willing to swear allegiance to the honorable envoy and be at your disposal. However, Jolie did not strike again, and after he retreated, his hands were once again behind his back. Under the cover of his long robe sleeves, his palm shook, and a trace of crimson blood faintly seeped out from the location of his palm. Lu Chenxian fong just that sword. It actually passed through the blockade of the powerful palm print and injured his palm. The sharpness of the sword intent is unbelievable. Lu Chenxian. Jolie drank out 3 words in a deep voice, and with Xian Qi running in his body, he instantly suppressed the injury at his palm. He had a face that was hard to see at the moment. I went out of my way to make an exception to introduce you and allow you to join the Precepts Hall, and you don't know how to honor me, not to mention that you dare to make a move against me? Could it be that you don't want to become a disciple of my Nanshan sect? Joining the Nanshan sect and becoming an inner disciple could be described as one man's achievement, such as the countless martial arts families in this Sanqing city, who spared no expense in training their family sons to participate in the once every 3 years Nanshan Grand Competition, precisely in order to compete for a handful of Nanshan sect disciple slots. Even if one did not enter the inner sect and merely became an outer sect disciple, one could still become a respected sect family like the Yuan family, and could be free from the court's dispositions. And the greatest wish in the heart of Su family head, Su Chenglong, was that someone in his family would be able to enter the Nanshan sect, and from then on, be sheltered by the sect and preserve the entire Su family. Morning Jen. Su Lier, who was behind her, gazed at Lu Chenxuan's side face with hard lines, looking like she wanted to say something. On her face, more than a few tangles passed. If Chen Xian can become a core disciple of the South Mountain sect, this result, it seems not bad. Seeing the change in Su Lier's face, Zhou Li's heart was slightly pleased, but his face did not move at all. As long as you stop at this point, this messenger can guarantee that the grudge between the Su family and the city lord's mansion will be written off, and the imperial court will definitely not pursue the matter after you killed so many people this night. The Su family, on the other hand, will be instantly promoted into a sect family, enjoying the blessings of this sect, and henceforth shaking the three green cities with might. When coercion fails, they turn to enticement. I believe that no one will be unmoved by the lure of great benefits. Lu Chenxian let out a kind smile, looked back at Su Lier, and shook his head blandly. In his face, it was more as usual without much emotion. With that sword earlier, if you hadn't intervened, Gu Cheng would already be a dead man. You let Gu Cheng kill me first, and when you feel that you are not my opponent, you keep on talking flowery words. Is it an honor to be a disciple of your Nanshan sect? As the words fell, the 5 fingers of Lu Chenxuan's left hand slowly spread out, and a vapid palm print of purple gold color instantly coalesced in the void, and then he tapped out with a palm. You deserve to die. Zhou Li's pupils shrank, the spiritual pool of the sea of consciousness instantly churned, and the might of the half-step 3 Yang realm no longer had any reservations. The Xian Qi in his body surged, and he similarly waved his palms, obviously going to go all out and fight. Just after Lu Chenxian slapped out that palm print, a purple golden prison steeply brightened up where Zhou Li had gained a foothold, as if it had emerged from the void, without any trace to follow, and directly suppressed on Zhou Li. Seal off the air machine, shocking the sea of consciousness. Even after the latter's Yuan Dan Great Perfection realm, under the blockade of this purple gold prisoner, he became dumbfounded, unable to even operate the Xian Qi in his body. This is the Nanshan immovable seal I just used? How is that possible? Not far from the side, when Gu Feng and Gu Cheng saw the scene, they were similarly jaw-dropped and filled with disbelief. Lu Chenxian, how on earth did that happen? His Holiness Zhou Li had only used the peak martial art of South Mountain immovable seal once, and it was not too much to say that it was a flash in the pan as he condensed his palm prints in a flash of lightning and flames. In addition, the body's metaphysical chi operation, line carrying, how did he know these? All tricks that cannot be observed with the naked eye? The peak yellow level martial skill that only the personal disciples of the Nanshan sect could cultivate. In the hands of this Lu Chenxian, it was as if he had a clear view of the fire, with no secrets to speak of. If it's just being seen through, so be it. Favorably, when he exerted it, the speed and power of the palm print condensation was definitely faster and stronger than Zhou Li's own application. Lu Chenxuan's martial arts talent had already reached such a level? Overwhelming and insightful martial arts. Simply unbelievable. The scene was shocked, but only Lu Chenxuan's face was unperturbed, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. The long sword in his hand, once again raised. Lier, if I remember correctly, there is still one last syllable left in ambush on 10 faces yet to be played. And now, you can continue. When he finished, he sent his wrist forward. The sword is brightly extinguished. With Su Lier finger down the strings, a pathos piano sound instantly resounded, which played a night of ambush on 10 sides. After several pauses, finally, came to a successful end. There was a muffled pop in the background. City Lord Gu Cheng, a peak Yuan Dan 6th level powerhouse. That one great head was chopped away by Lu Chenxuan's sword. Gu Cheng, dead. Chapter 39, the end of the song. Dead. As he watched Gu Cheng's head fall to the ground, under the suppression of the radiantly flickering Nanshan immovable seal, Zhou Li's gaze trembled. Immediately, a deep sense of powerlessness surfaced in the depths of his heart. Lu Chenxian, really too strong. With his Yuan Dan Great Circle cultivation, he was actually incapable of fighting back, and was even suppressed under the Nanshan sect's favored martial skill. He struggled with all his might just now, but he wasn't able to get out before Gu Cheng was killed. Lu Chenxian, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this. About 3 breaths later, the Nanshan immovable seal spontaneously dissipated, and Zhou Li stared sinisterly at the bland-faced teenager in front of him, his teeth clenching. You're empty-eyed and treat my Nanshan sect like nothing. When I report to the sect, I will inflict severe punishment on you. Just wait, the thunderous fury of my Nanshan sect will soon land. Zhou Li's anger stirred up into midair. The well is ridiculous. Lu Chenxian didn't pay any attention to Zhou Li's angry shouts as he slowly turned around and led Su Lier towards the outside of the city lord's mansion. As we walked, we said, the sound endured above the city lord's mansion. If there is still a sensible person in your Nanshan sect, you should know that it's best not to mess with me. I Lu Chenxian, can kill the blood of Sanqing City with my sword tonight, and tomorrow, as usual, I can make you Nanshan sect, corpses everywhere, grass, ignorant arrogance. The small crime deserves death. Jolie couldn't wait to use all the words he could curse on Lu Chenxian, but, looking at the two men's backs that were about to be far away, he stiffly didn't dare to make a move. Gathering of Qi 1. Is he really only at the first level of Qi gathering? Absolutely not. With the strength he had displayed tonight, even himself, a Yuan Dan great perfection, was far from enough in front of him. Perhaps, only those individual elders of the Three Yang realm within the sect who were sitting at the mountain gate would be able to overpower him. And, earlier, when he chopped Gu Chang with a sword, he had struck out lightly and obviously still had some strength left. After fighting dozens of vicious battles in one night, how could the Xian Qi in his Dantian not be exhausted? How could he not feel any fatigue? This teenager is bound to hide a shocking secret. Lu Chenxian, it's true that I can't kill you, but can't I still kill the rest of the Su family? Today's revenge. On the other side, Gu Feng fell to his knees, holding Gu Cheng's headless body. His gaze staring at Lu Chenxian was incomparably resentful, and his heart was even more hateful. The ultimate humiliation. Extreme anger. From the time Lu Chenxian stepped through the door of the mansion until he swung his sword and killed his father, Gu Cheng, from the beginning to the end, he didn't even take a second glance at himself, the first genius of Sanqing City in 100 years. This feeling of being completely ignored was, simply, 10,000 times worse than killing him. Are you thinking of, going after the So's? Right at this moment, a sudden faint voice came out from the departed Lu Chenxuan's mouth. In that case, you and your father, go to the netherworld to be father and son again. Thumbs up. The finger wind breaks through the air. Lu Chenxuan's back was as if he had eyes. He was about to walk before the door of the mansion, and after saying these two sentences, his left hand merged his fingers like a sword, and flung it out across the air with his backhand. One of the signature martial arts of the past, the Golden Xian Finger. A purple gold finger wind that pierced through everything ran through the front courtyard wall of the city lord's mansion, through the wigwam's stubborn rocks that stretched between the two men, and through everything in the middle of the road. It pierced through the center of Gu Feng's eyebrow. Gu Feng's body stiffened, the color of resentment shown in his eyes disappeared, and a strand of blood gurgled out, staining his entire field of vision red. He remained in disbelief until the last moment of his life. Himself, the son of the city lord, the number one heavenly pride of Sanqing City in the past 100 years, was actually like a mole cricket, and was casually made to die here. Little friend Lu, you killed Gu Cheng? Trouble, this is a real mess. Outside the city lord's mansion, the town guard general, Tai Mu Chun, looked at the two people who walked out of the gate one after the other, and let out a sigh from his mouth. The ancient chancellor may be a lowly official, but after all, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Lu Chenxuan's footsteps were without pause, merely nodding his head when he saw Tai Mu Chun, before taking Su Lier with him as he drifted away. They stepped down the long, bloodstained street that was dyed red and headed straight for the Su family mansion. The boy, Tai Mu Chun, was stunned for a moment, and the color of helplessness on his face became more and more intense. If Gu Feng died, he died, but Gu Cheng was after all a court official. Lu Chenxian killed an official with his sword, disregarding the law of the court, and he would definitely be held accountable. I'm afraid. Hey! After a long time, Tai Mu Chun let out a heavy sigh, and after gazing deeply into the city lord's mansion, he turned around and returned. What happened in Sanqing City tonight must be reported to the Iron family as early as possible, so let the few old guys at home figure it out. Perhaps there is a slight chance of salvation. Only, Lu Chenxian ignored the Nanshan sect, and he had heard those last few threatening words clearly, so how could the Nanshan sect swallow this breath easily? This kid's one life, I'm afraid it's hanging by a thread. The storm, which had lasted all night, had slowed down at some point. Su's, from the head of the family, Su Chenglong, down to the family servants, all of them stayed up all night, waiting fearfully for the scouts to send back the news. Report! Master Auntie killed more than 30 martial artists from the east of the city and walked up the long street with Missy. Auntie's sword crossed the sky and destroyed 27 martial artists in the west of the city. Report! The 4 elders of the Yuan clan have set up an ambush, and Auntie's sword has set the sky ablaze with a sword rainbow reflecting on Sanqing City. This message, in fact, no longer needs to be reported. That sword blazed across the sky. The reddish-purple rainbow traversed the void, not to mention the inner city of Sanqing. Even the countryside tens of miles away was similarly illuminated by the sword's light. Under this sword, the 4 old companions of the Yuan family along with the 4-phase extermination array together with the ashes flew to ashes. The entire Sanqing City no one knows. Many martial artists are not chilled. The Li family is gone. The Luo Tang clan sacrificed the Luo family's children, and Gu Cheng's father and son were killed in succession. Su Chenglong trembled, and for a moment, He didn't know what kind of mood he was in. Celebratory excitement there. Fear and trepidation are also present. All sorts of different flavors wrapped around his heart, and his two fists were clenched in death, unable to stop waving them hard. The Su family is fortunate. With such a son-in-law, the rise is afraid that it is just around the corner. After tonight, looking at the entire Sanqing city, no one will still dare to oppress their Su family. To the family head, to the elders. Just as Su Chenglong was in deep thought, there was another surprise voice outside the door that resounded through the entire Su family mansion. Auntie and Missy are back. They are safe and sound. Chapter 40. The bloodline I inspired for her is strong. It will be dawn. Outside the gate of the Su residence, Su Chenglong was filled with excitement. Su Qingfeng's face was flushed, and the rest of the Su family raised their eyebrows, all of them welcoming out the gate of the residence. Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the flunky, fought on a rainy night with a sword on the long street, and suppressed the 3 green cities with one sword. Just in this one night, above the 3rd level of Qi gathering in Sanqing City, he was killed by one person and one sword, almost killing most of them. The only few remaining lineage gate valves, although they also have martial artists, either have a good relationship with the Su family, or simply do not have the qualifications to participate in the night battle. Those martial artists with low strength could no longer shake the Su family's position. For one night only, the Su family stood in Sanqing City, and no one had the guts to belittle it anymore. The Su family has produced a dragon, and we will have to look up to it in the future. Hundreds of feet above the long street, many people watched the weather presented by the Su family from afar, and all of them were overwhelmed with emotion. Ever since Old Master Su went deep into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range and his life and death became a mystery, the Su family's status had fallen to the bottom of the list within Sanqing City. Now, however, they were walking up the long street with their heads held high to greet Lu Chenxuan's triumphant return. The end of the long street, when a young man in a green shirt, with that long-skirted beautiful girl with a guzheng in her arms, slowly walked to the entrance of the Su residence. Su Chenglong could no longer hide the excitement within his heart and fiercely stepped forward a few steps to meet him. Chen Xian, please accept a gift from me. My Su family is grateful. Swish, in front of the mansion door, Su Chengfeng took the lead and bowed, followed by several elders, all of whom bowed respectfully. As for those servants and handymen, they even kneeled down on one knee and shouted, Auntie's divine might is so great that no one in Sanqing City can stop it. Missy's Guzheng Song will become a masterpiece for the ages. Such a formation had obviously been improvised and drilled. Even though my surname is Lu, I am a member of the Su family, so there is no need to be like that. Lu Chenxian smiled and shook his head, and with a slight lift of his hand, a xianqi spread out to assist all those people from the Su family. He handed the sword in his hand to Suyu, and without saying anything more, he walked straight into the Su family gate. Sis, Suyu stepped forward to take the guzheng in Su Lier's arms, and was too excited to hold himself. Quickly tell us, how did brother-in-law kill the Guchang? And, that Nanshan honorable ambassador he, now that you're back, why the rush? Chen Xian had fought bloody battles all night, so he must be tired now. Su Lier ignored Suyu, gently biting her lip, and walked quickly towards the kitchen in the backyard. She is going to do it herself. Cook a bowl of lotus seed soup for Chen Xian, and put a qi-gathering elixir to eliminate his fatigue and reduce his sleep. A little more than half an hour later, the Su family's main hall, the main seat in the middle of the main hall hung empty. Su Chenglong did not sit in that position, but sat next to Lu Chenxian with a smile on his face and personally filled hot tea for him. As for Su Chengfeng and the Su family's elders and children, all of them stood by the side with a respectful attitude. Chen Xian, taste it. Su Lier walked over to Lu Chenxian and carefully handed the silver ear and lotus seed soup into the latter's hands. I tried it. It's just warm enough, not hot. Silver fungus is sweet, lotus seeds are slightly astringent, and cooked thinly with rice porridge, which has a long-lasting flavor in the mouth. There was also a hint of the special medicinal flavor unique to the qi-gathering pill that filled the abdomen. Lu Chenxian felt that the xian-qi in his dantian had filled up quite a bit, and the violet gold little dragon burped contentedly. Who boiled this? After Lu Chenxian finished drinking, he put down the porcelain bowl and looked at Su Lier's expectant face, and was quite unable to help himself. The person who made this porridge is not a good cook. Ah, Su Lier, who blushed, didn't know how to reply and froze for a while. Ha ha, Lu Chenxian laughed aloud before becoming serious again. He pulled Su Lier to his side, quietly gazing into the latter's eyes, and suddenly raised his palm. 3 drops of blood, surfacing in his palm, the blood of ferocious beasts. When he had killed the 3 brothers of the Red family earlier, Lu Chenxian had exerted his chaotic heaven-swallowing power to refine and condense these 3 blood beads. It contained the will of a ferocious beast, and right now it was a rare thing that could not be found. At that time, he wanted to punch into Su Lier's body, but he was concerned that the ferocious beast's pressure was too strong for Su Lier to withstand. Now,
Perhaps this item can be put to use. Chen Xian. What is this? Beside him, Su Chenglong's gaze fell on the 3 blood beads, and Su Chengfeng and the rest of the Su family were all filled with shock. Obviously intimidated by the powerful ferocious beasts will inspired in the blood beads, and their faces turned a little white. Ancient fierce beast will. Even if only a trace of it remained, it was not something a martial artist of this level of cultivation of theirs could withstand. The blood bead contained the shadow of a ferocious beast, carrying part of the ferocious beast's main body's power. If Lu Qinxian hadn't sealed it with a secret method, at such a close distance, I'm afraid that everyone in the Su residence would have been shocked into unconsciousness by the ferocious aura. Between heaven and earth, there are countless powerful beings, and among them, there are great evil things, either controlling a law, or so powerful that they can swallow the sun and the moon. Lu Qinchuan's palm was spread out flat. 3 blood beads were suspended in his palm, and his gaze also slightly took on a few points of gravity. These are 3 drops of ferocious blood, and even though they are not of a high grade, I can use them as a medicine guy to activate a certain powerful special bloodline for Lear. At that time, not only can the progress of cultivation progress by leaps and bounds in a single day, but Lear will be 10,000 times more powerful than now. Activate a powerful special bloodline? The Su family looked at each other. Their faces all had a trace of bewilderment. Bloodline? Doesn't everyone have one? What's with the activation? Could it be that the special bloodline that Qin Xian was talking about wasn't the same thing as the bloodline that he usually talked about? That should be it. Su Chenglong's breathing shortened by a few points, and he suddenly tightened his grip on Lu Qinchuan's wrist, his gaze revealing an incomparable urgency. Chen Xian, can you really make Lear 10,000 times more powerful than she is now? Originally, it would have taken some energy. Now with these 3 drops of ferocious beast essence blood, it's a piece of cake. Lu Qinxian smiled faintly. His fingers suddenly formed a single arcane legal seal out of thin air. 3 drops of beast blood, driven by the legal seal, flew towards the slightly uneasy Su Lear's brow. Ancient Void Phoenix, shackles of the Great Tao, give me, to open the seal. Chapter 41 Heaven and Earth's Anomaly, Bloodline Becoming. Ancient Void Phoenix, the Great Way Shackle. The former was a secret method of condensing the blood of the Void Phoenix ancestor that Lu Qinxian had obtained in the past when he had led a 1,000,000 Xian Tian army to battle the Green Sky Immortal region, attacked the holy land of the demon race, and killed the great demon Green Luan. The latter, on the other hand, is limited by the avenue of heaven and earth, like grass, trees, rocks, birds and beasts, since the beginning of conception, all within the limits of the rules of heaven and earth, forcibly opening the shackles of the Great Tao, performing an act against the heavens, and endowing Su Lear's mundane mortal body with the bloodline of the ancient Void Phoenix. It was what Lu Qinxian wanted to do at this time. Su Lear's qualifications are only slightly higher than the average martial artist, and there is no powerful bloodline to speak of. Rumble. The Dantian shook. Under the movement of the secret method, an arcane spirit pattern flickered and slowly emerged in Lu Qinchuan's palm. The pressure was monstrous. Even though Lu Qinxian had already taken the first step to personally inscribe the secret seal, he still couldn't completely cover up the powerful pressure that was inspired when he used this secret method. Slowly, even this piece of earth underneath his feet, the entire Su residence, half of Sanqing City, and even more distant places, all began to tremble slightly. This is, on the Su family's main hall, Su Chenglong, Su Chengfeng, Su Yu, and the Su family's crowd of elders, all of them changed their faces drastically, as if they were about to suffer from an extinction disaster. Their hearts and minds trembled under this pressure. Their bodies were paralyzed, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground. It was awe from the depths of the soul. It is the supremacy of the supreme bloodline over the mortal world. It is also the supreme power given to the former by the rules of heaven and earth. Fierce blood is the guide, the body is the bridge, the sinews are the beams, and the bloodline is the proof. Lu Qinxian slapped out his palm, and the purple gold light at the center of his palm illuminated the entire lobby, and the arcane runes wrapped around the 3 drops of ferocious beast essence blood, slowly integrating into Su Lear's body. Su Lear subconsciously closed her eyes. The fear of the unknown caused her entire body to tremble uncontrollably, but she knew that Lu Qinxian wouldn't harm her. She also had ample confidence in Lu Qinxian. Lu Qinxian nodded, letting out a hissing roar from his mouth. The purple and gold little dragon in the Dantian was as if it was summoned, and a dragon's breath couldn't stop spewing out, suppressing the ferocious beast's essence blood in the arcane runic symbols, and refining it little by little into Su Lear's blood complex. 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths, almost 1 incense stick of time has passed. Lu Qinxian's forehead has sweat stains appeared, palms rustling and trembling, face likewise somewhat become white. The strength is too weak now. If he were to wash the bones and marrow of Su Lear and change her bloodline when she was in full bloom, even if he were to unlock all 36 heaven and earth shackles in one go, it would only be a matter of faithfully doing so.
without using half the effort. And now that his cultivation was less than 1/1000th of what it was at its peak, even with the aid of secret techniques, unlocking this first and most basic shackle had made him go all out. Fortunately, it still worked. He could sense that in Su Lier's dantian, a crimson fiery avian shadow covered in fire emerged and began to run along the meridians, tearing and devouring the shadows in the 3 drops of ferocious beast essence blood. Looking at the bloodline imprint left at the center of his eyebrows, vaguely displaying the ancient phoenix spreading its wings, Lu Chenxian smiled faintly in his heart. Inside Su Lier's body, the imprint of the ancient Taiku Void Phoenix bloodline that was indestructible for ages had been left behind. Done. Lu Chenxian let out a long breath. The palm that had inspired the rune was withdrawn, and the purple gold dragon breath that had suppressed the ferocious blood was also withdrawn to the dantian. The next moment, boom! Fiery flames rushed into the sky, and heaven and earth gave a roar. A majestic wave of fire that was invisible to the naked eye was like a legendary divine bird, its entire body shrouded in nameless divine fire, and it soared into the sky above Su Lier's head. Instantly, it went straight up to the clouds of 10,000 feet. An indescribable and mysterious greatness caused this heaven and earth to resonate, rushing from the tiny 3 green cities to a vast unknown land that no one knew about. Not knowing how much time had passed, Su Lier opened her eyes and tilted her head to look at the end of the sky, and in her eyes, there was a hint of confusion. Ah! She lowered her head and gently clasped her 2 palms together, and was just about to say something, when all of a sudden, a cry of shock escaped from her mouth. The change is back. A crimson flame burst out from Su Lier's palm. The air inside the Su family's main hall blurred steeply, as if it was a smelting furnace, emitting unimaginably high temperatures. Keep your mind and control the flames. Lu Chenxian casually flung out his hand, and the purple gold dragon's breath swung out once again, wrapping up this nameless flame that contained a strand of ancestral phoenix power, and in the process, protecting all of the people within the Su clan's main hall. He softly whispered, Lier, from now on, you are the master of this fire. Your heart can move as it pleases. You can control it as you please. First collect it. Su Lier instantly understood. Under the control of the idea, all of the nameless flames that this one had inspired returned within the dantian. And in her dantian, there was a ferocious and powerful fire bird silhouette that was firmly bound by shackle after shackle of nothingness. In the future, with more practice, you'll soon be able to do it like a charm. Only then did Lu Chenxian raise his hand to wipe away the sweat rising from his forehead, revealing a smile. This goes to successful? Su Chengwan's face was pale, obviously not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced. As for Su Chengfeng and Su Yu and other Su family members, they looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Just now, from the top of Su Lier's head rushed up to the 10,000 feet of the dome of the supreme pressure, as well as the palm burst out of the nameless flame. Obviously, Su Lier, who only had the 5th level of Qi gathering cultivation before, had really awakened a certain kind of powerful bloodline. At this moment, she already had the ability to suppress everyone present. The vision just now, the movement is a bit not small. Lu Chenxian didn't care about the grateful gazes cast by the Su family. His eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head and looked away into the distant sky. Thousands of feet in the air, tens of miles away, a slender and charming woman wearing a palace dress with a veil covering her face, stepped into the void as if she were walking on a flat surface, and flew towards the direction of the Su family mansion. Behind this woman, a black-robed crone followed closely. A pair of turbid old eyes showed a strong color of doubt. These 2 women were the same pair of masters and servants that had appeared over the long streets of Sanqing City when Lu Chenxuan's sword had prairie the heavens earlier. Chapter 42, The Secret Method of the Holy Land. Holy Maiden? However, in a few breaths of time, dozens of miles of distance had already crossed under the feet of the 2 of them, and ahead of them, the walls of the 3 green cities, which were shrouded in the dark colors of dawn, became clearly visible. The figure of the black-robed crone, Sister Long, gave a start and spoke hoarsely. Previously, I have already explored this small city, and the person with the heavenly determination inheritance is not here. So why did you suddenly return again, Holy Maiden? The slender and flirtatious woman in front of her also slightly slowed down her flight speed when she heard this. A sign from heaven and earth? Just earlier, she saw a supreme aura rising up to the sky in the direction of the western part of Sanqing City, containing a very powerful pressure. With her unparalleled cultivation, she could clearly sense it even after hundreds of miles. Although Sister Long's strength was okay, she was ultimately a step behind the top, and it was understandable that she was uncertain. But, who the hell did this, and how could it cause such a powerful heaven and earth phenomenon? A small Sanqing city, hiding crouching tigers and dragons, really made her a little more curious. The place where visions are born, is there. After a short period of sensing, the flirtatious woman's gaze brightened slightly and her body swept down. Swish! She and Sister Long descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the Su residence. 2. Right at this moment, the gate opened with a creak, An old servant of the Su family poked his head out, and after seeing the two of them, he quickly stepped out and said with a respectful expression, "Noble guests have arrived. My aunt has an invitation." When he finished speaking, he left the portal completely open and bowed in an inviting pose. "Your aunt is invited?" The flirtatious woman and Sister Long glanced at each other, a flash of surprise appearing in each of their eyes. The two of them went and returned, descending to Sanqing City at a rapid pace, only on a temporary basis. How did the concierge know? Not to mention the sacred maiden of merit. Even if it was Sister Long, it was unlikely that anyone could perceive her existence in the tiny three green cities, the barren land of martial arts. Could it be him again? After a slight silence, a hint of a smile spread on the thoughtful flirtatious woman's face, and after nodding her head, she walked straight towards the Su family's main hall along with the guidance of the Su family's old servant. In the main hall, the idlers had been dismissed, leaving only a few Su family executives such as Su Changlong. In addition to the surprise on their faces, there was also a hint of worry, and their attention fell on Su Lier, who had just awakened her bloodline. In one corner of the lobby, Su Lier, who was sitting with her eyes closed, had a Yuan Dan shadow above her head that was uncontrollably condensing. The birth of the ancient Void Phoenix bloodline caused her martial realm to soar by 1,000 miles, and in just a few moments, she had broken through from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the Yuan Dan realm directly. Currently, he had reached the peak of the 1st level of Yuan Dan. The might of the ancient bloodline was as terrifying as it was. Compared to Su Changlong and the others, Lu Chenxian had a calm and collected expression. He had anticipated Su Lier's breakthrough. The bloodline was first completed, the bones were cleansed, and the nameless black fire derived from the bloodline of the ancient Void Phoenix contained an astonishing amount of power, which had already begun to be absorbed by Lier. The whole process is a little slow, but it won't be dangerous anymore. By the time Lier stabilized her martial realm, she would almost reach around the 3rd level of Yuan Dan. "Sure enough, it's you." The charming woman led Sister Long into the main hall, and when she saw Lu Chenxian at a glance, her heart suddenly dawned. Of course it was Lu Chenxian, and it could only be Lu Chenxian. In the previous battle on the Long Street, Lu Chenxian's sword had set the sky ablaze with a long rainbow of sword-like reflecting the three greens, and even this powerful mysterious holy maiden had been moved by it. If there was anyone else who could have caused the heaven and earth anomaly just now in the small three green city, it would definitely be Lu Chenxian, her bloodline. As soon as she entered the lobby, Sister Long's attention fell on Su Lier, but after examining her for a moment, she shook her head in disappointment. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be Miss Su." The bloodline aura exuding from his body was certainly powerful, but it was not the one they were looking for. It was a wasted trip. Again, you two are interested in Lier? Lu Chenxian didn't care about the expression revealed by Sister Long, and turned to the charming woman with a faint smile. "Above the Long Street, the two of you secretly probed but didn't make a move. So you obviously don't have any malicious intent towards me. This time to come to the Su residence should not be for me. Then, only Lier. Su house, Lier. Her name is Su Lier." A charming smile appeared on the charming woman's veiled face. She was getting curious about Lu Chenxian. This teenage man, before the Long Street, did perceive them. Moreover, in a few words, she had made it clear where they were both coming from, and it was clear that they would not be normal people. But listen to his meaning. The Su Lier who was sitting in front of him with his eyes closed. Could he also have a superiority? With her eyes narrowed, a pure white light flickered slightly underneath the flirtatious woman's eyes. It was only after lingering on Su Lier for a few breaths that there was a flash of shock in her eyes, which passed in an instant. Inside the latter's body, there was a very obscure and huge breath hidden, which seemed to be sleeping and hibernating. Once this aura awakened, it was bound to be astonishing. This woman, the future achievements are unlimited. Only, for 10,000 years in the Holy Land, every 1,000 years, a person destined by heaven would be born to inherit the position of the Holy Maiden. The rotation of the 5 elements was endless, and according to the bloodline speculation of the previous Holy Maidens, the person who should be born this time should be a talented woman with an extremely cold bloodline. As for this Su Lier in front of her, her breath was certainly powerful, and what it contained was a mysterious flame aura, clearly not the one she was looking for. Sister Long should have sensed it just now. "I seek the continent." Tonight passing through the three green city, was attracted by the previous heaven and earth phenomenon. Curiosity to come to this place to check. The presumptuous place. Also please forgive me. The charming woman was powerful, yet she did not have any arrogance. She gently nodded her head and said, "The bloodline in Miss Su's body is overpowering and is the only thing I've seen in my life. So since I'm here, I'll gift her with a chance." At that, she hesitated slightly. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand. A mass of runic patterns loomed in his palm, and gently printed down towards Su Lier's forehead. "No!" The dragon sister next to her was taken aback and stepped forward to dissuade her.
My heavenly Xian sacred land's supreme secret method consumes a great deal of energy when it is performed. How can you, holy maiden, with your 10,000 golden body, use it so easily? The secret methods of the Holy Land are unrivaled in the world. However, for anyone with a special bloodline, secret methods could be used to help stabilize the person, which would greatly benefit the latter's martial arts cultivation. It's just that the caster is at risk of suffering a severe backlash. Only the successive generations of holy maidens and the lords of the Holy Land were able to withstand it. This Su Lier in front of her, who didn't have any relationship with the Holy Land, met for the first time, and the Holy Maiden Lord actually directly used a secret method to stabilize her bloodline for her? Meeting is destiny. The charming woman turned her head and laughed softly. Don't worry, sister, I have my own measure. This gentleman, if you and Miss Su achieve success in your cultivation in the future, on account of my outburst today, I hope that the two of you can make a good karma with my Tianxian Holy Land. As the words fell, the secret pattern in her palm once again flickered with a halo of light before it was imprinted on Su Lier's forehead. However, nothing happened. How can it be? The charming woman's body trembled violently. The palm that had just fallen was instantly lifted back, and in the two large eyes outside her veil, they were already covered with a thick, unbelievable color. There's a little too much bizarre stuff going on tonight. Inherited for tens of thousands of years, there has never been a missed secret method. To this Miss Su, even invalid? What the hell is going on? Chapter 43, Unbelievable. This so-called secret method of the Holy Land. It's kind of fun, Lu Chenxian silently observed as the flirtatious woman performed her secret technique, regardless of the changes in qi or the operation of Xian qi. In the eyes of this former strongest war god of the immortal realm, it was naturally slim and clear, with no mysteries to speak of. No way. No how. Next to her, the flirtatious woman looked down at the arcane mystery pattern in her palm, her brows slightly furrowed and her face somewhat bewildered. Why does it fail? Why is it ineffective? Did this Su Lier in front of her, her bloodline had only just awakened, and she had already completely stabilized it? You're the holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land? Previously a few conversations. Lu Chenxian has a preliminary understanding of the identity of these two people. Turned to look at the Su family, eyes showing the color of inquiry. To this so-called Holy Land, he had obviously never heard of it before today. According to the geographical distribution, the current landing place belonged to one of the secular 3,000 small worlds called Tianxian Continent. This Sanqing city, however, is under the rule of Luoyang County, and above it is Shiping Prefecture. The Great Liangzhou, the Zhongshuan Empire sat in the land of the 9 states, totaling 27 prefectures, 108 counties, and more than 400 cities, and only occupied the northwestern corner of the Xiantian continent. As for outside of the Zhongshuan Empire, the ordinary people rarely heard of it, and even the Su family rarely mentioned it. This Holy Land is actually named after Tianxian. Next to him, Su Chenglong had his heart set on his beloved daughter and had been carefully observing Su Lier's breakthrough progress. It was only then that Fong realized something and arched his hand at the flirtatious woman and Sister Long. He murmured in a low voice as if muttering, Tianxian Holy Land? I've heard of it. It's said to be a holy land of martial arts and a paradise outside of the world, and is not within the boundaries of any empire. Back then, when I, Zhongshuan Emperor, founded the country, I was also assisted by the people from the Holy Land, and only then was I able to fix the kingdom and create 1,000 years of prosperity for the empire. I've heard that the art of the Dan Dao in the Holy Land is unrivaled in the world, and there are countless spiritual flowers, exotic herbs, and heavenly treasures, making it a place where martial arts practitioners from the entire continent can only dream of. Spiritual flowers and herbs, celestial treasures. It might be of some benefit to the ancestral vein of the ancient void phoenix in Lier's body. This holy maiden, congratulations are in order. Lu Chenxian, who nodded his head, seemed to have made up his mind, and the smile on his face became slightly thicker. Lier will definitely shine when he enters the Holy Land, and he will also ask the holy maiden to take care of him more. With the bloodline that Lier possesses now, no matter any herb or elixir, it can be easily refined and absorbed. The resources she needs to use for her cultivation, the holy ground will provide them despite all its efforts, and in the future, I will return the favor 100-fold. Ha! As soon as these words came out, the flirtatious woman's gaze froze slightly, while Sister Long's face was filled with stupefaction, even revealing a hint of a mocking smile. What's he babbling about? And congratulations? It is clearly a request for work. Want to send this Su Lier into the Holy Land cultivation? How to his mouth? Actually, moreover, while there are certainly abundant resources in the Holy Land, they are by no means taken for granted, and even core disciples of the Holy Land have to be rewarded based on their merits, or depending on their qualifications, at the discretion of the higher-ups. Not even the Lord of the Holy Land could pour out his strength to provide it. And what later? 100-fold return?
After a short period of shock, Sister Long let out a snort and said without mercy, "Are you joking? My holy maiden has a gentle nature and won't see eye to eye with you, but my old self can't rub sand in her eyes, not to mention resources, even if the quota to enter my holy land for cultivation. Your huge Sichuan empire only has a maximum of 3 or 2 a year. You think," her voice, screeching to a halt. The charming woman clearly knew Sister Long's nature by heart, and straight away raised her hand and waved it, cutting off the latter part of her sentence. And then she looked at Su Lier and said softly, "Miss Su's bloodline is 1 in a million. Joining my holy land is not unavoidable. Unfortunately, I still have big things to do, and I won't go back in the short term, if Miss Su follows me around. Instead, it will be a liability. The inheritance of the Holy Land. The matter is important, and only the successive saints can sense 1 or 2. Will find it from the sea of people." Su Lier certainly had a unique bloodline, but it was self-evident as to which was the lesser of the two when compared to the Holy Land inheritance. "Yeah?" Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and said 2 words before raising his right hand in the air, his 5 fingers vibrating slightly. Buzz. An ineffable arcane rhythm spread out from the center of his palm, and in just a short moment, it attracted the entirety of the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Secret spiritual patterns. Success. An obscure and unspeakable ancient pattern mark appeared and disappeared in Lu Chenxuan's palm, while Lu Chenxuan's own consumption was almost negligible. This secret line, it was almost exactly the same as the sacred ground secret technique that the flirtatious woman had previously executed. The flirtatious woman's eyes widened steeply and roundly, staring dead on at the secret pattern that appeared in Lu Chenxuan's palm, and her breathing became rapid. And next to her, Sister Long was even more jaw-dropped. She reached out and pointed at Lu Chenxuan's palm, but she couldn't even make half a sound. "This will never happen. The secret law of the Holy Land, passed down from generation to generation, never leaking the possibility. Only the Lord of the Holy Land and successive generations of holy women are qualified to cultivate. Other than that, even those core disciples were unable to grasp it. This mysterious teenager in front of me, how can he use it? No, you're not here." Carefully observing the arcane pattern that resembled a sacred land secret technique, the charming woman's gaze suddenly shook. A horrified, incomparable voice came out of her mouth involuntarily. "This secret method of my holy land has a total of 360 secret lines, together with the internal organs and 5 organs, into a number of 365 circumferences, as a means of stabilizing the bloodline and pulling up the cultivation level. And the secret pattern in the heart of this palm, did not catalyze the gas of the internal organs, but 365 circumference of the secret pattern. Surprisingly, round turn as intended, without half a flaw, stabilizing the bloodline and going against the heavens. The heaven and earth backlash triggered during the process would naturally have to be borne by the person who performed the secret method. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, fire, wood, earth, gold and water, so that the 5 elements correspond to each other, complementing the circumference of the sky, and at the same time where the heaven and earth backlash is to be endured. For example, if the flirtatious woman succeeds in casting the secret method, the internal organs will have to suffer a severe trauma, and even if she swallows the elixir, she will have to undergo several years of subconscious recuperation in order to recover. It was precisely because of this that Sister Long exited her mouth to dissuade her, and Lu Chenxian, the secret pattern of the circumference of the sky that he had performed actually took a different approach, using the 5 secret patterns of heaven and earth to incorporate them, replacing the 5 corresponding counterparts of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. It was already beyond the feminine woman's understanding of martial arts, beyond the Xian-Tian continent's heavily Tao. It was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. Compared to my family's Lear, the so-called people of the Holy Land's inheritance are nothing more than minuscule pearls. How can they compete with the white moon? Lu Chenxuan's 5 fingers closed together, and the secret patterns of the circumference of heaven in his palm instantly dissipated, and then he carried his hands behind his back with an outstanding demeanor. "I can use this method, in exchange for what I mentioned just now. I do not know if the Holy Maiden can respond." Chapter 44, Farewell is for the long haul. The answer is no longer in doubt. Not to mention, Su Lier's own bloodline was incomparably powerful. Even within the Tianxian Holy Land, it was impossible for anyone to be able to match her. Just this handful of perpetual heavenly mysterious patterns displayed by Lu Chenxian was enough to make the heavens chosen Holy Land go crazy. A perfect secret method that counteracts its own backlash. The flirtatious woman murmured in a low voice, and for a while, she was actually unable to get out of the appalled state of mind she was in earlier. This teenager, the martial arts talent is really, can only be described as astonishing. The Holy Land's secret method was passed down strictly, never to the point of leaking out, and he himself had only performed it once in front of Lu Chenxian. Just once. the secret method was observed from the sidelines, instantly proficient, and even made up for the shortcomings in the secret method by citing the, "How could such a terrible person exist in this world?" This supreme secret method that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had never been able to be improved upon, even by successive generations of sacred landlords, one after another of the supreme powers that had ascended to the upper realms. I'm afraid that the old ancestor who founded the Tianxian Holy Land, the ancestor who created this secret method, hadn't even thought that there were flaws in the secret method and that it could be improved upon, but such a feat has been improved in the hands of a teenager, not even 20 years old. This is also the Virgin. Sister Long wanted to speak, her eyes glittering with excitement. The secret method improvement is significant. If they could bring this technique back, then the Lord of the Holy Land and the Lord Holy Maiden would no longer have to worry about suffering a backlash, and could perform the secret technique to their heart's content. It was even more heavenly good news for some clan descendants who desperately needed to stabilize their bloodline. The gentleman. The flirtatious woman's face returned to normal, and her attitude towards Lu Chenxian had already undergone a subtle change without her realizing it. She gently arched her hand and said with a sincere gaze, "Miss Su's bloodline is unique. The Tianxian Holy Land will definitely cultivate it with all its heart. All resources will be at your disposal, and there will never be a half-word. Just hope. You want the secret method of the circumstance?" Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and without much hesitation at all. A seal emerged from his fingertips and floated in front of the flirtatious woman. Within the seal, it contained a divine sense imprint. The method of qi changes, xuanqi operation, and manipulation of the heaven and earth's aura of this secret method of circumference was handed over to this holy maiden without reservation. The flirtatious woman's heart trembled as she took the seal into her palm. She stared tightly into Lu Chenxuan's eyes, and her heart had already set off an uproar. Just like that? Just as easily, without even thinking about it, say give it without hesitation? Doesn't he know, this secret method, what it really means? As long as he made an offer, the Tianxian Holy Land would go through with it for him even if it was with all its might. As far as I am concerned, this law is worthless. Lu Chenxuan's expression was bland. He turned his head to look at Su Lier, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, and his gaze, too, surfaced with a rare touch of warmth. 3 years, facing the flirtatious woman, Lu Chenxian slowly raised 3 fingers. 3 years at most, I will personally come to the door and take Lier home. If Lier's cultivation becomes successful and satisfies me, I will send you another heavenly chance, the greatest opportunity in the world. If this had come from anyone else, the flirtatious woman would have laughed it off, and Sister Long would have scoffed at it. However, at this moment, coming from Lu Chenxuan's mouth, it was like a golden rule. It is not to be disbelieved, not to be dared to be disbelieved. A genius who could patch up the flaws of the Holy Land's secret method at will. A great talent who could use his first level of cultivation and chi gathering to cut out a prairie sky sword and exterminate 4 Yuan Dan martial artists. Who dares to assert how far he will have grown in 3 years? Even the heavenly Xian Holy Land, with the accumulation of countless resources, was simply unable to cultivate such a character. I will keep in mind what your excellency has said. The charming woman was silent for a while, first nodded solemnly, and after a little hesitation there was another opening. My lord, above the Xian Tian continent, I, Tianxian Holy Land, do not dare to call myself number 1, but my strength position is also one of the few. Since Miss Su has joined, why don't you, with your qualifications, which are hard to see in all ages, you can definitely, want me to join in? If it was a few days ago, it might have been considered. As for now, Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. I, for one, have my ways. He was about to say something else when he suddenly, if at all, turned his head slowly. Su Lier woke up. Until this moment, the Void Phoenix bloodline that Lu Chenxian had bestowed upon her was completely solidified. As for Su Lier's cultivation level, it was not at all different from what Lu Chenxian had expected at the beginning, condensing Yuan Dan and stopping at the peak of Yuan Dan triple, the watershed between the Yuan Dan triple and quadruple. Just a little bit of cultivation will not encounter any bottlenecks. Than any genius above the Xian Tian continent. It is much smoother. Morning Gen. While condensing the Void Phoenix bloodline, although Su Lier was careful to guard her mind, everything that happened in the Su family's main hall was not out of her perception. She was now in the clear as to where she was going to stay. Tianxian Holy Land, the legendary Holy Land of martial arts, the unbeatable choice for all those in the martial arts path, who have their hearts set on it. Available at Lier, can't afford to leave. She looked at Lu Chenxian, who was wearing a green shirt, and her pair of eyes flushed slightly. I don't want to leave the Su family, and I don't want to leave you, but, my realm is low. If I stay, I will only become a burden to you. Lil, wish I could be there for you, not now, but later, forever. What an understanding little ninny. The charming woman's gaze was not without appreciation as she stepped forward and gently held Su Lier's palm. Lear, from today onwards, you are my disciple's own. No, you are my sister. I will keep my promise and help you cultivate the martial arts and explore life and death. Now, follow me. To explore life and death? Then you can be with Qin Xian for a long time and never be separated for the rest of your life? Nodding her head, Su Lear's teary eyes were hazy as she was grabbed by the flirtatious woman's hand and walked towards the outside under the escort of a group of Su family members. 1 step, 3 turns back, reluctant to part, tears in the lapel. Lil. Until out of the Su family gate. Lu Chenxian behind him suddenly flexed his fingers and a purple and gold Xian light broke through the air and merged into Su Lear's dantian. His voice transmission also sounded within Su Lear's ears. If necessary, you will activate this ray of arcane light, and I will come to meet you instantly. No need to tell me where you are. As long as you people are still alive, up to the sky and into the earth, the sky and the 9 ghosts, I can find you. Only after saying these words did Lu Chenxian turn around and stride back towards the Su residence. When he waited until no one was visible, he, again, already slightly red-eyed. Chapter 45, the turmoil rises again. Time flows like water. Unconsciously, 3 days had passed since Su Lear followed the flirtatious woman to the Tianxian Holy Land. Similarly, within these 3 days, the entire Su residence had also spent a period of extremely rare tranquility. In the backyard bedroom, Lu Chenxian sat cross-legged on the ground, his body covered in purple light. An invisible cyclone lasted for a tea time above his head, and then slowly dissipated. The 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. It's a done deal. In the battle on Long Street 3 days ago, Lu Chenxian had fought bloody battles all night long and had consumed a great deal. However, the small purple gold dragon within the dantian could continuously devour the Xian Qi aftermath of the battle, and even some of the spiritual chants left in the corpse of the martial artist could be absorbed by it. It lasts for 3 days and feeds itself. With the digestion of these 3 days, the spiritual rhythm obtained from devouring was finally completely refined, causing Lu Chenxuan's martial realm to rise, smoothly reaching the peak of the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Only the watershed between the 3rd and 4th weights, which took slightly more time, after breaking through the bottleneck, was finally a bit weak afterward, stopping at the early 4th weight. If it wasn't for the insidious and cunning Beimwayu and his father and son who took away my transformational true dragon immortal vein, how could the minuscule mid-stage watershed of the Qi gathering realm stop my advancement? Lu Chenxian slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of cold light brightened up the room. The hatred is as deep as the sea. When he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the Green Sky immortal domain, decapitate and kill Beimwayu's father and son, and avenge the deaths of the millions of Xian Tian army who died unjustly. And the top priority, it was natural to enhance rapid strength, first condensing the Yuan Dan, then gathering the 3 sons, brother-in-law. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Brother-in-law Suyu stood outside the door. His young and youthful face hung with a touch of ecstasy. Have you finished your cultivation? I'll tell you a good news. Since practicing the techniques that brother-in-law taught us and others earlier, father has already broken through the 4th level of Qi gathering. Second uncle has also reached the 3rd level, and all the elders are about the same as second uncle. They are all at the peak of the 3rd level. I am even more powerful than my father, having broken through into the 5th level. Abolish your own cultivation, change your technique, and cultivate again from scratch. For ordinary martial artists, changing the technique is a great taboo, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, no one will easily try. However, Lu Chenxian had struck a chord, and even the supreme secret method of the Tianxian Holy Land was able to patch up the flaws with his hands, and the Su family had long been incredibly convinced of him. To the Su family, as long as Lu Chenxian opened his mouth, I'm afraid that no one would hesitate even if they were asked to scrap their own dantian. One more thing, outside the door, Suyu was originally excited, said at this point, the tone was slightly hesitant. Father also asked me to ask, what grade is this gong method? Can it be used as my Su family inheritance, passed on to future generations of children and grandchildren? This is your gongfu, brother-in-law, so father wouldn't dare to make an unauthorized decision without your permission. Brother-in-law, passed on to future generations? Lu Chenxian inside the bedroom spread a smile. In the past, the strongest god of war in the immortal realm was in possession of countless martial arts techniques, and even an ordinary member of the Xian heavenly army under his command cultivated advanced martial arts that were rare in the world. That day during the great competition, he himself even pointed to the heavens as proof that he wanted the Su family to be mighty in the 1,000 worlds and be immortalized for all eternity. And this first step was naturally to change their gong methods for them, completely stabilizing their lower foundations and improving their overall strength. Feats can be passed on. Lu Chenxian rose up, took a step and pushed open the door of the room, looked at Suyu outside the door, and said with a smile on his face, as for the grade of the gong method, classless, that, too, is not a play. In this Xian Tian continent, the grade of the gong method from high to low, divided into heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and each grade is divided into high school and low 3 steps. Like the heavenly Xian Holy Land, it might possess even higher peak heavenly grade martial arts, but that was all. The techniques that Lu Chenxian had imparted to the Su family members were far beyond the limits of martial arts in the mortal 3,000 little worlds. If it wasn't for the fact that the mortal realm martial artists' physiques were too weak to withstand the immortal realm's gong methods, at this moment, the Su family, I'm afraid, would have long since collectively promoted Yuan Dan, even if condensing the 3 yangs wasn't out of the question. Classless? Classless? Su Yu's eyes widened, clearly unable to comprehend this statement. He looked down at the location of the dantian in his belly and muttered, "But the speed at which I've been cultivating these past few days is just too astonishing. Absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth is unknown how many times faster than usual. Although it is true that the speed of recultivation is slightly faster after self-abolishing one's cultivation. But this advancement speed is just too fast." Is it fast? Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. After all, it was a mundane world. The aura of heaven and earth was too thin. And while the chaotic heaven swallowing technique was certainly strong, after practicing this technique, the dantian would be like a bottomless abyss, and the requirement for aura was too harsh. If he were to follow the steps and rely on devouring heaven and earth aura to raise his cultivation level, he was afraid that this rate of advancement would be far less than the Su family's crowd. The realm was similarly promoted by 1 level, and the amount of Xian Qi one needed, compared to an ordinary martial artist, was more than 100 times more. Devouring heaven and earth aura, transforming spirit into Xian, and converting it into one's own Xian Qi is too slow. Lu Chenxian carried his hands behind his back and stepped past Su Yu. His gaze narrowed slowly, compared to normal cultivation. Instead, in the middle of a battle, devouring a martial artist's Xian Qi, the speed of strength increase would be a bit faster. If they killed their opponents and directly devoured their spiritual rhythms, their advancement speed could be a few points faster. No reason, no grievance, but you can't do anything to people at will? Without realizing it, Lu Chenxian had already walked out of the Su residence's gate. He looked away from the hundreds of feet of street in front of the door, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. It seems easy enough to find opponents to fight with. South Mountain Honorable Envoy Jolie lost face in the city lord's mansion. The emissary's majesty disappeared. With his vindictive character, it must be that, after the past few days, he should also have acted. Senior brother Zhou, at this moment, 100 miles away from Sanqing City, in Luoyang County, in the middle of a restaurant along the lake, 6 middle-aged men and 2 middle-aged women, all wearing black robes with the word Nanshan embroidered on their chests, arched their hands and clasped their fists at Jolie. "We are fortunate to have successfully concluded the great competition of the cities, and the 8 cities under the rule of Luoyang County, totaling 24 inner and outer disciples, are all ready to return to the sect at any time. Nanshan Dabi." Jolie sat in the main seat and his teeth snapped together. Click. The armrests on both sides of the seat were actually directly shaken into powder by him. Senior brother Zhou? The 8 South Mountain emissaries were secretly shocked. One of them thoughtfully stepped forward slightly by half a step. Senior brother seems to be in a bad mood. Could it be that it is related to the deaths of Gu Cheng's father and son? For this matter, of course, the loss of the lives of the ancient family's father and son is a small matter. But Jolie's gaze was lowered, originally intending to tell the truth about Lu Chenxuan's disregard for the Golden Order of the Southern Mountain. But when the words reached his mouth, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. At the corner of his mouth, a cold smile gradually surfaced. Senior brothers and sisters, this Southern Mountain competition, senior brother has gained a lot in Sanqing City. So, you guys go tell those 24 juniors that they're joining the Southern Mountain sect is over. Because they don't deserve it. Chapter 46, The Geniuses of the Party's Move. What? No? Jolie's words were spoken lightly, but the 8 Southern Mountain emissaries changed color in unison. What does this mean? The South Mountain Grand Competition was held once every 3 years, and it was of great significance to absorb talented disciples for the sect. There are 9 cities under Luoyang County, and the strongest 3 people are admitted to each city, and depending on the strength of their talent, they will either become outer disciples or inner elites. For hundreds of years, there have never been any accidents, especially this year's grand competition. Luoyang County has a lot of geniuses. Just the South Mountain Gold Order was issued out 5. The person who obtained the token does not need to participate in the grand competition, and can directly obtain the qualification of the inner door. 24 people, including 5 top geniuses who had entered the inner sect. Senior brother Joe actually said that they don't deserve to join the South Mountain sect? Don't think I'm kidding you guys. Looking at the surprised looks on the 8 people's faces, the cold smile at the corner of Jolie's mouth once again thickened a few points. The son-in-law of the Su family of Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian, with a cultivation of the first level of Qi gathering, he forcefully cut down hundreds of experts. 1 man and 1 sword. killing the father and son of Gu Chang. No one can surpass the strength of martial arts talent. Having him alone is enough to outperform countless geniuses. What qualifications do the other juniors have to be compared to Lu Chenxian? Lu Chenxian. The 8 messengers looked at each other, their faces gradually lowering. The blood-washing of Sanqing City, the night battle against the city lord's mansion. What Lu Chenxian had done, they had already heard about it in the past few days. But what did this have to do with the talented youngsters from the other 8 cities? As the South Mountain emissary, fully in charge of the one-city grand competition, these teenagers who passed the grand competition were undoubtedly all dragons among men. After joining the South Mountain sect, they would naturally attach themselves to the major emissaries, and invariably, it was also a way to raise their status in the sect. Now, Jolie actually used Lu Chenxian as an example to disqualify the introductory qualifications of the 24 geniuses from the 8 cities? How can they be willing? Senior brother Zhou, among the 8 messengers, a middle-aged beautiful woman with a cool face rushed Jolie with both hands. Although Lu Chenxian is incredibly gifted, among the disciples we have recruited, they are by no means generalized. Take for example, under senior sister, the owner of the South Mountain Golden Order, Luo Shui City's Luo Tianqing. Condensing Yuan Dan at the age of 16 and advancing to the 4th level of Yuan Dan at the age of 18 is a rare sight in 1,000 years. Could it be? Do you think he's no better than a first-level Qi gathering goods? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The other 7 all stood up with hostility in their eyes. That's right. I hope that senior brother Zhou will allow it and let the disciples under our command challenge Lu Chenxian. If there is someone who can defeat them, please ask senior brother to withdraw his order and let them join the sect. The reason why he had to plead with Jolie was because Jolie's identity was somewhat special. Although they were the same messengers sent out by the South Mountain sect, however, their status within the sect was completely incomparable. The biggest reason was not Jolie's own strength, but rather, Jolie's grandfather, the elder of the Triple Yang realm, Zhou Tianyang, who was one of the 4 great elders of the sect, and was in charge of the sect's discipline hall, and held a high position of power. Within the Nanshan sect, it could be called one person, 10,000 people. Challenge Lu Chenxian. Jolie let out a low cold laugh. There was a flash of gloom in the bottom of his eyes, and after a short silence, he laughed out loud. Good. I'll give those juniors a chance. If someone can defeat Lu Chenxian, I can personally introduce them to the Hall of Punishment. Swish. The 8 messengers' gazes lit up and their faces were wild with excitement. Hall of Corrections. If the teenage disciples they recruited could become people of the Discipline Hall, then their status in the sect could definitely rise. Even the occasional violation of the sect rules could be exempted from punishment, taking a heavenly advantage when competing for the sect's cultivation resources. Thank you, senior brother. Several people could not hide the excitement in their hearts as they bowed and cupped their fists. We will immediately set off and lead the geniuses under our command to Sanqing City to challenge Lu Chenxian. With that, he turned away at a quick pace. Each one is striving to be the first and not the last. Obviously, he had huge confidence in the young genius he had recruited this time. And whoever could defeat Lu Chenxian would be able to pocket the disciple quota of the Discipline Hall. Now let's see who moves fast and arrives at Sanqing City earlier. Ha ha, Lu Chenxian, you're afraid you wouldn't even dream of it. Looking at the distant figures of the 8 people, the ruthlessness under Jolie's eyes was no longer concealed, and the scowl at the corner of his mouth was becoming more and more prevalent. These little geniuses who have challenged you, whether they kill you or are killed by you, I will not lose anything. And they can not only be outstanding talent so simple, can cultivate a genius character? The forces behind each are not to be underestimated. If you provoke them, that is to poke a hornet's nest. At that time, to see how you can cope, the 8 emissaries personally passed down the order, and under the temptation of the core disciple quota of the Discipline Hall, the 24 teenage geniuses all went crazy for it. 9 cities in Luoyang County, except for Sanqing City. There was also Luoshui City, Qingyang City, Cold Mountain City, White Iron City, Tong City, Marshall King City, Lansong City, and Luoyang County City. 8 cities and pools, the top 3 of the young generation, led by their respective messengers, moved off separately and headed to the 3 green cities. Tenzing, outside Luoshui City, for steeds galloped furiously along the official road. A cool and beautiful woman clad in black robes turned her head to look at the white-robed teenager beside her, with a few moments of expectation implied in her gaze. Luoshui City is adjacent to Sanqing City and is only 100 miles away from each other, so we can arrive in 2 hours at most. When the time comes, you will challenge Lu Chenxian, win or lose, and be sure to join the sect's Discipline Hall. Luoshui City's first genius in hundreds of years, the owner of the South Mountain Golden Order, Luo Tianqing. At the moment he was steering his horse with the reins in his hands, and there was little expression on his handsome young face. At his waist, a long, pitch-black blade hung,
made of a special material that absorbed all the surrounding light, emitting a unique killing pressure throughout. The surface of his body was also covered with a faint layer of Xianxi veil. It had clearly stepped into the fourth level of Yuan Dan, crossing the watershed between the third and fourth levels. It was a full realm higher than the Lu Chenxian of today. Your Honor, don't worry. Luo Tianqing's pair of pitch-black eyes were indifferent and icy. The elders in the family once said that martial talent is seen once in 10 years and is known as an ordinary genius. Once in 100 years. You can call it top genius. I, on the other hand, belong to the category of once in 1,000 years. Even within the great sects, I belong to the phoenix and rare, and can be called a supreme genius. Lu Chenxian. Unless, of course, you're a once in a million years genius. Otherwise, under my black sword, I will definitely let your head fall to the ground and your body die on the spot. Chapter 47. Signing a contract to decide life and death. Cutting a bowl of wine. Tada, tada. Horses' hooves stamped on the ground and the sound shook the sky. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the 4 large horses, tired and almost off their feet, kicked up rolling dust and dashed along the official road into Sanqing City. Inside Sanqing City, it was business as usual, although Gu Cheng's father and son were dead. But after all, it was not long ago, and I don't know whether the town general Taimu Chun played a role, or the court's response was too slow. Until today, the new city lord still hasn't been inaugurated. Although there was no city lord to succeed him, this did not prevent the people within Sanqing City from living their lives normally. On the streets and alleys, hawkers were selling along the streets, and the brothels and restaurants were full of customers. There were also iron smithy stores on the street, hanging a handle of iron implements. There were hoes and scythes used for farming, as well as unusual martial artists using swords and spears, reflecting an eerie cold light under the blazing sun. Suddenly, the 4 large horses went through the streets and alleys, running wildly and recklessly as if no one was there, scaring the people on the streets into hiding, and inside and outside the iron store, all the martial artists' blades, as if they had been subjected to some kind of powerful erosion, actually turned into a pile of iron shavings in an instant, rustling and falling down from the top of the blade rack. The killing aura contained within it all dissipated. That's, on the street, there was a martial artist wearing an officer's robe who looked at Luo Tianqing's narrow black blade hanging at his waist from afar and couldn't help but be filled with horror. The famous black spirit blade, Luo Shui City's Luo family, inherited for nearly 1,000 years, was known as the #1 foundry family in Luoyang County, and had once given birth to a triple Yang realm elder ancestor. After that person joined the South Mountain sect, he used his own essence blood to integrate into the cauldron and personally forged a Xian grade low-grade battle sword, spiritual weapon grade, heaven and earth, metaphysical yellow. Even if it was only a low-grade Xian pin, in this Luoyang County, it was already a very rare thing, and that Xian grade war knife, following the Luo family's old ancestor to fight in all directions, stained with the scent of blood, and eventually gave birth to the knife spirit, becoming a great evil weapon. About 800 years ago, the Luo family's old ancestor sat down and fell, and this war sword was also enshrined by the Luo family within the ancestral shrine. Due to the fact that the saber spirit was so prevalent that none of the Luo family's descendants could master it over the past 800 years or so, today, it actually appeared in this teenager's waist? How did the Locke family come to Sanqing City? It was difficult for this martial artist to hide the curiosity in his heart, and he accelerated his pace, rushing towards the direction where the 4 large horses were running wildly. He had just turned a corner when his steps abruptly stopped, because the 4 people on big horses had stopped at the entrance of the Su family mansion. Su's family head. Something big is wrong. A Su family concierge ran in with a face full of panic. He looked at Lu Chenxian, who was instructing Su Yu in cultivation, and came up for air, not even bothering to wipe a handful of sweat from his forehead. Auntie, there's a challenge at the door. It says that it's someone from the Luo family in Luoshui City who wants to sign a life and death contract to take your head on your head. Auntie, a door-to-door challenge? Lu Chenxuan's gaze lit up, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly inadvertently. Sure enough it came. It had been known for a long time that Nanshan Zun made Jolie lose face in the city lord's mansion and would definitely not let it go, and the person who came to the door to challenge him today was bound to be related to Jolie. Chen Xian. The Su family's people had already arrived at the sound of the news, especially family head Su Changlong, whose face was a bit heavy. Times are different now, and it's not the Southern Mountain competition where you can refuse. There is a person outside the door. He should be the first genius of Luoshui City, the young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianqing. The name of Luo Tianqing was as good as thunder, although he was far away from Sanqing City. When Elder Master Su was alive, the Su family's business spread throughout the entire Luoyang County, so he had naturally heard about the news of Luoshui City. Luo Tianqing practiced martial arts from a young age, gathering qi at the age of 7, consummating it at the age of 14,
and condensing Yuan Dan at the age of 16, becoming the #1 heavenly pride of Luoshui City for hundreds of years, crushing all of his peers. Moreover, as a son of the Locke family, he had even grasped the black prana blade that was forged from the blood of his ancestors. Such strength could no longer be judged purely by realm. Even an ordinary late Yuan Dan powerhouse could be killed by him with a single slash if they were not careful. Got it. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and did not say anything more as he lifted his steps towards the gate of the Su residence. There will be bloodshed again on the long street today. It's coming out. Someone's coming out. It's him, Lu Chenxian. At this moment, the door has long been crowded with people. Countless good people surrounded the entrance of the Su residence, and most of their gazes fell on Lu Chenxian. It was only by the shock of the aura that not many people dared to get too close. The ones who released their aura were 3 teenage martial artists aged 17 or 18, standing behind a black-robed beautiful woman, their bodies filled with untamed wariness. You are Lu Chenxian? Seeing that someone had shown up, the black-robed beauty swept a glance and let out a cold snort through her nostrils. I heard from senior brother Zhou that the Su family's superfluous son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, has excessive martial arts qualifications, so today I brought someone here specifically to challenge him. If you don't dare to take it from now on, there will be no more Su family in Sanqing City. To say it was a challenge was, in fact, a blatant threat. Her status within the Nanshan sect was not as high as Zhou Li's, but her own strength was exactly the same as Zhou Li's, both having reached the peak of the 9th level of Yuan Dan. The strong man's pressure enveloped the entire long street and shook the entire Su residence. Absolutely no one felt that this black-robed beauty was joking. If Lu Chenxian didn't dare to respond to the battle, she would definitely kill him painfully, and the Su family, as well as the whole family, would have no chickens or dogs left behind. Behind the black-robed beauty, Luo Tianqing stepped forward and met Lu Chenxuan's eyes. His eyes were as cold as frost as he said coldly, "If you fight, you die. If you don't fight, you still die. The only difference is that dying under my black blade will preserve your Su family. If you don't dare to fight, not only will I personally kill you, but I will also personally slaughter the entire Su family." Although the voice was calm, the murderous aura contained within it was quite astonishing, and it was even said to be even more hideous than the black-robed beauty, because he has that backbone. Luo Tianqing, as a supreme genius that was rare to see in 1,000 years, he was highly favored since childhood, invincible in the younger generation, and had long since cultivated a heart of a strong person who had no enemy. At this moment, he was already boiling with battle intent, his own state reaching the peak of his lifetime. Since you are bent on death, I, for one, can fulfill it. Facing the life and death challenge issued by Luo Tianqing, Lu Chenxian spoke blandly. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone, table and wine. Bring them up. Wow. Inside the gate, a few servants were slightly stunned before they quickly turned around and ran into the Su residence. In less than a few moments, there were people carrying 2 tables, each placed at the entrance of the Su residence, one with a paper, pen and ink stone, and one with a cellar of fine wine. Sign a contract to decide life and death, and cut a bowl of wine. Lu Chenxian waved his hand and opened his mouth in a vertical voice, his voice exploding steeply on this 100-foot long street. Whether it's a life and death duel or a martial arts competition, today, I, Lu Chenxian, come as I am. Chapter 48, You don't deserve to die under me. As Lu Chenxuan's voice fell, the long street was silent. He's crazy. I don't know how much time had passed, but I don't know who in the crowd opened their mouths first, breaking the silence of the moment. The top genius, Luo Tianqing, came with the Xian-grade spiritual weapon Black Prana Blade, and there were 2 other martial arts geniuses eyeing him next to him. Signing a contract to decide life and death. Cut a bowl of wine. Come on, wouldn't that be a big joke? Behind Lu Chenxian, the faces of the Su family's cadre were different, and their fists were all clenched tightly. Humiliation, extreme humiliation, and heartfelt gratitude. The genius from the outer city boarded the door to challenge him, threatening the lives of Su family members. Chenxian had to fight even if he didn't want to, and he had to fight even if he couldn't. If the Su family was strong enough, who would dare to force it? In the end, Chenxian had made this decision all for the sake of preserving their Su family. It's like everyone's thinking the wrong way. Looking at the expressions of gratitude that Su Chenglong and the others exuded, Lu Chenxian was stunned and secretly amused in the bottom of his heart. Do you really think you're doing this for the Su family? This reason was undeniable, of course, but the more important point was that the promise of a battle was purely for the purpose of improving one's own strength. Although the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill was heaven-defying in its power, the xianqi required for cultivation to break through the realm was equally incomparable and terrifying. Cultivating step by step, the speed was obviously too slow. Instead, absorbing other martial artists, especially absorbing the martial spirit of a talented martial artist, the advancement speed would be much faster. As for the life and death sign, Since the signing of the life and death certificate, that is to seek death by oneself, killing can be at peace, and also to avoid the innocent killing affects the heart of one's own martial arts. This bowl of wine, consider it a small compensation for them by devouring the other party's spirit charm. To be able to drink a cup with himself, the strongest god of war in the immortal world, was definitely a supreme honor for these worldly martial artists. How can a little flunky be worthy to drink with me? However, he did not expect that Luo Tianqing would actually walk up with indifference and walk straight to the left side of the table. Swish swish swish, the pen is running in the clouds and flowing water, quickly signing the life and death documents, drawing the knife in his hand, the tip of the knife pointing straight at Lu Chenxian. There's no point in having a drink at all. Blade aura filled the air, with just a posture of holding the sword. Immediately the human sword was united, and the two were like one. In the eyes of the distant onlookers and Su family members, it seemed that Luo Tianqing could no longer be seen. There was only a huge black blade shadow with a ferocious aura that suppressed the entire Longstreet. Blade Spirit, that's Blade Spirit, 100 feet away. A burly sword-using martial artist looked at the black sword shadow from afar, and his figure couldn't help but retreat back. Luo Shui City Luo family, inherited 800 years of the fierce knife of the spirit. I did not expect. Luo Tianqing has completely mastered the spirit of the fierce blade. Legend has it that a very few blood-refined things, experiencing countless killings, are tainted with ferocious breath, and a very strong and mysterious breath will be born by chance. The martial arts predecessors of the Xian-Tian continent called it blood spirit. The sword has a sword spirit, the knife has a knife spirit, and the gun has a gun spirit. Only the bloodline offspring of a blood refiner, who had gained the recognition of the blood vampire, could manipulate it perfectly and exert unimaginable power. In the scene just now, Luo Tianqing's human blade was united, and he had obviously been recognized by the blood spirit, completely mastering this ancestral fierce blade. His strength, even this middle-aged beautiful woman next to her, who was at the peak 9th level of Yuan Dan, would have to look away under this black blade, and would have to avoid it for the time being. Lu Chenxian, you should thank me. Luo Tianqing, who held a black sword in his hand, was shrouded in the shadow of the sword, and his voice was like a heavenly punishment that rolled out above the Longstreet. Ever since refining the blade intent, it's the first time I've cast it out today. In less than 30 years, I will surely become the #1 strongest person in Luoyang County, and even take over the Southern Mountain sect and become the head of a sect. And you, as the first person to die under my blade intent, have witnessed my path of rise and will surely be remembered by the world. The words fell. Knife light extinguished. A magnificent flickering blurring blade shadow cut through the void, slashing a pitch-black blade mark visible to the naked eye in the Longstreet. In an instant, it descended above Lu Chenxuan's head. It was as if it could cut through everything, cut through the mind, and even cut through everyone's sight. Even the sunlight on this Longstreet was all cut out. The power of the blade. Looking at this pitch-black blade mark that chopped down on his head, Lu Chenxuan's face was calm, but his heart was secretly feeling emotion. The secular mortal world is really too weak. The so-called human blade unity was only barely grasping the embryonic form of blade intent by virtue of the blade spirit, touching a hint of the edge of blade intent. It was still at least 100,000 miles short of true blade intent. Is this the genius known as the 1 in 1,000 years? If they were placed in the green sky immortal domain, they would be mediocre and would not even be qualified to join an ordinary power, much less become their own rivals. As for the martial spirit rhythm contained in the other party's body, after being devoured by himself, at most, it would only be in the process of allowing himself to be at the 4th level of chi gathering, slightly advancing that half a step. Hey, that's a little disappointing. After lamenting, Lu Chenxian faintly opened his mouth. His 2 fingers stood side by side to form a sword, and swung upwards to meet the pitch-black blade mark. Your so-called blade intent is nothing but vanity. Sword intent across the sky. This is the real sword intent. A purple golden sword mark flickered over the Longstreet. The pitch-black blade light that chopped down in the air instantly dissolved into nothingness under the sweep of the purple gold sword mark. In the meantime, Luo Tianqing, who was shrouded in the black blade's shadow, shook his body violently. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the interior of his dantian shook and rumbled, as if he had lost some sort of inscrutable mysterious aura, and his martial arts qualifications immediately fell. He has died out. As the sword intent that was exerted decimated the blade light, the little purple gold dragon in Lu Chenxuan's dantian began to tilt its head back and swallow. Formless and unmarked, it was directly devouring Luo Tianqing's black blade spirit, talent qualification, martial Dao spiritual charm, and the peak Xian-Chi of the 4th level of the Yuan Dan realm. My blade spirit, you shattered my dantian, and my Xian-Chi. Luo Tianqing had obviously realized that he seemed to have lost something. Martial Dao spiritual rhythm, talent qualification. This is beyond his understanding, and even if it is lost,
it is difficult to detect it at once. However, the Xian Qi within the Dantian, as well as the blade spirit contained within the black spirit blade, could be felt clearly. Blade spirit gone, Yuan Dan collapsed, Dantian broken, Xian Qi disappeared. Everything he had was stripped away by Lu Chenxian, reduced to a wreck. Although it is still alive, it is already worse than death, and the path of the martial arts path is completely cut off. No, why you're still alive? Completing all of this, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was devoid of emotion, as if he was looking at a dead person, out of sight, out of mind, out of the bottom of the well. You don't deserve to die under me. Chapter 49, The Little Marquis of Martial Arts. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Lu Chenxuan's indifferent voice was in Luo Tianqing's ears, in his heart, and even in the depths of his soul. It rang out at the same time, losing everything and being an invalid. That was more unacceptable to him than just killing him. Famous Luo Shui city's top genius, the Luo family's first heavenly pride in 800 years, crushing the arrogance of his peers. It all turned into a joke with Lu Chenxuan's trusty sword. Sword intent. Ha, so you've already mastered sword intent. True sword intent. As his beliefs collapsed, Luo Tianqing let out a low, miserable laugh, and suddenly crossed his black blade and slashed viciously towards his neck. Lu Chenxian, you can't kill me. It was my own decision to die. I didn't lose. I didn't. The knife broke the throat and blood burst out. A body slowly fell to the ground. The black sword is also when the sound fell. The last ray of light in the eyes disappeared. Only, a look of extreme resignation remained on his face forever. Luo Tianqing, suicide. 100 feet away on both sides of the long street, those who watched the battle from afar, all of them stayed as if they were wooden chickens, unable to come back to their senses at all. How did he kill himself? How can you do that somehow? What on earth just happened again? Could it be because Lu Chenxian scolded him for being a frog in the well? This is also, in the eyes of ordinary people, and even in the eyes of many chi-gathering martial artists, the scene that happened earlier was simply unimaginable. All they saw was Lu Chenxian waving his finger into a sword, and Luo Tianqing's blade marks collapsed before he spat out blood and was injured. Although he lost the hand-to-hand combat and lost face, he wasn't that lifeless. And 3 days ago, Lu Chenxian was only at the first level of chi-gathering cultivation, and 3 days later, he had already broken through 3 realms in a row, reaching the 4th level of chi-gathering. With a cultivation of the 4th level of chi-gathering, he crossed a large realm and defeated Luo Tianqing, who possessed the Black Spirit Fierce Blade, head-on. It's really a bit. At the entrance of the Su residence, a group of Su family members were equally dumbfounded. It doesn't fly, it flies. The surprises that Lu Chenxian brought to them were just too many. So much so that even after witnessing it with his own eyes, it was still somewhat impossible to believe that he had just defeated a previously unimaginably strong foe with a flick of his hand. It even destroys the beliefs of the other person and just makes them commit suicide. Lu Chenxian. On the other side, the middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a black robe stared blankly at Luo Tianqing's corpse, her mouth full of silver teeth clenching. The people watching the battle around them might not even be able to notice. However, she had watched clearly when Lu Chenxian and Luo Tianqing exchanged blows earlier. Right after the former waved his sword, a golden light shield clearly rose from Luo Tianqing's chest position. It was the South Mountain Golden Order that automatically protected its owner and released a protective barrier. That was handmade by the 3 Yang Realm Elder of the Nanshan Sect's Weaponry Refining Hall, and it was enough to withstand the full force of a Yuandan Great Circle martial artist, and was no less than a life-preserving item of a yellow high-grade spiritual artifact. But even so, it still shattered and dissipated under that finger of Lu Chenxian, injuring Luo Tianqing. What does that mean? Meaning, even if she were to personally take the field, she wouldn't necessarily be a match for Lu Chenxian. This junior at the 4th level of Qi gathering already possessed the powerful strength to crush a peak Yuan Dan. Such talent is rare in 10,000 years. If it must be judged by a genius level, it can be called an unparalleled genius, ordinary genius, top genius, ultimate genius, absolute genius. The black-robed beauty's robe sleeves slightly trembled, and when she looked at Lu Chenxian again, her heart was not without remorse, and there was even some trepidation. She just actually mouthed off, saying that she wants to let the Su family up and down, chickens and dogs not to be left behind. That one sentence had definitely offended this unprecedented genius completely. What? You want to challenge me just like Luo Tianqing? Lu Chenxian raised his head, his gaze falling on the black-robed beauty, and there was still no emotion audible in his voice. As I said, sign, decide life and death, cut a bowl of wine, take your pick, choose. She wouldn't dare. Lu Chenxian used his finger instead of his sword, and his sword intent crossed the sky, destroying not only Luo Tianqing's belief, but likewise her pride. The venerable envoy of Nanshan, who stood tall in front of normal people,
didn't even have the courage to strike in front of Lu Chenxian. I am an emissary of the Southern Mountain sect, and I won't participate in mundane fights. The black-robed beauty's face turned slightly white as she retreated a few steps back, and she suddenly reached out with her colorful hand to point at the other two people in Luoshui City. You guys go, to determine life and death, or to cut, make a choice. Hearing this, the two teenage martial artists' legs went weak and they couldn't stop shivering as they looked at the two tables at the entrance of the Su residence. Honorable Ambassador, disciple, to challenge Lu Chenxian? What's the difference between that and suicide? Although they boasted of being geniuses, they were nothing more than ordinary qualifications that came out once in a decade, and none of them were worth mentioning compared to Luo Tianqing. Now that Luo Tianqing was forced to die by Lu Chenxian with a single move, where did they get the guts to dare Lu Chenxian to fight? Senior Sister Su, why make things difficult for two juniors? A sudden low voice came from the end of the long street. Luo Tianqing is dead, and that place in the Hall of Punishment is obviously no longer relevant to you. This brat surnamed Lu, let senior brother take care of it for you. The voice fell, and the horses' hooves clattered. 4 more fiery horses galloped furiously from a distance, dispersing the crowd of onlookers on the long street, and rushed murderously to the entrance of the Su residence. The 4 men rolled over and dismounted. Behind the Nanshan emissary who spoke out, 3 teenage martial artists followed closely behind. That brocade-robed young man walking at the front, the aura emanating from his body actually condensed into a faint dragon shape. Martial King City. That is the small marquis of the Martial King House. The small martial marquis. Those onlookers, who were rushed by the fiery horses, originally had a few moments of anger. However, after seeing the brocade-robed young man whose aura became a dragon, the look of anger on his face instantly disappeared, and there were even people who instantly knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings, little marquis. The little marquis is above. Accept the worship of the little people. Is it really little martial marquis of the Martial King's house? He, in fact, came. Su Chenglong's face changed, and he hurriedly brought the Su family forward, bowing and clasping his fists. The young marquis has come to visit. We have missed our welcome. Please forgive us. Chapter 50, Cutting a Bowl of Wine. Martial King's Mansion. Little marquis. Seeing the husband is like seeing the king. Civilian officials dropped their sedan chairs. Military generals dismounted from their horses, and all the people performed the great ritual of kneeling and worshipping. Even martial arts families had to bow in honor. This was an imperial concession, an edict issued by the current saint of the Tsangshuan Empire himself. Back more than 40 years ago, the late emperor died, and the 6 kings in the dynasty seized the throne. And the emperor sitting in the dynasty today is none other than the 4th prince of that year, Prince Ning. In the battle for the first wife, the 6 kings have similar strengths. The situation is not clear, and the generals in the court do not dare to act rashly. It is also at that time, Prince Consort of Ning disguised, quietly slipped out of the royal residence, found the guarding of the border of the royal family branch of the generals, secretly deployed the elite troops into the capital, in one fell swoop to lay down the victory, assisted the Prince of Ning to ascend to the great treasure. Although the imperial power is solid, but the general is to protect the master. In the Great War suffered a serious injury, lingering in the hospital for half a year, and finally died. Before his death, this great general made a will for his children and grandchildren, only enjoying glory and wealth, no longer in charge of military power. After his death, the new emperor remembered his merits and posthumously conferred the title of King of Wu with hereditary succession. Although the descendants of King Wu's hands do not have real power, but the saint has favored them, as in front of this small Marquis of Wu, although he has not inherited the throne, just Marquis in the body, still deeply respected by the people. There is no need for you all to be polite. The small martial marquis with the brocade robe and jade belt, wearing a 4-clawed golden dragon crown, and the steel bone folding fan in his hand gently waved, causing all the people kneeling and saluting on the long street to get up, and then, his gaze slowly landed on Lu Chenxuan's face. You don't pay your respects to the husband? This one. It must be the Su family's son-in-law Lu Chenxian who beheaded the Gucheng father and son, and his temperament is not bad. You are Lu Chenxian? The little martial marquis stepped forward, holding his folding fan and arching his hand slightly. His words were gentle. This marquis did not come here for any quota in the South Mountain sect, but rather he wanted to catch a glimpse of Mr. Lu's elegance, sign a contract to decide life and death, and cut a bowl of wine. May I ask if this bowl of wine, this marquis, may be drunk? He wants drinking and dicing? As the words fell, the hearts of the Su family members were relieved and their faces looked much better. As long as it's not split between life and death, that's fine. After all, the Wu Wang family was deeply favored by the emperor, and His Majesty bestowed the Yangchun city under the rule of Luoyang County as the fiefdom of the Wu Wang family for generations, and the name of the city was changed to the current Wu Wang city. King Wu loved his people like a son,
and was well loved for his many tax reductions and exemptions for the people. The young Marquis, despite his young age, had been carefully taught by the martial king since he was a child, and if such a young Marquis were to fight to the death with Lu Chenxian, he was afraid that no one would be willing to see it. Chen Xian. Su Chenglong stepped forward, lowered his voice and said with a serious face, "The young Marquis has a noble status and is powerful. If we fight with all our strength, there will inevitably be injuries. Why don't we just directly admit defeat?" Admit defeat? How is that possible? Lu Chenxian shook his head once, his eyes fixed on the four-clawed golden dragon crown on top of the little Marquis of Wu's head, and a flash of joy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. This golden crown, if his guess was correct, it should be from the Tsongxian Kingdom Lord, which contained a faint true dragon chi. It was due to the presence of this aura that the little martial Marquis coalesced into the shape of a dragon when he released his aura, which was very different from ordinary martial artists. After devouring it, one's cultivation at the 4th level of chi gathering should be enough to break the boundary and advance. The true dragon's chi was related to the Empire's chi. The grade was not low, and one's own cultivation of chaos swallowing skill was currently only cultivated to the 1st level, and it was estimated that it would still take a little bit of time to completely refine it. Devouring and refining it in the middle of a battle would be somewhat less realistic. Since you want to spar, I will accompany you. Lu Chenxian opened his mouth after a little thought. However, if you lose, this golden crown on your head will belong to me. I don't know what to think. The golden crown will be used as the color of this cut. Unbridled. Without waiting for the young Marquis to open his mouth, the low-voiced South Mountain messenger next to him let out a stern cry from his mouth. A mere pariah. How dare you presume to defeat little Marquis? You really don't know how to die. The onlookers around the long street nodded their heads, and even the Su family members changed their faces. Defeat the little Marquis? Little Marquis status is respected. The talent qualification is very amazing, and the royal family to provide the cultivation resources. Martial arts cultivation is courageous and refined. Even the current saint are praised for his. And, back then, during the condensation of the Yuan Dan, His Holiness had specially bestowed 3 major Xian-grade spirit weapons on the young Marquis: the 4-clawed golden dragon crown, the Xian steel golden bone fan, and the purple satin Tian Luo boots. Similarly included the method of activating these 3 great spiritual weapons. Offense and defense are integrated and impeccable, plus his own cultivation. Even a peak Yuan Dan powerhouse would have to marvel at himself. Why, do you think you can defeat me? The young Marquis, who lightly shook his folding fan, looked at Lu Chenxian with a smile. This golden crown on my head is not really a rare thing, so there's no harm in giving you one. However, since this Marquis has made a colorful offer, is it not necessary for Mr. Lu to take out something as well? Lu Chenxian nodded his head and smiled a little, just about to open his mouth. Instead, the young Marquis continued, "A few days ago, I heard that Mr. Lu's sword, a sword that praised the heavens and reflects the 3 greens, was breathtaking. If you lose, you will teach this Prairie Sky One sword to this Marquis. I wonder if you are willing to do so." The Dala Prairie Sword. It was one of Lu Chenxuan's 3 self-created martial arts. Essence, Qi, Spirit, Mind, and Intent. The 5 are integrated into one, in order to execute the necessary killing blow. Not to mention this little Marquis in front of him. Even under Lu Chenxuan's command in the past, the 3 great immortal kings of the Xian Heavenly Army were unable to cultivate it successfully. Could be. Of course, Lu Chenxian wouldn't care about taking it out as a lottery. Stepping forward to the left side of the table, he poured a bowl of wine and drank it all in one go, while making an inviting gesture. "Please." "Yes." The little Marquis also stepped forward and drank a bowl, and the folding fan in his hand swung violently. "Mr. Lu, even though it's a martial arts competition, this Marquis will not show any mercy. Please also go all out and show me what you can do." Phew! The folding fan was swung, and a big wind rose. Chapter 51, Willingness to Gamble. The little Marquis struck out with incomparable might. The 3 Xianpin high-grade spiritual weapons were all powerful at the same time. With a 4-clawed golden dragon crown on his head, a true dragon's chi rises up to the sky, instantly absorbing the heaven and earth's spiritual chi within a radius of 100 feet, forming a light golden hurricane in the shape of a 4-clawed true dragon. The Xian steel golden bone fan in his hand, all the secret patterns on the surface lit up, and the true dragon hurricane was even more powerful, cutting a slice of golden wind traces visible to the naked eye in the air, rotating extremely fast in a counterclockwise direction, wrapping his whole body in layers. And the purple satin skyrocket boots on your feet. With a flash of green light on the surface of the boots, the latter's figure blurred, as if it had become one with this true dragon hurricane. It was as if the wind was him, and he was the wind. And the human blade unification that Luo Tianqing had performed earlier had the same flavor. However, the power was absolutely incomparable. This move, It was definitely no less than the full force of a half-step triple yang realm strike. That's the Martial King's Mansion's strongest mastery, a high Xian grade martial skill, the 9 heavens breaking wind. It seems that the little Marquis is serious this time, actually making a big move right out of the gate. There is no longer any suspense in this battle. Lu Chenxian will undoubtedly be defeated. It's not certain if he can survive. As the little Marquis struck out, above the entire long street, all those who were slightly more knowledgeable in martial arts could not help but exclaim in admiration, and their eyes were flashing with undisguised envy. This was the underbelly of the Martial King's Mansion. With the 3 great spiritual weapons in hand, one could be said to be invincible at the Yuan Dan realm, and innately invincible. What is Lu Chenxuan's virtue and ability? And how could he possibly win? If you are sensible, admit defeat immediately now, and you may still be able to avoid getting hurt. Once the little Marquis activated the astral wind, not to mention Lu Chenxian, who only had a mere qi-gathering cultivation, even if the 2 Nanshan venerable envoys join hands, it would still take some effort to fend it off. Morning Gen. At the entrance of the Su residence, the faces of the Su family were complicated, and there was no longer any fluke in their hearts. Done. Although the little Marquis had yet to launch his offensive, just this move of the 9 heavens breaking the astral wind was enough to make everyone despair. That was a true Yuan Dan invincibility, an invincible existence, a means of preserving one's life bestowed by His Holiness. The young Marquis directly used his bottom card as soon as the battle started. It was clear that he wanted to have a quick battle, so that Lu Chenxian would know it was difficult to retreat and admit defeat on his own initiative. It's cheap. On the other side, the black-robed beauty and the other Nanshan sect emissary. The 2 of them looked at each other, both of them seeing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Little Marquis. It's the little Marquis after all. The status was honorable, and he didn't care about the discipline hall quota, and he didn't kill Lu Chenxian. If it was a teenage genius from any other city in Luoyang County, they would definitely spare no effort to kill Lu Chenxian in order to obtain a place in the South Mountain Sect's Hall of Punishment. But, although the little Marquis would not kill Lu Chenxian, at the very least, he could kill his prestige. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. He Lu Chenxian, this battle will be lost. This little Marquis, his character is indeed good. Lu Chenxuan's face was as normal as usual as he lightly gazed at the little Marquis who was shrouded within the true dragon hurricane, his gaze not without appreciation. Being in a high position, not arrogant, and having a kind heart, is quite rare in this mundane world. Just, with a single move of the Big Dipper martial technique, you want to make yourself admit defeat? That would be a big mistake. There are no impenetrable defenses in the world, only impenetrable attacks. He slowly raised his right hand, still with both fingers forming a sword, and gently pointed it at the little Marquis in the middle of the hurricane. The Prairie Sky Sword. The young Marquis is afraid that he has no chance to learn it. This move of the golden Xian finger, consider it a gift from me to little Marquis, and I hope that you will realize something. As the words fell, finger light erupted. A purple golden light shone brightly at Lu Chenxuan's fingertips, and within the true dragon hurricane, the little Marquis body abruptly shook, as if he had suffered some kind of incredibly heavy bombardment. He let out a muffled grunt from his mouth, and blood loomed at the corner of his mouth. He actually flew backwards directly out of the true dragon hurricane, and was easily pierced through the defense by Lu Chenxian. What martial art is that? On the far side of the long street, the onlookers of the 3 green cities, likewise including the 2 Nanshan sect emissaries, couldn't help but be filled with stupefaction as they watched the young Marquis spit out blood and fall in defeat. Lose? How did the little Marquis lose? Yuan Dan invincible strongest defense. Attack and defense in one of the Shen level high-level martial arts. Under Lu Chenxian that finger, even, shaped like a void, did not play the slightest role. How is this possible? Using the void to transform the real, the void in the real. On the ground, the little Marquis face was pale, and although his injuries were not light, his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light of excitement, despite the loss. But, lose without complaining. Lu Chenxian casually pointed a finger, seemingly powerless, but in reality, his xuanqi, spirit, and will were all contained in this finger. With a supreme intent, his body melted into the heavens and earth, directly attacking his main body, ignoring the true dragon hurricane. The so-called strongest defense was nothing but a joke in front of a truly strong person. If one can learn this fingering move, if one can completely master, it will be a true Yuan Dan invincibility. This Marquis is willing to gamble. The young Marquis raised his hand to wiping away all the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then he struggled to get up, took off the 4-clawed golden dragon crown on top of his head, and slowly handed it to Lu Chenxian. Although this item is an imperial gift from the emperor, however, this Marquis can guarantee that the emperor will definitely not be descended upon for this. As for Gucheng's father and son, although they were killed by you,
This marquis only has a title and no authority. According to the court's law, this matter will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to deal with. Also, earlier, Mr. Lu's move of fingering. This marquis has benefited a lot. Many thanks. The words were earnest, the eyes sincere, never pretending. Context: martial arts, transforming the real with the imaginary. The gains he gained from this battle were also not comparable to this golden crown. The two can be described as, well, each taking what they want. Little Marquis. Without waiting for Lu Chenxian to reach out to pick up the four-clawed golden dragon crown, beside the little Marquis, the Nanshan emissary, who was responsible for the Martial King City competition, gritted his teeth and said with a face full of indignation, "The South Mountain competition is held once every 3 years, and the 3 disciples of Martial King City are all in the same breath. One glory for all, one loss for all." Young Marquis has a kind heart and is unwilling to hurt his life, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of it. We still have 2 more disciples in Martial King City. As long as they can defeat Lu Chenxian, you won't be considered a loser. Little Marquis. The young Marquis' face sank, and his gaze steeply toned down, coldly staring at the face of this Nanshan emissary. What is he? Just a dog of the Nanshan sect. How dare you dictate to yourself? A marquis ordained by his majesty? This marquis is doing something. Is there a place for you to talk? After a cold snort, the young marquis handed over the golden crown in his hand to Lu Chenxian, and without further stopping, he turned around and walked towards the steed on the far side of the long street. Just a few steps out, his footsteps were again slightly lurched as he once again turned his head to look at Lu Chenxian with great depth in his gaze. Mr. Lu, although I am confident, I am also self-aware. In the younger generation of Luoyang County, there are not many people who can defeat me. But, yet, they are not unheard of, and today they will gather at Sanqing City to take turns challenging you. I hope you'll live well enough to give advice later. After saying this, he rolled over and leaped onto the back of his horse, raising his whip and steering his horse away. Chapter 52 Lansong Twins. As the little marquis left, the long street once again returned to its previous calm. The South Mountain emissary, the black-robed beautiful woman, and all the people of the Su family, all of their gazes fell back on Lu Chenxian's face, either shocked, resentful, or full of excitement and joy. Brother-in-law, you win again. At the entrance of the Su residence, Suyu was overjoyed and quickly ran to Lu Chenxian. Thinking back to the little marquis advice before he left, his face immediately followed by another change. Brother-in-law, you've already fought 2 matches in a row. You're not going to fight today. Now go back and rest for tomorrow. No rest for sure. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Chenxian first chopped Luo Tianqing, then defeated the little marquis, a move of sword intent across the sky, a move of reality and emptiness. Even if the Xuanqi consumption was not too great, the consumption of God's mind must not be small. Under exhaustion, even if one's qualifications were better and their martial arts skills were stronger, it was absolutely impossible to be a match for those other teenage geniuses in Luoyang County. Rest? No need. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. The 4-clawed golden dragon crown in his hand was handed over to Suyu for temporary safekeeping. Then he turned around to face the long street, his gaze steeply cold. I had my words before. No matter who it is today, as long as they come to the door to challenge, all of them will come. Now, who else? There's no one left. One sword killed Luo Tianqing, and the only 2 remaining junior geniuses in Luoshui City lost their nerve over it, defeating the young marquis with a single move. Those 2 teenage martial artists from the Martial King's mansion were equally frightened. Although the black-robed beauty and the other South Mountain messenger were unwilling, they knew it in their hearts. With these few goods under their hands, there was no way they could be Lu Chenxian's opponent. Going up is also going to deliver. Ha ha, senior sister Su and senior brother Song, the 2 of you don't look a bit too good. Right at this moment, an unsuspected loud laughter, like rolling thunder, shook the entire long street. Another South Mountain messenger, with 3 teenage martial artists in tow, they similarly spurred their horses and galloped over. The man leaped, his 8-foot-tall lanky body, like a tower of iron, landed with a thud at the entrance of the Su residence. Brother Chung. The faces of the beautiful woman surnamed He and the messenger surnamed Song changed slightly, their hearts irritated. Since this person had arrived, the 2 of them, I'm afraid, didn't have much hope of snatching the sect's discipline hall quota. Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan of Lansong City, Chang Qianli, pay respects to senior aunt and senior uncle. At this moment, the 3 teenage martial artists who had followed the tall, strong man's horse to arrive had all rolled over and dismounted as well. The 3 of them clasped their fists and saluted before slowly turning around, their gazes simultaneously landing on Lu Chenxian's face. Zhou Qian, Zhou Kuan, behind Lu Chenxian, Su Chenglan's eye muscles twitched and his face sank downward. Lancashire twins. Under the rule of Luoyang County, there were a total of 9 cities including the county town. Among them, the city of the Martial King is the fiefdom given to the Martial King by the current emperor. The county city is guarded by the current county defender, and the other 6 cities, each of them set up the city lord's mansion and the guardian barracks, and the city lord's mansion with dual powers. The only exception was Lancaster City. 1,000 years ago, the Szechuan Empire had just been established, within the boundaries of the hundreds of waste to be developed. The major states, provinces, counties, cities, have not yet assigned officials. The country was in a state of chaos, especially Luoyang County, adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Due to the consecutive years of war, the interior of the county was empty, coupled with the fact that the corpses were strewn across the land. The blood and death aura was exceptionally dense, and actually caused a wave of beasts. In total, tens of thousands of demonic beasts poured out from the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, launching an onslaught against the nearest county, Luoyang. In that battle, 8 cities fell and countless civilians were brutalized. Only Lansong City, under the leadership of the Lansong sword sect, thousands of disciples went out with their swords and fought against the demonic beasts. In the end, the demonic beasts collapsed and fled back to their lair in a sorry state, preserving the lives of the city full of people. The famous Lansong sword sect, also because of the bloody battle with the demonic beast, the sect disciples tend not survive. The patriarch and elders all died in battle. The surviving disciples are also basically seriously injured. It can be a battle without a battle. After the beast tide receded, Emperor Tsongxian made a promise to give Lansong City to the Lansong sword sect, which exists in name only, without setting up a town military camp or a city lord's mansion, so that its disciples can flourish and not collect taxes for all eternity. The Zhou family of Lansong City was precisely the first bloodline of the original Lansong patriarch, possessing the most complete sword Dao inheritance of the Lansong sword sect. Lansong twins, why are they here too? Above the long streets of Sanqing City, those street onlookers looked at the 2 young martial artists from the Zhou family from afar, their faces filled with shock. The Lansong sword Dao was known for killing. More than 200 years ago, the Nanshan sect sent out the 4 great elders to compete and spar with the Zhou family master, and as a result, the 4 great elders were all defeated, and no one was able to sustain 10 moves under the Zhou family master's sword. In the end, it was the Nanshan sect patriarch who personally took action, also utilizing his sword Dao martial skill, and forcefully suppressed the Zhou family's patriarch, salvaging a thin thread of face. However, although the South Mountain sect patriarch won, it wasn't in the way of the sword. Rather, it is because he is a full realm higher than the Zhou family's head. After this battle, the Nanshan sect and the Zhou family entered into a covenant that every 9 years, the Zhou family would send out 2 talented sons, known as the Lansong twins, who did not have to participate in the grand competition and could directly become core disciples of the Nanshan sect and join the sect's blood war hall. Successive generations of Lansong twins, not only for the South Mountain sect to conquer and kill, but also within the sect to teach other disciples, will be the year the world-famous Lansong sword Dao, to carry forward. Sister, brother-in-law. The heart of Suyu beside Lu Chenxian shuddered, and he grabbed the former's arm in a death grip. Brother-in-law, listen to me, we won't fight today, and we won't accept anyone's challenge. Lansong sword Dao, brother-in-law, this generation of Lansong twins, known as the strongest talent in 100 years, they just gathered chi when they teamed up to kill a Yuan Dan martial artist. Gathering chi and killing Yuan Dan? Although it was 2 people joining forces, but such a battle record was enough to prove the terrifying nature of this generation of Lansong twins. Got it. Lu Chenxian nodded lightly. His face did not change much, and after signaling Suyu to step back, he spoke softly. The rules remain the same. Sign a contract to decide life and death. Cut a bowl of wine. Take your pick. Truly, come as you are. Luo Tianqing or the Little Marquis. What can this Lansong twins do in the mundane world? Where was the genius to speak of? And how would the former strongest war god of the immortal world care about the Tsanglan sword Dao? By Kendo, they're not even close. Lu Chenxian, are you sure you want to accept our challenge? In front of the Su residence's gate, the 2 geniuses of the Zhou clan had long swords hanging from their waists, with identical sneering smiles on their faces. I, the Lansong twins, have never advanced and retreated together. To kill one of you, the 2 of me will strike at the same time. And to kill 11 million people, the 2 of me also strike at the same time. If you accept the challenge, you will have to fight both of us at the same time. You can't say that the 2 of us are outnumbered and outgunned. As they spoke, the 2 of them had moved forward at the same time and walked to the left side of the table. With a broad stroke of the pen, he signed his name on the life and death certificate. Zhou Qian, Zhou Kuan, 2 people, is to fight with Lu Chenxian life and death. Immortal. Chapter 53 Heaven and Earth Intertwined. Qiankuan combined. The Lansong twins. They signed a life and death contract, with Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan's signature. above the long street of Sanqing City. The crowd of onlookers held their breath and their eyes all lit up. Again, there's a good show to be had. Earlier, when the little marquis made a move, although there was something to see, it was after all a sparring match, not a real life and death struggle. The Lancel twins are a completely different story. The two entered the Dao by killing, gathering chi at the age of 8, teaming up to kill Yuan Dan at the age of 9, and at the age of 13, they were already able to compete with the late Yuan Dan. It was said that at the age of 16, the two broke through the Yuan Dan realm at the same time, and when they joined forces, they even flattened the half-step triple Yang realm. Such strength was completely no less than the elite disciples of a great sect. The power of the Lancang sword Dao was thus evident. Nowadays, the two brothers, Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan, had both reached the 4th level of Yuan Dan, crossing that watershed at the early stage of the Yuan Dan realm. In addition to the Real 3 Yang powerhouse, who will be the enemy of the two of them in a joint effort? Not even the youngest marquis of the Martial King's house. A life and death battle? Well, that's a good choice. Lu Qinchuan's gaze was subdued, unconcerned about the reactions of the onlookers, and equally unsurprised by Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan's choices. The sword master kills. The true way of the sword is to go forward and live to the death. If one chose to cut, one's hands would be tied, and it would be impossible to utilize all of the power of the sword path. Only in a life and death bloodbath could the might of the sword Dao be stirred to its fullest extent in the midst of battle. And these two people's martial Dao spiritual rhythm was no less than, if not more than, that of Luo Tianqing, who had been killed by himself earlier. After devouring it, one's martial realm would, at the very least, be able to pull up another level. If you add the 4-clawed golden dragon crown that you won from the little marquis, you may be able to let yourself step into the peak of the 6th level of chi gathering. Once you sign a contract of life and death, you can't live or die. Lu Qinxian similarly wrote his name on the life and death certificate. He then raised his right hand in an inviting gesture. Please, a duel of life and death is imminent. Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan glanced at each other, instantly sharing the same mind. The two of them moved in a neat and tidy manner, sheathing their long swords at their waists. Lancel bright light sword. These two swords are from the Lancang City Zhou family weaponry workshop. Grade although only Xian grade low level, but the two people from childhood to wear, raise the sword for 10 years, has long become the two people's natal sword. In the Xian Tian continent's sword cultivation system, once the refining of the life sword, their own strength can rise dramatically. Do not have to deliberately perform, but also to achieve human sword unity. Compared to the human blade unity that Luo Tianqing had barely achieved, it was even more comfortable and rounded as it should be. Xian character skill, Koan technique, heaven and earth are intertwined. Xian Kuan is united. The two of them mouthed a deep voice, and the sword Dao sword technique was used like an arm. Zhou Qian leapt up. The sword light in his hand was like a canopy, instantly enveloping half of the long street, and the bright light longsword in Zhou Kuan's hand shook with a rush, echoing the earth beneath his feet. It seemed to have triggered the chi of the earth's veins, forming a school of dim yellow sword light that was bejeweled with the sword light canopy above. Between the two, there was even some kind of very esoteric linkage change. It was as if these two major sword moves did not come from two separate people, but were performed by the same person. They work perfectly with each other and there are no flaws. And, facing the renowned Lu Qinxian, the two of them didn't have any test moves, and when they struck, they were killing moves. The supreme killing move in the Lancang sword Dao. The two men's sword lights intersected with astonishing might, and that stout man surnamed Zhong from Lancang City's Nanshan sect had a smile blooming on his face, his smugness undisguised. This generation's Lancang twins were truly powerful in their talent. According to the agreement between the Zhou family and the South Mountain sect, every 9 years, 2 sons and daughters would be sent to join the South Mountain sect. Over the centuries, there were as many as 60 to 70 Zhou family descendants who had entered the sect successively. As time passed, some of these Zhou family members condensed 3 yangs and became sect elders, enjoying 500 years of longevity and still sitting in the sect. More than that, they stopped at the Yuan Dan Great Circle. 200 years of life flashed by, and now has become a shovelful of yellow earth. However, regardless of whether it was the Zhou clan's children who had already sat down, or those clan elders who had condensed the 3 yangs, before the age of 18, there had never been anyone who could master this high martial skill of the Lancang sword Dao, reach the realm of Qin Kuan unity. Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan, they were worthy of being the most talented people in the Zhou family for hundreds of years. Under the joint hands, decapitating a chi-gathering realm martial artist, I'm afraid that it's a bit of killing a chicken with a bull's knife. This sword, at the entrance of the Su residence, Su Chengluang's face was pale. Even if they trusted Lu Chenxian extremely, at this moment, they still couldn't help but have their hearts clenched and didn't dare to look at the next scene. This sword was really too strong. In the eyes of the crowd, this joint sword of Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan directly formed a sword curtain that covered the sky, as well as the majestic sword chi that rose from the ground, as if the earth dragon was turning over, containing unimaginable might. Kanglan twins is definitely the strongest opponent Lu Chenxian has faced since his awakening. Under this impeccable and overwhelming sword, not to say whether it can win or not, just ask if it can survive. Kill him. Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan, drop your sword directly and destroy this brat surnamed Lu. Beside the messenger surnamed Zhong, the middle-aged beautiful woman surnamed Su, as well as senior brother Song, had a ferocious light under their eyes as they hissed in a continuous voice. As long as you kill Lu Chenxian, you guys will be able to get a place in the sect's discipline hall. Even if you don't need it, you can bring it back to the sect, and there will definitely be many elders willing to trade it for a large amount of cultivation resources. The temptation is too great for a spot in the Hall of Corrections. After joining the South Mountain sect, even Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan had to abide by the sect's precepts and act with much inconvenience. As long as one obtained this quota, it could be said that one could walk horizontally inside the sect, acting without any inhibitions, and having a higher status than a blood battle hall disciple. Even if we don't have this quota, we definitely won't show any mercy. At this moment, the two swords were combined, and as the swords coalesced, their power had reached its peak. Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan ignored everything on all sides and opened his mouth morosely. Under my brother's sword, no one will be left alive. As the words fell, the sword descended. A sword curtain that covered the sky and carried the spiritual pressure of the heavens and earth within 100 feet, beheaded Lu Chenxian, incorporating the might of heaven and earth into martial arts. This sword is barely considered to have touched a trace of the sword path. Still, it's too weak. In the face of the seemingly amazing sword, Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. He gently stepped forward with his left foot, aimed the palm of his right hand at the sky above, and let out a soft sigh under his breath, successfully casting it. The power is indeed not bad, but if you fail to perform it, the ensuing backlash from heaven and earth. You too, can you afford it? Chapter 54, It's not polite to come and go. Heaven and earth backfired. Regardless of whether it was the 3,000 small worlds of the mundane, or the middle 1,000 worlds after ascension, the great 1,000 worlds, or even the green heavenly immortal realm where Lu Chenxian used to live. In any realm, the more powerful a martial skill was, the easier it was to invoke the might of heaven and earth. What came along with it was an extremely terrifying heaven and earth backlash, just like that holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land, performing the secret method of the Holy Land that stabilized the bloodline, the same use of the might of heaven and earth. But they themselves had to withstand a rather serious backlash, and their internal organs suffered heavy damage. 3 years, at least, to recover. At this moment, although the Lansong sword Dao that Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan had teamed up to display was also able to catalyze a little bit of the power of the heavens and the earth, it was, however, far from being able to be compared to that holy maiden. So much for successful casting. If they failed to perform it, the power of the heavens and earth would reverse its own felling, creating a backlash damage that would be enough to kill both of them instantly. Put. As Lu Chenxian stepped on his feet and waved his hand, Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan, who were in a state of double sword combination, turned steeply pale, as if they had discovered something appalling. Both of them were like a lightning strike. Blood sprayed wildly from their mouths, and the sword curtain that had just coalesced into a sword momentum actually went up in smoke in a moment. The combined sword that has always been unfavorable, actually, failed. What's going on? The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth was bleeding, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off as he looked down at the bright light long sword in his hand, his face full of incredulity. Zhou Kuan, next to him, was similarly disoriented, his long sword hanging down in his hand. How did it fail? Why did it fail? Just a moment ago, the subtle connection they established with the help of Kanglan's sword Dao and the power of heaven and earth was forcibly interrupted? Even the ones passed down from their Zhou family, those canonical books within the Kanglan sword sect back then, had never mentioned that this would happen. It was you. You must have done it. Zhou Kuan snapped his head up, as if he had guessed a certain possibility, and his two eyes stared dead ahead at Lu Chenxian. Just now, you cut off our connection with the power of heaven and earth. Despicable. What kind of evil method did you use to crack our Lancel sword Dao? Boom! Above the long street, all the spectators, the ordinary people, the Su family crowd, and the 3 emissaries of the Nanshan sect, all of them looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, their expressions all surprisingly consistent. Nothing but shock and awe. Zhou Kuan, what is he talking about? Lu Chenxian cut off their connection to the power of heaven and earth and cracked the Lancel sword Dao? How is this possible? Within a radius of 100 feet, 10% of the power of heaven and earth, what you have at your disposal, does not even amount to 1/12 of 1/10,000th. Lu Chenxian stood blandly, his gaze falling on Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan. Although it is minimal, however, the backlash of this wisp of heaven and earth power is likewise not something you can withstand. By now, it should have been felt.
when a martial art fails to be performed, the power of the heavens and the earth reverses the logging and backfires on oneself. Zhou Qian-Zhou Kuan's injuries at this moment may not be immediately fatal. However, within their bodies, the dantian, meridians, internal organs, blood vessels, bones, have begun an irreversible disintegration. This is the price they must bear. It wouldn't take more than 10 breaths at most for the whole body to crumble, and unless Lu Chenxian personally took action, it would be difficult for the gods to save him. And Lu Chenxian, the chaotic heaven-swallowing force, had long since filled the air, and the little purple and gold dragon in the dantian tilted its head back and swallowed, devouring the maximum amount of their martial spirit rhythm. Realm enhancement. After devouring Luo Tianqing's martial Dao spiritual rhythm earlier, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the 4th level, and at this time, once again devouring Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan, the bottleneck that lay before the realm instantly shattered, instantly reaching the 5th level of Qi gathering. Boo! Boom! Two very different voices sounded almost simultaneously. On the surface of Lu Chenxuan's body, a Qi gathering Xian ripple spread out, which was the unique sign presented by a successful breakthrough. The other was the sound of Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan falling down and resounding on the ground. The Lansong twins, who were claimed to have the strongest talent in hundreds of years, died under their most winning move. Died of the reversal of heaven and earth. How? Dead. Not far away, the strong man surnamed Zhong, who was still complacent, was stiff and his eyes were already dull. The South Mountain competition is held once every 3 years, and the Lansong twins come out once every 9 years, and he was also lucky enough to coincide with the twins' entry into the clan. If the two successfully joined the South Mountain sect, they would immediately become core disciples of the Blood Battle Hall, and as a guide, his status in the sect would likewise rise. A few years, or a dozen years later, when he had condensed the 3 yangs, he would have the opportunity to compete for the position of Elder of the 4 Halls, and become a true senior member of the South Mountain sect. But now, Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan actually inexplicably was killed by the other party with a wave of the hand. All calculations instantly turned into a dream bubble, and after returning to the South Mountain sect, he will also be pursued by the Zhou family, and what awaits him will be the sect's severe punishment. Winning, again, compared to the strong man surnamed Zhong. The reaction of the Su family's group of people was naturally completely different, and each one of them was as excited as a madman, hissing at the top of their voices. Lu Chenxian, once again, created an impossible miracle. With a single step and a wave of his hand, seemingly lightly, he actually cracked the strongest strike of the famous Lansong sword Dao of Luoyang County. Let the brothers Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan die of heavenly Dao backlash? Was it luck, or strength? Under this sky, what could Lu Chenxian not do? At this moment, even if he said that he could kill the 3 Yang's realm, the Su clan's crowd would never have any doubts. It's not polite to come and go. Coldly watching Zhou Qian Zhou Kuan fall to the ground and die, Lu Chenxuan's face always had no color, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. He ignored the 3 South Mountain emissaries who froze on the spot and slowly turned around, stepping towards the gates of 3 Green City. There are 9 major cities under Luoyang County, and currently there are still 5 cities that have not made a move. If one's heart is greedy, then the so-called South Mountain sect discipline hall quota is a life-suppressing talisman hanging over their heads. Now, but anyone who wants to challenge me, no more whine. All, life and death. As the words fell, his feet seemed to shrink as if he had made an inch, and with just a few steps, he easily passed through the crowd and appeared outside the city gates. The official roads outside the city were long and horizontal, leading to the 8 major cities of Luoyang County respectively, and where he was based was the fork in the road leading to the 8 cities. With a green shirt, he faced all the young talents of Luoyang County. Wow! Behind Lu Chenxian, the group of onlookers from earlier, and likewise the Su family crowd, scrambled out of the city gates. Suyu stood far away 100 feet away, his face flushed red, for this brother-in-law of his, letting out hissing and shouting in support. Brother-in-law, take out those so-called geniuses and make a name for yourself in Luoyang County, so that they will no longer dare to belittle my Su family. Lu Chenxian, invincible, invincible, invincible. His aura, which seemed to drive the surrounding bystanders of the 3 green cities, caused that group of people to similarly raise their arms and yell. Chapter 55, by any means necessary. Damn it. Outside the city gates, the cheers of the crowd in Sanqing City shook the clouds, while the strong man surnamed Zhong inside the city was burning with rage, his eyes blood red. The district is a gas-gathering junior. Actually, called invincible? Does he deserve it? Do you really think there's no one in Luoyang County? The Zhong family named stout man with a crazy face, fiercely reached into his pocket, took out a green-colored jade plate, and said with gritted teeth under his breath, Lu Chenxian is outside the city gates, openly launching a challenge to the entire Luoyang County. Anyone who makes a move will fight to the death. No need to show mercy. All those disciples you just recruited can
strike at will. The jade sign transmits. At the same moment, either near or far from the 3 green cities, the official roads leading to the 5 major cities respectively, the 5 southern mountain emissaries, if they were aware of this, brought the 3 teenage martial artists from their respective cities and strangled their crotch steeds. They took out identical summoning jade tags from their arms, listening to the voices coming from inside, the faces of several people, all of them were as gloomy as water. According to the geographical distribution of Luoyang County, Luoshui City was closest to Sanqing City, followed by Wuang City and then Lancang City. Since Lu Chunxian launched an open challenge outside the city, the first genius of Luoyang County, Luo Tiancheng, the young marquis of the martial king's house, as well as the Lancang twins of this generation, had they all fallen? It should be. Among the 5 messengers, a middle-aged woman with a cold face turned her head to look at the 3 people behind her. Lu Chunxian can defeat the little marquis and the Lancang twins. His strength can be imagined. Do you have confidence? The 3 teenage martial artists behind them glanced at each other, and a smile full of concern appeared on their faces at the same time. So what? A true genius must have a fearless heart. What kind of genius is it if he is intimidated by a false name of others? Good. I wasn't wrong about you guys. The cold woman's gaze steeply chilled. Remember, it is no longer a fair fight, but by any means necessary. As long as you can kill Lu Chunxian, the Hall of Punishment quota will belong to whoever. You Feng Chun. You, don't let me down. One of the unimpressive gray-clothed teenagers nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a hideous arc. He was the first place winner of this cold mountain city. Yu Feng Han. It was also the cold mountain city Yu family, the youngest Yuan Dan powerhouse, an extremely terrifying killer. 2 years ago, there is a flower picker roaming Luoyang County. 9 cities and towns army martial law. The city master's mansion guards all out. In the city of strict search, never found the whereabouts of this big thief. Unexpectedly, this person lurked for many days and then struck again, sneaking into Cold Mountain City in the middle of the night, touching into a family's house, wanting to plot against the woman of this family. Just as he was about to get his hands on it, a dull, pitch-black dagger cut his throat. The person who struck out was none other than the 16-year-old Yu Fenghan. It wasn't until the big thief was ambushed and the county posted a notice that the martial artists of the 9 major cities marveled at the strength of the phantom wind chill, because that flower picker, who had already condensed the 3 young fledglings and was only half a step away from entering the 3 young realm, was a true Yuandan Great Circle expert. Since it can be done by any means necessary, then we have to congratulate senior brother Yu in advance. The other 2 were full of smiles as they congratulated. Who doesn't know that the Yu family's assassination methods are unique in Luoyang County, and that even the county guardian lord has praised them? I'm afraid that Lu Chenxian, before he could even see the shadow of senior brother Yu, his head would have already fallen to the ground and he would have died. These words were in no way a mere pat on the back of Yui Fenghan. Although the children of the Yu family do not serve as officials at the court, they specialize in taking the court's bounty list and killing those bandits and thieves that are on the list. Many of the people who had been killed did not know who had struck until they died, and many of them were Yuandan martial artists who had given even the Luoyang county guards quite a headache. Strike out and kill. It had simply become the gold standard of the Yu family, and had never missed a beat in decades. The Yu Fenghan on the back of the horse floated up lengthwise and landed without a sound. We're traveling to Sanqing City together. It's more than inconvenient to perform some assassinations. I'll just go ahead and we'll take Lu Chenxuan's head. I'll never make false promises. After saying that, his body shape fluttered, and in an instant, he merged into this heaven and earth, and actually did not cast any half shadow under the sunlight. On senior sister Sun's side, the strongest genius is Yu Fenghan, who should have moved by now. On the other official road, the Nanshan emissary from White Iron City looked at a tan teenager carrying a huge hammer on his shoulder, his eyes glittering with killing intent. Mo Jin Gang, your footwork isn't slow, and the distance between White Iron City and Sanqing City is slightly closer than Cold Mountain City. I hope that you can catch up to Yu Fengchun and kill Lu Chenxian head-on. Ink Kong, the Mo family of Cold Mountain City, as a merchant family, was in the business of weaponry, forging hand-to-hand blades for martial artists throughout Luoyang County. The same goes for forging machinima concealed weapons and selling them to the Zhongxian Empire. Within the empire, several counties closer to Luoyang County, the county guards stationed within, almost more than half of them were equipped with the Majia's machine bracket. The Mo family has been inherited for generations. The family sons and daughters of the machine forging means are incomparably proficient, but this Mo Jin Gang is an exception. When he was born prematurely, a county divine doctor personally delivered him and prepared countless rare medicinal herbs, but his mother still died of exhaustion. It was because it was still in the mother's womb that Mo Jin Gang had already revealed a vision, a fetus of less than 7 months weighing dozens of pounds, which even a mother of the 7th level of chi gathering could not bear. By the time he was 6 years old,
His stature was no different from that of an ordinary child, but his weight, surprisingly, reached a staggering 400 pounds. Endowed with extraordinary talent and boundless strength, his body was as if it was made of gold and iron, and it was almost impossible to injure him below the level of a genuine spiritual weapon. Only the brain is a little less than stellar. The Mozi family's method of forging machine-operated concealed weapons. He had racked his brain and had only learned a little bit of the skin. Instead, while forging, he accidentally swallowed an iron nail, and from then on, he never got out of hand, and never learned anything about forging again, but exclusively started swallowing refined gold and stubborn iron. The MO clan also spent a lot of money to collect all kinds of body refining methods for him, bringing this talent into full play. Now 17 years old, MO Jean Gang's weight breaks through 1,000 pounds, and even a high horse that travels 1,000 miles a day would be easily crushed by him. On this journey, the Nanshan messenger and the other two teenage martial artists rode horses this time, while he carried a heavy spirit weapon giant hammer. Faster than a fast horse, only faster. Okay, I'll go first then, MO Jean Gang said in a jarred voice, and straight away, he took big strides and ran wildly towards Sanqing City. With each step that fell, the distance could reach several feet. Rumble, rumble, the ground is shaking. Chapter 56, have you learned? Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. Outside Sanqing City, at the fork of the official road that was nearly 100 feet in circumference, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows, and the purple and gold light under his eyes flowed slightly, and 100 feet away, those onlookers couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. How did the ground suddenly tremble? What happened? Lu Chenxian, take your life. Only a few breaths later, a shocking roar that shook the eardrums rang out from the end of the official road. Ink Kong. Both feet stepped on the ground as if the hills were moving. Although the pace was heavy, the speed was absolutely not to be underestimated. Like a humanoid beast that had gone berserk, and jumped up into the mid-air with a whirring sound, the two sinewy and bulging arms swung up the huge hammer in their hands, and before they could get close to Lu Chenxian, a powerful chi had already blasted down. The Mozi family spent a huge price to collect the middle-level Shin-grade martial arts, shaking the earth and collapsing the sky hammer for him. This is the Rongjin Xinyue body? A ripple of concussion visible to the naked eye swept out, instantly spreading to a distance of several feet. Lu Chenxian let the airwaves bombard him, his body towering over him, his gaze, always landing on the charging Mo Jean Gang. A playful color flowed from the bottom of his eyes. This kind of physique, in the mundane world, is said to be very rare. In the past, the Green Sky Immortal region was rich in heaven and earth aura, and countless genius physiques were born one after another. Rongjin Xinyue body is also one of them. Under Lu Chenxuan's command, there were millions of Xian Tian army. Some were good at laying out formations, some were proficient in assassination methods, some were responsible for spying on the military, and some were responsible for charging head-on to tear apart the enemy's defense line. The Xian Heavenly Army commander who was charging head-on was also one of the four great immortal kings under Lu Chenxuan's command. Immortal King Xingyu. His physique, in the early stage, is the Rongjin Xinyue body. Water and fire don't invade, swords and spears don't enter. It's the little ferocious beast of the Mo family in Cold Mountain City. Mo Jean Gang? At this moment, those onlookers who were below the city gates also saw Mo Jean Gang, who came in a furious manner. Despite being knocked around by the airwaves, no one dared to complain. They rose from the ground one after another, looking at this Muri, a fierce beast from afar with horrified expressions on their faces. Ink Kong is too famous. It was said that 3 years ago, in the year when he was 15 years old, the South Mountain sect's last South Mountain Grand Competition had bestowed the South Mountain Golden Order, allowing him to directly join the sect's Blood Battle Hall. But the Nanshan Gold Order that contained a strange metal was actually treated like a tasty snack by Mo Jean Gang and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. The Nanshan sect was surprised and delighted, paying more attention to it. As for Mo Jean Gang, he was simple-minded and very attached to the Mo family, and did not want to leave the family, so he delayed his initiation until this year, when he decided to join the Nanshan sect. In terms of physique alone, Mo Jean Gang was, without a doubt, the #1 person in Luoyang County for 1,000 years. Lu Chenxian, the earth beneath his feet shook once again, and Mo Jean Gang, carrying a giant hammer in one hand, scurried from 100 feet away. I don't care about any discipline hall quota in the South Mountain sect, but if the Honorable Envoy asked me to kill you, you must die. The Honorable Envoy also said that if I kill you, when I enter the Nanshan sect, I can be free from the sect's precepts. The thing I dislike the most is those rules and regulations. It's not comfortable at all. As the words fell, his feet accelerated once again. The body of 1,000 pounds charged across the room, and the berserker's power was unleashed recklessly. The hand of the spirit weapon giant hammer also do not know how much weight. Just do both arms swing whack that action.
around, set off a hurricane. Jin Yu, I can't imagine that this place has given birth to a physique exactly like yours. I really can't bear to kill it like this. Lu Chenxian shook his head slightly after lamenting a sentence. In the next moment, he stepped forward, intending to directly kill the Ink Kong that pounced over. Only the palm of his hand had just been raised, but the movement suddenly lurched. Thumbs up, an imperceptible air-breaking sound came from the void beside him, and a dull, cold aura, which was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, pierced out and stabbed straight to his throat. Sculptor, give me, out. Lu Chenxian swept his gaze and changed his right hand from palm to finger. 2 fingers clamped in the air, instantly clamping the strand of cold aura, and then his arm flung out. Boo! In the air next to him, a grey-clothed figure stumbled and fell to the ground, and after getting up in a roll on the ground, it actually merged into the void once again and disappeared. It's you? Phantom Windchill. At this moment, Mo Jingang's huge hammer was about to blast into Lu Chenxian's head, but he suddenly let out a loud roar from his mouth, and hardened the momentum of the falling hammer to stop. Whoa! Mouth sprayed a large mouth of blood. The body of the tendons and bones click a burst of sound. The ground, but also by him stepped out of the 2 did not exceed the knee of the deep pit. He, who has his own bottom line of being a human being, rather than taking advantage of someone's danger, he would forcefully withdraw his power and get himself hurt. It wasn't just his principles, it was his pride. You're not bad. Lu Chenxuan's eyes were like electricity as he swept past Mo Jingang's face, his gaze not without approval. After nodding slightly, there was a flash of purple gold light in his eyes, and then he stared into the void to his left. Extend the 5 fingers of your left hand and close them together. Boo! The Yufeng Han hiding in the void was filled with horror, and in an instant, he sensed that his connection with this side of heaven and earth had been broken. His figure staggered directly out of concealment, exposing himself to the public. Cold Mountain City Yu family genius, Yufeng Han. His stealthy stance was cracked by Lu Chenxian. And what happened to Ink Kong just now? Actually injured? It wasn't Lu Chenxian who made the move. Below the city gates, many onlookers had their jaws dropped, stunned by the scene before them. What they were shocked by was not just the cracking means displayed by Lu Chenxian. Likewise, there was the serious injury of Ink Kong spitting out blood. Since his birth, Mo Jinggang, who had never been injured, was actually injured like this in a single glance? Unbelievable. Lu Chenxian stood proudly, the 2 fingers of his right hand casually flung out, and the pitch-black dagger clamped between his fingers broke out, instantly disappearing into the void. The next moment, this same dagger shot out from the middle of the void again. Afterwards, it directly disappeared into Yufeng Han's throat. Learned? Looking at the incredulous look that flowed out of Yufeng Han, Lu Chenxian was expressionless and said with an indifferent voice, to be a man, one should be open and honest. Hiding in the shadows and hurting people will only make people shameless. You. The vitality of the phantom wind chill flew away, and a slurred hoarse voice came out of his mouth. Until the moment of his death, he couldn't figure out why the assassination methods that had never failed to work couldn't work in front of Lu Chenxian. This person, this body's strength clearly surpassed one's imagination. Puff. He fell head over heels and never moved again. As for you, Lu Chenxian raised his head slightly and looked towards Mo Jinggang, who was spitting blood and injured, and his face eased a little. Considering that your heart is not bad, you cannot die today, but there is one thing that you need to learn. Remember, there is a world beyond the sky. As the words fell, a purple and gold light flowed in his right hand, and he had reached out to hold Mo Jingang's spiritual weapon's giant hammer. Bang! The giant hammer exploded and the broken pieces crumbled. The huge hammer of the spiritual weapon that was harder than the body of Mo Jinggang had been easily pinched and burst by Lu Chenxian with the palm of his hand. Chapter 57, The Storm is Coming. Even though the giant hammer was shattered, the aura of fine gold contained within the material was still there. Lu Chenxian made a move with his right hand, and the little purple gold dragon opened its mouth to swallow and suck, devouring all the spiritual rhythms that were scattered in all directions, and the broken pieces were instantly dulled, never to be recast. There was also the cold corpse of Phantom Windchill, and the dagger that had struck him down. As the devouring power descends, the remaining spiritual rhythm, the killing breath contained, everything, all of it becomes Lu Chenxian's nutrients. It made the 5th level of Qi gathering realm, which he had just broken through, refine once again by a large step, and was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the 5th level. My hammer. Ink Kong opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the broken pieces on the ground. He was simple-minded, but not stupid, and naturally knew well the power of the spirit weapon giant hammer he usually used. The Mo clan had spent a huge amount of money to forge it with special materials, and it was engraved with the 2 major formation patterns of heavy weight and hardness, possessing unimaginable destructive power. But such a hammer, in the hands of Lu Chenxian on the opposite side, was like a clay sculpture, easily crumbling away. Even the giant hammer could not withstand a single blow, and how long could one's own body support itself under Lu Chenxian? There's more than meets the eye. After a short period of disorientation, Mo Jin Gang lowered his head. Lu Chenxian, thank you for not killing me. I serve. Ink Kong admitted defeat. The people below the Three Green City Gate watched the scene in front of them from afar, with different expressions on their faces, and they couldn't tell what they felt in their hearts. Lu Chenxian won again, simultaneously facing Mo Jin Gang's frontal blast and Yu Fenghan's covert assassination. Instead of being injured, he killed Yu Fenghan with a single move and subdued Mo Jin Gang. The first geniuses of the two major cities were easily disposed of by Lu Chenxian in just a single glance. In the previous battle, Mo Jin Gang had forced his stance to close, and the giant hammer did not fall. However, they had no doubt that even if Mo Jingang's hammer was even more powerful, Lu Chenxian would surely be able to easily defuse it. In the battle just now, Lu Chenxian's performance was just too easy. The muscles on Su Chenglong's face trembled, and his heart tide could not be calmed for a long time. The Su family came out of the dragon. The dragon takes to the 9 heavens. Lu Chenxian awakening, until today even defeated the major geniuses, is already enough to prove that their Su family, the son-in-law, is the entire Luoyang County, the young generation in the most outstanding person, the future Su's family. I should say no need to wait until the future. Right now, the Su family had become completely famous in Luoyang County. Your physique is good. Lu Chenxian looked at Mo Jin Gang indifferently and spoke softly. Don't live up to this talent. In the future, take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned around and stepped towards the city under the cheering crowd of the Su family. Back to the Sus. Although there were still a few cities whose people hadn't arrived, but the news from this side would definitely reach their ears in the first instance. The South Mountain Sect's Discipline Hall's quota was certainly very eye-catching, but one had to have that ability to take it. If the guess is right, today, those so-called martial arts geniuses, I'm afraid that no one still dares to come alone to challenge themselves. Waste, all waste. Late that night, in Luoyang County, on top of a warbling and dancing greenhouse flower boat, Zhou Li's face steeply sank as he listened to the news coming from within the summoning jade tablet, and he violently threw out a demonically dressed woman in his arms. Lu Chenxian, daring to test the sword of Luoyang County and openly challenge all the geniuses? What hubris! However, he killed Luo Tianqing, took out the Lantsong twins, and the assassin family's phantom Wing Shil. When Zhou Li stepped out of the flower boat and looked at the sparkling dark lake, the corners of his mouth again could not help but gradually curl up. Good kill. It is often said that one hair moves the whole body. Each of these people killed by Lu Chenxian was the most valued teenage genius of the major families, and now that they were killed by Lu Chenxian's hands, who would be willing to let it go? And this kid actually dares to test the sword. Luoyang County? Luoyang County was full of sects, and the Nanshan sect was certainly the #1 sect. But apart from the Nanshan sect, there were several other sects that also possessed a good number of talented disciples. Many of them were inextricably linked to the martial arts families in the county. Now that Lu Chenxian was fighting with his sword and openly challenging all the geniuses in Luoyang County, how could those who were high-minded and proud turn a blind eye? With a little provocation. Oh, these last few hundred years, Luoyang County has also been a bit too peaceful. Since you want to play, I'll accompany you to have a good time. Zhou Li narrowed his eyes, the bottom of his eyes not without a sneer. He jumped off the greenhouse flower boat and sped towards the due north of Luoyang County as if he were walking on the surface of the lake. Luoyang County, one of the 4 major sects, second only to the South Mountain sect of the Langya Jade Pavilion, is over there. In the meantime, inside Sanqing City, Su resident's bedroom, Lu Chenxian did not fall asleep. He was cross-legged on the ground, with the 4-clawed golden dragon crown of the little marquis on his lap, and a channel of true dragon chi was being drawn out from it, all of it sinking into the middle of Lu Chenxian's dantian. The unfathomable sea of chi, with the integration of the true dragon's chi, rapidly became full. Boo, boo, 2 sounds in quick succession, only a few breaths apart. Lu Chenxian's body shook slightly as 2 chi-gathering Xian lines burst out one after another, breaking 2 realms in a row. Having successfully reached the 7th level of chi gathering, he had also easily crossed that watershed between the 6th and 7th levels. After the true dragon's chi was devoured by the small purple and gold dragon, the golden dragon crown lost its previous power, and its light dissipated, making it no different from an ordinary tiara. 7 weights up. Lu Chenxian slowly got up from the ground, threw the 4-clawed golden dragon crown casually and pushed the door to the courtyard. The sky is filled with stars that twinkle endlessly. Under the light of the stars, the aura of the heavens and earth was a bit denser than during the day. Lu Chenxian didn't deliberately push the chaotic heaven swallowing skill. However, the purple and gold little dragon inside the dantian was working around the clock, devouring and refining the heaven and earth spiritual chi, and steadily expanding Dan's own Tianqi Si. At this rate, condensing the Yuan Dan will perhaps take a month. Looking internally at the Dan Tian in his small abdomen, Lu Chenxian withdrew his divine thoughts and secretly shook his head. This speed is too slow. The chaotic heaven swallowing method, although it was heaven-defying in its power, but, after all, he had only cultivated himself to the first layer, and his devouring power was limited. Like the true dragon's chi in the four-clawed golden dragon crown, it took almost 2 hours to devour it. As for the second layer, the only way to make an initial attempt to cultivate it was to wait until one had condensed the Yuan Dan, or else it would be difficult for this body to withstand it, and it would be more of a loss than a gain. If you want to rapidly raise your realm, it's still faster to devour martial spirit rhythms. Lu Chenxian exhaled a breath and turned his head to look in the direction of Luoyang County City, the corner of his mouth gradually lifting up a faint smile. South Mountain Messenger. Zhou Li. He was kept alive so that he could do his job for him. I hope I won't let myself down too much. Chapter 58. Two Listed Geniuses. Luoyang County. The Four Great Clans. The Southern Mountain Sect was at the head of the list, with the Langya Jade Pavilion being slightly worse, followed by the Red Melting Sect and the Thousand Autumn Hall. There were also dozens of small sects that could only be said to be languishing under the pressure of the four great sects. For hundreds of years, the four great sects have been fighting amongst themselves, and in the end, it was the imperial court that stepped in, which was able to turn the conflict into peace and maintain a superficial harmony. In addition to Luoyang County martial artists, there are also people from other counties who come from far and wide to join different sects according to their qualifications, which also makes the four sects thriving, with an endless stream of talents and their offspring. The most colorful ones were none other than the geniuses of the two lists. Subterranean Dragon List. Fledgling List. Those who were able to make it to the list were undoubtedly not Yuan Dan realm martial artists with amazing natural talent. Taking the Subterranean Dragon ranking, even the 100th place at the end of the list was a rare genius in 100 years, able to cross the challenge with the Yuan Dan realm and fight with ordinary early stage 3 Yang's powerhouses without losing the battle. Although the fledgling Phoenix list are all women, they are also women, among which the Luanjia Jade Pavilion disciples are the majority. In the past, the two lists of geniuses had dived into seclusion, always ignoring mundane matters, and were only interested in pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. In particular, the top 10 of the two lists were disdainful of those outside the lists, and even some of the 3 Yang realm powerhouses were lovingly dismissive of them. For them, condensing the 3 Yangs was not difficult, and the reason why they chose to stay at the Yuan Dan stage was also to stabilize their foundation and not live to inscribe Dan patterns in their Dantian Yuan Dan, paving the way for their future martial cultivation. It was said that the current leader of the Subterranean Dragon ranking, the number 1 person of the younger generation of the Southern Mountain Sect, Li Pengcheng, had already inscribed 8 Dan lines on the Yuan Dan. With only 1 more to go, he would be able to condense the 9 stripes Yuan Dan and become the first person ever from the South Mountain Sect. There were rumors within the South Mountain Sect that on the day of Li Pengcheng's great success, he would immediately be promoted to Triple Yang and become the internal candidate for the next patriarch. However, just recently, has been closed for several years long Li Pengcheng, actually early out of the gate. Gentlemen, at the foot of the mountain gate, in a pavilion filled with birds and flowers, the square-faced Li Pengcheng sat on a stone bench, his eyes lowered. Has everyone heard of the recent news coming out of Luoyang County? Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family, tries his sword in Luoyang County. 1 man, 1 sword. No one can beat him, and almost all of the people he had killed were geniuses of the world's families, and many of the elite disciples within the 4 great sects had blood relations. Among them, the Lansong twins of the previous generation, Zhou Qian and Zhou Kuan's 2 cousins, had both already been ranked in the Subterranean Dragon ranking 9th and 10th respectively. Senior Knight. Below the gazebo, more than 30 martial ranking geniuses from the 4 great sects were either unconcerned or expressionless. Lu Chenxian is nothing but a chi-gathering junior. Why should we care? If senior brother Knight thwarts him, and casually sends a few disciples down the mountain, he will be able to capture him handily. That's not a pretentious thing to say. The 2 list of geniuses are renowned. The same realm are rare to meet the enemy, let alone cultivation, then they are lower than a large realm of Lu Chenxian. It was just that for some reason, the District Chi-Gathering Junior had actually startled the number 1 person on the Submerged Dragon list, which was really a bit puzzling. He shouldn't have killed Yui Fenghan. Li Pengcheng spoke indifferently. As if lightning, his gaze swept over the faces of a group of people. Now, need I say more? The others glanced at each other, their minds quickly coming together. More than 40 years ago, Li Pengcheng was not yet born. The Li family village was ransacked by bandits. Li Pengcheng's mother was young and beautiful, and at that time was a cadre of bandits to see. At that time, the head of the Yu family, who took the bounty mission, arrived in time to save the entire Knight family and preserve the innocence of Knight Pengcheng's mother. If it wasn't for the Yu family, Li Pengcheng's mother would have been abused to death by the bandits. Where would he be today? So, Li Pengcheng owed the Yu family a huge favor. I'm going to need some more time to condense the ninth Dan pattern. Closing his eyes, Li Pengcheng's voice, which did not ripple, echoed endlessly within this side of the valley. I hope that I can see Lu Chenchuan's head on my neck when I leave the gate in a few days. After saying that, he walked out of the gazebo and left. It was only until Li Pengcheng's back disappeared that a shadowy-faced martial ranking genius laughed a few low laughs. Who will make the move to kill Lu Chenxian? Killing him is simple, but if he angers the court, it's not a trivial matter, is it? The court's law is like a mountain. However, within the Sanchuan Empire, no disciple of any sect shall poison the people or kill innocents indiscriminately. Although Lu Chenxian killed a lot of people, but for one thing, he is not yet a disciple of the clan, and secondly, at that time, there was a life and death agreement, and the death cannot be blamed on others. They wanted to kill Lu Chenxian, but they couldn't violate the court's laws. It seems that the only way to do this is to sign a life and death contract, just like earlier, and formally launch the challenge or be condemned. But the two lists of geniuses were too prestigious, and Lu Chenxian wasn't a cutie pie. How could he accept their challenge? Yesterday night, senior brother Zhou Li of the Southern Mountain sect once went to our Langya Jade Pavilion for a walk. After a moment of silence, a beautiful woman wearing a long sword spoke softly. I was the one who received senior brother Zhou Li, and by the way, I learned something about the situation. It is said that Lu Chenxian attaches great importance to the Su family, especially Su Lier, the Su family's young lady, who is regarded as his forbidden domain. It's just that for some reason, Su Lier has already left the Su family, and senior brother Zhou Li means, we can start with Su Yu, Su Lier's sibling, Lu Chenchuan's brother-in-law, Su Etsu. If there was no accident, the successor of the Su family's family head would inevitably be Su Yu, who was likewise Lu Chenchuan's wife's brother, and his importance could be imagined. Well, it seems like things would go a lot better that way. Or the shady martial artist who spoke earlier sneered and said, I will personally go, just do some tricks to make Su Yu, he. At that time, let's see if Lu Chenxian comes out to rescue. As the words fell out of his mouth, he pinched up his fingers and whistled violently. A black demonic bird of 2 feet in size spread its wings, closed its wings, and landed in front of this person. Peak level 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a peak Yuan Dan martial artist. A well-known ferocious bird at the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The iron-winged eagle. The shadowy genius jumped onto the eagle's back, and after rushing up into mid-air, he circled again and let out a loud laugh. At most 2 hours, I will capture Su Yu, and if Lu Chenxian dares to come, let him have no bones left. In the middle of nowhere, a dead person. I think the court can't check our head. Ha ha. Before the sound dissipated, the iron-winged eagle had already flown into the clouds. There wasn't much disagreement with what he said from these two listed martial artists present, because this person was ranked second on the submerged dragon list, only under one person. Li Pengcheng, and the Yuan Dan in his body, had already condensed 7 Dan lines, since he personally made a move. Su Yu, hand to hand, and Lu Chenxian, is also going to be in trouble this time. Chapter 59, The Secret Art of the Immortal World. Sanqing City, Su family. As Lu Chenxian tried his sword in Luoyang County, and the geniuses of each city avoided daring to fight, the fame of the Su family also rose like the sun, and spread completely within Luoyang County. 3 years ago, Su Haotian, the old master of Su, entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range alone to look for medicinal herbs to cure Lu Chenchuan's disability, and since then his whereabouts have been unknown, and his life and death have become a mystery. Since then, the Su family has been declining, and the family's properties have been sold off one after another, and even sold some spiritual weapons to support the family. To this day, Lu Chenchuan's strong rise, the Su family raised eyebrows, not only the demobilization of all the subordinates recalled, but also in the sale of the industry to recover. Young master, there it is. In the 3 Green City Market, Su Zhong, an old servant of the Su family, pointed to a pawnshop along the street from afar, his face somewhat agitated. The green rainbow sword that Missy once used was pawned to them at that time. Yellow-grade low-grade spiritual weapon. Green rainbow sword. When Su Lier practiced her martial arts at a young age, she used this sword, which barely reached the lower Huangping class level. When the family business declined, the sword had long been idle and unused, and was ordered by Su Chenglong to be sent to be pawned by his subordinates. It was exchanged for 50 gold ingots to fill the deficit in the family. If in normal times, even the worst yellow low-grade spirit weapon can be exchanged for 100 ingots. But at that time, the situation was forced. Even the pawnshop also followed the pressure of the price to pick up a bargain. Lifting his foot into the pawnshop, Su Yu waved his hand and threw the pawning instrument over. Where's my sister's sword? Take it out. Behind the counter, The shopkeeper was all smiles as he hurriedly greeted him. As the saying goes, when a man is not in the same place for 3 days, if you put it in the past, not to mention Su Yu Dor, even if the head of the family Su Chenglong personally appeared, this shopkeeper will never give him a good face. But now, Lu Chenxian was famous in Luoyang County. Even if it was a dog of the Su family, the shopkeeper would never dare to offend it. Young Master Su Yu, wait a moment. After reading the pawning paperwork, the shopkeeper immediately ordered his fellow to go to the storehouse to get the sword, and then he rubbed his hands together and smiled. According to the rules of our pawnshop, that sword will be pawned for 2 years, and will be renewed when it expires. The cost of this renewal, the fee was never paid. According to the rules of the pawn store, if it is not renewed when due, it is considered a dead pawn. In other words, if the pawnshop was willing, it could dispose of that sword as it pleased, and it would have nothing to do with the Su family. Being willing to return it now is giving the Su family a face, but the cost of renewing the pawn will have to be made up. That's the rule. No problem, but a few taels of silver. Of course Su Yu would not care, reached into his pocket and pulled out an ingot of 10 taels of silver dollars. No need to look for it, I'll reward you with the rest. The shopkeeper took the silver ingot and said with a big smile, thank you, young Master Su, our pawnshop. Halfway through the sentence, his voice screeched to a halt. The ingot of bright silver in the shopkeeper's hand had its bright surface dimmed and turned a pitch-black color. The gleam in the shopkeeper's eyes also disappeared, and after staggering and struggling for 2 steps, he fell to the ground, a large puddle of black blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he had died of poisoning. Boss, what's going on? Su Yu was taken aback. Hey! At the very next moment, a sudden cold laugh came in sorrowfully from the entrance of the store. The Su family's eldest son, Su Yu, poisoned and killed the pawnshop's treasurer, and it just so happened that I ran into him, weeding out the strong and helping the weak, and administering justice, but it's the duty of my sect's disciples. The second in the list of potential dragons, Thousand Autumn Hall's chief great disciple, Yin Chi, stepped into the pawnshop, not even listening to Su Yu's explanation, raised his hand in the air and grabbed out in vain. Whoosh! A Yuan Dan Xian Shi that contained a 7-colored luster blasted Su Yu straight into unconsciousness. He turned around and walked out of the doorway, throwing Su Yu towards the back of the iron-winged eagle. Tell Lu Chenxian. Yin Chi leaped onto the eagle's back, looked back at Su Zhong who chased him out, and laughed fiercely. If you want to fish for someone, go to the Blood Refinement Valley at the foot of the southern mountain and look for me. Within 3 days, if you don't see him, let the Su family collect this brat's corpse. As the words fell, whistles sounded and the iron-winged eagle spread its wings and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing into the sky. South Mountain, Valley of Blood Refinement. The old servant, Su Zhong, was so frightened that his liver and gall bled, stumbling towards the Su residence, letting out a loud shout as he ran. Auntie, family head, something big is wrong. The Grand Master has been taken. The main hall of the Su family. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly, and Su Chenglong and the Su clan's crowd all turned pale. Suetoshi has been captured. There was no doubt that the other party was coming for himself, and there could be no other reason than that. Just now, you said that the person who captured Su Yu had a 7-colored luster contained in his Xian Qi when he struck? In the midst of a silence, Lu Chenxian slowly opened his mouth, his voice revealing a rare seriousness. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? This matter is permeated with eccentricity. 7 colors of luster, 7 lines of the Yuan Dan condensation pattern? The technique of Yuan Dan condensing patterns belonged to the secret method of the immortal world. How could anyone possibly master it in this small mundane world? Not to mention small worlds, even the higher-leveled middle millennium worlds, and even the great millennium worlds. It was impossible for this means to appear. Auntie, I'm not mistaken. Su Zhong stood to the side with a sobbing tone in his voice. That person used 7-colored Xian Qi to knock out the eldest young master. The eldest young master couldn't resist at all and was easily captured by him. Moreover, that person is also riding a big black bird that seems very much like the demonic beast, iron-winged eagle that has appeared in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The demonic beast iron-winged eagle? Su Chenglong's body shook and his face lost its blood color. The 4 major clans in Luoyang County, the clan that contained the demonic beast iron-winged eagle. There is only one, and that is the Thousand Autumn Hall, which is famous for refining all kinds of pills. This person who grabbed Su Yu, 7-colored Xian Qi, condensed 7 Dan lines. The identity can obviously already be called out. The second in the potential dragon ranking, the first genius of the young generation of the Thousand Autumn Hall, Yin Chi, Master Su. Lu Chenxian gazed straight at Su Chenglong, and his words suddenly changed, asking a seemingly irrelevant question. Not long ago, you took me to the Su family ancestral hall to refer to the wind and rain diagram. I would like to ask, When did the ancestors of the Su family obtain that wind and rain diagram, and how many years, roughly, have passed since then? This, Su Chenglong frowned, seemingly a bit surprised by the title Su family master, but he didn't say anything more, and after pondering for a while, he replied with a tone of uncertainty, if I remember correctly, it should be 370 years ago. Chapter 60, Turning Corruption into Magic. More than 370 years. Hearing this answer, Lu Chenxian was silent. After a while, he was asking an irrelevant question. Then, when did the Yuandan condensation pattern secret method on this side of Luoyang County circulate? Su Chenglong was full of confusion, and frowned deeply thinking, and I do not know what came to mind. Suddenly a shock. At most, less than 400 years. The canonical books have records. Hundreds of years ago in the Xiantian continent, people practicing martial arts to gather gas into the Tao, condensing Yuandan, Dingli 3 Yang. The martial realm had been passed down since ancient times, and there was no such thing as the method of Yuandan condensing lines. However, just in these few hundred years, for some unknown reason, martial arts geniuses continued to be born, and all sorts of arcane secret arts emerged endlessly, accomplishing an unprecedented martial arts heyday. It took only 400 years for such a dramatic change. The ancestors of the Su family coincidentally obtained the remnants of old Zhao's innate weapon, and the Yuandan condensation pattern secret method, which also appeared within that time period or so. Lu Chenxian closed his eyes and pondered something in his mind. Old Zhao, Zhao Ding Tian, about 10,000 years ago, a foreign object came out, the devil tore the green sky, and a supreme being exerted monstrous power to suppress the devil. The easy immortal king Zhao Dingtian coincided with this and could not withstand the aftermath of the battle and fell on the spot. Fortunately, his innate weapon, the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon, automatically disintegrated and split, protecting the remnants of his soul and spirit, giving him a glimmer of hope for rebirth. This supreme treasure, which contained innate power, disintegrated and scattered all walks of life, passing through layers of boundary walls, perhaps disturbing the rules of the lower realms, so much so that it allowed the martial artists of the mundane small thousand worlds to touch some of the immortal realm's secret techniques as well. The cause and effect of this may not be that simple. As for Su Xinglong, he may have conjured up some inside information, but, at best, it was only skin deep. After all, the truth of the matter was not something that could be comprehended in his current realm. Chen Xian. Su Chenglong gazed at Lu Chenxian, who was contemplating with his eyes closed. He did not know how many struggles he had gone through at the bottom of his heart, and after uttering these two words, his fists steeply clenched. Although Yuer is my own blood, but you are the hope for the rise of my Su family. So, I want you to be calm. Your martial arts strength is certainly amazing, but a genius who has condensed a Dan pattern is simply not something we can. Before he could finish a sentence, Lu Chenxian had slowly opened his eyes, and he seemed to have not heard Su Chenglong's instructions as he spoke softly. I am going to bring Swetoshi back now. With that, he turned and walked out of the hall. Yuandan condensed lines? And dare to make a move against Su family members. Even if the South Mountain sect patriarch himself arrives, he will definitely make him pay a painful price. 30 miles outside of Luoyang County, at the foot of the southern mountains, a winding, verdant stone path that didn't enter the dense forest in front of him, passing through the babbling river in the forest and continuing on for a few more miles, was the far-famed Blood Refinement Valley. Those martial artists from outside of Luoyang County had to pass the blood battle trial in the valley, and only those who won in the end were qualified to join the Nanshan sect. This blood refining valley, which had existed for an unknown number of years, was not only filled with blood mist due to the constant staining of martial artists' murderous aura, coupled with the irrigation of blood water for years and years, but it had also spawned a number of great ferocious things. There were giant cannibalistic flowers covered in fangs and vines and thorns covered in spikes. Anyone passing through the neighborhood would be attacked by these ferocious creatures. Secretly, entangled to death, the flesh and blood were devoured, and even the bones and corpses would become nutrients, enhancing the killing ability of these ferocious creatures. Phew! The wind is howling. The biting mountain wind that contained the odor of blood was like a blade of a sword, continuously bombarding a figure in front of him, and this figure loomed large. The purple and gold light under his eyes flickered slightly, as if he had passed through the sky of blood mist and looked through the depths of the dark valley. This person, of course, was Lu Chenxian. You actually have the guts to come? At the entrance of the valley, two women with long swords in their hands were clad in light veils, with out of the clouds hair buns on their heads. The two of them gazed at Lu Chenxian, and the touch of sarcasm in their eyes was undisguised. Under the Luanjia Jade Pavilion, we don't kill incompetent people. One of the women, with a long sword in her hand, was full of taunts. Lu Chenxian, I'd like to know, as you presumptuously said that you would battle all the geniuses in Luoyang County, I'd like to see what means you have in the end. Lu Chenxian slightly swept his surroundings. He stepped forward in faith, picked up a branch that had broken off and casually shook it, seemingly making a sword-type weapon, an unsheathed wooden sword, about 3 feet long, and did not engrave any secret pattern, as if the children play with playthings. It was such a seemingly ordinary wooden sword, and in fact, the size and dimensions were not too different from the divine sword that was used in the Qing Tian immortal domain in the past. Of course, in essence, it couldn't be compared to that divine sword. However, after the melting of the purple gold dragon's breath, in terms of quality, it wouldn't be inferior to the Xianpin spiritual weapons of this world anymore. To know that supreme elder of the red melting sect who was the most skillful at refining weapons would have to spend at least a few months away if he wanted to forge a high-grade Xianpin spiritual weapon with all the materials. And the success rate won't be more than 30%. Lu Chenxian, with only a withered branch and a few breaths, he refined it with his hands, and he had to say that he was a celestial skill. Under my sword, there is no distinction between men and women, but I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Lu Xianxian gently shook his unsheathed wooden sword and stepped straight into the depths of the valley. Thumbs up, the sword is brightly extinguished. A brilliant sword shadow swung out from above this wooden sword, as if a long rainbow rising across the midair under the slightly darkened dusk sky. This is, the long swords in the hands of the two women didn't even have time to be drawn. Under the reflection of this long rainbow of swordlight, the two of them, it was as if they had seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. And then the light disappeared, and before his eyes, he was plunged into permanent darkness. Snap, 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 2 soft clicks, heads on the ground. The moment the long rainbow rose, their necks snapped, a trace of incomprehensible confusion hanging on their pretty faces. How did you die yourself? What is the martial art he performed again? Too much to think about, too much to wonder about. All of it dissipated with the darkness in front of me. There is only one Dan pattern condensed, and the spiritual rhythm is limited. Lu Chenxian casually withdrew his sword momentum and stepped past the corpses of these two women. In the Dan Tian, the little purple gold dragon roared up to the sky, devouring all of the residual spiritual rhythm within the two of them. Even the swords in their hands were not spared, and moments later, they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. One move to kill 2 people. He killed 2 female martial artists who were ranked on the fledgling Phoenix list and devoured everything they had. As for Lu Chenxuan's chi-gathering 7th level realm, he hadn't even elevated into the middle 7th level. Looks like the so-called geniuses of the 2 lists were nothing more than that. Chapter 61, Unstoppable. Ordinary martial artists, or even some martial geniuses, once they entered the range of the blood refinement valley, they would definitely have to be on tenterhooks, unable to move an inch. Those ubiquitous sharp-toothed cannibal flowers, thick vines like a noose, were like swords hanging over their heads, and would suddenly sneak out from some hidden corner or even under the ground. Once they failed to dodge, the martial artist would have to die on the spot, and even some geniuses with extremely high strength would have a hard time escaping death. However, Lu Chenxian, as if he was walking leisurely, stepped forward along the valley road, and the fierce vines that rushed out from time to time, or the man-eating flowers that chose to devour people, were all ignored by him. Purple and gold dragon breath, all evils are repelled. There was no need to do anything personally, just the devouring power released by the violet gold little dragon was enough to remove all the dangers around him. Those great evils that martial artists feared like tigers all turned into pure Xian Qi, constantly filling Lu Chenxuan's Dan Tian, causing his chi-gathering 7th realm to begin to steadily rise. I can't believe you got here so quickly. Not far ahead, on top of a rather steep mountain rock, stood a young man in a red robe. He looked down on Lu Chenxian, who was stepping forward, with an unintentional frown. Guarding the mouth of the valley is Lu Hong, Lu Yen of Luanjia Jade Pavilion, respectively ranked 87 and 88 of the fledgling Phoenix ranking. The two joined forces. Even I do not dare to say that can be said to win. I can't believe that you. Thumbs up. Blood burst from his throat and his neck bone was broken. Before he could even finish his words, Lu Chenxian had already stepped past the mountain rocks. The unsheathed wooden sword in his hand came together and fell, devouring the spiritual rhythm in his body in the process. The entire process, but only 1 or 2 breaths, killing the geniuses of the subterranean dragon ranking like a dog, without slowing down his steps in the slightest. Let's run. About 100 feet away from here, in the middle of a very dense mountain forest, there were 3 young martial artists whose pupils contracted, having seen the previous scene from afar, and the intention to retreat had risen in their hearts. Lu Chenxuan's power made them tremble with fear. Since hundreds of years ago, martial artists perceived a strange change in heaven and earth. Various secret methods, one after another, were born, and the most basic of all was the method of Yuan Dan condensing patterns, using one's own Yuan Dan as the base, continuing to condense the Xian Qi of the Dantian, furthering on the foundation of the peak of Yuan Dan, and infinitely approaching the 3 Yang's realm. Once the Yuan Dan condensed its lines, then the Xian Qi within the Dantian would no longer be called Xin Qi, but Dan Qi. Compared to Xian Qi, Dan Qi was more powerful, faster to catalyze, and the destructive power when performing martial arts was, well, amazing. According to some martial arts experts, only when the Yuan Dan condenses the lines is when one has truly stepped into the right path of martial arts. It was a huge chance that was given back to Tianxian continent 400 years ago when the heaven and earth changed. For example, LV Hong LV Yen, who had previously guarded the entrance of the valley, and the red-robed young man who had just been killed by Lu Chenxian with a single blow. Although they were ranked at the back of the diving dragon and fledgling phoenix duel rankings, but they had all condensed their Dan lines. Even if he fought with those ordinary 3 young realm elders of the major sex, although he was not yet able to win, he was basically able to save his life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he died at the hands of Lu Chenxian. We can't intervene in this battle. We have to let more powerful senior brothers and sisters make their move to have a chance. A martial artist lowered his voice, his face not without fear. We all just condensed a secret pattern against that person. A dead end. It was the same peak Yuan Dan. Gathering a single secret pattern would allow you to ascend the 2 lists. Those who had condensed 2 secret lines were quite a bit more powerful, and could at least enter the top 50 in terms of ranking on the list. As for those ranked in the top 20, all of them had condensed more than 3 channels. Like these few 2-listed martial artists who were ambushed not far from the entrance of the valley, almost all of them were ranked 1-strike geniuses. The truly strong masters have not yet shown themselves. Withdraw. The 3 of them didn't dare to stay, leaving the mountain forest and swept towards the depths of the valley. Escaped? In the valley, Lu Chenxuan's footsteps were unceasing, and he didn't care about the departure of the 3 people. He didn't even have the courage to make a move and lost the heart of a strong man. Such a person's martial spirit rhythm, if devoured, might instead affect one's own will. It was not as good as those ferocious creatures in the valley, which themselves did not give birth to a spirit and only killed by instinct, and after devouring them and refining them, the effect was also good. He continued to walk forward. Moments later, with a whoosh, a stern whistle broke through the air, a concealed weapon that shot from dozens of feet away. Black mist filled the surface of the dark weapon, and wherever it went, the trees along the way withered instantly, and even some of the ferocious creatures became shriveled up. Obviously this black mist contained a strong poison. Poison? Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. With a casual grip in the air, the purple and gold little dragon in the Dantian tilted its head up and met the concealed weapon with an open mouth and sucked it in. Phew! The power of devouring radiated out. The poison carried on the concealed weapon instantly disappeared, and all of it entered the dragon's belly and was refined into a cloud of purple and gold dragon breath. In front of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, poison was a treasure. Dozens of feet away behind an ancient tree, 2 figures appeared, a man and a beast. A young man wore a white shirt and cupped a pitch-black thin shuttle in his hand. The spirit beast next to it was cool and humanoid. A 6-foot-tall white-faced ape with dark green sharp horns on its forehead and an eerie turquoise light that clearly contained a shocking amount of toxicity. No wonder you were able to make it this far. Lu Chenxian, you really do have a couple of tricks up your sleeve, to the point that you were even able to dissolve the human-faced demon apes in ape poison. After appearing, the white-shirted youth first complimented him before shaking his head and laughing. However, since you've met me, even if your skills are great, you're going to die here. You should have heard of my name. 17 of the subterranean dragon ranking, 1000 Autumn Hall LV Baiyuan, my master is. The sound breaks off there. Lu Chenxian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. The wooden sword in his hand swung through, his feet likewise pausing for a little. Kill the beast. Beside the ancient tree, before the flash of horror in Lu Baiyuan's eyes dissipated, a head had fallen to the ground. There was also the human-faced demonic ape that followed beside him, merely opening its mouth and making a spitting gesture. In fact, no poisonous mist was spewed. A devouring force enveloped the area, devouring all of Lu Baiyuan's martial spiritual rhythm, as well as the intense poison contained in the dark green pointed horn on the human-faced demonic ape's forehead. Lu, what's coming? Your Yuan Dan is still okay. Condensing 3 Dan lines now, Lu Chenxian continued to step forward, feeling the filling sensation gradually coming from the Dantian. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. At this rate, as long as he devoured 2 or 3 more 3-stripe Yuan Dan, he would be able to advance from the peak of the 7th level of Qi gathering to the 8th level, the gold belt for murder and arson, with chaos swallowing skills. The rest, it's really weak. Chapter 62 Great Luo Boundary Breaking Chop. Inside the Valley of Blood Refinement, on the necessary path to the depths of the valley, a burly youth with a reddish face sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for Lu Chenxian to arrive. Above his head, surrounded by fire, a Yuan Dan shadow rose and fell, with 4 if not all arcane mystical patterns flickering on its surface. 4-stripe Yuan Dan. Under the suppression of this Yuan Dan secret pattern,
those ferocious plants within the blood-refining valley all trembled. Bloody cannibal flowers, spiky vines, poisonous flowers and plants. Nothing dares to come close over. He was ranked 12 on the subterranean dragon list, one of the red melting sect's contemporary geniuses, Red Danxia. Beside him, a three-pronged warhammer was inserted, the surface of which flashed with fire and light, and the secret patterns flowed unceasingly, releasing the powerful pressure of a high-grade Shinpin spiritual weapon, and his body's flame breath, complement each other, vaguely fused into one. Obviously this person has reached the realm of human weapon unity. Snap, 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 the sound of footsteps. On the road ahead, Lu Chenxian, who was holding a wooden sword in his hand, walked in faith. He ignored Chitanya and prepared to step past him. Your way, to the end. Shi Danxia stood up, casually picking up the three-pronged warhammer, and stood back to back with Lu Chenxian. His voice, low and cold, I didn't want to meddle in the matter, but, being able to make Li Pengcheng owe a favor, this temptation, it's hard to refuse. So, boom, before the words fell, the surrounding aura steeply erupted. Above his head, the Yuan Dan virtual shadow that had condensed 4 Dan lines suddenly turned crimson. Temperatures are rising rapidly all around. Within a radius of a few dozen feet, the flowers, plants and trees were instantly scorched, unable to withstand the sudden high temperature, and even the air became blurred for a few moments. The Red Molten Sect's strongest technique, High Xian grade, Red Flame technique. As a top genius of the Red Melting Sect, the techniques and martial skills that Qi Danxia cultivated, including the spirit weapons in her hands, all reached the Xian grade high level. On his body, he similarly carried a life-preserving base card rewarded by the sect, which was enough to protect himself even when facing a Three Yang's realm powerhouse. In the younger generation of the 4 major sects of Luoyang County, he was considered a true genius. The fact that you were able to kill Lu Baiyuan is enough to prove that the strength is not weak. A crimson flame rose from Chidenxia's arm, and the three-pronged war hammer in her hand was similarly ablaze. At this moment, he spoke, but still did not turn around, continuing to turn his back to Lu Chenxian. But you may not know that between a 3-stripe Yuan Dan and a 4-stripe Yuan Dan, as if it were a triple and quadruple in the martial realm, there exists a huge watershed. I'm at least twice as strong as Lu Baiyuan. After saying a few words, his right hand holding the war hammer slowly raised. The war hammer in his hand emitted a buzzing and trembling sound, as if there was a very esoteric rhythm that was causing heaven and earth to resonate. A 4-stripe Yuan Dan already possessed the power to communicate with heaven and earth, and between raising his hands and throwing his feet, he could catalyze the power of heaven and earth, crushing all his peers under the 4-stripe. Snap, snap, snap. The footsteps continued. As he spoke, the distance between Lu Chenxian and him had already been pulled away by more than 10 feet. The wooden sword in Lu Chenxian's hand swayed gently with his pace, his face calm as usual. He clearly didn't care much about this so-called genius of the subterranean dragon ranking. Until this time, Qi Danxia finally turned around and looked at Lu Chenxian from afar, gripping the warhammer with both hands and stomping the ground violently with both feet. Rumble! The mountains are shaking. Beneath his feet, the mountain rocks cracked open and a dark red lava erupted. As if summoned by him, it coalesced in midair and formed a lava giant hammer several feet in size. The pressure was monstrous. With a 4-stripe Yuan Dan cultivation, he catalyzed a spiritual weapon and performed a high-level Xian grade, cracking ground exploding rock hammer. That's a lot of crap. Lu Chenxian, who was more than 10 feet away, merely stopped in his tracks and flicked his wrist. Dala, invisible sword. Not long ago, after Yu Fenghan had executed his secret assassination technique and was cracked by Lu Chenxian, he casually threw out his dagger to pierce the former's throat. The one that was executed was none other than the great Luo formless sword intent. At this moment, Lu Chenxian had a sword in his hand, and a sword light instantly merged into the void. When it reappeared, it was 10 feet in an instant and directly blasted at the location of Qi Danxia's chest. However, boo! A canopy of dazzling firelight erupted from Qi Danxia's chest, forming a layer of firelight barrier that unexpectedly blocked this invisible sword Qi. Oh, Lu Chenxian's eyebrows raised slightly. A defensive artifact? On this person's body, he was clearly carrying a defense spirit weapon of notable quality, reaching the power of a strike from a 3-yang realm martial artist. Just like the Nanshan Golden Order, this spiritual weapon, it should be this person's life-preserving card. What a strong sword. Under the shroud of the firelight barrier, Qi Danxia's body swayed, barely standing firm before opening her mouth in a chilling voice. Unfortunately, I have a spiritual weapon to protect my body, so even if a strong person of the 3-yang realm personally strikes, they will never be able to injure me. If you can only send out a sword like this, then, go to hell. When he said this, the 3-pronged warhammer in his hand was raised, and the lava giant hammer in the air and the warhammer in his hand echoed each other, carrying the power of heaven and earth within 100 zhang, toward the top.
of Lu Chenxian's head and fiercely bombarded down.
The genius ranked 12th on the subterranean dragon ranking list had no reservations for a surefire strike.
No matter how strong a spirit weapon is, it's only an external object after all. In the face of this amazingly powerful strike that fell, Lu Chenxian faintly smiled before shaking his left palm. Boom! In Red Danxia's field of vision, the lava giant hammer smashed down, and Lu Chenxuan's body burst into pieces, splattering blood and flesh. The floor of the valley collapsed, and all of them appeared as a huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 feet. Dead? Actually, it's just a dream. Everything in front of him was the result that he wished to see the most deep down in his heart. And in reality, Lu Chenxian had already taken a step out once again and appeared in front of Qi Danxia. The wooden sword in his hand flickered. Dala boundary-breaking chop. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the 10,000 races of the Green Sky Immortal Domain were at war, the strongest god of war, Lu Chenxian, led the Xian heavenly army in a duel with the demon race, the lord of 10,000 demons of that time, leading the 10 great demon emperors under his command, laid down the 10,000 demon boundary, which could be called an unparalleled defense. It was by this boundary-breaking sword that it passed through the defensive boundary and directly cut through the heavenly demon body of the lord of 10,000 demons. Any defensive boundary, or protective treasures, under this sword, they were all but useless. There was a soft snort. In the firelight barrier, the muscles in the corners of Red Danxia's eyes shrunk slightly, and then, he lowered his head and looked incredulously at the unsheathed wooden sword that had pierced into his throat, a trace of bewilderment passing through his eyes. Until death came, he remained immersed in the earlier scene, unable to wake up from his visionary dream. The field of vision in front of his eyes was plunged into boundless darkness, and the remaining sliver of consciousness seemed to have heard Lu Chenxuan's voice. It seems to be saying, "Devour me." Chapter 63, Condensing the Void Dan. The spiritual rhythm of the four-stripe Yuan Dan. The spiritual qi contained in the two Xian grade high-grade spiritual weapons. Within just a few breaths, they were all devoured by the small purple gold dragon within Lu Chenxuan's dantian. Cultivation is one step further. According to the original calculations, one would need to devour at least a few more triple stripe Yuan Dan in order to advance to the 8th level of qi gathering. However, at this moment, the harvest from killing Red Danxia was only a little more than a few triple stripe Yuan Dan, and after devouring and refining it, it reached the middle stage of the 8th level of qi gathering. The entire process of striking out to kill and devouring spiritual rhythms was less than 10 breaths, a very short period of time. However, most of the day had passed since Su Yu had been captured, and he didn't know how he was doing. Got to get a grip. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he glanced towards the depths of the blood-refining valley, lifting his foot once again and stepping forward. Shrinking. The pace appeared to be slow, but the speed was fast to the extreme, and every step that fell could leap over a distance of more than 10 feet. Chidanya is dead, deep in the blood refinement valley, on top of a giant tree that towered into the sky. A handsome young man with a curved sword hanging from his waist and 5 fine bloodlines flickering under his eyes looked far away from the direction where Qi Danxia had fallen, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold arc. Can you kill Qitanya? Lu Chenxian did not disappoint. The Nanshan sect had been inherited for over 600 years, and there were countless martial arts techniques, including the 3 strongest techniques, all of which had reached the high Xian grade level, like the current number 1 in the submerged dragon ranking, Li Pengcheng, who was in seclusion to condense the 9 stripes Yuan Dan. What he was cultivating was one of the 3 great techniques, the Nanshan immovable true technique, and he, the 9th on the subterranean dragon ranking, the supreme genius who had condensed 5 Dan lines, Yin Zhanye. What he practiced was the thirsty blood technique, which was the most murderous of the 3 great techniques, killing into martial arts, using blood to nourish the Dan, and the more battles he fought, the stronger he became, the tougher the opponent, the stronger the martial arts genius, the more it would stimulate the bloodthirsty qi in his body, and the more it would stimulate his desire for a bloody battle. Yin Zhanye, who was in a longitudinal shape, drifted down from the giant tree, and with a fierce stomp of his feet on the ground, he was like an arrow leaving the string, and swept towards Lu Chenxuan's direction. The scarlet tongue licked the corners of his somewhat dry mouth and let out a bloodthirsty cold laugh. Lu Chenxian, Lu Chenxian, I wanted to wait a little longer, but I can't wait to taste your blood. Swish, 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 Yin Zhanye, and Lu Chenxian. The distance between the two was closing in at a speed visible to the naked eye. 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. In just less than a few breaths of time, both sides were already close at hand. Kid, die. Yin Zhanye's curved sword was sheathed and moved like lightning. His upper body was close to the ground, and his entire right arm suddenly erupted with dazzling bloodlight, and the scimitar in his hand tore through the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound of air-breaking shrillness. Xian class high-grade spirit weapon, blood-drinking knife, Xian grade high-level martial skill, blood-drinking chop.
He had shown in countless clan battles in the South Mountain sect, causing countless martial artists to tremble with fear. Martial skill, technique, and spirit weapon. The three were perfectly matched, and in Yin Zhanya's hands, a powerful killing light once again blossomed. You're good. Facing the killing slash that shot out, Lu Chenxian swung and stabbed the wooden sword in his hand while faintly opening his mouth. Don't get me wrong, when I say nice, I mean, you don't have as much to say compared to the one just now. Sword light and blade light intermingled. Two figures, brushing shoulders. Life and death have been divided. Yin Zhanya's figure stopped, the 5 bloodlines under his eyes slowly dimmed, and the layer of blood-colored shield that was shrouding the surface of his body was gradually dissipating. At the location of its throat, a bloodstain was expanding. Snap, snap. The blood fell drop by drop and finally rushed out like a fountain. The gleam in his eyes disappeared, and his body fell without the slightest breath. Dead. His martial arts never had a grandiose weather, and did not need to store power to perform. To kill the enemy, just one move. Pity. The unrivaled killing blow turned into a joke under Lu Chenxuan's sword. Lu Chenxian. Finished. 5-strike Yuan Dan. A high-grade Xian-grade spirit weapon. The Nanshan sect has given me quite a few great gifts. After the sword, Lu Chenxian paused in his steps, looking at Yin Zhanya's dead body. His left hand slowly extended. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. In the middle of the Dantian, the purple gold little dragon began to happily devour Yin Zhanya's martial Dao spirit charm and spirit weapon might. Its entire dragon body began to metamorphose, and the golden color on its body surface turned a few points darker. Instead, the purple color became dense. It seemed that its body should have been a noble purple color, and the hint of gold color it contained earlier came more from Lu Chenxuan's own Xian Qi immersion, gathering the 9 heavens of Qi. On the surface of Lu Chenxuan's body, Qi-gathering Xian lines spread out, and the Dantian Qi whirlpool coalesced rapidly, vaguely forming a Dan-shaped shadow, Void Dan realm. When one's cultivation reached this point, it already belonged to Qi-gathering perfection, and was only half a step away from true Dan condensation. If one cultivated normally and absorbed the heaven and earth aura with the devouring power of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one would be able to successfully condense the Dan in less than 7 days at most, officially becoming a Yuan Dan martial artist. However, next, as long as I devour another Yuan Dan, even if it's the most ordinary Yuan Dan, it will allow me to immediately condense the Dan. Feeling the Yuan Dan virtual shadow within his Dantian, Lu Chenxuan's gaze flickered slightly, and a trace of anticipation could not help but rise in the bottom of his heart. It was significant to be promoted to Yuan Dan. Strength enhancement was still a small matter. The key was that as long as the Yuan Dan was condensed, one could attempt to cultivate the second level of the chaotic heaven swallowing technique. The power of devouring can certainly be even better. Perhaps, at that time, it will be possible to directly devour the 3 yang realm. Lu Chenxian slowly let out a breath. The purple gold light under his eyes flickered rapidly as he stared tightly at the front of the valley, and his gaze suddenly narrowed. Thumbs up. At the very next moment, a faintly imperceptible jade light, like the twinkling of a star, came whistling from 100 feet away. In less than a breath, it had already blasted its way to Lu Chenxuan's body, faster than the blood knife. Just now, in an instant, Lu Chenxian twisted his feet and disappeared, leaving just an undissolved shadow in place. Almost at the same moment, the jade light had pierced through the shadow and did not enter the valley floor. In place, only a deep, dark hole was left behind. Chapter 64, Spiritual Rhythm is Not Enough. Snap, slap, applause. A young woman with a gorgeous appearance, wearing a purple light veil, appeared 100 feet away. She looked far away from where Lu Chenxian had disappeared, clapping her hands while speaking appreciatively. Among the younger generation I've seen, you, Lu Chenxian, can be ranked among the top 3. If you didn't offend too many people, you will surely be able to stand up to the 3 sons in the future, or even go further and become a towering Yuan fetus powerhouse. Unfortunately, this woman is strong. Above her head, the shadow of a crystal warm Yuan Dan undulated, with 6 jade secret lines flickering endlessly on its surface. It was the unique sign of having condensed 6 Dan lines. Even above these 6 Dan lines, there was a faintly visible 7th Dan line, which seemed to have already condensed for the most part. Third on the fledgling Phoenix ranking, Luanjia Jade Pavilion's supreme genius, Yan Fengjiao. In the young generation of Luoyang County today, the men who can match me can be said to be few and far between. To be exact, there are only 3. As she spoke, Yan Fengjiao stepped forward. Her pretty face was beaming. The first, without a doubt, is of course senior brother Li Pengchangli, with amazing qualifications, about to condense the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, becoming the first person ever from the South Mountain sect, and can be called an unparalleled genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. And the second one is Yin Qi, senior Yin brother, who captured Su Yu. but I don't like the nature of mastering too much. Speaking here, she suddenly raised her hand to cover her small mouth and giggled. You said, if I kill you and help senior brother knight repay the favor of the Yu family. Guess, will senior brother knight form a Dao couple with me? This woman's hypochondriacs are really something else. The crap is also really a bit much. Lu Chenchuan's main body slowly solidified from a foot away from the side. A rare hint of excitement rose faintly at the bottom of his heart. As long as he devoured her Yuan Dan, the Void Dan could immediately solidify and become a true Yuan Dan realm. I'm not interested in your doggone business. Lu Chenxian, who held a wooden sword in his hand and had a faint smile on his face, greeted Yan Fengjiao. I'll give you a pain in the ass and let you die without the slightest bit of pain. Let you be a stepping stone for my Dan condensation. As the words fell, the purple and gold light under his eyes lit up, and it was as if the heaven and earth in 100 feet radius had frozen. But after a breath, it immediately returned to normal. In the past, the strongest god of war in the immortal realm, the supreme secret method that spread across the green sky immortal realm, Dala Chopper Sword. This sword, formless and without phase, without quality and without trace, condensed by its own will, transcending the soul, transcending the sea of consciousness, directly attacking the other party's mind. Unless one had also cultivated the secret law of will, it would be impossible to block it, even if one possessed an even more powerful defensive supreme treasure. Dozens of feet away, Yan Fengjiao's footsteps abruptly stopped. The Yuan Dan silhouette above her head shook violently, and then, as her heart and soul fell, it completely disappeared from the top of her head. In addition to this, her life-preserving cards, the Danqi veil shrouding her body surface, the pure Danqi in her Dantian, all of it didn't respond. The smile on this woman's face completely froze, and underneath her eyes, a flash of deep bewilderment flowed out. There was a bang, and that was the end of it. After executing this move, Lu Chenxian was also a bit pale until he took a few deep breaths before recovering. Holding the sword in his right hand, his left hand grasped in the air, and there was a hidden expectation in the bottom of his eyes. Swallow me. Phew. The little purple gold dragon within the Dantian raised its head high, a swallowing and sucking vortex formed in its mouth, and the power of devouring instantly descended. Yan Fengjiao's six-stripe Yuan Dan, the life-preserving spiritual weapon she carries with her, and her martial arts spiritual rhyme, devour them all. Yuan Dan realm. Lu Chenchuan's eyes were tightly closed, and the Yuan Dan shadow in his body was rapidly rotating, constantly absorbing the chi that was transformed from the small purple and gold dragon, and the rotation speed became faster and faster. Soon, a hint of solidity gradually arose from the state of nothingness. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3, buzz. The Dantian trembled. The rapidly rotating Yuan Dan shadow actually stopped, and the Yuan Dan, which was only half a step away from being solidified, did not take shape. Condensed Dan failed. Lu Chenchuan's eyes opened. Even the betrayal of Bei Moyu's father and son's heart was far less than the surprise of this moment. Never fail. Void Dan was only a small step between the chi-gathering perfection and Yuan Dan realms. Even if it was an ordinary Void Dan martial artist, as long as he followed the steps and absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he would certainly be able to successfully condense the Dan without any accidents. Because of this, neither the mundane worlds nor the former green sky immortal realm counted Void Dan as a separate realm. But why? One could actually fail to condense pills? After devouring and refining a 6-stripe Yuan Dan, and incidentally devouring a Xian-grade spiritual weapon, the enormous spiritual rhythm gained was actually still unable to allow one's Dan condensation to succeed? It's really a bit of a surprise. After a short silence, Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. Failure is not an option. The only possibility is martial cultivation. The pursuit of eternal immortality was originally against the heavens, and one's own cultivation of chaotic heaven swallowing skill, physique, qualifications, far from ordinary martial artists can be compared. Condensing the Yuan Dan would also be more difficult. It was as if, at the same chi-gathering realm, the total amount of Xian Qi within one's own Dantian was going to be 100 times more than that of an ordinary martial artist. With such a huge base, how could it be simple to successfully condense the pills? However, once he condensed the Yuan Dan, his own strength would definitely far exceed that of other Yuan Dan martial artists. There was no doubt about it. Since spiritual rhythm isn't enough, let's continue. The doubts in his heart solved, Lu Chenxian once again stepped towards the depths of the valley. Chapter 65. A Wooden Sword. The foot of South Mountain. In the gazebo deep in the blood refinement valley. Son of A, kill me if you can. On the standing pillar, Suyu was tied up in 5 different ways, with more than a dozen loops of green-colored auger tendons wrapped around his body, sealing his Dantian Chi. This pampered Su family's great young man had obviously suffered a severe beating and was covered in blood. If you have the ability to leave a life for little master, when my brother-in-law saves me to go back,
I entered the Yuan Dan realm. I will surely take all of you tortoise grandchildren, one by one, skin and sinew. That's not a wild boast by any means. Since practicing the no-grade technique taught by Lu Chenxian, his martial arts cultivation had become extremely fast. In just a few days, not only had he recovered the 4th level of Qi gathering, but he had even taken it a step further, reaching the peak of the 5th level. If he hadn't been captured here by that bastard riding an iron-winged eagle, he would most likely have broken through again and entered the 6th level of Qi gathering. Therefore, don't look at the 2 Nanshan sect disciples in charge of guarding in front of you. They were both at the Yuan Dan realm, but Suyu felt that in time, he could definitely enter Yuan Dan and make a clean break. Kid, what are you screaming blindly for? Still want to wait for Lu Chenxian to save you? A Nanshan sect disciple raised the whip in his hand, his face full of hideous smiles. We are afraid that he won't come. If he comes, hey, with senior sister Yao and senior brother Yin in attendance, not to mention your punk brother-in-law, even if the god of heaven came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Saying that, the leather whip aimed at Suyu's face, and ruthlessly lashed down. Right about this time, thumbs up, the sword light broke through the air. This Nanshan sect disciple's right hand, which was gripping the whip, suddenly snapped at the shoulder and flew high into the air with the whip. Blood splattered everywhere. It was only after a moment of disorientation that the man felt the pain of his broken arm and covered the wound with a miserable howl. Who is it? Elder brother Feng? Senior Feng. In the pavilion, another guard disciple as if by reflex from the side of the stone bench stood up, waist-long sword, swish in the hands. It also just made this sword-drawing motion. Another air-breaking sword light, flashing from dozens of feet away, as if ignoring the distance, had severed senior brother Feng's right arm the moment the sword light was illuminated. The broken arm gripped the sword and landed on the ground with a crash. Brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is here. On the column, Suyu was first stunned, and then saw from afar the young man who came stepping, and let out a yell of surprise in his mouth. Brother-in-law, I knew you would definitely come to save me. When he said this, he seemed to remember something and let out a furious cry. Brother-in-law, don't kill them. I want to cut off their dog's head with my own hands. Oh, Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and raised his right hand. Swish, the wooden sword in his hand flew up in response, spanning a distance of dozens of feet, cutting the green-colored auger tendons on Suyu's body, and after flipping and landing, it was inserted right in front of Suyu's body. It's like cutting tofu with a fast knife. The tip of the sword, straight into the verdant stone steps in front of the gazebo. Is this a wooden sword? Suyu's arms shook, wrenching the broken open auger tendons free, holding the wooden sword handle and pulling it out of the ground. He was just about to swing his sword to slash, when his gaze suddenly struck a chord, and he said with dissatisfaction, Brother-in-law, even though my Su family is weak, it's not so weak that I can't even take out a spirit sword, so how can I give you this thing to use? How does this kill people? This wooden sword that Lu Chenxian had casually refined had a minuscule weight, even less than half a kilogram, and was as light as nothing in his hand. Even the most ordinary Qi-gathering martial artist could possess 500 pounds of strength, and the fine iron weapons that were usually used, or the high-priced low-grade yellow-grade spiritual weapons, were at least 20 pounds or more. When it is performed, the power is carried by Qi, and together with the strength of the physical body, it can exert a force of 1,000 pounds. But this wooden sword, don't underestimate the sword. Lu Chenxian had already walked to the edge of the gazebo and said with a smile on his face, with this sword, you may not be able to kill a peak Yuan Dan, but it's still easy to kill a few unusual martial artists who are new to Yuan Dan. Yes? So you opened his mouth and turned his head to look at the 2 Nanshan sect disciples who had already fled in fear, his heart humming violently. Swish, the wooden sword swung up, a golden Shen Qi, instantly shot out, 2 sword lights, heading straight for those 2 Nanshan sect disciples. The change is steep. The martial arts skill that Suyu performed was personally taught by Lu Chenxian, and like the feats, it is classless and unclassified, with only a very simple name called Two-World Sword. It means that it is one life before the sword comes out. Out of the sword comes another life. With one swing of the sword, the other party would have to be reincarnated. When one normally practiced, it was a golden sword light, the same color as the Xian Qi within one's own dantian. However, this time, 2 consecutive blasts were not to mention the appalling speed. Almost the instant he struck, he had already severed the bodies of those 2 southern mountain disciples. 2 pops, the corpse fell to the ground, and those 2 purple golden sword lights, after killing 2 people, their might actually didn't weaken much, and continued to extend forward, cutting all the several huge trees along the way. It finally blasted into the mountain in front of him, leaving 2 sword marks several feet deep. I'm brown. Suyu couldn't help but burst out. He stared at everything in front of him, dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, this sword, where did you get it? Xian grade high grade spirit weapon? Or earth grade? No,
It shouldn't be possible for it to be an earth product. The 4 major clans in Luoyang County. Only the 4 major clans can refine earth product spiritual weapons. This sword, it's really strong. Strong? Lu Chenxian looked at the frowning Suyu and shook his head with a faint smile. And then, he slowly turned his body and looked at the back of the gazebo and spoke softly. After watching for so long, aren't you going to show yourself? If you wait for me to make a move, you guys won't even have a chance to show yourselves. Someone? Suyu's heart shook as he subconsciously ran towards Lu Chenxuan's side. Right now, this wooden sword of yours, it's an earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact? A voice with a greedy intent rang out from the back of the gazebo. Swish, swish, 2 silhouettes revealed themselves, isolating Lu Chenxian and Suyu from each other. On the left, a beautiful-looking young woman. The skinny youth on the right, with a shadowy breath, had apparently performed some kind of concealment technique, slowly emerging from a ripple of air. Behind the 2 of them, there was also a black ferocious bird under 2 feet tall, with eagle eyes filled with bloodlight and demonic aura rampant. It is the peak 2nd grade demonic beast under Yin Chi's seat, the Iron-Winged Eagle. Chapter 66, The 2 Powers Join Forces. Yin Chi, brother-in-law, he is the one who captured me. He is Yin Chi. The moment Yin Chi and this woman appeared, Suyu's footsteps stiffened and his voice couldn't help but change its accent. Bad. Originally, it was thought that those who were guarding him at this place were merely the 2 Nanshan sect disciples who had been cut down earlier. Unexpectedly, Yin Chi was actually there, and the woman beside him, although he didn't know her identity before. However, during the time he was captured, through the conversation of those 2 Nanshan sect disciples, he had already gained some understanding of her. The first person on the fledgling Phoenix ranking, the chief great disciple of the Langya Jade Pavilion, and considered a strong contender for the next pavilion master, the supreme genius who had condensed a 7-stripe Yuan Dan, the proud daughter of heaven who was known to be both talented and beautiful, Yao Qing. If there was only one person, with this wooden sword, brother-in-law Lu Chenxian might still be able to compete with the other party, but when the 2 of them joined forces, they were in big trouble. Yin Chi, who had his arms wrapped around his hands, simply disdained Suyu as he looked at Lu Chenxian with a grim smile on his face. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to make it this far. I had underestimated you earlier. I think, it should be that you have utilized the power of this Earth-grade spirit sword in your hand. TSK, Earth-grade. Good stuff. Really good stuff. The Xian-Tian continent's spiritual weapon grades are divided into heaven and earth. Xian Huang. Spiritual weapons above the heavenly grade. The Nanshan sect had never had a single one in over 600 years of inheritance. Even in the hands of the most powerful Taishang elder of the Nanshan sect, there was only one earth-grade medium-grade spiritual weapon. As for Yin Chi, who came from the Thousand Autumn Hall, the strongest spirit weapon he had seen in his life was the earth-grade low-grade used by the Hall Master. It was said that even these earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons were not the property of the Thousand Autumn Hall, but had been bought from the Red Melting sect's side at great expense. The ordinary martial artists in Luoyang County only knew that the Nanshan sect's weapon refining hall was proficient in refining treasures, but very few people knew that among the 4 major sects, the Red Molten sect was the #1 weapon refining sect within Luoyang County. Lu Chenxian, you're careless. Yao Cheng beside Yin Chi's body had a flat gaze and a clear, cold voice. If the earth-grade spirit sword is in your hands, even senior brother Yin Chi and I would have to scorn you 3 times, but 1,000 times. You shouldn't have given the sword to that boy. Without an earth product spirit sword, your strength is not worth mentioning in front of me and Senior Yin. The wooden sword was in Suyu's hand. At this moment, Suyu and Lu Chenxian were isolated by the 2. She was absolutely confident that she would be able to kill Lu Chenxian before he could get his hands on this wooden sword. 7-stripe elixir. Her strength would also have to exceed the ordinary person's imagination of a peak Yuan Dan martial artist. That's a nice eagle. Facing the first in the fledgling Phoenix ranking and the second in the subterranean dragon ranking, Lu Chenxian didn't care in the slightest, and directly landed his gaze on the iron-winged eagle behind the 2. Peak level 2 demonic beast. Once an ordinary demonic beast was tamed, it could be called a spirit beast, although the name is different. In reality, the demonic beast is still a demonic beast. The body condenses demonic pills, and the strength is even better than an ordinary martial artist. What was really rare was that it was a demonic bird that could fly in the air. As for martial artists who want to fly to the sky and hide in the ground, at least to cultivate to the air realm, the entire Luoyang County, there is no such a strong person. The Xian-Tian continent's martial arts grades are divided into Qi Gathering, Yuan Dan, San Yang, Yuan Tai, and Yukong. By the time one reached the empty realm, it was enough to start a sect and shake a party. You like my bird? Yin Chi hooked up the corner of her lips. An undisguised sneer surfaced on her face. Unfortunately, you won't be able to get it in this life, but you can think about it in the next life. After saying that, his hands clasped in front of his chest were violently loosened.
and his right palm vibrated in the air. Swish! A long whip of snake scales that flashed with turquoise light instantly appeared in his palm. Peak Shinpin Spiritual Weapon. Black Water Python Scale Whip. The grades of spiritual weapons were similarly divided into Heaven, Earth, Metaphysics, and Yellow, and each grade, in turn, was subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. However, martial artists to their own metaphysical chi temperature to raise spiritual weapons. Under the years, many people are able to achieve the unity of the human weapon, urging the spiritual weapon as an arm, as you wish. This kind of Shin Chi warming, although it could not enhance the quality of the spirit weapon, it could enhance the power of the spirit weapon, and it was considered to be a further step on top of the original grade. This black water python scale weapon in Chi's hand had been warmed by his Shin Chi for many years, and had long since become his natal object. It was even better than an ordinary Shinpin high grade, and it was entirely possible to call it a Shinpin peak. Clank! Another crisp sword sound. Beside In Chi, Yao Cheng flipped her right hand and similarly drew out a peak Shin product long sword. The sword's body was surrounded by secret patterns, and jade light flashed on its surface. It seemed to be forged from some kind of jade, with chalcedony hidden inside and a crystalline luster. The two great seven-stripe Yuan Dan geniuses were clearly going to join forces against the enemy and fight Lu Chenxian head-on. 2 7-stripe Yuan Dan. Should be fine. Lu Chenxian nodded silently, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart once again. Gathering the Yuan Dan. Previously, by devouring that Luwenjia Jade Pavilion's 6-stripe Yuan Dan, one's Void Dan realm did not succeed in condensing the Dan. And now, by devouring 2 7-stripe Yuan Dan at the same time, one could certainly succeed. The enormous spiritual rhythm contained within the 2 7-stripe Yuan Dan was at least 4 times more than that of the 6-stripe Yuan Dan. Swish! Thumbs up! In Chi struck straight out with a long whip roll in his hand. Yao Cheng similarly swung out a sword without hesitation. The power of the 7-stripe Yuan Dan. The black water python scale whip in the former's hand seemed to be alive and spiritual, its surface glowing with turquoise light and tainted with the Thousand Autumn Hall's unique poison. Under the urging of the martial skill, it turned into a real black water poison python. Faster than lightning, fiercely winding towards Lu Chenxian. As for the jade sword in Yao Cheng's hand, light debris flew about, instantly enveloping a circle of tens of feet. Jade light flickered in the air, isolating the 5 senses and 6 senses, enough to block all senses of an ordinary peak Yuan Dan martial artist. One of the strongest martial arts techniques of the Thousand Autumn Hall, the Thousand Poison Bone Refining Whip. Luwenjia Jade Pavilion's supreme secret method, sealing the spirit and extinguishing the thought realm. The two great 7-stripe Yuan Dan geniuses had no reservations and completely ignored Suyu at the back. A joint strike will surely kill. Lu Chenxian. Chapter 67, Conquering the Iron-Winged Eagle. Brother-in-law. The moment the two experts launched their attacks, Suyu lost his voice and shouted. The wooden sword in his hand made a gesture to throw it towards Lu Chenxian's side. Unfortunately, it's too late. The spirit sealing in Absolute Thought's realm, with Yao Cheng's 7-stripe Yuan Dan power, was enough to cover a circle of tens of feet. Unless a triple Yang realm martial artist with a solid sea of consciousness and Yuanshan was covered by the boundary, all 5 senses and 6 senses would have to be closed off. Just like this time Suyu, ears cannot hear, eyes cannot see, do not distinguish between the southeast and the north and the west, even the spiritual sense cannot be outwardly released. All the probing of the surrounding completely disappeared. Suyu's face was white and his heart was in despair. Without the help of this spirit sword, how could brother-in-law, alone, be a match for these two great experts? Perhaps when this boundary dispersed, what one saw would be a corpse, and it was at this time. Ow! An earth-shattering roar of a foreign beast resounded within the boundary. The so-called sealing of the spirit and extinction of thoughts was a slippery joke under the roar. In Suyu's ears, heart, and even in the depths of the sea of consciousness, rumbling sounds exploded simultaneously. This is Dragon Song. At this moment, Lu Chenxian's face was calm, and he didn't perform any martial arts, much less dodge and retreat. He stood tall, a 10-foot-tall purple and gold dragon rising above his head. In the middle of the dragon's head, there was a violet gold vortex spinning uncontrollably. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the power of devouring. In the face of In Chi and Yao Cheng's killing blow, Lu Chenxian directly transformed the small purple gold dragon within his dantian out. The power of devouring came down with a bang. Rumble. The boundary collapsed. The spirit-sealing absolute thought realm that Yao Cheng had exerted all her strength had only lasted less than a breath before the devouring vortex of the small purple gold dragon, instantly collapsing and disintegrating. As for the black water python scale whip in In Chi's hand, the turquoise light on its surface also rapidly dimmed. The seemingly astonishingly powerful Shan grade high-ranked martial skill didn't make half a ripple at all. There is also the 7-stripe Yuan Dan in their bodies. In the two men's dantian, the 7 condensed lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan were rapidly dimming. and even the Yuan Dan body was beginning to crumble. Their martial arts skills, spiritual rhythms, xuanqi, qualifications, etc. Within just a few breaths, they were all devoured by this little purple gold dragon that had taken shape. The spirit sealing absolute thought realm disappeared. Suyu stood still, staring blankly at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be dumbstruck. What did he see? A giant dragon silhouette with a body glowing with purple and gold light fluttered and hovered beside Lu Chenxian. As for Lu Chenxian, at the 3 feet position beside him, Yin Qi, who was the second in the potential dragon ranking, and the first in the fledgling phoenix ranking, Yao Qing. The two people are paralyzed on the ground. Their breath is completely cut off, and it is obvious that they have been killed on the spot. And that iron-winged eagle under Yin Qi's seat, under the shock of the purple and gold dragon's shadow, it was as if he had encountered the most terrifying enemy in his life. With his feathers standing on end, he curled up in place and shivered. Which half of the power of a peak second-order ferocious bird was still there? Yuan Dan still hasn't coalesced. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved and took back the small purple gold dragon, while his divine sense looked inward, watching the changes within the Dantian. Quickly he shook his head. It was still the Void Dan realm. After successively devouring a 6-stripe Yuan Dan, 2 more 7-stripe Yuan Dan, and several Shen-grade spiritual artifacts, this Yuan Dan of his own actually did not coalesce. Let's just say, after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one's own was simply too appalling. The martial spirit rhyme needed to condense the Yuan Dan is simply a bottomless pit, and I am afraid that it has reached hundreds of times more than that of ordinary martial artists. As the internal vision ended, Lu Chenxuan's gaze flickered as he stared at the iron-winged eagle. Grade 2 demonic beast. Spiritual intelligence has opened up. It can understand human speech. Now, make your choice. Submit, or die. Boo! The shivering iron-winged eagle trembled. Its 2 thick hind limbs softened on the spot, and its beak touched the ground. It's exactly the same as a human kneeling and kowtowing. It directly submitted to Lu Chenxian. The might emitted by the purple gold little dragon just now had completely deterred it. This second-order ferocious bird that had opened its spiritual intelligence no longer dared to be the slightest bit disobedient to Lu Chenxian. The other party, in its eyes, was the most terrifying human under the sky. Very good. Lu Chenxian nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a casual move of his hand, the wooden sword in Suyu's hand flew back in response, lightly landing back in Lu Chenxuan's hand. Sister, brother-in-law. It was only at this point that Suyu came back to his senses and quickened his pace to run to Lu Chenxuan's side. It was just that the shock deep in his heart was still far from subsiding. Just now, what was that purple and gold dragon silhouette? Even the iron-winged eagle can be subdued so easily? However, he didn't ask, unless Lu Chenxian took the initiative to open his mouth. Otherwise, he couldn't say a single word about what he shouldn't ask. Come on, let's go back. Lu Chenxian didn't explain much and raised his hand, signaling the iron-winged eagle to pull itself together. He leapt, and Suyu jumped straight onto the eagle's back. The iron-winged eagle spread its wings and rushed up into the clouds, whistling towards Sanqing City. I don't know how much time has passed. There were a dozen or so Nanshan sect martial practitioners that swept in from the distance. By the time they saw the 2 corpses in front of the gazebo from afar, they could no longer hold back the horror in their hearts. Yin 7. Yao Qing. 2 people are dead. These 2 genius experts who had shaken the 4 great sects of Luoyang County, the top of the fledgling Phoenix ranking, and the second person on the subterranean dragon ranking, had died together in the blood-refining valley? Even if it was the number 1 person on the subterranean dragon ranking, Li Pengcheng, who was about to condense the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, he couldn't have easily done it. Lu Chenxian. It must be that Lu Chenxian. One of them lost his voice and spoke, his voice trembling. I heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Senior Brotherly personally stepped in and invited the geniuses of the 2 lists to avenge the Yu family's Yufenghan and to destroy the Su family's entire clan. Later on, it seems that Yin Qi made a move and captured Suyu, the Su family's youngest, and brought him to the blood-refining valley. Now that Yin Qi and Yao Qing are both killed, at the same time, there won't be anyone else besides Lu Chenxian. It must be Lu Chenxuan's doing. Lu Chenxian. The martial artists present looked at each other, all seeing the fear revealed in the eyes of the others. Go, quickly rush back to the sect. This matter, whether or not Lu Chenxian did it, must be reported immediately. Yin Qi and Yao Qing died. Perhaps, Luoyang County is going to stab the sky. Chapter 68 Heaven and Earth's Anomalies. Triple Green City. Su's house. Su Chenglong inside the main hall paced back and forth, his face extremely anxious. Ever since Suyu was captured and Lu Chenxian went to rescue him, he had been sitting on the edge of his seat. The rest of the Su family, similarly distracted, waited anxiously in the main hall. Family master, second master, elders. Just at this moment, at the entrance of the Su residence, a surprised shout suddenly came out. Auntie and the eldest young master are back. Look, you guys, they came back riding a big black eagle? The eagle winged the wind and descended from the sky. The 2 feet tall iron-winged eagle, whose wings were 4 feet long and short when unfolded, nearly enveloped the entire Su family's front yard. With its wings spread out, the giant eagle slowly landed with the help of the wind, and then closed its wings and stood honestly next to the yard like a large sparrow. The night is getting thicker. However, the Su mansion was brightly lit both inside and outside, and Su Chenglong and the others who rushed out from the main hall all saw this peak second-order behemoth. Their faces were filled with shock, and each of them was shocked beyond measure. Even though the iron-winged eagle looked well-behaved, no one dared to approach the past. Father, second uncle, we're back. Su Yuan the eagle's back leapt down and flew towards Su Chenglong. Everyone doesn't need to be afraid. This iron-winged eagle has already been subdued by brother-in-law. Iron-winged eagle, peak second-order demonic beast. It was equivalent to a peak Yuan Dan realm powerhouse, and moreover, it could fly. Such a big guy was actually subdued by Lu Chenxian? The people of the Su family were shocked and delighted. Not caring to inquire about the injuries on Su Yu's body, their gazes all fell on Lu Chenxuan's face at the back. The old master was really wise back then, and even recruited such a flunky for the Su family. Truly, a blessing to the family. Lu Chenxian raised his hand and stroked the eagle's wings with a smile on his face. This big bird's spirit has opened up and is able to understand human speech, even after I leave. If anything happens to my family, I can escape in this eagle. In this way, it kind of solves your worries. What? When these words came out, the Su family members were first delighted, and then everyone's face revealed a look of shock. Chen Xian, you're leaving the Su family? Although shocked, actually expected it in his heart. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. With Lu Chenxuan's proud qualifications, how could he stay in a frontier place like Sanqing City for too long? Moreover, Su Lier was no longer in the Su family, so what did Lu Chenxian have to keep? So it was only a matter of time before he left. Su Chenglong nodded and eventually stepped forward to gently pat Lu Chenxuan's shoulder. If you want to leave, the old man won't force you to stay. I hope that you'll be a dragon in the future, and that everything will go well. Remember, my Su family will always be your family. The words are earnest, obviously from the heart, word for word. Behind him, the rest of the Su clan looked like they were about to say something, but no one said much. They just arched their hands and clasped their fists, bowing to send them off. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenxian couldn't help but be dumbfounded and couldn't help but snicker. When did I say I'm leaving now? Even if I'm going to leave, I'll wait until the wind calms down and make sure that the Su family rests on its laurels. So, are you guys not going to kick me out? The Su family all froze, and then they couldn't help but cheer loudly. I knew that Auntie was affectionate and would not abandon our Su family. Right. Auntie still has to teach us martial arts. The two-world sword that was passed on to us last time. Although there is no grade, I feel that even the Earth grade martial arts should be nothing more than that. The power is too great. Everyone was ecstatic. Although Lu Chenxian had to leave sooner or later. However, as long as he could stay in the Su family for one more day, it would be an honor for the entire Su family. Lu Chenxian smiled and nodded once, walking towards the main hall surrounded by a group of people. As for the Nanshan sect, there were also those subterranean dragon-ranking and fledgling phoenix-ranking martial artists who had died under him. He pressed on. Unconsciously, 3 days had passed since Lu Chenxian rescued Su Yu. Nanshan sect, backcountry. It's the 3rd day already. Senior Brother Knight said last time that he was going to go into seclusion to condense the 9th Dan pattern. So whether he succeeds or not, he should be out of seclusion. 9 lines of Yuan Dan. In our Nanshan sect, it is called unprecedented, even if it is the various generations of patriarchs and elders all. Boom! Just as the discussion was going on, a sudden thunderous sound shook these Nanshan sect disciples to their core. The heaven and the earth rose up with visions. High up in the sky at the back of the mountain, thunder rolled, and in an instant, dark clouds overwhelmed the sky, converging rapidly in the air, forming a swirling thundercloud hundreds of feet in circumference. In the center of the thunderclouds, 9 golden lightning flashed more than once, like 9 electric pythons the thickness of a bucket, intertwining and flowing in the clouds. The weather was magnificent. About half an hour later, click, a violent thunderclap resounded through the clouds, and all 9 electric pythons swooped down from within the clouds, descending with a bang on top of that steep hill. Boo! The hills shattered and the mountains trembled. A huge avian shadow with lightning patterns wrapped around its body rose up into the sky. An aura of blood faintly rose between heaven and earth. Fresh. Although it was only a shadow, however, the huge avian shadow bathed in the roiling thunder light actually emitted a substantial chirping sound. In the meantime, a Dan shadow that condensed 9 arcane mystical patterns slowly rose from the depths of the mountain's belly, mirroring the huge avian shadow. That is the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, which caused the heaven and earth anomaly. Senior Brother Knight has succeeded. And what is that avian shadow? Isn't what Senior Brotherly cultivates the Southern Mountain immovable true technique? Inside the clan's canon, there doesn't seem to be any record of any avian shadow. Congratulations to Senior Brother Knight. Congratulations to Senior Brother Knight, condensing the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, the first person to do so since the founding of my South Mountain sect. Near the back of the mountain, the onlookers of the Southern Mountain disciples raised their voices in congratulations. Only, no one knows what the huge avian shadow that appeared actually means. Patriarch's order. Just after the heaven and earth anomaly lasted for about a few breaths, a loud voice boomed out in the sky above the back mountain. Core disciple of the inner sect, Li Pengcheng, successfully condensed the 9 stripes Yuan Dan. His future is boundless. Please go to the clan hall immediately, and the Lord Patriarch will personally bestow a reward. Chapter 69, Thunder Rock Bloodline. Swish, with the end of the vast voices transmission, high above the sky, the heaven and earth's visions dissipated, and the roiling thunderclouds also dissolved into nothingness. The avian silhouette bathed in thunderlight let out a sharp avian cry and rushed into the belly of the mountain below. And then, whoosh, a slender figure with wings on its back rose up into the sky, its body entwined with a channel of dark cyan lightning. Under the envious eyes of hundreds of Nanshan sect disciples, he flew straight in the direction of the Nanshan sect's main hall. Senior Brother Knight is out of the gate. Strange, how did he give birth to wings? No, those aren't real wings. They seem to be Dan Chi condensed. Our Nanshan sect still has flying martial arts? Senior Brother Li, he actually refined a flying martial skill? Worthy of being the top of the subterranean dragon list, the first person in the South Mountain sect in 600 years. The condensation of the 9 lines of Yuan Dan caused heaven and earth anomalies, and the appearance of avian shadows. Even mastered the flight martial arts. With the Yuan Dan realm, you have realized flying through the air? It's awesome. I wonder what the Patriarch will reward us with. After a short period of envy, a cadre of disciples excitedly speculated, could it be an earth-ranked spirit weapon? With Senior Brother Li's qualifications, he's definitely qualified to possess an earth-ranked spirit weapon. It's not easy to say, the earth-ranked spirit weapon. The whole clan only has a dozen pieces. Many elders dream of. It's better not to make any wild guesses. We won't know if we go to the main hall and take a look. Let's go. Wow. These people flocked towards the direction of the sect's main hall. Flying towards it. Nanshan Hall. Above the main hall, a dignified-looking white-robed middle-aged man was seated in the center, and the 9 elders of the Nanshan sect were gathered on both sides, with faint smiles appearing on their faces. The clan was overjoyed. 400 years ago, there was a strange change in the aura of heaven and earth, and the ancestors of the sect created the method of condensing patterns on the Yuan Dan. Once one succeeded in condensing the Dan lines, even if only one was condensed, the chances of success would be greatly increased in the future. When the tripod was set up in the 3 suns, and Li Pengcheng had actually condensed 9 Dan lines, reaching a limit that countless clan seniors had failed to touch. According to the words of the martial arts experts, at the Yuan Dan realm, if one could condense 9 Dan lines, one's foundation would be as stable as Mount Taishan, possessing unimaginable benefits to one's future cultivation. If nothing else, soon, it would be possible for the Southern Mountain sect to give birth to a second Yuan fetus powerhouse. It can even go further and become a imperial air realm power above the Yuan Tire. As for the current Nanshan sect, the only that supreme elder was only at the 6th level of Yuan fetus. Li Pengcheng, greetings to the Patriarch, to the Master, and to the elders. At the entrance of the Great Hall, a cracking sound rang out. Li Pengcheng lifted his wings and landed on the ground, the lightning wings behind him slowly dissipating. He stepped into the hall and slightly arched both of his hands. Disciple was lucky enough to coalesce into the 9 stripes Yuan Dan. Please show me what to do. Patriarch. No humility, no kneeling, merely an arching clasp. This was the pride of the number 1 person in the subterranean dragon ranking, although he had not yet stepped into the triple yang realm. However, to the Li Pengcheng at this moment, the triple yang was nothing more than a matter of water. There was no difficulty. As long as he was willing, in a few days at most, he would be able to break into the 3 yangs realm and be on par with the 9 elders present. In a sense, his status was definitely higher than the 9 great elders. Good, very good. In the throne at the top of the steps, the middle-aged majestic man clad in white robes, that is, the contemporary patriarch of the Nanshan sect, Jiang Wuji, had an undisguised look of appreciation on his face. Pengcheng, ever since you joined the sect, I've been keeping a secret eye on you, and have even moved to take you in as a personal disciple. Unfortunately, your physique feats are all very different from mine, and thus I had to cut my losses and hand you over to the 9th elder to nurture. The 9th elder on the left side of the hall nodded and smiled in a very comfortable mood. With his disciple being so outstanding, he, as the master teacher, had a rising status, so of course he was going to be proud and extraordinary. Master-nephew Knight. The eighth elder was a kindly grey-robed crone. Her eyes flashed with intense curiosity, and with a hint of excitement, she asked, "Just now, you entered the Great Hall, and the wings behind your back were entwined with thunderbolts. Did the old body see it correctly? This pair of wings condensed by your Dan Chi. What is going on? Is it a flying martial art?" This is a common question for all. Flying martial arts were extremely valuable, not to mention the district Nanshan sect. Even in many large sects and large workshops, they had basically never seen it. They were three young realm martial artists with 500 years of life, and when their clan predecessors created the Yuan Dan condensation pattern secret method, they were all already in the three yangs of the tripod and had missed the opportunity to condense the Dan patterns. So, what will happen after condensing 9 Dan lines can be said to be nothing. This is a matter that the disciple was about to report. After giving a slight arch of his hand, Li Pengcheng spoke softly. Ever since worshipping the sect, my disciple's path of martial cultivation has been exceptionally smooth, and I originally thought that it was just an overabundance of talent. But just now, when the disciple was condensing the 9th Dan pattern and accomplishing the completion of the dollar Dan, he actually accidentally activated a certain bloodline. The disciple's body possesses a trace of the essence blood of the ancient beast Thunder Rock. The thunder pattern wings from earlier are precisely the secret technique of talent inherited under the bloodline. Finish Dollar Dan, Thunder Rock bloodline. A secret gift? A trace of disappointment couldn't help but flash across Zhang Wuji's face as his eyes met with the elders. Originally, he thought that he could find out the secret of the flying martial art from Li Pengcheng. Now, it seemed that he was the only one who could grasp it in the entire South Mountain sect. Thunder Rock bloodline is really envious. Peng Qing. After a short period of silence, Zhang Wuji once again spoke with a smile. You are exceptionally gifted, and you will definitely be able to shine in the future. This little tower that has followed me for over 300 years, from now on, it will be yours to use. As the words fell, the sleeves of his robe flicked. A small 3-layered tower with shining white light lightly landed in Li Pengcheng's hand. Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, offense and defense, Sanyang soul-suppressing tower. Regardless of any clan, it was mostly attacking spirit weapons, and defense spirit weapons were few and far between. And even the 9 elders present here only each possessed an earth-grade low-level attacking spirit weapon. As for the other 3 young realm martial artists, they were quite a bit lower in status than the 9 elders, and none of them had earth-grade spiritual weapons to use. For Li Pengcheng, having the secret method of flight, he could escape in the air in case of danger, while Zhang Wuji was even more thorough in his consideration, directly rewarding the rare spirit weapon that integrated offense and defense, equivalent to a layer of double insurance. As long as there was the 3 Suns soul-suppressing tower to defend himself, even if the other 3 patriarchs of Luoyang County personally attacked, they would not be able to break Li Pengcheng's defense, and could allow him to leave with ease. Also, there's a message for you. Zhang Wuji looked at Li Pengcheng's calm and composed face and secretly praised him in his heart, before his tone became slightly more serious. In the few days that you were in seclusion, Yin Qi, a disciple of the Thousand Autumn Hall, and Yao Chang, a disciple of the Jade Pavilion of Luanjia, inexplicably died under the foot of our clan's mountain. Some disciples said that it was a martial artist named Lu Chenxian who did this matter. What do you think? Chapter 70. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Yin Qi and Yao Chang, dead, killed by Lu Chenxian? Hearing these words, Li Pengcheng's gaze flickered slightly, and a strange light swept across his eyes. This person is really extraordinary. If I don't remember wrongly, this Su family's son-in-law who appeared out of nowhere, before January, was still at the first level of Qi gathering cultivation, right? Even if one's cultivation speed was faster, it would be impossible to condense into a Yuan Dan in such a short period of time. Then, to killing Qi and Yao Qing with the cultivation of Qi gathering? Killing 2 supreme geniuses who had condensed 7 lines of Yuan Dan. Such a qualification can no longer be described as a genius. But, is a demon far above the genius? Sovereign Lord actually asked himself in the Great Hall what he thought about this matter. What exactly is the point? Sovereign. After a short silence, Li Pengcheng arched both his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Disciple was once deeply benefited by the great kindness of the Yu family of Cold Mountain City. While Lu Chenxian killed Yu Fenghan, this hatred is not shared. Disciples are never ungrateful people, so Lu Chenxian must die. As for his qualifications, certainly not bad, but in this Luoyang County, disciples recognize the second. No one dares to recognize the first. Is by no means a district Lu Chenxian can be compared. That's the answer he gave. Nanshan sect, standing in Luoyang County. The reason why it is ranked at the top of the 4 great sects is precisely because there are generations of talented disciples who continue to rise and carry the sect forward. With the amazing qualifications that Lu Chenxian had displayed, the Sovereign Lord was definitely moved. and would most likely break the rules to recruit him into the clan. But then again, from his disciples, he had learned that Lu Chenxian had a beef with himself, and that was why he had asked for his opinion. Then a direct attitude would be, the South Mountain sect already had him, Li Pengcheng, and there was no need for another Lu Chenxian. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Only one of the two could remain, himself or Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family. Jiang Wuji, who was seated high on the stone chair, stared condescendingly at Li Pengcheng's eyes for a long time, and then suddenly, he spread his face and smiled. Pengcheng, someone is waiting for you outside the temple. Take the 3 sun soul-suppressing pagoda I rewarded you with, do what you want to do, and then return to the clan and set up the 3 suns as soon as possible. I'm also eager to see, after the 9 stripes Yuan Dan steps into the 3 yangs, what kind of difference there is between it and us unusual 3 yangs realm. This was also the common expectation of all the 3 Yang realm elders present. Since the creation of the South Mountain sect, Li Pengcheng was the first and only person to condense the 9 lines Yuan Dan. Once the tripod was established, it was likely to possess unimaginable might of an ordinary tripod powerhouse. Disciple thanks the patriarch. Li Pengcheng bowed and signaled, putting away the 3 suns soul-suppressing pagoda and stepping towards the outside of the hall. There has long been a large group of Nanshan sect disciples standing, and standing in the forefront is a Lu Chenxian very familiar figure, the South Mountain sect's disciplined home master and Grand Elder's own grandson. Choli, Senior Brother Knight has come out. Lord Sovereign personally bestowed a defensive spirit artifact, the 3 suns soul-suppressing pagoda. Worthy of being the peerlessly gifted Senior Brother Knight, the sect master actually spared the time to bestow such a treasure. Watching Li Pengcheng walk from afar, a large group of Nanshan sect disciples' eyes glowed with envy. The 3 suns soul suppressor tower is really too expensive. It was said that unless the great elder of the sect personally made a move, even the patriarch himself would have a hard time shaking the defenses of this earth-grade spiritual artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that with this 3 suns soul-suppressing pagoda protecting him, Li Pengcheng could walk horizontally in Luoyang County. Basically no one could still hurt him. Senior Brother Zhou, Li Pengcheng's gaze was calm, and he only nodded slightly to the other disciples. He slowly walked over to Zhou Li. Just now in the hall, the patriarch said that someone was waiting for me. It's you? Despite successfully condensing the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, Li Pengcheng's realm was the same as Zhou Li's. Still the Yuan Dan realm grand circle. Zhou Li was quite a bit older than Li Pengcheng and had been initiated earlier than him, and although his strength was far inferior to the latter's, the latter also had to address him as Senior Brother Zhou. Senior Brother Knight is polite. Zhou Li was full of smiles and was respectful to this recognized first person of Yuan Dan realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'll have to call Senior Uncle when I see Senior Brother Knight again. I specially waited here because I wanted to join with Senior Brother Knight. Speaking here, the smile on his face steeply sank and his voice was chilling. Exterminate the Su family's entire clan and behead Lu Chenxian. Sure enough, Li Pengcheng slowly nodded his head and didn't say anything more. He had already heard about the feud between Zhou Li and Lu Chenxian. The former was lost face by Lu Chenxian during the 3 Green City competition, and then provoked the other 8 city geniuses in Luoyang County to go and challenge them, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries. If he wasn't the Grand Elder's own grandson, he would definitely have to be severely punished by the sect, and might even have his cultivation wasted and expelled from the sect. Even so, he was still given a hard lesson by Jiang Wuji. Now, the debt had been placed squarely on Lu Chenxuan's head. With a spiteful face, Zhou Li gritted his teeth and continued, when we get to the Su family, I hope that Senior Brother will give a chance. Just waste Lu Chenxuan's cultivation. Other than that, leave it to me. I need him to live and die. His resentment towards Lu Chenxian had clearly reached the extreme. Don't worry, Senior Brother Zhou. This request is very simple. Li Pengcheng seemed as if he was talking about a trivial matter that couldn't be more common. He took a step and did not execute the talented secret technique Thunder Rock Wings, but instead walked out of the Nanshan sect side by side with Zhou Li in the direction of Sanqing City. Having just obtained the 3 sun soul-suppressing pagoda, he needed a little time to refine it. In this way, the casting can be done at will. For an ordinary peak Yuan Dan martial artist, refining an earth-grade spiritual artifact would take at least 3 months, and you can do it without any problems before you get to Sanqing City. Chapter 71, The Pagoda. Sanqing City, Su family. It was already noon, and Lu Chenxian still hadn't come out of his bedroom. The room was richly scented, and there was a faint hint of the woman's unique body odor. This used to be Su Lier's boudoir, although Elder Master Su officiated the marriage and enrolled Lu Chenxian into the Su family. But 3 years before that, Lu Chenxian was muddled and no different from an invalid. Therefore, the two only have the name of husband and wife, not the reality of husband and wife. Ever since Su Lier followed Tianxian Holy Maiden to the Holy Land, Lu Chenxian had moved to live here.
Lu Chenxian sat cross-legged and cultivated for a full day and night before his eyes finally opened. Since entering the Void Dan realm, there had been quite a lot of spiritual rhythms devoured one after another, plus the heaven and earth spiritual chi gained from this one day and one night of cultivation. At this moment, the Yuan Dan virtual shadow within his dantian became very solid. However, it was still a hair's breadth away from actually succeeding in condensing the Dan. Woe is me. Fortune is me. The ancients are true. Pushing the door out of the bedroom, Lu Chenxian tilted his head towards the sky, his gaze thoughtful. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. It was the heaven swallowing divine lord's reliance on traversing the heavens and the worlds, a supreme technique that could be described as heaven defying, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, swallowing nothing. However, the heaven swallowing divine lord had also personally admitted that this technique was not perfect, but rather hid a certain major flaw. What the exact flaws were, they didn't say at the time. Now, it seemed that his many failures to condense Dan were, perhaps, one of the flaws that came with the Gong method. One could not successfully condense Dan through normal cultivation, but instead had to rely on devouring martial Dao spiritual rhythms. In that case, perhaps another way is needed. Brother-in-law. Just as Lu Chenxian was staring at his eyebrows in deep thought, a loud shout with panic directly interrupted his thoughts. Suyu came running wildly, his face filled with fear. It's not good. The most outstanding disciple of the South Mountain sect, the first in the subterranean dragon ranking, Li Pengcheng. There is also the Southern Mountain Venerable Zhou, who presided over the Southern Mountain competition last time, and has just entered the 3 green cities. Their goal is bound to be towards us. Oh, hearing this, not only did Lu Chenxian not panic in the slightest, but instead, his eyebrows lifted and a hint of joy appeared under his eyes. It's a great way to get your hands on something. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to go to the Nanshan sect to kill and devour more martial spirit rhythms to completely solidify the Void Dan. I didn't realize that before he even moved, Spirit Rhyme had delivered it to his door. Go! Lu Chenxian, who was wearing a smile on his face, laughed and stepped towards the entrance of the Su residence. I'll meet them. Triple Green City. Above the long street, Li Pengcheng held the 3 Suns soul-suppressing pagoda in his right hand as he and Zhou Li walked side by side, heading straight towards the Su clan at a quick pace. In his hands, the 3 Suns soul-suppressing pagoda emitted a white light that coalesced in midair into the shadow of a giant tower several feet tall. An earth-grade spiritual weapon with a vast pressure that enveloped the entire long street. Whether it is street vendors, or those ordinary people who are loitering on the street, under this pressure, all of them tremble, as if the sky is going to collapse. The power of an earth-grade spiritual weapon was so strong. Just a hint of pressure leaking out was enough to make the entire Sanqing city, even ordinary Yuan Dan martial artists, unable to generate thoughts of resistance in their hearts. Then, isn't that the Nanshan Venerable Envoy who presided over the grand competition? Why is he here again? Moreover, he even brought an expert? What the other party is holding. Is it an earth-grade spiritual weapon? How can they have such a terrifying perception? They're here to find Lu Chenxian? It's over. The Su family this time. It's hard to escape. Above the long street, a gaze converged on the two from afar. There were even bold people who stumbled and followed the two, gathering around the front of the Su residence. Su's. Sure enough, it's the Su family. Li Pengcheng and Zhou Li's footsteps stopped and they stood at the entrance of Su residence, coldly staring at the people pouring out from inside. Su Chenglong, and several elders of the Su family. Zhou, Zun Envoy Zhou. Seeing the two of them look bad, the heart of the Su Chenglong, also only have the hard head to step forward, arched his hand to compensate for the smile. The two of you have come to visit. There is a loss of welcome, but also please, on your knees. Boom. Without waiting for Su Chenglong to finish his sentence, Li Pengcheng's gaze sank, and the 3-layer small tower in his hand shook. The pagoda silhouette in the air was like a Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain, smashing down towards the Su family's group of people in the head. Poof, poof, the Su family members, in an instant, fell down horizontally. One man, one tower, power over the Su family. In front of him, Li Pengcheng. What qualifications did the district Su family head have to open his mouth and speak? The Su family will be destroyed today. One more word is a waste of time. You guys, what the hell are you doing? Su Chenglong was also clear about the purpose of these two people coming, and since they had ripped their faces off, there was no need for compliments. Despite the fact that under the pressure of the earth-grade spiritual artifact, it was difficult to operate the Xian Qi in his body, and his movements became incomparably difficult. He stiffly straightened his chest and did not let himself fall to his knees. Do what? If Lu Chenxian doesn't get out, the first one to die will be you, old thing. Zhou Li was even more evil. Straightening his right hand, a powerful palm wind shot over at Su Chenglong's head. If this strike hit, with Su Chenglong's cultivation, dying 10,000 times would be enough. Bang! Only,
Just as that palm force was about to fall, a silhouette appeared in the middle of the Su clan's gate. As this silhouette appeared, what palm force and what spirit weapon pressure all vanished. Everything is back to normal. The Su family, including Su Chenglong, all quickly stood up and hid behind that figure. The person who came was none other than Lu Chenxian. 9-stripe Yuan Dan, Earth Grade Spirit Pagoda, is not bad. Lu Chenxuan's face was bland. There was no panic, and likewise, there was no anger. Zhou, this past high and mighty Lord Venerable Envoy of the Southern Mountain. At this moment, it was already difficult to enter Lu Chenxuan's eyes. Being completely ignored by him, he looked at the pagoda shadow above his head with interest, a faint smile floating at the corner of his mouth. A 9 stripes Yuan Dan, coupled with the spirit charm of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the void Dan within the Dantian could finally be coalesced successfully, right? After saying a few words, Lu Chenxian once again stepped forward, his right palm extended. With his palm, he simply aimed a grab at the pagoda's shadow and closed his 5 fingers. Dalo, picker, countless purple golden secret lines. This right hand completely wrapped, instantly communicated with the power of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of feet, manifested a huge palm shadow in the air, and straight away, gripped the pagoda shadow. Boom! The tower trembled. The seemingly mighty and powerful pagoda silhouette shook under the grip of the palm, emitting a deafening sound of crumbling and roaring. At the same time, in Li Pengcheng's hand, the 3 suns soul-suppressing pagoda body, which had already been refined by him, similarly began to shake uncontrollably. It seemed to be flying up in the air, breaking away from Li Pengcheng's control. What's going on? You actually dared to rob my treasure? Li Pengcheng's Xianqi infused his fingers, and he held onto the small tower with a death grip. At this moment, his gaze fell on Lu Chenxuan's face, which had been completely different. Before he struck, his eyes defied everything, facing the Su family and Lu Chenxian as if he was looking at a bunch of insignificant ants. However, with Lu Chenxuan's strike, there was no more contempt in his eyes. In its place was unbelievable shock. Sanyang's soul-suppressing tower. Ben had been refined by him and used it like an arm, but now, actually gave birth to a trace of sense of contradiction. It seems, with their own mind and spirit of the connection between, is being some kind of means to quickly tear apart the, Chapter 72, means to an end. Rumble. In mid-air, the tower shadow continued to vibrate, crumbling roar more and more intense, apparently already difficult to support the trend. And in Su Pengcheng's hand, the pagoda became dim, and the mental connection between the two grew fainter and fainter. In this tug-of-war for treasures, the number 1 person on the subterranean dragon ranking who had condensed the 9 stripes Yuan Dan actually fell to the wayside. The pressure is gone. Yeah, I felt it too. Lu Chenxian, is he going to snatch that tower over? The opponent is Su Pengcheng. Above the long street, those people from Sanqing City who were watching the battle watched the scene happening at the entrance of the Su residence from afar and couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Lu Chenxian is too strong. Since his strong rise, he had successively beaten up various strong enemies, and was called invincible among the younger generation of Luoyang County. However, this so-called invincibility was only amongst the seculars of Luoyang County, and did not include sect experts. But, his opponent at the moment, however, was the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, the recognized number 1 of the younger generation of the 4 great sects. It had even condensed the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, this kind of complete dollar Dan that only exists in the legend, coupled with the power of the earth product spiritual weapon, actually fell into the wind in the competition with Lu Chenxian. It's really a bit unbelievable. In the eyes of ordinary people can be called a miracle. To Lu Chenxian, it is as simple as eating and drinking water diluting to take my treasures. Lu Chenxian, you can't do it. The whispering voices of the surrounding bystanders, as well as the expressions of surprise on the faces of Su's family members, were like steel knives, stabbing Li Pengcheng's pride into 1,000 holes. His face was twisted and grim. This first person of the 4 great sects that had shaken Luoyang County, his mouth violently let out a hiss. 9 lines of Yuan Dan, Thunder Rock Bloodline, give it to me, open, boom. The heavens and the earth trembled. A large golden Dan shadow, surrounded by thunder and lightning, with 9 arcane secret patterns flickering on its surface, emerged from the top of Li Pengcheng's head and instantly rose straight up several feet into the air. At the same time, the lightning pattern feathered wings condensed from the bloodline she stretched out on his back. The 9 lines Yuan Dan stirred above the pagoda shadow in the air, and the two fused together, causing the pagoda shadow to greatly increase in power. And with the support of the thunder pattern feather wings, the pagoda shadow even flooded with a fine electric pattern, coalescing into a ferocious and incomparable thunder rock figure, with its wings vibrating, making the gesture of pouncing in the air. Li Pengcheng, in this moment of full strength, had no reservations. That's the power of lightning. He's in control of the power of lightning? worthy of being the first person of the young generation. Li Pengcheng, condensed 9 lines of Yuan Dan, not to mention that he also has an ancient bloodline? Seeing this scene, those surrounding spectators were filled with shock and couldn't help but lose their voices and let out an exclamation. This person is definitely the first genius of Luoyang County ever. Even when placed in those illustrious great clans that had a sky realm powerhouse sitting in their midst, they all belonged to the Phoenix and would be meticulously cultivated. 9 stripes Yuan Dan, Thunder Stripe Feather Wings, Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Such a strong strength was enough to crush ordinary 3 Yang realm powerhouses. Li Pengcheng, he. At the entrance of the Su residence, the surprise on the faces of the Su family completely froze, and an indescribable look of horror passed through their eyes. This person's 3 major tactics came out in unison. If it wasn't for Lu Qinchuan's existence, at this moment, I'm afraid that all of them, the entire Su family, would have already died, and it would be impossible for them to support even a single breath. Ha! Zhou, who was beside Li Pengcheng, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh with a face full of rampage. Surname Lu, aren't you very strong? Stronger for me to see. Master Knight's strength is something that even my Lord Patriarch of the Nanshan sect praises as heavenly. How can you be a match for Master Knight when you're just a mere Qi-gathering realm junior martial artist? Today, it is the end of you and the Su family. Senior Knight, suppress this brat, and I will personally take his dog's life. Flaunt your arms and be untouchable. In his opinion, the current was the strongest means Lu Qinxian could display, but under Li Pengcheng's suppression, he no longer had any power to resist. The reality is, Zhou, quick! On the side, Li Pengcheng's forehead was dripping with sweat. The thunder-striped wings behind him trembled violently, and the 9-stripe Yuan Dan's shadow in the air was even more bright and dark, and he let out a blistering roar with a fearful voice. I can't support it. If you talk nonsense again, today you and I have to lose our lives. What? Zhou, the rest of Sanqing City, all froze on the spot. Li Pengcheng, need to join forces with Zhou? Looking at his eager look, it was obvious that he really couldn't hold out for long. On the contrary, Lu Qinxian, his expression is calm, and he seems swimming with ease. This, Lu Qinxian, take your life. After a brief moment of disorientation, Zhou, if he had realized something, let out an explosive cry and a sharp longsword appeared in his hand. Swish, he leapt forward. His figure was like an arrow off the string, the sword in his hand stabbing straight towards Lu Qinchuan's throat. There were no flashy martial arts performed, but rather the fastest and simplest, as well as the most effective means of attack was used, a straight stab through the throat, a sword kill. As for the Su family behind Lu Qinxian, with his fastest sword from this Yuan Dan Great Circle, Su Chenglong and the others, who were only at the Qi-gathering realm, were unable to react in time. It's no longer useful for you to be alive. In the face of Zhou Li's head-on stabbing of the crazy sword, Lu Qinchuan's gaze was indifferent as his left index finger slowly extended. In his right hand, he was still condensing that sky-covering palm shadow, and the index finger of this left hand was merely pointing at Zhou Li's forehead. Lightly, one of the signature martial arts of the former strongest war god of the Green Sky Immortal Domain. Indestructible. Dairo. Caveat emptor. Chapter 73, Instant Refining. Thumbs up. Finger light breaks through the air. A finger-thin pillar of purple golden light burst out from Lu Qinchuan's fingertips, as if ignoring space and distance. Just the moment the light appeared, it had directly pierced through Zhou Li's forehead. A string of bright red blood beads pierced out from the back of his head, through the long street, through the distant residential houses, and I don't know how far it crossed before it finally disappeared from everyone's view. It can truly be said that it pierces through everything and is irresistible. Zhou Li's movements froze, his sword-out stance stopped halfway, the spirit sword in his hand. The tip of the sword and Lu Qinchuan's throat were already close at hand, but a stone's throw away is an eternity. His vitality dissipated. The sword could no longer inch forward by half a step, and the look of madness on his face gradually turned into bewilderment, his lips wriggling slightly, as if he still wanted to say something. Hatred for Lu Qinxian, ambition to covet the position of clan elder, desire for the 3 Yang's realm. It's completely turned into a fizzle. With a soft bang, his body fell. Zhou Li, dead. Zun Envoy Lord, is dead. Oh my god. Lu Qinxian dared to lay a deadly hand on Zhou Li. He's a big shot in the Nanshan sect. Lu Qinxian, this time you've really made a huge mess. On both sides of the long street, the onlooker martial artists of Sanqing City watched Zhou Li fall to the ground, their expressions terrified and their faces stagnant. Lu Qinxian killed Zhou Li. You know, it's one thing to be able to kill, and another to dare to kill. Even though Lu Qinxian had the ability to kill people across the ranks, however, the status of the people he had previously killed were not comparable to Zhou Li. This person is the only direct grandson of the great elder of the South Mountain sect. At the entrance of the Su residence, All the people of the Su family were all pale, and there were even a few people whose legs were so weak that they almost fell to the ground. What did Lu Chenxian do? Their greatest hope was merely that Lu Chenxian could save the day and preserve the Su family. From the beginning to the end, he had never even dreamed of killing Zhou, even if he could be injured, or even seriously injured. But he couldn't really be killed. People cannot be resurrected from the dead. In this way, it means that the Su family has completely offended the Grand Elder of the South Mountain sect, offending a terrifying existence at the peak of the Three Yang realm. Zhou. After seeing Zhou being killed, Li Pengcheng screamed with a face full of shock. He suddenly sensed that the pressure coming from Lu Chenxuan's hand had become much stronger. The last trace of connection between the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower and his mind had been cut off at a rapid pace. Pagoda shadow in the air. 9 lines of Yuan Dan shadow. Thunder rock secret pattern. His 3 major means. All the might was gone, and the Dan Qi in his body. It was consumed, completely losing the possibility of turning the tide. And to Night Pengcheng's horror, under such a degree of tug-of-war, Lu Chenxian was actually able to split his mind and kill Zhou, who was at the Yuan Dan Great Circle, with a single finger? Is he even human? Killing Zhou with a single finger. Lu Chenxian acted as if he had only done a small thing that wasn't worth mentioning, still looking unperturbed. He looked at Li Pengcheng indifferently and spoke softly. Before coming to my Su family, you should have thought of your end. Those who kill people are always killed, which can be heavenly. As the words fell, the 5 fingers of Lu Chenxuan's right hand violently closed. Avalanche, heaven and earthquake. In mid-air, that giant tower's silhouette shattered, and the thunder rock pattern disappeared instantly. As for Li Pengcheng himself, he suffered multiple backlashes at the same time, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his breath declined sharply after taking a dozen or so steps backward on his feet. The winner is already decided. The first genius of the 4 great sects, Li Pengcheng, who possessed the Thunder Rock bloodline, was only able to support himself for more than 10 breaths under Lu Chenxian. It also took one of Zhou Li's lives. I, for one, will not lose. With blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, he staggered and stabilized his figure. Subconsciously looking at his right hand, his gaze abruptly froze. The tower is gone. At some point, the Earthgrade spiritual artifact that Patriarch Zhang Wuji had personally rewarded, the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda, had flown into Lu Chenxuan's hands. Lu Shen, you wait for me. After a momentary lapse of concentration, Li Pengcheng clenched his teeth and the thunder-patterned wings behind his back appeared once again. Whoosh! Under the vibration of his feathered wings, he soared into the sky, and in just the blink of an eye, he flew dozens of feet into the air. Being taken away from the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda in public, Li Pengcheng's pride, confidence, his bottom card, were all completely shattered by Lu Chenxian. He no longer had the courage to go out and fight. Now, immediately return to the Southern Mountain sect, report everything to the Patriarch and the Grand Elder, and ask the 3 Yang realm experts to come down to deal with Lu Chenxian. This is definitely the wisest choice. Lu Chenxian was no longer a match for Yuan Dan martial artists, but what he never expected was, want to run now? Can you still run? Above the ground, Lu Chenxian stood tall, only to see him wave his right hand. On the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower in his palm, a giant tower silhouette suddenly flew up in the air, and then began to skyrocket. 10 feet, 30 feet, 90 feet, also in the blink of an eye, the giant tower silhouette had skyrocketed to the size of 330 feet, and from high in the sky, it pressed down towards Li Pengcheng. 330 feet. One must know that the Li Pengcheng who possessed the 9 stripes Yuan Dan, the giant tower virtual shadow that he had condensed was only 8 or 9 feet. In the hands of Lu Chenxian, a qi-gathering martial artist, it had actually expanded dozens of times. There was a bang in midair, the ground shook. At this moment, Su Pengcheng, who was fleeing with his wings spreading, was about to flee to the outside of Sanqing City, and was only 100 or so feet away from the city gate. However, it was still too slow. The Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda shadow fell down on his head, a 330-foot behemoth, like a real mountain peak, with a clanging sound. This so-called first genius of Luoyang County since the beginning of the heavens and the earth was blasted from mid-air into the dust, like a weak mole cricket, and directly crushed into a puddle of flesh and mud. A flash of white light followed. The blood, flesh, and broken bones that stained the bottom of the tower disappeared in an instant. The giant tower shadow also whoosh sound, flew back to Lu Chenxuan's hands of the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower body. No doubt about it. The Earth-grade spiritual weapon that would take an ordinary Tri-Yang martial artist a month, and that even Li Pengcheng had spent half a day to barely move, was completely refined by Lu Chenxian in just an instant. Truly, do as you wish, as you wish. I'll take the martial spirit rhythm of the two of you. If you want to kill someone, don't complain. Putting away the pagoda, Lu Chenxian reached out and aimed at the corpses of the two men, a hint of anticipation flashing in his gaze. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Start devouring. Chapter 74, The 10th Yuan Dan Secret Mark. Roar. At the same time, the little purple gold dragon within the dantian opened its mouth. The devouring vortex rotated rapidly, and an invisible and qualitative swallowing and sucking force descended. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Devour everything. The corpses of Li Pengchang and Zhou Li. 9 lines of Yuan Dan. Martial spirit rhyme, and the aura contained in the swords and knives that the two carry with them. All of them were swallowed up by the purple gold little dragon, and then they were quickly refined. Yuan Dan, coalesce. In the next moment, Lu Chenxian's dantian roared, and the Yuan Dan's virtual shadow, which was originally still a bit blurry, quickly became solid. However, unlike other martial artists, this Yuan Dan, which had begun to solidify, did not stay within the dantian, but was directly swallowed into the belly by the purple gold little dragon. The two are like one, indistinguishable from each other. The Yuan Dan in the dragon's abdomen dripped and spun, and a cool dragon-shaped secret pattern actually began to emerge on its surface. As the devouring and refining of the spiritual rhythm continued to grow, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan also became more and more numerous. Together, 2 courses. Sando. It wasn't until the 9th channel was successfully condensed that the speed of the Yuan Dan's rotation began to slow down. Lu Chenxian's heart was relieved, and a hint of joy appeared in his gaze. As expected, Zhou Li's martial spirit charm can only be considered mediocre, but Li Pengchang's Thunder Rock bloodline, 9 stripes Yuan Dan, and martial qualification. The spiritual rhythm he provided was extraordinary, and this Yuan Dan of his own, which had been slow to solidify, directly condensed 9 Dan lines. Although the realm is only the first level of Yuan Dan, however, the foundation of martial arts had become so solid that it could be completely called a complete dollar Dan. No. Lu Chenxian's strand of divine thought that was looking inward was just about to move away when suddenly, his heart shook violently. Because Yuan Dan condensed lines, it actually hasn't ended yet. He was shocked to find that the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple gold little dragon, with its 9 Dan lines flickering uncontrollably, was slowly rotating at the bottom, vaguely forming a strange scene of stars arching over the moon. And where these 9 Dan lines were arching, another wisp of imperceptible arcane mystery pattern surfaced, which then continuously solidified. This is the 10th Dan line, 10th Avenue. Lu Chenxian, who was frozen in place, although his mind was immersed in his dantian, a very rare look of shock still surfaced on his face, which had always been unperturbed. How is it possible? Even in the green sky immortal domain of the past, any martial arts technique that was cultivated to the Yuan Dan realm would at most condense 9 Dan lines. 9 is the extreme of the number. Reaching the number 9 is the limit of what the heavenly Tao can allow. Even Lu Chenxian's supreme technique, Great Luo Maitian skill that he cultivated back then. It was also after condensing 9 Dan lines. The tripod was 3 Yang, martial artist Yuan Dan, demon beast demon pills. No race, not even the immortal realm exotic beasts nurtured by heaven and earth, had ever seen a Dan pattern that could condense more than 9 channels. It's an unbreakable iron law. However, in this life, after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, he had actually condensed the 10th Dan line. 10 is not the limit of the number. The 10-striped Yuan Dan within the purple gold little dragon's abdomen had begun to stabilize at this point, and at the edge of this 10th Dan line, there was another one, emerging slightly. Unfortunately, the devoured martial spirit rhythm had been consumed, and this 11th Dan pattern took shape, but failed to solidify, looking faintly visible. The undeniable point was that this Dan line was real. As long as one didn't stop cultivating, or devouring the martial spirit rhythm again, one could successfully condense it out. The so-called 9 lines of complete dollar Dan, in front of the chaos swallowing skill, obviously, does not hold. The iron laws of the cultivation world had all been broken by Lu Chenxian at this moment. It turns out that even in the green sky immortal domain, the cultivation techniques are far from true perfection. I don't know how much time had passed, but Lu Chenxian's thoughts returned to the sea of consciousness, and a trace of rare emotion once again appeared on his face. Mundane 3,000 small worlds, with crude and unsightly feats, rising to the middle 1,000 worlds, the great 1,000 worlds. Even the lofty immortal realm is still not the end of heaven and earth. It is like the God realm where the heaven-swallowing God-Lord is located, but also overrides the immortal realm. Cultivation techniques. I do not know to which extent it can be reached. Just as he once saw the beings of the lower realms as frogs at the bottom of a well, how could he not be in the eyes of the gods of the divine realm? The existence of the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill completely opened Lu Chenxian's eyes, causing Lu Chenxian to embark on a path of martial arts that he hadn't even thought about in the past. The 10th secret pattern that has just coalesced is the best proof. Chenxian, just at this moment, A slightly trembling voice interrupted Lu Chenxuan's thoughts. Su Chenglong, and the Su family members behind him, looked at Zhou Li's corpse and Li Pengcheng, who had rotted into a puddle of flesh, and on their faces, there was no longer a trace of blood. You, in big trouble. Su Chenglong's voice trembled as he said, You killed Li Pengcheng. You are offending the Nanshan sect ruthlessly. Go, ride the iron-winged eagle and hurry to escape. That's a true statement. If one were to say that killing Zhou, the Nanshan sect could still tolerate it, merely offending the Grand Elder alone, but to exterminate Li Pengcheng, that would completely touch the bottom line of the Nanshan sect, shredding its reverse scales. The first genius of all time, the inheritance disciple that the whole clan has high hopes for. In the future, there is a great hope to be able to promote the seed of a strong person in the royal sky realm. Directly smashed into a puddle by Lu Chenxian, such hatred cannot be dissolved. The end result can only be the destruction of one of the parties. Li Pengcheng was exterminated by Lu Chenxian? It's none of our business. Li Pengcheng's death has nothing to do with us. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Flee. Hurry. The long street had been a mess. Those onlookers, all of them were scared less and fled in all directions to the distance. They are not cuties either. When Li Pengcheng was killed, the Nanshan sect's anger could be imagined. And even a bloodbath in Sanqing City was not considered an accident. A fire in the city gates is also a calamity for the fish in the pond. Under the monstrous fury of the Nanshan sect, there was no way for them to fight back, and they might as well have the whole city slaughtered. Running for your life? Oh. However, Su Chenglong's words only caused Lu Chenxian to smile faintly. He clearly didn't give a damn about the so-called Luoyang County's #1 sect, the Nanshan sect. Before condensing the Yuan Dan, to deal with the Nanshan sect, which had been inherited for more than 600 years, perhaps, Lu Chenxian needed to use some underhanded cards that damaged his foundation. However, now, having advanced to the Yuan Dan realm and condensed 10 Dan lines, even if the Nanshan sect's experts came out in full force, he had the ability to take care of all of them. In a word, slaughtering dogs and killing chickens is easy. Chapter 75, The Crown Reason. The news of Zhou Li and Li Pengcheng's death spread. A few hours later, it had reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Southern Mountain sect. The whole clan shook. Senior brother Jiang, what are you still worrying about? Within the South Mountain Hall, Discipline Hall Master, Grand Elder Zhou Wankuan seemed to have thousands of angry flames rising under his eyes. My grandson, Zhou Li, and the sect genius, Li Pengcheng, all died at the hands of little Lu Chenxian. If we still have to sit back and watch, won't we let the world underestimate the Nanshan sect? Zhou Wankuan was Zhou Li's grandfather and Zhang Wuji's eldest senior brother. Back then, the old patriarch was approaching the end of his days, and he personally appointed the successor patriarch, which was the current Zhang Wuji. And among all the elders, Zhou Wankuan was the oldest and his cultivation was on par with Zhang Wuji, so he naturally became the perfect candidate for Grand Elder. Usually call a patriarch. This is the rules of the limit. At this moment directly addressed Zhang's senior brother. Obviously, the inner emotions have been furious to the extreme. Sovereign, Li Pengcheng's master, Ninth Elder Shi Bufan, also slowly stood up from the green stone seat on the left side of the main hall. He stepped to the center of the hall and clasped both hands, his voice almost hoarse. You may have concerns, but I don't. Lu Chenxian killed my beloved disciple. This revenge must not go unrewarded. Please allow me, Patriarch, to go down the mountain to take Lu Chenxuan's dog's head and avenge my disciple's death. Their bond of master and disciple was even better than that of father and son. Ordinary chi-gathering martial artists. Their lifespan was not different from normal people. They just had a strong body and were disease-free. However, after condensing the Yuan Dan, one can have a lifespan of 200 years, and if the tripods stand on 3 yangs, they can even reach as long as 500 years. In such a long period of time, many martial artists' parents and relatives had long since died. Instead, it was the teaching masters, or the seat disciples, who were accompanied for a much longer period of time. A more important point was that no matter if the master's realm was elevated, or if the disciple had achieved something, it could bring great benefits to the other party. Just like the recently deceased Li Pengcheng, if nothing goes wrong, he can definitely become the next patriarch of the South Mountain sect. At that time, the ninth elder who was Li Pengcheng's master, his status would also rise, and he could be a man under 10,000 men. But now, all of that had come to naught, and the anger in the ninth elder's heart could be imagined. The vengeance of killing a disciple has to outweigh the pain of losing a son. Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Shi. Directly behind the main hall, Patriarch Zhang Wudi was sitting on top of his throne, his gaze sweeping successively from the faces of Zhou Wankuan and the 9 elders, although the bottom of his eyes were also filled with anger. But, more than that, he was still deeply concerned. Since the founding of the Tsongshuan Empire, the imperial laws had been continuously improved.
and the martial arts sects had been restrained very harshly. In this year's South Mountain competition, Jolie had provoked the young martial artists of Luoyang County to challenge Lu Chenxian because of his own personal grudge, and many of them were killed or injured, which had already violated the rules of the court. However, for the sake of Zhou Wanquan's face, it was only a small punishment that he was not expelled from the mountain. As for Li Pengcheng, in order to avenge Yu Fenghan, he even invited the two lists of martial artists to capture Su Yu, forcing Lu Chenxian to come to his rescue. It ended up being a botched job and cost him his life. From the beginning to the end, the top management of the Nanshan sect was not directly involved, so there was no handle left for the court. But, if the clan elders had stepped in, it would have been different. His Majesty today is ambitious and has long wanted to unify the territory and make the martial arts sects within the boundaries submit to the imperial court. On the surface, he was courteous to all the major sects, but secretly, he didn't know how many maneuvers he had made, how many eyes and ears he had arranged, and was closely monitoring every move of the martial arts sects. Anyone who blatantly violated the laws of the imperial court would most likely be subject to the thunderous authority of His Majesty today, and it wouldn't be a big deal for the entire clan to be uprooted. I am also deeply saddened by the deaths of Jolie and Li Pengcheng. Jiang Wuji sighed and helplessly shook his head. However, the imperial court's laws are strict. How can the two of you, as clan elders, take it easy? Unless, speaking of this, there was an essence flickering in the bottom of his eyes, and after he and the two great elders exchanged glances across the air, there was a great depth of meaning in his gaze. Unless what? Grand Elder Zhou Wanquan was so furious and anxious that he had almost lost his mind. But Ninth Elder Shi Bufan was frowning slightly. Got it, Senior Sovereign. He arched both of his hands, and a few moments of seriousness came out in his voice. Old me is old and my lifespan is about to end, so there is no hope of advancing to the Yuan fetus realm. There's no use in staying in the clan with half a neck buried, so please order the Patriarch to allow me to quit the clan. Swish! In the Great Hall, apart from Jiang Wuji, the other 8 elders' faces changed as their gazes landed on Shi Bufan's face in unison. He's going to withdraw from the clan? Nanshan clan strict precepts. One day into the clan, life shall not be out of the clan, unless the casting of what a big mistake, by the hall of punishment to abolish a body cultivation, expel from the clan. If you withdraw on your own accord, you will be regarded as deceiving your master and the whole clan will be executed. After a short silence for a few breaths, it was Zhou Wanquan who finally took the lead to open his mouth, his tone tinged with a bit of emotion. Master Shi, if we are talking about longevity, the old man should be one step ahead of you. It was just that. As the head of the Hall of Discipline, he held great power in the South Mountain sect, just below Patriarch Jiang Wuji and the Supreme Elder. One more day in power is one more day in the limelight. The word power is a real turn-on. What's more, a gathering qi cultivation Lu Chenxian, since Shi Bufan decided to make a move, hand-to-hand has been inevitable. Naturally do not need to ride last week Wan Kuan. It was enough for a triple Yang Realm Elder to make a move. Elder Shi has been sitting in the sect for hundreds of years and has labored hard. Jiang Wuji slowly rose from his seat, his voice gentle. Since Elder Shi wants to leave, I am not in a position to forcefully retain him. For the sake of past achievements, the Earth-grade spiritual armament that the Supreme Elder bestowed on Elder Shi back then will not be taken back. I wish Elder Shi a safe journey. Ninth Elder Shi Bufan, from this moment onwards, was considered to have officially withdrawn from the Southern Mountain sect. Said to withdraw. In fact, a few people here all know, but is to find a grand excuse. It was possible to make a move to kill Lu Chenxian without falling foul of the court's pursuit. After killing Lu Chenxian, even if he no longer returned to the sect, the old friendship would not change. For the South Mountain sect, this was the best means of response. Patriarch, senior brothers, I'm going down the mountain. Shi Bufan arched his hand and clasped his fist, saluting and bidding farewell to a few people before turning around and stepping towards the exit of the Great Hall. There was only a murderous austere voice that endured in the Great Hall. Today, even if I don't hesitate to quit the sect, I will destroy the Su family and behead Lu Chenxuan's head to sacrifice Pengcheng. This trip to Sanqing City will not end in death. Chapter 76, Martial Officials of the Capital. Triple Green City. Today's Sanqing City was bustling with activity. Just after noon, Li Pengcheng and Jolie teamed up to kill the Su family, and Lu Chenxian had a great battle, which made the people of Sanqing City have a great time. And at sundown in the afternoon, another army, fully armored in iron armor, entered Sanqing City in great numbers. The sheriff's own guard, a total of 300 soldiers, the leader of the general riding a tall horse, the rear soldiers pick avoidance wooden sign. The regiment guarded the rear of the 2-8 sedan chair. Passing through the long street of Sanqing City, it slowly stopped at the entrance of Su's residence. Where is Su Changlong? The leader of the generals is elegant, and did not roll over and fall off the horse. On the back of the horse let loose a long drink. The voice shook through the long street, the county guardian adults in person. Do not hurry to come out to meet, Lord Sheriff? Within the Su residence, Su Chenglong's heart was shaken, and he hurriedly led the Su family to welcome them out the door. As a martial arts family, one could not bow at the sight of an official, but one must bow and arch to show respect to the court. The Lord Sheriff is here. Su Chenglong arched his hand and made a bow. In the face of this lofty county governor of Luoyang County, he did not dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Su Chenglong of the Su family, with the Su family up and down, welcomed the county governor's great carriage. Luoyang County Sheriff, Guan Chansong, dressed in a 6th grade official's robe, square-faced and broad-faced, looking about 50 years old or so, he slowly stepped out of the 8-table sedan chair in front of him. Instead of immediately walking towards the Su residence, he turned around and walked to the sedan chair at the back, his face full of respect. General Lien, the Su family has arrived. Su Chenglong subconsciously glanced toward the rear sedan chair. This General Lien actually let County Governor Guan treat him with such courtesy. Could it be? His official position is even higher than the county governor? Within Luoyang County, the county governor was the unquestionable number one in civilian positions, equal to the county guardian generals. So how could there be someone with a higher official position? Unless, Su Chenglong's body shook, instantly guessing a certain possibility, and couldn't help but be emboldened. The court is coming. Just a few days ago, Lu Chenxian bloodied Sanqing City, killing hundreds of martial artists, destroying the 3 major martial arts families, and finally killing the city lord's mansion with his sword, taking out Gu Cheng's father and son, plotting to murder court officials. This is a major crime that must be killed, according to court law, must be detained in prison, and then handed over to the Delizi for trial. The final result must be beheaded after the fall. There is no need to be polite. Lord Pipe, within the large sedan chair at the back, a young general lifted the curtain and landed gently on the ground, and Guan Chansong greeted each other, and then stepped in front of Su Chenglong. The temperament is quite extraordinary. Although he was young, he had an otherworldly aura, and the iron armor on his body had a bronze dragon's head inlaid on his shoulder, precisely representing the supreme majesty of the current Sun Xian Empire's great emperor. The identity has been called out. A 7th-ranked military official in the capital, although the official position is 1 rank lower than the county governor. However, as a military official in the capital, under the feet of the emperor, representing the majesty of the imperial court, the local officials have to be courteous no matter how big the official position is. What's more, this military official came with orders to carry the court's laws and orders, and his aura was even more incomparably powerful. The son-in-law of the Su family, Lu Chenxian, killed a court official. His crime is punishable by death. The capital city military officer's face was expressionless, ignoring the Su family's crowd, his voice indifferent and calm. The imperial court's law decrees that Lu Chenxian will be taken into custody in Sanqing City's main prison, and will be personally tried by the new city lord, with the dossier reported to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and then punished for the crime. City Master Yuan, come over and meet them. The new lord of Sanqing City, the middle-aged general riding a tall horse, Yuan Shoucheng. He came from Luoyang County and used to be a city defense general. Due to the death of Gu Cheng, the position of the lord of Sanqing City was vacant, and was introduced by Guan Chansong, approved by the Ministry of Mandarins, and then reported to the emperor of the current dynasty, finally determining the position of the lord of the city. And this capital city military official came with the decree, and took up his post. The first thing he did when he took office was to punish Lu Chenxian. Master Su, the new Sanqing City lord, Yuan Shoucheng, had already rolled over and dismounted from his horse at this moment. Striding to the side of the capital's military officials and Guan Chansong, he coldly forced Su Chenglong to look at him. The county governor and General Lien have already gotten out of the sedan chair. Why hasn't Lu Chenxian shown himself? It's useless to hide. 300 county guards, personal guards, even Yuan Dan martial artists have to be captured. Could it be that you, the Su family, still dare to harbor the case? Su Chenglong's face turned white and he secretly screamed in his heart. At this moment, not only Lu Chenxian, even Su Yu did not go out to greet him. Just today at noon, after Lu Chenxian killed Zhou Li and Li Pengchang, he took Su Yu to the ancestral shrine. It was said that it was to teach Su Yu the method of controlling that earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda. If Su Yu had reached the Yuan Dan realm, it would naturally be much easier to manipulate the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda. But now that he was only at the 6th level of Qi-gathering realm, it was almost impossible to catalyze an earth-grade spiritual artifact. I don't know what exactly Lu Chenxian used. Before they went out to greet them, Su Yu had already refined most of the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda, and he would be able to completely control it in half an hour at most. Now the 3 court officials are driving at the same time, but Lu Chenxian and Su Yu have not come out of the ancestral shrine, which,
Lu Chunxian! A sudden and shocking roar boomed in the sky above Sanqing City. The pressure was monstrous. As the voice rang out, an indescribably terrifying pressure was like a dark cloud pressing down, deadening the entire Three Green City. 3 suns in a tripod. Above the sky, it seemed as if 3 small suns had risen at the same time, interplaying with the setting sun's afterglow, illuminating this long street as if it were daytime. The martial might from the Triple Yang powerhouse seemed like brilliant heavenly might as it rapidly approached from beyond the city gates, and almost in the blink of an eye, it had already forced its way to the front of the Su residence. Sure, Elder Sure? Looking at this murderous Triple Yang powerhouse from afar, Guan Changsong's pupils shrank and instantly recognized his identity. 9th Elder of the Nanshan sect, Sure Bufan. As the Luoyang County governor, he certainly had dealings with the 4 major sects within Luoyang County, and had been in contact with the sect executives many times. This Sure Bufan in front of him, although he only had the first level of cultivation in the Triple Yang realm. However, any Triple Yang powerhouse was definitely not to be underestimated. The martial artist tripod 3 Yang, the soul is solid, the body Dan Qi and the power of the soul into one. Between the hands and feet can easily catalyze the power of heaven and earth. If placed on the battlefield, a person's strength is equivalent to a small elite army, can be said to be the enemy of 1,000 people. At this level of strength, even if one were to execute an unusual martial skill, it possessed a terrifying power that shook the heavens and moved the earth. If he joined the dynasty as an official, he would be at least a 5th-grade military official, equivalent to the head of a prefecture above the county. Oh, Sheriff Pipe is also here? It's quite a coincidence. Sure Bufan had his hands behind his back, and with a low grunt from his nose, he clearly didn't care in the slightest about this head of a county. After casually greeting him, his gaze fiercely landed on Su Chenglong, and his eyes were instantly ruthless. Do you know what the old man is doing in Sanqing City? Kill Lu Chenxian first, then destroy the entire Su family. Within the Su residence, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Chapter 77, The Iron Family's Face. The moment Sure Bufan appeared, the Su clan crowd had all knelt down. The might of the Triple Yang realm was something that they, who were at the mere Qi-gathering realm, were simply unable to fight against. What's more, Sure Bufan was still specifically targeting the Su family crowd, and didn't even need to actually make a move. Just by emitting the pressure, he had already easily overwhelmed them, and none of them could stand up. Kill Lu Chenxian first, then destroy the entire Su family. Next to him, Guan Changsong's face changed again and again, and then he turned his head to look at that General Lien, the 7th-ranked military officer from the capital. Finally, he stepped forward with a stiff upper lip and smiled. As an official of the Imperial Court, I have duties to perform, so I can't help but say a few words. The Imperial Court decrees that no sect may kill or massacre civilians indiscriminately. If Elder Sure insists on making a move, this Nanshan clan, South Mountain sect? Ha! Sure Bufan let out a cold laugh. The old man has already withdrawn from the clan and is now just a casual cultivator. If the court pursues the matter, then it will pursue old man, and it has nothing to do with the Nanshan sect. Scattered. Scattered? Guan Changsong froze on the spot, and after a moment, the expression on his face became even more complicated. Scattered cultivators? This identity is too special. Like those bandits who whistled in the mountains and forests, or the godforsaken thieves, they were basically all scattered cultivators, and did not have any clans. For such unattached martial artists, the court's response was mainly to appease them. If troops are sent to besiege the area, they often raise a large number of people and achieve very little instead. Because they could retreat into the depths of the mountains and forests at any time, their traces were difficult to search, and as soon as the army retreated, they would immediately retaliate against the civilian population, causing the imperial court immense headaches. For example, the Beast Soul sect, which is perched on the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, 100 miles away to the west of Sanqing City. Although it was called a clan, in reality, it was a powerful organization founded by casual martial artists who had plagued the borders for many years, but the imperial court had never been able to uproot it. Over time, the court's attitude towards casual cultivators became more subtle. As long as they are not so evil as to be beyond the reach of heaven, the imperial court will generally not drive them to extinction. And like Sure Bufan, this kind of loose cultivator, the court will try to pull together, reward mansions and residences, give the position of military officials, so that they serve the court. 3 Yang's realm powerhouse. Once he accepted the court's pull, he was immediately a 5th-ranking officer. Elder Sure. This, Guan Changsong hesitated again and again, but finally lowered his voice to compensate for the smile. Although Elder Sure withdrew from the sect, but, slaughtering the civilian population is still a violation of the court's law. However, Lu Chenxian has committed a murder, so if he is punished openly, he will certainly be beheaded. If Elder Sure only kills Lu Chenxian and spares the entire Su family,
This official believes that instead of blaming the court, it will grant a heavy reward. What does Eldershire think? Many of the court's fugitives, martial arts cultivation is quite strong. The local government cannot catch, and will even post a bounty list. Cold Mountain City U family is exactly this for a living. Sure Bufan killed Lu Qinshian. The court didn't lose anything, but instead reduced the trouble. Whether it was for Guan Changsong, the county governor, or for Sure Bufan, killing only Lu Qinshian and not moving the Su family was definitely the best outcome. Don't move the Su family either. Sure Bufan frowned slightly before slowly nodding his head. Zhou Li's murder and the tragic death of his disciple, Li Pengcheng, didn't really have much to do with the Su family. The culprit was only Lu Qinshian. In that case, sparing the Su family's life was no big deal. Only, the Nanshan sect's earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda, has fallen into the hands of Lu Qinshian. Sure Bufan's gaze turned cold as he spoke in a chilling voice. Su Chenglong, as long as you personally kill Lu Qinshian and return the Three Yang soul-suppressing pagoda back to the Nanshan sect, this seat will be able to show leniency and spare the entirety of your Su family. Whether or not you want to preserve the Su family, old man, it's your choice. This, Su Chenglong knelt on both knees. His body was cold. Let him kill Lu Qinshian with his own hands? How could he come out of this in a sense? But, even if Lu Qinshuan's qualifications were high and his strength was strong, he would never be a match for a triple Yang realm superpower. In today's situation, either pull the entire Su family to bury Lu Qinshian with them, either just be an ungrateful villain and turn against Lu Qinshian to fight for a ray of hope for the Su family. Big brother, master of the house, behind Su Chenglong, all of the Su family knelt on the ground, their eyes blood red. All of the Su family, there are no people with wolf hearts or dog lungs. Auntie is the Su family's auntie, and touching auntie is touching the Su family. Children of the Su family, even if their heads are broken and bleeding, even if their entire family is destroyed, they must never betray their trust and kill each other. Look at death as a home away from home. Not to mention that Su Chenglong was not a match for Lu Qinshian at all. Even if he could kill Lu Qinshian, he must not make a move against his own son-in-law. For the children of the Su family, faith and righteousness are more important than life and limb. Eldershire is merciful. Just as Su Chenglong straightened his back and was about to open his mouth, a rough roar with a majestic aura suddenly rang out from the distance. Rumble. The fiery horses galloped wildly and the iron horsemen roared. Fully 800 iron-armored elites, riding armored warhorses, came whistling from the eastern city gate and slowly stopped at the end of the street in front of the Su residence. The person at the head, wearing a pitch-black iron armor and hanging a broken long sword at his waist, was none other than the Sanqing City Town Guard General, Yuan Dan, great perfection martial artist, Tai Mu Chun. What brings the general here? The 7th grade martial arts school from the capital. General Lien obviously knew Tai Mu Chun's identity very well, quickly stepping forward to greet him, arching his hands and clasping his fists. My humble servant, Lien Lixing, pays his respects to General Tai. Although they were both 7th grade military officials, but the Iron family, which Tai Muchuan was a member of, had a huge influence in the imperial court and was in charge of the military. And he, the son of the Iron family, Temujin, not only had the position of a military officer, but also a baronetcy that had been ordained by the current saint, with a title on the line. Unless the titles are the same, even a military official at the foot of the imperial city would have to salute when they see him. Just, with a casual wave of his hand, Taimu Chun directly bypassed Lien Lixing, pressed the hilt of the iron sword with his left hand, and took large strides to walk in front of Shi Bufan. Without being humble, his tone was resounding. Mr. Tai has already sent a letter, and the elders of my family will plead with the saint to spare Lu Qinshian from death. Please ask Eldershire to leave Lu Qinshian a way out for the sake of my Tai family. I am grateful. The Iron family. Shi Bufan's brows furrowed furiously, his right fist slowly clenching. The Iron family, a family of military generals and famous courtiers. Not to mention, the current saint relies on the Iron family quite heavily. Even if the Iron family's own strength, it is definitely not to be underestimated. It is said that the current head of the Iron family, Secretary of the Ministry of War Iron Zongtan, is in charge of 300,000 Imperial elite, and his martial arts cultivation has reached the realm of the Yuan fetus, which is on a par with the supreme elder of the Nanshan sect, and the martial arts offerings within the Iron family. This strength could definitely crush the Nanshan sect, and dealing with him, Ashur Bufan, was not much harder than crushing a mole cricket. The Iron General, beside him, Lien Lixing hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over to Tai Mu Chun's side and spoke in a low voice. I came from the capital precisely to deal with the matter of Lu Qinshian. Ministry of Justice. Your Excellencies have decided to punish Lu Qinshian openly and honestly, and take him into custody and execute him in the fall. Chapter 78, the district's third Yang realm. The Ministry of Justice? When Lien Lixing's words landed,
Taimu-chan's face suddenly changed slightly. The matter is really not that simple. One must know that the Zhongchuan Empire has strict laws and regulations, and each of the 6 departments of the imperial court has its own duties. Among them, the Ministry of Justice is in charge of pursuing and arresting people and criminals. The trial of the case, however, is not within the competence of the Ministry of Justice, but the transfer of the case to the Delisi, where the secretary of the Delisi is personally responsible for the case. The Iron family was in charge of the Ministry of War and was in constant conflict with the Ministry of Justice, and it was no secret that the two forces were in open and secret battle at the court. And this time, Lu Qinxian killed the court official Gu Chang, the Ministry of Justice arbitrary and authoritarian, and did not go through the trial of the Delisi, but directly decided to be executed in the fall. A large part of the reason was to suppress the Iron family, but anyone the Iron family wants to protect, the Ministry of Justice must get him killed. Ha 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 ha. Just now, when Taimu-chan pleaded for Lu Qinxuan's favor, Shi Bufan had more or less a few hesitations. However, now, he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Iron General, now you have nothing to say. The court wants Lu Qinxian dead. I'm just following the trend. Is the face of the Tai family greater than the court's law? As this big hat was snapped off, Taimu-chan's face changed dramatically, and his left hand grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist in a death grip. The matter is in trouble. Even if the Iron family dies to protect Lu Qinxian, it will still have to be decreed by His Majesty. Otherwise no one will be able to change the resolution of the Ministry of Justice, unless the Delisi is summoned immediately and Lu Qinxian is taken away on the spot. Even the Ministry of Justice cannot overstep its bounds. But Sanqing City is too far away from the capital. Even if you use the transmission stone within the barracks, and then the head of the Tai family to contact the Delisi, there's no time for a round trip. Lu Qinxian, dangerous. General Iron's kindness is appreciated by the Su family. At this moment, Su Chenglong was still kneeling on the ground, tilting his head and looking at Taimu-chan, his face incomparably sincere. Today is a great calamity for my Su family. I'm afraid it's only difficult to be spared. I only pray that General Iron can collect coffins for my Su family up and down, not to expose the corpse to the wilderness. Su, grateful, and then, jerking his neck up, he let out a furious cry. Shi Bu-fan, if you want Mr. Su to kill his son-in-law with his own hands, Mr. Su is sorry for not being able to comply. The Su family is united in living and dying with Lu Qinxian, and will never live. That's the attitude of the Su family. Rather than staining the streets with blood, he would never yield to Shi Bu-fan. Good, good, very good. Shi Bu-fan's face was full of sardonic smiles, and blood light blossomed in the palm of his right hand, and a white bone splinter instantly surfaced. Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, Piao Spinethorn. Sanqing City was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, in which there were many tiger-type demonic beasts, and amongst the second-grade demonic beasts, there was a brutal tiger beast called the Jiao Ripple Tiger. As long as the Jiao Ripple Tiger reached adulthood, it would naturally be able to possess peak level 2 strength, equivalent to a human Yuan Dan peak martial artist. Usually, a mother is able to give birth to 2 cubs in one litter, and if she gives birth to 3, the third cub will bite all of the other 2 to death, devouring its brother's flesh and blood to strengthen its own bloodline. And this third young beast, after its bloodline was strengthened, the auger pattern on its body turned into a dragon pattern, and the tiger bone turned into a puma bone. If it successfully reached adulthood, it could easily break through the bloodline restriction and become a third-level demonic beast, equivalent to the human 3-yang realm. Such a demonic beast had already far exceeded the limits of the bloodline of the Jiao Ripple Tiger. Human martial artists call it Dragon Tattoo Pyo. This bone spike in Shi Bufan's hand was precisely the Nanshan sect's supreme elder who personally took action and captured a dragon tattooed Piao from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, extracting the spinal bone to refine the spirit weapon, and finally refining it to form this Piao bone spike, which was at the low earthly grade level. The bone thorns in my old hand like martial artist's essence blood the most. Shi Bufan laughed lowly and coldly. The bone spikes in his hand swung up, pointing at the Su family crowd from afar. Want to die, don't you? I'll fulfill you all. Let all of you, the Su family, become the sustenance of old man's bone spurs, drawing blood and sucking marrow, and all of you will become dry corpses for me. As the words fell, blood filaments emerged on the surface of the bone spikes, vaguely forming an incomparably ferocious vicious tiger pattern. No, you can't call it a vicious tiger, but a ferocious puma. Under the Piao mouth, the Su family crowd was shivering violently. A crimson blood bead on their foreheads coalesced rapidly, obviously the martial essence blood within the crowd's physique, and it was about to detach from their bodies. Just for a moment. Boom! The change is steep. The shadow of a magnificent tower flashing with white light rose up from within the Su residence at the back and fell sharply from mid-air, instantly enveloping the Su family crowd. 3 Suns Soul Suppression Tower. Under the tower's shadow shroud, The Su family's souls were solid, their bodies were as stable as Mount Taishan, and the swallowing and sucking power of that fierce puma pattern could not break through the tower shadow's defense at all. A tower? This tower is UAR. In the air, the three suns' pressure emanating from Shirbufan was similarly isolated by the shadow of the tower. The Su family crowd originally all knelt on the ground, and now that the pressure had disappeared, they stood up from the ground and turned their heads to look at the Su residents behind them, unable to help but be filled with ecstasy. It's Suetsu. It must be Suetsu. Earlier within the ancestral shrine, Lu Chenxian had handed over this pagoda to Suyu, and now that the pagoda's shadow had suddenly descended, there was no doubt that Suyu must have fully grasped the method of activating this pagoda. Suyu. No, it should be Lu Chenxian. Under the personal impartation, it allowed Suyu, who was only at the 6th level of Qi gathering, to completely control this Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Three Suns Soul Suppression Tower. At this moment, Shirbufan's face was tightly taut, and the murderous intent under his eyes was revealed. Is Lu Chenxian showing up? But why? The Su family crowd shouted. You heir? If I remember correctly, that waste of a young master of the Su family, Su Yu, was at most at the cultivation level of Qi gathering, so how could he possibly master the Three Suns Soul Suppressing Tower? Earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons, other than a triple young martial artist, then only a supreme genius who had condensed the Dan patterns would be able to barely control it. Su Yu, how on earth did he do that? With a cultivation level of Qi gathering, he easily exerted the power of the pagoda and protected the Su family members? It doesn't make sense. Father, second uncle, all the elders, don't be afraid, everything has me, and my brother-in-law. Within the Su residence, Suyu pinched his right hand and a white light rose from his fingertips. Running wildly out from the gate, he looked at the Su family's crowd, then scanned Taimu-chan and Shirbufan and the others, and finally turned his head to look behind him, with a loud roar from his mouth. Brother-in-law, come out to kill. His brother-in-law, a son-in-law of the Su family, Lu Chunxian, as if walking leisurely, he slowly walked out from the doorway of the Su residence, ignoring all the others and merely nodding his head at Taimu-chan, and after, with a calm face, he looked at Shirbufan, who was holding a bone spur in his hand, and spoke softly. I heard that you're going to exterminate the Su family's entire clan, and that you're going to draw our blood and wash our marrow? When could a mere three-yang realm be so wild? Not to mention you. Even that Yuan Fetus Realm Supreme Elder of your Southern Mountain sect would have to be respectful and honest when he arrives at my Su clan's doorstep. Su sure, tell them, am I right? Sanyang Realm, Ward. The short 5 words, coupled with this unflinching contempt behind it, was like an incomparably sharp steel needle, ruthlessly stimulating Shirbufan's heart. The same goes for the likes of Taimu-chan. In front of the Su residence, 300 county guards, 800 iron armor guards, county guard Guan Shansong, the new Sanqing city lord Yuan Shoucheng, and Lian Lixing from the capital. Even the Su family crowd, everyone, all of them looked at Lu Chenxian with dumbfounded eyes, wondering if their ears had heard wrong. Lu Chenxian, does he know what he is saying? What my brother-in-law said is exactly right. Another shocking statement, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in the ears of the crowd once again. Suyu stood behind Lu Chenxian, coldly staring at Shirbufan. I've never seen the Yuan Fetus realm, but, since brother-in-law said it, it's definitely not wrong. As for the Three Yangs realm, hey, a mere Three Yang realm, in front of my Su family, there is indeed no qualification to be reckless. Chapter 79. A word. Three Yangs kneel. District 3 Suns realm. District 3 Suns realm. At the entrance of the Su residence, Shirbufan's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly with the earth-grade bone spike in his hand. What a humiliation! However, the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda fell into the hands of the Su family, and Suyu had already taken complete control of it, enveloping all the people of the Su family, which was said to be invincible. Don't look at the fact that he also possessed an earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapon. But this Three Suns soul-suppressing tower was carefully refined by the Supreme Elder of the Nanshan sect and bestowed to Jiang Woji for defense and life preservation, and it would be difficult to breach it in a short period of time even if a Yuan Fetus powerhouse made a move. Is it wrong to say that he's a mere triple yang realm? Let him breach the defenses of this tower? It's hard as hell. Deceitful, deceitful. The muscles on Shirbufan's face twisted, the bone spikes in his hands shivered, and even the 3 Yuan Shenyang Dan above his head trembled violently, as if the end of the natural disaster. Crazy pressure ravaged the long street. The voice is like an angry beast hissing. Lu Chenxian, you killed my disciples, took my treasures, and today you insulted my sect's supreme elder. If I can't kill you, I, Shirbufan, swear not to be a man. Incompetent rage. Although he was hysterical, he knew the might of the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower better than everyone present. This is a turtle shell that can't be broken. As long as the Su family people stand under the protection of the pagoda, he, Sure Bufan, can do nothing at all. And, with such a treasure in his possession, and with the Thunder Rock feathered wings to travel in the air, how could Lu Qinxian kill Li Pengcheng? It's simply unbelievable and unfathomable. I can see that you're very unconvinced. Lu Qinchuan's face was as calm as ever as he looked at Sure Bufan indifferently. As a triple yang martial artist, bullying others and insulting my Su family, where has the previous dominance gone? The mighty pressure enveloped Sanqing City, forcing the Su clan crowd to kneel on both knees. Sure Bufan, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in Sanqing City with your first level of the Three Yang realm? Sure Bufan's martial cultivation level, the first level of the Three Yang realm, was broken by Lu Qinxian. It was important to know that unless a martial artist took the initiative to indicate their strength, it would be difficult for regular people to see through it. High-ranked martial artists who exerted probing means could see through the cultivation of low-ranked martial artists, and when martial artists of the same level fought, they could only be roughly judged by their performance at the time of the battle, and when a low-ranked martial artist faced a high-ranked martial artist, they were usually only killed in seconds, so how could they possibly see through the other party's realm? However, today, Sure Bufan, a Triyang first-level martial artist, in front of Lu Qinxian, the so-called realm suppression was nothing, easily seen through by the latter. So what if I know about Lao Fu's realm? As a southern mountain elder, my cultivation was never a secret in the first place. Sure Bufan gripped the bone spikes tightly, staring dead-on at Lu Qinchuan's eyes, his teeth gnashing. Lu Qinxian, don't think that with the three-sun soul-suppressing pagoda, I can't do anything about you. When I return to the clan and report to the Supreme Elder, I will ask his old man to personally take action, and I will definitely make the blood of your Su family flow up and down the river, and make your Lu Qinchuan's body die. Return to the clan to report. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Guan Shangsong, Lian Lixing, and Yuan Shoucheng, who were next to him, instantly showed a few subtle changes. Hasn't he quit the clan and become a casual cultivator? Now it seems that the so-called withdrawal from the clan was just a grand excuse. Destroying the Su family's entire clan and killing Lu Qinxian was his true goal. Return to the South Mountain sect? Can you return? Lu Qinxian let out a soft snort, and then stepped out, slowly walking out of the range enveloped by the pagoda's shadow, his gaze steeply cold. Just now, your mighty suppression caused the entire Su family to kneel. Now, get on your knees. The sound was like thunder, and the sound waves were vast. In the past, one of the supreme secret techniques that spread across the green sky immortal region, the great Luo heavenly sound, deep in Lu Qinchuan's throat, a ball of purple golden light burst out. The soundwave airwave was like ripples on the surface of the water. The same purple gold color was visible to the naked eye, and almost at the same time as he opened his mouth, he had already completely enveloped Sure Bufan's body. The same enveloped the three Yuan Shenyang Dan above his head, shocking the Yuan Shen and suppressing the sea of consciousness. Sure Bufan's strength was definitely not weak, and the moment Lu Qinxian stepped out of the pagoda's shadow, the bone spikes in his hands had already stabbed out madly. However, it's still too slow. Under the shroud of the sound wave, Sure Bufan's body abruptly stiffened. Swinging stabbing movement stood still on the spot, as if the sea of consciousness was completely confined by an impenetrable cage. Even a thought did not occur. From the soul level, it was completely suppressed by Lu Qinxian. On your knees, on your knees, on your knees. Lu Qinchuan's voice resounded continuously in the depths of Sure Bufan's sea of consciousness. It was as if the brilliant heavenly might, carrying the supreme will to command heaven and earth, drove Sure Bufan's legs to slowly kneel down. Boo! It was the sound of knees touching the ground. A great cultivator of the Three Yang realm, a martial arts powerhouse ranked as the 9th elder of the Nanshan sect, Sure Bufan, under the gaze of countless horrified gazes, he turned to Lu Qinxian, and to the Su clan crowd at the back, on both knees, really kneeling, in front of the door of the Su residence. The Su family, Taimu Chun, Guan Changsong, Lian Lixing, Yuan Shoucheng, 300 county guards, 800 iron armor guards, everyone, looking at Sure Bufan, who was kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but have his jaw dropped and his eyes completely dumbfounded. Why is he on his knees? He was a high and mighty Three Sons grand cultivator, and standing opposite him, Lu Qinxian, 7 days ago was still only gathering Qi 1 weight. Even if the qualification is amazing, even if the progress is more rapid, even if he has also been promoted to the Three Yang realm, it was also by no means possible, with a low drink, to make a martial artist of the same realm fall to both knees. What's more, Lu Qinxian wasn't even in the Three Yang realm, and he hadn't even heard of him condensing Yuan Dan. Wise son-in-law. Good job, auntie, brother-in-law. You'll always be my own brother-in-law. On the other side, the faces of the Su family members all turned red, clenching their fists and waving them fiercely, their mouths letting out hisses, a clean slate and a raised eyebrow. The face that their Su family had lost had now been recovered with interest, and he the towering three-yang realm grand cultivator, Shi Bufan. In front of the Su family's flunky, it was nothing more than a rustic chicken and a dog. Unbeatable, Shi Bufan. About 3 breaths later, Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the great Luo heavenly sound imprisonment instantly dissipated. Looking at Shi Bufan, who was kneeling in front of him, he once again spoke faintly. Now do you still want to exterminate the Su family's entire clan? Do you want to take my Lu Chenxuan's head? Now, convinced? Convinced? On the ground, Shi Bufan was at a loss, and only at this moment did he feel his knees go a little cold. Look down at the ground of the long street below the knees, conditioned to roll over and rise up, and then look at the gazes of the surrounding crowds, especially the undisguised excitement on the faces of the Su family. At the bottom of his heart, it was as if he had suffered death by 1,000 cuts, as if billions of iron hooves were madly trampling on his dignity. Lu Chen Shen. At this moment, Shi Bufan seemed to finally understand what was going on, and with a mournful roar from his mouth, his body suddenly expanded rapidly. How dare you humiliate the old man? The old man is sworn to be at loggerheads with you. Even if my body is shattered to pieces, old me will make you and the entire Su clan be buried with you. Die, all of you. Suffered a life never had a strange shame. At this moment, Shi Bufan has been completely crazy. The body Dan Qi, Yang Dan Yuan Shen power, their own blood, truly sparing no expense, gambling on everything, and unleashing the most terrifying death blow in the most intense way. Self-explosion. Chapter 80, Second Refining. The triple Yang realm self-detonated with monstrous might. When a martial artist advances to the three Yangs realm, the sea of consciousness condenses the Yuan Shin Yang Dan, which can communicate with heaven and earth, and catalyze 10% of the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 feet. And once it blew itself up, the power was even more terrifying. At this moment, Shi Bufan's body's essence blood, the Dan Qi within the Dan Tian, and the power of the sea of consciousness Yuan Shen, all three were burning madly, and even though they hadn't completely exploded yet, they had already caused the heaven and earth to resonate, and the entire long street shook with it. In no more than 5 breaths at most, he would be pulverized, and the power of his self-destruction would be enough to turn 100 feet in a radius into scorched earth. Long Street, Sankingchang, the Su family mansion, everyone present. A Yuandan great circle like Taimu Chun would explode into nothingness in an instant, and even the Su family members under the guardianship of the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower would definitely be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Retreat! Retreat! At this moment, Taimu Chun's face turned pale, and he let out a hiss under his breath. Retreat as far away as possible. Quick! Quick! The reaction, though swift enough, was, in fact, filled with despair at the bottom of his heart. Shi Bufan suddenly blew himself up, almost without warning, and 2 breaths had passed by the time his body expanded. Taimo-chan reminded the crowd to run for their lives and took another breath. How far could they escape in the last fraction of a second before blowing themselves up? It's too late. Brother-in-law, the Iron General, comes in. Come in quickly. Also at this moment, Suyu's hand pinched his seal and frantically urged the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda, and the giant pagoda's shadow rapidly grew larger. Entering the pagoda's shadow, you can surely save your life. Quick, quick, hands are busy. In front of the door of the Su family residence, Taimu Chun, Guan Changsong, Lian Lixing, Yuan Shouchang, 300 county guards, personal guards, and 800 iron armor guards. Some people's legs and feet were weak, stumbled and fled in a mess in the distance, while some people's livers and guts cracked, so scared that they fled to the end of the long street. There were also people who heard Suyu shouting and rushed towards the pagoda's shadow like mad. Truly, life and death are at stake. Everyone knew very well that the might of Shi Bufan's self-detonation was by no means something they could withstand. At most one more breath, this long street of Sanqing City will be ashes and smoke, and the homes, stores, and civilians within 100 feet of the square circle will inevitably be strewn with corpses, and blood will flow into a river. Blow yourself up? With my permission? In the midst of the panic, Lu Chenxian always kept his face unchanged, quietly looking at Shi Bufan who was about to self-destruct, the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly opening up. You can blow yourself up if you want to. Do you really think that I, Lu Chenxian, don't exist? The power of devouring, unleashed, within Lu Chenxuan's Dantian. The purple and gold little dragon was incomparably excited, and the devouring vortex in the dragon's mouth coalesced rapidly, and a vast and majestic swallowing and sucking force descended steeply, enveloping all of Shi Bufan's body. Chaotic sky swallowing skill, swallowing the sky and the earth, swallowing nothing. Shi Bufan's speed of expansion actually couldn't keep up with the speed of the purple gold little dragon's devouring, a bloated and swollen body, to the naked eye visible speed fast shrinking, the body of Dan Qi, the sea of consciousness Yuan Shun, martial arts qualifications, martial arts spirit rhyme, everything that he was once proud of, in the short blink of an eye, was all devoured and refined by the purple and gold little dragon, directly turning him into a wasted man, failed to self-destruct. This great cultivator of the martial Tao with the first level of cultivation of the Three Yangs realm, in full view of everyone, his body gradually went limp, the look of madness on his face abruptly froze, and the last trace of luster in his eyes completely dimmed. Boo! His body fell to the ground and his breath was cut off, killing him. Dead. Dead? Sure Bufan, he failed to self-detonate? No, it was Lu Chenxian, who stopped Sure Bufan's self-destruction. On top of the long street, Taimu Chun and the others looked at Sure Bufan's corpse with stupefied faces, obviously not yet detached from the fear of death they had just experienced. I don't know how long it's been. Hiss. A chorus of backwards breaths rang out. Sure Bufan is really dead. There was no self-detonation, no expected gruesome scene, and no casualties. The power of the self-detonation of a great cultivator of the Tang dynasty's Three Yang realm was easily diffused by Lu Chenxian, preventing the great disaster in Sanqing City. How did he do it? It was simply astounding and definitely beyond anyone's imagination. Brother-in-law, auntie, below the pagoda's shadow, the Su family members were equally dumbfounded, and until this moment, they still did not quite believe their own eyes. Stopping the Three Suns realm from blowing itself up. Lu Chenxian can even do that? He was really just a Yuan Dan martial artist who had just condensed his Dan. Sure it wasn't an old monster from the Yuan fetus realm, although he hadn't seen a Yuan fetus powerhouse make a move. However, he could think with his toes that even the South Mountain sect's longtime reclusive Supreme Elder couldn't possibly dissolve the power of a triple Yang martial artist's self-destruction so easily. Su's family. Just how much merit had the legendary ancestors accumulated? And just how virtuous was it that they had recruited such a horrible door-to-door son-in-law? Ancestors, did you see that? Our Su family is really going to rise. Become the #1 powerful family in Sanqing City. Become the strongest family in Luoyang County. And can even be famous in Guanping Prefecture? In Xiang Prefecture. And make a name for themselves in the entire Sichuan Empire. That's a nice bone spur. At this moment, Lu Chenxian remained as calm as ever as he stepped next to Sure Bufan's corpse, raising his hand and grabbing it in the air. He ingested the earth-grade bone thorn in his palm, feeling the ferocious pugilistic power contained within it, and nodded his heart secretly. Diao beast spine. The material is considered quite rare. Tiger-type demonic beasts with 3 suns in a litter could be encountered but not sought. Even in the former Green Sky immortal domain, pugilistic beasts with the gift of swallowing power were not common. Although the bone spikes were of low grade, they were after all innate natural aptitudes, and the chaotic heaven swallowing skill that he cultivated was considered to be complementary. Swish! Lu Chenxuan's left hand shook, and the wooden sword that he had casually refined earlier appeared, and the power of devouring was unleashed once again, absorbing and refining all of the spiritual rhythm within this bone spur. And then with a movement of his mind, the secret pattern on the surface of the wooden sword flickered, and a vicious pugilistic beast pattern with open teeth and claws was rapidly condensing. Second refining. This wooden sword refined from grass and wood essences, in this instant, had already possessed the gifted swallowing and sucking aptitude within the bloodline of the puma beast. As for the puma beast bone thorn, the surface was dull and lightless, and the internal spirit charm was gone, turning it into an ordinary blade with no power. In this way, at certain times of necessity, the power of chaos swallowing heaven can be pushed onto this wooden sword. The wooden sword refining was completed. Lu Chenxian pondered silently for a moment, then with a movement of his mind, he took the wooden sword back to his dantian, and then he turned around slowly, not paying much attention to the others, lightly looking at the 7th grade military official from the capital, Lian Li Xing. He softly spoke. Earlier, when I was within the Su residence, I seem to have heard certain sounds. Does the Sichuan court mean that they intend to first take me into custody and then behead me for my crimes? Are you, sure? Chapter 81, Fear of the Su family is like fear of a tiger. Ming Zheng Zhang, on the crime of decapitation. The 8 words, coming out of Lu Chenxuan's mouth, were clearly very calm. However, in the ears of Lian Lixing, it was like thunder on the ground, directly scared out of a cold sweat. Who dares to arrest Lu Chenxian? Who dares to condemn him? Who dares to cut off his head? Before today, those adults from the Ministry of Punishment could certainly decide the life and death of a chi-gathering martial artist at will. However, Lu Chenxian wasn't chi-gathering, Yuan Dan, or even the Three Yang realm. Rather, a super genius who stopped a triple Yang martial artist from blowing himself up. No, I should say absolute demon, even if it was near the capital. Those demons within the super sects. It was impossible to stop a triple Yang martial artist from self-destructing so easily. Such talent, such credentials, and so young. Who dares to guarantee that his future martial arts cultivation will be able to reach such a level? And who dared to guarantee that he would become the next sky ruler of the Zhongxian Empire? Every imperial air powerhouse was a towering presence in the empire, and no one dared to offend them easily. Lu Gongzi. Lian Lixing was sweating profusely, bowing and cupping his fists at Lu Chenxian, his voice vaguely trembling. The last general, Lian Lixing, doesn't have any imperial decree on his body, but only the paperwork from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and the Ministry of Appointments. The adults of the Ministry of Punishment don't know the true strength of Mr. Lu, and don't know that Mr. Lu can easily kill a 3-yang realm martial artist. Therefore, the paperwork brought by the last general is no longer of any use to Mr. Lu. As for the Ministry of Mandarins, it is because the position of City Lord is vacant due to Mr. Lu's previous beheading of Gu Chang, so paperwork was issued for this General Yuan to assume the position of City Lord of Sancheng. General Yuan Shou Cheng, just now Shi Bufan's self-detonation. He and Luoyang County Guard Pipelong Pine scared out of their wits, thanks to Su Yu reminded, and together they ducked into the protection of the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower. At this moment, the two men's faces turned white as they hurriedly stepped out from within the pagoda's shadow, arched their hands repeatedly at Lu Chenxian, and then turned to Su Chenglong next to them with a smile on their faces, complimenting them repeatedly. Mr. Lu's qualifications are unmatched, his future achievements are unlimited. Su family master having such a good son-in-law is beyond enviable. In the future, all the major martial arts families in Sanqing City will surely be led by the Su family. Congratulations, congratulations! The arrogance of the front and the back of the back, in both of them, was manifested to the fullest. It's not that they're soft-boned, it's just the way it is. With the strength shown by Lu Chenxian, it is enough to make the Tsangshuan court pay attention to it. Not to mention, who dares to say that this was Lu Chenxuan's full strength? As long as the court is not stupid, as long as His Majesty does not make a mistake, Lu Chenxian will certainly deliberately solicit, will not be easily offended. Young geniuses who can kill the Three Yang's realm in seconds. If he joins the government, he will at least be ranked at the 4th grade, far above the 6th grade county guards. Lu Xiaoyu, not far from the side. Taimu Chun's face was equally incomparably complicated as he slowly walked up to Lu Chenxian. As the saying goes, it's better to be impressed when you're not there for 3 days. The last time he and Lu Chenxian met was only a few days ago, and now, a few days later, it was no longer as simple as being impressed. It was simply astonishing, stopping Shi Bufan from blowing himself up and resolving the crisis in Sanqing City. One must know that just less than half a month ago, Lu Chenxian was still just a wasteful martial artist of the first level of Qi gathering. With such a speed of progress, such a martial talent, how many in total had been born in the history of the Xian-Tian continent? In the more than 1,000 years since the founding of the Tsang-Xian Empire, not a single one had been born. Even if there is, it must be the demonic disciples carefully cultivated by the major clans, firmly protected within the clan, and the news will never be leaked. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and our Iron family have always been at odds. Taimu Chun, heart of emotion, gently sighed, and then explained in a low voice, Iron family and the dynasty, although the power is not small, but it is not a word. The Ministry of Mandarins is okay, after all, it is. The words stopped there. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head, clearly uninterested in these court topics he was talking about, and a wisp of his mind, already immersed in his dantian, closely watched the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple-gold little dragon. 18 Dan lines had been condensed. When he had devoured the spirit rhythms of Li Pangchang and Zhou, he had smoothly advanced from the Void Dan realm to the Yuan Dan realm and had broken through the limit of 9 lines, condensing the 10th Dan line that no one had ever seen before. Now, after devouring Shi Bufan's martial Dao spiritual rhythm, the Dan lines had indeed continued to increase, reaching as many as 18. As for the martial Dao realm, it had also been raised from the original Yuan Dan first level to the current second level. It's just a second, not a full circle. It's slightly short of the third level of Yuan Dan. Lu Chenxian gazed at the 18 Dan lines, and a natural thought instantly surfaced in his heart. It was by no means difficult to advance to the third level of Yuan Dan. As long as one condensed 20 or more Dan lines, one could be in the right place, advancing directly from the second level to the third level. Obviously, for every 10 Dan lines condensed, one could automatically advance, and one's Yuan Dan could condense up to 100 Dan lines before advancing to the 3 Yang realm. 100, or the number of 99 should be the real limit. Lu Chenxian whispered to himself wordlessly as this wisp of mind returned to the sea of consciousness from within the dantian. And then, if he felt something, he looked at Tai Muchuan and the others in front of him and laughed softly. General Tai, if there is nothing else, Mr. Lu won't be accompanying me. After saying that, the smile on his face tightened. Ignoring all the others, he turned around and stepped towards the Su residence. Taimu Chun wanted to speak but stopped, looking at Lu Chenxuan's back disappearing within the Su residence. His face filled with a bitter smile. This little guy's nature, as expected, hadn't changed at all, and was still as cold as before. To be able to open his mouth to say goodbye was already giving him great face in the Ironwood Spring. As for the Pike County Guard in General Lien, and this new Sanqing City Lord, in Lu Chenxian's eyes, I am afraid that he can't even enter his eyes. Take care, Mr. Lu, take care. As Lu Chenxian left, Guan Changsong and the others' hearts were relieved and their faces gradually looked much better as they arched their hands behind them. In front of this absolute demon, they were like Tarzan pressing down on them. Their hearts were always taut with a string, and now that their hearts and minds were relaxed, their smiles increased. Su family master, all the elders, Prince Su, you all don't have to go far. We're going back, just go back on your own. Oh, and also, the new city lord Yuan Shoucheng will be serving in Sanqing City for the duration of his tenure, so I'd like to ask for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After saying that, for fear that the Su family would be dissatisfied with them, Guan Changsong and Lian Lixing hurriedly excused themselves and left, fearing the Su family like a tiger, not daring to stay for a moment longer. It's not the Su family they're afraid of, but they're afraid of the virtuous son-in-law. Su Chenglong secretly lamented in his heart, and then arched his hand at Tai Muchuan and Yuan Shoucheng. Both of you, the entire Su family can assure you that Chen Xian is in no way disrespectful to the imperial court. I also hope that the two of you will testify that Chen Xian preventing Shi Bufan from blowing himself up and resolving the crisis in Sanqing City would be a great achievement for the people and for the imperial court. It is the credit is not false, but he beheaded Shi Bufan, and the Nanshan clan is already an indissoluble blood feud. Su family master has a heart. Tai Muchuan and Yuan Shoucheng politely said a few words, and then did not say much as they clasped their fists and left. Not far out, the two looked at each other and both saw the worry in the other's eyes. If the Southern Mountain Sect's supreme elder, ignoring the court's law, personally descended on Sanqing City, then, not to mention the Su family, even this Sanqing City may not be able to keep it. Chapter 82, Buying a Murderer. The next morning, in the South Mountain Sect, within the sect's main hall, Elder Shi, prevented from self-destructing by Lu Chenxian, died on the spot. Zhang Wuji sat on the yellow rock throne, slowly scanning the 8 elders below, and spoke in a low voice. The sect disciples reported back that the capital city's military officials carried the Ministry of Justice's paperwork to Sanqing City, and witnessed Elder Shi's death. The paperwork of the Ministry of Justice is nullified and returned to the court to resume his duties. The court's attitude toward Lu Chenxian, I'm afraid, it's hard to tell. According to the pattern of the current saint, for such a martial arts prodigy, he would definitely not be condemned to beheading just because he had beheaded a regional city lord. The biggest possibility is to issue a decree, slightly punishing on the surface and sincerely recruiting behind the scenes. Only, Gu Cheng can become the 3 Green City master. Behind the back is not completely no backing. If the court on Lu Chenxuan's attitude has changed, then, is certainly this so-called backing in the back of the power? The attitude of the court is difficult to speculate. At the bottom of the steps, Grand Elder Zhou Wankuan's face was grim, his tone spiteful and harsh. No matter how the court decides, we must completely eliminate Lu Chenxian before the decree arrives. Otherwise, once the court decrees that not even the Supreme Elder can disobey the decree, Lu Chenxian really won't be able to kill him. The will of the court cannot be disobeyed. Although the Nanshan sect was powerful and even possessed a Yuan Fetus Realm Supreme Elder, however, in front of the imperial court, it wasn't much different from a mole cricket. You should know that today Saint reveres literature and martial arts. Civil officials and military generals are all strong. Millions of elite soldiers in the dynasty are well trained. Hundreds of generals are brave and good at fighting, which can be said to be unparalleled in the world of prosperity. Right in the middle of the imperial court, there was also the state master Taisher, and the martial way offerings, all of which were super powerhouses that had reached the sky realm. Controlling such strength, still seeks to be as thirsty as a wise man, thus showing that the current emperor is indeed wise and virtuous, so that he can rule the country well. If His Holiness personally decreed to pardon Lu Chenxian for his crimes, even if the Nanshan sect was no longer overbearing, they would definitely not dare to strike at Lu Chenxian again. Otherwise, if the court is angry, the Iron Horseman will sweep across the South Mountain sect, and the entire sect will surely be reduced to a wasteland. And even that Supreme Elder will not be spared. By imperial law, clans are not allowed to slaughter civilians. Zhang Wuji raised his hand and rubbed his brow, his face rather ugly. Elder Shi withdrew from the clan precisely to circumvent the court's laws. He was really forced to do so. However, even Elder Shi is no match for Lu Chenxian. Who here can guarantee that after quitting the clan, you will be able to kill Lu Chenxian? The moment these words came out, the entire hall was instantly dead silent. Although Shi Bufan was at the first level of the 3 Yang's realm, however, these 8 elders here, even Zhang Wuji, who was at the peak of the 3 Yang's realm, even though he could defeat Shi Bufan, it was absolutely impossible for him to be easily killed. Not to mention,
there was also that offensive and defensive Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda. Under the defense of the pagoda, unless the Supreme Elder personally made a move, even if Jiang Wuji and the 8 elders joined hands, they would never be able to kill Lu Qinxian. As for the Supreme Elder, let him quit the South Mountain sect? Even if the Supreme Elder was willing, how could the court believe it? After killing Lu Qinxian, he would still have to face the wrath of the court, and the Nanshan sect had more to lose than to gain. Then, there is only one last resort. The gray-robed crone with a kind face, the 8th elder Chu Yingchun, swept her gaze over the crowd before slowly speaking. Beast Soul sect, Beast Soul clan? Including Jiang Wuji, everyone's faces changed slightly, and they were obviously quite fearful of this so-called Beast Soul sect. However, despite the scorn, none of them actually raised any objections to Chu Yingchun's proposal. When I was young, I had a friendship with the current Beast Soul sect leader. Chu Yingchun slowly rose from her seat, her gaze despondent. Originally, I thought that I wouldn't be involved with him again in this life, but now it seems that in order to get rid of Lu Qinxian, it's inevitable that I'll have to meet up with him again. This person always is no prophet. Since we want to invite his hand, must prepare a few decent gifts. So, speaking here, he looked up at Jiang Wuji on top of the steps inside in a low voice. Aside from the Earth-grade spiritual artifacts, I really can't think of anything else that could make him move. Earth-grade spiritual weapons were too precious. In today's Nanshan sect, the only person capable of refining Earth-grade spiritual weapons was the Supreme Elder. Moreover, to refine Earth-grade spiritual weapons, the requirements for refining materials were extremely high, and the Supreme Elder was already advanced in age, with less than 100 years left before the end of his lifespan. Every time one refines an artifact, it consumes a great deal of one's own reserves and even loses one's lifespan, while the success rate of refining an artifact is only a pitiful 30%. It was because of these reasons that the Supreme Elder had been in seclusion in the back of the mountain all year round, and so far there had been more than 200 years of not striking out to refine artifacts, and the only remaining Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifacts of the Nanshan sect totaled no more than 15 pieces. Each of the 8 elders present had only one piece, and the remaining few pieces were kept in Jiang Wuji's hands for emergencies. And at this moment, it was clearly the time when it was necessary to utilize an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Beast Soul Patriarch. Jiang Wuji whispered for a moment and eventually stretched out his right hand. A pair of pitch-black gloves flickering with ghostly light emerging from his palm. This pair of earth-shaking gloves, which the Supreme Elder made in his last attempt to refine before he went into seclusion, is still a good match for the technique that Beast Soul sect leader cultivates. 8th Elder, bring this item with you and ask him to strike once, regardless of any method he uses. This clan must see Lu Qinxuan's head on his collar and the destruction of the Su family. Let there be no one left who deserves to die. After saying that, his palm steeply shook, and the earth-shaking fist gloves flew up in the air, landing steadily in Chu Yingchuan's hands. At the cost of an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Beast Soul Patriarch was asked to make a move. Patriarch, don't worry. Chu Yingchun bowed slightly in greeting before putting away his gloves and turning around to walk outside the hall. I promise that before noon tomorrow, Lu Qinxian will die and the Su family will be destroyed. His figure fluttered. The sound of the wind under his feet was biting, and his step was dozens of feet as he sped in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range, about 100 miles deep, was lined with mountain fortresses, a huge wooden pagoda under 10 feet high, on which hung a pitch-black plaque imprinted with 3 large ancient characters, Beast Soul Sect, saying that it was a clan. In reality, it was a gathering place for many outlaws, which likewise included quite a few evil martial artists, as well as wanted criminals from the major counties. A total of more than 1,400 people have landed and taken root in this mountain fortress, which has gradually developed over hundreds of years to its present size. Knowing I'm coming, why don't you show yourself? Chu Yingchuan's figure fluttered, stopping in front of the pagoda, looking far away at a tall wooden house deep in the mountain fortress, and softly whispering under his breath, an earth-grade spiritual artifact. Please go out and kill one person. This deal, do you do it or not? Chapter 83, Evil Beast Soul Sect. Deep inside the cottage, inside the tall wooden house, a burly man with blood-colored beast horns on top of his head looked at the direction of the pagoda from afar, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Beast Soul Patriarch, Sikong blood. About 300 years ago, he was just a first-time chi-gathering martial artist, suave and talented. It was also at that time that he participated in the South Mountain competition of that year and befriended the young Chu Yingchun. However, Chu Yingchun, being a woman, not only was she absolutely beautiful, but her martial arts qualifications were quite outstanding, and she successively defeated various geniuses and became the first-place winner of that session, smoothly joining the inner sect of Nanshan sect. And Sikong blood's skill is not as good as others, only won the 9th place. No chance to become a disciple of the South Mountain sect, but also high-minded and arrogant.
refused to join other sects, and from then on fell into the loose cultivator. During the great competition, although the two were secretly in love, unfortunately, the South Mountain sect's rules were strict, so naturally they couldn't allow Chu Yingchen and Sikong Blood to become Dao couples. Sikong Bloodheart is unwilling, but there is nothing he can do, and because stuck in the great circle of Qi-gathering realm for a long time cannot break through, and finally embarked on the evil way, cultivated the Xiantian continent has been circulating for a long time forbidden art. The blood of the beast is transformed into an elixir. This secret method is to absorb the power of beast blood, transform one's body, and fuse the souls of demonic beasts when coagulating the Yuan Dan, and the difficulty of advancing to the Yuan Dan realm is thus reduced, but the side effects are also extremely obvious. The most obvious feature was the change in appearance, only retaining some of the features of a human martial artist, while the other part, which resembled a demonic beast, became a half-human, half-demon evil martial artist, just like the Sikong Blood back then, who had desperately killed a peak first-rank demonic beast that was about to condense its demonic pills, the blood-horned rhinoceros. Absorbing and fusing the blood and soul of the beast, he successfully condensed his own Yuan Dan. However, a rhinoceros-like blood-colored curved horn grew on his head, his skin was like a rhinoceros epidermis, and his nose became extraordinarily high and bulging. When killing and fighting, completely stimulate the beast blood and beast soul, and can even be fully animalized, like a rhinoceros walking upright, and human martial artists can no longer find half a resemblance. And, after cultivating this secret method, the path of martial arts had changed completely. Yuan Dan was promoted to 3 Yang, and 3 Yang was promoted to Yuan Fetus. Each big realm promotion requires the absorption of the corresponding beast blood and beast soul, and it is no longer possible to return to the right way. Until now, Sikong Blood has long been successfully promoted to the 3 Yang's realm, and at the time of the breakthrough, he also absorbed a peak second stage rhinoceros demonic beast, split ground moonwatch rhinoceros, and then the phallic bestiality became more pronounced. The horns on top of his head are 3 feet long, his skin is rough and thick, and his 2 nostrils are so large and round that he could almost wear a nose ring. Chu Yingchen and I are completely different from each other, and it's impossible to revive the old dream. 80 years ago, when the two met in private for the last time, Chu Yingchen chopped the ground with a sword, breaking all ties of sin with Sikong Blood and vowing never to see each other again for the rest of their lives. To this day, in order to resolve Lu Qinxian, he went so far as to break his oath and travel to the Beast Soul sect to ask Sikong Blood to kill him. Patriarch Sikong, since an old friend is here, there's no harm in going out to meet him. Within the wooden house, a white-robed old man, who exuded a strong medicinal fragrance, smiled and said, "If I guessed correctly, Elder Chu came over this time with the same purpose as I did. It's all for the matter of Lu Qinxian. The Nanshan sect is exactly the same as my Thousand Autumn Hall. Neither dare to go against the imperial court." This white-robed old man in front of him was not only the 6th Hall Master of the Thousand Autumn Hall, but also Yin Chi's master. When Yin Chi captured Su Yu, he joined forces with the chief disciple of Luanjia Jade Pavilion, Yao Qing, to deal with Lu Qinxian, and was easily killed by the latter. The hatred of killing a disciple is incomparable. Only, under the court's law, even if the Qianqiu Palace does not dare to wantonly revenge, and Luanjia Jade Pavilion is concerned about the majesty of the court, and did not take revenge on Lu Qinxian, and the 6th Hallmaster came up with a solution that coincided with Chu Yingchen, inviting Sikong Blood to make a move to completely eradicate the entire Su family and Lu Qinxian. What Chu Yingchen brought is an earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact. Sikong Blood slowly turned around, his rhinoceros-like blood-colored eyes staring at the 6th Hallmaster. "So, what about you?" No profit, no early morning. He established the Beast Soul sect, sheltered evil martial artists, sheltered wanted criminals, suffered many sieges by the imperial court, and relied on the treacherous terrain of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to turn peril into safety time and time again, although lucky to save his life. But, within the cottage cultivation resources were originally very scarce, and was surrounded by those court officials and soldiers seized a lot, can only rely on the beast blood and beast soul to continue to cultivate. The human characteristics gradually disappeared, more and more like a real demonic beast, without enough cultivation resources, without treasures that were enough to move him. How could he be driven to risk his life to kill people in Sanqing City for no reason at all? The Thousand Autumn Hall isn't like the Southern Mountain sect, it doesn't have that many earth-grade spiritual weapons. The 6th Hall Master laughed, and then with a flip of his palm, he took out a small, delicate white porcelain bottle. This item, it may not be of much use to ordinary martial artists. However, Patriarch Sikong will surely like it very much. This is. Sikong Blood frowned slightly and took the porcelain bottle from the hands of the 6th Hallmaster. Unscrewing the cork and gently smelling it, the blood in his body boiled, and the bottom of his eyes steeply shone with essence. Lost beast powder. Since the establishment of the Beast Soul sect,
It had gone on a killing spree of the low-ranked demonic beasts at the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the ordinary demonic beasts were scared of it and had already stayed away, making it hard to find low-ranked demonic beasts anymore. However, this beast enchanting pill powder could attract low-ranked demonic beasts within a 100-mile radius just by sprinkling the slightest bit of it, which was enough to drive them crazy. To ordinary martial artists, it was indeed not a good thing. However, what the beast soul sex evil cultivators needed the most were demonic beasts. The Thousand Autumn Hall. It's worthy of being a great expert in refining medicines. Even this kind of thing can be refined. Seacone Blood put away the small porcelain bottle and let out a low grunt under his breath. 10 bottles of medicinal powder in exchange for one of my strikes. Not even one bottle less. 10 bottles? The 6th Hallmaster hesitated slightly before laughing. As long as Patriarch Seacone is able to kill Lu Chenshen, what's 10 bottles of medicinal powder? However, this time when the beast soul sex strikes, I must personally follow. And only when I see Lu Chenxuan's corpse with my own eyes will I be able to hand over the remaining 9 bottles of medicinal powder. Patriarch Seacone, this request is not too much, is it? Certainly not excessive. With the 6th Hall Master, a powerhouse of the 3 Yang realm, participating in the battle, the certainty of killing Lu Chenxian was 1 point greater. And to Seacone Blood, why not? Shu Ing Chun. Seacone Blood no longer paid attention to the 6th Hallmaster, striding out of the wooden house, looking far away at the familiar figure below the pagoda. A low roar came out of his mouth. I'm ugly, I can't get into your eyes, and there's an oath binding me. I'll never see you again in this life. As for the sale you mentioned, for the sake of the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, I can make an exception once. Before sunset today, not a single member of the Su family will be left behind, and Lu Chenxian will surely die. Chapter 84, The Beast Tide Attacks. Outside the mountain fortress, below the beast soul sex pagoda, Shu Yingchuan's face was gloomy, and a faint miserable smile flowed from the bottom of his eyes. Seacone Blood is still so high-minded and proud, and he has never been able to let go of the things of that year. She took a few steps forward, placing the pair of earth-shaking gloves at the foot of the pagoda, and finally took a deep look at the lanky figure standing in front of the cabin, and then, turning around, he drifted off in the direction of the southern mountain sect. Although there was no face-to-face conversation with Seacone Blood, however, there was no longer any need. He accepted the pair of gloves and agreed to the Nanshan sect's invitation. That's enough. With the strength of the Beast Soul sect, before sunrise tomorrow, Sanqing City, there will be no more Su family. Later that evening, the city of Sanqing. Roar. Phew. Phew. Ow. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. Countless roaring sounds of demonic beasts, from an unknown distance away, flew towards the western gate of Sanqing City and converged, forming a shockingly huge wave of sound. Beast Tide. Sanqing City was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and on average, a small beast tide would erupt every 4 or 5 years. Sometimes it was dozens of demonic beasts, sometimes it was hundreds of them, launching an attack on Sanqing City in late fall or early winter, when the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was running low on food. Every time this time, Taimu Chun would lead his generals to defend the city. With his Yuandan Great Circle strength, plus thousands of iron armor guards, it was more than enough to deal with these demonic beasts, and the city walls never failed to defend. However this time, Iron General, above the walls of Sanqing City, a city defense sergeant holding a horn stared from afar at the frenzied herd of beasts charging from the west. With the horn raised high in his hand, he let out a violently trembling cry of fear. Beast Tide. Beast Tide. It's not a small beast tide. It's the number of demonic beasts that can't be judged. It's at least more than 5,000. Large beast tides. Demon beasts attacked the city. Inside and outside Sanqing City, those street vendors doing business, pedestrians wandering around the city gate, everyone, feeling the strong tremor coming from the ground, and looking far away at the fierce winds and sands lifting up from the western sky. They were so scared that no one could see their faces, and frantically hid within the nearby residential houses. The gates are closed and the beams are dropped. A 10-foot thick giant wooden beam slowly descended from above the city gate, dead across the center of the gate, holding the 7-foot mouth bronze giant gate firmly in place. In the long street at the back, the city defense generals who had heard the news, all of their faces turned white and their lances trembled in their hands. They were not the iron armor elites under the command of Taimu Chun, but ordinary soldiers who followed the orders of the city lord's office and were drawn from all parts of the city, having been in the army for a longer or shorter period of time, and had never faced a beast tide of such a scale before. If the city gates weren't broken, they didn't need to ascend the city walls to fight the demonic beasts. However, once the city gates shattered, they would have to bear the brunt and fight in close combat with the demonic beasts that rushed through the gates. The Iron General is here. The Iron Armor Guard is here. As the shouts rang out, a burly figure ran wildly, pulling a long distance away from the iron armored guards in the rear.
Rushing to the bottom of the city gate, he leapt up and jumped directly onto the 10 feet high green stone city wall. Looking at the rapidly approaching beast tide from afar, he couldn't help but suck in cool air. Large beast tide. Even he, Yuan Dan, great perfection martial artist who had repelled beast tides many times, Tai Mu Chun, was seeing such a huge beast tide for the first time. Thousands of first-order demonic beasts, which are even interspersed with dozens of incredibly powerful aura. The owners of those scents were all second-order demonic beasts. Iron General, another iron-armored figure, from the bottom of the city wall, leaped up and stood beside Tai Mu Chun, staring dead-on at the wave of beasts that were about to arrive, his two fists clenching tighter and tighter. The new lord of Sanqing City, Yuan Shouchang. He was only at the 7th level of Yuan Dan, with a 3-foot broadsword hanging from his waist, and his face had almost lost all color of blood as he felt the aura of the second-order demonic beasts in the midst of the beast tide. Second-order demonic beasts. So many second-order demonic beasts. Iron General. This beast tide is extraordinary. We are afraid. The words that follow are too daring to be said, and cannot be said. A beast tide of this scale was no longer something that the iron armor guards and the city defense army could withstand, and it wouldn't take more than 2 hours at most for the city walls and gates to be completely destroyed by those demonic beasts. The entire city of Sanqing, the people living in Sanqing, not a single one of them could be spared. It's not late fall, and there's no shortage of food inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Taimo Chun tightly pressed the hilt of the broken sword at his waist, his teeth clenched. It's only right that a beast tide can happen in this kind of season. But, however, the beast tide not only occurs, but also on an unprecedented scale, which is hard to see in 100 years. Since the establishment of the Zhongxian Empire, it had been 1,000 years since then, and a total of 2 or 3 beast tides of this scale like today had occurred, and each time, corpses were everywhere, and countless civilians had been slaughtered. In order to withstand the beast tide, the city walls were constantly reinforced, with defensive formations engraved on the surface, enough to withstand the impact of second-order demonic beasts, and even dug into the ground for 10 feet, similarly constructing defensive barriers. But, this time, the beast tide, it wasn't just ground demonic beasts that impacted the city, there were also ferocious birds that flew in mid-air, strong bowmen at the ready, beast-hunting crossbows at the ready. The bowstrings of the stone throwers are drawn to full strength, the stone bombs are drenched in kerosene and ready to be thrown. The iron-armored guards mount the walls and prepare to fight to the death. A military order roared out from the mouth of Tai Mu Chun, while he and Yuan Shoucheng stepped onto the wall at the same time, each drawing their swords from their belts, the Yuan Dan shadow above their heads slowly rising. People are in the city. The city is broken. Regardless of why this beast tide occurred, and regardless of what these demonic beasts wanted to do, as the town general and as the lord of Sanqing City, it was their mission to protect the city and the people. Even if you know you're going to die, you absolutely have no choice. Battle. Deadly battle. War. Under the gradually darkening canopy, all 3,000 iron armor guards mounted the city wall, their lances shaking the ground in their hands, and their mouths letting out a hiss. People are in the city. Battle. 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 He is fearless and brave. Looking down from the city wall at the wave of beasts that were about to crash into the city wall, and looking up at those ferocious fowls that flew in from mid-air, although these iron-armored elites were fearful in their hearts, none of them retreated, ready to fight for their lives. The torches lit on the ramparts illuminated a young face, illuminating everything around it. The same shines through. Little friend Lu? On top of the wall. If Tai Mu Chun felt something, he violently turned his head and looked at the green-shirted man standing beside him, and his pupils abruptly shrunk. When did he come? I can't believe I didn't notice it in the slightest. The beast tide is not small in power, so how could I not notice it? Lu Chenxian held his unsheathed wooden sword in his hand, indifferently gazing at the overwhelming tide of demonic beasts, the purple gold light under his eyes flickering slightly. The eyes crossed over the tide of beasts and the endless darkness, as if looking into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and seeing the mountain fortress hidden in the mountains and forests. You guys don't have to make a move for this beast tide. He leapt and floated down towards the bottom of the city wall, leaving only a faint voice that echoed endlessly in Temujin's ears, including these demonic beasts, as well as the person behind the mastermind. I will eradicate them all. Leave no stone unturned. Chapter 85. A sword retreats the beast tide. Mr. Lu. That's Mr. Lu. The moment Lu Chenxian leapt off the city wall, countless cries of alarm sounded almost simultaneously. 3,000 iron-armored elites, strong archers all over the walls, garrison sergeants manning the catapults, and column crossbowmen in the rear. Everyone, deadly staring at the figure that jumped off the city wall. All of them were filled with horror. What's he up to? Could it be that he didn't see that underneath the city wall were thousands of crazy demonic beasts, terrifying ferocious birds that covered the sky, and a terrifying tide of beasts that couldn't be seen at a glance. How many is that? How many heads? Densely packed and countless. The total number is feared to be more than 10,000. Morning Gen. Also on top of the wall, the Su clan's crowd stood at the forefront of those martial arts families that were assisting in defending the city, their gazes tightly watching Lu Chenxuan's back as their hearts couldn't help but clench up viciously. He wants to fight against tens of thousands of demonic beasts with his own strength and fight against this unprecedented beast tide. The previous battles that had occurred time and time again had proved his strength, and he was definitely the strongest person in Luoyang County that deserved it. But what he was facing this time was not a human martial artist, but a cold-blooded and merciless demonic beast. Compared to human martial artists of the same realm, demonic beasts had stronger physiques, faster speeds, and thick skin and incomparably amazing defenses. The most frightening thing was that in every previous beast tide, all the demonic beasts seemed as if they were not afraid of pain, and when they fought with the soldiers guarding the city, they were considered to be fierce and unrelenting. On the scale of this beast wave, even if that supreme elder of the South Mountain sect who was at the Yuan fetus realm personally took action, he might not be able to stop this beast tide onslaught. And Lu Chenxian, having only just condensed the Yuan Dan, there was a difference of two great realms between a Yuan fetus patriarch and a Yuan fetus patriarch. Brother-in-law, the tower, the Three Suns Soul Suppressor Tower. Among the crowd, Su Yu's face was incomparably anxious, and the white light of the Three Suns Soul Suppressor Tower in his hand flashed, making a gesture that he was about to throw it at Lu Chenxian. In his opinion, what his brother-in-law needed most right now was the tower, the Three Suns Soul Suppressor Tower. The defense is said to be unbreakable. Even if the beast tide impacts it will surely be as stable as Mount Taishan. If anyone could survive this beast tide, then this earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact was the last hope for the entire Sanqing city. No need. At this moment, Lu Chenxian was in mid-air, with less than the last 2 meters left from the ground. First, he made a faint remark, and then with a movement of his mind, he let out a soft shout from his mouth. Thunder-striped twin wings, open, swish, feather stretching. 2 thunder-like flashing thunder rock feather wings stretched out from behind Lu Chenxuan's back. The surface of the chi whistled, and the air currents swirled below, driving his body, instantly rushing up 100 feet into the air. This was the feathers condensed from the purple golden dragon breath within the Dantian, a naturally gifted secret technique after devouring Li Pengcheng's bloodline spirit charm, a great divine ability that countless martial artists had dreamed of for a long time, a means that could only be grasped by a superpower of the sky realm. Sentinel flight. Fly up. On top of the rear wall, everyone's jaws dropped and they could hardly believe their eyes. Where did those wings come from? Why could Lu Chenxian gather wings? Just how many more secrets did he have? How many more undercards did he have? And how many more great aptitudes were unimaginable to normal people? I'm afraid that the person behind the scenes who catalyzed the beast tide is not targeting these 3 green cities, but me, Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian stood tall, looking down on the beast tide in front of him, and likewise looking down on the flying demonic birds that were charging. The unsheathed wooden sword in his hand shines brightly. In the past, the Green Sky Immortal Region's invincible war god, no matter if he fought alone or was outnumbered, the most important thing he lacked was the means to fight. And at the moment, above the tip of this wooden sword, a ball of magnificent flickering purple and gold light was like a bright moon appearing in the night sky, blooming with a killing light that had never appeared in the history of the Xintian continent. One of the strongest war gods in the immortal world, one of the supreme martial arts that traversed the battlefields of all races. Dala. Muddy sky chop. Countless purple and gold sword light burst out from above this purple and gold bright moon, enveloping the ground below, enveloping the sky in front of them, and instantly enveloping the herd of hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts. Blood light rushed to the sky, those roaring wildly running ground demonic beasts, shrill hissing flying demonic birds, under the shroud of the sword light, either their bodies were shattered, or their physiques collapsed, or their necks were cut off and their heads were separated, or their limbs were thrown flying and their beast's blood was spilled, including dozens of peak second-order demonic beasts, except for the few demonic beasts that were in the edge position or didn't follow. None of the beast tide group that intended to forcefully attack the western city gate head-on were spared. 1 second with the sword. All the demonic beasts, all the flying birds, all of them were killed under the sword. Rumble. Under one blow, the rest of the remaining demonic beasts under the remnants were so frightened that they actually turned their heads and fled back to the 10,000 beasts mountain range in a panic in a split second. In a few moments, the rolling tide of beasts, the demonic beasts that made the martial artists of Sanqing City chilled to attack the city, came fast and went faster. So that's the end. Above the rear city wall, Tai Mu Chun, Yuan Shoucheng, the Su family crowd, assisting the martial arts family defending the city, looking at the remnants of the demonic beasts outside the city gates, looking at the corpses of the birds of prey falling from mid-air,
and looking at the young figure flying high in the sky, eyes completely frozen. It was an unimaginable scene, an unbelievable scene, an astonishing scene that could never have been dreamed of. Lu Chenxian, not only did he exterminate thousands of demonic beasts, but also scared off the entire beast tide? Just one move. After a single move, the calamity of annihilation facing the entire Sanqing city was so easily dissolved, as if it had never happened. There was no grueling fight, no despair of a broken city. Defending generals don't have to fight to the death and blood. The people in the city can live in peace and happiness, all because of that man. With so many demonic beasts, the spiritual rhythm contained should not be small, right? Don't let me down. At this moment, Lu Chenxian was in midair, not caring about the crowd's reactions. Looking down at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground in front of him, his mind pushed violently. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple gold little dragon was clearly overjoyed. Its head raised high and the devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly. Phew! An invisible and qualitative devouring force quietly emerged from the void, enveloping all the demonic beast corpses, putting their residual demonic energy, broken demon Dan, demonic beast body. However, all the spiritual rhythms possessed by the demonic beasts were all devoured by the purple gold little dragon, instantly refined and absorbed, and incorporated into the purple gold Yuan Dan in its belly. That was Lu Chenxuan's Yuan Dan. 1920. A strand of Lu Chenxuan's divine thought immersed into the Dantian, gazing closely at the secret pattern above the Yuan Dan as his gaze grew brighter and brighter. Realm enhancement. As the 20th Dan pattern coalesced successfully, the previous peak of the second Yuan Dan was as if it had been watered down and naturally promoted to the third Yuan Dan. Although there were quite a few demonic beasts that were devoured this time, the vast majority of them were only of the first rank, and the number of second-ranked demonic beasts was pitifully small, providing not enough spiritual rhythm to advance again. The secret lines on top of the Yuan Dan had finally condensed 26 of them, and there was still a long way to go before the fourth level of Yuan Dan. So, next, as the demonic beast spirit rhyme devouring ended, Lu Chenxuan's mind withdrew from the Dantian and looked far away in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the thunder rock feathered wings behind his back unfolding once again, the person behind the manipulation of the beast tide. Now, damn it! Chapter 86 Single Man Slaughtering Beast Sect. At the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the Beast Soul Sect's mountain fortress. Time. Almost. On top of the clan's pagoda, Sikong Blood was clad in a long robe, looking in the direction of Sanqing City, a sinister smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. This evening, the large beast tide that stormed Sanqing City was concocted by none other than him. The payoff was just a small half bottle of lost beast powder. All the demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles all went berserk, driven by the bewitching beast powder, creating this plague of berserk beasts. And his purpose, of course, was to deal with Lu Chenxian. Clan disciples at your service. Sikong Blood's robe sleeve was rolled up, and his mouth shouted in a stern low voice, under the impact of the beast tide, Sanqing City is bound to be in great chaos. Now follow me to set off and take advantage of the chaos to kill into Sanqing City. Destroy the entire Su family and kill Lu Chenxian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure swept below the pagoda. Some of them were key criminals wanted by the imperial court. Some were vicious river bandits, and there were also evil cultivators following Sikong Blood, totaling more than 400 martial artists, charging in the direction of Sanqing City. Although their original origins were not the same, but the techniques they cultivated nowadays were all beast blood transforming Dan forbidden techniques, and their human appearance had long since changed, with the typical characteristics of demonic beasts appearing on their bodies. Some were covered in scales, some had grown 2 extra arms, and others crawled on all fours, apparently losing the ability to walk. Half human, half beast, disgraceful to the righteous martial artists. Where's that old guy from the Thousand Autumn Hall? Sikong Blood leaped and floated down from the top of the pagoda, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his brows slightly frowning. Didn't he want to see Lu Chenxuan's body die with his own eyes? Why is he missing? The 6th Hall Master of the Hall of 1,000 Autumns, Yang Qianshou. Ever since he waved the bewitching beast powder and catalyzed the beast tide to storm Sanqing City, he had neither returned to the mountain fortress, nor had any news come in. At this moment, the Beast Soul sect was pouring out all their nests and were about to kill Sanqing City. If Yang Qianshou couldn't see Lu Chenxuan's corpse, what if he reneged on the 9 bottles of beast enchanting powder that he had promised? The people of the Thousand Autumn Hall are not gentlemen who keep their promises. Sovereign, a burly and strong man with a back covered in dark green armor, as big as a giant tortoise, with a body as tall as Tu Zhang. His voice was dull and mellow. Let's rush into Sanqing City, exterminate the entire Su family, leaving only Lu Chenxuan's corpse behind, and send someone to send it over to the Thousand Autumn Hall. If young Qianqiu dares to go back on his word, he will destroy the 1,000 Autumn Palace along with him. The Beast Soul sect acts in such a ruthless and overbearing manner. Even the court of the Zhongxian Empire dared to mess with it. Would they still be afraid of a mere 1,000 Autumn Hall? It was just a matter of honoring the promise. And if they really dared to go back on their word, the Beast Soul sect was definitely not a soft target. Well said. Sikong Blood laughed hideously, and then without any more nonsense, he brought this turtle shell strong man and stepped in the direction of Sanqing City. 100 miles, 80 miles, 50 miles. In less than half an hour, the Beast Soul sect disciples had already rushed out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and were only the last 30 miles away from Sanqing City. An athletic green shirt man, quietly standing on top of the official road in front of him, looking from afar at the oncoming rush of the Beast Soul sect's crowd, as if he had already known that they were coming. That's at the forefront of the crowd. A Beast Soul sect disciple whose palms were like beast claws stared at this green-shirt man with his pupils abruptly shrinking. Lu Chunxian. Just this evening, the entire Beast Soul sect had already seen Lu Chenxuan's portrait and were familiar with his appearance. The man standing in front was the target of this kill. Lu Chunxian. If you don't want to be a good man, you have to be a beast, and you don't deserve to die. Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless as his gaze swept past the group of half-human, half-beast evil Dao martial practitioners, and the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand was slowly raised. Thumbs up. The sword swept out. A purple-gold arc-shaped sword aura, like an incomparably bright curved moon, swept out from the sword and instantly flew out hundreds of feet. It wasn't any strong martial arts skill, just a casual sword. A light sword. After one sword, above the entire official road, there were more than 400 Beast Soul sect disciples, and many of them hadn't even gotten a good look at Lu Chenxuan's appearance before a brilliant and eye-catching purple light suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. A moment of splendor, an instant of death. Due to the difference in height, the vast majority of them were beheaded on the spot, and there was also a very small portion that was directly cut off at the waist by this curved moon sword blade. Regardless of whether they were beheaded or beheaded at the waist, their life breath, demonic beast bloodline, was all taken away by this sword aura, and it even shattered the demonic Dan within their dantian. These people can no longer be called people? Looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of him, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was cold, and the purple and gold little dragon within his dantian was disinterested, apparently not having the idea of devouring them, although spirit rhyme was a good thing. But these Beast Soul sect disciples in front of them, with the fusion of martial spirit rhythm and demonic beast spirit rhythm, had turned into an extremely special existence. In one word, it's dirty. After devouring it, although it could similarly enhance one's strength, this kind of filth would only make one feel sick. Sovereign? Extremely far behind. The burly man with the turtle shell who was following beside Sikong Blood was already dumbstruck at this moment. The purple gold sword awnings from earlier, he and Sikong Blood were farther away and did not suffer from the waves. However, all of the Beast Soul sect disciples were dead, and the bloody stench of those who had risen to the sky had filled a circle of hundreds of feet. And the figure that stood on the official road ahead, the one who had struck the sword, Lu Chunxian, more than 300 Qi gathering realm, more than 100 demonic Dan realm. Next to him, the muscles on Sikong Blood's face twitched, and the bloodlight under his eyes flashed madly. This was a force that he had built with great difficulty. It was his heart and soul for hundreds of years, and it was his greatest reliance in gaining a foothold in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Now, it's all gone. Lu Chen. Under extreme anger, Sikong Blood howled miserably in rage. The two blood-colored curved horns on top of his head trembled violently, and his body expanded rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the body of the demonic beast bloodline completely exploded. From the half-human, half-beast body completely animalized, two thighs covered with black hair, hands like a rhino front hooves, the back arched high, like a rhinoceros back. In addition to walking upright, there is no longer the slightest human characteristics, and the top of the head is floating a black rhinoceros silhouette, a third-ranked demonic beast, equivalent to a human tri-young martial artist, the earth-splitting moonwatcher rhinoceros, huffing and puffing. Beside Sikong Blood, that turtle-shelled strongman similarly exploded his bloodline, and his animalization flew to completion. Although he did not advance to the Three Yang's realm, he was equivalent to the human Yuan Dan great perfection, and the one he had absorbed to advance to Yuan Dan that year was a green rock giant tortoise. And after his animalization, his limbs crouched on the ground, and on his back appeared a dark green tortoise shell with a square circle of 2 zhang, only revealing half of his rounded head. Green rock giant turtle. Among the peak second stage demonic beasts, the attack power was not the strongest, but it was definitely the first in defense that deserved it. Chapter 87, Not worthless, not really, nothing, earth-splitting moonwatcher rhinoceros, green rock giant tortoise, and
Earth spiritual artifact fist gloves? At this moment, in front of the center of the official road, Lu Chenxian watched from afar the dark gloves on top of Sikong Blood's front hooves. Eyes flickered and immediately shook his head darkly. The gloves were originally quite good. However, they were now thoroughly refined and tainted with the filthy aura of a half-man, half-beast, losing their devouring value. And, if there was no mistake, these two monsters in front of them should be the ones behind this beast tide. I just didn't know that I had no past grievances or enmity with them. So why did they urge the beast tide to launch an onslaught on Sanqing City? In this world, there is never hatred without a reason. If I ask you directly, you're afraid you won't answer. So I'll ask you after I've beaten you into submission. Lu Chenxuan's right hand shook, and the wooden sword in his hand swung up once again. There was no need to have any mercy at all towards the two inhuman monsters. In the past, one of the self-created martial arts that had spread across the green sky immortal region, the sword curtain Tianluo, a shimmering and intertwined sword-like canopy, like a dense and impermeable net covering the sky, descended from this side of the night sky, carrying the might of 100 feet of heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the two people in front of them. Cracked Earth Moonwatch Rhinoceros, Earth-grade spiritual artifact fist gloves, the strongest secondary defense, the green rock giant turtle, under this sword-like canopy, without even making a decent resistance. The rhinoceros skin on the surface of his body crumbled, the turtle shell on his back collapsed, and his body was drenched in blood, with almost every wound deep enough to see through to the bone. Even on top of the rhinoceros demonic beast's front hooves, the surface luster of the pair of earth-shaking fist gloves of the low grade of the earth grade had completely dimmed, clearly suffering from an unimaginably heavy blow. Ho, ho wow, huffing and puffing, Sikong Blood and Turtle Shell Strongman were completely bestialized. Their temperament was as if they were real demonic beasts, staring dead ahead at Lu Chenxian, and instead of emitting human voices, they let out a demonic beast's general frantic hissing. The severe pain of 1,000 cuts once again stimulated their ferocity, and without the suppression of the sword Luo heavenly curtain, at this moment, they were afraid that they would have already lost their sanity and gone completely berserk. Undo the bestialization, regain your human body, and answer my questions. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand, always keeping the sword Luo heavenly curtain, and spoke indifferently. Why did you urge the beast tide, and why are you my enemy? Answer to my satisfaction and I'll make your deaths a little more painful. If not satisfied, thumbs up. With a sinking of the wooden sword in his hand, the purple light of the sword Luo heavenly curtain blazed out, and Sikong Blood and the turtle shell stalwart hissed and howled miserably, as countless sword threads had already sliced into their bones. I say, cutting bone pain. The turtle shell stabbed man obviously could not support it anymore. The turtle shell on his back quickly shrunk, and once again resumed the normal form of a half-human, half-beast. Looking at the expressionless Lu Chenxian, it was like seeing a demon walking out of hell, paralyzed with fear. Mr. Lu, the beast tide has nothing to do with us. It's the 6th Hall Master of the 1000 Autumn Hall who messed up. It was he who invited us, the Beast Soul Sect, to make a move, urging the beast tide to impact Sanqing City, so that we could take the opportunity to enter the city and exterminate the Su family's entire clan. And by the way, even you, his name is Yang Qianshou, Inqi's master, the 6th Hall Master of the Hall of 1,000 Autumns. Yang Qianshou. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared intently into the eyes of the burly man with the turtle shell. Only these? The turtle shell strong man was shaken, subconsciously turned his head to look at Sikong Blood beside him. His face was incomparably tangled. Still, there. Boom. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and bones were thrown flying. Next to him, Sikong Blood, who had just lifted his bestialization, suddenly stormed out, and the earth-shaking fist gloves, despite their dimmed black light, still easily blew up the turtle-shelled burly man's head. He's in the Three Yangs realm. Even with the suppression of the sword Luo heavenly curtain, he is still a genuine Three Yangs realm. Human martial arts skills, coupled with a demonic beast body that far exceeds that of martial arts practitioners of the same realm. Blasting this defenseless turtle-shell strong man to death was obviously not a difficult task. Lu Chenxian, sneak attack 1. Sikong Blood was drenched in blood, with a hysterical and bizarre maniacal smile on his face. Taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster. It's only natural. The old man is not as skilled as someone else. There's nothing to be said about losing, but it's a pipe dream if you want to pry my mouth open. Old man. Hey. Speaking here, his voice came to an abrupt end. His body slowly stiffened down, turning his head incomparably mechanically, looking far away in the direction of the Nanshan sect, the fierce color in his eyes gradually turning into a touch of tenderness. Sister Chu, those old guys were right. I really am a waste of space. Even though I obtained an Earth-grade spiritual armament, I still can't even beat a junior like Lu Chenxian. However, it's not all bad, at least on this occasion. It preserved you in the South Mountain sect, and did not give Lu Chenxian the opportunity to force a confession. How could he possibly think that a mere 1,000 autumn haul could possibly make me work for them? What is the lost beast powder to yourself? Boo! The last thought in the sea of consciousness finally dissipated completely, and Si Kong Blood's body collapsed to the ground, plunging into boundless darkness before his eyes. Only the rare hint of tenderness in the bottom of his eyes never faded until he died. Spontaneous combustion of the sea of consciousness, burning of the Yuan Shen. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the sword curtain Tian Luo enveloping Si Kong Blood's body instantly disappeared. And looking at the corpse in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a few emotions. This man, although he has gone astray, is not entirely without redeeming qualities. In order to keep the secret, actually use this most tragic way. Directly burn the sea of consciousness spirit, even the opportunity to reincarnation willing to give up. It can be imagined that the last touch of tenderness in the bottom of his eyes must have been reserved for the person he loved the most in his life. The Hall of 1,000 Autumns. After a short period of emotion, Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned cold, and then he slowly turned around and stepped in the direction of the 1,000 Autumn Hall, prompting the beast tide, poisoning the people of the city with the intention of destroying the Su family. The crime is unforgivable, although there were still some hidden agendas that hadn't been completely revealed. But, since it had been determined that it was related to the 1,000 Autumn Hall, then they absolutely couldn't be allowed to get away with it. One of the 4 great clans of Luoyang County? There's a price to pay for doing something wrong, no matter who it is. Northeast of Sanqing City, about 100 miles away, the 1,000 Autumn Hall. Grand Hall Master. An incomparably urgent shout suddenly resounded in the 1,000 Autumn Hall. Lord of the 6th Hall, Yang Qianshou. The figure was like a wild wind, dashing into the hall, looking at the grey-robed middle-aged man sitting on top of the steps, not even bothering to arch his hand and salute. Please, Great Hall Master, hurry up and pass on the order for the disciples of all halls to flee for their lives to preserve the clan's fragrance. Lu Chenxian fought 1 against 10,000, killing back thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword. His strength far exceeds the 3 Yang realm. I'm afraid, even the Grand Hall Master is not an opponent. What? Within the Great Hall, including the Great Hall Master, a total of 5 Hall Masters all rose and stared dead in the eyes of Yang Qianshou. Are you telling the truth? Lu Chenxian can really be comparable to above the 3 Yang realm? Chapter 88, Lu Chenxian. Unbeatable. Lu Chenxian is comparable to those above the 3 Yang's realm? Just now said very clearly, this person's strength is not 3 Yang comparable, but overrides 3 Yang. Grand Hall Master. Senior brothers. Yang Qianshou's face was full of anxiety, stomping his feet in a hurry. This is not the time to talk nonsense. Lu Chenxian will soon kill the mountain gate. I watched from a distance in Sanqing City and saw Lu Chenxian strike with my own eyes. His strength has definitely reached the 3 Yang's great circle, not even inferior to that supreme elder of the South Mountain sect. Boom! Within the Great Hall, the 5 Hall Masters of the 1,000 Autumn Hall, 5 veteran powerhouses who had ranked in the 3 Yang's realm, were as if they were being bombarded by 5 thunders and were completely subdued by these few words. They knew Yang Qianshou's character, and they knew even more about the dreadfulness of the Yuan fetus realm. This is a major event related to the survival of the clan. Yang Qianshou can never lie. But, how can Lu Chenxian's strength be so exaggerated? The strength was no less than the Yuan fetus realm. What did that mean? It meant that even if the 6 Great Hall Masters joined hands, they definitely wouldn't be able to support 10 breaths under Lu Chenxian. All of you senior brothers, be at ease. As the Grand Hall Master was at the 7th level of the Triple Yang realm, and even the head of a clan, he was obviously much calmer than the other few. Senior brother Yang, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Chenxian Yang Qianshou wanted to cry. Just half an hour ago, he had sneaked into Sanqing City and sprinkled misty beast powder near the city gate, attracting the demonic beasts from the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, creating this large beast tide of unprecedented scale. When the wave of beasts struck the city gates, he was hidden among those martial arts families assisting in defending the city, and watched from afar as Lu Chenxian struck out, waving his sword to cut out a round purple and gold moon, killing the demonic beasts that had shrouded the entry with a single stroke of his sword, then scare off the beasts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have killed him to believe it. However, now that the so-called beast tide had completely dissipated, Lu Chenxian spread his wings and flew towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, surely to pursue the cause of this beast tide. With the terrifying strength he had displayed outside of Sanqing City, it was impossible for Si Kong Blood and the group of losers under his hand to resist, and I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for Lu Chenxian to gain insight into everything and kill the 1,000 Autumn Hall with his sword. At that time, the entire clan would be afraid of being in danger. Don't panic. Looking at Yang Qianshou's expression, the Grand Hall Master's heart thumped for a moment, then forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, although Lu Chenxian is strong, our 1,000 Autumn Hall is by no means a generalized generation. don't forget, we have an unrivaled life preservation card. Even if he is ruthless, he can't threaten us. To be able to gain a foothold in Luoyang County and become one of the 4 great sects, the Thousand Autumn Hall naturally had its own unique features. Having started the sect for more than 500 years, the successive generations of ancestors of the Thousand Autumn Hall had painstakingly studied the method of taming beasts, and had refined hundreds of special pills, which had a great attraction to all types of demonic beasts. It was like the once second on the subterranean dragon ranking and core disciple of the Thousand Autumn Hall, Yin Chi, who had managed to tame that peak second-stage iron-winged eagle by virtue of the sect's secret medicine. At this moment, the 6 hall masters present all possessed their own flying demonic beasts. Even if the clan was destroyed, they could still take the demonic birds to escape, and unless there was an air immortalization powerhouse to take action, absolutely no one would be able to injure them. The Grand Master of the Hall. In the center of the hall, Yang Qianshou's face turned pale as he let out a helpless and miserable laugh. Lu Chenxian, he doesn't know what secret technique he's using. He can condense feathered wings behind his back, and his flying speed is extremely astonishing. Those second-ranked demonic beasts that we tamed, I am afraid. Buzz, the Grand Hall Master was struck by lightning, and the other 4 elders were filled with horror, no longer having the slightest confidence in the so-called life-preserving undercard. Lu Chenxian, actually, can fly. The strength is no less than a Yuan fetus Grandmaster, and has the ability to fly. How could the 3 green cities give birth to such a demon? And the Thousand Autumn Hall has offended this demon ruthlessly. Report. The look of fear on the faces of the several hall masters hadn't yet faded, when another incomparably mournful and miserable scream came in from far beyond the Great Hall. Lu Chenxian trespassed into this clan and is attacking the mountain protection array. The array is about to hold up. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, as if by reflex, the 6 hall masters swept out from the entrance of the hall and jumped onto the roof of the hall at the same time. Looking in the direction of the mountain gate from afar, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There, a colorful defensive barrier, under the bombardment of the purple golden sword light, had appeared countless tiny cracks, and at the foot of the Thousand Autumn Hall's sect gate, the medium-grade Xianstone used to catalyze the mountain protection formation. Its internal Xian Qi was being drastically depleted, and it obviously couldn't hold out for too long. This was already the last defense of the Thousand Autumn Hall, costing a total of more than 1,600 medium-grade Xianstones, and it was the Thousand Autumn Hall that had paid a huge price, specially inviting array masters to personally set it up from Guangping Prefecture thousands of miles away, and it was enough to withstand dozens of full-force attacks from Yuan Fetus realm powerhouses. However, after that purple gold sword light had appeared just twice, the grand formation was already shaking, and it looked like it was about to completely collapse. Grand Hall Master, Senior Uncle, in front of the main hall, a total of more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples. Their hearts were scared to look at the defense barriers that were about to collapse, and their faces were white. The big formation is about to break. Let us escape. These sect disciples, Qi Gathering Realm or Yuan Dan Realm, although their qualifications were different, no one was a cutie. Even the patriarchal formation couldn't stop Lu Chenxian. What could the 6 hall masters do? Before the grand formation was completely breached, hurry up and scatter to escape in all directions, counting the number of people who could escape. If they resisted, I'm afraid that none of the entire Thousand Autumn Hall would be able to survive. Shut up, all of you. Above the ridge of the Great Hall, the Great Hall Master let out a furious cry, staring dead on at the green-shirt figure outside the Great Formation. His teeth clenched up. My Thousand Autumn Hall has been passed down for more than 500 years. How could it be easily overthrown? Lu Chenxian is only one person even if he is strong, whereas we have 800 disciples, 6 hall masters, and the deep heritage of the clan's forefathers. Everyone surge forward, surround and kill Lu Chenxian, and live and die with the clan. These words were spoken in a neutral and domineering manner. However, including the Grand Hall Master, all 6 hall masters quietly took out their spirit beast waist tags, and a wisp of divine thought flew into them, frantically summoning their flying demonic beasts. What's a sect disciple? It's all cannon fodder. Once the grand formation broke, letting these cannon fodder drag Lu Chenxian down, they could escape and the demonic birds, as long as the 6 of them didn't die, the Thousand Autumn Hall wouldn't be considered completely destroyed, and there might not be no chance to rebuild the sect in the future. The Grand Hall Master is right. Lu Chenxian is alone. He can't possibly be a match for so many of us. Swear to guard the clan to the death. Fight with Lu Chenxian. Under the encouragement of the Grand Hall Master, almost all of the Thousand Autumn Hall disciples all inspired their bloodlust, either with a sword in his hand or wielding a battle sword. He charged towards the green shirt figure outside the mountain gate. Right around the same time, swish, a total of 6 huge demonic birds, all of them at the peak of the second stage,
flew from the back of the mountain with their wings spread out and landed steadily above the great hall. The demonic bird mounts tamed by the 6 hall masters, looking at those disciples who were sparing their lives to guard the clan, without even the slightest bit of movement, he directly jumped onto the back of the demonic bird, and his divine thoughts were violently urged. Escape! Chapter 89 Branding of Divine Sense. Trying to escape? Outside of the Thousand Autumn Hall's patriarchal formation, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings behind his back vibrated as his figure floated in midair, watching the absurd scene in front of him from afar. A touch of coldness gradually surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. What a great hall of 1,000 autumns! As the top level of a 3-yang realm martial artist, they actually let their clan disciples act as cannon fodder and escape themselves in the chaos. Thanks to them, on the contrary, these disciples of the Qi-gathering realm and Yuan Dan realm, knowing that their strength was insufficient, were brazenly moving forward, quite bloodthirsty. In contrast to the two, these few hall masters of the Thousand Autumn Hall were simply delusional martial artists. Even the unrelenting heart of martial arts was left behind them. Originally, I only wanted to settle the score with Yang Qianshou, but now it seems that the entire Thousand Autumn Hall, there is no need to continue to exist. The purple gold light under Lu Chenxuan's eyes flickered slightly, and across the not yet broken sect protector formation, his gaze was firmly fixed on the 6 figures in the distance, and the wooden sword in his hand was slowly raised. Thumbs up. It ignores defenses, ignores boundaries, and specializes in breaking through all protective barriers. Dala boundary breaking chop. A formless and qualitative purple gold sword chi passed through the barrier of the great formation in front of him without a sound, spilling a long rainbow of brilliant light in the air. At this time, the two sides were hundreds of feet apart. Within the defensive boundary, in the mid-air of the Thousand Autumn Hall, the 6 hall masters shook violently, as if they had encountered something unbelievable, and the pupils of all 6 of them dilated at the same time. A long rainbow reflects the sky. This distance of several hundred feet was instantly spanned by this long rainbow sword light, easily enveloping their entire bodies, enveloping the flying demonic birds they were sitting on. 6 triple yang realm. 6 peak second stage demonic beasts had only just begun to flee when a mind-shattering purple light lit up in front of their eyes, before their consciousness completely blurred and they fell powerlessly from mid-air. Yuan Shen Yang Dan within the sea of consciousness, solid as gold and iron demonic beast body. Under this sword light, they were like candles in the wind, unable to make even the slightest bit of resistance, having their divine sense chopped off, their souls chopped off, and their flames of life chopped off. This was the dreadfulness of the great Luo boundary breaking slash. Spiritual sense defense, body defense, Thousand Autumn Hall grand formation defense, all can be called defense things. By this sword light all ignore, directly kill life essence. Even the 10,000 demon boundary set up by the Lord of 10,000 demons leading the 10 great demon emperors in the former Green Sky immortal domain was likewise without the slightest significance in the face of this sword. Dead. Dead? The 6 hall masters are dead. No, shouldn't have died there. No, it can't be. Almost at the same time that the 6 hall masters fell, those Thousand Autumn Hall disciples who were charging towards Lu Chenxian seemed to vaguely sense something, and their footsteps involuntarily slowed to a halt. Turn around, turn back. Looking at the corpses of the 6 hall masters and the 6 demonic birds, and looking at the location where they had fallen, his eyes, which were originally filled with grief and anger, suddenly turned blood red. They, instead of striking out with everyone, they took flying demonic beasts, intending to leave everyone behind to escape. What was said about swearing to guard the clan to the death? What was said about living and dying with the clan? False, all false. They never intended to fight Lu Chenxian, but rather used everyone as cannon fodder to give themselves a chance to escape. What a temple master. That S6. There's only one chance. Until this moment, Lu Chenxian swung his sword once again, completely breaking the tattered and torn protector formation. The feathered wings on his back vibrated as he slowly flew above the Thousand Autumn Hall, looking down from the sky at the more than 800 people below. His voice was like a vast heavenly thunderstorm that boomed out on this mountain. The chief evil has been put to death. You may now choose to continue fighting or to submit. Now state your answer. Submission or death. Fighting? What are you fighting for? For the sake of this inhumane clan? For the sake of these 6 pigs and dogs? They don't deserve it. Dangling among the crowd. I don't know who was the first to throw away his weapon, slowly kneeling down with both knees, his forehead touching the ground, making a submissive gesture of throwing himself to the ground. It's not such a hard choice. Even a 3-yang realm martial artist couldn't block a single sword from Lu Chenxian, and even the clan protection formation couldn't protect their mountain gate. So what waves could they, these Qi-gathering Yuan Dan, make? Compared to death, swearing submission to a true martial arts genius was obviously easier for them to accept. Dangling, with the first disciple kneeling down, it was like a chain reaction. More than 800 people kneeled down one after another, all the blades in their hands thrown aside. no longer able to raise any resistance. They're alive. However, the Thousand Autumn Hall had already declared its de facto destruction, and there was no longer the so-called four great sects in Luoyang County, rewriting the pattern of sects that had been maintained for hundreds of years. You have chosen wisely. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he slowly descended from mid-air, lightly looking at these former Thousand Autumn Hall disciples. From this moment onwards, the Thousand Autumn Hall has become history. You, on the other hand, will become the Su family guards, protecting the safety of the Su residents. Now, buzz! The heavens and the earth shook. Lu Chenxuan's gaze condensed, and a ripple of divine sense imperceptible to the naked eye spread out from the center of his brow, instantly spreading 100 feet in circumference, sweeping past the foreheads of the 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples. Divine sense branding. The depths of everyone's sea of consciousness had been marked with an everlasting imprint of divine consciousness, but wherever the heart of betrayal was born, the imprint was immediately inspired, annihilating their souls directly. Even if their martial realm exceeded Lu Chenxuan's, this seal still existed, and unless Lu Chenxian retrieved it himself, absolutely no one under the immortal realm could crack it. I'll do as I'm told. Affected by the branding, the 800 or so people's complexion changed slightly, and then they cut out once again and cried out in unison, I am willing to swear allegiance to my master for life. Lu Chenxian secretly nodded his head. In this way, with the Su family having the three suns soul-suppressing pagoda to protect their lives, and these 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples, the Su family was already the strongest force in the three green cities, and deservedly so. When you leave, you won't have to worry about it. Master, a Thousand Autumn Hall disciple who was kneeling on the ground carefully surveyed Lu Chenxuan's face and spoke respectfully. The Thousand Autumn Hall Alchemy Workshop, Alchemy Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Book Pavilion also have quite a lot of resources, all of which have been accumulated by the clan over the years, and may be useful to the master. Master, Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled. What good things could a third-rate sect in the mundane world have? Even if they did, it would be impossible to put it in those places. The spirit chimes of those 6-3 Yang realm martial artists and the earth-grade spiritual weapons they were carrying were the biggest gains this time. All stand up. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he stepped towards the corpses of the 6 hall masters while speaking faintly. Pick up your weapons and search the various parts of the sect to collect all the resources, and afterward bring them back to the Su family for the Su family master to personally count them. The Su family master's orders are my orders. Those who disobey will be killed without pardon. Chapter 90, Destroying a Sect in One Day. As Lu Chenxuan's words fell, the 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples immediately got up, picked up their own portable weapons, and split up to rush to the various parts of the mountain gate. Wow! In just less than an incense stick, the Thousand Autumn Hall, which had been inherited for more than 500 years, was raided by the crowd, and even the beads inlaid within the sect's main hall were deducted. It's quite a harvest. A total of more than 800 people, all carrying parcels. There were also people carrying bamboo baskets filled with exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were medicine-refining plants grown in the medicine fields of the Thousand Autumn Hall, and there were also large and small black wooden boxes containing secret books of martial arts techniques, which were the heritage of the Thousand Autumn Hall to the present day. Lu Chenxian naturally disdained it. However, to the Su family, all of these were unimaginably amazing riches, enough to make many martial arts families go crazy. Master, my subordinate will immediately head to the Su family. After packing up, the crowd bowed respectfully to Lu Chenxian before turning to leave. Many of them even brought along their own tamed demonic beasts, and there were dozens of low-ranked ferocious birds in the air as well, along with the vast procession, swept towards the direction of Sanqing City. Although he had already submitted to Lu Chenxian, however, his heart was inevitably filled with emotions. The Hall of 1,000 Autumns, gone. The 4 great clans that had shaken Luoyang County were annihilated by Lu Chenxian alone, and now there were only 3 left. After only 1 month, that ruined son-in-law of the Su family, who had been reduced to a laughingstock, had grown to a terrifying level comparable to the Yuan Tire realm, crushing all the geniuses of Luoyang County and killing 6 triple Yang realms with a single sword. With this kind of strength, even if there was no divine sense branding, how would they dare to resist? The Thousand Autumn Hall is very poor. At this moment, Lu Chenxian operated the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill and had already devoured all the remaining spirit chimes within the corpses of the 6 hall masters. Slightly disappointed, among these 6 people, there was only 1 person at the 7th level of the Three Yangs realm and 1 person at the 5th level of the Three Yangs realm who each possessed an earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact. Other than that, the spiritual artifacts in use were actually merely of the Xian grade high grade. It can be imagined that the Thousand Autumn Hall is not proficient in the method of refining weapons. That is, the art of refining medicines is still barely a handful, and also belongs to the bottom of the 4 major clans in the past.
And, after the martial spiritual rhythms of the 6-3 Yang's realm martial artists, plus the spiritual weapons and treasures on their bodies, all of which were devoured, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the small violet gold dragon in the Dantian had only coalesced a total of 34 Dan lines. Yuan Dan realm, 4th level. For every great realm of martial arts, there was a rather distinct watershed every 3 levels. The harvest from this battle wasn't too great, but it had finally broken through the first watershed of the Yuan Dan realm, and the purple gold dragon breath spewed out by the little purple gold dragon was even more pure, and it was already no less than ordinary Yuan Tire Chi. Although it's pure, it still can't fly for long. Lu Qinshan felt the power of the dragon's breath filling his dantian and secretly shook his head in his heart. Flying through the air is too consuming. The Thunder Rock's wings that had been devoured from Li Pengcheng didn't have a real form, but were condensed from the purple golden dragon breath, and a short flight was certainly not a problem. After all, although the flying martial skill was strong, it was not something that could have been mastered by a Yuan Dan martial artist in the first place, and even if it was the 9-stripe Yuan Dan that Li Pengcheng had condensed, it was only used to escape in times of crisis, and it might not even be able to fly out a few dozen miles. To be able to activate the wings at will, it was estimated that, at the very least, one would have to reach above the 7th level of Yuan Dan, or even the Great Circle of Yuan Dan, to be able to do so. Even at this moment, Lu Qinshan, if the long-distance flight, the consumption speed will inevitably be a little overwhelmed. It would be better to have a foot on the ground. Shrinking the ground, rushing the road is not slow at all. It's time to go back. With the destruction of the Thousand Autumn Hall, this empty mountain gate no longer had any value. Lu Qinshan no longer stayed and stepped in the direction of Sanqing City. Return to the Su family. Triple Green City. The panic brought about by the onslaught of the beast tide had just dispersed, and almost all of the martial arts families still remained near the city gates. There were also many ordinary people who had just stepped out of their homes, taking advantage of the torches lit up on both sides of the street to gaze warily into the distance. Mr. Lu is invincible. Mr. Lu is mighty. The crisis is over. The demonic beasts have been driven away by Mr. Lu. The Su family's wise son-in-law is unrivaled in the world. Congratulations to the Su family head. Near the city gate, Taimu-chan and the new city lord Yuansho-chan, listening to the mountainous cheers, had the same rich smile on their faces. The Su family is fortunate, and Sanqing City is fortunate. Their duty, originally, was to guard the city and protect its people. Every time the beast tide is repelled, it will be reported to the court, either promoted to a higher rank or given a heavy reward, or at the very least, some military supplies will be rewarded to replenish the barracks wear and tear. Like this long knife in the hands of Taimu-chan, it was the accumulation of successes from previous battles, personally rewarded by the current saint, once stained with the essence blood of a 4th-grade demonic beast, and was no less than a general low-grade earth-grade spiritual artifact. However, all the previous battle credits combined were far less than this beast tide. Demonic beasts on the scale of tens of thousands did not damage a single soldier, did not shake the walls of the city, and did not injure a single civilian. Such a feat was even enough to go down in history and add color to his own career in the military, and it possessed the same extraordinary importance to the Iron family in the capital. Everything is thanks to Lu Qinshan, Master Su. Everyone, congratulations. Taimu-chan in a good mood. Darkface almost smiled into a flower. Lu Xiaoyu protect the city has merit. I will definitely report truthfully. The saint's dragon face is pleased. The Su family is equally less reward. As for beheading Gu Cheng father and son, hey, compared to this monstrous feat, what is killing them? His Holiness will definitely not pursue this matter any further, so you can all rest assured. Next to him, Yuan Shoucheng similarly arched his hands and clasped his fists, his joy overflowing. He is only the first day of the office. Picked up such a big credit for no reason. Said the pie in the sky is almost the same. The Holy Spirit on merit. At least one level of official promotion. And, after this battle, he and Taimu-chan rapport a lot. And the Su family is also considered to be close to the relationship. The future career must be smooth sailing. The mood can be imagined. You two are welcome. You're welcome. Although Su Changlong's mouth said polite, the smile on his face has long been unable to hold back. Su Mao, what virtue and ability. Only, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Outside the just opened city gates, a large, black-packed figure, in which there were hidden demonic beasts roaring, also mixed with unusually sharp hissing of ferocious birds, approached sharply from afar. Beasts, demonic beasts, many demonic beasts? Could it be that the beast tide is here again? Close the gates, quick! Near the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city shouted in terror, and Temujin and Yuan Shoucheng's faces changed steeply, and they were about to jump up to the top of the city. Just then, swish, outside the city gates, all the black shadows all stopped. The demonic beasts were silent. Even the demonic birds in the air all landed and came down. and all their might was all converged. In all, more than 800 people, on one knee, spoke in unison, disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall, by order of their master, pay respects to the Su family master. Please show me what to do. Su family master. Chapter 91, Uninvited Guests. Thousand Autumn Hall? Near the city gates, Tai Mu Chun, Yuan Shou Cheng, all the major martial arts families. Looking at the more than 800 disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall who were half kneeling on the ground, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and even began to doubt their own eyes and ears. These martial artists who dragged their families and rode demonic beasts here, what did they just say? Master? Paying respects to the Su family master? Who is their master and who can take over the entire Thousand Autumn Hall? And, where are the 6 hall masters of the Thousand Autumn Hall? Why didn't they step in to stop them? Exactly what happened? Greetings, Su family master. Outside the city gates, the person at the head of the 800 disciples was none other than a core disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm, arching his hand at Su Chenglong from afar. His attitude was incomparably respectful. Our master is none other than the Su family's aunt, Mr. Lu Chenshen Lu. Just half an hour ago, Mr. Lu, one man and one sword, beheaded 6 hall masters and has uprooted the Thousand Autumn Hall. Now that we have sworn allegiance to Lord Lu, in his name, we will deliver the Thousand Autumn Hall treasures. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, all of the Thousand Autumn Hall disciples all moved their hands and opened all of the parcel boxes on their backs. Fragrant and bejeweled, Thousand Autumn Hall accumulated more than 500 years of heritage, endless spiritual flowers and medicinal herbs, hundreds of metaphysical spiritual weapons, worldly rare precious jewelry, 10,000 gold hard to find martial arts secret books, fully more than 500 parcels and more than 300 boxes, as well as more than 200 bamboo baskets, under the noses of the major families of Sanqing City, filled almost all of the open space in front of the city gates. Hiss! A chorus of backwards breaths rang out. Near the city gate, Tai Mu Chun, Yuan Shou Cheng, the Wudao family, the Su family crowd, everyone, looking at the collection of the Thousand Autumn Hall over the past 500 years and listening to everything this person had told them, their mouths all grew and their eyes all opened wide. Unbelievable. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, even if they heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't believe what was in front of them. Lu Chenxian, one man, one sword, killed all 6 hall masters and wiped out the Thousand Autumn Hall? He also took in the disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall and moved the entire clan's collection to the Su clan? It's unbelievable and amazing. Little friend Lu is awesome. After a long time, Tai Mu Chun let out a long sigh, his face indescribably wonderful. If it happened to someone else, I said I would not believe anything, but Lu Xiaoyu, old Tai has lived most of his life, and there aren't many that he admires from the bottom of his heart, and little friend Lu is definitely one of them. The sons of the Iron family are high-minded and proud. Regardless of whether it was in the imperial court or a martial arts sect, it could be said that there were very few people who could be valued by the Iron family. However, Lu Chenxuan's performance had completely convinced this Xinqing general who was guarding the borderlands. The martial arts qualification was hard to find in 10,000 years, and his strength was astonishing. Definitely the first person ever in Luoyang County. Congratulations to Family Master Su. Congratulations to Family Master Su. Those people from the martial arts families surrounded Su Chenglong. Su family master has this virtuous son-in-law. Congratulations. The Su family is blessed with deep fortune, and Mr. Lu is wise and brave, truly envious of others. As I recall, it seems that Mr. Su Yu has not yet gotten married, right? My daughter is 28 years old and is in her prime. If Mr. Su does not abandon him, I will arrange a time for my daughter and Mr. Su to meet. The competition for compliments is so great that they are afraid of being left behind. It's not what it used to be. Just a month ago, the Su family was still the last family in Sanqing City, losing the shelter of Su's old master Su Haotian. The family history has declined dramatically, and suffered from the suppression of Gu Chang, almost precarious. However, today, with the rise of Lu Chenxian, the Su family's status soared to the sky, and it was already second to none in this Sanqing City, and was one of the best in the entire Luoyang County when looking at it. What's more, now there are these more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples who have sworn allegiance, plus the 500 years of heritage of the Thousand Autumn Hall. At this moment, the Su family was not even too much to call the Luoyang County's #1 powerful family, enough to be on par with the other 3 great sects. You're welcome, everyone, so very welcome. The corners of Su Chenglong's mouth couldn't close with a smile, arching his hand and clasping his fists in a group bow. Today's matter, Su Mao, is also quite unexpected. As for all of you's good intentions, it's better to wait for that son-in-law of mine to come back to say. With that, he turned his head to look at the Thousand Autumn Hall disciple from earlier and asked tentatively, Mr. Su's son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, did he say anything else? Like, when will he return? Not afraid of returning late, but afraid of him not returning. Just 2 days ago, Lu Chenxian had killed Li Pengchang and handed over the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda to Su Yu for his use, once slightly revealing that he would be leaving the Su family soon, although he knew that he couldn't be retained. However, the day Lu Chenxian stayed in the Su family would be able to have one more point of strength. In the current Sanqing city, these surrounding family heads of the world, what they feared was not the Su family, but the Su family's superfluous son-in-law. Lu Chenxian, please forgive me, Su family master. The master did not explain when he would return. Not far from the opposite side, that Thousand Autumn Hall disciple still maintains a half-kneeling posture, and respectfully opens his mouth. My subordinate dares to guess that the master. Snap, footfall, outside the city gates, a green-shirt figure, stepping from the middle of the night, was 100 feet away a moment ago, but at this moment, it had already appeared in front of Su Changlong. Ignoring all of the others, he merely nodded his head at Taimo Chun, and then he turned his head to look at the people of the Thousand Autumn Hall who were kneeling on the ground and spoke softly. Don't kneel, follow me back to the Su family. After saying that, he took a big stride in the direction of Su's house. Swish, swish, swish. At the back, more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples got up at the same time, moving in a neat and tidy manner, packing up all the medicinal herbs and spiritual weapons on the ground, all following behind Lu Chenxian, not daring to overstep their bounds in the slightest. Above the long street, countless people escorting, guarding the city sergeant lance raised. One can't hide their excitement, shouting in unison, Mr. Lu is mighty, greetings to Mr. Lu. To be able to recruit such a son-in-law, it's all because of the Su family's ancestors' good fortune. Su Changlong looked at the scene in front of him from afar. His heart was filled with emotion, and he led the Su family to follow up quickly. Unconsciously, 3 days had passed since the overthrow of the Thousand Autumn Hall. Within these 3 days, the Su family was inundated with family heads from all the major cities in Luoyang County, all sending generous gifts and making deliberate friendships with the Su family. As for the more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples, under the arrangement of the Su family elders, they either went to various properties or stayed in the Su family to guard the mansion, and the weather was brand new. What no one knows is that, late at night on the 3rd day, one of the once 4 great sects of Luoyang County, the Red Molten sect, welcomed an uninvited guest. I've heard that in the recent Luoyang County, there's a young genius who can challenge over the levels, and his name is Lu Chenxian? In the main hall of the Red Molten sect, a shadowy young man wearing a fiery red robe looked in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range from afar, his eyes flickering with undisguised greed. The Beast Soul sect in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was destroyed by Lu Chenxian? Then, he should be familiar with the environment of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Chapter 92 News about Heavenly Spiritual Treasures. In front of this youth, a total of 5 young realm martial artists, including the Red Melting sect master, all arched their hands and bowed. No one dares to disrespect it. Although this person was only a Yuan Dan great perfection, however, his identity was not trivial. The genius disciple of one of the 6 major clans in Guangdong province, the Haoyang sect, Zhou Tianxue. The Red Melting sect had been based in Luoyang County for more than 400 years, and the method of refining weapons was unique. There were no Yuan fetus powerhouses sitting within the sect. However, they were able to refine earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons. By virtue of that, it wasn't the Red Melting sect's own underpinnings, but rather, it was dependent under the Haoyang sect, and had received the secret art of refining weapons that they had rewarded them with. So, as a disciple of the upper sect and a core genius, even the current Red Molten sect leader Wei Yan would have to be a head shorter in front of Zhou Tianxue. Mr. Zhou is right. Wei Yan clasped his fists with both hands and respectfully said, in these recent days, Lu Chenxuan's reputation has risen, and the commotion is not small. 5 days ago, a disciple of this clan, Qi Danxia, was killed by Lu Chenxian. As for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Beast Soul sect has been lurking for a long time, and was uprooted by Lu Chenxian, so I'm sure, he must be very familiar with the environment within the mountain range. As he spoke, Wei Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression extremely sinister. Lu Chenxian, the once 12th on the subterranean dragon ranking, Red Molten sect's genius disciple, Red Danxia, was none other than his Wei Yan's personal disciple, and he might even succeed to the position of patriarch in the future. However, he was mercilessly beheaded by Lu Chenxian in the blood-refining valley at the foot of the South Mountain sect. The hatred of killing a disciple was not shared, so how could Wei Yan stop so easily? Only, without waiting for the Red Molten sect to make a move. The beast tide of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range stirred, launching an onslaught on Sanqing City, while Lu Chenxian wielded his sword to exterminate the beast tide, then the Beast Soul sect, and then the Thousand Autumn Hall.
revealing a horrifying strength that was not inferior to that of the Yuan fetus grandmaster. Under such circumstances, Wei Yin could only hold his tongue and didn't dare to make the slightest move even if his heart was not willing to do so. Not anymore. In front of him, this Zhou Tianshui Zhou Gongzi is the best among the inner disciples of the Haoyang sect, although it is only Yuandan Great Circle, but once crossed the level to kill a 3-young peak martial artist, can be called 1,000 years of rare to see the supreme genius, and it just so happened that he needed a leader to take him to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range this time he came over. According to the disposition of this Zhou Gongzi, no matter who leads the way, they don't want to come back alive at the end. Familiarity is good. Zhou Tianshui's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and a hideous smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Mountains of the Beasts. There's a big secret hidden inside. More than 400 years ago, the Haoyang sect ranked number 1 among the 6 major sects in Guangping Prefecture, possessing 2 Imperial Sky Realm Supreme Elders in attendance. Under the joint efforts of the two, it was even possible to refine an Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon, only that many attempts had failed, and instead, a lot of precious materials had been wasted for nothing. After the last failure, one of the Supreme Elders, Lu Xingkong, went into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range alone, looking for the heavenly materials and treasures needed for refining weapons, and as a result, in less than half a month, the sole jade tablet left within the sect suddenly shattered, and the entire sect was shocked. The shattering of the jade token meant that Lu Xingkong had met an untimely death in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Since then, the Haoyang sect was left with only one Sky Realm Profounder, and its status among the 6 great sects gradually declined. It wasn't until half a month ago that Zhou Tianshui's master was reaching the end of his lifespan and told him a shocking secret that no one knew about. Before Lu Xingkong died, he most likely discovered a heavenly spirit weapon. One must know that heavenly grade spiritual weapons on the Xiantian continent were extremely rare, and even the super sects that were above the major empires were afraid that the number of heavenly grade spiritual weapons they possessed were just a handful. For a second-rate sect like the Haoyang sect, if they could obtain a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, even if it was just a heavenly grade low grade, they could immediately be promoted to a first-rate sect. The power of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. This time when he went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he didn't report to the senior management of the sect, but instead, he brought his master's relics and went down the mountain privately, to look for that suspected heavenly spiritual weapon. And his mentor, it was the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder Lu Xingkong 400 years ago. Go! Zhou Tianshui's heart was on fire as he turned around and walked towards the red melting sect's mountain gate in large strides. Come with me to the Su family and let Lu Chenxian lead the way, to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Sanqing City, Su family. Ever since he had taken in the disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall, Lu Chenxian rarely showed his face and spent the vast majority of his time cultivating in his bedroom. Lifting is very slow. The exotic flowers and herbs obtained from the Thousand Autumn Hall, all kinds of pills, a small portion of which was left to the Su family, the vast majority of which had been devoured and absorbed. However, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple gold little dragon had only condensed 36 danlines so far, and its realm had always remained at the 4th level of Yuan Dan. The cultivation level transformed from absorbing the aura of heaven and earth was not much different from the speed of devouring these pills and flowers. At this rate, advancing to the Three Yang's realm would only be a distant prospect. Where is Lu Chenxian? A low, hoarse, authoritative voice resounded steeply in the sky above the Su residence. Duke Zhou of the Haoyang sect is approaching. Why don't you hurry to come out and greet him? Haoyang sect. Within the Su residence, the Su family members were at a loss. Only the family head, Su Chenglong, had his face change violently. He knew the horror of the Haoyang sect. Luoyang County was under the Guangping Prefecture, and each of the 6 major clans in the Guangping Prefecture could easily overthrow the Nanshan sect. While the Haoyang sect specializes in refining weapons, the clan elders almost manually have an earth-grade spiritual weapon, and although there is only one empty realm powerhouse sitting in the town, it is still able to stand steadily in the ranks of second-rate clans. What was even more frightening was that the Haoyang sect had a long history of inheritance, having existed before the founding of the Zhongshuan Empire, and possessed several types of earth-grade techniques, as well as similarly monstrously powerful earth-grade martial arts. It was no exaggeration to say that a Triyang martial artist from the Haotian sect could definitely easily decapitate that Yuan fetus elder of the Nanshan sect. This was the strength suppression of a second-rate sect against a third-rate sect, an absolute crushing that was unresistible. All of the Su family, welcome Mr. Zhou. After the brief shock, Su Chenglong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran out of the mansion with a few elders, bowed and lowered his head. His face was incomparably reverent. My little son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, is in seclusion for cultivation. I don't know that Mr. Zhou is not aware of it. Phew, a strong wind swept through.
Zhou Tianque's face was arrogant, his robe sleeve casually flung out, and a fiery wind force roared out, blasting the Su family's crowd to the ground. And then, like no one was there, he swaggered into the Su residence with a cold grunt from his nose. Lu Chenxian, I heard that you are very familiar with the terrain of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As long as you lead the way for me, there is absolutely no shortage of benefits for you. If you dare to refuse, this is what will happen to you and the Su family. As the words fell, he raised his hand and swung it again. Boom! The palm swept across the room. 10 feet away in front, the greenstone wigwam standing in the front garden of the Su residence was directly burned into a puddle of fiery red magma under the shroud of this palm force. Chapter 93, The Scent of Fragments. This Zhou Gongzi is really strong. Outside the door of the Su residence, the Su family members who had just gotten up in a mess couldn't help but be secretly shocked as they looked at the magma formed by the melting of the wigwam from afar. Wave your hand to dissolve the stubborn stone. It should be known that the wigwam within the Su family's garden was mined from the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and if it was smelted, a lot of fine iron molten pulp could be extracted from it, which was commonly used to refine yellow-grade spiritual weapons. Even if it was placed in a refining furnace, it would require a Yuan Dan powerhouse's Dan Qi to quench it for at least 2 hours before the stubborn stone could be completely burned and melted. This young genius from the Haoyang sect, his strength, at the very least, was at the peak of the three Yangs. Father, within the Su residence, a figure came flying, a small white tower in his hand shining with light. It was the Su family's eldest young man, Su Yu. Earlier, when Zhou Tianque came to the door, he was meditating and practicing in the back garden, and when he heard that low voice in the sky above the Su residence, he immediately rushed here. Unexpectedly, the first thing I saw was the sight of the wigwam burning and melting. You're Duke Zhou of the Haoyang sect? With the Three Suns soul suppressor tower in his hand, Su Yu had no fear. Quickly walking to Su Chenglong and the others, he coldly stared at Zhou Tianque in front of him. My brother-in-law is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. If you dare to break into the Su family, by force, come on people now. Swish, swish, swish. In the backyard of the Su residence, hundreds of thousand Autumn Hall disciples poured out, all of them above the 7th level of Yuan Dan. In the air, there was also a 2-foot-sized black ferocious bird, with 2 wings waving violently, fanning up gusts of wind, blowing the clothes of the crowd in a hunting manner. That's the bottom line for the Su family. Lu Chenxian had created a lineup for the Su family, with peak second-order iron-winged eagles and elite disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall. The regiment was arching over the Su family crowd. With this kind of strength, even if they were to face the 3 major clans of Luoyang County, they would not lose out in the slightest. The pagoda spirit vessel. Zhou Tianque raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept past the small tower in Su Yu's hand, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Such a treasure was not rare even in the Haoyang sect. Not only did it require a large amount of refining materials, the person refining the weapon must also be in peak condition. Even so, the success rate of refining is less than 50%, and after refining, almost all of them are used by the senior management of the sect, and will not fall into the hands of the disciples. What's more, this kind of pagoda spiritual weapon, not only attack and defense, can also be used to seal the martial arts detained in it, as if the cage, unless it is a Yuan tire strong, otherwise absolutely cannot get out of the trap. In terms of value, a spiritual artifact pagoda could be exchanged for at least 10 attack-type spiritual artifacts. No wonder the tone is so arrogant. It turns out that he possesses such a pagoda. After a short period of surprise, Zhou Tianque snorted coldly in a low voice, his face steepening. Don't think that, with this tower in hand, I can't do anything about your Su family. Within my Haoyang sect, if I casually invite a Yuan fetus elder, I can completely wipe out your Su family. There is absolutely no trace of water in this statement. As one of the 6 major clans in Guangdong Prefecture, the Haoyang clan had 8 Yuan fetus powerhouses alone, as well as that heaven-flying Sky Realm Imperial Air Realm Supreme Elder. Not to mention dealing with a mere Su family, even sweeping across Luoyang County would not be a problem. Shut up. Su Chenglong was well aware of the terrifying nature of the Haoyang sect, and gave Su Yu several faces in a row before he was full of compensatory smiles. My dog's son is young and ignorant, so please don't be ignorant with him, Duke Zhou. However, my little son-in-law Lu Chenxian is indeed in seclusion. So, aha! Zhou Tianque's gaze was ruthless, and behind him, Wei Yan and the 4 elders of the Red Molten sect stepped forward at the same time, coldly forcing their eyes on Su Chenglong, and all of them lit up their weapons in their hands. 5 triple Yang realms, 5 Earth-grade spiritual weapons. They, the senior members of the Red Melting sect, obviously felt Zhou Tianque's anger, and if Su Chenglong dared to say half a word again, he would definitely make a blatant move and raise the Su family to the ground. Young and ignorant. Oh, the ignorant one is obviously you, Su Chenglong. Zhou Tianxue laughed in a low voice. His right hand violently flipped, and a crimson wooden stick appeared in his palm. The surface of the secret pattern intertwined and flickered, emanating volcano eruption-like crimson inflammation waves. I personally came to the Su clan, but I was only looking for Lu Chenxian to lead the way, and you guys actually had the audacity to refuse? Is an Earth-grade spirit tower great? Let me show you all today. The words came to an abrupt end. At the moment he lit up the crimson wooden stick. Within the bedroom of the Su family's back residence, Lu Chenxuan's eyes opened abruptly, and his mouth let out a soft eek sound. This feeling is somewhat familiar. In the past, Xiao Ding Tian, the easy immortal king of the Qingtian immortal domain, held in his hands that innate treasure, the 24 bridges in bright moon night. The treasure sent actually appeared outside the Su family's door? Whoosh! Shouting Tian's request was always in Lu Chenxuan's mind, and at this moment, without hesitation, he stepped out from his bedroom, and with his feet shrinking into inches, he instantly appeared in the front garden of the Su residence. Gaze, which fell directly on top of the wooden stick in Zhou Tianxue's hand. This is, after a glance, Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. It's not. Originally, he thought that a fragment of the 24 bridges and the moonlit night had appeared here after its disintegration, but it turned out that it was only a similarity in the secret pattern, and was very different from the real fragment. Only, why were the secret patterns on top of this wooden stick similar to the debris? Even if it's not a real fragment, it's definitely related to a fragment. You are Lu Chenxian? At the same time Lu Chenxian was observing the wooden stick, Zhou Tianxue was also observing Lu Chenxian, and a light laugh suddenly escaped from his mouth. Since you've already shown yourself, I'm going to tell you plainly. I'm going to make a trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so you'll lead the way. After this is accomplished, what reward do you want? Just ask. My lord will definitely not let you down. The Beast Mountains? Lu Chenxian's brows were just about to refuse when his gaze suddenly brightened slightly. Is this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range related to the wooden stick in your hand? Oh, Zhou Tianxue's face did not change at all, but his heart was secretly surprised. This wooden stick in his hand is the relic handed over to him by his master before he sat down, and the secret pattern on the surface is even engraved by his master himself. 400 years ago, his master ancestor, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder Lu Xingkong, tragically fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Just before he fell, he passed the method of inscribing these secret patterns to his master through a transmission token. This trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was precisely in accordance with his master's last orders to search for the place where Lu Xingkong had fallen. Master Teacher himself had said that these secret patterns left behind by Master Ancestor were likely to involve an infinitely powerful heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. You ask too many questions. With a wave of his backhand, Zhou Tianxue retrieved the crimson wooden rod back into his dantian, while then grunting in a low, cold voice, all you need to do is to tell me whether or not you are willing to lead the way for me. If refused, without waiting for Zhou Tianxue to finish speaking, Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and had obviously guessed the answer to the question just now. He didn't deny it. That means, the wooden stick in his hand was indeed related to the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon debris. Chapter 94. Go. Since the news of the debris was confirmed, Lu Chenxian naturally wouldn't reject it. Simply nodding his head at the Su family's crowd, he did not even look at Zhou Tianxue or Wei Yan and the others behind him, and directly stepped towards the door of the Su residence. Mountains of the Beasts. A trip inside is indeed necessary. 3 years ago, Su Haotian, the old master of Su, went deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in order to look for a cure for deafness and mute disability, and since then his life and death have become a mystery. Now, it was suspected that there were remnants of old Zhao's treasures, so it was only logical that they should be explored in depth. What's more, this Zhou Tianxue in front of him, since he intends to explore the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he must have some clues in his hands, either a map to guide him, or some directions and routes. Traveling with them saves you a lot of trouble. 2. Chen Xian, Auntie. Behind them, the Su family crowd looked at Lu Chenxuan's back from afar and couldn't help but be filled with worry. A guide to lead the way. That's not a good job. Sanqing City was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and there had been times in the past when people from other counties and clans from other prefectures had searched for hunters from Sanqing City to lead the way into the depths of the mountain range in search of medicinal herbs and sandstones. However, without exception, none of those who led the way came back alive. Although Lu Chenxuan's strength was profound and unfathomable, far from being comparable to those ordinary hunters. However, this time, the one who had asked him to lead the way was Zhou Tianxue, who was no less than a Yuan fetus powerhouse, as well as the Red Molten Patriarch and the 4 Triple Yang Realm Elders. Ha! Looking at the looks on the faces of the Su family, Zhou Tianxue laughed lowly and caricaturedly. Don't worry, I'll do what I say, and I definitely won't treat this son-in-law of your Su family poorly. After saying that, he took 5 triple yang powerhouses with him and followed behind Lu Chenxian, heading towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the history of the Tsangshuan continent, countless martial artists had explored the mountain range, yet no one had ever been able to enter the core of the mountain range. It is said that it is the territory of the 7th level demonic beast heaven-swallowing dragon python, which is equivalent to a human martial artist in the realm of life and death, and is only one step away from ascending to the upper realm. Thousands of years ago, the then lord of the Tianxian Holy Land had once invited a close friend and traveled to the core of the mountain range together, and before he could enter the surrounding area, he was startled back by the fated carapace of the heaven-swallowing dragon python. Just a mere shell already contained a terrifying pressure that crushed everything, so it could be seen that within the same realm, the more ancient the bloodline of the demonic beast, the more terrifying the power would be. It's 300 miles deep. After entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Chenxian was not in a hurry and led Zhou Tianque and the others for 3 days and 3 nights, killing dozens of low-ranked demonic beasts along the way, and finally entering the 3rd-level demonic beast territory. Grade 3 demonic beasts, equivalent to the human Triyang realm, could already perform their innate divine abilities, and it was difficult for an ordinary Triyang martial artist to match them, and even the geniuses of the major clans had to be careful. Along the way, Zhou Tianque often took out the crimson wooden stick and carefully observed the secret patterns on it. According to Lu Chenxuan's observation, as he went deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, this secret pattern likewise changed, and after each observation, Zhou Tianque adjusted his forward route, and the excitement on his face grew stronger. If the guess is right, it's not too far from the final goal. What is it? On top of the road, Wei Yan's footsteps suddenly lurched, reaching out and pointing at a thick ancient tree next to the mountain path. It doesn't seem to be the work of demonic beasts, but rather like it was left behind by humans. Zhou Tianque's gaze flinched as he immediately leaped out and rushed to the front of this ancient tree. It's a pike seal. On the surface of the tree trunk, a seal pattern in the shape of a flying shuttle was clearly visible, and the tip of the shuttle was pointing to the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, due west by north. No good. After reading the seal, Zhou Tianque's face changed abruptly, and his fists instantly clenched. The unique symbol of the Thousand Illusions sect, one of the 6 major sects in Guangping Prefecture. The Thousand Illusions sect has come to? Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Tianque's eyes flashed rapidly, puzzled. The 6 great sects exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not something unimaginable. However, the route he had picked to advance was guided by the secret pattern left behind by Lu Xingkong. But on top of this path, how could the Thousand Illusions sect's guiding marks appear? One must know that the Thousand Illusions sect's techniques were strange. The sect's disciples were deceptive and their stances were incomparably sharp, and if they were to face each other, even he, Zhou Tianque, did not have the certainty of victory. Regarding the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, there was absolutely no room for sloppiness, and no matter if the Thousand Illusions sect knew of the existence of the spiritual weapon, there could not be any accidents. Lu Chenxian, Zhou Tianque waved his hand violently, and a wave of scorching fire roared out, completely burning the Thousand Illusions sect's pointing mark, and then he turned to look angrily at Lu Chenxian, and let out a cold cry under his breath. Speed up. Continue to go deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Don't delay any longer. Don't dare to take your time again. Believe me. Lu Chenxian paused in his steps. The gaze was like a sharp sword, slowly falling on Zhou Tianji's face. It ends here. After the past few days together, the secret pattern on the crimson stick has been familiar with the chest, and Zhou Tianque and Wei Yan and others, all the way to the high and mighty, obviously did not put him this Su family son-in-law in the eyes. The trick of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, has the former strongest war god of the immortal world seen less? Not to mention, when they had broken into Su's house by force, their death sentence had long been pronounced. What do you want? Besides Zhou Tianque, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders, if they were aware of it, the light in their hands flickered, and the earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons immediately surfaced in their palms. The killing machine was austere. They had long known that Zhou Tianque was bound to kill Lu Chenxian. It was just a matter of time. Ever since entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Chenxian was called a guide, but in reality, he had no respect for the crowd and always acted on his own. Coupled with the revenge for the murder of Wei Yan's personal disciple Red Danxia, he, Lu Chenxian, would not be sorry to die. I had thought that having you lead the way would save me time. Zhou Tianque's gaze was gloomy as he coldly locked eyes with Lu Chenxian. Now it seems to be nothing more than superfluous. In that case, there is no need for you to live this life. Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Wei Yan and smiled sorrowfully. Patriarch Wei, your disciple's revenge can now be avenged. Make it quick and keep going. Swish. The moment Zhou Tianque's words fell, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders leaped out, either holding their battle knives or long swords, standing in different directions and surrounding Lu Chenxian. 5 elements red mango formation. This was a ground-level formation rewarded by the Haoyang sect, and with the combined strength of 5 people, it was enough to counteract an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist, which was also the red melting sect's biggest reliance in being able to gain a foothold in Luoyang County. Only, their formation had only just been completed when they had already lost sight of Lu Chenxian before their eyes. An incomparably bright purple-gold light, which rapidly enlarged in their field of vision, instantly enveloped Wei Yan and the 4 great elders, and likewise enveloped Zhou Tianxue next to them. At the same time, an emotionless, faint syllable whispered in their ears. Die. Chapter 95, 50 Great Ways, 49 Heavenly Diffusions. Lu Chenxuan's word death exited, and the purple-gold sword light instantly descended. One of the group attack martial arts that used to traverse the green sky immortal domain, the Luo Hun Tian Chop. Earlier, when the beast tide had stormed Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian had killed tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, and it was this martial skill that he had executed. Undifferentiated wide-range attack, a round of rising purple and gold full moon, flickering endlessly in mid-air. The sword light fell as if it were a meteor falling from the sky, covering 100 feet square. Indestructible, piercing everything. No. Under the shroud of purple gold swordlight, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders let out screams of misery. Other than that, there was no way to react in any other way at all, and he was run through and torn apart by the countless swordlights, his screams stopping abruptly, and his body almost bursting into slag. Don't you dare. On the other side, Zhou Tianxue's face changed drastically, his mouth let out a bellowing cry, and made a gesture that he was going to make a move to resist. However, the body also merely lit up with a golden barrier before collapsing instantly, following in the footsteps of Wei Yan and the others. Just this one move, the 5-3 Yang realm martial artists, plus this inner sect genius from the Haoyang sect, all died. The so-called 5 elements red mango formation was not even in time to be executed. I've let you live for 3 more days. You should be satisfied. With a wave of his palm, Lu Chenxian withdrew the palm's unsheathed wooden sword back into his dantian, and then his mind moved. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. Within the dantian, the purple gold little dragon raised its neck. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly, and a swallowing and sucking force descended, and from within the broken corpses of Zhou Tianxue and the others, it rapidly extracted their residual spiritual rhythms. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Buzz. Lu Chenxuan's body shook as his gaze glowed slightly. Promote to the 5th level of Yuan Dan. At this moment, all the spirit rhythms had been completely devoured, and Wei Yan and the others' earth-grade spiritual weapons and Zhou Tianxue's crimson wooden stick had also been completely scrapped. As for the Yuan Dan in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on its surface were bright and dark, reaching exactly 40. Next, one must hurry. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he quickly pondered over the secret pattern guiding the surface of the crimson wooden rod before stepping out and swept deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Old Shaw's 24 bridges and a moonlit night fragment. It should never fall into the hands of anyone else. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the middle of a ring-shaped valley that was rarely visited by people. Hiss, hiss. A snow-white huge python, body coiled like a small mountain, slowly spitting snake letters in the mouth. A pair of dark vertical pupils tightly closed, triangular-shaped head lying on top of the body, 2 well-sized nostrils constantly spraying scarlet aerosol, the entire valley filled with an unusually pungent fishy odor. And behind this giant python, it was the steep stone wall at the edge of the valley, and it was not known whether it was scraped by the python's tail or formed naturally, revealing an unfathomably deep and dark cave. Swish! A green-shirted figure swept from the entrance of the valley and came to a steep stop 10 feet away in front of the giant python. It was Lu Chenxian. Looking at the snow-white python in front of him, his brows inadvertently frowned slightly. A 4th-level demonic beast, equivalent to the human Yuan fetus realm, the silver-scaled spotted python. Looking at it, it seemed to be sleeping, while the fishy odor that filled the air was not emanating from the python, but rather like it was coming from the cave in the back. If the guess is right, the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight fragment is in this cave. Since it's slumbering, I'm not going to be polite. Enhancing one's own strength was important. Lu Chenxian was not a person with a soft heart, let alone dealing with a mere demonic beast. The 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out in the air, aiming at the 7 inches of the python, and he let out a low gulp from his mouth. Devour. Boom. Devouring a behemoth that has reached the 4th level. The purple and gold little dragon within the dantian naturally has no reservations. The devouring vortex in its mouth rotates crazily, and an unprecedented huge tearing force descends, instantly connecting to the 4th level demonic Dan in the python's body. And the demonic beast's spirit rhyme is like a torrential river, coalescing rapidly towards the Yuan Dan in the dragon's abdomen. Hiss! At this moment, if the silver scale spotted python felt something, the huge body of dozens of feet in length trembled violently, and the pitch-black vertical pupil opened steeply, staring at the tiny human in front. Unfortunately, Mirai rage, in fact, did not help at all. The spiritual rhythm flowed away as if it was being drawn out and stripped of its marrow, and even if it was a fourth-level demonic beast, it could not resist the devouring power of the purple and gold little dragon. What's more, there was also Lu Chenxuan's supreme will that firmly suppressed this behemoth, not allowing it to make the slightest resistance. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. As time passed, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan finally increased to 45, and in front of this silver scale spotted python, the snake pupil in the divine light gradually dissipated, replaced by a blank. Demonic beast promotion opened the spirit of wisdom with the spiritual rhyme flow completely disappeared. The body of the demon Dan has completely turned into a mass of nothingness. Cultivation was abolished, reduced to the most common but ordinary demonic beast. Even the physical strength of a fourth-level demonic beast completely declined, only leaving behind this huge body that far exceeded that of an ordinary demonic beast. It's kind of a no-brainer for you. As the devouring ended, Lu Chenxian was clearly in a good mood, raising his hand and gently swinging it. I'll leave you alive today. Go! Brush la la. The silver-scaled spotted python seemed to have understood something, dragging its bulky and huge body, shaking its head and crawling towards the outside of the valley. Halfway through the climb, he looked back at the deep, dark cave, and a touch of humanized awe passed through his vertical pupils. It found this cave here and has been cultivating by gulping the breath of its kind at the entrance of the cave for about 5 years now. However, it has never dared to enter the cave. Inside there existed extremely terrifying things that were absolutely impenetrable forbidden areas for it. 45 secret lines, closer to the Three Yang's realm. Lu Chenxian no longer paid any attention to this giant python, and a wisp of divine thought observed the Dantian, secretly shaking his head in his heart. Gathering the secret lines and advancing to the Three Yang's realm was much slower than one would have thought. Just now, devouring all the spiritual rhythm of this level 4 python had actually only increased 5 secret lines, and as the secret lines continued to increase, the amount of spiritual rhythm needed for each additional secret line was also increasing. Let's just say, cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing technique. One's own martial arts background is indeed incomparably deep, but it also increases the difficulty of advancing. I just don't know. Is this what the heaven swallowing divine lord senior said? Is not perfect? There are 50 great roads and 49 heavenly derivations. How can there be a perfect and flawless gong method between heaven and earth? Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled. Then without further thought, he stepped towards the cave ahead. A moment after entering the cave, buzz, a space ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the entrance of the cave, which was vaguely mixed with countless illusions and strange beast roars, as well as an extremely ferocious demonic beast aura that blasted Lu Chenxian head-on. Chapter 96. Old Xiao. This place is really related to Old Xiao. Feeling the spatial ripples that came upon him, Lu Chenxuan's body loomed large. The surrounding illusions, the hissing of foreign beasts, and the aura of demonic beasts were all but ignored. Underneath his eyes, a faint hint of joy flowed instead. You can be sure, in this area of the mortal realm, other than Old Xiao's treasure remnants, what else could catalyze the laws of space and time at the same time? These illusions surfacing at this moment, if a martial artist from the Xiantian continent were to see them, it would be absolutely impossible for them to recognize them in the slightest. However, he, a close friend of the former easy immortal King Xiaoding Tian, had more than once comprehended the might of the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night, suppressing seals, opening up space, changing the flow of time, changing the seasons. Within this cave in front of me, there must exist the 20 bridges Bright Moon Night fragment, and it is the core of this innate treasure. However, this demonic beast's aura is a bit odd. 24 bridges and a bright moonlit night. When has it ever suppressed such a weak demonic beast? Lu Chenxian took another step and continued to advance deeper into the cave, feeling the pressure of the demonic beasts that filled the air. It shouldn't. The demonic beasts that were qualified to be suppressed by Xiaoding Tian were at least at the level of a demon king of the Qingtian immortal domain, and the pressure that was being felt right now was at most at the peak of the 5th level, which was equivalent to a human's royal sky realm. Did Lu Chenxuan's gaze brightened slightly, vaguely guessing a certain possibility, before his footsteps quickened and he swept forward. The end of the cave. Extrapolating from the distance, this place was already located in the center of the mountain's belly, and it seemed that a shocking battle had once taken place, with almost all of the mountain walls collapsing along the way, dropping countless pieces of debris, and in the pile of rubble at the end, there was a withered old man sitting on a plate. His clothes were full of holes and had already lost their original color. He was holding a broken copper sword hilt in his hand, and his chest had collapsed so badly that it had almost been attached to his back. However, the strange thing was that after receiving such a serious injury,
The old man's tattered clothes were actually not stained with the slightest bit of blood, only that his breath was completely absent, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many years. Around the old man, not far from the pile of rocks, there were more than 20 broken puppets, all holding weapon fragments in their hands. The biggest puppet among them was about a zhang tall, and the copper halberd in its hand was rusty and seemed to have been subjected to some kind of strong corrosion. The only distinguishable thing is that in this copper halberd handle position, can also faintly see an ancient Lu character. He is the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, who fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range 400 years ago. Lu Chenchuan's footsteps paused as he gazed at the withered old man in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. The identity should be correct. On the way with Zhou Tianxue, Wei Yan and others did not less compliments. Lu Xingkong blowing god, flying all the way to the sky. Extrapolating according to the number of years, Lu Xingkong had been dead for more than 400 years, a time that was about the same as the time when the ancestor of the Su family had obtained the 20 bridges in Bright Moon Night fragment. Then, the reason why Lu Xingkong had fallen was most likely related to the debris. A martial artist of the sky realm, with condensed essence and blood, and solid internal organs. Even after sitting down, the flesh can remain incorruptible for 1,000 years. As for these spiritual weapons, Lu Chenxian stepped forward and grabbed the broken copper sword in Lu Xingkong's hand in the air, then looked at the weapons in the hands of those broken puppets and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. The copper sword was earth grade middle grade, and the golem weapon was earth grade low grade. If the spirit weapons were intact, they could at least condense 3 Dan lines after devouring them. However, these spirit weapons had been strongly corroded by the demonic beast's natural aptitude, and their spirituality had been wiped out, leaving no value for devouring. On the contrary, it was this Lu Xingkong who actually possessed so many earth-grade spiritual weapons, which was considered a small fortune amongst the Sky Realm martial artists of the Xian-Tian continent. After all, it is the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, and the proficient method is really quite proficient. No debris? Lu Chenxian threw away the broken copper sword, and then his divine sense radiated out, instantly sweeping across the entire cave, his eyebrows lifting slightly. Under the exploration of divine sense, the entire cave is slim, and there is no discovery of the whereabouts of the 24 bridges and Bright Moon Night debris. However, it was not without its rewards. Right behind Lu Xingkong's corpse, a spatial fluctuation, if there was one, appeared a minuscule twisting change as the divine sense swept through. Such a subtle spatial power can never be mastered by the martial artists of the Xian-Tian continent, and that would be only the remnants. Instead of being in the cave, the fragment had cast a spatial aptitude and hidden itself. Lao Shao, you're getting me into trouble. After a short period of contemplation, Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled bitterly. With my current strength, it's not normally difficult to crack the spatial barrier. Luckily, this is the mundane world. If it was in the green sky immortal domain, one would have to at least advance to the imperial sky realm to have a glimmer of hope. But, since I promised you, I'll do it no matter what. In the past, the strongest god of war in the immortal world, a promise weighs 1,000 words, and even if it is difficult and heavy, he will never renege on his promise. It was nothing more than cracking the spatial barrier left behind by the 24 bridges and the moonlit night debris, and to Lu Chenxian at this moment, although it was not difficult, it was not impossible to accomplish. Performing one's own martial arts can break through, but it consumes too much and is not desirable. Lu Chenxian stepped forward, reaching out to caress the direction where the spatial barrier was located, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze gradually brightened up. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. The heaven swallowing god master senior had said that this technique could swallow nothing, so could the laws of space be swallowed? It seems, could be a good place to try. Try it and use something else if it doesn't work. Lu Chenchuan's mind was made up, and then without any further hesitation, a thought was violently urged. The power of devouring, catalyzing. In the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon leaped forward, the devouring vortex in its mouth reappeared, and a devouring force that was very different from the previous one was emitted, vaguely emitting a certain unprecedented esoteric aura as it slowly approached the spatial barriers in front of it. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, an indescribably majestic greatness pressed towards Lu Chenxian as the devouring force appeared. However, this oppressive force did not oppress Lu Chenchuan's body, but rather, it directly acted on the small abdominal dantian, acting on top of the purple and gold little dragon's body. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth did not allow the laws of space to be swallowed up by it, and compared to martial arts cultivation, this was truly heaven-defying. Halao. In the center of the dantian, the small purple gold dragon suffered from the oppression of heaven and earth, and the dragon's body trembled violently, similarly affecting Lu Chenxian himself. Zijin Xiaolong. Originally, it was the cohesion of the Gongfu, the materialization of the heaven-swallowing chaos decree, and it was indistinguishable from Lu Chenxian. the spatial laws of the mundane world are far worse than the green sky immortal region. Lu Chenchuan's gaze narrowed, his supreme will firmly supporting the body of the purple and gold little dragon, the devouring vortex in his mouth turning slowly but firmly, never faltering. Click, 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 click. A substantial porcelain shattering sound resounded abruptly in the depths of Lu Chenchuan's sea of consciousness. Laws dissipated, barriers shattered. Under the devouring of the violet gold little dragon, the spatial barrier cast by the 24 bridges and moonlit night debris was hardened and ripped out an opening of 1 square foot in circumference. Independent space, just around the corner. Chapter 97. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time that Lu Chenxian cracked the spatial barrier, deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a total of more than 100 figures approached rapidly in the direction of this valley. The power is amazing. These more than 100 people, with different costumes on their bodies, either wearing pitch-black robes or white power suits. There were also young women with playful looks, as well as bronzed youths with strong bodies. Without exception, their goals were very much the same. Originally coming from different directions, they finally converged on the same path of necessity when they were still about 10 miles away from the nameless valley. In total, 5 forces. Ha 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 ha. A few rather strange skyward laughs suddenly rang out from amongst these 100 people. 4 white-haired old men in disguise, and a white-haired crone with a black veil covering her face, slowly walked up to the crowd. Eyes met each other, and after laughing, they each sneered in a low voice. Guangpingfu, the 5th of the 6 great clans. Among their respective clans, they were all clan elders of the Yuan fetus realm, and even if Xiao Zhuang changed their faces, they could still easily recognize each other's identities. This time, when they explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the 5 major clans secretly contacted each other, but only the Haoyang sect was not notified. It was because, what they were going to explore, was the place where Lu Xingkong was seated, and it was likely to be related to a heavenly grade spiritual artifact. One must know that before Lu Xingkong sat down, he was one of the Haoyang sect's supreme elders, and if the news leaked out, that heavenly spiritual artifact would most likely fall into the hands of the Haoyang sect. If they were to forcefully seize it, it would inevitably set off a clan war, an outcome that they were obviously not willing to see. Spirit Tree Mountain, Ice Spring Valley, Thick Earth Sect, Iron Eve's Gate. The white-haired crone held a pitch-black walking stick in her hand. Her voice was sometimes like a young girl's, sometimes hoarse and old. A few of you say it. If we find a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, how will we distribute it among the 5 families? It would be fine if there were multiple spirit weapons. If there is only one, Old Body still wants to live for a few more years, and does not want to fight with you to the death. As a Yuan fetus powerhouse, he valued his life immensely. Highly elevated elders like them, backed by the resources of the sect, pursued nothing more than martial realms to increase their longevity for themselves. With the guidance of the Supreme Elder, their certainty of advancing to the Sky Realm was much greater than that of an ordinary cultivator, and once they had condensed their essence and blood, stabilized their internal organs, and merged the Yuan fetus and Yuan Shenyang Dan into a single unit, they would be able to fly in the air and have a long lifespan of up to 2,000 years. Under the temptation of longevity, unless there is a great calamity in the clan, it will definitely not be easy to strike to avoid damaging the foundation of the martial arts. At this point, but not as good as those lower generation disciples of the clan, killing when the courage and fearless, put life and death outside the degree. I do have an idea. A stout old man with a majestic figure had a rough smile on his face. The 5 of us don't have to make a move. Let the disciples in the sect each rely on their own skills, and use this to decide where the heavenly spiritual weapons belong. 1,000 illusions. What do you think? He was the 6th elder of the Iron Eve sect, a Yuan Tire Realm 5th level powerhouse. Tong Tijie, the white-haired crone just now, is also the 5th level of the Yuan fetus, known as the 1,000 Illusions Granny. Although the realm is not too high, the status in the clan is extraordinary, because her father was none other than the current 1,000 Illusions sect's supreme elder, a martial Dao powerhouse of the Imperial Sky Realm. The old body has no objections. Granny 1,000 Illusions' eyes lowered as she swept her gaze over the other 3. What about you guys? If you agree with fellow Daoist Tong's proposal, let's set off together and let the sect disciples show their own tricks. The other 3 Yuan fetus powerhouses were Spirit Tree Mountain's 4th elder Xian Changling and Ice Spring Valley's 7th elder Chen Hanquan. The last one, on the other hand, was a pygmy elder of the Thick Earth sect, less than 5 feet tall, and his name was Xiong Kai-chun. This time, when they explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they led all the elite disciples of the inner sect, the most outstanding people of the younger generation. As you two wish. Xiong Kai-dust arched his hand and heatedly laughed lowly a few times. When the time comes, the 5 of us will supervise each other, and no one will be allowed to get involved, leaving the disciples to fight. Although heavenly grade spiritual weapons are precious, however, even if they are snatched into the hands, they will definitely be handed over to the Supreme Elder for use after returning to the sect. So, the implication is unspoken. For the sake of this suspected heavenly artifact, it wasn't worth it for them to fight to the death. As for what is really in their hearts, that is only clear to themselves, at least on the surface. It is considered to have reached a gentleman's agreement. That would be best. Granny Thousand Illusions giggled, her voice turning into a delicate young girl again. Fellow Taoists, let's set off. Whoosh! The 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses moved at the same time, and the sect disciples followed. The target, 10 miles away, the nameless valley where Lu Xingkong was seated, about an incense stick later. In front of the crowd, Granny Thousand Illusions frowned, looking at the silver-colored serpent creeping in the middle of the dense forest from afar, and her gaze instantly froze. It's not right. Just a few months ago, disciples of the Thousand Illusions sect entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and stumbled upon the existence of this valley. At that time, this level 4 demonic beast was blocking the entrance of the cave, and the disciples of the Triple Yang realm didn't dare to mess with it at all, so they returned to the clan to report it. Until today, led by Granny Thousand Illusions, a Yuan fetus powerhouse herself, came to kill the demonic beasts before entering the cave. What he didn't expect was that this level 4 silver-scaled spotted python had actually lost all of its cultivation and no longer had the slightest bit of might to speak of. Could someone have gotten there first? Granny Thousand Illusions' mind moved, and she suddenly let out a stern cry. It's most likely people from the Haoyang sect. They've already arrived. Swish swish swish. The faces of the people changed abruptly, and they all accelerated their pace, darting and rushing inside the cave. Everything as usual. Lu Xingkong's corpse was still sitting on the pile of rubble, and the broken puppet next to him had not changed in the slightest, and pieces of Earth-grade spiritual weapons like scrap iron were scattered all over the place, including the Earth-grade medium-grade spiritual weapons that Lu Xingkong himself had used. What's really amazing is that a spatial vortex of about 1 zhang in circumference slowly rotated behind Lu Xingkong's corpse, which was filled with incomparably dense spatial power, and was obviously a special space that was absolutely independent. Independent space. Grandmother Thousand Illusions' gaze flickered rapidly, and the pitch-black walking stick in her hand slowly lifted up, gently probing towards the spatial vortex in front of her. Boo! An incomparably strong suppressive force directly blasted on top of the walking stick. Thousand Illusion Granny had already taken precautions, but she was still shaken back 3 steps, and the black veil covering her face nearly fell off. This, can't get in? Shon Kai Dust was filled with astonishment and turned his head to look at Granny Thousand Illusions before his heart crossed and he slowly walked towards the spatial vortex, just a moment before it was about to come into contact with the power of space. Boom! A suppressive force that was even more astonishing than the previous one shook Shon Kaiduan's midget body directly back 3 feet, with blood hidden at the corners of his mouth, obviously not lightly injured. Since you can't enter, then, how did the people from the Haoyang sect get in? Chen Hanquan, the 7th elder of Ice Spring Valley, stared dead ahead at the spatial vortex. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at a white-robed youth behind him. Senior nephew Liang, go ahead and try. Chapter 98 Battle Images. Master Liang's nephew, Liang Luohan. In the younger generation of Ice Spring Valley, there were numerous martial arts geniuses, and he, Liang Luohan, was definitely the strongest among them. At the age of 5, he came into contact with martial arts cultivation. At the age of 7, he gathered qi. At the age of 12, he was Yuan Dan, and at the age of 22, he managed to condense 9 Dan lines, and in a perfect state, he ranked in the Triple Yang realm, and to this day, he has already been in the Triple Yang 9 gravity. Even the Ice Spring Valley's Supreme Elder had personally said that Liang Luohan would most likely become the first person to conceive a Yuan fetus before the age of 30 in the history of Ice Spring Valley. It is an exceptional genius that is rare to see in 10,000 years. With such a qualification, as long as there are no surprises, he can definitely become the next strong air rocketeer of Ice Spring Valley. And even more so, he is the right choice for the future Ice Spring Valley Lord. And, this time, when exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, if he was really able to find a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, then sooner or later, this top-notch treasure that could be encountered but could not be sought out, would fall into Liang Luohan's hands. Ah, the power of space. Liang Luohan's face was expressionless, and a layer of crystal white frost like jade rose from the cold air in the palm of his right hand, wrapping all of his palm. Swish! Taking a step forward, he slowly reached out toward the space vortex ahead. Nothing different. As Liang Luohan's palm approached, the spatial vortex actually didn't react in any way, and the entire right hand easily entered within the vortex, isolating all sight. Nothing? Behind Liang Luohan, Granny Thousand Illusions and the others looked at each other, all seeing the surprise on each other's faces. Why is he okay? And, where's his right hand? Can it still be retrieved? The disciples did not find anything wrong. Liang Luohan's face relaxed,
his right hand gently retracted, and he turned around to arch his hand and clasp his fist. Uncle Chen, if disciple's expectation is correct, within this spatial vortex, there should be some sort of prohibition that cannot be entered above the Yuan fetus realm. Under the Yuan fetus realm, you can pass through unhindered. The secret ban. Chen Hanquan and the 1,000 illusory grannies exchanged glances, the look of surprise on their faces gradually fading. The existence of a forbidden secret method within an independent space was not something unimaginable. Just like 1,000 years ago, the underworld Holy Land, which was on par with the Tianqian Holy Land, had once held a genius event to select the current generation of saints for the Holy Land. At that time, the elders of the Holy Land had once teamed up to set up a forbidden secret method that could only be entered under the Yuan fetus realm, and if anyone broke in hard, they would inevitably suffer a powerful backlash. Within this independent space in front of him, there was clearly a similarity between it and the martial arts fighting ring set up by the sacred land elders. In that case, it's much easier. Granny Thousand Illusions held her pitch-black walking stick in her hand. Her eyes exposed beyond her veil took on a few more shades of joy. We originally had a word in advance that the battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapons would be fought by the disciples on behalf of the disciples. Now that the prohibitions are isolated and it saves us from monitoring each other, let the disciples make a trip in and see who can bring out the heavenly spiritual weapon. As soon as the words fell, a group of young geniuses rubbed their fists and couldn't help but jump into action. The power of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon was too great. The temptation for these young geniuses could be imagined, although they couldn't use it personally, but if they could snatch it and make heavenly achievements for the sect, they would definitely receive unimaginable rewards, and might even be rewarded by the Supreme Elder's personal rewards. And, being the strongest geniuses of the same 5 great clans, they had long wanted to compete. There was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. To see who was the number 1 of the younger generation in Guangpingfu. One more thing, the 4th elder of Spirit Tree Mountain, Xin Changling, swept his gaze over these young geniuses, his tone gloomy and vicious. Within the independent space, if you find someone from the Haoyang sect, you don't have to show mercy, and directly kill them. If not for the Haoyang sect, no matter who it is, all of them will be killed without amnesty. Swish, a total of more than 100 young geniuses bowed to their respective sect elders, and then without any further hesitation, they flew into the spatial vortex. Heavenly spirit weapon. Aspire. On the other side, within the independent space, buzz, an invisible and qualitative spatial ripple emanated from the void, and a green-shirted figure quietly emerged from the ripples. Space teleportation. After entering the independent space, the body was involuntarily, completely wrapped by the spatial ripples, and then randomly appeared in this area. If it was an unusual martial artist, after going through spatial teleportation, he would definitely be dizzy and even have difficulty standing still. However, Lu Chenxian had his feet on the ground and his gaze was always incomparably clear, not affected in the slightest. Here is, seeing the illusory image in front of him, Lu Chenxian stood in place, his pupils shrinking slightly as his heart set off an uproar. I can't believe it's Green Sky Immortal Domain. At this moment, in the midair in front of them, what was presented was a treacherous mountain range in the former Green Sky Immortal Domain, millions of miles away from the Violet Imperial Dynasty. Back then, during the Immortal World War, Lu Chenxian led a million Xian Tian army to fight in the 8 directions, and had also passed by this place, and did not explore it in depth. Although there were demonic beasts present among them, they were only Demon King level ants, and of course, they could not enter the eyes of this immortal world's strongest war god. However, in the midst of this illusory image, there actually existed a magnificent pillar of light that reached through the heavens, rising up from the center of the mountain range, directly tearing through the dome of the sky and entering the endless heights. Rumble. Foreign objects come out of the world. Below the pillar of light, a treasure silhouette that was difficult to observe with the naked eye slowly rose from the depths of the earth, blossoming with an indescribable blinding light. It was also at this instant that a lofty black shadow with 9 growing heads descended from above the dome of the sky, stretching out a huge black claw that covered the sky and grabbed down towards this mysterious treasure. Only, it didn't work. As the 9-headed silhouette descended, another supreme figure emanating billions of golden light similarly waved its palm and easily shattered this 9-headed demon god, leaving behind only an extremely blurry Yuanshan body that was suppressed within this mountain range. After completing all of this, that supreme figure once again reached out and easily grabbed the mysterious treasure. Returning back up to the celestial dome, the dust has settled. In the sky above the dome of heaven, the dimensional barrier that had been torn apart by the 9-headed demon god was instantly restored, as if the previous scene had never happened. And even the treacherous mountain ranges below were restored as before. The only thing that hasn't recovered is, just hundreds of thousands of miles away from this treacherous mountain range, a tiny figure that was just like a mole cricket was directly shattered by the aftermath of the battle. transforming into dozens of streams of light that fell in different directions. Is that old Shaw? Seeing this, Lu Qinchuan's heart shook dramatically, and an extremely rare look of shock appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Easy Immortal King, Xiao Ding Tian. The silhouette that surfaced in midair just now was exactly the scene that occurred tens of thousands of years ago when Xiao Ding Tian fell. Under the protection of the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Knight, the main body fell on the spot, and only the Yuanshan survived, and along with the remnants of the treasures, they were scattered to the various realms. Shouting Tian's strength at its peak could definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Green Sky Immortal Domain, but he actually couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle between those two existences? Chapter 99, Fat Sheep? Old Xiao didn't die unjustly. After watching this image, Lu Qinchuan's heart was filled with emotions. That supreme figure that had crossed the border and descended into the Green Sky Immortal region was truly too strong. Not only him, even the 9-headed demon god that had been tragically suppressed was definitely not something that someone from the Green Sky Immortal Domain could contend with. Even if it was himself in his heyday, I was afraid that if he met this god or demon, he would only have one way to fall. Fortunately, Xiao Ding Tian had the innate weapon 24 Bridges and a Bright Moon Knight, which protected his Yuanshan after disintegrating and splitting. Otherwise, the once famous easy immortal king of the immortal world would definitely have his divine soul destroyed, completely losing the possibility of rebirth. Only, old Xiao, I promised to remodel your Yuanshan earlier. This is a huge hole I dug for myself. Lu Qinxian smiled darkly, recalling the images he had seen earlier, and couldn't help but feel a bit headstrong. The treasures disintegrated and turned into streams of light that fell down to all the major realms, and to find all the fragments together was like finding a needle in a haystack. It should be realized that these realms included 3,000 small worlds, the middle 1,000 worlds, and likewise some debris that had crashed into the great 1,000 worlds. It may seem like there are only dozens of fragments, but in reality, who knows how many fragments there are. To remodel Xiao Tian's Yuanshan, it must have taken a long time, and it must have been necessary to travel through countless realms to collect the fragments one by one. Shuttle Realm. Even if you cultivate the Chaos Swallowing skill, you have to at least reach the Life and Death realm to have a few certainties, and your current self is too far away from the Life and Death realm to be able to find this most central piece of debris in the Xian continent. One can only say that old Zhao's luck is quite good. Luck, I should say. In just over a month, 2 fragments were obtained from the Su family ancestral hall and the Luotang clan of the Luo family in Sanqing City, especially the Su family's piece, which possessed a piece of pure immortal power left over from before Xiao Tian's fall, was precisely the strongest card in Lu Qinchuan's hand that was in the bottom of the box, and within this independent space. If the core fragment of the 24 Bridges and the Moonlit Night really existed, then it would definitely be much easier to find other fragments in the future. The innate artifact that nurtures the spirit of the artifact. After the disintegration of the treasure, the artifact spirit was bound to sleep within the core fragments, and as long as the artifact spirit was awakened, it would definitely have a sense of the location of the other fragments. Xiao Tian's chances of remodeling his Yuanshan would naturally increase greatly. I hope that within this debris, there is also the residual immortal energy of old Xiao. Lu Qinchuan's gaze was vaguely expectant, and then he stopped stopping and continued deeper into the independent space. There is certainly no wrong way forward. Now in the Dan Tian, 2 pieces of debris have been collected, and the debris within the independent space echoes, vaguely able to perceive where the debris is located. The location of that debris, just north, so dizzy, in independent space, above a boundless ocean, spatial ripples slowly spread, and a delicate woman's figure fell out of the void, staggering and swaying for a few steps, and then flying to stand firmly, feet on the sea as if walking on a flat surface, a pair of peach blossom-like charming eyes looking around. 1,000 Illusions Sect Inner Disciple, Tang Jiaojiu. After entering the spatial vortex within the cave, she similarly experienced spatial teleportation and randomly appeared in this sea area, with no other fellow disciples found around her. They should have been transported by the spatial vortex to a random orientation like me. Tang Jiaojiu stood on the surface of the sea, observing the surroundings for a moment, and then her hands pinched up her seal, and she let out a dainty cry under her breath. Open, buzz. Above his head, the 3 Yuanshan Yangdan shadows slowly rose, coalescing into a huge eyeball the size of a water tank, the depths of the pupil streaming with light, constantly presenting infinite illusions. 1,000 Illusions Sect Earth-grade low-level secret technique, 1,000 Illusions Eye. Under the probing of this eyeball, as long as there was no obstruction along the way, it was enough to probe 100 miles in circumference, and even an ant could be seen clearly. In the sect, there were countless disciples who practiced the secret method. However, those who were able to cultivate it successfully could be called 1 in 10,000. And she, Tang Jiaojiu, as the top genius of the younger generation of the 6 major clans in Guanping Prefecture, had not only refined the secret method, but had also completely consummated it, and was able to perform all the variations of the 1,000 illusory eyes, creating countless illusions according to her heart, and had never been defeated among her peers. Right after the eye of 1,000 illusions floated up into midair, Tang Jiajiao's eyes were tightly closed, and her delicate cheeks, which were enough to charm all beings, suddenly appeared with a flash of surprise. Saw it, directly south, about 70 miles away. A green-shirted man who had never been seen before was rapidly approaching this way with the waves churning under his feet. As for his appearance, he was clearly not the disciples of the 5 great sects who had previously entered the independent space with her, and likewise not the several supreme geniuses of the Haoyang sect. Then, who is he? No matter who it was definitely for the heavenly spiritual weapon within this separate space. Moreover, the spatial vortex within the cave was guarded by the 5 great sects Yuan feudal elders, and outsiders were absolutely unable to break in. So this green-shirted man must have arrived at this independent space before the 5 great sects entered. From him, there may be news about this separate space. More importantly, anyone who snatched a heavenly spiritual weapon, even if they were a disciple of the 5 great clans, would be killed without pardon as long as they were not a fellow disciple of her 1,000 illusions sect. LOL, this girl's luck is as good as ever. This has only just entered the independent space and she has met this fat sheep. Tang Jiajiao let out a soft laugh before her mind moved. Buzz. In midair, the eye of 1,000 illusions slowly rotated, and the surrounding sea air instantly blurred, transforming into a jagged stone island 100 feet in circumference. In the center of the island, a dilapidated hall stood majestically, and in the center of the hall was placed a huge bronze tripod with a halo of flickering light, and on the tripod sat a white-haired old woman with a withered appearance. The 1,000 illusions secret technique, the great 1,000 illusions, whether it was the jagged stone island or the crumbling hall, all of them were transformed by the 1,000 illusory eyes secret technique. And this white-haired crone was Tang Jiajiao's original body. Little fat sheep, after seeing this island, this girl will see if you fall for it. Giggle. After laughing again, Tang Jiajiao's mouth hung a touch of playfulness, quietly waiting for the fat sheep door. About half a column of incense later, swish, Lu Qinshan stepped on the waves and slowly stopped in front of the stone island. The purple gold light under his eyes flickered, and then, expressionless, he stepped onto this island in large strides and directly entered the dilapidated hall. Looking at the bronze tripod in front of him, and then looking at the white-haired crone Tang Jiajiao, faintly opened his mouth. This little trick is just to fool a 3-year-old, a mere 3-yang realm, actually pretending to be a god in front of me. It's not a laughing matter. What? Tang Jiajiao's face changed abruptly as she leapt down from the bronze giant tripod, staring dead at Lu Qinshuan's eyes, unable to help but be filled with horror. The unbeatable 1,000 illusions secret method was actually easily recognized by this person? What's his strength? Chapter 100, The Great Luo Soul Suppressor Lock. How long has it been since you entered this separate space? The expression on Tang Jiajiao's face, Lu Qinshan was oblivious to it. His voice was always indifferent, performing illusions and waiting for rabbits here. What exactly do you want to do? Say, this woman, obviously, has evil intentions. If one is a man of honor and integrity, why would one need to resort to such machinations? Not daring to show her true face, she deliberately made this illusion. It is obvious that she must be harboring evil intentions, and she is definitely not kind to herself. Why are you so mean? After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Jiajiao collected her mind, and the surrounding illusionary realm instantly dissipated, revealing the vast sea beneath her feet. Looking at Lu Qinshan with charming eyes, her voice was sweet and soft, indescribably seductive. Good brother, I was trying to play a joke with you. Don't scare me. I was just wondering, how long has brother been here? Did you find anything here? Don't. Swish. A plain, unsheathed wooden sword appeared out of thin air in Lu Qinshuan's palm, and the tip of the sword directly pointed at Tang Jiajiao's throat. The art of mesmerization. The woman in front of him, every move and every smile, always performing the art of mesmerization, confusing the minds of martial artists, and her power was quite extraordinary. Only, this so-called extraordinary was for ordinary 3-yang realm martial artists, and in front of him, Lu Qinshan, it could not play any role at all. Tang Jiajiao's face changed again, and it was difficult to maintain the secret spell of ecstasy, as unbelievable fear flowed from her eyes. This man is simply horrible. From his body, not the slightest bit of might was felt, nor was the slightest trace of him casting a secret spell detected. However, his own secret method of mesmerization was actually completely ineffective against him, and the speed of his wooden sword strikes was even more appalling. Absolutely no less than any genius from the 6 major clans of Guangpingfu. Even the Yuan fetus realm elders striking out would not necessarily be able to be so swift. When did such a character appear in Guangping Mansion? Did he come from Guangping Mansion? Who the hell is he? Good brother, are you trying to kill people? Tang Jiaojiao lightly bit her thin lips, her brilliant peach blossom eyes filled with tears. Indescribably miserable and pitiful, I have absolutely no ill will towards my brother. Instead, it's my brother, pointing his sword at me, scaring my heart and liver into pieces. When people come here to explore, of course they want to look for treasures, but before the treasures are found, they meet such a heartless brother. Brother, do you really have no compassion at all and don't like people at all? At the same time she spoke, her jade hand gently lifted, her soft jade-like fingers slowly ripped open the neckline of the sarong, revealing delicate skin as white as snow. All over his body, he exuded an incomparably rich fragrant fragrance, which directly drilled into Lu Chenxuan's nostrils, and even into the depths of the sea of consciousness. The Thousand Illusions Sect's unique secret medicine, soul confusion incense. Under this fragrance, unless one was promoted to the Three Yang realm in a perfect state after condensing the 9 danlines, one would still have to be at the peak of the Three Yang realm, infinitely close to the Yuan fetus realm, to be able to resist it slightly. Otherwise, once the aroma enters the sea of consciousness, one's soul is immediately turned upside down and at the mercy of the drive. It was similar to the Hao Yang sect's art of manipulating puppets. Unfortunately, thumbs up, a soft thud. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent, his face always without the slightest emotion, and with a flash of sword light in his hand, he directly pierced through Tang Jiajiao's throat. Blood spattered. This purple gold sword light not only penetrated Tang Jiajiao's neck, it likewise took away all of her vitality. Even if she was in the Three Yang realm without exception, a sword kills. Woo! Tang Jiajiao's gaze was blank, the gleam in her eyes fading fast, and the only ray of light left in front of her eyes began to dim rapidly. Until death came, she still couldn't figure out that this green-shirted man hadn't shown any might since the beginning, and the slight breath that was revealed when he struck out definitely didn't exceed the Three Yang's realm. Why was the soul confusion incense ineffective? And why had the secret method he had performed become a joke? Snap! The delicate body fell helplessly and sank into the boundless ocean at her feet. Cultivating the soul enchantment technique, spiritual awareness is unusual. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and looked at the vast sea of undulating waves at his feet, and suddenly let out a soft cry from his mouth. Come out to me. Phew! Below the surface of the sea, an illusory silhouette of a hand floated out, its eyes in a daze. It was Tang Jiajiao's residual soul body that had just died not long ago. You were given the opportunity earlier, and you're the one who didn't appreciate it. Lu Chenxuan's left hand was clasped in vain, and the purple and gold light at his fingertips flickered slightly, coalescing into a vague cage of nothingness that deadlocked the vague remnant soul in the air. The living won't answer, so I'll see for myself. Buzz. Heaven and earth quake. In the sky above this oceanic sea, an incomparably arcane and strange fluctuation slowly dispersed, and Tang Jiajiao's residual soul trembled violently, and a scene that she had experienced in her lifetime suddenly surfaced in her eyes. 5 great clans gather in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Enter the cave hinterland, find the space vortex and enter the separate space. Everything that had happened a little over half an hour ago was all presented in front of Lu Chenxian. The young generation of the 5 great clans, totaling more than 100 people, have all entered this independent space. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as his mind raced with thoughts. The disciples of the 5 great sects were not enough to worry about. However, after entering the independent space, the spatial vortex randomly teleported, and anyone's teleportation orientation was different. If someone was lucky enough, the location after teleportation would probably be near the core fragment of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon. The likelihood of this is slim, but not completely absent. There's no time to lose. Lu Chenxuan's heart flinched, his mind pushed violently, and Tang Jiajiao's residual soul body trembled once again, the images projected from her eyes slowly disappearing. Just for a moment, rumble, between heaven and earth, an irresistible and massive force of swallowing and sucking spread out from the void, crazily tearing at the purple and gold cage in the air, tearing at Tang Jiajiao's remnant soul. This was the supreme greatness of rule condensation, the power of reincarnation from the 9 hells, and it simply could not be resisted. Time's up. Lu Chenxuan's face changed slightly. The purple and gold light on his fingertips instantly dissipated, while Tang Jiajiao's residual soul immediately returned to nothingness, and the tearing force similarly disappeared, never to be seen again. Forced soul searching is supposed to go against the grain. The Dala soul suppressor lock that was previously cast, locking up the residual souls of the dead and searching the memories of the dead, was not tolerated by heaven and earth. With his current strength, locking Tang Jiajiao for 10 breaths of time was already the limit. If he continued to search his soul, the heaven and earth's backlash was bound to be extremely terrifying. Even Lu Chenxian would find it difficult to withstand. Old Zhao's treasure fragment absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the 5 great sects, although time was short. But Lu Chenxian didn't immediately rush, but instead, his mind moved and stared tightly at the sea below. Although Tang Jiajiao was dead, but
the spiritual rhythms within the corpse, as well as the spiritual artifacts and pills that she carried with her, were all great tonics for herself. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. Chapter 101 100-Story High Platform. A moment later, the devouring had ended. Within Lu Chenxuan's Dantian, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan increased to 46. It was just one more than before the devouring. Less pathetic. Since advancing to the 5th level of Yuan Dan, the secret patterns continued to increase, requiring more and more spirit chimes. Before that, it was the devouring of that peak 4th order silver-scaled spotted python that increased the secret line slightly more. After all, it was the body of a demonic beast, and its blood essence and demonic Dan spirit charm far exceeded that of a human martial artist, which was why it was so rewarding. And this time, devouring Tang Jiaojiao, a triple yang realm, along with the Xian high-grade spiritual artifacts and a few bottles of unusual elixirs that she was carrying with her. Being able to add a secret pattern was already considered very good luck. It was worth mentioning that because the Thousand Illusions sect's Gongfu was special, very few spirit weapons could match the Gongfu. Therefore, including Tang Jiaojiao, the vast majority of the Thousand Illusions sect's inner disciples used weapons that were of a high Xian grade. According to the memories within Tang Jiaojiao's residual soul, there was one and only one person in the younger generation of the clan who possessed an earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapon. The sovereign's personal disciple, known as the Thousand Changes Illusionary Lady. Her strength had already reached the great circle of the Triple Yang realm, and she was the first of all the disciples who deserved to be there. It's time to go now. With regards to this Thousand Changes fantasy lady, Lu Chenxian naturally wouldn't put the slightest bit of thought into it. Following the guidance of the debris within his Dantian, he stepped on the vast ocean waves and flew in the direction of due north. Deep within the independent space, 100-story high platform that was 1,000 feet high, with a brilliant golden light all over, was suspended majestically in midair. Above the high platform, scarlet mist filled and tumbled, in which a shadow of an orb emerged, with red light hidden on its surface, intermingled with the golden light emanating from the high platform, appearing particularly strange. And in this orb shadow below, there is an extremely dim golden silhouette, less than 3 feet tall, lying quietly in mid-air, eyes tightly closed, apparently fell into a long slumber. Golden silhouette hands, holding a palm-sized piece of jade debris, around the wind, snow, rain and fog floating phantom, as well as unheard of exotic flowers and grasses. In the rapid change of the 4 seasons between the weather, constantly growing and withering, it looks incomparable mystery. Swish, swish, the 2 young figures that came in pairs flew to a stop below the high platform, tilting his head back to look high into the sky. His gaze narrowed steeply. Illusions abound. At this moment, above 1,000 feet in the air, it was an extremely spectacular scene that appeared. A slim old man wearing a grayish-white Taoist robe, holding a dark blue longsword in his hand, urged more than 20 humanoid puppets to fight with a huge python with blood-colored sharp horns, constantly exchanging blows and killing each other, waving out one piece of the python's blood after another. While they were exchanging blows, there was also an extremely fuzzy jade fragment floating next to them, and no matter if it was the slim old man or this sharp-horned python, every time they tried to snatch the fragment, they were easily blocked by a layer of golden light, and were unable to get close at all. The 2 sides fought for a full day and night, and the old man was not strong enough to be swept across by the python's flinging tail, his chest instantly collapsing, and he fell into the mountains below. The sharp-horned python was likewise very bad, having been pierced through its torso by the old man. Its entire body was drenched in blood and flesh, shedding countless scales, and many of the wounds exposed the white bones of Mori. Until the end of the battle, the sharp-horned giant python once again approached the shattered pieces of jade. The layer of golden light shield suddenly expanded rapidly, wrapping the sharp-horned giant python completely before disappearing into thin air. That's the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong. Below the high platform, a young genius with a long sword in his hand was filled with shock. The corpse we saw before we entered the spatial vortex was none other than Senior Lu Xingkong Lu. As it turns out, he died fighting with the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Gel Python, and even the puppets he refined were all scrapped. 400 years ago, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, went deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and then disappeared without a trace, shocking the entire Guangping province. The 6 big clans had sent people to search many times, but never found the whereabouts of Lu Xingkong, and the Hao Yang sect is very secretive about this, and does not admit that Lu Xingkong has fallen, but warns the disciples of the sect to go out and act more restrained, and try not to clash with the other 5 big clans. The strongest sect in the past was precisely because of Lu Xingkong's fall, and its might gradually declined, never regaining its former glory. And what are those scarlet mists, and the orb silhouettes, and the jade remnants? Another young genius, staring dead ahead at the high platform, his gaze suddenly incomparably greedy. Jade debris. Although he didn't know what those things on it were, however, among the battle images he had seen earlier, Lu Xingkong and that dragon blood Jiao Python had fought desperately, precisely for the sake of fighting for this piece of jade fragment. It was conceivable that this was bound to be a very remarkable treasure. It was likely that it was the heavenly spiritual artifact they were looking for. The jade fragment. It's in the hands of that golden silhouette. The young genius with the long sword in his hand clearly had a much more delicate mind, and his gaze flickered slightly. I'm much more curious about this golden silhouette than the debris. Guess who this golden silhouette is? Who he is? Who is it? It's a friend of mine. An incomparably calm and faint voice suddenly sounded in the ears of these two young geniuses. Lu Chunxian, looking at the golden figure above the high platform from afar, a touch of relief surfaced in his gaze. Old Xiao Ding Tian. Since entering the independent space, those earlier guesses were indeed correct. The core fragments of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon did exist here, and this golden silhouette, which was part of Xiao Dingtian's Yuan Shun, was very well protected by this piece of debris. Who are you? Seeing Lu Chunxian appear, the two young geniuses were like enemies, the long swords in their hands steeply gripped tightly, and 3 Yuan Shenyang Dan rose above their heads at the same time. The Three Suns Realm. They were the inner sect elite disciples of one of the 5 great sects, Spirit Tree Mountain, and Lu Chunxian had already had an understanding of their identities when he searched Tang Jiajiao's memories earlier. Don't know their names, but what does it matter? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that here, you shouldn't be here. Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless as he continued to step forward towards the 100-story high platform floating in midair. Leave or die. The choice is yours. In the time it took to speak, it had already brushed past these 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples. What a cocky kid. The 2 young geniuses exchanged glances, their eyes showing killing intent. This man must die. Before entering the spatial vortex, the 4th elder of Spirit Tree Mountain, Xin Changling, had personally explained that no matter who was found within the independent space, absolutely no one would be left alive. Then, snort, snort, 2 incomparably sharp emerald green sword lights, which contained an extremely astonishing aura of life and death. Almost the instant it struck, it had stabbed Lu Chenxuan's back. Chapter 102. The Spirit Tree Mountain technique is extremely heavy on killing. About 1,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Spirit Tree Mountain, the Spirit Tree Master of the Empty Sky Realm, accidentally discovered a seedling of an ancient spirit tree in the cooling mountain range to the east of Guanping Prefecture. After more than 10 years of careful cultivation, the seedling gradually grew into a sky-high tree with a trunk of secret lines intertwined. Clearly extraordinary. The Spirit Tree realist painstakingly studied and realized the suspected ancient eras techniques and martial arts from the secret patterns, and used this as the foundation to create the Spirit Tree Mountain that had been passed down for thousands of years, and his name Spirit Tree Realist also came from this. All the disciples of the sect practiced the Spirit Tree secret marks technique, and when they fought with the enemy, they carried a ferocious and savage aura originating from the ancient times, and not only were their stances bizarre, but they were also extremely powerful. Moreover, due to meditating and cultivating near this spirit tree for many years, naturally imbued with the spirit tree's own breath, the vitality in his body was extremely large, and when he fought, he would instead release an extremely shocking aura of death. The names of the feats and martial arts are equally relevant. The Spirit Tree Mountain's unique mastery, the Gongfu and martial skill were both at the middle level of the Earth grade. The Gongfu Spirit Tree Birth and Destruction skill, and the martial skill Birth and Destruction Killing Sword, Breath of Life and Death. Feeling the 2 swords stabbing at his back, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly, and the wooden sword in his hand steeply emerged. The sword light cleansed. The 2 young geniuses struck out extremely fast, but no faster than Lu Chenxuan's purple gold sword light, a sword through the heart. Almost at the moment when the tips of their swords were about to pierce Lu Chenxuan's back green shirt, this purple gold sword light that was faster than lightning had already pierced through the hearts of the 2 men, directly destroying all of the 2 men's vitality and taking away every ounce of their strength. Snap! Dangling! Both long swords landed at the same time, and both bodies planted themselves at the same time. The tips of their swords were not even half an inch away from the green shirt on Lu Chenxuan's body. It's that half inch that becomes the never-to-be-crossed moat. 2 Xian-grade high-grade spirit swords, 2 bottles of Earth-grade pills, and 2 people's spirit rhymes. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the little purple and gold dragon within his dantian immediately opened its mouth and swallowed, devouring everything. Very little was gained. After devouring these 2, the secret lines above the Yuan Dan only increased by 1, and the 47th secret line coalesced even less than half. In comparison, they were pretty much on the same level as that Tang Jiajiao from earlier. Old Shah. After doing so, Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned and he tilted his head to look at the 100-story high platform above, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shouting Tian's Yuan Shun. Compared to other things, old Zhao's Yuan Shen was the most important thing,
and absolutely could not tolerate the slightest damage. However, the orb shadow above the platform was the demonic pills of the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Scalp Python, and the scarlet mist that filled the surrounding area was the pure demonic blood of the Dragon Blood Scalp Python's body. This Dragon Blood Xiao Python, which contained a trace of true dragon bloodline in its body, although minuscule, could warm up Zhao's Yuan Shen, and was more or less a treasure. Moreover, the 5th-order demonic beasts, equivalent to human sky realm powerhouses, contained an extremely strong demonic beast pressure within their bloodline, shrouding the entire high platform and treating each other as if they were one. If it was easily shaken, it would only affect old Zhao's Yuanshan solidity, which was obviously not desirable. Get up there! Lu Chenxian thought for a moment, his body slightly shook, and the Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out as he swept toward the high platform in front of him. Just a moment after entering the range of the high platform, boom! Not the least bit different from the expected result, an incomparably huge demonic beast pressure, which contained a trace of true dragon qi, violently suppressed Lu Chenxian. Kind of. Lu Chenxuan's face remained unchanged, and the feathered wings behind his back immediately closed in, landing steadily on top of the first step. It's not that you can't fly, it's that you can't fly. If he forced himself to fly up to the high platform, the demonic beast's pressure would inevitably backfire, and at that time, old Zhao's Yuanshan would only be shattered, and even that core fragment would be difficult to preserve. Obviously, this core fragment after the disintegration of the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night, it was this extremely subtle method that was used, utilizing the 5th-order demon pill and demon beast essence blood to construct the delicate balance at this moment, which was used to warm and nourish Xiao Yuanshan, and should definitely not be easily destroyed. Adapt to the demonic beast pressure, ascend to the top of the high platform, and collect all of this fragment in old Zhao's Yuanshan. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved and immediately decided on the method of ascending the stage, and then without hesitation, he raised his feet and walked towards the high platform above. First order, second order, third order. When he reached the 10th step, his footsteps suddenly gave a slight lurch. The pressure has increased. At this moment, the intensity of the pressure has been no less than the ordinary first level of the Imperial Air Power. If it is not after practicing the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the physical refinement is far beyond the same realm. Now Lu Chenxian, I am afraid that has long been on his knees and prostrate. On the platform is simply impossible to remain standing. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out before I reach the top. Lu Chenxian stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickered for a moment, and his heart skipped a beat. Demonic beast pressure? The chaotic heaven swallowing skill, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, could be described as swallowing nothing. Then, could the pressure of the demonic beast above this high platform engulf it? Try it. Lu Chenxuan's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and his mind immediately urged on. Roar! Within the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon raised its neck, and the devouring vortex in its mouth slowly turned. A thread, a wisp, at an extremely slow pace, gradually swallowed the demonic beast pressure above the 10th step. About 10 breaths later, it's done. After the mighty pressure was swallowed, in the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the 47th secret pattern on the surface of the Yuan Dan slightly coalesced, and the effect was almost identical to the effect of swallowing a martial artist's spirit rhyme. More importantly, the demonic beast pressure disappeared, and continuing to ascend the stage was no longer a concern. Just like just now, progressing in a gradual manner, devouring the mighty pressure on each level of the steps continuously, would not affect the delicate balance of this high platform, but would also increase the secret patterns above the Yuan Dan. Truly, two birds with one stone. 11, 12, 13. Lu Chenxian followed the step-by-step procedure. Before ascending each layer of steps, he immediately exerted the power of swallowing the sky, devouring all the demonic beast pressure above the steps, and then continued to climb the steps. The whole process was incomparably smooth, and it really didn't affect Shouting Tian's Yuanshan's body. Just, boom, 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 boom. Just as Lu Chenxian ascended the 37th step, an incomparably dull sound of feet treading on the ground approached quickly from afar. The people of the 5 great clans, a stout young man with a bare back and bare shoulders, his skin color was like bronze, his body was like a heavy iron tower, and every step he took left a footprint more than half a foot deep on the ground. On his back, he was also carrying a huge lapis lazuli sword strewn with cracks, its surface surrounded by secret patterns, emitting an extremely appalling spirit weapon pressure. Earth-grade low-grade stone sword, infinitely close to earth-grade middle grade. The identity of this person had also been called out, and it was especially profound in the memory of Tang Jiajiao's residual soul. Iron Eve Sect's strongest person of the younger generation, a grand round of the 3 Yang realm, an unparalleled genius who was only one step away from conceiving a Yuan fetus. Stone Warrior Sky. Chapter 103, Strange Physique Still Kills in Seconds. Battle Image. fifth-order demon beast. Due to the different orientation, Shi Zhantian, who had stepped in, did not discover Lu Chenxian, who was on top of the high platform, at the first moment. However, the images of the battle that kept surfacing in the air were incomparably clear into his vision. And, above the ground, the two Spirit Tree Mountain disciples who had just been killed by Lu Chenxian. Someone from Spirit Tree Mountain? Shi Zhantian raised his eyebrows and immediately stepped forward, gazing down at the two corpses, a flash of surprise steeply surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. It's not right. Both corpses had been pierced through the heart, and other than that there were no more injuries. However, the bizarre thing was that the Shinpin high-grade spirit swords that had crashed down beside the two of them had already been reduced to scrap metal, losing all their spirituality. The body is still a few degrees warmer. The killer can't have gotten too far away. Shi Zhantian squatted down, raised his hand to touch the corpse of one of them, and slowly raised his head again, glancing toward the 100-story stone platform floating in midair above. Swish! The pupils shrunk slightly. Saw it. Above the stone platform, on top of the 37th layer of steps, there was indeed a green-shirt figure that was slowly climbing. Did you kill them? Shi Zhantian held his head high, backhandedly gripped the huge lapis lazuli sword behind his back, and let out a bellowing cry under his breath. Come down here. Boom! Sword chi across the sky. On the surface of the huge lapis lazuli sword, countless secret patterns intertwined and flickered, and a magnificent and heavy white sword light burst out, containing an incomparably astonishing oppressive aura, directly blasting towards Lu Chenxian on top of the stone platform. Sure enough, someone is coming. On top of the stone platform, Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. His body shape flew backwards through the air, tumbling down from the 37 layers of steps, easily avoiding the sword light, and landing steadily on top of the ground, about 10 feet away from Shi Zhantian. Rumble. The steps roar. The white sword light did not hit Lu Chenxian, but it solidly bombarded the 37th floor steps, and the entire stone platform slightly trembled. And even the fifth-order demonic beast pressure above the platform reacted, and an even more massive pressure rumbled down to recover the entire platform. The previous work is gone. Lu Chenxian took one step at a time, climbing this distance with great difficulty, and with the mighty pressure resurfacing, it was all for naught. The disciples of the 5 great clans will surely arrive one after another behind them, in order to climb the high platform. I'm afraid that I have to take care of all of them before I can. Lu Chenxian tilted his head and glanced at the high platform before his gaze turned and silently gazed at Shi Zhantian in front of him. To this Iron Eve's sex first person of the younger generation, it was obvious that he did not have the slightest regard for him. From the moment he struck, it was already destined that only one of the two sides could live on. Under the greenstone sword, never kill nameless people. Shi Zhantian held his stone sword in his hand, coldly forcing his eyes at Lu Chenxian, his voice like iron rubbing against stone, his body rising with battle intent. Say, what's your name and when did you enter this independent space? Just be honest and I can give you a hard time. Otherwise, thumbs up. A soft thud. Lu Chenxian's face was expressionless. His unsheathed wooden sword surfaced in his palm, slowly lifting the sword. The tip of the sword pointed far away from Shi Zhantian's forehead, and only one word came out of his mouth. Die. The sword is brightly extinguished. A purple and gold sword chi, if any, flickered rapidly in the void, and did not seem to be exerted by the wooden sword, but more like it appeared out of thin air, directly tearing apart Shi Zhantian's brow. There's no bloodshed. Shi Zhantian's forehead crumbled, the entire head almost cracking into two halves. However, instead of blood flowing out, there was likewise no splattering of brain matter. It was as if his body was built entirely of stubborn stone, and he was oblivious even when his head shattered. You are strong. Under such injuries, Shi Zhantian was actually able to speak, and his head injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just less than 2 breaths, the injury had already recovered as before, and there was no longer the slightest scar on his forehead. At some point, his eyes had turned a morose white color, like 2 stone beads polished from mountain rocks, staring tightly at Lu Chenxian in front of him, his gaze always indifferent. If it was an ordinary triple yang great perfection, under this sword of yours, I'm only afraid that he would have already died on the spot. And yet, it is I whom you have met. The words came to an abrupt end. 10 feet away in front, Lu Chenxian's face did not change at all, and the wooden sword in his hand was raised once again. The sword chi transformed into silk, and the sword's silk became a net. A purple golden sword silk web instantly enveloped Shi Zhantian's body, as if it were 1,000 cuts, slicing his sturdy body directly into countless pieces. Still no blood coming out. These scattered pieces of broken stone, as if they all possessed life, the moment they were broken, they immediately recoalesced and once again returned to the original body of Shi Zhantian. It seemed that this extremely rare special physique could ignore any injuries. Shattered rock body. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand, and a touch of extremely rare appreciation appeared in the bottom of his eyes. The physique isn't strong, but it's considered very rare in the Green Sky Immortal region. With this shattered rock physique, if you have enough cultivation resources, you might be able to grow into a giant of a party. Unfortunately, this is only the lower realm after all, and there are too few resources. Green Sky Immortal region? Shattered rock body? Shi Zhantian's pupils shrunk, and for the first time, a few subtle changes appeared in his eyes. Since stepping into martial arts cultivation, he had killed and fought and suffered fatal injuries more than once. However, it was by virtue of this special physique that it was able to turn the danger into a success every time. After entering the Iron Eve sect, whether it was the disciples of the sect, or the sect master elders, or even the lofty supreme elders, they all scared at this qualification of his. Even the various canonical books collected within the sect had never recorded about this specific prana. Until today, finally, from the mouth of this green-shirted man in front of him, he heard news related to this. Turns out, it's called a crushed rock body? You recognize my physique? Shi Zhantian's gaze sank low, and the huge lapis lazuli sword in his hand fiercely clenched. Then, the Qingtian immortal domain that you just mentioned. What is that place? Have you seen a similar body there? Seems like a bit too much to say. Why continue to bull ***** him when he's already a dead man anyway? You shouldn't have taken a shot at me earlier. The look of appreciation on Lu Qinchuan's face slowly tightened as the unsheathed wooden sword was raised once again and he spoke softly. In your next life, if you can still become a martial artist, you must be honest. Remember? As the words fell, the sword flashed. A sword-shaped ripple without form or substance emerged from the surface of the wooden sword, as if it ignored space, distance, and body, and did not leave any wounds on Shi Zhantian's body, but instead directly pierced within his sea of consciousness. Dala, chopper sword. You. In this instant, Shi Zhantian seemed to have realized what was going on. His face suddenly changed, and he reflexively made a defensive movement with the lapis lazuli giant sword in his hand. However, it's too late. The great Luo spirit beheading sword, specializing in cutting the spirit consciousness Yuan Shun. Unless one possesses a soul defense treasure or has cultivated the secret method of soul defense, one cannot resist it at all. Plastic body. What was strong was merely the physical body. The spiritual sense and Yuan Shen were almost indistinguishable from ordinary martial artists, and under this sword, they were virtually nothing. Chapter 104, The Common Enemy. Shi Zhantian is dead. The shattered rock body, which was extremely rare in the 3,000 small worlds, a unique physique with unlimited future achievements, was easily destroyed by Lu Qinchuan's casual chopping of this sword. The sea of consciousness collapsed and the Yuan Shen perished. The huge lapis lazuli sword in his hand, as well as the strong physique he was so proud of, all became useless decorations. In front of Lu Qinxian, the grand circle realm of the Triple Yang realm was nothing but futility, and the so-called name of genius was nothing but a meaningless joke. Shattered rock body. This spiritual charm is not bad. As Shi Zhantian's body fell to the ground, Lu Qinchuan's gaze was vaguely expectant as he gently clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand before his mind urged him on. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple gold little dragon tilted its head back and swallowed, the devouring vortex in its mouth turning rapidly. Phew. Within Shi Zhantian's corpse, the martial spiritual rhythm, the shattered rock body, and all the spiritual chi contained in that huge lapis lazuli sword were all devoured and absorbed by the little purple gold dragon in a short span of 3 breaths. Gathering Dan lines. In the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the secret lines above the Yuan Dan had indeed increased once again, and the 47th secret line that was only half completed earlier was successfully replenished, and the 48th secret line had also coalesced for the most part. Now condensing the Dan lines requires too much spirit rhyme. Lu Qinxian looked inwardly at his Dantian, looking at the secret patterns on the surface of the Yuan Dan, and secretly shook his head in his heart. A strong martial arts background is certainly a good thing to seek. However, cultivating this chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the martial arts background was not too deep, and now, although it was only the 5th level of Yuan Dan, however, judging by the cultivation experience of yesteryear, the total amount of purple and gold dragon breath in the body was definitely no less than the ordinary peak of the 3 Yangs, and even more than that. What's more, the quality of the purple gold dragon's breath is not comparable to the purity of the Dan Qi within the Dantian of an ordinary martial artist. Who would have thought that a seemingly mediocre Yuan Dan martial artist actually possessed a terrifying strength that was enough to crush the Yuan entire realm, coupled with the endless secret techniques and supreme martial arts that span the immortal realm, as well as the devoured thunder rock twin wings. Even if they faced a great power of the sky realm, they would have the power to fight. It's a little early to be on stage. After the devouring ended, Lu Qinxian did not climb the stone platform again, but stood below it, eyes on the nose on the heart, waiting silently in place. Earlier, He had probed Tang Jiajiao's residual soul memories and knew the situation within this independent space like the back of his hand. The 5 major clans of Guangping Prefecture, totaling more than 100 disciples, appeared in different directions after going through spatial teleportation. Sooner or later, everyone must all be here. In order to reach the top of the stone platform and collect Shouting Tian's Yuan Shin body, it was necessary to make sure that nothing could go wrong in the middle of the process. Then, unless they knew better and chose to leave of their own accord, they would all be killed without amnesty. Whoosh, whoosh, about 50 miles away from the stone platform area, more than 10 silhouettes leaping and darting. The leader of the youth waist-hanging pestle and mortar, wearing an earth-colored robe. His feet did not move, the ground under his feet undulating, obviously some kind of extremely special body secret technique. The method of earth escape, one of the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, the Thick Earth sect, had been passed down for more than 300 years, and its earth attribute techniques and martial arts were unique and extremely affinity with the power of the earth. And this iron pestle and mortar young man, although his appearance was unimpressive, his identity was not trivial. He was a direct descendant of the Thick Earth sect's supreme elder, Senior Brother Wang. A talented disciple of the inner sect of the Thick Earth sect looked at the heights ahead from afar with a shocked expression on his face. Quickly look ahead. Already seen it. The iron pestle youth did not change his face, turning a blind eye to the 100-story stone platform suspended in mid-air, instead casting his gaze to the mountain forest on the left, and letting out a low shout under his breath. Come out! Sand! 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 In the middle of the mountain forest, a footstep, if any, sounded softly along with the falling leaves. A dainty woman wearing a thin veil, with more than 20 young maidens, slowly walked out from the mountain forest, cackling and giggling as she walked in front of the iron pestle youth. Wang Songma. The dainty woman gathered a strand of green silk around her ear and threw a wink at the iron pestle youth. Such a coincidence. You guys are also heading for that stone platform? Wang Songma let out a cold snort. Crap. The high platform stood in midair and could be seen clearly from a distance of dozens of miles, and the suspected heavenly spiritual artifact that the 5 great clans had entered this independent space to look for was likely to be there. Thick Earth Sect, Ice Spring Valley, Iron Eve Sect, Thousand Illusions Sect, Spirit Tree Mountain. In total, hundreds of elite disciples were going to meet there sooner or later. The battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapons, each depending on their means, would eventually erupt into a bloody battle of life and death. Things are afraid that it is not as simple as you think. Oh, the delicate woman smiled charmingly, and her expression was slightly solemn. A red light flickered slightly in the center of her eyebrows, and then her vermilion lips lightly opened. Condensation. Buzz. Above its head, 3 pink Yuan Shenyang Dan slowly emerged and quickly coalesced into 1,000 illusory eyes, the pink eyeballs rotating rapidly and staring tightly in the direction of the stone platform. On this journey, I had cast the eye of 1,000 illusions many times and scouted out quite a few things. The delicate woman's eyes were tightly closed, her mind apparently already resting on the pink eyeballs, and her tone was extremely cold and stern. About an hour ago, my fellow teacher's sister, Tang Jiaojiao, whose body floated above the surface of the sea, was beheaded by an unidentified person. 1 incense stick ago, Spirit Tree Mountain's Chen Jiqiu had just converged with fellow disciples, and was now less than 100 miles away from that stone platform. As for the Iron Eve sect, the unkillable Shi Zhantian, he has already been killed. What? Wang Songma's face changed slightly, and his right hand violently grabbed the iron pestle at his waist. Iron Eve's sect Shi Zhantian, with an extremely special physique, was known to almost no one in the 6 great sects. The Thick Earth sect's supreme elder had once asserted that it might not be difficult to defeat Shi Zhantian under the Sky Realm. However, if he wanted to kill him, it would definitely be as difficult as climbing into the sky. The greatness of this kind of physique lies in its terrifying recovery ability, and unless a great power in the Imperial Sky steps in and destroys its Yuanshin with the power of its divine sense, it can only be suppressed, and it is by no means possible to kill it. Within this independent space, there was actually someone who could take out that freak Shi Zhantian? Is it Chen Jiqiu from Spirit Tree Mountain or Liang Luohan from Ice Spring Valley? Or this demonic woman in front of her, the strongest of the young generation of the Thousand Illusions sect, the personal disciple of the Thousand Illusions patriarch, the Thousand Changes illusionary woman, Yang Jianlian? If not them, who else? Our 5 great clans. I'm afraid we'll have to join forces this time. Yang Jianlian activated the Eye of 1,000 Illusions, and the huge pink eyeballs rotated once again as 3 invisible ripples spread out, and then he opened his eyes, his tone revealing unprecedented caution. I've already summoned Chen Jiqiu and Liang Luohan, telling them to come immediately and join you and me. Within this separate space, we have a common enemy. The one who killed Shi Zhantian was none other than this person. Chapter 105. Time flew by.
In the midst of the rather tense wait, there was finally another sound of footsteps, ringing lowly from the dense forest in the distance. A green-robed man with a face like a crown of jade, his fingers pinching an emerald green spirit leaf, with more than 20 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples behind him, his eyebrows picking up a thin arc as he slowly stopped 10 feet away. The strongest person of the younger generation of Spirit Tree Mountain, Chen Jiqiu. This time when he entered the independent space, he was unlucky and was randomly transported to the depths of a cliff. It took several hours of rolling around before they met up with the sect disciples one after another and found the right direction to go. A few moments ago, when Yang Fianchin executed the 1,000 illusory eyes to send a message across the sky, he sensed it in his heart and immediately led his disciples to come. If there were only Yang Jianlian and the 1,000 illusion sect disciples, he might have gone up and climbed up for a few words. However, beside Yang Jianlian, there was actually Wang Songma of the Thick Earth sect. Who knows if these two have joined forces? There is absolutely no room for carelessness. Brother Chen doesn't have to worry much. Yang Fianchin was naturally aware of Chen Jiqiu's concerns. Her pretty face hung with a flirtatious smile. My little sister's spaced-out transmission didn't just contact Brother Chen. There was also, oh, here it comes, Ice Spring Valley's unprecedented genius, Liang Luohan. Similarly with more than 20 Ice Spring Valley disciples, he slowly walked out from the distant mountains and forests, carrying an ice crystal longsword on his back, exuding a chilling aura that no one should approach. In terms of realms, the 5 geniuses who entered the independent space this time, Yang Jianlian, Chen Jiqiu, Wang Songma, and Shi Zhantian, who was killed by Lu Chenxian earlier, had all reached the level of the 3 Yangs' great perfection. As for him, Liang Luhan, although he was only at the triple Yang 9th realm, his aura was vaguely overpowering them. The younger generation of Guangpingfu was recognized as the strongest. This was related to the Gong method that had been passed down for 1,000 years in Ice Spring Valley. In the Ice Spring Valley, there exists a cold spring that has flowed for thousands of years in a mysterious pool, but all the disciples of the inner disciples of the Ice Spring Valley cultivate next to this cold spring, absorbing the breath of the cold spring, and naturally possessing the supreme coldness of freezing everything in their Gong methods. The difference was that the ordinary inner disciples, although they cultivated the sect's strongest technique, the extremely cold frozen sky technique, however, the level of this technique was only at the low grade of the earth grade, slightly inferior to the town techniques of the other 5 major sects in Guangping province. However, the Gongfu grade of the extreme cold frozen sky skill was not set in stone. Cultivating this technique next to the cold springs of the secluded pool could be said to be half the work with half the effort. And if the qualifications were high enough and the talent was strong enough, this technique would even vary from person to person, and the actual effect might even be upgraded to the middle class level of the earth grade. Like nowadays, the Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder, as well as the contemporary patriarch and a few sect elders, had long cultivated this technique to the highest level, enough to compete with the other 5 great sects' middle-ranked earth grade techniques. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that Liang Luohan came out of nowhere and, in an unparalleled manner, raised the effect of the extreme cold frozen sky skills technique to the high grade of the earth grade. Truly, no one has gone before, and no one will necessarily come after. With such a genius, the entire Ice Spring Valley naturally regarded him as a treasure. Usually, there were patriarchal elders who taught him attentively, and the Imperial Sky Realm Taishan Elder would even show up occasionally to personally guide his cultivation, and he even spent a huge amount of money to use the water of the pure pool spring to quench the sword blade, refining the ice crystal longsword of this earth grade middle rank for him. With this sword in his hand, even if he faced a peak Yuan fetus powerhouse who possessed an earth grade ground level spiritual weapon, he would not only be able to save his life, but even possess the power to fight. The number 1 person of the younger generation in Guangping Prefecture is well deserved. Are you all waiting for me? Liang Luohan carried his longsword on his back and coldly swept his eyes at young Jianlian and the others. The battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Ice Spring Valley, aspire to win. Could it be that you guys want to join forces in 3 parties and compete with me? 1,000 Illusions Sects Yang Jianlian, Thick Earth Sects Wang Songma, and Spirit Tree Mountains Chen Jiqiu. Although all 3 of them were supreme geniuses that were rare to see in 1,000 years. But to him, Liang Luohan, even if the 3 parties joined forces, he had no fear. He's a once-in-a-million-years genius. Brother Liang is joking. Yang Fianchin's face changed slightly before she took a few steps forward, her smile 1,000 times more charming. My little sister cast the eye of 1,000 illusions and specially invited Brother Liang to come here in order to discuss the matter of joining forces. Brother Liang, please look. When he finished speaking, his eyes slowly approached, and the 1,000 illusory eyes floating above his head blinked violently. Swish, a haloed and misty image of nothingness was projected, gradually becoming clearer in front of everyone's eyes. 100-story high platform. Within this void image, what was presented was none other than the lofty high platform dozens of miles away. including the 3-foot golden silhouette on top of the platform, as well as the jade shards in the silhouette's hands, and likewise the silhouette of the orb floating in the sky above, emitting a demonic red light that enveloped the entire platform in its entirety, and a view of everything below the high platform. Above the ground, the corpses of the 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples were clearly visible. Shi Zhantian was likewise dead on the ground, and there was also an unfamiliar-looking green-shirted man standing quietly under the high platform, seemingly oblivious to the probing of Yang Fiber's 1,000 illusory eyes. Not long ago, my little sister cast her 1,000 illusory eyes and probed the high platform over there many times. The scene of nothingness lasted about 3 breaths. Yang Fianchan opened her eyes. Her tone was quite grave. Shi Zhantian and the Spirit Tree Mountain duo, both killed by this person. His strength is by no means inferior to any of our parties. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Among the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, the 1,000 Illusions sect ranked 6th. However, the clan had been founded for more than 1,000 years, but had never suffered from too serious a disaster, precisely because, with the 1,000 Illusions secret method, one could anticipate the enemy's opportunities and perceive all dangers. Earlier, when Lu Qinxian killed Shi Zhantian with his sword, Yang Jianlian was dozens of miles away and observed clearly. At this moment, the intention of projecting the images of the battle was already very clear. In order to grab the heavenly spiritual weapon on the high platform, the 5 great clans must join forces. You mean to say that this person's strength is such that even I have to retreat? After watching the projected image, Wang Songma and Chen Jiqiu were silent, while Lian Luohan let out a cold snort as his body's battle intent rose. The stronger the opponent, the more interested I am. You guys can join forces if you want to. Don't count me out. It's a disgrace to have more than you can handle. You, Wang Songma and Chen Jiqiu steeply clenched their fists, and Yang Jianlian likewise frowned slightly, clearly somewhat surprised by Lian Luohan's reaction. His strength, Lian Luohan, was indeed above the 3. However, the strength of that green-shirted man should not be underestimated as well. It was about the heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Did he really dare to be bent on fighting that green-shirted man alone? The 5 great sects have entered the independent space. Shi Zhantian has fallen, and the few remaining 3-legged cats of the Iron Eve sect are not climatic, so naturally they can be excluded. After a short period of pondering, Yang Fianchan smiled charmingly and spoke softly. In my opinion, it would be better for the 4 of us to temporarily form an alliance, and after killing this person, then each of us will compete for the belonging of the heavenly spiritual artifacts by our own means. Snipers and muscles fight. Fishers win. This reasoning, does Brother Liang still need little sister to explain? Chapter 106. Snipes and Snipes. Lian Luohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of refined light flickered slightly underneath his eyes. He certainly understands this. Although that green-shirted man's strength was extraordinary, he, Lian Luohan, carried the name of a genius, so of course he had no fear. However, under single combat, even if he could kill him, he himself would definitely be greatly injured. At that time, Yang Jianlian, Wang Songma, Chen Jiqiu, leading the 3 big sect disciples to attack, he and the group of Ice Spring Valley disciples behind him. How many chances of winning? Even if he could save his own life, his fellow disciples would hardly be spared, and there was no way to grab a heavenly spiritual artifact. Then, temporarily joining forces with the 3 great sects to kill the green-shirted man before grabbing the heavenly spirit weapon was clearly the best option right now. After killing this person and grabbing the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, Mr. Liang will not stay behind. Coldly uttering these words, Liang Luohan slowly turned around. Taking the 20 or so inner disciples of Ice Spring Valley with him, he stepped in the direction where the floating stone platform was located. The so-called joint efforts were obviously disdained, but it was only for the sake of competing for the heavenly spiritual weapons that they had no choice but to do so. The high-mindedness is evident. Asshole. Wang Songma and Chen Jiqiu looked at each other, both seeing the viciousness in each other's eyes. What kind of ally is that? Since an alliance had been reached, it was natural to treat each other as equals. Also being the strongest genius of the younger generation of Guangpingfu, who wasn't just as high-minded, being ignored so much by Liang Luohan, he could not help but be annoyed in his heart for a long time. If it wasn't for the fear of Liang Luohan's amazing strength, he was afraid that he would have already torn his face off and directly fought with him. Brother Wang, Brother Chen, it's time for us to set off. Yang Jianlian walked to the side of the 2 with a delicate smile on her feet, looking at Liang Luohan and the others' backs from afar. A slight flash of dissimilarity flashed in the bottom of her eyes. No matter what, at least kill that green-shirted man first. As for the heavenly grade spiritual artifact, giggle. When the time comes, please have mercy on the 2 brothers. My little sister doesn't want to put her life on the line for such a treasure. Mercy? Wang Songma laughed coldly in a low voice, while Chen Jiqiu did not say a word, his eyes chilling. Don't look at Yang Jianlian showing weakness at every turn. But if she could become the personal disciple of the Thousand Illusions Patriarch, wouldn't she be a generalist? A needle in a wasp's tail is the most poisonous of all. When it truly came time to snatch the heavenly great spiritual weapon, she didn't know what kind of undercard she would take out, and if she dared to treat her with the slightest bit of contempt, a single slip would result in a death without a burial place. Let's go. Wang Songmo raised his hand and waved his hand, leading more than 20 disciples of the Thick Earth sect to follow closely behind Liang Luhan and the others, and walked quickly in the direction of the stone platform. Behind him, Yang Jianlian, Chen Zhiqiu, similarly waved their hands and led their fellow disciples to follow afterward. The objectives are agreed upon for the time being. First kill the green-shirted man, then seize the heavenly spiritual weapon. As for the Iron Eve sect's 20-odd intersect junior geniuses, they were silent in place for a moment before their gazes met, their faces rather hesitant. This time when they explored the independent space, the strongest person of their Iron Eve sect, the great perfection of the Three Yang realm who possessed a special physique, Shi Zhantian, had already been killed by that green-shirted man with a sword in the Thousand Illusions projection that they had seen earlier. Of the 5 great sects today, it was their Iron Eve sect that was the weakest. Senior White, a young genius with a slim figure, turned his head to look at the white-robed youth beside him and said in a low voice, "Over there on the stone platform, should we still go? Liang Luohan and the 4 of them are joining forces. The man in the green shirt will surely die. If we participate in the fight for the heavenly spirit weapon, we are only afraid." Afraid of what? The white-robed young man by Jing Xian. The cold light under his eyes flickered rapidly, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Watching the Thousand Illusions projection just now, the strength displayed by that green-shirted man was obviously not trivial. Even if Liang Luhan and the others could kill this person, they would definitely be seriously injured. That's Iron Eve's gate's chance. Let's follow. Bai Jingxian stepped out, his tone of voice morose. Everyone listen to my order. As long as the green-shirted man dies, immediately set up a large formation to surround all the people from the 4 great sects. Under the Iron Eve's grand formation, Liang Luohan or Yang Jianlian, if they forcefully break the formation, then kill them all. Iron Eve's grand formation, the bodies of the 20-odd junior geniuses shook, and their battle spirit boiled over. They, the Iron Eve sect, had stood for 1,000 years and relied on this undefeatable formation, which could be formed by 1,000 people or 100, and even if there were only 20-odd people, they could still utilize some of the might of the great formation. From the day they entered the sect, the method of laying formations was one of the things they had to practice, blending each other's chi. All the people laying formations were like one, able to burst out far more than the usual horrifying power at the time of the formation. According to the sect's records, about 600 years ago, when the Iron Eve sect's supreme elder had just sat down, and the sect was green and yellow, it was relying on the Iron Eve's grand formation set up by the 9 Yuan fetus elders, to block an imperious realm powerhouse who had secretly sneaked up on them. It wasn't until 200 years later, when the then Iron Eve sect patriarch was promoted to the Imperial Sky Realm and later assumed the position of the Supreme Elder, that the sect was considered to be stabilized once again. It was also for this reason that the entire Iron Eve sect possessed an unrivaled and powerful confidence in the Iron Eve's grand formation. As long as the grand formation was formed, the heavenly spiritual weapon on top of that floating stone platform would definitely fall into their Iron Eve sect's hands. Swish, swish, swish. Under Bai Jingshuan's leadership, the 20-odd people were confident and rushed swiftly in the direction of the floating stone platform. Success or failure is at stake. They, the Iron Eve sect, would never allow anyone to underestimate them even if they lost Shi Zhantian. At this very moment, Lu Chenxian, dressed in a green shirt, stood quietly below the stone platform. It's time. It's always time. Although no figure appeared in his field of vision, however, with the strength of his divine thoughts, he had long since detected the presence of the 5 great sects. There were a total of 103 people, all of whom were in the 3 Yang's realm. As long as they were resolved, they could gracefully ascend the stage and collect old Zhao's Yuanshan, and by the way, collect the 24 bridges and bright moon nights and the orb silhouette over the stone platform together. That was the Yuan Dan of the 5th order demonic beast Dragon Blood Jiao Python, and the demonic beast pressure that enveloped the stone platform was all released from this object. Snap, snap, snap. If anything, footsteps slowly approached from a distance. Liang Luohan carried the ice crystal longsword on his back, turning a blind eye to the corpses of Shi Zhantian and the 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples on the ground, and slowly stopped 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian. Swish, sword in hand, gazing coldly at Lu Chenxian, he spoke in a chilling voice. Being able to kill Shi Zhantian, you are qualified for me to draw my sword, although it wasn't my intention. However, in order to avoid certain unnecessary troubles, I can only make some compromises and join forces with other sects for the time being. If there are any last words, you can say them now.
Chapter 107, If You Want to Die, I'll Help You. A last word? Lu Qinxian was dumbfounded. Previously viewed Tang Jiajiao's residual soul memory. In front of this, Liang Luohan is naturally not unfamiliar with the so-called first day of talent in Guangping province, is also considered to be true to its name. Pity, he doesn't know who he's dealing with yet, not to mention a mere little genius of the 9th level of the Three-Yang realm. Even if it was the entire Ice Spring Valley, would it be placed in Lu Qinxuan's eyes? Even if today's strength was not even a billionth of what it was in its heyday, why would one need to be the slightest bit afraid of the minuscule sex of this mundane world? Brother Liang drew his sword. Not far behind, the Thousand Illusions sects Yang Jianlian, Spirit Tree Mountains Chen Jiqiu, and the Thick Earth sects Wang Songma, the three of them leading their fellow disciples, had already arrived one after another. Staring closely at the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luhan's hand, a cautious look appeared in all of their eyes. Earth grade, middle grade attack spiritual weapon. The 6 major clans in Guangpingfu had only a handful of Earth grade middle rank spiritual weapons, almost all of which were in the hands of the major patriarchs and elders. And there were even many elders who merely possessed a single Earth grade low rank spiritual weapon. It was important to know that when the level of a spirit weapon reached Earth grade, the power contained in it would increase several times with each rising grade. The value of one Earth grade medium grade spiritual artifact definitely exceeded 10 Earth grade low grade. The reason why Liang Luohan was able to become the first person in the young generation of Guangping Prefecture. Of course, the most important thing was his own martial arts qualification. However, this ice spirit sword in his hand also occupies a lot of weight. And, ever since Liang Luhan had advanced to the Three-Yang realm, he had rarely drawn his sword, and even when he was sparring with fellow elders, he merely used ordinary blades, never utilizing this Earth-grade middle-stage spiritual weapon. Out of the sword must kill. This is Liang Luohan set the rule for himself. The shot never falls. To this green-shirted man in front of him, he, Liang Luohan, obviously did not have the slightest bit of carelessness and directly revealed the sword. Senior brother Chen. Behind Chen Jiqiu, a young genius with a rather clear appearance stared tightly at Lu Qinxian in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. This person seems to have some impression of senior brother. A few days ago, Sanqing City was hit by a beast tide, and Lu Qinxian, the son-in-law of the Su family, saved the day by killing tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, saving the people of the city. Luoyang County Governor Guan Shansong posted a list within the county, not only heavily rewarded the Su family, but also specially drew Lu Qinxuan's portrait. When my senior brother traveled through the county, he deliberately paid attention to it. It seems to be this man. Oh, as this person's words fell, the gazes that looked at Lu Qinxian, including Liang Luhan, underwent some subtle changes. So it was him. The beast tide impacted Sanqing City. The matter was so boisterous that it had long been rumored within Luoyang County, and even as far away as Guangping Prefecture. The people of the 6 great clans had likewise heard about it. It was said that this Lu Qinxian was only at the Yuan Dan realm, and actually exerted a terrifying strength no less than that of the Yuan Tire realm. One person and one sword executed around Purple Gold Moon, killing all the attacking demonic beasts. Such a battle record might not be possible even for the top geniuses of the 6 great sects. You're Lu Qinxian? Interesting. Liang Luohan crossed the long sword in his hand. A hint of playfulness appeared on his face. I heard that you have a rather strong martial skill. Around Purple and Gold Moon? Seeing as you repelled the beast tide and sheltered the people of Sanqing City, I can give you a chance. Perform your round moon martial skill. Let me see how much you can do. If it's really as powerful as the rumors say, I can report to the Patriarch and enroll you in the clan. Join Ice Springs Valley? It's just a big joke. The strongest person in the Ice Spring Valley is only a supreme elder of the Sky Realm. How is it better than the Tianxian Holy Land? How is it compared to the Green Sky Immortal Region? How is it better than the strongest war god who was invincible across the immortal world? Liang Luohan, Liang Luohan, say you are the frog in the bottom of the well is to lift you. Guanping House once in a million years to see the unprecedented genius. Really think of themselves as what a remarkable existence. The area of a prefecture is only 10,000 miles in circumference, and the population is only a few million. If placed in the entire Songxian Empire, or even the entire Xiantian continent, how many exceptional geniuses come out once every 10,000 years? I'm afraid it's uncountable. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Mortals cannot discuss the road. You Liang Luohan, proud of the outstanding posture of the world, from the real martial arts genius, is still far from it. My time is too valuable to waste with you. Looking at Liang Luhan and the others in front of him, Lu Qinxuan's expression didn't change at all. His tone as indifferent as ever. Turn around and leave, or strike out together. Choose one of the two. You only get one chance. Now, choose. So crazy. Liang Luohan's face sank slightly, and Yang Jianlian and the others' hearts fluttered as they subconsciously took half a step back.
There's no such thing as a grand reputation. To be able to become the 6 great sects of the young generation of the best people, they are by no means hot-headed generation. Qualifications of the heart, none of them is not the top choice. Facing the rumored Su family's son-in-law, who had killed tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, he would definitely not make a rash move unless he was sure of victory. Foolish people die of arrogance, and caution makes perfect. The fact that he was able to kill Shi Zhantian and was able to enter this independent space was in itself enough to explain many things. With the long sword in my hand, I am invincible. After an extremely short silence, the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luhan's hand steeply shook, and his body's aura rushed to the sky. Gentlemen, don't forget our agreement. Kill Lu Qinxian first, then seize the heavenly spirit weapon. Do it! He had never been an indecisive man, much less one to shy away from any false reputation. As the first genius of Guangdong Prefecture, standing at the peak of martial arts, he had long ago forged a fearless and strong heart. Wherever the sword blade goes, it goes. Even if he faced the strongest opponents, he dared to strike his sword, facing the Yuan Tire Elder, facing the Ice Spring Valley Master, and even facing the towering Imperial Sky Realm Taishang Elder. All of them would never want to cause his martial heart to waver in any way. Strike! All together! Must kill Lu Chunxian! Shouting and killing. At this moment, each of the 80 or so disciples of the 4 great sects, including Liang Luhan, including Yang Jianjian, and likewise Wang Songmo and Chen Jiqiu, executed their strongest martial arts. Ice Spring Valley's best skill, cold ice splitting maple chop, the strongest martial art of the Thick Earth sect, the great power shaking mountain collapse, the 1,000 illusions sect's secret method of ecstasy, the 3,000 floating illusions, Spirit Tree Mountain's unique martial art, the bio-extinction killing sword, the surefire strikes of more than 80 young geniuses, either chilling aura or vibrating iron pestle, accompanied by a misty and tossing void scene, as well as turquoise sword light containing the aura of life and death, were earth-shattering, and swept towards Lu Chunxian in a tumultuous manner. The power is good. In the face of the combined might of so many geniuses, Lu Qinchuan's evaluation of them was only not bad. At the same time of opening his mouth, the unsheathed wooden sword quietly emerged in his palm, and the tip of the sword was a mass of purple and gold light flickering endlessly, as if a bright moon suddenly bloomed under the pitch-black night sky, blossoming with a brilliant and dazzling killing light. Didn't you want to see my martial arts? Since it is a request before death, I, for one, can fulfill it. Chapter 108 Iron Eve's Formation. The purple and gold full moon, reflecting in mid-air. In the past, the strongest war god in the immortal realm, one of the supreme martial arts that had crossed the battlefield of all races, a wide range of indiscriminate attacks, De Luo Hun Tian Chop. Hundreds of thousands of purple and gold swordlights descended from above the purple and gold full moon in mid-air, instantly enveloping everything below, enveloping the biting cold air, enveloping the shocking ripples, enveloping the illusion of nothingness, enveloping the sword light of life and death. Similarly, it also enveloped Liang Luohan and the others' main bodies. No! Ah! Dodge! Dodge! No! Ah! Miserable screams just rang out and were immediately chopped to pieces by the purple golden sword light. Not even their voices could escape the supreme killing fury of the great Luohan heavenly slash. Blood poured out and corpses were strewn everywhere. A total of 83 martial geniuses. Not a single one of them were spared under the indiscriminate bombardment of the purple golden sword light. All of their bodies shattered and were chopped into countless pieces of blood and bone fragments. In addition to less than 10 earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons, even the Xian-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands weren't spared, and were easily destroyed by the purple gold sword light. This is the round moon martial skill that has decimated tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Liang Luohan was trembling, and his face had lost all color of blood. After all, he was the first genius of the Guangdong Prefecture for 10,000 years. Even in the face of the impenetrable purple gold sword light, he still reacted in time, waving the ice crystal longsword in his hand, and casting a cold ice barrier that was as solid as gold, together with the life-preserving talisman rewarded by the Ice Spring Valley's Supreme Elder. A golden protective wall was formed on the surface of his body. Under the superposition of the two, the killing power of the purple gold swordlight was finally blocked. The bottom card was all out, but it was just barely enough to save his life. However, the two barriers had all been shattered, and the ice crystal longsword had lost all of its spirituality, and there was no longer any way to deal with the next attack. It can be, well, a flop. Dead, all dead. It can't be, it's impossible. Not far from the side, Yang Jianlian, Chen Jiqiu, Wang Songmo, the three of them were drenched in blood, lost in thought, looking at the surrounding limbs and broken arms, simply could not believe what was in front of them. The 4 major sects, 83 inner sect genius disciples, were actually all dead.
they could all be the proud sons of heaven who were proud of their peers, shouldering the future of the four great sects. Lu Chenxian, how could he, how dare he, how could he be so crazy, so reckless? Does he realize what he's done? Killing so many talented disciples. The hatred with the four great sects could be described as immortal. What he had killed was not just 83 lives, but he had destroyed the juniors that the four great sects had cultivated with great care, destroying the future hopes of the four great sects. Cough, cough. After the extreme fear, Yang Jianlian's delicate body trembled, and the 1,000 illusionary eyes suspended above her head shattered with a loud bang, her body dripping with blood, almost dyeing her tattered clothes red, badly wounded and shaken. Earlier, when the purple gold sword light descended, she, Chen Zhiqiu, and Wang Songma, the three of them responded almost simultaneously. Either they executed the Eye of 1,000 Illusions, or the emerald green spirit leaves in their hands, or they activated the chi of the earth veins, and with the thick earth sect's unique technique, they constructed an impenetrable thick earth barrier, the matter of life and limb, but also spared no effort. The clan elders rewarded the life-saving cards thrown out a brain. Even so, they were still attacked by the purple gold sword light to break through their defenses, and their bodies were covered in wounds, many of which were even deep enough to be seen in the bones, almost chopping into their internal organs. The so-called absoluteness, what a supreme genius! Under this round purple and gold full moon, it was as if it was carved out of clay and papier-mâché, completely meaningless. Lu Chenxian, you won. Chen Zhiqiu was drenched in blood, the emerald green spirit leaf in his hand was dim, and the look of shock on his face did not subside for a long time. This leaf of his was the result of the great elder's hand, personally picking it from the branch of the spirit tree, and then inscribing the secret pattern, complementing the technique he cultivated. Although it did not reach the middle level of the earth grade, the power it exerted when fighting was by no means inferior to the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luhan's hand. However, under the bombardment of sword light just now, the spiritual chi contained in this leaf had already disappeared, and it could no longer exert any semblance of power. Lu Chenxian, just where did this freak come out from? How could he execute such a terrifying martial art? Me, my pestle and mortar. On the other side, Wang Songma looked down at the iron mortar and pestle in his hand and couldn't help but shiver. He was in a similar situation as Chen Zhiqiu, with wounds all over his body. The secret pattern of the iron mortar and pestle in his hand dimmed, and the internal aura dissipated, almost reduced to scrap metal. How on earth did Lu Chenxian do it? The earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons that even Yuan Fetus realm elders had difficulty destroying were actually blasted into such a state by those violet gold sword lights. All disciples obey. A sudden loud shout abruptly interrupted the shocked thoughts of Liang Luhan and the others. The Iron Eve sect's intersect genius second only to Shi Zhantian. By Jingxian, with more than 20 disciples of the Iron Eve sect, he leapt from hundreds of feet away. His speed was faster than lightning, and his mouth burst out in a continuous cry. The opportunity is not to be lost. The time will not come again. They have just exchanged blows with all their might, and their dantian must be empty. Each of you take your formation position and trap them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure is like the wind. Almost the instant the words fell, including by Jingxian, more than 20 Iron Eve sect disciples changed their pace and rushed to different directions, immediately about to set up the Iron Eve's formation. Unfortunately, arrangements, with my permission, underneath the floating stone platform, Lu Chenxian faintly opened his mouth as the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand swung up once again. The sword is brightly extinguished, a flat and uninteresting purple and gold sword light, as if the autumn wind had swept away the leaves, was completely parallel to the ground, with a height of about 3 feet up and down. With the swinging motion of the sword, it flashed through the air. Thumbs up. There was an unmistakably neat sound of blood and flesh being cut. Liang Luohan, Yang Jianlian, Wang Songma, Chen Zhiqiu, by Jingxian, Iron Eve's gate disciples. Everyone, under this purple gold sword light, without making any reactionary movements at all. Almost all of them were broken flush and chopped into two by the sword light. Liang Luhan looked down blankly, looking at the blood that slowly flowed out between his waist and abdomen, and then slowly raised his head, looking at Lu Chenxian, who was putting away his sword, his lips twitching a few times, as if he wanted to say something. A young man's ambition to become famous in Guangpingfu, joining the Ice Spring Valley, and shaking the 6 great clans. A scene from a lifetime of experience, like a walk in the park, flew before my eyes and faded away. The view faded into infinite darkness. Snap! The body fell to the ground. The eyelids slowly closed, and no more thoughts could be born in the sea of consciousness. No different from all the others, this number one of the younger generation of the Guangping prefecture was easily beheaded by Lu Chenxian with a casual stroke of his sword. Lu Chenxian. The only survivor was one of the Iron Eve sect disciples who had followed by Jingshuan's charge. Because of his tall stature, he didn't die from a waist cut,
but had his legs cut off by the purple golden sword light, and his upper body fell into a pool of blood, struggling desperately while howling in frantic fury. "You killed so many of us. The 5 great clans will definitely not let you go." The exit of this independent space, the cave outside, is guarded by the Yuan feudal elders of our 5 great clans. Even if you have great ability, you will not be able to fly. Surely. Chapter 109 Dantian Projection. The Yuan fetus elders of the 5 great clans. Is it strong? Looking at this dying and furious Iron Eve sect disciple, Lu Qinchuan's gaze was indifferent and merciless, and the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand swung down. Swish, blood spurted and heads fell to the ground. Up to this moment, the core disciples of the 5 major clans that had entered this independent space had all died under Lu Qinchuan's sword. No one was spared. It's over. Lu Qinchuan's mind moved. The unsheathed wooden sword returned to the Dantian, and he scanned the corpses all over the ground, and let out a soft cry under his breath. Devour. The spiritual rhythms of more than 100 young geniuses were a great tonic. When the sword struck earlier, the purple gold sword light descended. It had already devoured all of the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands. However, after all, the chaotic heaven swallowing skill had only been cultivated to the 2nd layer. Devouring the spirituality contained in spiritual weapons with swordlight had already reached its limit, and it would inevitably take a bit more time to devour their martial spirituality. This amount of time, Lu Chenxian certainly didn't care. Devouring so many martial Dao spiritual rhythms at once. The purple and gold little dragon within the Dantian was obviously extremely excited. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly, and an invisible and qualitative devouring and sucking force was released rapidly. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. In the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the Yuan Dan, which had already condensed 47 Dan lines, had its surface Dan lines increase once again, rapidly increasing to 59 within just a few dozen breaths. A full 12 channels have been added. Buzz. On the surface of Lu Qinchuan's body, a rippling wave spread out, and his martial realm was smoothly raised to the 6th level of Yuan Dan, and was only 1 step away from the 7th level. Only, for every great realm of martial arts, there were 2 extremely obvious watersheds, especially the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels, which required an extraordinarily large amount of martial arts spiritual rhythm. Realm advancement can be done in a gradual manner. There is no need to rush. In the past, the strongest god of war in the Green Sky Immortal region, Lu Chenxian naturally didn't care too much about the martial realm at this time. After the martial Dao spiritual rhythm devouring was over, the divine sense swept 100 miles around, making sure that there was no longer any disturbance from anyone, and finally felt completely at ease. Tilting his head up, he looked at the floating stone platform above him, and then he leapt, the Thunder Rock's wings stretching out behind him, and directly flew up to the 10th level of the stone platform. The demonic beast pressure was as vast as the sea. At the top of the stone platform, the demonic Dan of the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Gel Python loomed, and the strong pressure equivalent to that of a human sky realm martial artist was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Chenxuan's body. Pediatrics. With the experience of the last time he ascended the stage, Lu Chenxian did as he had done, and the power of devouring was once again unleashed, devouring the mighty pressure above the stone platform with ease. 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor. As he smoothly climbed up to the 96th floor, his footsteps suddenly gave a slight lurch, and a hint of faint joy appeared on his face. It's a done deal. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, worthy of being a supreme technique that swallowed heaven and devoured the earth. Whether it was a martial artist's spiritual rhythm or a spirit weapon's spirituality, even if it was a nebulous mighty pressure, it could all become nourishment for one's own cultivation. After devouring so much demonic beast pressure, the 60th secret pattern on the surface of the Yuan Dan finally coalesced successfully, easily advancing to the 7th level of the Yuan Dan. Old Shao. Old Shao. Remodeling your Yuan Shen for you doesn't seem to be something out of the ordinary. Lu Chenxian was in a good mood. His steps became lighter and lighter, and after devouring the demonic beast's pressure once again, he slowly ascended to the top of the stone platform. The eyes opened up. At the top of the stone platform, a residual golden orb filled with blood chi, suspended in the air 3 feet above the stone platform, which contained a living and breathing python silhouette, with a green sharp horn on top of its head, almost exactly the same as the demon dragon's horn of the Green Sky Immortal domain in the past. Obviously, this Jiao Python silhouette was none other than the 5th-ranked demonic beast before the fall, the Dragon Blood Jiao Python. And this golden orb was the demonic Dan that had coalesced within the Dragon Blood Jiao Python's body. There's still quite a lot of demon Dan spiritual rhythm. After devouring it, you can condense at least 3 secret lines. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the small purple and gold dragon within his dantian opened its mouth once again, and the power of devouring immediately enveloped him. However, let the devouring force how to tear. Jiao Python Demon Dan actually does not move.
The internal Jiao Python shadow flickers, obviously in a desperate resistance to Lu Qinchuan's devouring. Surely not. When an attempt failed, Lu Qinxian immediately gave up and never wasted time. Manpower is sometimes poor. The chaotic heaven swallowing skill was certainly strong, but now it had only been cultivated to the second layer, and the power of devouring was quite limited. With the Yuan Dan realm, one could at most cross two major realms and devour a Yuan fetus martial artist's spirit chimes, or devour an earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon, if they encountered a human powerhouse of the sky realm, or if they encountered a heavenly spiritual weapon. It was inevitable that the second layer heaven swallowing skill would be a bit too powerful to devour and absorb it. But, while it could not be devoured, it was not impossible to take it away. Get in here. Lu Qinchuan's mind and spirit were condensed. The 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out in the air, aiming at the Jiao Python demon Dan in front of him, and he let out a soft cry under his breath. Dantian projection. Open. Buzz. A violet gold halo of emptiness and haziness was reflected from Lu Qinchuan's small abdomen, presenting a partial scene within the Dantian. 2 fragments of the Knight of the 24th Bridge, an unsheathed wooden sword, a huge purple and gold dragon with teeth and claws. As the Dantian scene continued to solidify, the Jiao Python demon Dan trembled violently, gradually integrating into the Dantian world, no longer separating. About a quarter of an hour later, collect! Lu Qinxian released a low voice. The Dantian projection instantly dissipated, and the Jiao Python demon Dan floating in the midair in front of him had already entered within the Dantian, completely losing track of it in the real world. The harvesting of the demonic Dan was successfully completed. The Dantian holding external objects was not something unimaginable. Like the core disciples of all the major sects, the lifelike spiritual weapons that their lives were intertwined with, could be stored within the Dantian. It was only that the higher the grade of the spiritual weapon, the higher the realm requirement for the martial artist would be accordingly. Like this Jiao Python demon Dan that was collected just now, ordinary Yuan Dan martial artists would naturally look forward to it. However, after practicing the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, Lu Qinchuan's Dantian world was incomparably strong and could easily accommodate the 5th order demon Dan without causing the Dantian to collapse. It's your turn next. Lu Qinxian held his breath and stared, his gaze finally landing on the 3-foot golden figure in the center of the stone platform. In the past, in the green sky immortal domain, part of the Yuan Shen of Shao Dingtian, the easy immortal king, collecting the Yuan Shen was not difficult for Lu Qinxian. However, at this moment, Shao Dingtian's Yuan Shen was sleeping, guarded within by the 24 bridges and bright moon night core fragment. In order to put away the Yuan Shen, then the fragment had to be taken into the Dantian along with it, the core fragment of the innate treasure. Even if it was the most powerful person of this Xiantian continent, only a wisp of treasure breath was needed to annihilate it directly. If you can't put it away in your Dantian, then you'll have to carry it with you. But, Lu Qinxian pondered a little, and then stepped forward, slowly reaching out to hold the fragment. A wisp of divine thought spread out and gently wrapped around the surface of the fragment. If you can feel my presence, then don't resist and allow me to take it into my Dantian. I'm a close friend of old Shao. You should recognize. Chapter 110 Artifact Spirit, Bright Moon. At the top of the stone platform, there was silence. The core fragment of the 24 bridges and bright moon night. Under Lu Qinchuan's divine thought transmission, a full half a pillar of incense had passed, and there had never been any response. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Lu Qinxian frowned slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of uncertainty. There should be no mistake. Tens of thousands of years ago, Shao Dingtian had crossed the immortal world, and although he was not invincible, his means of preserving his life was unique, and even Lu Qinxian had praised him. Not only are they close friends, but they have also competed and sparred more than once, and they know quite a bit about this innate artifact. Back then, when the fight, this treasure has long been born spirit, although it has automatically disintegrated. But, the spirit can never fall because of this, must exist in a piece of debris. The biggest possibility was this core fragment in front of us. Land, war, God. Just at the moment when Lu Qinxian was ready to give up, an extremely weak woman's voice slowly came out from among the debris. Are you really the land war god? Yes, I remember your scent, and although tens of thousands of years have passed, the scent must not be wrong. But, your cultivation level, why is it only at the Yuan Dan realm? And, it was only a few short sentences of divine thought transmission, and it was as if the woman had exhausted all her strength, her voice getting lighter and lighter, almost imperceptible already. Artifact Spirit. She is the artifact spirit of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon. At this moment, Lu Qinchuan's heart and mind were greatly shaken, and a divine idea power was rapidly infused, rapidly replenishing the woman's consumption, while transmitting the voice again. I am indeed Lu Qinxian. I have seen the images you left within the independent space, and I have an understanding of what happened back then.
It's a remnant soul left behind by old Xiao, asking me to collect the fragments and remake his yuanshan for him. That's right, within the debris, nourished by Lu Chenxuan's divine thoughts, the woman's voice finally stabilized a lot, sighed, and then spoke quietly. On that day, the nine-headed demon god descended upon the green sky immortal region and was suppressed by a supreme being with a wave of his hand. Under the bombardment of the aftermath of the battle, Shouting Tian's fleshly body crumbled and his yuanshan disintegrated, killing him almost instantly. At this moment of crisis, the 20 Bridges Bright Moon Knight automatically protected its master, and likewise split into countless fragments, respectively preserving part of Shouting Tian's yuanshan. Only, due to the fact that after the disintegration, the power of the innate artifact was greatly reduced, it was unable to control the trajectory of the fragments, which eventually turned into countless streams of light and crashed into different realms respectively. Also because of that battle, the artifact spirit also suffered heavy damage, barely retaining a trace of clarity, urging the fragmented body to fall into the 3,000 minor worlds, fighting for a sliver of possibility of rebirth for Xiao Dingtian. The reason why she chose to fall into the lower realm was precisely because, with the low strength of martial artists in the lower realm, it was impossible for them to shake this piece of debris. Instead, the green sky immortal domain was filled with countless strong people, and if the fragment fell into the hands of some immortal king-level powerhouse, it could completely destroy Xiao Dingtian's yuanshan completely. The rules of time should have changed in some way when the shard traveled through the dimensional barrier. Lu Chenxian took a step back, quietly looking at the fragment, and softly said, "As far as I know, you fell into the Xian Tian continent, and it has been more than 400 years since then. However, old Zhao's accidental fall happened tens of thousands of years ago." Tens of thousands of years, 400 years. It was conceivable that the shard traveling through the realm must have been affected by the rules of time, which led to such a disparate time difference. 466 years, to be exact. Within the debris, the woman's voice was quite emotional. "After falling into the lower realm, I was incomparably weakened and almost fell into a deep sleep. Yet, however, due to being too weak, the debris was unable to move, and in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, suffering from the wind and sun was extremely unfavorable to Shouting Tian's yuanshan body, until more than 10 years later, the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, and the 5th-ranked demonic beast, the dragon blood Jiao Python, in order to compete for the debris, erupted into a life and death battle, and ultimately, one was killed and the other was seriously injured, which ended miserably. After the great battle, the dragon blood Jiao Python was dying, and the debris took advantage of this opportunity to open up this independent space with the power of the Jiao Python's essence and blood, and used the Jiao Python Yuan Dan to warm up Shouting Tian's yuanshan body in the hope that he would revive soon. It was a pity that within this core fragment, Xiao Dingtian yuanshan was not complete, and even if it was warmed up anymore, unless all the other yuanshans were found, it would never be possible to awaken. I've promised old Xiao that I'll make sure he's perfectly reborn and regain his peak strength. Lu Chenxian reached out again and slowly held the fragment. "If I remember correctly, old Zhao's name for you should be Bright Moon? Miss Mingyue, if you trust me, please don't resist and allow me to take it into my dantian and continue to nourish the old Xiao yuanshan." Mr. Lu's character should be clear to Miss Mingyue, the strongest war god in the immortal world. Lu Chenxian, a promise weighs 1,000 words. If not for that, would the position of immortal emperor of the Violet dynasty in the former Green Sky immortal domain have come to him? Manhwa? In terms of strength, even after Bei Meiyue claimed the title of emperor, with the help of the ancient dragon vein, the imperial dynasty's fortune was added, but it was only a division with Lu Chenxian, claiming to be invincible within the emperor's great hall. He, Lu Chenxian, on the other hand, was truly invincible in the immortal realm, shaking the 10,000 races. It is with consideration for the love of brothers in the past, after striking the vast territory of the Ziwei imperial dynasty, he did not compete for the emperor's throne, and gave the throne of the immortal emperor to the north underworld Yui, that, the battle god of Lu's character. Mingyue naturally won't doubt it. Within the debris, named Bright Moon Spirit Woman, spoke softly, "Dingtian, a life of freedom, life only land war god, this a close friend, as long as the land war god to keep their promises." Bright Moon, at the mercy of the land war god. Ding, 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 ding. Lu Chenxuan's heart was slightly stirred, and he was obviously a bit surprised by this title. But, while unexpected, it wasn't incomprehensible. Xiao Dingtian at large in the immortal world for countless years, and there is no dual cultivation couples, and I have not heard that he has a love affair with any fairy. And this Mingyue girl, to Xiao Dingtian's name and so intimate, in the face of a life and death crisis, and even go so far as to automatically disintegrate, and Xiao Dingtian life and death. It seems that the relationship between old Xiao and Mingyue is obviously quite extraordinary.
Land Warlord. Manhwa seemed to vaguely perceive something. The surface of the fragment surfaced a touch of flushed red like a woman's shyness, and quickly returned to normal. Her tone was extremely sincere, although Manhwa's main body is incomplete. This fragment is the core of the main body, and still possesses some of the main body's power. Lu Battle God Strength Monstrous. Manhwa natural heart happy and sincere. Just, if necessary time, Lu Battle God just need a thought. Manhwa never excuse. Can help Lu Battle God a arm, part of the power of the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight? Lu Chenchuan's gaze brightened. Having sparred with Xiao Dingtian many times before, he certainly had a deep understanding of the might of this innate artifact. It is the separate space within the treasure that is most tantalizing. Chapter 111, The 5 Great Yuan Fetus Realms. Miss Akatsuki. Lu Chenxian had an open heart, and there was naturally no need to hide from this supreme treasure artifact spirit. 20 bridges and the night of the moon. Can the inner space be opened? If it is possible, it will indeed be no small help to Lu. Truth be told, this treasure could definitely be used as one of the bottom cards in the bottom of the box if an independent space could be opened. One must know that although it was only a fragment, however, the texture of the innate equipment was extremely hard, and even if it was placed in the green sky immortal domain of yesteryear, very few people would be able to damage it. When encountering a life and death crisis, as long as one hides in the inner space, one can absolutely guarantee that one's life will be safe. With the hardness of the fragment itself, there was absolutely no one who could destroy it in any realm under the green sky immortal realm. Opening an independent space is extremely consuming. Among the debris, the bright moon hesitated slightly before speaking softly. If the body is intact, opening space is naturally not a problem. However, after the 24 bridges bright moon night disintegrated, the power of the fragments had almost disappeared, and it was difficult to retain even 1/1000th of what it had been at its heyday. So if one forced open the inner space, the amount of spiritual chi needed would be extremely astonishing. Unless, I have a piece of immortal power left behind by old Xiao. Lu Chenxian smiled. Can the space be opened with this immortal power? The immortal power left behind by Dingtian? With these words, a shimmering light flickered on the surface of the debris, and Manhwa's mood was clearly quite agitated. 24 bridges and the night of the bright moon was originally an immortal king level innate artifact, and it was naturally easy to catalyze it with immortal power. With this immortal power, not only would it be possible to open an independent space, but it would also possess great benefits for her. The vessel spirit body. Since we have Dingtian's immortal power, of course there's no problem. Manhwa's tone was full of joy, and she immediately gave an affirmative reply. Lu Battle God. With the combination of immortal power and the debris, the independent space can be opened at any time, and the consumption is almost negligible. Moreover, if this immortal power is stored within the debris, Manhwa's strength can be restored by a few points, enough to exert more of her main body's might. It's a done deal. The corners of Lu Chenchuan's mouth curled up, clearly very satisfied with the result. Open the independent space within the debris at any time. This is also considered an unexpected joy. With this life-saving card, the future can act completely freehand, no longer have to be concerned. If you meet a tougher opponent in the future, you can't beat them but you can also enter the independent space, and you are already invincible. Miss Akatsuki. Lu Chenxian collected his thoughts, no longer thinking about anything else, and reached out to point at the 3-foot golden figure under the guardianship of the debris. This wisp of old Zhao's Yuanshen will still be guarded by you, and when I find the other fragments and fully coalesce old Zhao's Yuanshen, then I will remake his physical body for him and completely rebirth him in the world. Now, come on. As the words fell, the Dantian projection reappeared, enveloping the fragment. Swish! Manhwa let go of her resistance, and the debris immediately vaporized and fused with the Dantian projection. In the next moment, the projection slowly disappeared, while this piece of supreme treasure remnant, as well as Xiao Dingtian's Yuanshen body, simultaneously appeared within Lu Chenchuan's Dantian. Just for a moment. Buzz! In the Dantian, this core fragment vibrated slightly, and the 2 fragments that Lu Chenxian had previously obtained seemed to be attracted by some kind of origin, simultaneously transforming into 2 streams of light that flew into the core fragment. The 3 were originally from the same root and origin, and it was only logical that they should be merged into one now. Only, the 3 pieces of debris were originally not adjacent to each other, and after the fusion at this moment, there was still a large area of vacancies, and even the artifact spirit Manhwa had to resort to the other pieces of debris in order to fill up the vacancies. Land Warlord. Within the Dantian, Manhwa's divine thought transmission sounded softly in the depths of Lu Chenchuan's sea of consciousness. After the fusion of the main body, Manhwa's strength has been slightly restored, so as long as she and the other remnants are within 10,000 miles of each other, she will be able to sense the remnants' location. There are no debris senses within million miles right now. No induction. It's normal. in just less than 2 months, to be able to find 3 pieces of debris one after another, which even included this core debris. This was already heavenly luck. According to what Manhwa had said earlier, the innate artifacts crashed into different realms after they disintegrated. To find all the fragments, one would definitely have to travel through different realms, and above this Xiantian continent, it would be great to find 3 pieces. There's no need to be in a hurry to find the other fragments. Lu Chenxian stood on the high platform, his eyes scanning the surroundings to make sure nothing was left out before smiling. Next, there are still a lot of things we have to do. For example, first leave this independent space and settle the score with the people of the 6 great sects. This account must be settled. Hao Yang sect Zhou Tianshui, the core disciples of the 5 major clans, they tried to seize the so-called heavenly spiritual weapon, and killed him Lu Chenxian. If it wasn't for his skill, I'm afraid he would have died under their joint attack. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, then be prepared for the destruction of the clan. Swish, Lu Chenxian leaped. The Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out, and flew from the floating platform to the ground, then shrank into an inch, and swept in the direction of the exit of this independent space. Export. It was the cave in the belly of the mountain within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where the space vortex was located. Manhwa Mountains, cave in the belly of the mountain. It's been 5 hours. In front of the spatial vortex, 5 figures sat cross-legged, occasionally looking at each other for a few moments, their gazes vaguely hostile. The 5 great Yuan fetus realms. Iron Eve sect 6th elder, Yuan fetus 5th level Tong Taizhan, the daughter of the Thousand Illusions sect supreme elder, the 5th level of the Yuan fetus, Thousand Illusions granny, Spirit Tree Mountain's 4th elder, Xian Changling at the 6th level of the Yuan fetus, the 7th elder of Ice Spring Valley, Chen Hanquan at the 5th level of the Yuan fetus. There was also the pygmy elder of the Thick Earth sect, a Yuandan 7th gravity powerhouse who was less than 5 feet tall, Xiong Kai Chun. The 5 of them guarded this place, appearing to be in harmony on the surface, but in reality, each of them had their own agenda. The so-called peaceful coexistence was merely a stopgap measure, and when the disciples of the various sects stepped out of the spatial vortex, a great melee was bound to break out. Regardless of which clan's disciple had obtained the heavenly spiritual instrument, the other 4 clans would surely rise up to attack and kill him. They're out. During the long wait, Grandmother Thousand Illusions' gaze suddenly lit up, staring tightly at the spatial vortex in front of her, and she stood up reflexively. The vortex shook. A spatial ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the spatial vortex, in which a man's figure emerged and was gradually becoming clear. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time when Granny Thousand Illusions rose, the 4 Yuan fetus powerhouses, if they had any sense, simultaneously surfaced their respective earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, and their gazes were fixed dead on the spatial vortex. Snap! The feet landed. Lu Chenxuan's face was calm as he stepped out from within the spatial vortex, quietly looking at the 5 Yuan fetus realms. You guys, were you waiting for me? Chapter 112, Who is being ignored by whom? Him. Who is he? Within the stone cave in the mountain's hinterland, the 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses showed shocked expressions as their gazes darted around Lu Chenxuan's face. Not recognizable. The core disciples of the 5 great sects, all of them with outstanding talent, are favored in the sect. This time, exploring the independent space, they, the leading elders, were naturally incomparably familiar with the appearance of these disciples, and could accurately call out everyone's name, and likewise knew their respective strengths and the techniques and martial skills they cultivated. However, this green-shirted man in front of him was definitely not from one of the 5 great sects. Why is he here? No need to guess. Lu Chenxuan's eyes were lowered, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The 5 major clans, a total of 106 people, who had mischievous intentions towards me, have all been beheaded by me. Blame it on no one else. What? The hearts and minds of the 5 great Yuan fetus powerhouses were shaken, their faces full of incredulity. The core disciples of their 5 great sects were actually all beheaded by this person within this independent space? Never! This green-shirted man in front of him, although his martial realm could not be sensed, but, on his body, there was no fetal breath aura that was unique to Yuan fetus martial artists. In other words, no matter how strong he was, he would definitely not exceed the peak of the 3 Yang realm. As for those disciples of the 5 great clans who entered the independent space, such as Liang Luhan, Yang Jianlian, Shi Zhantian, and Chen Jiqiu, each of them is a martial arts genius who was strong enough to cross the level, and even when faced with Yuan tire powerhouses, they are able to retreat in their entirety. What's more, there were so many fellow disciples following, so how could they die in this person's hands? Not to mention a mere 3 young martial artist. Even a great master of martial arts at the peak of the Yuan fetus realm would definitely not be able to do so to such an extent. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow sparrow is behind it. Thick Earth Sect's pygmy elder, Xiang Kaichuan, tilted his head to look at Lu Qinchuan's chin, and said in a sinister manner, "If I guessed correctly, it must have been the disciples of the 5 great clans who went out to fight for the heavenly spiritual weapon, and both lost under the fight, and were picked up cheaply by this person. If not, with his mere 3 yang realm, how could he hurt a single hair on their head?" 3 yang's realm? Lu Qinxian secretly shook his head. "You can't even see through your own true realm, and you still dare to make a big deal out of it? If he had truly advanced to the 3 yang's realm, he would be able to devour all of these 5 people's spirit chimes with a raise of his hand. Let's all talk it over." Granny Thousand Illusion's black veil covered her face, and her eyes flashed with a cold and stern light. "This person slaughtered the disciples of the 5 sects. His crime is so he is not worthy of death. In my opinion, let me bring him back to the Thousand Illusions sect and hand him over to the Supreme Elder for personal punishment." Swish, the 4 Yuan fetus realms frowned at the same time, and the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands steeply clenched. "She wants to take this man away? Dreaming! Since this person can kill the core disciples of the 5 great sects, and from within the independent space, he must be carrying that heavenly spiritual weapon. If the Thousand Illusions sect was allowed to obtain this treasure, what's the point? The value of a heavenly grade spiritual artifact far exceeded 100 earth grade high grade spiritual artifacts, and today's 5 great clans, even the Hao Yang sect, which was the most skillful at refining artifacts, didn't even have a single earth grade high grade spiritual artifact. Supreme Elder of the Empty Realm with a heavenly spiritual weapon. Such a combination was absolutely invincible in Guangping Prefecture, and could even lead the sect further, from the ranks of second-rate sects, directly becoming a first-rate sect. On top of this Xintian continent, heavenly grade spiritual weapons were really too expensive. Thousand Illusion Sister. This person is not something that Senior MO should bother with. Although Xiong Kaichun was short in stature, his aura was not weak at all, and he let out a cold grunt from his mouth. "As I see it, it would be better for me to bring him back to the Thick Earth sect, and have our sect's Elder Supreme determine whether to kill or cut him off, and we'll definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation." The senior MO in his mouth was the Thousand Illusions Granny's father, the Thousand Illusions sect's current Supreme Elder MO Qingjin, who was now more than 700 years old. About 1,000 years ago, the Thousand Illusions sect had just been founded, and the founder of the sect, the Thousand Illusions Realist, who was a great power in the sky, only had 2 true disciples under him, one of whom was MO Qingjin. Ever since the Thousand Illusions Realist sat down, MO Qingjin was promoted to the Sky Realm, guarding the Thousand Illusions sect's vast foundation and continuously promoting the sect. In his lifetime, his greatest hope was to lead the Thousand Illusions sect to become one of the first-class sects that shook the Xintian continent. Thousand Illusions, Brother Bear, Spirit Tree Mountain Xin Changling, Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan, Iron Eve's Gate Tong Taishan, the 3 of them did not give in to each other. Everyone is an understanding person. There's no need to beat around the bush. This person is bound to possess a heavenly spiritual artifact on his body. This matter is too involved. It must be handled personally by our clan's Supreme Elder. We can't hand him over to you no matter what. Celestial Spirit Weapon. To be able to cultivate to the Yuan Fetus realm, none of the 5 were cuties, compared to a heavenly spiritual weapon. What are the lives of those inner disciples? Each other's faces were red and their lips were blazing as they all wanted to bring Lu Qinxian back to the clan. As for Lu Qinxian himself, how could a mere triple yang martial artist be in their eyes? In their view, the green-shirted man in front of them was already fish and meat on the chopping board. At their mercy, seems to be ignored. The 5 Yuan Fetus realms were still chattering and arguing. Lu Qinxian stood to the side, always with a faint smile on his face. "Since all 5 of you want to bring me back to the clan, why don't I'll come and help you guys out with an idea? The 5 great clans. I'll take turns walking up to them. That way, you won't have to fight." The 5 people's voices gave a slight lurch before they were filled with cold smiles. This kid is afraid he's not scared out of his wits. The fact that he possessed a heavenly grade spiritual weapon on his body was a great sin that would surely lead to death. Not to mention that he was the one who had said in his own words earlier that he had killed all the disciples of the 5 great clans within the independent space, which was even more of an unforgivable sin. He still wants to go to each of the 5 major clans? The vengeance for killing the clan's disciples hasn't been settled with him yet. Which clan is better to go to first? Facing the murderous and cold gazes of the 5 Yuan Tire realms, Lu Qinxian seemed to be oblivious, softly calculating to himself, that spirit tree on Spirit Tree Mountain surely contains a lot of spirit charms, and that Spirit Vein Spring in Ice Springs Valley is likewise very beneficial to my martial cultivation. Thick Earth Sect, Thousand Illusions Sect, Iron Eve Sect. I don't know if there's anything better. If not, then first go to Spirit Tree Mountain and Ice Spring Valley. What's he talking about? The 5 great sects is not to come when you want to come and go when you want to go. He thinks this is shopping? I really don't know whether to call him arrogant or stupid. Kid, stop pretending here. Granny Thousand Illusions let out a cold rebuke. The pupils of her eyes had a hidden purple light, and she stared tightly at Lu Chenxuan's eyes. The five of us are at an impasse, so it's good to let you make your own decision. Now tell me, are you willing to follow me to the Thousand Illusions sect? Say, Chapter 113, you've got it all wrong. A thousand illusions. The instant Granny Thousand Illusions opened her mouth, Xiong Kaixian let out a low roar that was like a yellow bell, resounding steeply within this cave. The roar was, shall we say, very timely. Ordinary people naturally didn't know the power of the Thousand Illusions Granny. However, the 4 Yuan Fetus Realm members present, all of whom came from the 6 major clans of Guangping Prefecture, knew the Thousand Illusions sect's secret techniques well. Just a moment ago, Thousand Illusion Granny's pupils were different, and she had obviously cast the secret soul enchantment technique on the green-shirted man in front of her. If this green-shirted man was confused by it and agreed to go to the Thousand Illusions sect with her, even they would not be able to tear their faces apart. It wasn't that they were afraid of Granny Thousand Illusions herself, but they were afraid of her father, the Thousand Illusions sect's supreme elder of the sky-reaching realm. Oomph! As the secret method was broken, Granny Thousand Illusions let out a cold snort and viciously gouged out Xiong Kaichun before forcing herself to look at Lu Chenxian once again. Kid, you still haven't answered the question that the old body asked just now. Willing to return to the Thousand Illusions sect with my old self? Of course. Doesn't want it. The Thousand Illusions sect's gong methods were ordinary, and there were no heavenly treasures like the Spirit Tree Mountain and Ice Spring Valley, ranking downstream among the 6 major sects in Guangping Prefecture, so it really didn't have much appeal. On the contrary, the Iron Eve sect and the Thick Earth sect, one was proficient in refining the body and the other was close to the power of the earth, and their martial spirituality was quite unique. Although it was not as good as the Spirit Tree Mountain and the Ice Springs Valley, it wasn't far off. Which clan is better to go to first? It's not the Thousand Illusions sect's turn anyway. Let's go to Ice Spring Valley first. Lu Chenxian made up his mind and spoke with a smile. Ice Spring Valley comes first. Spirit Tree Mountain comes second. Iron Eve sect and Thick Earth sect follow closely behind. And then finally Thousand Illusions sect and Hao Yang sect. What do a few of you think of this order? Order? The 5 Yuan Fetus Realms were slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh angrily. Ridiculous. What time is this? This kid in front of him actually still hasn't figured out the situation. He thinks this is a child playing house, taking him on a trip to the 5 great sects? If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 people were jealous of each other, they would have already dealt a painful blow, directly decapitating this brat on the spot, seizing his heavenly grade spiritual weapon, and sending him to reincarnation. Draw. Xiong Kai Dust Urn raised his hand in the air, a grab from the side of the pile of stone, ingested a broken stubborn stone, and then with a tremor of the palm of his hand, the surface of the stubborn stone crumbled and fluttered, metamorphosing into 5 stone needles of varying lengths under the eyes of the crowd. 5 stone needles to draw straws, and everyone to their own luck. Xiong Kaichun clenched his palms and grasped the 5 stone needles in his hands, while then carrying them behind his back to disrupt the order and bring them back in front of the crowd, holding the end of the stone needle in his palm, merely revealing the upper end of the stone needle. He said in a deep voice, "In that case, we don't have to hurt each other. Whoever can draw the longest stone needle can bring this person back to the clan. Fair and square. Does anyone have an opinion?" No comment. In full view of the public, although Xiong Kaichun was proficient in the Earth System technique, it was impossible to blatantly cheat. There was no need to fight to the death, but also to decide the belonging of the heavenly spiritual weapon. It was indeed considered to be fair and just. I'll go first. Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan. The first step forward, casually pinch a stone needle. Cold voice, everyone is willing to gamble. No matter who takes away this person, other people cannot go out to snatch, or heaven and earth will not be allowed. After saying that, he pulled out the stone needle with a swish and swept his head down, his face instantly sinking. The stone needle is not right. Earlier, Xiong Kaichun had executed his Earth System technique and casually refined stone needles, and although he hadn't had his hands on them, his eyes weren't for show, and he had watched them clearly from the sidelines. Of the 5 stone needles, the longest was about 4 inches and the shortest was less than 2 inches, and this stone needle he had just drawn was only 3 inches out in length. According to the rules set just now, the heavenly spiritual weapon on this green-shirted man clearly had no connection to the Ice Spring Valley. Understood. With one less of the 5 stone needles, the chances of drawing the longest stone needle increased quite a bit. Tong Taishan, with a smile on his face, stepped forward and pinched the top of another stone needle. Tong's luck has always been good. This longest stone needle. Tong smiles. As the words fell, he pinched the stone needle and slowly pulled it up, the smile on his face gradually thickening, just as the stone needle was about to be pulled out of Xiong Kaiken's palm. "Gentlemen, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong." Next to him, Lu Chenxuan's face was full of playfulness and his tone was like a smile. You guys can't wait for the clan to be destroyed? You guys don't think that I'm visiting your clan, do you? The destruction of the clan? The 5 people were slightly stunned as their gazes converged on Lu Chenxuan's face once again before they looked at each other and let out a burst of sneers at the same time. With him? A mere junior who isn't even at the Yuan fetus realm? It's just laughable. After playing with you for so long, it's time for you to die. The smile on Lu Chenxuan's face disappeared, and his words turned abruptly cold. Earlier, within the independent space, the disciples of the 5 major clans were plotting to do something untoward, and they have already been killed by me. You could have stayed alive if you had realized the time and knew how to retreat. Unfortunately, swish, in the palm of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword emerged, its purple and gold light flickering on and off, its killing aura rising to the sky. He wants to do it? The 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses looked at each other, the teasing look on their faces undisguised. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Does he know who he's dealing with? Does he know what he's doing? Martial artist 3 Young Perfect, Dantian within the opening of the Yuan tire. Fetal breath of the gas is strong and unparalleled. Is the essence of blood and viscera gas and their own cultivation cohesion? Raise their hands and feet can play out the terrible power of the mountain cracking stone. It was no exaggeration to say that any Yuan fetus powerhouse who defected to the imperial court would at least be able to become a majestic feudal official, enough to be ranked at the 5th rank, on par with the Guangdong prefecture lord. If one reached the 7th level of the Yuan fetus realm or above, one would even have the chance to become a 4th ranked martial official, far above the Guangdong mansion lord. Even when placed in a clan power where strong people came forth, every Yuan fetus martial artist was a mainstay within the clan. There is something that Tong has wanted to do for a long time. Tong Taizhan smiled coldly, turning his head to look at Lu Chenxian, his right hand slowly raised. Sooner or later, he'll be a dead man anyway. It would be better to let Tong make a move to waste this person first, then continue with the drawing of lots. All of you shouldn't have any objections, right? As soon as the words fell, the 4 Yuan fetus realms shook their heads at the same time. What's so objectionable about that? After bringing this person back to the sect, no matter if it was the revenge for beheading the sect disciples or the heavenly grade spiritual weapon he had obtained, he was doomed to only die, as long as the one he brought back wasn't a corpse. Even if he hid the heavenly grade spiritual weapon within a separate space, the Supreme Elder would definitely have a way to make him talk. In that case, it's fine to scrap it, just don't let his soul fall apart. I changed my mind. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and looked at Tong Taizhan indifferently. Originally, I wanted to go to the Ice Spring Valley first, but now it seems that it's better to let your Iron Eve sect go first. Don't thank me, it's a reward you deserve. As he spoke, the wooden sword in his hand gently shook, and a word came out of his mouth. Die. Chapter 114, Chopping the Yuan Fetus with a Sword. Before Lu Chenxian made his move, none of the 5 major Yuan fetus realms present knew his true realm. Unable to see through and guess, they all thought that he was at the peak of the 3 Yang realm, or even the 3 Yang Great Circle. Never thought he would be a district Yuan Dan. However, Lu Chenxuan's Yuan Dan realm was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary Yuan Dan martial artist. Cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the Yuan Dan condensed 61 Dan lines. In terms of the number of Dan lines, it had already far exceeded the limit of martial arts that had ever existed in the Xiantian continent. Even the former heaven swallowing god lord, when he got this supreme technique, he had already reached the transcendent realm above the immortal king level, and did not cultivate from the beginning, but rather halfway, changing the technique halfway, and did not coalesce his Yuan Dan to above the 10 stripes. 3,000 small worlds, middle 1,000 worlds, great 1,000 worlds, throughout the ages, in all the major realms, before Lu Chenxian, there had never been a Yuan Dan realm with more than 10 lines. No one knows what that means. Even today's Lu Chenxian had only deduced a very rough result from the purple gold dragon breath contained in the Yuan Dan, comparable to a metatire. A Yuan Dan that had condensed 61 Dan lines contained a total amount of dragon breath that was definitely no less than that of an ordinary Yuan fetus realm martial artist. The purity of the purple gold dragon's breath, however, was by no means comparable to the power of a Yuan fetus realm martial artist's fetal breath. Realm was only a part of strength, and did not represent the entirety of strength. And he, the former strongest god of war in the green sky immortal domain, whether it is the accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of combat experience, or shocking the immortal realm to kill the martial arts, and how can it be imagined by these district Yuan tire realm? To normal people, Yuan Dan killing Yuan fetus and straddling 2 realms was like a fantasy, impossible to realize. For Lu Chenxian, it's not as simple as eating and drinking, and it's definitely not far off. Die. With the exit of this word, the unsheathed wooden sword shone brightly. Dala. Shading sword. As a Yuan tire martial artist, the Sea of Consciousness 3 Yang solid, ordinary martial arts difficult to hurt it in the slightest, and its Dantian within the breeding Yuan tire, The 5 viscera and 6 bowels is incomparable solid. And then with the help of the 3 yang power, every move can be communicated with the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 feet. The first weight of the Yuan fetus is 100 feet, and the second weight is 200 feet. If one advances to the sky realm, not only can one fly through the sky and hide in the ground, but at the same time, one can easily manipulate the power of the heavens and earth by thousands of feet, and one can even compress the power of the heavens and earth in the extreme to form extremely powerful killing martial arts. This Great Luo Sky Shading Sword was a powerful martial art that contained a supreme will, capable of severing the connection between a strong martial artist and the power of the heavens and earth in a matter of tea. Unless one had reached the immortal king level of immortal realm experts, who had formed their own heaven and earth within their bodies. Otherwise, under this sword, they could only fight by virtue of their own cultivation, and would no longer be able to catalyze the slightest bit of heaven and earth power. Without the power of heaven and earth, the so-called Yuan fetus realm martial artists were only equivalent to the slightly more powerful 3 yang realm, and severing the connection between a martial artist and the power of the heavens and earth was only one of the powers of the Great Luo Shading Heaven Sword. The ultimate goal of a truly powerful martial art is, of course, only one, and that is, to kill. No good. Almost the instant Lu Chenxian swung his sword, Tong Tieshan's face abruptly changed drastically if he realized something. The power of heaven and earth, which was like an arm's length, actually cut off the connection at this moment, and the Great Earth stage martial skill that he was about to perform. Due to the lack of the power of heaven and earth, not only was the power greatly reduced, but the operation of the tire breath at the time of the performance likewise appeared to be a hint of stagnation. It's not going to happen. Since his promotion to the Yuan fetus realm, he had killed and fought at least hundreds of times. His use of the power of heaven and earth had been incomparably pure, his fetal breath running as he wished. He had never encountered such a situation before, and this hint of stagnation in his fetal breath running almost caused himself to revolt, which was also referred to as going off the rails as the saying goes. But, after all, he was a Yuan fetus martial artist with exquisite cultivation, and he practiced the strongest technique of the Iron Eve sect, so his body was refined as if it were steel, and even an ordinary Xian Pin spiritual weapon would be difficult to injure him in the slightest. As for the green-shirted man in front of him, he was only at the Yuan Dan realm. Even if the wooden sword in his hand was an earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon, he would not be able to leave a trace of injury on his body. But the reality is, thumbs up, a peculiar sound like paper tearing erupted from Tong Tieshan's chest. Robes cracked, muscles blossomed, bones severed, and blood spurted. The strong physique that he had always been proud of, the sturdy internal organs that condensed the fetal breath. Under this purple and gold sword light, it was like a clay sculpture, directly slicing through his chest, cutting off his heart veins, and taking away all of his vitality. Brother Chen, how can? No way. This sword, not far from the side, Granny Thousand Illusions, Xiang Kaixian, Chen Hanquan, Xin Changling. The 4 of them were filled with shock and took 3 steps back almost simultaneously. The connection between the power of heaven and earth and themselves was severed, and like Tong Taishan, they all sensed it. Tong Tieshan's death was shocking enough. However, what was truly shocking was still their loss of the power of heaven and earth. What secret method can cut off this induction? Second-rate sects, first-rate sects, and even lofty super sects and transcendent holy places had never seen this secret method. And, when this person struck, he was not exerting the fetal breath qi, nor did he use the power of the Yuan Shenyang Dan of a triple yang martial artist. That purple golden sword light, which seemed to be condensed from Yuan Dan qi, was enough to show that he was no more than a Yuan Dan martial artist. Yuan Dan realm. How was it possible to kill Tong Taishan? How was it possible to break through his body defense? This green-shirted man, where on earth did this freak come from? You're an elder of the Thick Earth sect, Xiong Kaichun? After the sword, Lu Chenxian put away his sword momentum, completely ignoring the shock on the faces of the crowd and merely gazing at Xiong Kaiduan's right hand. The method of drawing lots was something you came up with. It's very fair. After destroying the Iron Eve sect, I'll make a trip to the Thick Earth sect and give you a few gifts along the way. What does he want? Xiong Kaixian corner of the eye muscles slightly pumped. With Tong Tieshan's previous warning, Lu Chenxian no longer dared to have the slightest underestimation. Under the movement of his mind, the Thick Earth sect's unique secret method was immediately going to be performed, fusing himself and the earth under his feet into one. The method of earth escape. Thick Earth sect's supreme mastery. All Yuan fetus elders would study it painstakingly, and as long as they succeeded in cultivating it, they would be able to utilize the qi of the earth veins to perform unimaginable and amazing speeds. Even more peculiar is that once the earth escape method is performed, all the obstacles of the mountains and rocks along the way are ignored, even if there are trees on the road blocking the way. With the strong body of a Yuan fetus realm martial artist, it can be forcibly crashed through,
and when it comes to the river it can also be directly passed through. It is an excellent base card for escaping and preserving one's life. However, the secret method had already been activated, but the Earth's vein of chi under his feet had no response. Obviously the power of the purple and gold sword light just now had cut off even his connection with the Earth's vein of chi together. Chapter 115, The Great Luo Heavenly Royalty. The sword Dao martial art that this person previously performed was actually so terrifying in its power. Having lost the connection with the Earth vein chi, Xiong Kaichuan's face did not move, but his heart had already set off shocking waves. He's very self-aware. The green-shirted man in front of him, since he could kill Tong Taizhan with a single sword, how hard would it be to kill another Xiong Kaiduan of him? No wonder those disciples of the 5 great clans who entered the independent space all lost their lives to this person. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the Yuan Dan realm, but in terms of true strength, he had definitely reached the peak Yuan tire level. The Earth's chakra is not used like you. Lu Chenshan carried his hands behind his back and gazed indifferently at Xiong Kaichun. Remember, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Never think of yourself. There are still many more things in this heaven and earth that you can't comprehend. E.g., when he said this, the purple and gold light in his palm flickered. Orakuten Miku. In the past, in the green sky immortal domain, the millions of Xian heavenly army conquered the 10,000 races, and at the time of each great battle, it was never the Xian heavenly soldiers who rushed to the front, but rather, it was the 5 elemental puppets that covered the sky, constructing the Xian heavenly great formation, and taking the lead in attacking the enemy's camp. The person who refined and manipulated the puppets was naturally the commander of the Xian heavenly army, the invincible strongest god of war in the immortal world, Lu Chunxian. With the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, he condensed the body of the puppet and urged it with his Yuan Shen, as if it were his arm. If he was in his peak state in the past, a puppet that was casually refined would be comparable to an immortal world immortal monarch. Click, clack, as the purple gold rays fell, countless crisp sounds came out from the stone cave in the belly of this mountain at his feet. Puppet resurrection. Not far away from the pile of stones, next to the corpse of Lu Xingkong, the supreme elder of Hao Yang sect, those broken puppets scattered on the ground, as if they had regained life, slowly stood up from the ground, and their stiff and numb eyes gradually appeared a little bit of animation. Click, click, crisp sounds appeared faster and faster, more and more intensely. The broken places of the puppet's body, those broken limbs and arms, the fragments of weapons in their hands, the remnants of the puppet that lost its head, all the mutilations lit up with an incomparably piercing earth-yellow halo, and a brand new limb, arm, torso, and head, coalesced rapidly within the halo. And even the earth-grade spiritual weapon remnants in their hands were recovering rapidly. It is worth mentioning that the original body of the puppet was bronze in color. The hands of the ground spirit weapon is also similar to the bronze material. However, after the recovery, the color of the body did not change. Those regrowth of the body, but a very different color of the earth yellow, especially the puppet with the largest size, about a zhang in height. In addition to the bronze glow it possessed itself, the surface even faintly glowed with a layer of golden light. If any, puppet alive? Seeing the scene in front of them, the hearts and minds of the 4 Yuan fetus powerhouses were shaken, their faces turning completely white. What kind of power is this? Make something out of nothing? Even when Lu Xingkong was alive, he would need to at least close his eyes for several years, consume countless rare materials, as well as constantly perform Yuan Shen infusion and pay a huge price in order to refine an early Yuan fetus puppet body. And this green-shirted man in front of him, merely acting with his hands, actually restored all 24 puppets. And, judging from the breath, the strength of each puppet was by no means lower than the early Yuan tire stage, and the giant puppet that was a zhang in height was feared to be equivalent to above the 7th level of Yuan tire. With such a formation, it was definitely possible to frame the 4 of them easily. The method of utilizing the earth pulse chi. This gift, do you thick earth sect like it? Lu Chenxian spoke softly, his gaze sinking slightly again, plotting for a heavenly spiritual artifact and attempting to capture me back to the clan. The 4 of you deserve to die. However, Mr. Lu is not a person who kills indiscriminately, so I'll give you a chance to forgive yourself now. Go back and tell your supreme elders, heavenly treasures or pills and spirit weapons, as long as they can satisfy me, they can be lenient and bypass your clan. Now, roll. Xiang Kaixian, Thousand Illusions Granny, Chen Hanquan, Xin Changling. 4 people's faces changed again, and finally endured. One did not dare to nonsense. The situation is stronger than the people. The strength that Lu Chenxian had displayed had far exceeded their imagination, not to mention the 4 of them at the Yuan fetus realm. Even if all the Yuan fetus elders within the sect join hands, they might not be able to defeat this person. But, the true underpinnings of the sect had never been them at the Yuan fetus realm, but rather the supreme elders at the royal sky realm.
Since ancient times, there was an unchanging truth that had been passed down above the Xian-Tian continent. Under the Mikado are all ants. Only by reaching the Yuan fetus realm and having a long lifespan of 2,000 years could one be considered to have truly embarked on the path of martial arts. This kid in front of him was certainly strong, but, in front of a sky realm profound power, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. He wanted the four great clans to prepare pills and treasures to make amends for what happened today. Ridiculous in the extreme, stupid in the extreme, and arrogant in the extreme. Simply don't know how to spell death. This little brother. Chen Hanxuan's face was low and his hands arched violently. In that case, the four of us will take our leave and wait for you within the sect. The mountains don't meet. We'll meet again. After saying that, he turned around with hatred and stepped towards the exit of the cave. Humph. Granny Thousand Illusions and the others snorted lowly and coldly, and although they were upset, they didn't dare to make a move against Lu Chenxian, and followed Chen Hanquan and left at a quick pace. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. At this moment, although he was not this kid's opponent, but, as long as this kid dared to break into their four great sects, what would greet him would definitely be the monstrous fury of the Supreme Elder. The might of the Sky Realm could definitely thwart this brat to death. They pay lip service to it. The four people's backs were already far away, and Lu Chenxian stood in place, secretly shaking his head in his heart. The opportunity has been given to them, and by the looks of it, they obviously don't know how to appreciate it. Although it was an ambition to step on the six great clans, but, the ordinary disciples within the clans, who had nothing to do with today's matter, were considered to be innocent people. The six great sects were certainly hateful, but there was no need to kill innocents indiscriminately, and he hoped that their Supreme Elder could be a little smarter, or else, then don't blame him for being merciless with his sword. A Yuan fetus martial artist's spiritual rhythm cannot be spared. Lu Chenxian no longer thought much about it. His gaze turned slightly, looking at Tong Taizhan who had previously fallen to the ground and died. His mind slowly urged, Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique, Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon was exceptionally joyful. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly. The power of swallowing and sucking tore down, sweeping Tong Tieshan's fetal breath chi, and also including the low-grade spirit weapon of the earth product that his life was intertwined with and the pills that he carried with him, and all of them were devoured and absorbed within just a few breaths. Dan lines coalesce. At this moment, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan increased once again, and the entire spiritual rhythm of a Yuan fetus 5th level martial artist had increased by a full 4 secret lines on top of this Yuan Dan. The total number of secret lines reached 65. Now, it's time to go to the Iron Eve's gate. Strength enhancement could not be delayed, and after the devouring ended, Lu Chenxian did not hesitate and immediately left the cave. With 24 Yuan fetus puppets, he shrank his feet and swept in the direction of Guangping Prefecture. Guangpingfu. It was the upper genus of Luoyang County City, the territory of the 6 great sects. Likewise, it is where the official residence of the Lord of Guangping is located. Chapter 116 Iron 5. Thousands of miles away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Guangping Prefecture. One house in 4 counties. The Tsangshuan Empire sat in the land of the 9 states, totaling 27 prefectures, 108 counties, and more than 400 cities. And Guangping Prefecture is under the Great Liang State, with 4 major counties and cities under its rule, namely Guangping County, Luoyang County, Qingzhou County, and Yanggu County. Among the 4 counties, in terms of prosperity, Guangping County deservedly ranked first, while Luoyang County could only rank at the bottom due to its proximity to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. So much for military strength. The Guangping Prefecture has a garrison of 80,000 soldiers, and the township's general is a 5th-ranked officer named Qi Guangping, who has dual power with the Guangping Prefecture's master, and is a strong martial artist who has reached the 3rd level of the Yuan fetus. Among the 80,000 soldiers under his command, there were another 3,000 elites, clad in Xian iron-forged steel armor and holding Xian-grade high-grade Xian steel spears, who were rampant on top of the battle formation, and once they initiated a frontal charge, even peak Yuan fetus powerhouses would have to back away from them. These 3,000 elites, likewise, had another extremely imposing name, Jin Yuan Army, shocked not only thieves and bandits, but also deterred the 6 major sects. It should be known that the current Tsangshuan Empire's holy emperor was ambitious, and after ascending the throne, the country's power was flourishing, while he had been working hard for many years, and had more than once wanted to subjugate all the major clans, so that these martial arts strengths would attach themselves to the imperial power. However, the major clans had a long history of inheritance, and even second-rate clans like the Haoyang sect had existed before the establishment of the Tsangshuan Empire. As a martial artist with a high and proud heart, how could he submit to imperial power? However, today's emperor's dragon mighty, The military is strong and powerful. The court and the state masters and masters, martial arts offerings, coupled with the civil officials and military generals up and down the whole heart, dead suppression of the clan forces. So far there have been very few clans dare to fight against the imperial court. Under this delicate balance, the authority of the court continued to penetrate, and there were already many clans that had wavered and had close ties with court officials, gradually moving closer to the court. Among them was the Iron Gable Door. The Iron Eve's sect's gong method was special, and the sect's disciples' physiques were horizontally refined, second to none among the 6 great sects. Nowadays, the 3,000 Jin Yuan army all practiced the Iron Eve sect's body refining method, so it was difficult for ordinary weapons to injure the slightest bit, and even yellow-grade spiritual weapons could only cut open the skin and flesh, and could not injure the bones. Coupled with the iron armor protection, even if a Xian-grade spirit weapon slashed at his body, he would still be able to save his life and not die on the spot. It is for this reason, the township general Qi Guangping, and the Iron Eve's door very close relationship, and the Iron Eve's door, the Supreme Elder Iron 5, but also got the court granted the 3rd grade sage, enjoying the salary of the military official. The status is extremely respected. Report to Master. At this moment, in the back of the Iron Eve sect's mountain hinterland, Patriarch Iron Chengang bowed slightly, looked at the burly old man in front of him, and spoke in a low voice. The disciples on duty in this sect have just reported that Master Tong's soul jade tablet is broken. Master Tong, 6th elder of the Iron Eve sect, Tong Taizhan, as a Yuan fetus martial artist, his control of soul power was quite exquisite, and he could integrate a piece of his soul power into a jade token and keep it in the clan's Yuan soul hall, and if something bad happened to it, the jade token would immediately shatter, representing that the owner of the jade token had unfortunately fallen. The Iron Eve sect disciples took turns to guard the Yuan soul hall day and night, and when they found that Tong Tieshan's soul jade tablet was broken, they immediately reported it to Patriarch Tai Chungang, fallen a Yuan fetus elder. This was a major event that hadn't happened in hundreds of years and had to be reported to the Supreme Elder to know about it. Is it because of that heavenly spiritual artifact? In the belly of the mountain, the Sky Realm powerhouse, Tai Wu, although sitting cross-legged on the ground, his gaze was a few points higher than Tai Chingung's sight, and after rising from the ground, his height was almost more than 1 foot. Looking down at Tai Chungang, he was slightly silent for a moment before whispering, I have already said earlier, don't waste your efforts in this matter. If there were truly heavenly grade spiritual weapons out in the world, wouldn't those sacred ground sects not know about it? However, no matter what the truth of the matter really is, since Taishan was killed, we can't just wait and see. Taishan traveled to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not alone. Those clan disciples who went with him, how are they doing? Nothing. The core disciples of the sect, a total of more than 20 people, hadn't had any news come in so far. The only thing that was certain was that Tong Taishan had fallen, and the Iron Eve sect had lost a Yuan fetus realm. Overwhelmed, after a short period of thought, Tai Chenggang bowed again and said in a deep voice, Senior, disciple dare not jump to conclusions, but, even Tong Taishan died, how could those core disciples survive? If there was no accident, they were afraid that no one would be spared and all of them would die in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With all the core disciples dead and no successors in the sect, this is a great calamity for our Iron Eve sect. Tai Wu walked out of the cave and stood at the top of the mountain looking into the distance, and finally spoke slowly, Take my token with you and ask General Qi to come over and tell him that Iron Eve sect is willing to return to the Imperial Court. In addition, order the clan to strictly guard the entire clan. The clan protection array will be open day and night, and no one will be allowed to break in before General Qi arrives. The fate of our Iron Eve sect depends on General Qi. After saying that, he took off the jade pendant of the court-appointed sage from his waist and gently handed it to Tai Chingung's hand. He was an Empyrean realm powerhouse, and his strength was far above Qi Guangping's. However, what Qi Guangping represented was the imperial military, the majesty of the Tsunchuan Empire, sitting in the sect for thousands of years. He, Tai Wu, was now more than 1,800 years old, with less than 200 years left before his big day, and if he went out to kill, it would inevitably lead to a shrinking of his lifespan, allowing his big day to come earlier. With a few more years of life, there might be a few more uses for the court, allowing the Iron Eve sect to cling to the court and languish. If he were to slip up, then the Iron Eve's gate would really be finished. Disciple, obey. Concerning the survival of the Iron Eve sect, Tai Chenggang did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, bringing on the jade pendant of Tai Wu's sage, and then with a movement of the mind, the power of the soul spreads out, summoning his own flying spirit beasts to come. It was a peak third-order golden-winged eagle. Jumping onto the back of the eagle, he arched his hand at Tai Wu and bid farewell, while then flying into the sky, quickly heading to the Guangping Prefecture military camp. Not long after Tai Chenggang left, Shifu, a total of 5 figures, precisely the 5 elders of the Iron Eve sect, rushed up from the foot of the mountain to the top, their faces full of panic. Senior, news has just come from the 4 major sects that a green-shirted man, with a single sword, killed Master Tong, and killed all the disciples of the 5 major sects within the independent space. Also, his sword Dao martial skill is extremely bizarre, capable of severing the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and the power of heaven and earth. He also said, boom, the ground shook. A space ripple visible to the naked eye instantly spread from thousands of feet away to the back of the mountain where the crowd was. The Great Protector Formation that enveloped the sky above the Iron Eve sect was under attack. Chapter 117, The Temptation of a Heavenly Grade Spiritual Armament. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Iron Eve sect's clan protection formation, Lu Chenxian had his hands behind his back, his face calm as usual. Not far ahead, 24 Yuan fetus puppets wielded Earth-grade spiritual weapons and continuously bombarded the golden barrier that shrouded beyond the Iron Eve's mountain gate. The golden light collapsed and space shook. The giant puppet that was 1 zhang tall was equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Yuan fetus, and when it joined hands with the other puppets, it exerted a powerful attack that was already no less than that of an empty realm powerhouse. With such an attack, even this sect protector formation that had been passed down for thousands of years would definitely not be able to support it for long. Stop! At the back of the Iron Eve sect's mountain, Tai Wu let out a loud shout. His figure rose up into the air, cutting out a stream of golden and iron light high in the sky, as if a meteor had fallen to the ground, landing with a bang at the very front of the sect's pagoda, less than 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, separated by the formation barrier. His gaze fell dead on Lu Chenxian. Is he the one who beheaded Tong Tai Shan and those elite disciples? But his aura wasn't how strong. It wasn't even at the Three Yang's realm. Master. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Iron Eve sect were like the wind, arriving in droves from the back of the sect. They were only at the Yuan fetus realm and were not able to fly in the air, only that the back of the mountain was only 6 or 7 miles away from this place, and with their speed, arriving at this place was only slightly slower than Tai Wu, exactly the same as Tai Wu. Their gazes all converged on Lu Chenxian, like an enemy, to be able to cultivate to the Yuan fetus realm, their qualifications, their heart, none of them were superior. Although the green-shirted man in front of him was only at the Yuan Dan realm. However, the Imperial simplified voice transmission sent by the 4 great sects had already indicated the strength of this person. The sword Dao martial skill was extremely astonishing, and could sever the connection between a Yuan fetus martial artist and the power of heaven and earth. And he also obtained the 24 Yuan fetus puppets left behind by the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder Lu Xingkong, and already had the qualifications to stand up to the 6 major sects. Senior, this person is Lu Chenxian, the 5th elder of Iron Eve's sect. Iron Shocking Wind stared closely at Lu Chenxian's face, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Not long ago, I went to Guangping Prefecture to do some work, and I had once seen the official government office notice. This person once killed 10,000 demonic beasts with 1 sword and dissolved the beast tide of Sanqing City. The matter of the beast tide was widely rumored in Guangping Prefecture. Sanqing City was under Luoyang County, which in turn was under the rule of Guangping Prefecture. As the first barrier between the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and Luoyang County, Sanqing City's geographic location was extremely special, and once Sanqing City fell, Luoyang County would bear the brunt of it, and Guangping Prefecture would also suffer as a result. Lu Chenxian retreated the beast tide with a single sword, blessing the people of the city, not only to Sanqing City and Luoyang County, even to Guangping Prefecture. It also possessed great significance. After reporting to the court, this merit could at least be exchanged for a sage token. And as for Lu Chenxian's crime of killing Gu Cheng's father and son, it could be offset just as easily. Lu Chenxian, Iron Fifth, had never heard that name before. However, it didn't have anything to do with the situation at the moment. It was enough to know that he was an enemy of the Iron Eve's gate. Little friend Lu. Iron light flickered under Tai Wu's eyes, and he didn't act arrogantly just because he was at the Imperial Sky Realm, but instead, he mouthed the name of little friend and talked about friendship on an equal footing. You killed my master's nephew and beheaded more than 20 elite disciples. The old man has yet to settle the score with you, and you've actually gotten worse, ordering puppets to attack our clan's grand formation. Isn't it a bit deceptive? These words, which sounded as if they were quite hard-headed, in fact, they vaguely contained a few hints of weakness. The older the tree gets, the harder it gets, and the older the man gets, the better he gets. He was over 700 years old when he was promoted to the Sky Realm, and he had already lived through more than 1800 years. So what kind of scenes hadn't he experienced? This Lu Chenxian in front of him, knowing that the Iron Eve sect had an era-mortal powerhouse in attendance, actually dared to come to the door to attack the mountain. It could be imagined that this person must possess an extremely terrifying undercard, and had no qualms about being an empty realm martial artist. The heart of the martial arts must go forward. However, to be able to live to such a great age, he, Tai Wu, in addition to the heart of the martial arts, more importantly, he was also able to observe words and colors, and to avoid good fortune and misfortune. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, a general does not fight an unsure battle. Facing this young man who was only at the Yuan Dan realm, he, a martial arts powerhouse at the Royal Sky realm, actually felt a trace of oppression if nothing else. This was the sense of danger that a sentinel powerhouse had, but where there was any possibility of reconciliation, he didn't want to easily make an enemy of it. Deception. That's a good one. Lu Chenxian raised his hand and waved it, and the 24 puppets were forbidden, no longer attacking the Iron Eve sect protector formation, but instead standing neatly in formation behind them. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, in the middle of an independent space, the disciples of the Iron Eve sect were intent on snatching a heavenly grade spiritual armament and killed me presumptuously. After leaving the independent space, Tong Taizhan relied on force and made a move to waste my cultivation. Is that bullying? This, Tai Wu frowned slightly, and the 5 elders behind him frowned equally deeply. People in the martial arts path were supposed to bully the weak, and this was also the usual style of their Iron Eve sect. Moreover, when it was about a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, it was simply normal to kill and seize the treasure, and it was only natural for Tong Taizhan to avenge his disciple's death when the sect disciple was counter-killed by this person. Only, this person was so strong that even Tong Taizhan was no match for him, and instead, he caused big trouble for the Iron Eve sect. And, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there actually exists an independent space? Since this was the case, that heavenly grade spiritual artifact within the independent space must have already fallen into this person's hands. Heavenly spiritual weapons. Tai Wu's breathing was slightly ragged, and the hands behind his back were tightened and clenched, gripped and loosened. The temptation of a heavenly grade spiritual armament was really too great. If he could obtain a heavenly grade spiritual armament, his strength, Tai Wu, would instantly skyrocket more than tenfold. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the 3rd level of the sky realm. However, with a heavenly grade spiritual weapon in his hand, even if he faced a spiritual platform realist above the sky realm, he could possess the power to fight. Spiritual platform realm, that is the 6th great realm of the path of martial arts. The sea of consciousness opens up the spiritual platform. The spiritual platform reflects the Dantian. The body is transformed into a new body. You can have a long life of 5,000 years, and you can raise your hands and throw your feet to exert the terrifying power of crushing mountains and breaking up the earth. Who among the martial artists above the Xiantian continent didn't want to obtain a heavenly grade spiritual armament? One must know that even the most ordinary heavenly low-grade spiritual artifact, as long as it was refined to become an intrinsic treasure, its strength was bound to skyrocket, and advancing to the spiritual platform realm would be an absolute breeze. Little friend Lu. After an extremely short period of excitement, Tai Wu calmed his mind, his tone still containing a hint of lingering excitement. Your realm is insufficient. Even if you get a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, it's impossible for you to utilize its full power. The old man has an unkind request. Little friend Lu might as well listen to it. As long as little friend Lu is willing to part with his love and give the heavenly grade spiritual armament to old me, I can promise that whatever the Iron Eve sect can come up with, little friend Lu can take it as long as he wants. Chapter 118, Terrifying Consumption. A heavenly spiritual weapon? There wasn't any heavenly spiritual weapon within that independent space. Only old Zhao's 24 bridges and bright moon night remnants. The value of this fragment, especially a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, can be compared? Not to mention, this time, he didn't come to the Iron Eve's gate to make a deal with them, but to demand compensation. The Iron Eve sect disciples and Tong Taizhan had successively struck out against themselves, and this account had to be settled completely. The 4 great clans, have they sent you any messages? Regarding what heavenly grade spiritual weapons? Lu Chenxian didn't mention a word about it, and looked at Tai Wu and the others indifferently through the Iron Eve sect's protective formation. I am not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately. The old debt owed by the 10,000 Beast mountain range. As long as you come up with compensation that satisfies me, this matter can be set aside. You only get one chance. Now, pay up. Compensation. Compensation? Tai Wu was slightly stunned, and the 5 Yuan fetus elders behind him similarly looked at each other. He killed Tong Taizhan and so many inner disciples, and the Iron Eve sect hadn't even turned their backs on him yet, and he actually came to his door to claim compensation? How in heaven's name is that possible? Whoever's fist is bigger, is the reason, but his fist, is it really bigger than the Iron Eve's gate? Do you really think that the Imperial air power is an embroidered pillow? Little friend Lu, are you joking? Tai Wu's face sank. Although he didn't want to fight with Lu Chenxian to the death, he wasn't willing to continue to show weakness and let out a cold snort from his mouth. Hand over the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, and I'll give you an earth grade medium grade spiritual weapon, and this matter will end here.
if Lu Xiaoyu has to be aggressive. The old man. Ha, Lu Xiaoyu. The old man is here to talk nonsense with you for so long. Are you not worried at all? What's there to worry about? It's just a reprieve. Just before the puppets attacked the mountain, Iron Eve sect patriarch Iron into Steel traveled to Guanping Prefecture on a flying demonic beast. The peak demonic beast of the three realms, the golden winged eagle, had its wings spread out to nearly 10 feet, and when it flew, the wind whistled. So how could Lu Chenxian not find it? It wasn't even on the radar. Rituals first, then soldiers. Lu Chenxian backed his hands. His gaze was bland. Since you don't want to compensate, then see the real thing underhand. Iron Eve sect patriarchal array. Break it for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Lu Chenxian, 24 yuan fetus puppets hissed up to the sky, their hands raised high with earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons, bombarding the golden barrier in front of them crazily. The body of the puppet is tireless. These puppets refined by Lu Xingkong were originally broken and tattered, and the earth-grade spiritual weapons had similarly lost their power. However, Lu Chenxian executed the 5 elements puppet forging method and patched up all the broken parts of these puppets, and the earth-grade spiritual tools were likewise all restored. What was even more unique was that as long as the Earth's vein chi was not extinguished, these puppets would never be damaged, and although they were not true Earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, the power they exerted was not weak at all, and the martial practitioners of the district's lower realms were simply unable to comprehend the horrors of the immortal realm's secret methods. Boom, 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 shock and awe. This time, the 24 puppets gave their all, equivalent to 20 yuan fetus martial artists joining hands, and blasted the golden barrier to the point of shaking, with large swaths and swaths of golden radiance violently collapsing, and the surface of the grand formation soon had a clearly visible crack. The big formation is about to shatter. In just less than 10 breaths, the defensive array constructed by tens of thousands of medium-grade Xian stones and 12 top-grade Xian stones had already reached the end of its strength and was struggling to hold up under the bombardment of the puppets. Come on, basalt, is there any basalt left? The big formation is about to hold up. Within the Iron Eve sect, those Iron Eve sect disciples guarding the array I orientation went crazy replenishing the Xianshi consumption, taking away the Xianqi depleted Xianshi and immediately filling in the Xianqi filled new Xianshi. The consumption is horrible. The district Iron Eve sect, within the Zhang Xian Empire, was merely a second-rate sect, and the amount of medium-grade Xianshi that it had accumulated over the years was only about 1 million. Sect disciples cultivate, forge spiritual weapons after melting, and practice array placement. The daily consumption is massive, and at this moment, the rate of consumption of the Grand Formation was even more incomparably astonishing, burning tens of thousands of medium-grade Xian stones almost every time it withstood the bombardment of the puppets. The entire Iron Eve's gate's entire accumulation wouldn't last more than half an hour at most. Report! Behind Tai Wu, an Iron Eve sect disciple came running wildly, fiercely half-kneeling on the ground, his voice incomparably alarmed, reporting to the Supreme Elder, the core eye of the Grand Formation. The top-grade Xian stone is about to shatter. Disciples don't have top-grade Xianshi, and the middle-grade Xianshi in the treasure vault is about to be depleted. Snap! Tai Wu clenched both his fists, staring deathly into Lu Chenxuan's eyes through the golden barrier, his mouth full of steel teeth clacking. Top-quality basalt. Too expensive. Normally, an ordinary vein would be able to mine almost 10 million low-grade basalt stones, and if one was more fortunate, about 1 million or so medium-grade basalt stones could be mined. As for the top-grade Xian stone, it was difficult for ordinary veins to give birth to it, and often 1,000 pieces was the limit. Moreover, even if there were really so many top-grade basalt stones, there was definitely not that clan that mined them all out, but rather, they took 3 and left 7, using the remaining 70% of the top-grade basalt stones to nourish the veins and continuously spawn the middle-grade and low-grade basalt stones. Iron Eve sect inheritance for thousands of years, a total of only control a small vein, plus successive generations of Yuan Tire realm martial artists on the consumption of top-grade Xianshi. Nowadays, within the entire clan, the number of top-grade Xianshi was even less than 50, and they were all in the hands of Tai Wu. The exact number is 43. This damned Lu Chenxian in front of him, urging his puppets to attack the sect protector formation, and this was less than half a pillar of incense, causing the Iron Eve sect to lose 12 top-grade Xianshi and hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. The most frightening thing was that those puppets had been bombarding the Grand Formation with all their might for so long, and their breath had actually not weakened in the slightest. Even if Lu Xingkong were to come back to life and personally manipulate these puppets, he definitely wouldn't be this strong. Bold! A domineering roar that resounded through the midair suddenly came from the distant sky. Demon birds fly. The golden-winged eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 feet, with a middle-aged figure standing on its back, was none other than the contemporary patriarch of the Iron Eve sect, a Yuan fetus great circle powerhouse.
Tai Chungang. The person who shouted out the word bold was a sturdy general wearing iron armor, standing on top of a small flying boat, holding a black lance in his hand, with more than 20 young generals standing behind him. Even further back, a full 15 medium-sized flying boats were breaking through the air, and on top of each of them stood 200 iron-armored soldiers, wearing Xian steel armor and holding Xian steel spears. Their auras were all in one, emitting a substantial iron and blood murderous aura. General Qi has finally arrived. Tai Wu tilted his head violently, looking at these flying boats that descended from the sky, and the string that was tightly taut in his heart finally relaxed completely. General Qi Guanping, General of the Guanping Prefecture Jinfu, 3,000 elite Jin Yuan Army, representing the supreme majesty of the Tsongxian Empire's military, deterring all curmudgeons. Chapter 119, The Sky Puppet. Mr. Lu, above the midair, Qi Guanping stood in his flying boat, looking down on the entire field. With his eyes, he merely glanced towards those Yuan fetus puppets, and under a frown, he immediately spoke in a deep voice. You swept away the beast tide. You have merited the country, and you should stay in Sanqing City and wait for the imperial court to reward you. Why did you go out without authorization and launch an attack on the Iron Eve's Gate? This General Qi Guanping, by order of the court law, sheltering the Iron Eve's Gate a clan up and down. You, quickly leave, not surrender. He came from the court Xinbei army. His official position was from the 4th rank, and he belonged to the Tai family faction in the court. 3. Qingcheng Town Guard General Tai Muchuan, father of the Ministry of War Secretary Tai Zongtan. It is Qi Guanping's martial arts examiner, and Qi Guanping into the dynasty as an official, naturally listed under the Iron family. Tai Muchuan and Lu Chenxian were close friends, so would Qi Guanping deliberately make things difficult? Allowing Lu Chenxian to leave in this way was already an extrajudicial favor. General Qi never let Lu Chenxian go. Without waiting for Lu Chenxian to react, Tai Wu stood within the sect protector formation and stopped it with a loud voice. This person slaughtered my sect's disciples and beheaded my sect's elders. His crime is heinous. And, on this person's body, he possesses a heavenly spiritual weapon. A heavenly spiritual weapon? Qi Guanping's face changed slightly, and the pitch-black lance in his hand slowly tightened its grip. It was a difficult situation when it was about a heavenly spirit weapon. One must know that the current sage of the Tsongxuan Empire had long admired heavenly-grade spiritual weapons, and even the Peak Sky Realm Imperial Masters, the State Masters, were using their own spiritual weapons, which were only of a high grade of earthly grade. On top of this Xian Tian continent, heavenly-grade spiritual weapons were too rare, and almost all of them were in the hands of those few Holy Land sects. If one could possess a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, the status of the Tsongxian Empire could even overpower many first-rate sects, possessing unimaginable importance to His Holiness's grand hegemony. Mr. Lu, Qi Guanping raised his hand and urged the flying boat to land slowly, about 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian. With his eyes looking straight at the latter, he said in a low voice, a heavenly spiritual artifact is a matter of great importance, and this general does not dare to make unauthorized claims. Please Mr. Lu and I go to the capital. By the Iron Shangshu bring the Golden Temple. Mr. Lu has been meritorious in the offering of the treasure. The saint's dragon face is very happy. It will be sure to be. Without waiting for Qi Guanping to finish, Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. A treasure? This idea is a bit too childish. Not to mention, he didn't have a heavenly grade spiritual armament in his hands, and even if he did, how could he possibly offer it to the Tsongxian court? However, this General Qi, specifically mentioning Tai Zongtan, is obviously showing his position, and does not want to be an enemy with himself. General Qi. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and said softly, there is no need for General Qi to intervene in today's matter. Just lead the soldiers back the same way. The Iron Eve sect's protective array will be broken, and no one can change the result that Mr. Lu wants. You, Qi Guanping wanted to say something, and his face appeared a few subtle changes. It was his vocation to do his duty for his country. Tai Wu possessed a third-grade sage token and was under the shelter of the Tsongxian court, and Lu Chenxuan's unauthorized attack on the Iron Eve sect had already violated the court's law. Coupled with the fact that he was carrying a heavenly spiritual weapon, the Tsongxian court was determined to obtain it, and even if Tai Mu Chun were to befriend him, he would never be able to defy the holy will. It's now or never. So if Mr. Lu is bent on having his own way, this general will have to be offended. Qi Guanping's gaze sank, and although his face still had a few difficulties, his tone was incomparably firm. Please don't resist. Mr. Lu, this general can keep you alive. After sending you up to the capital, this general will thank Mr. Lu again. As the words fell, the pitch-black lance in his hand shook violently. Swish! Behind them, on top of 15 medium-sized flying boats, 3,000 Jin Yuan troops landed on the ground, their bodies metaphysical steel armor clanging and clattering, and a blood-colored chi energy above their heads rushed up to the sky, and with 100 people as a team, they coalesced into a total of 30 lofty figures, all 10 feet tall and above and below, like blood-armored gods of war, appearing and disappearing in the mid-air. The peak of the 9th level of the Yuan fetus, Blood Battle Shadow. If they fought alone, these Jin Yuan soldiers were naturally not worth mentioning. All of them were just crossing into the Yuan Dan realm of minuscule strength. However, under the cohesion of blood chi, they possessed extremely uncommon battle power. The 3,000 Jin Yuan army, which had shaken the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, relied on, precisely, this blood chi shadow transformation method. 30 peak Yuan Dan silhouettes could not be defeated even when faced with a Sky Realm powerhouse, and under the increase in battle intent, they could even win the battle. Blood Wars shadows. Within the clan protector formation, Tai Wu's eyes were glowing, and he clearly had no doubt about the power of the blood battle shadow. In his opinion, Lu Chenchuan's greatest reliance was none other than those 24 Yuan fetus puppets. Under the blood war shadow condensed by the 3,000 Jin Yuan army, what was a mere Yuan fetus puppet? It is tantamount to a mantis blocking a car and hitting a stone with an egg. The Zhongxian court's method of military formations is something to behold. Lu Chenchuan's face did not change as he quietly gazed at Qi Guangping. General Qi, you should have a good relationship with the Tai family, right? For the sake of Iron General Taimu Chun, I'll give you one last chance. Now take your troops and leave at once and I can forget about it. Otherwise, as the words fell, the hands behind his back gently clenched. Click, click, click. Not far ahead, 24 Yuan fetus puppets instantly disintegrated, and a bronze radiance flickered endlessly, which was mixed with tumbling yellow earth vein chi, as well as 24 greenish-yellowish earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons. In just 3 breaths, disintegrate and reorganize. In the midst of the greenish-yellow halo of light that covered the sky, a gigantic puppet that was more than 30 feet tall, holding a 20-foot-long serrated saber in its hand, like a small, flexible and mobile mountain, stepped behind Lu Chenxian. Its aura was no longer any Yuan fetus realm, but had reached the astonishing 3rd level of the Imperial Air realm, and the serrated greatsword in its hand exuded an incomparably monstrous aura that far exceeded the high-grade level of Earth-grade, and was even no less than the legendary Heaven-grade spiritual artifact. Miku, Miki puppet? At this moment, whether it was Qi Guangping, or Tai Wu and the sect elders, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief as they felt the astonishing might emanating from the giant puppet. This is Lu Chenchuan's true dependence? Where exactly did he appear as a demon? How could he possibly master such a terrifying secret technique? Fight me, or leave immediately, the choice is yours. Lu Chenxian made a gentle leap and landed steadily on the shoulder of the giant puppet, looking down at Qi Guangping below and speaking faintly. You only get one chance, and I have limited patience. Fight, or go. Qi Guangping's body stiffened, and his face turned pale as he was deadened by the imperial air pressure emanating from the giant puppet. The famous Su family's son-in-law in Sanqing City, a rare demon of the world in 10,000 years, as expected of him, Lu Chenxian. But, Mr. Lu, Qi Guangping's teeth snapped together and hissed in a stern voice, you have strong means. This general thinks that he is undefeatable. But, even if you are strong, do you still dare to go against the court? This general is not alone, but represents the Zhongxuan court and the dragon authority of His Majesty. Chapter 120, what kind of freak is he? Xiangxian Empire. How is it better than the former Green Sky Immortal Domain? How is it better than the Ziwei dynasty? How much more majestic was that eloquent saint compared to Beinhuayu's father and son? In front of the invincible god of war who had crossed the immortal realm, it was nothing more than floating clouds in the sky. Meaningless, wrong choice. Lu Chenxian stood on the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, his gaze indifferent. General Qi, you have disappointed me. You wasted Ironwood Chun's face and the opportunity you just had. So, kill. Rumble. The ground shook. The sentinel puppet stepped out. Its 2 thick thighs were like palace pillars, and its 3 zone long feet landed heavily. The earth under its feet was dusty, setting off rolling airwaves a few feet high and below. The serrated sword in his hand swept across, containing the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet, wrapped in a fierce hunting gale, and swung toward the 3,000 Jin Yuan troops. Battle shadow collapsed. Those blood battle shadows condensed from the blood chi of the Jin Yuan soldiers had no power to resist under the bombardment of the imperial air puppets, and the situation instantly became one-sided. The 10-foot body that seemed to be amazingly powerful was not even half the size of the imperial air puppet's serrated greatsword, and the neat battle formation of 3,000 people was casually blown away by the imperial air puppet, and the formation was directly in pieces. Every time the puppet swung its sword, there were tens of hundreds of soldiers who flew backwards with blood spurting, falling out dozens of feet away, fainting on the spot after landing, completely losing the power to fight again. That's enough. Stop it. the battle had only just begun, and the injured soldiers were already countless. Qi Guangping's eyes were wide with anger, and his mouth roared furiously. Mr. Lu, I'll leave. I'll take the people away right away. Please have mercy on Mr. Lu. He's scared. He himself might not be afraid of death, but if these 3,000 Zhenyuan troops were buried here, it would be an unimaginably huge shock for Guangping Prefecture, and even for the entire Zhongxian Empire. The court needed the Zhenyuan army to deter the 6 great sects. Guangping Prefecture, Luoyang County, and Sanqing City needed the Zhenyuan army to defend against the beast tide that could erupt at any time in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. More importantly, this was the effort he had put in for many years, and it was the best soldiers under the Iron family's command, and it was related to the Iron clan's position in the imperial court. No matter what, the Zhenyuan army could not afford any accidents. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Guangping's angry roar obviously didn't have the slightest effect. The sky puppet's greatsword swung and slashed without stopping, charging across the Zhenyuan army formation, from front to back and back to front, rushing back and forth in less than 10 breaths. The military formation collapsed completely. Under Lu Chenxuan's deliberate control, the sentinel puppet did not explode with the strongest power, and although these Zhenyuan soldiers were seriously injured, they were only hurt and not killed on the spot. Roar! The sentinel puppet raised its head to the sky, seemingly in response to Qi Guangping's roar. In the situation at hand, there was no need for Lu Chenxian to open his mouth, and those Zhenyuan soldiers who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries were the best answer. From the moment Qi Guangping made the wrong choice, the end of this moment was already doomed. If it wasn't for Tai Mu Chun's 3 points of thinness, these Zhenyuan soldiers were by no means as simple as being seriously injured, but were all killed in action. General Qi. Behind Qi Guangping, more than 20 Yuan feudal martial generals were dumbfounded, simply unable to believe the scene before them. Within the Iron Eve sect's protective array, Tai Wu, Tai Chenggang, and the 5 Yuan fetus elders, all looked at the imperial air puppet under Lu Chenxuan's feet with their jaws dropped, and their hearts seemed to be pressed up against a big mountain, and even their breaths were disorganized by it. This puppet is really a royal air realm, although it didn't exert the ability to fly. However, the power exerted by this puppet when it attacked had definitely reached the realm of the imperial air. 30 peak 9 Yuan fetus blood battle shadows were as if they were carved out of clay under this puppet's serrated greatsword, and they couldn't even resist in the slightest. Lu Chenxian, he was only at a mere Yuan Dan realm. How could he execute such a terrifying secret method and forge such a terrifying puppet? This kind of secret method had never appeared in the Xian-Tian continent. And, earlier, Lu Chenxian didn't seem to have exerted any forging means, and by merely clenching his fist, the 24 Yuan fetus puppets instantly disintegrated and reformed into this giant puppet of the Imperial Sky Realm, so easily, so casually, that he couldn't even see that he had any exertion. With such a secret method, who was still his opponent? The 3,000 Zhenyuan army couldn't do it, the Iron Eve sect couldn't do it, and even if the 6 great sects join forces, they might not be able to secure a victory. General Qi, on the shoulder of the Imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian stood tall and looked down at Qi Guangping indifferently. You just said that you want me to travel to the capital and present a heavenly grade spiritual artifact to the sacred emperor of Zhongxuan? I can tell you that the so-called heavenly grade spiritual artifacts are nothing more than your wishful speculations. True power never relies on external objects. If you don't even understand this, how can the saint sit and stabilize the kingdom? Want me to submit to the imperial court? Ha! A soft laugh was heard, while both palms were clasped. Dala heavenly royalty, 5 elements of earth power. Rumble. In front of the Iron Eve sect's protective array, the ground shattered with a loud bang, and the earth's vein of gas was like a river boiling, gushing out from among the cracks in the earth, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly coalesced into 6 giant puppets, all of which were 30 feet tall and below. Their auras, all of them had reached the realm of the sky. Unlike the previous puppet, these puppets that had just appeared, the spirit weapons in their hands were not sawtooth swords, but earth-colored stone pillars, the surface of which were intertwined with secret patterns, and the pressure enveloped the scene, all of which had reached the high-grade level of the Earth grade, 65 Dan lines, the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm, and simultaneously maneuvering 7 Imperial air puppets. This was the limit that Lu Chenxian could currently achieve. 7 puppets. All of them are Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands? How is this possible? Are these puppets forged or summoned? What kind of secret method is this? Lu Chenxian, what kind of freak is he? Qi Guangping, Iron 5. Everyone has been completely confused. The scene in front of them had gone beyond their understanding of martial arts, even beyond the art of forging, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Even after seeing it with his own eyes,
It was still unbelievable that such a powerful secret method had appeared in the hands of a Yuan Dan martial artist. The sentinel puppets themselves were already terrifying enough, and what was even more terrifying was that they were actually all holding Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands. When did the Earth-grade high-grade, which was second only to the Heaven-grade spiritual weapon, become so worthless? Lu Chenxian. Inevitably, it hides unimaginable and shocking secrets, I said, simultaneously manipulating the 7 air defense puppets. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change in the slightest, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. Across the Iron Eve sect protector clan formation, he coldly stared into Tai Wu's eyes. Either resist and the Iron Eve sect will surely be completely destroyed, or come up with compensation that satisfies me. That's a choice that shouldn't be difficult. Chapter 121, Compensation or Recalcitrance. In front of Lu Chenxian, who possessed the 7 great sky-resisting puppets, it was clearly not half as difficult to make the right choice. Compensation. We are willing to compensate. Within the clan protection formation, Tai Wu shouted. What face of the clan, what dignity of a strong man, has obviously all been thrown out of his mind. With the district's Iron Eve sect, how could it deal with the 7 great sky-resisting puppets, counting on Qi Guangping and his 3,000 Jinyuan troops? No kidding. The 30 blood battle shadows condensed by the Jinyuan military formation were no match at all under the sweep of that air-defying puppet. Although he was a true sentinel air powerhouse, he was only slightly better than those blood battle shadows, and if he was allowed to face up the sentinel air puppets at the same time, he was afraid that it would take less than 3 rounds before he would be completely torn into pieces. Although there wasn't much life left, but, as long as he could live one more day, he didn't want to seek death himself. What's more, such a self-seeking death would have no significance for the survival of the Iron Eve sect. Mastermind, Tai Changgang and the 5 Yuan fetus elders, silently looked at Tai Wu's tall back, with indescribable bitterness in their hearts. Shifu was old. Once upon a time, Tai Wu, who was a great power in the air, was the last card of their Iron Eve sect that had been passed down for 1,000 years, and was the strongest underpinning for the entire sect to gain a foothold in Guangping Prefecture. However, now, even senior uncle, who was already in the wind, actually didn't even have the courage to make a move in the face of a Lu Chenxian, who was only at a mere Yuan Dan realm. Even senior was willing to compensate. What else could they, the juniors, say? Pay up, Mr. Lu. At this moment, Qi Guangping and the 20 or so young martial generals under his command had already distributed their divine sense and examined the injuries of those Jinyuan soldiers. The mood was mixed. This astonishingly strong Mr. Lu, although he seemed to be unsympathetic, in the end, he didn't drive him to extinction. 3,000 Jinyuan troops, only wounded and not killed, obviously looking at the face of Tai Mu-chun. If this favor had been done, the famous Jinyuan army that had shaken the Guangping prefecture would have lost their lives. When the Holy Emperor's dragon face is furious, not to mention Lu Chenxian, even he, the Jinfu general, will have to die to thank for his crime. As far as we can see, the situation is still within control after all, and these Jinyuan soldiers will certainly be able to regain their strength after a few months of recuperation and once again put the Jinyuan army formation into action, deterring the 6 great sects and sheltering the people of Guangpingfu, a capital city. Just, no longer dare to go against this Mr. Lu in front of him. Shut down the big formation. Since the decision has been made to compensate, the Iron Eve sect's protective array is no longer necessary to continue to open. Tai Wu waved his right hand, his voice indescribably helpless. Iron Eve sect disciples listened to the order. Take out the array, I ensure. Please, Mr. Lu. Into the clan. Within the Iron Eve sect's mountain gate, a group of disciples looked at each other in dismay, and in their hearts, they unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. This result doesn't seem unacceptable. As the old saying goes, if you leave a green mountain behind, you don't have to worry about burning firewood. As long as the sect is not destroyed, the Iron Eve sect will eventually have a day to rise again. As for compensation, that was something that the higher-ups of the sect needed to consider. As for them, the lower disciples, they only needed to follow orders. The only thing that was a little hard to bear was that when this matter spread, their Iron Eve sect's face would be completely disgraced. Turn off the big formation, closing the eye of the array. Take out the arcane stone. One order after another continued to spread, and the Iron Eve sect disciples moved quickly, taking out all of the medium-grade Xian stones within the 107 formation eyes. On the contrary, the core array eye within the top-grade Xianshur, almost all have been broken, the power of 1 out of 10. Whether or not to take out has nothing to do with the big picture. Buzz. Above the Iron Eve's gate, the golden barrier enveloping the mountain gate finally slowly dissipated. Even if they continued to maintain the grand formation, in front of the 7 imperial air puppets maneuvered by Lu Chenxian, it was equivalent to a virtual void, unable to bring them any semblance of security. Mr. Lu,
please. Tai Wu had a majestic physique, nearly a foot tall, but at this moment, he bent his waist respectfully, his face full of compensatory smiles. My clan's hidden treasure vault, Dan Pavilion, weapon refining hall, and medicine field, all of them are open to Mr. Lu, as long as Mr. Lu has his eye on it. Any treasure can be taken at will, and Mr. Tai will never stand in the way. Treasure? What's the one thing that Iron Eve's Gate has to offer as a treasure? In front of the former strongest war god of the immortal world, not to mention the district Iron Eve's sect, even if it was the entire Xian Tian continent, what kind of thing could enter Lu Chenchuan's eyes? There are only fragments of the 24 bridges after the night of the moon disintegrates. Here, no debris. Lu Chenxian immersed his mind in his dantian and communicated briefly with the artifact spirit Bright Moon to make sure that no debris existed within the Iron Eve's door, and then with a long leap, he floated to the ground from the shoulder of the air defense puppet, his gaze leveled with Tai Wu, and spoke faintly, the matter of compensation. There is no need to be so troublesome. The Iron Eve sect has been passed down for 1,000 years, so there are bound to be quite a few Xian stones accumulated. I won't ask for too much, as long as I take out 1,000 top-grade Xianshi, or 10 extreme-grade Xianshi, this matter can be resolved. Now, pay up. What? Including Qi Guangping, all the people present were all dumbfounded, and Tai Wu was even frozen in place, his expression indescribably wonderful. 1,000 top-grade Xianshi, 10 extreme Xianshi? That's not a big offer? The Iron Eve sect, being one of the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, only possessed a small mining vein, and the top-grade Xianshi that had been extracted so far totaled only 100 or so. There was only one extreme Xianshi, and it could not be taken out from within the vein, or else the entire vein would inevitably be completely abolished, never being able to spawn new Xianshi again. This is the unwritten rule of all the major clans, and it is also the root on which the clan relies. Even within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range of strange flowers and herbs, heavenly treasures, as long as a little bit of conscience of the martial artist will dig it away when, often will leave part of the roots, after a long time, but also can be born again plant, to the future generations of martial artists to leave the picking of the hope of medicine. Take today's Iron Eve sect, the Xianshi mined over the years, the clan disciples cultivation consumption, array consumption, refining consumption. The only thing that could be taken out was in Tai Wu's hands, the only 43 top-grade Xianshi left. What? Can't you get it? Lu Chenchuan's gaze was like a torch as he looked at the expressions of Tai Wu and the others, and let out a soft grunt under his breath. Since you can't afford to pay the compensation, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The iron gable door is gone. Rumble. Behind them, the 7 imperial air puppets stepped forward, with the earth-grade serrated swords in their hands and the dim stone pillars, all aimed at Iron Fifth's head. As long as Lu Chenxian had a single thought, these puppets would definitely strike out brazenly, first killing Tai Wu and then destroying the Iron Eve sect. Mr. Lu, calm down, calm down. Tai Wu's heart was shocked and chilled, and he hurriedly turned over his palm, which held 43 crystalline flashing top-grade Xianshi, and begged for forgiveness again. This door is financially shallow, and it really can't take the compensation that Mr. Lu needs. If Mr. Lu is willing, Tai Wu can write a note of indebtedness, and as long as this door is not destroyed, the note will always be valid. The descendants of this sect will definitely honor their agreement and give all the Xianshi that they are owed. Chapter 122, Heaven and Earth as Witnesses. Make a note. Make an IOU. As soon as Tai Wu said this, Qi Guangping and Tai Chenggang beside him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Disgraceful. So disgraceful. Is this a city vendor doing business with someone who doesn't have the money to pay the bill and owes it first? When did the second-rate sect, the Iron Eve sect with an inheritance of more than 1,000 years, fall to such a state? If the news were to spread, the entire Iron Eve sect would fear that they would have no face. Ha, ha. Tai Wu was filled with embarrassment and laughed a few times in a low kind of way as he took out his own innate spirit weapon again. Earth-grade middle grade, an arcane iron pestle and mortar with a shimmering black light. Just as he was about to hand it over to Lu Chenxian, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in the hands of those sentinel puppets, and resentfully withdrew them. What is this thing? With a wave of his hand, the other Duplu was able to drill out imperial puppets from the ground, all of which possessed earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons. This earth-grade middle grade in his own hand was more or less like scrap metal in the eyes of Mr. Lu, not to mention scrap metal. But, apart from this intrinsic spiritual artifact, he really couldn't take anything else decent. The pills and talismans on his body were not as valuable as a top-grade Xianshi when added up. The Iron Gable Gate is so poor. Lu Chenchuan's divine sense radiated out, determining that Tai Wu wasn't lying, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Compared to the former Green Sky Immortal region, the resources on the Xian Tian continent were indeed too scarce. the top-grade xianshi that he had just opened his mouth to ask for. The very top-grade xianshi. If placed in the immortal realm, no one would even ask for it. Even the most ordinary veins in the immortal world that were mined were, at the very least, lower-grade immortal stones. The value of the immortal stone. Martial artists on the Xiantian continent is simply unimaginable. Make a note. Yes. After a short period of sighing, Lu Chenxian held his palm. An earth vein of gas rose up. In the palm of the convergence of a dusky paper page, the surface of the words floating, has appeared the content of the note. Xiantian calendar. 176. 422 years. Iron Eve sect of Guangping Prefecture. O's Luchin Xian 1. 000 top-grade xianshi and 10 top-grade xianshi. This is the proof. This was the specific number of years for which the Xiantian continent was historically traceable, and it was different from that of any empire, regardless of which empire, or the high and mighty Holy Land sect. The only common calendar followed was the Xiantian calendar. Leave your divine imprints. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the dim yellow paper page lightly landed in Tai Wu's hand. Once the seal falls, the note takes effect immediately. Regardless of whoever comes with the seal, the latter disciples of the Iron Eve sect must fulfill the agreement. If one dares to violate the contract, there is no need for me to personally take action. Heaven and earth will execute them all. Click. Very high in the sky, a thunderbolt exploded steeply, with the word as proof, and heaven and earth as evidence. This. Tai Wu held the note in both hands and looked at the content on it. His mouth couldn't help but open wide. Lu, Mr. Lu, I just gave you 43 top-grade xianshi. How come I still owe you 1,000? The number of top-grade xianshi. It should be 957. Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless. A district Iron Eve sect, taking out so many xianshi. Who knows how long it will take until when? Isn't it right to charge a little interest? Interest. Iron 5. Iron into steel. Qi Guangping. Everyone's jaw dropped, and his face skin was pumping. I can't believe this is happening. Charging interest. If it's a trade between workshops, it really should be. But, this is too much of a bully. Iron Eve's gate. Obeyed. Under the shock of the 7 imperial air puppets, even if Tai Wu was no longer willing, his mouth didn't dare to say half a word. A wisp of divine thought emanated, and at the bottom of the yellowish paper page, the word Iron 5 was left. Iron into steel. The 5 Yuan fetus elders, all of them could do nothing about it, and followed Iron 5's example, leaving their own divine sense imprints one after another. Rumble. Endlessly high in the sky, 7 thunderclaps rang out one after another. It was the power of the rules of heaven and earth that bore witness to this martial oath. Even if the Iron Eve sect can be inherited for thousands of generations, absolutely no one dares to violate the agreement, or else the rules will come down and no one up and down the sect will be spared, and they will definitely suffer from heaven's punishment, and their gods and souls will be destroyed. You have chosen wisely. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the dim yellow paper page slowly floated up from Tai Wu's hand, and then instantly vaporized and entered the dantian. At the same time, the purple-gold little dragon tilted its head and swallowed, and all the essence contained in those 43 top-grade xian stones was instantly devoured and absorbed. Dan lines coalesce. In the belly of the small purple-gold dragon, the martial artist Yuan Dan that belonged to Lu Chenxian had once again increased by 4 secret lines, 69 channels in all. Although the realm did not improve, but the purple-gold dragon breath contained within this Yuan Dan was obviously far more than before. More than the total amount of fetal breath contained by a peak Yuan Yu ninefold powerhouse. Who would have thought that a mere 7th level of Yuan Dan could possess such majestic depths? What's more, Lu Chenxuan's true strength was far beyond what could be measured by the martial realm. Mr. Lu. Next to him, Qi Guanping was about to speak, but finally opened his mouth with difficulty. Today's matter, this general does not dare to hide. Must report to the Tai Shangshu. As to whether or not the Iron Shangshu will make an appeal, I will not dare to speculate. And, as far as this general knows, Mr. Lu seems to have no clan or sect. The current saint is ambitious, and he is thirsty for martial arts geniuses like Mr. Lu. So if Mr. Lu, the voice came to an abrupt halt, Lu Chenxian simply didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, and with a wave of his palm, the 6 imperial air puppets condensed by the earth vein chi dissipated out of thin air. With a long leap, he re-jumped onto the shoulder of the first golem, no longer paying any attention to Qi Guangping and Tai Wu and the others, and stepped in the southeast direction. Southeast. Tai Wu flinched for a long time, but seemed to suddenly think of something, and a flash of gloating flashed in his eyes. To the southeast, where the city of Guangping Prefecture was located, was likewise the mountain gate orientation of the Thick Earth sect. According to the news reported by the disciples, 5 of the 6 major clans in Guangping province, all of them had offended Lu Chenxian severely. The Iron Eve sect couldn't suffer alone, and the news here could never be told to them. The other few clans don't want anyone to stay out of it and pull them down with them. At this very moment, southeast of the city of Guangdong Prefecture, between a mountain range that stretched for dozens of miles, the earth mist rolled over. This was where the mountain gate of the thick earth sect was located, and the earth vein chi was extraordinarily rich, and the great formation for protecting the sect was established on top of 18 mountains, with the formation eyes set up in the belly of the mountain, which were similarly catalyzed by the medium-grade xianshi and the top-grade xianshi, and together with the earth vein chi, it would be difficult for even a peak realm of emptiness powerhouse to break through. However, at this moment, the grand formation did not completely open, but left a huge opening of about 10 feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bright streams of light of different colors swept from the distant sky and landed steadily in front of the opening. Ice Spring Valley, Spirit Tree Mountain, and Thousand Illusions Sect, the 3 Imperial Sky Realm Taishang Elders, joined forces. Chapter 123, The 4 Great Clans Undercard. All of the Thick Earth Sect, welcome honored guests. An old and majestic voice resounded in mid-air, headed by the Thick Earth Patriarch's Supreme Elder Wei Tianding. Patriarch Kong Taiping and the 7 Great Feudal Elders followed closely behind. They flew up from the Patriarch's main hall and landed directly outside the opening of the Patriarchal Protection Formation. The same enemy. These 4 clans of theirs, the intersect elites, all fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. All thanks to Lu Chenxian. Even more astonishingly, he, Lu Chenxian, was suspected of possessing a heavenly grade spiritual weapon on his body, and was also able to execute a mysterious martial skill that severed the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and heaven and earth. Such an opponent could never be measured purely by martial realm, but must be treated with caution. 3 old friends. With a smile on his face, Wei Tianding welcomed the 3 great air immortal powerhouses into the sect, even as he nodded his head in the same manner to the Yuan fetus elders behind the trio. In his position, it didn't have to be this way. However, what was about to be faced this time was possibly the most catastrophic disaster since the establishment of the Thick Earth sect. In addition to the 4 of them who were skyscraping powerhouses, these Yuan fetus patriarchs were likewise an extremely important fighting force, and at the moment, the 4 great clans were in the same breath, so although they were latecomers, they were still worthy of being taken seriously. Brother Wei is polite. However, in a few moments, the crowd had already entered the Great Hall of the Thick Earth and took their seats successively according to the position of the guests. The Thousand Illusions Sect's Supreme Elder, the father of Granny Thousand Illusions, the 4th level of the Sky Realm, Mo Qingjin, Spirit Tree Mountain's 5 major powers of the Sky Realm, the Supreme Elder, Lin Wanson, Ice Spring Valley's palace-suited old woman, the 6th level of the Sky Realm, Min Bing, with Wei Tianding, who was at the 5th level of the Realm of Emptiness. All of them had similar status and strength, and all of them were sitting at the highest part of the steps of the Grand Hall. At the bottom of the steps, there were a total of 26 Yuan fetus elders, seated in distinct order according to sect affiliation. On everyone's face, an unprecedented look of gravity appeared. Guys, Wei Tianding, as the landlord, was naturally the first to open his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Everyone already knows about the 10,000 Beast mountain range. That separate space located deep within the mountain's belly is inaccessible above the Yuan fetus, and below the Yuan fetus, the elite disciples have been killed or injured, and my 4 great clans have suffered a great loss of vitality. There's no longer much point in continuing to explore the independent space, and that crucial heavenly grade spiritual artifact will most likely fall into the hands of Lu Chenxian." This was the consensus reached by the 4 major sects. Not long ago, Spirit Tree Mountain Xin Changling, Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan, Thick Earth Sect Xiong Kaiduan, Thousand Illusions Sect Thousand Illusions Granny, the 4 of them managed to save their lives and return to their respective sects, having already reported what happened in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range truthfully. He, Lu Chenxian, intended to overthrow the 5 great sects, first going up to the Iron Eve sect and then breaking into the Thick Earth sect. Before that, Wei Tianding had already sent an invitation to Tai Wu through the summoning token. However, the message that was sent out was like a mud cow going into the sea, and Iron 5 didn't make any response. The Iron Eve's gate doesn't care about them. Mo Qingjin scanned the hall, looked at his daughter, Granny Thousand Illusions, then turned his gaze back and slowly spoke. "My daughter told me that Lu Chenxuan's secret techniques are strange, so if we fight him, I'm afraid that we won't be able to activate the power of heaven and earth. In this way, a few of us can still utilize about 70% of our strength. With the 4 of us joining forces, plus these Yuan fetus disciples, dealing with Lu Chenxian is absolutely no big deal." The message is closed. So far, their understanding of Lu Chenxian was limited to the situation within the 10,000 Beast mountain range. In their opinion, Lu Chenxuan's greatest reliance was none other than the 24 Yuan fetus puppets refined by the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, as well as that rather astonishing sword Dao martial skill. Other than that, his own strength was just slightly more powerful than an ordinary Yuan Dan martial artist. As for the suspected heavenly spiritual weapon in his hand, it was only at the Yuan Dan realm, so how many % of its power could it bring into play? Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it needs to do so with all its might. Lin Wanson spread out his palm, and an emerald green branch appeared in the center of his palm, the very same spirit tree subbody that had been picked from the sex spirit tree. Throwing it casually, it gently landed in Wei Tianding's hands. Brother Wei, with the help of this item, your thick earth sex secret method is bound to be like a tiger adding wings. Using it to deal with Lu Chenxian will increase the chance of victory by at least 30%. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, earth and wood. The strongest secret method of the thick earth sect was not something that an ordinary martial artist could perform, but rather, it was personally performed by Wei Tianding, in conjunction with the power of the thick earth patriarch and the 7 Yuan fetus elders, and the fetal breath was condensed and fused to form a monstrous mountain giant of monstrous power. Using the branches and leaves of the spirit tree as its roots and absorbing the spiritual chi of the earth's veins, the mountain giant's strength was bound to increase drastically, and it could even reach the 8th level of the sky realm. And the old body, the palace-suited old woman, Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder Min Bing, waved her hand and threw out a luscious ice spring seed. This item, which was made by the old me after spending 100 years to condense the cold ice spring water, contains the essence of the water line, and is infinitely powerful. Water, earth, and wood. The 5 elements contain 3 of them, complementing each other, increasing their power by another 3 points. Swish! The ice spring seed flew and swirled in the air, and the entire hall was misty with water, and it likewise landed in Wei Tianding's hand. The strongest means of the 3 great clans combined and pressed. The icy cold water lineage chi emanating from the ice spring seed was enough to freeze 1,000 feet in a radius, and even air immortal powers would have to be severely affected. Coupled with the mountain giant that had been increased by the earth vein spiritual chi, it could definitely utilize the superb power of the peak of sky revealing. Against the mere Lu Chenxian, it was bound to be a handful. Old me has been practicing for 1,000 years, and this eye of 1,000 illusions should come in handy as well. Mo Qingjian's brow halo flickered, and a fist-sized 7-colored eyeball emerged, floating slowly above his head. When fighting, old me can create endless illusions, blocking Lu Chenxuan's 5 senses and 6 senses, and imprisoning his divine thoughts within a radius of 10 feet. If you can't hear with both ears and see with both eyes, how many % of your 10% strength can you still utilize? Even if his secret technique is strong, he can only be caught with his hands tied. The 4 great sects, with all their cards, in order to deal with Lu Chenxian, the 4 great sects had clearly spared no effort. If it was said that the 24 Yuan fetus puppets were not worthy of such a great deal of publicity, then what really made them feel scornful was, of course, that suspected heavenly grade spiritual artifact. When dealing with a possessor of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, even if it was only at the mere Yuan Dan realm, one had to report all caution. Report! Outside the main hall, a thick earth sect mountain guard disciple, full of panic, rushed in, his voice trembling violently. Tai, the supreme elder, the patriarch, all seniors, Lu Chenxian has arrived outside the mountain gate. He's controlling a giant puppet under 30 feet tall. His aura is extremely terrifying. It seems, aha, Wei Tianding's face sank. What seems to be? Speak! This disciple trembled and violently fell to his knees, uttering words that apparently even he could not believe. The aura of that puppet, it seems, is even stronger than the Supreme Elder. Chapter 124, Mountain Giant. Stronger than Wei Tianding? The moment these words were uttered, the entire hall was silent. The faces of the 3 sky-ruling great powers were as heavy as water, and the crowd of Yuan fetus elders were all filled with shock. Lu Chenxian, instead of leading 24 Yuan fetus puppets to come, he was controlling a giant puppet of the imperial sky realm that was even more powerful than Wei Tianding? Where did this puppet come from? Is it related to the heavenly grade spiritual weapon? Luckily, the thick earth sect had planned ahead and invited all the other 3 clans. Otherwise, facing Lu Chenxian alone, I was afraid that there was a danger of the clan's annihilation. There's no need for you all to be alarmed. Don't forget our cards. After a short period of silence, Wei Tianding got up and left his seat, his feet whistling with chi energy as he flew up from the ground. In the face of a great enemy, the 4 great clans are in the same breath, joining forces to fight Lu Chenxian. If the 4 clans are not destroyed, Lu Chenxian will die. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Qingjian, Lin Wanson, and Min Bing, the 3 air-crossing powers flew up at the same time, flying out of the great hall side by side with Wei Tianding, and swept towards the foot of the mountain gate. Behind them, the 4 great patriarchs and the 22 Yuan fetus elders, all rushed out of the great hall and gathered quickly towards the foot of the mountain. Give it all you've got and meet the enemy. At the foot of the thick earth sect's mountain gate,
the Great Protector formation of the sect flickered with earth-ons. The previous large array opening, with the three great sects of people entering, has been completely closed. Instead, is a natural round shield, and the earth pulse gas closely linked, plus 18 mountains within the Xianxue catalyzed, formed as solid as a golden soup of defensive barriers. It was clearly superior to the Iron Eve sect's protector formation. Earth's vain chi? Ha! On the shoulder of the Imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian smiled faintly before lightly holding it with a single palm. Orakuten Miku, dozens of feet away in front of him, the earth opened up steeply, and the earth's vain chi surged and tumbled, converging quickly at the feet of this air guard puppet, pumping out the earth's veins. In just less than a breath, the earth vein chi that the thick earth sect's grand formation relied on had all but disappeared. Instead, the puppet under Lu Chenxuan's feet, its breath soared, vaguely reaching the 7th level of the realm of the empty, the sect protector formation. Shaking, losing the support of the earth's vain chi, the entire array was dim, and the array basalt within the 18 hills was obviously unable to maintain the array consumption, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, a gap in the array continued to appear. Bold! A shocking roar erupted from within the frontmost gap in the formation. Wei Tianding, and the three great air-permitting great powers broke through the air and arrived, hovering in the air above the mountain gate plaque, coldly staring into Lu Chenxuan's eyes with murderous intent. Him, Lu Chenxian. According to the news received previously, this person acted entirely according to his own preferences, which could be described as lawlessness, relying on an unparalleled talent, and had made quite a name for himself in Sanqing City, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, slaughtered the disciples of the 5 clans, beheaded Tong Taishan of the Iron Eve sect, suspected of possessing a heavenly spiritual weapon. Now, to have the audacity to attack the thick earth sect's great formation, treating the 4 great sects as if they were nothing, was simply arrogant to the extreme. The earth's vain chi has disappeared. Not far behind, the 4 great patriarchs and a group of Yuan fetus elders then arrived, looking at the crippled thick earth grand formation and couldn't help but be filled with shock. They had long known that Lu Chenxuan's sword Dao martial skill was strangely powerful and could cut off the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and the earth vain chi. However, he hadn't expected that his use of the earth vain chi would actually be so refined to such an extent that he was able to even cut off the earth vain chi within the patriarchal formation at will. Such tactics are simply appalling. For Air Sentinel realms, faced with the 4 sky-resisting great powers led by Wei Tianding, Lu Chenxian raised an eyebrow before speaking with a smile. If I didn't guess correctly, today, it seems that the 4 great sects have all arrived? That saves me the trouble. Since all 4 of you are here, the previous grudges just happened to be settled together. Just like the Iron Eve sect, I'm now giving you guys a chance as well. Whether it's a battle or a payout, it's up to you to decide. Aha! The 4 Wei Tianding people were slightly stunned and instantly understood something. Iron Gabled Door. Lu Chenxian had already been to the Iron Eve's gate before he came here. No wonder that before to the Iron 5 sent a token transmission, never got any reply. Since Lu Chenxian can come to this place, then, the Iron Eve sect had either already had their clan destroyed, or, they had made reparations and were completely shocked by Lu Chenxian. 7th level of the realm of the sky, Earth Vein Puppet. After a short period of shock, Wei Tianding's gaze sank as he stared dead on at the giant puppet at Lu Chenxuan's feet. This object is not small in power. Tai Wu is bound to be no match. The old thing is greedy and afraid of death. Surely will not fight with your life. They lost what? It is indeed necessary to ask exactly how the compensation will be made. The Thick Earth sect had a long inheritance, and Wei Tianding had a long lifespan. So far he was already more than 700 years old, and there were still more than 200 years to go before the big day, joining forces with the sect's Yuan fetal elder. Although he could execute the extremely powerful mountain giant, however, his own attrition was equally not small, and his lifespan limit would definitely come earlier. Tai Wu had deep concerns about this, and he, Wei Tianding, was likewise no exception. Since the Iron Eve sect could come up with compensation, why couldn't the Thick Earth sect? If a bloody battle could be avoided, then paying some compensation was not unacceptable to the Thick Earth sect. Not much of a payout. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and spoke softly. The difference in strength between the 5 great clans is not that great. As for compensation, exactly the same will do. 4,000 top-grade Xian stones, plus 40 extreme-grade Xian stones, and the grudge between me and your 4 great clans can be written off. What? Wei Tianding's eyes were wide open. Mo Qingjun, Lin Wanson, and Min Bing, the 3 great powers of the Imperial Sky Realm, were equally dumbfounded. For each clan, they actually had to pay the price of 1,000 top-grade Xian stones and 10 extreme Xian stones? It's simply delusional. Not to mention a single clan, even if their 4 major clans were combined, the total number of top-grade Xianxue they possessed was less than 200, and the very top-grade Xianxue they couldn't even take one out.
How many veins can there be in total within the boundaries of Guangpingfu? It would be impossible to come up with such a huge amount of compensation by digging up all these veins. Iron Eve's Gate. How did they take it out? Selling the iron gable door wouldn't be worth the price. Lu Chenxian. Are you kidding? Wei Tianding let out a low drink. His body's killing intent was like substance. The Iron Eve sect can't support itself alone. It doesn't dare to compete with this earth vein puppet of yours. But, I, Wei Tianding, am not the kind of cowardly rat like Iron Fifth. If you dare to barge up to the Thick Earth sect, then you don't want to go back alive. Disciples of the Thick Earth sect. Form a formation. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 7 pillars of earth-colored light shot up from above the heads of the Thick Earth Patriarch and the 7 Yuan fetus elders, all converging on Wei Tianding. Wei Tianding's body shook, and the earth mist spewed out from the pores of his entire body, quickly fusing with the tire breath chi of the 8 Yuan fetus realms to form a gigantic humanoid figure that was over 50 feet tall. The strongest card of the Thick Earth sect's bottom of the barrel. The Mountain Giant. Chapter 125. Huff, puff, puff, puff. The Mountain Giant had just coalesced, like a real airborne martial artist, his feet slowly leaving the earth, and his mouth was constantly breathing and gulping, apparently absorbing the nearby earth's vein of chi. However, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the earth's vein chi had long been condensed by Lu Chenxian to the puppet's feet, and this mountain giant's breathing was all for naught. Only the 7th level of the imperial air is still a bit short. Wei Tianding flipped his palm. The branch and leaf of the spirit tree that Lin Wanson had handed over to him earlier immediately surfaced in his palm and casually threw it onto the mountain giant's chest with a bellowing cry from his mouth. Spirit tree as the root. Suck me. Rumble. The earth cracked and tumbled. Mountain giant chest. The spirit tree branches and leaves soared, stretching out a channel of turquoise vines, deeply rooted into the ground, madly absorbing the earth vein breath in the depths of the earth, similarly absorbing the wood essence within the soil, absorbing the essence of the 5 elements of wood. Only, even the spirit tree raw roots was unable to absorb half of the earth's chi from the ground, and there was only a stream of emerald green light, along the turquoise vines, which was continuously infused into the mountain giant's body. The power skyrocketed. The 2 major sex cards were stacked on top of each other, and the 5 elements of earth and wood were born from each other, and it was as if a layer of turquoise armor covered this mountain giant's body surface, and its breath climbed even more drastically, instantly reaching the peak of the 8th level of the imperial air. Brother Wei, not far behind, the Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder, Min Bing, spewed out blankets of cold air from her mouth. Take out the Ice Spring seed, and the old me will help you. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Wei Tianding immediately took out the Ice Spring seed that was previously gifted by Min Bing, and under a casual toss, it fused perfectly with the mountain giant's heart location. The 5 elements of earth, the 5 elements of wood, and the 5 elements of water are united. At this moment, the mountain giant body surface, a layer of turquoise ice crystal armor quickly condensed, around the diffusion of a circle of ice fog, as if freezing everything. Even the moisture in the air are instantly condensed into ice, forming 1,000 square feet of ice fog zone, and the aura of this mountain giant likewise climbed once again, directly reaching the peak of the sky realm. This is the opposite of the other. Under this ice fog blockade, the imperial air puppet under Lu Chenxuan's feet moved sluggishly. Even the serrated sword in his hand was covered with a thick layer of white frost, and a block of hard ice appeared at the joints, which deadlocked the puppet's every move. Although the puppet's aura had not weakened, however, under the blockade of the ice mist's cold aura, its battle power had dropped by at least 30%, and the old man, the Thousand Illusions Sect's Supreme Elder, Mo Qingjin, a 7-colored halo flickered endlessly in the center of his brow as he let out a soft cry under his breath. Brother Wei, use the Thousand Illusions Eye. Swish! Wei Tianding waved his hand again, and the eye of 1,000 illusions that Mo Qingjin had given him immediately flew out of his palm and was set in the center of the mountain giant's brow. Infinite illusions, endless, 1,000 square feet of land, not only filled with ubiquitous ice fog cold air, the same emergence of endless illusory scenes, sometimes mountains, sometimes appeared dense forests and mountain streams, sometimes emerged a piece of silk of a delicate woman, constantly making a seductive and provocative gestures. There were also ancient ferocious beasts and savage demons, roaring up to the sky in this illusionary realm, almost indistinguishable from the Rael, making the fake Rael. The Supreme Elder is mighty. Within the great formation of the Thick Earth sect, whether it was the Yuan fetus elders of the 4 great sects or the lower generation disciples of the Thick Earth sect, watching the current scene from afar, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, the 4 great sects will surely win, and Lu Chenxian will surely die. With my 4 great clans bottom cards out, no one in Guangpingfu will be able to defeat them. Vow to kill Lu Chenxian. Confidence is bursting at the seams. At this moment,
The terrifying aura emanating from this mountain giant had already vaguely exceeded the realm of the empty sky realm and had almost reached the spirit platform realm. Only, the spirit platform real person is extraordinary. The sea of consciousness opens up the spirit platform. The spirit platform reflects the dantian, can already initially sense the rules of heaven and earth, raise his hand and throw his feet, are able to burn the mountain and boil the sea, and is not comparable to this mountain giant. Nonetheless, if it was about physical strength alone, this mountain giant was definitely no less than an average spiritual platform real person, especially with its huge size. Its 2 fists were like 2 mountain-shaking sledgehammers, and its feet were like 2 low hills, and with a random punch or kick, it could blast a 100-foot crater in the ground. With such power, who was Lu Chenxian to resist? Even the mysterious martial skill that severed the connection between heaven and earth was of no use at this moment. Lu Chenxian, gathering such a powerful mountain giant, Wei Tianding's aura had completely climbed to the top. The figure was wrapped in the mountain giant's chest, and his voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. The old man remembers that you are young in age, but your martial arts qualifications are extremely extraordinary, and can be said to be hard to see in 10,000 years, as long as you kneel down and submit, handing over your heavenly grade spiritual weapon. I can make the decision to recruit you into the mountain gate and become a true disciple of the old man. You killed the disciples of the 4 great sects earlier. A capital offense can be spared, but a living offense is hard to forgive, so you will be punished with 1,000 lashes. What do the 3 old friends think of this idea of the old man? The 3 great sky-resisting powerhouses looked at each other, their brows tightly furrowed at the same time. This idea was naturally beneficial and harmless to the Thick Earth sect. Lu Chenxian worshipped in the Thick Earth sect. This was not too much of a problem. The main thing was that heavenly spiritual weapon. After handing it over, was it going to fall into the hands of the Thick Earth sect as well? In this way, the Thick Earth sect was bound to be dominant, and could even be ranked amongst the first-class sects. And within the scope of this Guangdong prefecture, there would no longer be any sects that could compete with it. It's not a good feeling when you're not as powerful as others. After Lu Chenxian hands over the heavenly grade spiritual armament, the 4 of us will draw lots fairly, and the ownership of the heavenly grade spiritual armament will depend on luck. Wei Tianding clearly had a plan in mind, and laughed out loud in a flood of voices. If the heavenly grade spiritual artifacts can be split into 4, it would certainly be the best outcome for my 4 clans. Unfortunately, spirit weapons are indivisible, so the only way to decide is to draw lots, to be fair and just, and not to turn against each other. With reasoned and convincing words, he fully considered the concerns of the 3 imperial air powerhouses and directly ignored Lu Chenxian. At this moment, the mountain giant is Wei Tianding. Wei Tianding is the mountain giant, and the 2 are like one, already indistinguishable. With the mountain giant added to his body, he was the strongest person in this place, so he was naturally emboldened. His word is the divine will, the irrefutable truth. The belonging of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon will be decided by drawing lots. After a short period of silence, Min Bing spoke in a low voice, frosty white air still permeating her mouth. However, I have a somewhat different view of Lu Chenxian's belonging. The core disciples of the 4 clans, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, were all decapitated by Lu Chenxian. The 4 clans have no successors, and have already shaken their foundations. Wouldn't 1,000 lashes be too cheap for such a great feud? According to what I mean, let him hand over his sword Dao martial skill, hand over the secret method of cutting off the power of heaven and earth, and then blast his dantian to pieces, breaking his path to the martial way. Only in this way can we get rid of the trouble forever. Chapter 126, How long will your toughness last? Hand over the secret method and abolish the dantian. On the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian smiled without saying a word, the corner of his lips lifting a playful arc. This old woman, she's tired of her own life, and this Wei Tianding, does he really think he's invincible just because he's transformed into a mountain giant? It's really ridiculous. You've finished showing your cards, have you? Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face as he quietly gazed at Wei Tianding and the others. His tone flat as usual, since you are unwilling to pay compensation, there is no need to waste time. Undercard this kind of thing. Ha! As the words fell, his right palm gently clenched. Orakuten Miku, Dala, Phantom Dream Poems. The 2 major martial arts were executed at the same time, instantly changing the color of heaven and earth. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the power of the infinite illusions that Emochengjian had executed collapsed on the spot under the shroud of the great Luo illusory dream poem. Perilous peaks, dense forests and mountain streams, enchanting women, savage beasts, were originally nothingness, swept away by the Dala phantom dream poem, no longer able to affect the 5 senses and 6 senses. At the same time, the great Luo heavenly royalty similarly exerted unimaginable might. On the surface of the mountain giant, those emerald green ice crystal armor, the power of the wood line and the power of the water line faded away quickly, gradually revealing the earth yellow rock body.
The frosty cold air that filled the air similarly lost all of its power and returned to the original clear sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Breath decay. Just a few moments ago, the mountain giant, who had already reached the peak of the realm of emptiness, had directly fallen to the 7th level of the realm of emptiness under the suppression of Lu Chenxuan's 2 secret techniques. It was condensed from Wei Tianding and the 8 Yuan fetus powerhouse's own breath, and was not within the control of the great Luo heavenly royalty. But, having lost the increase of the 3 major Skyrealm realms, the mountain giant at this moment was already at the same level as the Skyrealm puppet at Lu Chenxuan's feet. Within the mountain giant's chest cavity, Wei Tianding stiffened, feeling the rapidly declining breath, his gaze revealing unprecedented horror. This is Lu Chenxuan's sword Dao martial art? Able to sever the connection between a martial artist and the power of heaven and earth? But, just now, Lu Chenxian had only casually held his hand, and had not utilized his spiritual weapon longsword, nor had he formed a sword with his fingers to perform any sword techniques. Such a secret method is simply appalling and unbelievable. Old me's cold chi field. It's been broken. My spirit tree mountain's spirit tree subbody. The wood essence has actually all disappeared. Old me's eye of 1,000 illusions. Why has it lost all its power? Lu Chenxian, what martial art did you perform? The 3 major sky surrounding realms had only more shock on their faces than Wei Tianding. What they had previously performed were the strongest cards that had been passed down within the clan for 1,000 years. Unique secret techniques that contained the power of the 5 elements. However, Lu Chenxian had only casually waved his hand and actually broke all of their secret techniques? Lu Chenxian, is he really just at the district Yuan fetus realm? How is it possible for such a genius to be born in the Xian-Tian continent? Even those demons in the Holy Land sect could not be so terrifying. And, what sect did Lu Chenxian learn from? Where did he learn these secret martial arts techniques? If it was untutored, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Don't panic, gentlemen. After a short period of fear, Wei Tianding clenched his teeth and let out a low roar under his breath. Lu Chenxuan's strongest reliance is nothing more than this air guard puppet under his feet. 7th level of air sentinel. Not too far off from this mountain giant of Lao Fu. The old me mobilizing the mountain giant will be enough to stall this imperial air puppet. And the 3 of you joining hands to capture Lu Chenxian will surely be a handful. The math is right. The mountain giant and the sentinel puppet, both of which were at the 7th level of sentinel, were difficult to win or lose in a short period of time. On the side of the 4 great clans, there were 3 great air immortal powerhouses in attendance. And besides the 8 Yuan fetal realms of the thick earth sect that had condensed the mountain giants, there were also 18 Yuan fetal elders from the 3 great clans, all at their peaks. With such a strong lineup, what could Lu Chenxian resist? On the contrary, on Lu Chenxuan's side, even though the martial skill secret technique was strong, it only cut down the mountain giant's strength to the 7th level of the imperial air. On top of that, even if he could take out a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, even if he still had strong martial arts skills, how much power could he exert with his mere Yuan Dan realm? Comparing the strengths of the 2 sides, Lu Chenxian was clearly at a disadvantage. Ice Spring Valley disciples listen to the order. Follow me. I order everyone in the 1,000 Illusions sect to do their best to capture Lu Chenxian alive with me. Where are the Spirit Tree Mountain disciples? Today the 4 great sects are united in their efforts. Lu Chenxian will not be able to escape. The 3 great sky-resisting powerhouses sighed lowly, their palms blossoming with light, all of them flashing out their earth-grade middle-grade spiritual weapons. The 3 patriarchs and 15 Yuan fetal elders were either holding the branches and leaves of the spirit tree in their hands, their bodies glittering with emerald green light, or they took out their earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons and fully executed their clan's martial arts, filling the air with a dim yellow earth mist and setting off a sheet of frosty cold awnings. The battle spirit was charged and ready to go. As long as Wei Tianding urged the mountain giants to take the lead, they immediately surged forward, and even if Lu Chenxian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could only be caught with his hands tied. Seems to be underestimated. On the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed softly. The 4 great clans, they are really tougher than the Iron Eve sect. Then let me see how long this hardness of yours can last. As the words fell, the palm of his right hand was gently placed. Great Luo heavenly royalty, Great Luo illusory dream palm. The 2 major martial arts were once again executed. Heaven and earth changed color. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, those wood forces originally contained within the spirit tree's subbody, as well as the water forces released by the ice spring seed, appeared simultaneously on this imperial air puppet at his feet. The breath was wild. In just 3 breaths, the aura of this air attack puppet had already reached the air attack great perfection, and outside of its body surface, the wood system and the power of the water line fused with each other to form a dark green ice crystal battle armor, and the surface of the serrated saber in its hand was similarly flooded with a layer of dark green cold light. That's not all. The infinite illusions that had disappeared earlier resurfaced under the catalytic force of the Dala illusionary dream palm. not those crude images of nothingness, but all-encompassing, presenting the stars of the heavens and the earth, and evolving the change of seasons at a rapid pace, from the flood and the ancient times, to the end of the long river of time and the distant unknown, all the things contained in the world, as if the horse to watch the flowers, floating in this illusionary realm, as if in a few moments, experienced hundreds of millions of years of long years of change, realistic phantasmagoric dreams that almost make you lose yourself and completely forget where you are. It was as if even his own existence itself had become part of the illusion before him, obliterated countless times over endless years, losing all meaning. Solve. A moment later, Lu Chenxian whispered softly. The four great imperial sky realms were shaken, awakening abruptly from their illusory dreams, their faces pale. As for the three great patriarchs and those Yuan fetus elders, their eyes were still blank, and it took several breaths of time before their gazes gradually focused. However, the shocked look on his face did not recede for a long time. What just happened? Was it real or an illusion? Lu Chenxian, his secret method could actually affect even the mind of an air-protecting powerhouse? Chapter 127, If you don't admit defeat, the four great clans will be completely removed from the list. Now, you guys can continue with the hard feelings you were having earlier. Lu Chenxian's voice was calm and resounded in the ears of the crowd. This voice, and the Lu Chenxian in front of him, was it real or unreal? They had experienced the phantom dream just now, and their consciousness had not been fully restored so far, and they could not even tell whether they were in reality or not. Tough? In the face of such an astonishing illusionary secret technique, and in the face of this earth-vein puppet at Lu Chenxian's feet that was at the great perfection of emptiness, who could continue to be tough? Whoever is hardened is looking for death. Mr. Lu's means are amazing. The old man sighs himself inferior. Within the mountain giant's chest cavity, Wei Tianding's face was pale, and he no longer had the slightest bit of a strong man's aura. Admit defeat. The two major tactics displayed by Lu Chenxian had completely shattered his confidence, manipulating the five elements of heaven and earth, using the other's way to return the favor, casually annihilating the four great clans' undercards and instead turning them into their own to enhance the might of this earth-vein puppet. With such a secret method and such a genius, even if the four great clans joined forces, how many chances of victory could they have? If they didn't admit defeat, the four great sects were afraid that they would become history and be completely removed from the Xian-Tian continent. Mr. Lu's talent is matchless. We admire it. Min Bing, Mo Qingjin, and Lin Wanson, the three of them were bloodless, bowing their heads at the same time. Wariness is all but gone. They were sky realm powers, the pillars of their respective clans. However, facing Lu Chenxian at this moment, all of them lost the courage to strike. Lu Chenxian, this puppet of the great perfection of Sky Sentry realm, could definitely overthrow the four great clans easily. The four great clans. Nothing more than that. Lu Chenxian let out a cold grunt. The matter of compensation earlier. You won't have any more opinions now, right? 8,000 top-grade basalt stones and 80 extreme basalt stones, to be shared equally among the four great clans. What? The four imperial air powerhouses looked up at the same time and couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. Doubled? Just now it was still 1,000 top quality and 10 extreme quality pieces per clan, but now it's actually directly doubled? It's not killing them. It was absolutely impossible for the four great sects to come up with so many xianxia even if they smashed their pots and pans. They were only a second-rate sect, not a lofty holy land. Even if those few hidden Holy Land sects could perhaps take out tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, but this extremely high-grade xianxia, even if it was the largest vein in the Xian-Tian continent, it would take tens of thousands of years to be birthed, so how could it be taken out casually? They simply can't honor such compensation. Mr. Lu, Wei Tianding flipped his palm. 53 top-grade xian stones with crystalline light flickering appeared in his palm, his face indescribably complex. Thick earth sects 1,000 years of accumulation, but only this savings. Mr. Lu demanded compensation. Really, cannot take out. Swish, swish, swish. The other three sky realms, all of them followed suit and took out their top-grade xian stones one after another. Min Bing 57 pieces. Mo Qingjin only had 31 pieces. Lin Wanson possessed the highest number of top-grade xian stones, actually reaching a staggering 172. Mr. Lu. The trio's faces were ashamed as they bent down and prayed. These tiny second-rate clans of ours extract xianstone from within the veins in very limited quantities. These arcane stones are already all we have. We can't take any more. Within the Guangping Prefecture's territory, mineral veins were very rare, with each of the 6 major clans occupying one of them. Among them, the Spirit Tree from Spirit Tree Mountain, which was rooted on top of the basalt vein and nourished the vein with wood-based spiritual energy, gave birth to slightly more top-grade basalt. And the Thousand Illusions sect's secret method is special. Disciple cultivation needs to consume a lot of xianxia. Mo changed in seclusion for many years, also consumed a lot of top-grade xianxue, and now take out these 31, has been quite rare. Although the Ice Spring Valley possessed spiritual springs, the location of the veins was too far away from the springs and was not nourished by water-based spiritual power, and it was no different from ordinary veins. The 4 great clans. All the top-grade xianxue added up to a pitiful 300 or so. 313. Lu Qinshan casually waved his hand and collected all the xian stones. Under the movement of the heart, the purple-gold little dragon within the dantian immediately opened its mouth, and the devouring vortex in its mouth rotated at great speed, absorbing and refining all of the pure xuanqi contained in the top-grade xuanqi stone. Dan lines exploded. In just less than 3 breaths, the 300 or so top-grade xian stones all dimmed in light, turning into useless waste stones, and within the purple-golden dragon's belly, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan had increased by a full 17. So far, this Yuan Dan had condensed a total of 86 secret lines. Buzz. A ripple of Dan Qi visible to the naked eye spread out from the surface of Lu Qinshuan's body. 2 breaths later, the second ripple of Dan Qi reappeared, spreading 100 feet square, breaking 2 realms in a row. Having previously devoured the 43 top-grade xian stones that Tai Wu had taken out, the Dan lines had coalesced a total of 69, and Lu Qinshuan's martial realm had already reached the peak of the 7th level of Yuan Dan. At this moment, after devouring 313 top-grade xian stones, he continuously broke through 2 bottlenecks and smoothly reached the 9th level of Yuan Dan. It's the 9th level of Yuan Dan. Lu Qinshuan's gaze flickered as a single thought flew through his mind. Before cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, even with the immortal realm technique, one could only condense 9 Dan lines on top of the Yuan Dan. However, at this moment, one's own Yuan Dan had long exceeded the Qing Tian Immortal Domain's martial Dao category. With 86 Dan lines, it was definitely the first person ever to do so. Then, now that he was already at the 9th level of Yuan Dan, could it be that, as long as he condensed 4 Dan lines again and reached a total of 90, he would be able to tripodalize and cross over into the triple Yang realm? 90. The number doesn't seem very special. Dan Qi ripple. Lu Qinshan broke through the realm and didn't deliberately hide it, so the people of the 4 great sects naturally all saw the signs of the breakthrough in his body. The 4 great imperial air powerhouses looked at each other, all seeing the bitterness on each other's faces. Lu Qinshan really only has the Yuan Dan realm. Their 4 major clans, second-rate clans that possessed a great power in the air, had actually lost to a junior who was only at the Yuan Dan realm. You also have to come up with compensation and pray for forgiveness in order to preserve the clan's legacy. If the news were to spread out, where would the face of the 4 great sects be? And where would the majesty of the imperial sky realm be? It's a disgrace. The top-grade xian stone just now. Consider it as interest on the compensation owed. Lu Qinshuan's face was indifferent to the expressions on the faces of the crowd. The 4 great clans, each owes 2,000 top-grade xianxue and 20 extreme-grade xianxue. As with the Iron Eve's Gate, make a note today and come back with a claim in the next day. As the words fell, 4 channels of earth vein Qi rose up and condensed into 4 dimly colored pages. The yellow paper and black characters were clear, exactly the same as the note set down by Tai Wu, and slowly fell into the hands of the 4 great imperial air powerhouses. Have you finished reading the note? After reading this, leave your marks of divine consciousness, and heaven and earth will be proof that it is effective immediately. Chapter 128, The Crisis of the Su Family in Sanqing City. IOU's notes. Looking at the yellow paper and black characters in front of them, the expressions of the 4 great imperial sky realms were indescribably wonderful. Right now, he couldn't take the compensation and let the clan's descendants repay on his behalf, and it was still heaven and earth as proof that no martial artist would dare to violate the agreement. The 4 great sects could be considered to have let them get screwed over. In addition to the realm of the imperial sky, the divine sense brand of the Yuan fetus realm should also be left behind together. Lu Qinshuan's face slumped as he said in a cold voice, "Your big day is approaching. The Yuan fetus realm is the future of the clan. Once you break through the sky realm, you will be able to increase your lifespan by at least 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, all compensation must be made up in full, and whoever comes, as long as they present the note, they will immediately hand over the compensation." When these words came out, the Yuan fetus elders of the 4 great sects secretly screamed. What Lu Qinshan said was not unreasonable. The 4 great imperial air powerhouses were all over 1,500 years old. How many years were left to live? After sitting down, although the 4 great clans were afraid of Lu Qinshan, they might not renege on their debts, leaving behind the divine sense imprint of a Yuan fetus powerhouse. As long as any of them broke through the sky realm, the duration of this note would be able to continue for another 1,000 years. If they decided to renege on the debt later, ordinary disciples could break away from the sect and use this method to escape the heavenly punishment. However, the person who left the brand of divine sense would definitely die and be doomed. Lu Qinshan, too well thought out. We obey. After a short period of hesitation, the group of Yuan fetus powerhouses had no choice but to follow the four supreme elders and leave their own divine sense imprints on top of the note. Rumble. Extremely high in the sky, thunder shook. Although the note is small, it is a martial arts oath concluded by the martial arts soul, limited by the rules of heaven and earth, and no one will be able to deny it. The debt owed by their four great sects would have to be paid sooner or later. Swish. Lu Chenxian waved his hand once again, putting the 4 copies of the note into his dantian, and then let out a soft grunt. The matter of compensation will be like this for the time being, and the previous grudges will be considered to be written off. However, as far as I know, the spirit spring within the Ice Spring Valley, as well as the spirit tree on Spirit Tree Mountain, contain an extremely rich power of the 5 elements. This, the white-haired old woman, Min Bing, and the Spirit Tree Mountain Supreme Elder, Lin Wanson, both of their faces instantly turned white. What does he want? Spirit Spring, Spirit Tree? This is the foundation of the 2 great sects. There is no room for error. If he dared to hit the Spirit Tree and the Ice Spring, even if he spelled out this old life, he absolutely could not be allowed to succeed. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head, his heart more or less regretful. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, although it swallowed the heavens and the earth, and nothing could be swallowed. But right now, after all, it had only been cultivated to the 2nd level, and the amount of spiritual rhythm that could be swallowed was very limited. The power of the 5 elements was closely related to the rules of heaven and earth, and if it was forcefully devoured, it would inevitably cause the rules of the Xiantian continent to backfire. It was like the earth's vein qi underneath his feet. If he could just devour it, he was afraid that even the Xiantian continent would completely collapse. Phew. Min Bing and Lin Wanson's faces looked slightly better for a moment as they let out a long breath at the same time. It's scary. In the moment just now, they were close to going berserk. The foundation of the 2 great sects must not be destroyed in their hands. The 6 major clans in Guangping province. Now only the Haoyang clan is left. Lu Chenxuan's gaze sunk slightly, and thoughts flew through his mind. Haoyang Zone. 400 years ago, the Supreme Elder Lu Xingkong had not yet fallen, and the Haoyang sect was the strongest sect in Guangping province deservedly, with the 2 strongest air-impermeable men in attendance, plus specializing in the method of refining weapons. The wealth of the sect was extremely impressive. Moreover, before exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the cause of everything was due to the inner disciple of the Haoyang sect, Zhou Tianxue, who was greedy for the so-called heavenly great spiritual weapon. Mr. Lu, Wei Tianding looked at Lu Chenxuan's face and asked tentatively, I dare to speculate, is Mr. Lu heading to the Haoyang sect? The voice came to an abrupt halt. Lu Chenxian frowned lightly, his face suddenly unusually cold. Divine sense transmission. When he had overthrown the 1,000 Autumn Hall and killed the 6 Hall Masters, he had once subdued more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples, leaving a brand of divine sense within their sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, a large portion of these divine sense imprints suddenly disappeared, and the only remaining imprints were decreasing rapidly. They killed up. Lu Chenxian let out a low cry, no longer paying attention to Wei Tianding and the others, and stomped his foot on the puppet's shoulder. Sentinel flight. The giant puppet with a height of 30 feet, with the airflow whistling under its feet, violently leapt up 100 feet into the air and flew in the direction of Sanqing City at an extremely high speed. There is no time to lose, regardless of who killed those 1,000 Autumn Hall disciples. At this moment, the Su family of Sanqing City was bound to be in danger of extinction. Although brother-in-law Su Yu has a low-grade 3-Sun Soul Suppressor Tower, and that peak second-order demonic beast Iron-Winged Eagle, 2 cards are enough to shock the entire Luoyang County. However, above Luoyang County, take Guangping Prefecture for example, there were definitely not a few martial artists who were able to break through the 3-Sun Soul Suppressing Tower and kill the Iron-Winged Eagle. Any one of the Imperial Sky Realm would be able to easily exterminate the entire Su family. Whoosh! Above 100 feet in the air, the giant puppet broke through the air and flew, and in just less than half an hour, it had already flown past the city of Guangping Prefecture, speeding in the direction of Luoyang County. In at most 2 more hours, one could arrive at the range of Luoyang County, and the closest was precisely the Luoyang County city. Fresh! A sudden demonic bird chirping sound came from far away in the distant sky. In total, there were more than 20 flying demonic beasts, with more than 100 iron-armored figures standing on their backs, led by an official-robed old man, holding a carved dragon gold medal in his hand, and shouting sternly under his breath, the chaotic son of a traitor, Lu Chenxian. Injuring the Zhenyuan soldiers and disregarding the majesty of the imperial court is an unforgivable crime. King Li's golden order is here. Immediately bind your hands and follow me to the king's residence to receive your punishment. If you dare to resist, kill without pardon. King Knight? On the giant puppet's shoulder, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was cold. and his killing intent was revealed under his eyes. This prince is the personal nephew of the current lord of Zhongxian. 48 years ago, the Zhongxuan Empire's 6 kings to seize the throne, and finally the 4th prince honored the great treasure, became the king of the world-sitting dynasty emperor, while the other 5 princes either died in the chaos, or given poisoned wine. One did not survive. And this Night King, it is the year the great prince's own flesh and blood, due to the age of young, and did not participate in the matter of seizing the throne. The eldest prince failed to seize the throne, suffered a tragic death. The saint is sitting firmly in the court. There is no longer any scruples, and did not drive this pro-nephew to death. Instead, in this northwestern borderland, a county city was rewarded and became the hereditary and irreplaceable permanent fiefdom of Prince Li. This fiefdom was none other than Yongning County, which belonged to the rule of Guangping Prefecture and was only 200 miles away from the prefecture, just before the Iron Eve's Sex Mountain Gate. Injuring the Jin Yuan army's 3,000 soldiers had only been an hour so far. Night King, where did he receive the news from? Chapter 129, Hidden Realm. Night King is nothing. After a short silence, Lu Qinchuan's face chilled. Mind your own business. Does he want to die? Swish. At these words, the official robed old man was furious, his face steeply distorted. The 100 or so iron-armored elites on the backs of the flying demonic beasts had Yuan Shenyangdan appearing on top of their heads at the same time, and their biting killing intent rose to the sky. Lu Chenxian is simply treacherous. No one in the Zhongxian Empire knew that the royal bloodline was extremely thin, and although King Li was only the nephew of the current saint, the king's knighthood was present, representing the supreme majesty of the Zhongxian royal family. What Lu Chenxian had said earlier had clearly angered them completely. Disrespecting King Li is tantamount to treason. A good king doesn't want to be a good king, he has to seek his own death. Lu Chenchuan's tone was icy cold, and the murderous intent under his eyes was revealed. If you don't want to invite disaster to your king, then get the hell out of here. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get out soon, then you'll die. 3, 2, the official robed old man was trembling with anger. It's reversed. It's really reversed. A small genius of the Yuan fetus realm actually threatened King Li and the elite soldiers of the royal family? This big hat of treason in his head is considered to wear stable. The majesty of the king cannot be insulted. The official robed old man let out a roar. All generals listened to the order. At all costs, kill Lu Chenxian on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. On the back of the flying demonic beast, more than 100 elite soldiers of the royal family, all of them strong martial arts practitioners of the 3 Yang realm, directly rose up in the air, waving their spiritual weapons in their hands and slashing down towards Lu Chenchuan's head. Although the realm was not high, the power was definitely not to be underestimated. What they cultivated was all the earth-grade high-grade martial arts collected by the Grand Prince back then, and with the 3 Yang's realm, it was enough to decimate ordinary Yuan fetus martial artists. Under 100 people joining hands, the power of martial arts was never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Under the superposition of layers of power, it could even be comparable to the full power strike of a peak sky-rising powerhouse. Praying mantis, dumbass with no eyes. Lu Chenchuan's eyes were icy cold, and his foot stomped violently on the royal puppet's shoulder. Phew! The big knife swept across. The giant puppet with the strength of the great circle of the sky realm swept out with a serrated greatsword in its hand. The surface of the greatsword flickered with cold light. It was the power of the water lineage granted by the ice crystal seat of the Ice Spring Valley. Under one sweep, an extremely cold white mist visible to the naked eye was directly blasted out, instantly spreading 1,000 feet in circumference. Click, click. Those elite soldiers of the royal family who had sprung forward were easily enveloped by the cold mist, instantly freezing into humanoid ice sculptures. There were also those flying demonic beasts they were traveling on. Under the light of the sword and the cold mist, there was no difference with these elite soldiers of the royal family. All of them froze to death on the spot. This was the power of the imperial air puppet. The 100-man guards of the Night King's house were all destroyed in one move. On the back of the only remaining flying demonic beast, the official robed old man's face turned pale, and his previous ferocious expression completely froze on his face. This is Lu Chenchuan's strength? Before departing from King Li's mansion, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, L.V. Qilian, had personally said that the puppet controlled by Lu Chenxian was at most at the 7th level of the imperial sky, and would definitely not be able to block the joint strike of the royal palace's elite soldiers. But the scene in front of him clearly overturned his perception. This was not the 7th level of air control. It was clearly a horrifying existence that was invincible in air control. Not only did it freeze the elite soldiers of the royal family and the flying demonic beasts, but it even froze all of the high-grade earth-grade martial arts that they were executing. Hao Yang sect. What kind of monster did they provoke? Die by my hand. You don't deserve it. Lu Chenxian stood with his hands in the air, his feet on the puppet's shoulders, coldly forcing his eyes on the official robed old man.
Go back and tell your king to wash his neck and wait. After the Su family's crisis is lifted, I will definitely kill the king's residence and take his head. Now, get out, kill the king. He actually really wants to kill the Night King. The official robed old man's liver and guts cracked. Originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Lu Chenxuan's cold eyes, he swallowed the words that were on his lips. At this moment, how could he dare say another word? It was already a blessing and misfortune to be able to save this little life. Before he changes his mind, hurry back to the royal residence and tell the king to take precautions. Lu Chenxian has a strong puppet that is invincible in the air, and the king absolutely cannot take it lightly. Swish! The official robed old man didn't dare to delay. His foot stomped vigorously on the back of the flying demonic beast and swept away in the direction of Yongning County. King Knight! Ha! Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort, allowing the official robed old man to escape, and with another wave of his palm, he devoured all of the spiritual rhythms of those elite soldiers of the royal family. With 100 Yuan Dan martial artists, there was quite a lot of spirit chimes. However, at this moment, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple gold little dragon had already condensed 86 Dan lines. The amount of spirit rhythm needed for each additional Dan pattern was massive. After devouring the spirit rhythms of so many people, and even devouring the power of the demon pills in the bodies of those flying demonic beasts, the total number of Yuan Dan secret lines had only increased by 5. A total of 91 Dan lines. The current realm of the Qingtian Immortal Domain's martial arts canon is not recorded. After devouring it, Lu Chenxian maneuvered the sentinel puppet and continued to fly in the direction of Sanqing City. A strand of divine sense immersed into the Dantian, instantly discovering its own strangeness. When the 90th Dan line coalesced, the martial realm had already reached the Yuan fetus great perfection. However, after the 91st Dan line surfaced, there was no tripod of 3 yangs within the sea of consciousness, but rather, within the Dantian, an unheard of pitch-black vortex had opened up. Above the Yuan fetus, below the 3 suns, a hidden realm never heard of before. Halao! Within the Dantian, the little purple gold dragon tilted its head and roared, spitting out the Yuan Dan in its belly, circling around the pitch-black vortex for a few times, and then finally swooping down and diving headfirst into the vortex. The two blend together. Until this moment, in Lu Chenxuan's Dantian, there was no longer the figure of the purple gold little dragon, only a slowly rotating purple gold Yuan Dan, floating above the pitch-black vortex, as if the sea was rising to the bright moon, reaching an extremely delicate balance. A trace of swallowing and sucking power emanated from the pitch-black vortex, continuously integrating into the purple gold Yuan Dan, which was then transformed into incomparably pure Yuan Dan Qi, the power to devour. Lu Chenxuan's eyes slowly opened, finally having an accurate judgment of his own strength. The purple and gold little dragon didn't completely disappear, but existed in another way. It was the pitch-black vortex, the materialization of the chaotic heaven swallowing technique. One's own cultivation of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill was merely a glimpse of the doorway before, and it was not until now that one could be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of heaven swallowing. Now, it seems that this puppet is no longer needed. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the Thunder Rock's wings surfaced behind him, and the Imperial Air puppet under his feet instantly disintegrated, turning into a large pile of shattered bronze that fell down from midair. The power of the 5 elements, all dissipated. After advancing to this hidden realm, the Dan Qi in his body was incomparably abundant. The consumption of flying in the air was already negligible, and his speed was even more incomparably swift, far exceeding that of this Imperial Air puppet under his feet. It would only take half an hour at most to arrive at Sanqing City. Chapter 130, The Royal Household Divine Arrow Squad. Sanqing City, Su family. Bodies were strewn all over the place, from the entrance of the Su family mansion, until the ancestral hall of the Su family, all the way up. All the bodies of the 1,000 Autumn Palace disciples and the Su family servants, which also had dozens of maids and boys, the bodies were mutilated, and the deaths were extremely tragic. Su Chenglong, how much longer will you be recalcitrant? In the sky above the Su family's mansion, an old figure stood in the air, his tone emotionless. Could it be that you guys think that a single Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact will be able to protect the entirety of your Su family? If I were to go all out, I would only need to slap down one palm to completely annihilate your Su family. This is definitely not bragging. He, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, LV Qilian, as a great power of the sky realm, with the mighty power of his hands and feet, coupled with the middle-grade spiritual weapon in his hand, it was definitely not difficult to destroy the Su family's 3 suns soul-suppressing tower. It is only obvious that it is the living who are more valuable to utilize than the dead. The entire Su family must be captured alive in order to threaten Lu Chenxian and make him hand over the heavenly spiritual artifact that he had obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The heavenly spiritual weapon was originally discovered by Lu Xingkong, the supreme elder of Hao Yang sect, the earliest,
and how could it fall into the hands of others? What's more, according to the news coming from the disciples of the Haoyang sect, Lu Chenxian had killed the Iron Eve sect and was actually manipulating the puppet left behind by Lu Xingkong. The method of puppet manipulation. Apart from Lu Xingkong himself, even Lu Qilian was unable to master it. You want to take our Su family up and down and threaten my Su family flunky? Within the Three Suns soul-suppressing tower, Su Chenglong clenched his steel teeth and let out a cold cry from his mouth. You're dreaming. The Su family's ancestral motto is that there are only sons and daughters who die in battle, not cowards who live on. If you have the guts to make a move and kill us all, if you don't dare to make a move, then get the hell out of here, or else when my virtuous son-in-law comes, he will surely make your soul fly away. Having said that, there wasn't much in his heart. Lu Chenxian left the Su clan and explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with a disciple of the Haoyang sect, Zhou Tianxue, leading the way. So far, it's only been a total of 7 days. In just 7 days, even if Lu Chenxuan's talent was strong, how could he possibly be a match for the imperial air power? Moreover, this air-crossing powerhouse was not alone. There were also 8 Yuan fetus elders from the Haoyang sect, and more than 40 elite disciples from the inner sect. With such a lineup, they could definitely easily bulldoze Sanqing City and even sweep across the entire Luoyang County. The 4 great clans that reigned supreme in Luoyang County were no different from mole crickets when placed in front of the Haoyang sect. That's quite a bit of backbone. Above the midair, LV Qilian's right palm was clasped in vain, aimed far away from the Su family ancestral hall, his gaze rather hesitant. Destroying an Earth-grade spiritual artifact was certainly not a difficult task for him. However, only destroying spiritual weapons without harming lives demanded an extremely high level of power control, which was difficult even for him to achieve. Shifu, the Haoyang sect master, a peak expert of the 9th level of the Yuan fetus, Song Yuanhao, arched his hand and clasped his fist in mid-air. Disciple believes that there is no need to be so troublesome in order to deal with the mere Lu Chenxian. With senior uncle's strength, along with all the senior brothers and sisters, setting up the Haoyang Grand Formation will surely be able to suppress Lu Chenxian easily. The Haoyang Grand Formation was extremely powerful. About 2,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Haoyang sect accidentally discovered a natural stone formation on Haoyang Mountain in Guangping province, which could absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, especially at noon. Daylight is the most intense, the center of the array of flames rising, and the vein of lava fire complement each other. Used to refine spiritual weapons can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. This ancestor realist was extremely gifted, and based on this natural stone formation, he created the infamous Haoyang Grand Formation, which could likewise absorb the light of the blazing sun and execute extremely terrifying attacking means. If an empty realm powerhouse was in charge of the Grand Formation, even if they met a super expert of the spirit stage realm, although they couldn't defeat them, they would still be enough to defend themselves. It is because of the existence of this formation. 400 years ago after the fall of Lu Xingkong, the position of the Haoyang sect is still unshakable. Although the disciples of the sect acted a little astringent, but it has always been the first of the 6 major sects in Guangping province, and there is no one who dares to provoke. And Lu Qilian had been in seclusion for many years. His strength had refined rapidly, and now at over 970 years of age, he had already cultivated to the great completion realm of empty sky, and was only half a step away from becoming a spiritual terrestrial person, and could have a long lifespan of 5,000 years. With him at the helm of the Haoyang Grand Formation, as long as it wasn't a martial realist above the 4th level of the spiritual platform realm, he could definitely be invincible. The old man's lifespan is about to end. It's better not to make a move if you can. Lu Qilian waved his hand slightly, rejecting Song Yuanhao's proposal, his eyebrows gently raised again. Our Haoyang sect specializes in refining artifacts, and over the years, there have been 8 Earth-grade spiritual artifacts given to the Night King's mansion if not 10. King Knight himself promised that Lu Chenxian would definitely not return to Sanqing City before Old Man captured Su Chenglong alive. How is the king's arrangement? Prepared? Song Yuanhao was slightly stunned and was just about to open his mouth. Report! An incomparably anxious voice came from far away from the direction of the eastern gate of Sanqing City, reporting to the Supreme Elder. My clan's disciples token has summoned that Lu Chenxian has already entered the range of Luoyang County. Our information is not wrong. Lu Chenxian can indeed fly in the air. He possesses the secret method of flight, a pair of demonic bird feather wings with flashes of lightning. The 3 imperial air providers of the Li Royal Mansion have already led the Royal Mansion's divine archers to the top of the city, and are about to fight Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian actually came so fast? LV Qilian raised his eyebrows, and after a short period of contemplation, his eyes steeply narrowed. Haoyang sect disciples, listen to the order. Follow the old man to Luoyang County City. Join forces with the Night King's house provider and capture Lu Chenxian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In total,
There were 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses and 43 elite disciples of the Triple Yang realm, all of whom leapt up and landed on top of the gale at the feet of Lu Qilian, a strong airman who treads on the wind. The rolling wind was like a giant wave, wrapping up the crowd of Hao Yang sect and swept towards Luoyang County. Luoyang County. The 3 great sky-resisting providers of the Li royal house floated in the air above the city's head and confronted Lu Chenxian across the sky. Above the city's head, the Li Wangfu's carefully crafted divine archers were holding strong bows of Xianping quality, with sharp feathered arrows forged from black xianstone resting on their bowstrings, and all of them were aimed at Lu Chenxuan's brow. With a 1,000-pound bow, the arrow shoots 100 feet. There were a total of 24 divine archers. All of them were Yuan fetus 4th level or above martial powerhouses, specializing in physical cultivation and possessing terrifying brawn that far surpassed their peers. The fetal breath chi was infused into the strong bow, and under the bending of the bow, it could exert a terrifying strength of over 100,000 gene, and the feathered arrows could be shot out as far as 1,000 feet, and even a piece of earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifacts could be easily blasted out of the cracks. Lu Chenxian, a grey-robed royal house provider with morose white eyes, was obviously practicing some kind of pupil secret technique, deadly staring at the front Lu Chenxian. His tone was low and overbearing. The king has an order. The rebellious son of Lu Chenxian dares to disregard the king's order and defy the royal power. This is the crime of conspiracy and rebellion. Considering that you repelled the beast tide and protected the people of Sanqing City, the king is kind and generous, and he has specially opened his net. As long as you tie your hands and hand over your heavenly spirit weapon, all your sins will be forgiven. If you dare to disobey, kill without pardon. Chapter 131 Rule Chain. King Knight's House. To actually be able to send out 3 air-crossing powerhouses, this prince really has quite a few cards up his sleeve. In the mid-air ahead, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings vibrated as he looked at the city scene from afar, a touch of indifferent killing intent flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Who in the world can't be killed? If it was in its heyday in the past, with the invincibility of the immortal realm, even if the entire Xiantian continent was exterminated, it would only be as easy as a slap in the face. The lower realm of the district, one of the 3,000 small worlds, the heaven and earth backlash that one would need to endure to completely destroy such a small realm could even be directly ignored. King Knight. Seems like he really doesn't want to live. Lu Chenxian slowly opened his mouth. His voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion of a human martial artist. Heaven has the virtue of good life. Even if it's a certain death, there is still a ray of life left. Nullify your own dantian and stay away from this place. This is your only chance of survival now. There is only one chance. And only one breath. Aha! The white-robed donor's brow wrinkled, and the 2 donors next to him narrowed their eyes, their fists slowly clenching beneath their robe sleeves. Lu Chenxian, this frame. It was clear that he did not intend to hand over the heavenly spiritual weapon. Then there's no talk. Everyone will be punished for the chaos. The white-robed confessor's 2 morose white pupils suddenly lit up as if they were calming souls, staring at Lu Chenxuan's eyes, and letting out a bellowing cry from his mouth. Release the arrows. With 24 divine archers, the feathered arrows had not even left the bowstring before this white-robed confessor's secret technique had already been cast. Soul regeneration secret skill, Jinshan pupil. Within his pupils, it seemed to contain a bottomless abyss, with gray mist churning at the bottom of the abyss, reflecting Lu Chenxuan's figure within. Under the urging of this secret method, far away from the distance of 100 feet, it directly shocked Lu Chenxuan's sea of consciousness, wanting to crush his consciousness. This is his strongest tool, the head of the 3 major offerings of the Li King's mansion, the 7th level of the Sky Realm, and the divine pupil offering by Rumo had once used this secret method to deter a peak level 5 demonic beast for 10 breaths. In conjunction with the Royal Mansion's Divine Arrow Team, in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a total of more than 30 level 5 demonic beasts were killed, obtaining demonic beast demonic pills and demonic beast bodies, and forging more than 30 earthly spiritual weapons for the Royal Mansion. Once the secret method was performed, even a great circle of the Sky Realm would have to experience a moment of disorientation. If one was below the Empyrean Realm, one would even be directly shocked to death by this secret technique. Thumbs up. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. At the same time Rumo activated the secret method. The 24 divine archers drew their strong bows to full strength. The bows and feathered arrows were all infused with tire breath chi, and the surface of the secret patterns intertwined and flickered. The air around them was instantly drained, and a void and fuzzy vacuum zone appeared. God shot law. This area of nothingness was exactly the trajectory of the feathered arrow after it was shot out, as if it ignored space and distance. Almost the moment the feathered arrow left the bowstring, it had already blasted its way to Lu Chenxuan's body. A perfect match without fail. Under the shroud of Rumo's double pupil secret technique and the Divine Arrow Team's feathered arrows, even a martial Dao realist who had stepped into the spiritual platform realm would have to be stripped of his skin if he didn't die. The secret technique of dementia, divine archery.
In the face of the two major killing moves, Lu Chenchuan's face did not change at all as he merely extended his right hand. Phew! A swirl of airwaves, visible to the naked eye, slowly rotated in the center of his palm. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. After advancing to the hidden realm, the Heaven Swallowing Technique was like a waterfall, naturally advancing to the third level, devouring power at will. Even the Dan Qi flowing through the meridians possessed the same terrifying power of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Although it wasn't truly devouring everything, however, devouring the secret techniques cast by an imperial air martial artist was no longer a concern. Buzz. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the flow of time seemed to have paused for a moment. It wasn't really a pause. It was more like an illusion caused by the power of devouring. The image in front of everyone's eyes seemed to suddenly stand still and immediately return to normal. What didn't recover were the 24 basalt-feathered arrows that broke through the air. With the previous image stilled, it actually disappeared strangely in plain sight. Ah! A heart-rending, mournful scream cried out from Bairumo's mouth. Both hands tightly covered his eyes, and a trail of blood continuously flowed out from the cracks of his fingers, which was mixed with many grayish-white impurities. His eyes are ruined. The double pupil secret technique, which he was proud of, was devoured and refined by Lu Chenxian, adding another secret pattern on top of the Yuan Dan, bringing the total to 92. As for Bairumo's eyes, as the secret technique was swallowed, the backlash erupted on the spot, directly turning him blind. Brother White, your eyes, what just happened? How come the feathered arrows we shot are gone? The other two martial arts confessors, as well as the 20 divine archers, didn't even know what had happened until now. Did Lu Chenxian make a move just now? What martial arts did he perform? What secret techniques did he use? Never seen, never heard, never understood at all. The only silver lining, you have given up. Lu Chenchuan's feathered wings vibrated behind his back, his figure floating in mid-air, his voice resounding indifferently between this heaven and earth. The door of the 9 sepulchral yellow springs. I'll open it for you. Now, die. As the words fell, his palm clenched in the air, devouring. A pitch-black vortex, 100 feet in circumference, coalesced rapidly in the sky above the Luoyang city wall, and an incomparably strong tearing force crazily tore at the spiritual rhythms of the 3 great air-attacking powerhouses and the 24 divine archers. This includes their bows and arrows, the middle-order earth-grade spirit weapons in their hands, and the city wall under their feet. Everything. The power of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth was simply not something that martial artists from the mundane world could resist, even if it was a sentinel power. An invisible and qualitative spiritual rhyme breath, stripped from within their bodies, instantly merged into the center of the vortex. The foot of the city wall piled up a piece of lapis lazuli, similarly subjected to devouring the impact. The surface of the fast sand, revealing the mottled wall. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook. This devouring power was too overbearing, directly devouring the power of nature within the city walls, already affecting the stability of the realm. The rules of heaven and earth took shape and came out, with 9 golden chains stretching out from the endless heights, descending towards the top of Lu Chenchuan's head with a roar, devouring the realm. I don't have such a big appetite. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled, and with a movement of his mind, the power of devouring immediately weakened, no longer devouring the city wall earth veins. Rumble. The vibrations of the heaven and earth gradually disappeared, and the 9 golden chains likewise returned to nothingness, no longer having any power. However, it was during this moment of work that the spirit chimes of the 3 great air-attacking powerhouses and the 24 divine archers had been completely swallowed up by the 100-foot vortex in the sky above. The Yuan Dan within Lu Chenchuan's dantian once again increased by 2 secret lines. Stop! A furious burst of roar, as if it was a flat thunderstorm, boomed from 1,000 feet away in the sky, white as ink. With the 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses and 43 inner sect elites of the Haoyang sect, the wind howling under their feet, they set off from Sanqing City and finally arrived here. Chapter 132 Haoyang Grand Formation. 3 offerings, the Royal Divine Arrow Guards. In mid-air, Lu Qilian stared tightly at the scene in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. He had already exerted his full power to perform imperial flight. However, he was still a step too slow in the end. Lu Chenxian, I can't believe I killed them all. And, very high up in the sky, the slowly rotating 100-foot vortex seemed to possess an extremely mysterious and terrifying power, and even the royal air Taoist fetus within his dantian was vaguely trembling with it. Is that Lu Chenchuan's bottom card? This person's secret martial arts techniques were absolutely unique to his life. Haoyang sect. At the head of Luoyang County, Lu Chenxian stood in mid-air, his gaze slowly turning as he locked eyes with Lu Qilian across the sky. The eyes were cold and killing intent filled the air.
The head of the 6 major clans of the Guangping prefecture had secretly colluded with the Li Wangfu with the intention of capturing the Su family and their entire family alive and threatening him to hand over his heavenly spirit weapon. It's a shame that they have to resort to such unsavory and underhanded tactics. Formation. Lu Qilian was so decisive that almost the instant Lu Chenxian turned his head, he let out a low shout from his mouth. Hao Yang Grand Formation. Suppress Lu Chenxian for me. He's very self-aware. Although he was a great perfection of Sky Sentinel. But, even if he personally made a move, he might not be able to defeat the 3 major offerings of the Night King's mansion and the Divine Arrow Guards. In order to deal with Lu Chenxian, there absolutely could not be the slightest bit of carelessness, and he must go all out and directly reveal his bottom card. Swish, swish, swish. Beside LV Qilian, 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses moved to pounce out, their bodies landing quickly, each standing in the 9 palace direction. As for the 43 core disciples of the Haoyang sect, 36 of them followed closely behind, standing in the Big Dipper's orientation once again around the eye of the 9 palace formation. The remaining 7 disciples, in the center of the 9 palace array eyes, surrounded the Haoyang patriarch Song Yuan Hao beside him. According to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper orientation, the big array firmly subdued. Haoyang Grand Formation, full strength. At this moment, the radiant blazing sun above the 10,000 feet high sky, spilling down endless light, was quickly condensed by the power of the Grand Formation, forming an incomparably dazzling pillar of pure white light, which was instantly projected onto LV Qilian in midair. The breath skyrocketed. LV Qilian bathed in the light of the blazing sun. His martial realm climbed rapidly, easily breaking through the great perfection of Sentinel Air and directly reaching the first level of spiritual platform. A Taoist platform shadow emerged under his feet, and an earth-grade longsword burning with the flames of the blazing sun also emerged in his hand. The quality of this longsword was originally an earth-grade middle grade. However, under the increase of the blazing sun radiance, it had already reached the earth-grade high-grade level, and was even continuing to rise, infinitely approaching a true heaven-grade spiritual artifact. At this moment, LV Qilian was definitely in the strongest state of his life, and was already no less than an ordinary spiritual stage 3-fold martial arts realist. This feeling has been long overdue. Lu Qilian stepped on the void as if he were invincible, coldly forcing his eyes on Lu Chenxian in front of him. To be able to make the old man perform the strongest formation of the sect, you are already proud enough of yourself. Now hand over the heavenly grade spiritual weapon and follow me to the Night King's mansion to claim your punishment, and I can spare you from death. Otherwise, swish, the long sword in his hand swung in the air, casually chopping out a pure white sword light that was 1,000 feet long, cutting a huge crack that was too deep to be seen on the official road outside of Luoyang County. The edges of the crack were scorched black, and a lava breath rose up at the bottom, and the blazing heat contained within this sword light actually melted the earth, directly forming magma. Hiss! At the head of Luoyang City, there was a sound of a pouring of cool air. It's thousands of soldiers defending the city. Li Wangfu office. Even Luoyang County guards do not dare to intervene. These soldiers guarding the city even more do not dare to have the slightest disobedience. Are in the city head to watch from afar. Earlier, when Lu Chenxian had executed the 100-foot vortex and easily engulfed the 3 great confessors and the divine arrow guards, these city guard sergeants had only just arrived from the military camp and had not witnessed it with their own eyes. However, at this moment, the sect formation that the Haoyang sect had unleashed really surprised them. A sword cutting through 1,000 feet of earth and turning lava with his hands. Was this really something a human martial artist could do? They, the city guard sergeants of the mere chi-gathering realm, didn't even dare to dream about it. The Su family is my only scale in this realm. In the face of such an astonishing Haoyang grand formation, Lu Chenxian had no fear. Instead his tone was extraordinarily icy. What you're casting right now is the Haoyang sect's strongest card, isn't it? In that case, I'll let you all die under your own cards. After today, Haoyang sect, gone. His right hand fiercely clenched in vain, and a low cry escaped his mouth. Come out to me. Rumble. The earth trembles. Deep within the crack that Lu Qilian had chopped out, a dull, low, muffled roar slowly sounded, and the entire ground undulated and shook as if it were ocean waves as the waves of the sea, and the waves of magma fire from the depths of the earth's veins rushed up to the sky, coalescing to form a magma golem 100 feet in height, its body ablaze with the fires of molten lava, scorching the air around it into a blur. It had bare hands and both palms were 10 feet in size. The left hand was filled with white mist and the right hand flashed with green light, precisely the 5 elemental forces of the 2 great sects, Ice Spring Valley and Spirit Tree Mountain. Swish swish swish. At the same time, those guarding soldiers who were watching from the city's head, the lances, war spears, and halberds in their hands, all came out of their hands, and quickly melted in the air, transforming into an incomparably pure golden essence chi, which shrouded the body of this magma golem. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth,
the power of the 5 elements gathered. Lu Chenxian Dala heavenly royal secret method, without reservation, was fully exerted. This golem, high above the sky. Lu Qilian's pupils tightened, clearly incomparably shocked. The puppet that Lu Chenxian had randomly summoned actually possessed the power of the 5 elements at the same time, and moreover, the breath was incomparably strong, definitely reaching the spiritual platform realm, a mere Yuan fetus realm, spanning the 3 yangs, Yuan fetus, and imperial air, the 3 major realms. Summoned a spirit platform realm puppet? Even the demonic disciples of those Holy Land sects could never possess such a terrifying secret technique. Lu Chenxian, if he didn't die today, his future achievements would definitely be unlimited, and he might even become the first person ever in the Xintian continent. Lu Chenxian, your martial talent is indeed extraordinary. Even old me is moved to love talent. Lu Qilian's killing intent was determined, and he spoke in a chilling voice. Unfortunately, it can't be owned by me, and keeping it is a scourge. There's no need to go to the Night King's mansion to receive your punishment. I'll eradicate the root of the trouble for the king now and kill you on the spot. While opening his mouth, the long sword in his hand swung down steeply. Thumbs up. A sharp sound like cutting paper resounded steeply between this heaven and earth. The pure white sword light that contained the light of the blazing sun left a blur of sword marks in the air, as if cutting through everything, and directly chopped at Lu Chenxuan's throat. This was the strongest sword he could execute. Underneath this sword, even a true spiritual platform triple martial Dao realist would have to die and be scattered. Chapter 133, Breaking its Foundation. Mr. Lu is in danger. The moment Lu Qilian struck out, those soldiers standing above the city's head to defend the city reflexively let out a cry of alarm. They were on Lu Chenxuan's side. Not long ago, Sanqing City suffered from the impact of the Beast Tide. It was Lu Chenxian who fought with his sword to eliminate the Beast Tide, protecting Sanqing City full of up and down the city, loved by the people. Similarly, if Sanqing City is broken, Luoyang County will be the first to bear the brunt. These soldiers defending the city will certainly have to fight with the demonic beasts, and those who can survive will be few and far between. Thus, even though they were not from Sanqing City, they were equally grateful to Lu Chenxian. Instead, it was the Li Wangfu and Hao Yang sect, one arrogant and domineering in poisoning the people, and the other far away in Guangpingfu, not having any interactions with Luoyang County. In contrast, these soldiers guarding the city cared nothing for them. At this moment, when they saw Lu Qilian's sword mighty, they all pinched a cold sweat in their hearts for Lu Chenxian, the power of the blazing sun. Ha! As the pure white sword light broke through the air, Lu Chenxuan's face did not change at all as he let out a low cry under his breath. Swallow it for me. Phew! High above the sky, 100 feet of pitch-black vortex once again turned. An incomparably strong tearing force steeply emerged, directly sweeping the power of daylight within the sword light, instantly integrating into Lu Chenxuan's dantian. Without the power of the blazing sun, the remaining power of this sword light was nothing more than the power of Lu Qilian's own cultivation. That spirit terrace one heavy 5 elements puppet, violently leapt up, and with a grip in the air with its right palm, it directly crushed the remaining sword light. Lu Qilian's face changed drastically, as if he had realized something. He violently raised his head and stared at the pitch-black vortex in the sky above. Feel it. Under the enhancement of the Grand Formation, he was temporarily promoted to become a spiritual platform realist, and Lu Chenxuan's devouring power was not able to shake him easily. However, a moment ago, he had incomparably clearly perceived that the spirit platform within his dantian was actually somewhat uncontrollable, and the power of the spirit platform was as if it was boiling, almost to be torn out of the meridians by an extremely bizarre force. What kind of power is this? Lu Chenxian was bound to be harboring an incomparably astonishing big secret. Found? Lu Qilian's reaction, of course, could not escape Lu Chenxuan's golden eyes, and his tone was always indifferent and icy. Unfortunately, it's useless. No matter what you find out, today's ending will not be rewritten in the slightest. What I decide, absolutely no one can change. Rumble. The 5 elements puppet ran with big strides on its feet in the void and did not perform any martial arts skills, relying on its strong and unrivaled hard body. It swung its palace-sized huge fists and initiated a simple and brutal close-quarters melee fight against Lu Qilian. Punching, the 5 elements puppet of the spiritual platform realm. Its speed was beyond imagination. A single step was 100 feet away, and in less than 2 breaths, it rushed to Lu Qilian's body, like a sledgehammer blasting a mole cricket, and 2 impenetrable giant fists bombarded Lu Qilian's body one after another. Fire erupted, countless channels of blazing white light collapsed and scattered from Lu Qilian's body surface, and the entire Hao Yang Grand Formation trembled violently. Only that the Great Formation was like one, the 9 Yuan fetus martial artists and 43 elite disciples of the inner sect, together with the increase of LV Qilian himself and the power of daylight, apportioned and withstood the attack of the 5 elements puppet, and although their faces were pale, their injuries were actually not serious. Stalemate. Above the city's head, thousands of soldiers defending the city watched this scene from afar, their faces indescribably tense. When strong men fought, the thing they feared most was a war of attrition. The blazing sun was high in the sky, the power of daylight was endless, the Haoyang Grand Formation could be called unbreakable, and the five elements puppets summoned by Lu Chenxian, it was not known how long they could be maintained. Once the puppets disappeared, the people of the Haoyang sect struck out in a counterattack, and they could definitely kill Lu Chenxian on the spot, unless break its foundation and the formation breaks itself. Lu Chenxuan's hands were raised high, Dan Shi lingered in his palms, and the pitch-black vortex in the air flipped steeply, aiming directly at the radiant blazing sun above the 10,000 feet high sky. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. The endless light shed by the blazing sun, as if it had suffered an irresistible tear. The people within the entire Luoyang County city, all clearly felt that the sky at noon had actually turned unusually dim, as if evening had come early, with only a trace of imperceptible light remaining in the sky. The ubiquitous blazing sunlight was swallowed almost entirely by the pitch-black vortex, and the Haoyang Grand Formation that Lu Qilian was so proud of could no longer absorb half of the sunlight. Boom! Losing the power of daylight, the Haoyang Grand Formation was reduced to nothing, and Lu Qilian's realm instantly fell to the great circle of the Imperial Sky Realm, and he was directly blown away by the falling fists of the five elements puppet by a distance of 1,000 feet, shattering a large portion of the verdant stone walls of the Luoyang County Castle. Boom! 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 The power of the fist is astonishing. The five elements puppet swooped in and then went up again, and against Lu Qilian, who had fallen within the ruins of the city wall. His two fists bombarded wildly, and within just 3 breaths, at least hundreds of punches had been thrown out. The ground collapsed and the walls of the city shook and cracked, as if it had suffered a natural disaster of an earthquake. As for Lu Qilian inside the ruins, he didn't even put up a decent resistance and was directly blasted into a puddle of flesh by the five elements puppet. Master, Taishan Elder, Father. Above the ground in the distance, the 9 Yuan fetus realms that had set up the Haoyang Grand Formation, as well as the 43 inner disciples, all hissed and roared, their eyes red, resigned, disbelieving, not wanting to admit it. However, it was an indisputable fact that LV Qilian had already been blown to pieces. He was smashed alive by the five elements puppet summoned by Lu Chenxian. There's no need to rush, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Chenxuan's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was as if the heavenly Tao was merciless, absolutely devoid of any emotions. In your next life, reincarnate, learn to be a bit smarter, and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Like me. As the words fell, the five elements puppet once again shot up into the sky and landed just where the core eye of the Haoyang Grand Formation was located. 100 feet body 10 feet. Do not need to wield fists at all, lifting the foot a few up and down, as if a titanic pressure. Slaughter Yuan fetus martial artists like a dog. Exterminate the 3 sons' disciples as if exterminating mole crickets. The bottom of the foot is a bloody mess, and even their bones are stepped into powder. All over the place. Outside of Luoyang County City, 1,000 feet of cracks, 100 feet of ruins, Haoyang sect people's corpses and bones into mud. The city wall collapsed and ruptured. Daylight cannot fall into the city. Since the establishment of the Tsangshuan Empire, there had never been such a tragic battle within the empire's boundaries. The harvest this time shouldn't be too small. When the great battle ended, Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the five elements puppet immediately disintegrated, splitting into incomparably pure five elements power that turned into nothingness in the air. And then both palms urged the devouring vortex, no longer absorbing the power of the sun's radiance falling from high above, but flipping it downward and aiming it at the place where the people of the Haoyang sect had fallen. Earth-grade spiritual weapon, martial spiritual rhythm, devouring. Chapter 134, 3 Yang's Realm? 9 Yang's Realm. Phew! 100 feet of pitch-black vortex, spinning rapidly at a height of 1,000 feet. Within the mess on the ground below, an invisible and qualitative spiritual rhythmic force, as well as the pure spiritual force contained in the earth-grade spiritual artifacts, was like a wild and furious wave, which merged into the center of the vortex under the tear of the devouring force. This was the materialization of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, and the final destination of all the power naturally entered Lu Chenxuan's dantian. 1, 2, 3. Lu Chenxian stood in midair, a divine sense looking inward, concentrating on the changes within the dantian. Dan lines coalesce. The harvest this time was unexpected. The Haoyang sect was worthy of being the number 1 force in Guangping Prefecture. LV Qilian actually carried more than 20 earth-grade spiritual artifacts in addition to the earth-grade medium-grade longsword he used, as well as more than 400 upper-grade Shen stones, plus the defensive spirit weapons on the 9 Yuan fetus martial artists, plus their life-preserving pills. At this moment, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan increased rapidly, eventually stopping at 108. The hidden realm above Yuandan was easily crossed over, and within the sea of consciousness, giant waves tossed and turned, and 9 orb silhouettes vaguely surfaced. 9. Lu Chenxuan's mind was shaken, and even the former strongest war god of the immortal world was having some difficulty maintaining his composure at this moment. Above the Yuandan, the tripod stands on the 3 suns, which is an irreversible iron rule from ancient times to the present day, and is the necessary path to step into the path of martial arts. However, at the moment, within his own sea of consciousness, he had actually condensed 9 Yuan Xinyang Dan, 3 times as many as an ordinary martial artist. 9 is the pole of numbers. After a short period of shock, Lu Chenxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a single thought flew to the surface. For martial artists to cultivate, gain a long lifespan, and pursue the extreme of the martial way was to go against the heavens. However, whether it was the mortal world or the green sky immortal domain, there had never been an immortal in the true sense of the word. The cycle of all things, the great Tao is imperishable. The only thing that is truly supreme is the merciless and desireless avenue of heaven and earth, which overrides all beings and is older than eternity. In the past, the heaven-swallowing Divine Lord's predecessor, who had once fought against the heavenly Tao, ultimately lost with regret and turned into a speck of dust in the river of time. Since the cultivation of chaos-swallowing skill, the gathering of Qi, Yuandan, and the 3 suns, each realm has undergone a strange change, and the path that ordinary martial artists need to take seems to have the same root and the same origin, but the real strength, but it is absolutely incomparable, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, condensing the 9 suns. It seemed that this was the true martial realm, truly going against the heavens. The current realm is 9 suns realm, first level. Although Lu Chenxuan's heart was in a state of shock, he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about anything else. It's too early to think about that when you're living forever against the odds. Since he had already cultivated the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill, there was no turning back. The priority now was to continue to enhance his strength and kill his way back to the green sky immortal domain at an early date, so that Bei Muayu's father and son would pay the price they deserved. 10 days in the sky, 10 days in the sky. The moment his thoughts turned back, a cry of Nobi horror resounded continuously at the head of Luoyang City. Lu Chenxian raised an eyebrow and raised his head to look up at the sky as his pupils abruptly shrunk. 10 rounds of hot sun. Above the endless heights, 10 suns actually appeared at the same time. The one in the center was not unusual, while the 9 around it, which had apparently appeared out of nowhere, emitted endless light, seemingly illuminating the vaulted heavens further above, illuminating the heavens and the worlds. Is this something I caused? Lu Chenxian lowered his gaze, his fist slowly clenching. That doesn't bode well. The more amazing the phenomenon, the greater the sensation caused. At the same time as the condensation of the 9 Yuan Xinyang Dan, the heart has been vaguely aware that the emergence of the 9 Yang realm for the heavens and earth will not allow, and will even bring about some unpredictable big crisis. There is no time to lose in upgrading your strength. It's time for the Su family to settle them down for good. Lu Chenxian made up his mind. The Thunder Rock's wings behind him vibrated rapidly, breaking into the air in the direction of Sanqing City. After advancing to the 9 Yang realm, the flying speed was more than a step faster than before. It definitely wouldn't take half a pillar of incense to rush from Luoyang County to Sanqing City. Sanqing City, Su family mansion. Above the ancestral shrine in the backyard, the 3 suns soul-suppressing pagoda was in a state of disrepair and its surface was dull, yet it still protected the Su family to the death. There hadn't been any movement coming from outside for a long time, and it seemed that the people from the Haoyang sect had all left. However, inside the pagoda, Su Chenglong still had a lowered face and had no intention of walking out of the pagoda. Being careful is a good thing. Who knew if this was the Haoyang sect's ploy of suspicion, waiting for them to walk out of the tower door and throw themselves into the net? It was a pity that the Haoyang sect struck too quickly and was too strong, and Su Yu, who was in charge of the 3 suns soul-suppressing tower, only protected the Su family's top and bottom and a dozen or so of the Su family's handymen when he reacted. Other than that, everyone within the Su residence had been killed by the Haoyang sect. Even the Su family property and the shopkeeper, fellows, they were uprooted. Hundreds of years of foundation destroyed. The tower, my tower. Above the ground inside the tower, Su Yu suddenly turned pale and let out a scream out of breath. Father, second uncle, all the elders, the 3 suns soul suppression tower is out of control. The tower door is going to open. What? The faces of the Su family members changed abruptly, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the tower door. Squeak! Not far ahead, the door to the tower slowly opened, and the air, thick with the scent of blood, hit his face. An incomparably familiar youth figure stood outside the tower door with a faint smile on his face. No need to worry. It's me, wise son-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, auntie, it's auntie. Auntie is back. the Su family people froze in place, and then immediately came back to their senses. Su Chenglong was trembling, and several Su family elders were agitated and in tears. Auntie is still alive. Auntie hasn't abandoned the Su family. But, where's the Haoyang sect? Where are they? They had killed their way up to the Su family in order to threaten Lu Chenxian and make him hand over his heavenly grade spiritual armament. Now, Lu Chenxian has returned to the Su residence unharmed. Could it be that the heavenly spiritual weapon in his hand has been handed over, and the Haoyang sect has let him go? Haoyang sect, gone. Lu Chenxian obviously guessed the doubts of the Su clan's crowd and laughed softly. Before the marquee, I had already killed all of the Haoyang sect's supreme elder and patriarchal elder. Now within the Haoyang sect, there are only some shrimp soldiers left, and they are no longer enough to worry about. Boom! The few words in a flat tone were like rolling thunder in the sky, exploding loudly in the hearts of the Su family. Haoyang sect, destroyed? The supreme elders of the great round of the imperial heir, the 9 Yuan Tire Grand Masters, were killed by Lu Chenxian? Lu Chenxian, 7 days ago, when he left the Su family for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he had only just advanced to the Yuan Dan realm. Even if one's talent was strong and one's cultivation speed was fast, how could one grow to such an extent in a mere 7 days? What kind of son-in-law has the Su family recruited? If he's not lying, then the Su family was really going to rise completely this time. Chapter 135, A Monk and Two Beggars. This time, when he returned to Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian nearly stayed at the Su family for a day. A day later, the Su family took care of everything, except for the town general Taimuchun, never notified anyone again, and quietly disappeared from Sanqing City. Even Temujin didn't know where they had gone. However, on the very day that the Su family disappeared, a major event occurred within the Guangping prefecture. The two of the four great sects that used to dominate Luoyang County, the Nanshan sect, the Langia Jade Pavilion, and the former strongest sect in Guangping prefecture, the Haoyang sect. It was uprooted in just 2 hours, although there is no evidence. But, many good people have speculated that the one who slaughtered the three big clans must be Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family. Sage son-in-law, is this what you said? A separate space? Deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the nameless valley where Lu Xingkong had fallen, Su Chenglong, with the Su clan crowd in tow, looked at the spatial vortex at the end of the mountain's belly and couldn't help but move slightly. You mean, let us enter this place and recuperate here? This was exactly what Lu Chenxian intended to do. This place was not far from Sanqing City, only about 500 miles away, and there were only a few scattered fourth-rank demonic beasts around, equivalent to human Yuan fetus martial artists. This independent space was created by the spirit of the 20 bridges and the moon, the bright moon, by virtue of the power of the core fragment of the innate treasure, which urged the spatial rules to open up. Above level 4 demonic beasts and Yuan fetus martial artists, all of them were unable to enter. Allowing the Su family members to cultivate here was called foolproof. This area of the mundane world, there was absolutely no one who could crack the spatial rules that Mingyu had cast, completely ensuring the safety of the Su family members. The Su family was Lu Chenxuan's only scales in the Xintian continent, and it was only by settling them here that he could completely let go and no longer have any scruples. The aura of heaven and earth here is very rich. After entering the independent spatial space, with the power of the debris within Lu Chenxuan's Dantian, after the spatial teleportation, all of the Su family members appeared at the core of the space, on top of the lofty stone platform floating in midair. Compared to the outside world, cultivating here was clearly twice the effort. Coupled with the nameless gong method personally taught by Lu Chenxian, even if the qualifications were poor, as long as one gave it time, one could definitely ascend to the upper realm without any suspense. It's time for me to leave. After settling the Su family's crowd, Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face as he softly said, "The next time I come here, I will definitely accomplish all the things that need to be done. When the time comes, it's too early to tell you now. Take care everyone." As the words fell, the artifact spirit within the Dantian, Mingyu, once again activated the spatial rules, and Lu Chenxuan's figure vaporized, completely disappearing from in front of the Su family. Brother-in-law, Su Yu looked at the place where Lu Chenxian had disappeared, and couldn't help but look forward with great anticipation in his heart. Up and down the Su family, the one who knew the most about Lu Chenxian was definitely not the family head, Su Chenglong, or even Su Lier, who had followed the heavenly Xian holy maiden to the Holy Land to cultivate. Rather, it was him, Lu Chenxuan's brother-in-law, Su Yu. If the guess is right, when brother-in-law returns to this independent space again, the Su family will surely really rise, and even ascend to the upper world. A day later, under the rule of Guangping Prefecture, Prince Li's fiefdom, Yongning County, the walls of the county city were heavily guarded, and the guarding general Wan Shankuan led 3,000 iron armored troops to defend the city.
even pulling out the army's heavy weapon Thousand Ox crossbow and aiming it at the sky in the northwest direction. Northwest. That's the direction of Luoyang County. Just today, the Li Wangfu painter has drawn the portrait of the chaotic traitor Lu Chenxian and posted it widely within the county city, offering a reward of 100 top-grade Xian stones and ordering the county city forces to launch an endless pursuit of Lu Chenxian. And within Yongning County, the defensive military formation that possessed a Thousand Ox crossbow was definitely one of the strongest forces. Responsible for forging these Thousand Ox crossbows is the Ministry of War Divine Mechanism Battalion, with the Empty Realm Refining Masters, with 1,000 years of Xian Iron and Ironing Yuan Mother, plus the 5th Order Demonic Beast Red Training Jiao Spine Jiao Tendons, a total of only forged more than 100. As the personal nephew of the current saint, King Li had spent countless hours of effort to beg for 5,000 ox crossbow chariots from the Divine Mechanics Battalion, hitched to the bow arrows forged by Yuan Mu Taiying, which could easily shoot down martial arts powerhouses at the peak of the imperial air. If one were to be attacked by 3 crossbows and arrows at the same time, even a martial arts realist at the spiritual platform realm could be seriously injured and fall. General 1. A slim monk in a robe looked at the Thousand Ox crossbow carriage on the city's head and laughed lightly. But it's just to deal with the district's Lu Chenxian, and you've even invited this thing out? The poor monk came here for the reward. If General Wan killed Lu Chenxian, wouldn't it be a wasted trip for the poor monk? Beside the monk, there were also 2 old beggars in rags, a man and a woman, who looked to be around 60 years old, but in reality, they were both air-rocketing powerhouses with lifespans of 1,000 years or more. The reward of 100 top-grade Xian sure offered by the Li royal family was definitely not a small temptation for them. Although Wan Changkuan was the town general, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the Yuan fetus, while the monk and the beggar woman were both martial arts powerhouses of the great circle of the imperial air. The monk's name is Zhixio. His skin is extremely pale, while the old beggar and the old beggar woman have dark skin color. Their mouths are missing a few incisors, and their smiles are snorting and leaking. Master Zhixio, you are not far away from the realm of the spiritual stage, are you? At our point, we need a maximum of 30 top-grade Xian stones to open up the spiritual platform, comprehend the rules of the heavens and earth, and become a true martial arts realist. So many Xian stones, you can't eat them yourself. Why don't the 3 of us join forces and split the Xian stones equally after we finish Lu Chenxian? The 3 joined forces and it was foolproof. There is an old saying among martial artists: monks, women, children, disabilities and monstrous beggars provoke one of its death quickly, meaning that monks, Taoist priests, women, young children, people with disabilities, or beggars begging along the street, so dressed up. If the practice of martial arts, the strength of the often extremely horrible. As for Monk Zhixio and this beggar couple, they were renowned amongst the scattered cultivators of the martial arts path, each of them possessing very terrifying and deadly killing moves, and even many of the first-rate sects had recruited them vigorously. Joining forces, good. Monk Zhixio nodded slightly and recited Ba Buddha under his breath before turning his head to the northwest with a flash of Buddhist light in his eyes. 2 of you, Lu Chenxian has arrived. Rumble. The air roared. In the northwestern sky, a green-shirted silhouette broke through the air, and behind him, the Thunder Rock's wings flickered with electricity, and his figure almost transformed into a shadow. Such a speed was definitely no less than that of an imperial air power. Lu Chenxian. Above the Yongning County city head, the 3 major sky-surrounding realms rose up in the air and confronted Lu Chenxian across the sky. Monk Zhixio put his hands together, his body bathed in Buddha's light, and spoke with a smile. This path leads to ultimate happiness. Since you have arrived, let the poor monk give you a ride to meet Buddha in the western heaven. Chapter 136, The Might of the 9 Suns. Monks, beggars. In the sky above the city, Lu Chenxian's feathered wings vibrated, and the unsheathed wooden sword that hadn't been used for a long time slowly surfaced in his palm. A day ago, he consecutively annihilated the 3 major sects and devoured all of their spiritual rhythms. However, the Luanjia Jade Pavilion, South Mountain Sect, but only 1 Yuan fetus Taishang Elder. For the Lu Chenxian at this moment, the increase in strength was almost negligible. As for the top management of the Haoyang sect, all of them had already been decapitated outside of Luoyang County, and the remnants were just some lower generation disciples, with the same minimal amount of spirit rhythms. All of these devoured spiritual rhythms fused with the wooden sword in his hand, and the quality of this sword had already surpassed that of an earth-grade high-grade spiritual artifact, and was only 1 step away from a heaven-grade low-grade. Where's your 5 elements puppet? Monk Zhixio wore a smile on his face, and behind him, Buddha's light swirled, and a Buddha's silhouette that was 100 feet tall emerged. Lu Chenxian, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? Let the poor monk learn the power of the 5 elements puppet, and see if the poor monk, the great mighty Buddha, can defeat your 5 elements secret technique. The mighty Buddha, with his amazing battle prowess. There are countless secret methods of martial arts,
although the name of Buddhist cultivation. In fact, the same belongs to a kind of martial arts cultivation, with their own power of divine idea, the power of essence and blood, the power of the body, the three into one, cohesion of this powerful Buddha Dharma body. The secret technique grade, it definitely reached the high grade of the earth grade. Such a secret method, even for the Haoyang sect that had just been destroyed, only the Haoyang Grand Formation could barely match it. In terms of power, the strength of this great mighty Buddha was definitely no less than that of a martial realist below the third level of the spiritual platform. Master Jishio, since you're going to take on Lu Chenxian, how can you forget about us? The old beggar and the old beggar woman, with the same wry smile on their faces. The former grasped a broken celadon bowl in his left hand, and pinched a jade spoon with a tattered edge in his right hand, while the latter held a mottled and faded dark green bamboo staff in his hand, which looked like a begging stick that was specially used to beat up dogs when begging. Jade spoon struck the broken bowl, issued a burst of crisp impact sound. The city above the thunder gusts. Obviously this old beggar's unique means. 5 elements puppets. Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless, and he didn't summon out the 5 elements puppet. Using the 5 elements puppet to deal with them was certainly handy. However, he had just ascended to the 9 Yang realm. Exterminating the disciples of the 3 sects was just too easy, and it was just the right time to test the knife on the 3 of them today. Let's see just how powerful this 9 Yang realm, the only one in all realms since the beginning of time, can actually be utilized. 2 old friends, don't nag him. Monk Shishio mouthed the Buddha's name, and the Buddha's light under his eyes abruptly shook. Take a shot. Dang 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 dang. The old beggar did not hesitate. The hands of the jade spoon struck sharply. The celadon broken bowl slightly trembled, issued an incomparably sharp crisp sound. The sky above the shocking thunder dense, a channel of dark green lightning quickly cohesion, forming a dragon general dark green arc, thick as a bucket. Next to her, the old beggar woman wielded her bamboo staff and charged at Lu Chenxian. The surface of the bamboo staff was interwoven with secret patterns, and a current-like spatial ripples surfaced within a radius of 1,000 feet, desperately blocking Lu Chenxuan's movements. Then there's Monk Jisu's Dawai Buddha, 100 feet high Buddha's shadow, 3 heads and 6 arms, each face covered with compassion, 6 palms either holding a precious pestle, or pinching a golden calabash, or 5 fingers flicking a flower, or holding a vase. Didn't come close to Lu Chenxian, but rather smashed down through the air, blasting out a radiant and dazzling piece of vast Buddha's light. The 3 great air-attacking powerhouses, their means came out in unison, dark green thunder and lightning dragon teeth and claws running down. The old beggar woman's bamboo staff broke the sky Buddha light magnificent and vast, while Lu Chenxuan's direction completely shrouded. With such might, even a 4th-level spiritual platform martial arts realist would have to fall on the spot. Even a pearl of rice emits light? Lu Chenxian opened his mouth indifferently, and his figure shook slightly. Whoosh! 9 suns in the sky. 9 blazing and magnificent Yuan Shen Yangdan rose from the top of Lu Chenxuan's head, as if they contained the supreme will to disregard everything, overlooking the multitudes. Buzz! The heavens and the earth chirped and trembled. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the rules of heaven and earth of the Xiantian continent seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and time, space, all of them fell into a momentary standstill. The old beggar's dark green thunder dragon, the bamboo staff in the old beggar woman's hand, and Monk Shishio's great mighty Buddha's light were clearly close to Lu Chenxian, but they could no longer advance an inch, and under the suppression of the 9 suns Yuan Shen, they completely lost the power they should have. The only one unaffected was Lu Chenxian himself. The thunder rock's wings on his back gently vibrated as he swept past the old beggar woman. A sword lords. The old beggar woman's neck, which was easily severed by the unsheathed wooden sword, didn't have a head on the ground, didn't even shed blood, and remained in a bizarrely still state. As for Lu Chenxian, as if he was walking idly, he first beheaded the old beggar woman, then killed the old beggar, and finally flew in front of Monk Jishio, and with his hand on his sword, he similarly severed his neck. Buzz! The rules of the heavens and earth that had been temporarily shielded by the 9 Yuan Shen Yangdan finally launched a counterattack, as if, the will of the Xiantian continent, sensing the fatal threat of the Yuan Shen Yangdan, the will of heaven and earth descended blatantly, crazily rejecting Lu Chenxian's martial will. This was a backlash from the power of heaven and earth, which did not allow the existence of transcendent rules. It's a move that you can do without or try not to use. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. The 9 Yuan Shen Yangdan illusory disappeared. The static flow of time instantly returned to normal, and the air that had stopped flowing transformed into a gust of breeze that blew past Lu Chenxian. However, while the rules could be restored, it was impossible for the 3 imperial air powerhouses to come back from the dead. In mid-air, 3 headless corpses fell down powerlessly, their incomparably hard imperious bodies smashing the ground with dust, and at this time, a steaming column of blood spewed out from the location of their broken necks at the same time. Dead? Dead? What just happened? Shouldn't the one who died be Lu Chenxian? Above the Yongning County city head, the town general Wan Chengkuan, 3,000 soldiers and soldiers guarding the city, all looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, and simply could not believe their eyes. When the 9 suns were in the air, not only spatial time, but even their consciousness stopped spinning, their thoughts still stuck in the moment when the 3 great sky immortal powerhouses struck. In their opinion, with the 3 great powerhouses joining forces, Lu Chenxian would inevitably die on the spot. However, Lu Chenxian was floating in midair with good intentions, and only his position had changed, appearing at the place where Master Jishio had previously been. On the contrary, the 3 sky sentinel powers actually landed on their heads and all of them fell. Next, it's your turn. The spirit chance of the 3 powerful men would not be lost with their deaths in a short period of time. Lu Chenxian wasn't in a hurry to devour it, but indifferently gazed at the 1,000-ox crossbow above the city. 5,000 bull crossbows? Very good. Releasing the crossbow just so I can feel if my current physique can block the power of the 1,000-ox crossbow. Chapter 137. A 1,000-ox crossbow is hard to injure. He going to try the power of a 1,000-oxen crossbow? No blinking, no dodging, no fending off. Above the city's head, Wan Chengkuan and the 3,000 soldiers guarding the city were first slightly stunned, with identical odd expressions appearing on their faces almost simultaneously. Lu Chenxian shouldn't be crazy, right? Each 1,000-ox crossbow could fire 10 crossbows at the same time. 3 crossbows would be enough to shatter an Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, and 10 crossbows could even blast cracks out of an Earth-grade middle-grade spiritual artifact. If 30 crossbow arrows struck the target at the same time, even a super expert at the 7th level of the spiritual platform realm would surely fall on the spot if he didn't activate his protective spirit weapon. Only, the spiritual platform real person's divine soul was solid. Even if the physical body fell, the divine soul could still be seized, and the power of the 1,000-ox crossbow was not enough to decimate the divine soul. However, Lu Chenxian was no spiritual platform realist, and 30 crossbow arrows fired in unison could definitely completely tear him to pieces. All generals obey. After a short hesitation, Wan Chengkuan's face sank, and he shouted lowly in a vertical voice, 1,000-ox crossbows raise the strings, and the bowstrings are all drawn full. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000 soldiers defending the city, divided into 5 squads, gathering chi cultivation as one, forming a thick noose visible to the naked eye, pulling the winch mechanism of the 1,000-ox crossbow, slowly pulling the crossbow bowstring forged by the red training auger tendons to full. The power of 1,000 oxen. This crossbow chariot, named the 1,000-ox crossbow, is by no means an exaggeration. If it is the ordinary people's home captive farming oxen, at least 1,000, in order to pull one of the bowstring, and it is very strenuous, to pull the bowstrings of all 5 arrow carriages to full capacity, the 3,000 chi-gathering soldiers also had to go all out, and this was still with the help of the power of the winch. It was conceivable that once the crossbow was reflected, it would inevitably possess an extremely terrifying destructive power, and was the Zhongxian court's true military weapon of mass destruction. Squeaky, squeaky. After a full tea time, 5,000 ox crossbows with 30 bowstrings were finally fully drawn, and 3,000 soldiers were exhausted and drenched in sweat. It's ready! In the face of this kind of super-killing weapon, even Lu Chenxian was somewhat moved by it. Standing in mid-air, his eyes flickering with refined light, chaotic heaven-swallowing skill, devouring everything and absorbing everything, although he didn't deliberately cultivate any body-refining method. However, this specific spirit of his own now was by no means inferior to this unsheathed wooden sword in his hand. 30,000 ox crossbow arrows. If one could withstand it and come down, then, with one's current strength, even if one were to face a true spiritual platform realist, one would be able to steadily stand undefeated. This general is ordered by King Li to kill the rebels and traitors, and it is my duty to do so. At the head of Yongning County City, Wan Chengkuan hung a steel sword at his waist, staring deathly at Lu Chenxian in the air, and let out a furious roar from his mouth. Lu Chenxian, you originally had a chance to escape, but now you're the one who's asking for your own death. Release the arrows. Thumbs up. The air rips. The 5 guarding soldiers' faces were ferocious as they simultaneously released the arrow carriage's mechanism bracket. The 5,000 ox crossbows vibrated violently, and the auger bowstring suddenly tensed up from its full moon state, erupting a ripple of air visible to the naked eye in the air as if it were a shockwave, blasting down a large number of the surrounding soldiers, and the 30 crossbow arrows on top of the crossbow carriage. After the secret pattern of the arrow body was increased, the arrows of the bow forged by the Iron Ing Yuan Mother flashed with a scalp-numbing ghostly cold light, leaving an extremely blurred track of nothingness in the air. It instantly blasted in front of Lu Chenxian with a destructive momentum. Good coming! Lu Chenxian let out a low shout. His muscles tensed up, and indeed, he did not make any evasive maneuvers. Using his own chest, colliding head-on with 30 crossbow arrows. Boom! The loud noise was shocking. In mid-air, Lu Chenxian was pushed against his chest by 30 crossbow arrows, like a meteor breaking through the sky, retreating more than 1,000 feet in an instant, and a turbulent white wave of air erupted from his chest, blasting out a zone of nothingness around him. Within the chest cavity, there was even a faint sound of a tiny rupture. In particular, at the corner of Lu Chenxuan's mouth, a trace of blood was hidden. Obviously the internal organs were shaken, and blood was spilling out directly from his mouth. But the injuries caused by the 1,000-ox crossbow arrow had only reached this level, and it wouldn't take more than 2 breaths to completely recover. Thousands of feet in the air, Lu Chenxian breathed heavily, his eyes flashing with a strong color of excitement. After cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, this specific prana that was contained in it really did not let himself down. At just the 3rd stage of the martial path, the 9-yang realm, the strength of the physical body already exceeded the normal 9th level of the spiritual platform realm. Such strength, such a gong method, was truly heaven-defying. He actually didn't die? No, it's not that it's not dead, it's that it's not dead at all. Impossible. How could there be such a freak in the world? He withstood the bombardment of 30,000 ox crossbow arrows. Above the city's head, the crowd's gazes were stagnant, and the sea of consciousness had even lost the ability to think. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe the scene in front of them, and even wondered if their eyes were misreading it. Lu Chenxian, was he the reincarnation of a Buddhist Vajra, or had he practiced the world's invincible body refining method? But even those Holy Land sects in the legends couldn't possibly possess such a secret method of body refining. A strong body that even a 1,000-ox crossbow couldn't break through, unless a spiritual platform realist made a move. Who could hurt him? King Knight, what kind of being has been invoked to be able to make me injured? The power of the 1,000-ox crossbow is very good. Lu Chenxuan's wings shook as he flew back over the city, looking down at Wan Changkuan and the 3,000 soldiers with a rich smile on his face. As a reward, you guys cannot die today. Now disarm and return to the field. Stop working for King Knight and be an ordinary man. Can't die. Wan Changkuan's face was complicated, and the 3,000 soldiers bowed their heads, no longer able to raise any fighting spirit. You're working for Lord Li? Even the 1,000-ox crossbow couldn't help Lu Chenxian, so what use could they, the chi-gathering soldiers, put it to? However, the Tsangshuan court's laws are strict, and desertion is punishable by death according to the law. What's the difference between dying at the hands of Lu Chenxian and dying under the law? Lu Chenxian, a low and majestic old man's voice slowly came from within Yongning County City. Why make things difficult for these ordinary soldiers? My old husband, Kong Lian, is a member of the Kong family, so I hope that Mr. Lu will sell his face and leave the Yongning County City at this point, and not to antagonize Prince Li again. On Prince Li's side, I will also intervene to persuade him to withdraw the reward and stop chasing after Mr. Lu. What does Mr. Lu think? The Kongs? Above the city's head, Wan Changkuan and the 3,000 soldiers looked revitalized, as if they had survived a robbery, and were filled with celebration. Lu Chenxian was indeed very strong, far beyond their ability to resist. However, since the Kong family had already stepped in, it was pointless for Lu Chenxian to be any stronger. The Kong family, even the current Song Xian Holy Emperor, had to be courteous to them. Chapter 138, False Benevolence and False Justice. You're using the name of the Kong family to pressure me? In mid-air, the bottom of Lu Chenxuan's eyes flickered with purple and gold light as he looked from afar at a Confucian-robed old man above the long street of Yongning County City. I would like to ask, what is your Kong family counted as? Wow! Lu Chenxuan's voice was not very loud. However, it directly resounded throughout the entire county. The soldiers at the head of the city, the people in the city, and even the several offerings within the Li Wang mansion were all filled with shock. Lu Chenxian actually dared to provoke the Kong family? You should know that the Kong family is the descendants of saints. It is said that, at the beginning of the birth of the Xian Tian continent, human beings eat blood, almost no different from the demonic beasts, until the Confucius family saints came out, teaching human beings, only gradually appeared in the dynastic succession, appeared civil and military officials, appeared in the civilization of the human race, is respected as the teacher of the human race. Moreover, this Kong family saint's martial arts talent was extremely amazing, and at less than 100 years of age, he shattered the void and ascended to a higher realm. For tens of thousands of years, although the Kong clan was unable to get in touch with this sage ancestor, however, before this sage ascended, he left behind a treasure of edification for his descendants, the Book of the Holy Word. This book records the life and learning of this Confucian sage, possessing the great merit of teaching and educating the human race, and even resulting in the birth of a unique school of martial arts called the Confucian sect. The world's readers All respect the Kong family as their teacher. Even the imperial teacher of the current Sichuan Empire's saint also came from the Kong family. Such a strong family, in the mouth of Lu Qinxian, actually counts for something. He was not only defying the Kong family, but also defying the world's readers. Lu Qinxian, you're reckless. Without waiting for the old man of the Kong family to speak, the people of the city were already filled with righteous indignation, especially the scholars on the long street, who let loose their voices and shouted angrily, "Literati and scholars of the world, who dares to show disrespect to the Kong family? To disrespect the Kong family is to disrespect the imperial teacher, the court, and the world. Do you want to make an enemy of the court, of all the readers in the whole world?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 martial figures, flying high in the sky from outside the county city, stared coldly at Lu Qinxian and said in a chilling voice, "Lu Qinxian, one must not be too arrogant. Even if you're invincible, how can you stop the long-winded mouths of the world's readers? In the history of the Xian-Tian continent, there will inevitably be a colorful entry for you, an entry that is definitely not something to write home about." Boom, boom, boom. Above the long street, those groups of excited readers, holding rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves. There are people from the side of the road casually pick up a few pieces of debris. There are also people copied along the street iron store door placed iron. Even groups of people to the direction of the city gates darted to the direction of the city, obviously want a Lu Qinxian shot. They are not martial arts practitioners, but just weak and unarmed scholars. Lu Qinxian, the wrath of the crowd is hard to bear. In the center of the long street, this Confucian-robed old man from the Kong clan gazed at Lu Qinxian with an expressionless face. Saints cannot be insulted, and the Kong clan cannot be offended. The old man spoke kindly to you, and you actually maligned him, even if the old man is magnanimous. These readers will not agree. You want to reason with me? Lu Qinxian stood in midair and suddenly laughed in a low voice. I killed my way up to Yongning County, killed the 3 major empty realms in a single move, and withstood 30,000 ox crossbow arrows unharmed. Prince Li is very flustered, isn't he? If it was Prince Knight who had the steady upper hand, may I ask, would your Kong family still step in and ask Prince Knight King to revoke the bounty and let me live? A saint's son may not speak falsely. Old thing, do you dare to tell the truth? The Confucian-robed old man's face changed, and his lips moved slightly, but he stiffly failed to spit out half a word. Of course he wouldn't dare. The collusion between Prince Li and the Haoyang sect in an attempt to snatch the heavenly spiritual instrument from Lu Qinxuan's hands was of course impossible for ordinary people to know. But how could it be hidden from the eyes of the Kong family? What's more, the Xian-Tian continent is respected by martial arts. Prince Li can rely on the royal power to oppress Lu Qinxian. Why can't Lu Qinxian use his own force to retaliate against Prince Li? A prince who commits a crime is as guilty as the common people. Even Saint Song Xian could not ignore the law and act recklessly. Coercing me with readers? Simply stupid. Lu Qinxian let out a cold laugh and slowly raised the 5 fingers of his right hand. Let these so-called readers see the true face of your Kong family. One of the 3 self-created martial arts, the Great Luo Illusory Dream Poem. Above the long street of Yongning County City, a large group of readers stiffened, their gazes instantly bewildered, while the Confucian-robed old man's jaw dropped, his brow releasing an illusory projection of exactly what he had experienced not long ago. In the middle of the projection, a building was opulent and magnificent, and it was none other than the Night King's residence. In the main hall of the mansion, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe was arching his hand at this Confucian-robed old man, asking him to intervene to stop Lu Qinxian with a generous gift of 50 top-grade Xian stones. This middle-aged man was none other than the current Song Xian Saint's own nephew, Prince Knight. Although the Confucian-robed old man knew the cause of the whole thing, he didn't refuse Prince Li's invitation and received a pitch-black ring from the latter's hands before walking out of the royal residence and onto the long street, requesting Lu Qinxian to leave Yongning County in the name of the Kong clan. Above the long street, a large group of readers woke up as if in a dream, turning their heads to look at the Confucian-robed old man, full of unbelief. Was what you just saw real? The images that suddenly surfaced, and the voices in the images, were as if they were real, definitely not created out of thin air. Lu Qinxian, what tactics did he use? What's more, this Confucian-robed old man from the Confucian family is actually a hypocrite who is false benevolence and false righteousness. You've all seen it. Lu Qinxian stood in midair, his gaze sweeping all the readers, a low cry escaping his mouth. Now tell me, what saints do you honor and what books do you read? What is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue? Repaying kindness, with straightness. Prince Li bullied me with his power. I'm returning the favor with my sword today. What's wrong with that? Returning virtue for virtue. The voice was deafening, like a burst of thunder, exploding in the depths of this group of readers' minds. Even the 3 imperial air powerhouses that had just arrived had a blush appear on their faces. Although they respected the Kong family, they had never imagined that after being saints, This Confucian-robed old man's heart would be so despicable. Lu Chenxian, you believe in what you say and dare to maliciously slander the old man. The Confucian-robed old man was infuriated and shouted harshly under his breath. Don't believe him. Just now it was an illusionary secret technique that he performed. Don't be fooled by him. I have blood as proof. There is absolutely no collusion with Prince Li. It's clearly Lu Chenxian who defied the imperial power and the law of the imperial court, and wanted to drive the Yongning County town guards to extinction. The crowd was full of hesitation, turning their heads to look at Lu Chenxian and then at the Confucian-robed old man, obviously having difficulty in judging the authenticity of those images just now. Could it be that, just as this old man said, those were all secret techniques performed by Lu Chenxian? Upside down? Ha! Lu Chenxian stretched out his right hand and shook it in the air at the Confucian-robed old man, a cold laugh escaping his mouth. If those images are fake, then what explanation do you have for this thing? Chapter 139 The Book of the Holy Word. Swish! As Lu Chenxian reached out in the air, the Confucian-robed old man didn't make the slightest reaction at all, and the lapel of his Confucian robe was suddenly lifted, and a black and delicate compact ring floated out from under the lapel. It was the 50 top-grade xianshi that Prince Knight had given him in the earlier image. That's Space Nerf. Above the long street, hundreds of readers, although not practicing martial arts, could tell with a single glance that this pitch-black ring was none other than a valuable spatial nanoring, which possessed an independent space that could hold an unimaginably large amount of items. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what is the use of this Confucian-robed old man even if he is sophomoric? How dare he say blood is proof? He hasn't even shed a drop of blood so far. Messy. Being humiliated by Lu Chenxian in front of his face, the Confucian-robed old man was humiliated and angry. But unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was not strong, so he was angry and cursed angrily. Lu Chenxian, even if your tongue blooms like a lotus flower, you can't change the fact that you disobeyed the imperial authority. Prince Li is the person, nephew of the current saint. If you dare to strike at the prince, you are defying the saint, the court, and the world's readers. If it had been just a moment ago, this rhetoric might have had a few effects. However, right now, the readers on the long street, all of their faces were red with rage as they glared at this Confucian-robed old man. It was not true that they were readers, but they were not fools to be fooled. The behavior of the Confucian-robed old man was not worthy of the identity of the son of a saint. Many mouths to feed, many ruins to destroy. Lu Chenxian's face was indifferent as he coldly forced himself to look at the Confucian-robed old man. You want to use the mouths of the world's readers to insult my reputation? Though I am not afraid, I will not suffer the indignity. If you want to pin my bones, I will see how hard your bones are. Swish! As the words fell, the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand steeply shook, and a purple and gold sword light broke through the air, instantly chopping in front of the Confucian-robed old man's forehead. Just for a moment, word of the saints, an incomparably loud and clear voice suddenly resounded in the sky above Yongning County City. No weapons are allowed here. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, and the laws retreated. Under this voice, the purple golden sword light that Lu Chenxian had chopped out actually dissipated instantly. Not even a single hair of the Confucian-robed old man was injured. As for the northern part of the county, a volatile golden light was slowly flying, and the shadow of an extremely ancient book was floating in the air. And the owner of the voice was a middle-aged Confucian with a green scarf on his head, holding an ivory plate in his left hand and his right hand behind him upside down. He looked graceful and so scholarly. The Book of Sacred Words, the treasure of indoctrination of the sages of the Confucius family. The Book of Sacred Words. At this moment, no matter if it was the guards at the top of the city, or the three air-vaulting powerhouses and the readers on the street, all of them bowed and saluted from afar, their faces incomparably respectful as they looked at the ancient book's silhouette in the air, the treasure of the saints. Although the Confucius sage has long since ascended to the heavens, however, his efforts to educate the human race deserve to be praised by all the people. As long as one possessed this ancient book, even if one's martial cultivation level was only at the chi-gathering realm, one could still exert the power of the holy word, and flying through the air was not a concern. This treasure left behind by a saint, the book formed its own rules and had already been recognized by the will of heaven and earth on the Xiantian continent. Mr. Lu, the middle-aged Confucian's face was calm. His feet stepped on the Book of Sacred Words, and slowly flew to 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, and spoke softly. My name is Kong Lian. I am honored by your majesty's love, and inheriting my ancestors' holy name, I am the diffractive sage duke of the Kong family of the 608th generation. Seeing my district's thin face, please be merciful, Mr. Lu, as my Kong family's people have made mistakes, they should be dealt with by the Kong family itself. Yan Sheng Gong, although this title does not have real power, however, in the Songxian dynastic status is incomparably amazing. Known as the first grade above, the head of the civil officials, can see the king does not kneel, enjoys the supreme licensed royal power. The status of the current emperor's imperial teacher is naturally incomparably honored. However, in front of this diffractive sage duke, he must likewise be a little inferior. What's more, the contemporary diffractive sage duke, Kong Lian, with a martial arts talent that could be described as once in 10,000 years, at only 35 years old, he had already reached the great circle of empty sky, and coupled with the infinite power of the Book of Sacred Words, he was sufficient to defend himself even when faced with a martial arts real person at the peak of the spirit stage. Within the Sanchuan Empire, the three words diffractive sagegong were almost synonymous with invincibility. You want me to show mercy? Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and laughed in a low voice under his breath. What if I don't agree? Kong Lian frowned lightly before speaking softly. You kill the people of the Kong family, and then the Kong family comes back to kill you. When will injustice end? Besides, since I have arrived, I'm afraid that Mr. Lu won't be able to kill anyone from my Kong family. Yeah? Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as the 9 yuan Shenyang Dan in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, and his supreme will radiated steeply. Buzz, the heavens and the earth tremble. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the rule restriction of no martial arts instantly dissipated, and above Lu Chen's Xuanmu sword, a purple and gold sword light burst out again, as if ignoring space, and directly swept past the Confucian-robed old man's neck. Blood spurted and heads fell to the ground. Under the protection of the rules of the Book of Sacred Words, the Confucian-robed old man was easily killed under Kong Lian's eyes. Kong Lian's face changed, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. The Book of Sacred Words was a self-contained rule, and actually, it was cracked by Lu Chenxian? How is this possible? It should be known that the Kong family saint ancestor, although not a martial arts saint, but rather the Xiantian continent 10,000 people honored. But, the Kong family enjoys the incense of the 10,000 people, which can be considered as a great merit. Once the rules are cast, unless it is a life and death realm martial arts honored one who is about to ascend to the upper realm, it is absolutely impossible to break it. Lu Chenxian is a venerable lord of life and death? He didn't believe it to death. The Book of Holy Words? Nothing more than that. Lu Chenxian's wooden sword shook as he looked at Kong Lian indifferently. I kill the people of the Kong family, and the Kong family will come back to kill me again. There is no end to the grievances. If I kill all the people of the Kong clan, this grudge, will it be completely over? Kong Lian's body shook, and anger flickered in his eyes. He was the great perfection of the realm of emptiness, and in his hands, he held the Book of Sacred Words, so he could be called invincible in the realm of emptiness. However, even he was not fully confident that he could receive Lu Chenxuan's sword just now. This man is not to be trifled with. Lu Chenxian. Kong Lian forced down his anger and spoke in a chilling voice. Today's matter, the Kong family will definitely not stop. I will report to the court and ask His Holiness to make a decision himself. As for Prince Knight, before the words fell, the golden light of the Book of Sacred Words blossomed under his feet, and as if it was an instantaneous movement, his body shape quickly vaporized. This place is not to be stayed for long. Lu Chenxuan's killing intent was too heavy and his methods were too ruthless. If he delayed for a moment longer, he, the diffractive sage duke, was even in danger of falling. Bereaved, Lu Chenxian looked at the location where Kong Lian had disappeared and shook his head with a cold smile before his mind urged him on. The 50 top-grade Xian stones that he had just obtained, as well as the monk Jishio that he had killed earlier, and the residual spirit chimes of the old beggar woman. Devouring. Chapter 140 King Knight's Cards. Within Lu Chenxuan's Dantian, the devouring vortex slowly rotated. Below the Yongning County city wall, the headless corpses of monk Jishio and old beggar, a spiritual rhythmic breath tore out and flew into the devouring vortex. The old beggar's broken bowl and jade spoon, as well as the bamboo staff in the old beggar woman's hand, all of them had become a spiritless scrap, no longer having any semblance of value. There were also the 50 top-grade Xian stones that had just been obtained. The aura contained in the Xian stone was extremely pure. However, Lu Chenxuan's demand for spiritual chimes was incomparably huge as he promoted to the Nine Yang realm, and after devouring so much spiritual chimes and Xian stone aura, he had only slightly refined a tiny bit in the Nine Yang first-level realm. After the Nine Yangs comes the Yuan fetus realm. Even at this moment, Lu Chenxian was unable to predict whether certain unimaginable changes would still occur after his promotion to the Yuan fetus realm. As of now, the 9 Yuan Shen Yang Dan are gradually metamorphosing. Until the 9 Yangs unite and achieve a perfect Yuan Shen, the Yuan fetus will be conceived within the Dantian. This is an important stage in the enhancement of the strength of the physical body, and is also the cornerstone of the path of martial arts. Only by stepping into the Yuan fetus realm will one be considered to be truly on the road to rise to prominence. Mr. Lu, in the midair in front of us, the 3 imperial air martial artists who had arrived earlier, their faces blanched slightly. We have no malicious intent, but we are just being righteous and straightforward. Having been hoodwinked by the people of the Kong clan earlier, I've come to my senses now, so please be merciful, Mr. Lu. After saying that, they all bowed and clasped their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. In a life and death situation, if you don't want to beg for mercy, you have to die. Although the bounty issued by Princely was tantalizing, even if the treasure was good, one must have the life to enjoy it. Lu Chenxian was even able to crack the Book of Sacred Words, so how difficult would it be to deal with a mere 3 empty realms? If you take the initiative to beg for forgiveness now, you might still have a chance of survival. Get out! Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort, no longer paying attention to these 3 people. Behind the back of the Thunder Rock wings stretched out and swept away in the direction of the Night King's mansion. King Knight, it's time to settle the score between us once and for all. In the center of Yongning County City, the Night King's mansion. In the main hall of the mansion, Princely was wearing a python robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with an 8-dragon golden seal on his knee, the surface of which had a hidden golden light, which contained 8 golden dragon's shadows, flying up and down in the golden light. Your Majesty, an imperial air offering, slowly walked to the front of Princely, spoke in a low voice. Diffractive Saint Gong escaped from the battlefield. Lu Chenxian will soon be killed to the royal residence. Subordinates have nothing to do. Princely opened his eyes, his face calm as usual. In fact, there was a lot of remorse in the mind. Just 3 days ago, how could he, the titular king, put Lu Chenxian in his eyes? Strength again, is only a district Yuandan realm, Haoyang sect or Li Wangfu also, anyone of the royal sky realm, can easily kill him. The hands of the heavenly spiritual weapon for himself. Who would have thought that Lu Chenxian had no so-called heavenly spiritual weapons in his hands at all, and his strength, even more so, had reached a mind-boggling point, actually crossing the 2 realms of the 3 Yangs and the Yuan fetus, uprooting the entire Haoyang sect up and down the line, and even Monk Zhuxiu and Beggar had all fallen. Although Lu Chenxian is strong, he is not unbeatable. Princely sighed softly, slowly stroking the 8-dragon golden seal, and whispered, "Get ready. It's time to show our bottom card." Swish, this imperial air provider was shaken, obviously somewhat incredulous, and after a short period of shock, he finally nodded and turned around to quickly walk out. The Night King's house's bottom card. Ever since the 6 kings seized the throne and the Grand Prince fell to a tragic death, Princely had held back for many years, never giving up on the Zongxian throne. This time, grabbing a heavenly grade spiritual armament was also precisely to add leverage to his grand plan of plotting rebellion. It was a pity that Lu Chenxian's strength was far beyond Prince Li's imagination, and instead of having a heavenly spiritual weapon, he had lost 3 martial arts offerings and the power of the Haoyang sect, and the real undercard of the Night King's house would only be unveiled when it was time to plot against the dynasty and usurp the throne, and that was a true superb killing weapon, even if it was the state master beside Saint Zongxian, the imperial master, plus the martial arts offerings within the imperial court. Even if all of the martial arts powerhouses all joined forces, Princely had complete certainty that he would be able to kill them all. Your Majesty, the Mekong offering went and returned, holding a childless corpse in his arms, and gently placed it in front of the Night King. The little king has fallen asleep. Little king. Princely looked at his son's corpse. A flash of pain in his eyes fleetingly disappeared. It's an inaccessible part inside the undercard. Only his direct bloodline can withstand the power of the bottom card. That is above the supreme power of the realm of the sky, is the biggest rely on his usurpation of the throne of the dynasty. Report! An incomparably panicked shout came from far away from the garden of the royal mansion. Lu Chenxian has already entered the Yongning County city, and is still 3 blocks away from the royal mansion. Report! 2 more blocks. Here we go. Lord Li took a deep breath and placed the 8-dragon golden seal on top of his son's corpse before taking a big step and walking out of the main hall with the Mekong provider, tilting his head up to look towards the sky. Whoosh! Extremely high in the sky, a feathered silhouette broke through the air and slowly came to a stop over the royal residence. Lu Chenxian, condescendingly looking down at Prince Knight, the essence of his eyes flickered. You're finally here. With a lofty demeanor, Princely tilted his head to lock eyes with Lu Chenxian, his gaze not without appreciation. Your strength is something that this king greatly admires, although I know it's unlikely. However, the king still wants to try. If this king apologizes to you now, can you and I both turn our differences into peace? Instead of fighting to the death, it's better to shake hands and make peace. It's better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. You should understand this. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. With a shake of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword emerged from his palm. Glancing downwards towards the main hall of the royal residence, his gaze narrowed slightly. Is it too late to talk about this now? If you're ready, why do you need to pretend? Princely raised an eyebrow before he was dumbfounded. Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from him. In order to seek self-preservation,
he did not hesitate to kill his own youngest son and unleash his bottom card with the bloodline of his closest relatives, and the price had already been paid. So how would he stop so easily? Even if Lu Qinxian was willing to quell the troubles, the dead little prince would not be able to come back to life. This hatred has long been unshared. To be able to die for a great cause, he is considered loyal and filial. Prince Li sighed, then turned to face the main hall of the royal residence, bowing and arching his hand. His face incomparably respectful. Child respectfully invites father to return to his throne. Woo! The wind is howling. Obviously it is midday. The sky is suddenly gloomy. An incomparably cold and bizarre breath from within the main hall of the royal residence rises up. The main hall roof steeply broken. The young prince's just dead body actually floats up in the air. Behind the back of the hidden stood a great figure wearing a dragon robe. It was the grand prince who had been defeated and killed in the Six Kings battle for the throne back then, and the current Song Xian Saint's own brother. Yuan Yu. Chapter 141. Woe to Yangning County. Night. In the sky above the main hall of the Li King's mansion, Yuan Yu's figure was blurred and uncertain. His voice hoarse and gloomy. It's too early to wake up this king. Why are you so hasty? Could it be for this man? As he spoke, his two morose white eyeballs slowly rotated, his gaze fixed dead on Lu Qinxian, the body of a disgruntled soul. Lu Qinxian's eyes narrowed into a thin slit as he and Yuan Yu confronted each other across the air, his unsheathed wooden sword in his hand gripping tighter and tighter. Grievous souls are an extremely special existence in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Before a martial artist dies, if his or her grievances are so great that by chance, the soul does not enter the wheel of reincarnation, but becomes a lone soul and a wild ghost, coming out day and night to wreak havoc on the earth. If this lone spirit, practicing some weird secret method, even the scorching sun in the sky cannot cause any harm to it, and it can even condense the body of the grudge soul, and as long as the grudge is not dispersed, it can be immortal and live forever in the world. What's even more terrifying is that the grieving souls can absorb the grudges of other dead people and constantly strengthen themselves, with almost never-ending strength. In the former Green Sky Immortal Domain, after the battlefield is conquered and killed, the battlefield must be thoroughly cleaned up to make sure that no residual souls remain. Otherwise, once the battlefield resentful souls appear, absorbing the residual resentment of the dead on the battlefield, their strength is bound to be extremely terrifying, and even able to cause tremors in the immortal realm. With the same realm, any single resentful spirit could easily slaughter 10 times more ordinary martial artists. Father, Prince Li Yuan Li, still maintaining the bowing posture, said in a low voice, since the fall of my father, the child secretly planned for more than 40 years. Within the Yangning County city, all the formation eyes are buried in the grading thing. As long as father activates the grand formation, the people of the entire county will be at my disposal, and father's ambitious endeavor will be successfully accomplished. I see. Yuan Yu gently nodded his head, and the body of the resentful soul gradually faded, forming a wisp of fuzzy green smoke that drilled through the 7 orifices of the young prince's corpse. Grievous souls take over. Martial artists cultivated to the 3 yang realm, as long as the soul is not flying away, they can perform the method of reanimation. Only, under the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth, a martial artist can only reclaim the body once in his life. If he reclaims the body again, it will inevitably cause the rules of heaven and earth to come down to annihilate the person who reclaimed the body completely. And the resentful soul to perform the method of seizing the body is even more demanding. Only the first bloodline can withstand the power of the resentful soul, otherwise the body collapses. The method of seizing the body immediately fails. Once the seizing of the body is successful, the strength of the resentful soul will increase exponentially, even beyond the original realm. At this moment, Yuan Yu had already completely fused with his own grandson, and not only could he perform all the secret techniques of the body of the grieving soul, but he could likewise perform all the martial arts techniques he had performed in his lifetime. Congratulations, father, on your new life. Yuan Li let out a loud shout, apparently not the slightest bit hurt by his son's death, and then reached out to point at Lu Qinxian, his voice steeply cold. Father, this person's name is Lu Qinxian, a stumbling block to father's achievement of the great cause. Please, father, take action and kill this man on the spot. Oh, yeah. In mid-air, Yuan Yu, who had just taken over the body and was reborn, appeared to be just an 8-year-old child, but his gaze flashed with awe-inspiring essence, and his voice became unusually shrill. This person has not conceived a Yuan fetus, and at most, he is only at the 3 Yang's great perfection, a mere mole cricket. With your royal dignity, you can't actually take this person? Not only can't take it, if we don't summon you out, the Night King's house is almost gone. Yuan Li did not hide, immediately divine thought transmitting voice. The Li Wangfu and Lu Qinchuan's grudge flew to say once, and then arched his hand and said, Father, although Lu Qinchuan's realm is low, his strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even the 3 royal heir providers within the Wangfu were easily killed by him. 1,000 armies are easy to find,
but one general is hard to find. Although the Night King's mansion had enormous wealth, however, the Sentinel Sky martial artists did not give a damn about worldly wealth, and only a large amount of medium-grade xianshi, or 10 or more top-grade xianshi, could make them willingly sell their lives. Yuan Li had been planning for many years, secretly recruiting private soldiers and mining small veins in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and so far he had only acquired more than 130 top-grade xianstones. The number of middle-grade xianstones was quite generous, and he had invited a total of 4 martial arts Dao offerings, all of which were martial arts Dao powerhouses of the empty sky realm. However, since he had messed with Lu Chenxian, 3 of the 4 royal sky realms had already gone, leaving only this royal housekeeper beside him, just one step away from the peak of the royal sky. And Prince Li's martial arts qualifications were not outstanding. Although the cultivation resources were given to him, he had only cultivated to the 4th level of the Yuan fetus. As a prince, he didn't need to kill personally at all, and practicing martial arts was only to increase his longevity. What he really cared about was the throne of the Tsongshuan Empire. 3 sons killing Mikado? Interesting. Yuan Yu laughed a few times in a low voice, and then he held his hand in the air, and the 8-dragon golden seal floated up from within the main hall of the royal residence, and landed steadily in his palm. The treasure of Qi. This 8-dragon golden seal was the imperial Qi that Yuan Yu had seized together with 2 of the emperors when the 6 kings seized the throne in the past, condensing the true dragon of Qi, and possessing an amazing power that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, it is also the core formation weapon of the Grieving Soul formation, a must-have for Yuan Yu's usurpation of the dynasty and conspiracy. Only 1 dragon of Qi is missing from the 9 dragons golden seal. Yuan Yu played with the 8-dragon golden seal, his childlike naive face revealing a hint of an evil sneer. Although the Qi is still poor, however, with this king's strength nowadays, it will be absolutely effortless to finish off that waste of a man. Yuan Chang, the current sage of Tsongshuan. Yuan Chang, with the strength of the imperial sky realm, he sits in the imperial court, possesses the 9 dragons golden seal, and has thousands of good generals and millions of soldiers under his command. However, in front of the real martial arts powerhouse, those court generals and cannon fodder are no different. Millions of soldiers will also not be of any use. As long as the beheading of Yuan Chang, take out the imperial master and the imperial court offerings, civil and military officials can only be at their mercy. The current Yuan Yu definitely had this backbone. Let me see what kind of surprises you can bring to this king with these 40 years of scheming. Yuan Yu held the 8-dragon golden seal in his hand. His body was filled with a gloomy wind, and a sudden bellowing cry came out of his mouth. Grievance Soul formation. Start. Rumble. The earth shook. Underneath the Yongning County city's earth veins, there were a total of 81 formation eyes, and a grayish-white airflow rose up to the sky, quickly condensing high in the sky above the county city, forming a bleak canopy thousands of feet in circumference, completely shrouding the entire county city. Within the county city, whether it is a peddler, a marketplace vendor, or a town sergeant, a greenhouse kabuki, but all of the people who were covered by this bleak canopy, all freeze in place. The pupils of their eyes gradually turned a blood red, as if a wild beast, let out an incomparably mournful horror hissing. Hundreds of thousands of the city's people, in an instant, all turned into Yuan's resentful soul puppets. Chapter 142. A sword destroys a city. Yongning County is a pity. In the sky above the Li King's mansion, Lu Chenxuan's face was lowered, and he secretly shook his head in his heart. Yuan Li's 40 years of scheming was not so easy to crack. Hundreds of thousands of people were brutally enslaved, although he couldn't bear it in his heart. However, the filth buried deep in the ground had long since penetrated the entire Yongning County city. Even if he had killed Yuan Yu as father and son just now, he wouldn't have been able to change the fates of these innocent people in the city. Dynasties change, blood is spilled, and a general is killed. One could only say that in order to achieve their goal. Yuan Yu's father and son really did do whatever it took. Not bad, very good. Yuan Yu held the 8-dragon golden seal in his hand and laughed long and loud to the sky. With these pariahs to open the way, my father and son will certainly be as powerful as a bamboo wall when they kill their way to the capital. These pariahs don't know pain, and are so powerful that even soldiers of the Qi-gathering realm can be easily killed. After killing it, it will likewise turn into a resentful soul puppet, all within the control of this king. Those who were killed by the grieving soul puppet were unable to reincarnate into the next life, but instead became puppets that were easily manipulated by Yuan Yu. He had clearly mastered the extremely terrifying secret method of the grieving soul, and even if the Tsongshuan imperial court surrounded him with heavy forces, he had no fear. Lu Chenxian, after laughing, Yuan Yu's gaze turned and coldly swept Lu Chenxian in front of him. This king will rise up to fight against the rebellion and will become a hegemon. You have outstanding talent in martial arts. You are a usable talent. As long as you submit to this king can promise to let you. The words came to an abrupt end. In mid-air, Lu Chenchuan's face was indifferent. The unsheathed wooden sword in his hand quietly disappeared, and he stretched out his right index finger, slowly aiming it at Yuan Yu's forehead. You deserve to die. Yuan Yu's face sank. Toast to the death? Could it be that you think that you can defeat this king with just a mere 3-yang realm? As long as this king's mind moves, the city full of untouchables will come rushing up. Unless you are a spirit stage realist, there is only one way to die. Dead? Lu Chenxian no longer said a single word, and his right index finger gently pointed. One of the 3 self-created martial arts. De Luo. Silent finger. Ever since falling down to the lower realm, this martial skill had only been used once, and it was still on top of the blood battle ring in the Green Mountain Grand Competition, where it had dissolved the martial skill that the 3 of them, Li Liahu, Luo Sihai, and Gu Feng, had teamed up to execute. The silent violet light reflects and cracks all the laws of the world. A purplish golden light filled with the aura of death blossomed from Lu Chenchuan's fingertips, as if it was the only light in the world, piercing through the grayish-white dull canopy that shrouded the sky above the county, piercing through Yuan Yu's forehead, and piercing through the 8-dragon golden seal in his hand as well. Halao! Within the 8 dragons golden seal, the 8 Chi-Luck golden dragons seemed to have suffered fatal injuries, their mouths emitting incomparably mournful and miserable screams. The already extremely fuzzy dragon-shaped body faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a blink of an eye, it completely disappeared from the golden seal. The body of the young prince that Yuan Yu had just seized did not appear to have any injuries on the outside. However, a hoarse roar like the cries of a severe ghost came out of his mouth, obviously suffering from an unimaginably great trauma. The body of a resentful soul re-emerged from behind the young prince, and even the method of seizing the body had been completely cracked by Lu Chenxian. Father, your majesty. Not far from the side, Yuan Li and Nikong providers' faces changed drastically. You're injured? More than injured. The power of the great Luo silent destruction finger was simply not something that a martial artist from the mundane world like them could imagine, and all of the secret techniques that Yuan Yue had just performed were all reduced to nothingness under the reflection of the silent destruction purple light, as if they had never appeared in the world before. It was just that the people who had become the puppets of the resentful souls had been completely controlled by the fiendish qi, and now, although the control was lifted, their vitality was cut off, and it was impossible for even Lu Chenxian to bring them back from the dead. The current ones were just some unconscious walking corpses, merely retaining the general fighting instincts of wild beasts, and apart from the human form, there was no other difference from the real demonic beasts. Lu Chenxian, how dare you? How dare you? In the sky above the main hall of the royal mansion, Yuan Yue's body of resentful soul trembled violently. His voice was like an evil spirit. What kind of martial skill is this, and what secret technique did you perform? Above the Zhongxian continent, such a secret technique absolutely does not exist. Even the Confucius family's book of sacred words could not possibly crack this king's soul control technique. Whose disciple are you? Which great power is reincarnated? What realm are you from? He knows a lot. Lu Chenxian didn't pay the slightest bit of attention at all as the unsheathed wooden sword resurfaced in his palm. The thunder rock's wings behind his back steeply stretched, and his figure rushed up 1,000 feet into the air, looking down at the hundreds of thousands of walking corpses within the county town, a hint of faint compassion flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Swish! The wooden sword crossed the sky, and the sword's light was extinguished. Dala Dala. Muddy sky chop. A round purple and gold full moon, 100 feet in circumference, rose in the sky above Yongning County, and countless purple and gold sword lights descended and descended, like a rain of purple and gold swords, running through the city walls, through the people's houses, through the stores along the streets, and through everything in Yongning County. Likewise, it also ran through those mindless walking corpses and through the entire Night King's mansion. Floating corpses everywhere, rivers of blood. In just less than 2 breaths, Yongning County City fell into complete dead silence, with no more living beings existing. A sword made with a trusting hand easily destroyed a city. Even for a martial realist at the spiritual platform realm, to destroy a county city with a 10-mile radius, one would need to strike at least dozens of times. Lu Chenxian only used one sword. When he was outside of Sanqing City, defusing the danger of the beast tide, it was this martial skill that he had performed. Compared to the last sword, the power of this sword strike was definitely enhanced by more than 100 times. Lu Gongzi? The blood and water within the county city had already flowed out of the city, while in the distant sky, a rather familiar man's voice, somewhat trembling, rang out. This is what you did. It's late. I'm the one who's late. It's all my fault. Hey! Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly and slowly turned his head in the air. General of the 3 green castles, Ironwood Chun, riding a second-stage demonic beast, the green-winged falcon, swept in from afar, looking at the miserable state of Yongning County City and screaming,
I received news that you killed your way up to Yongning County City and clashed with the town guards. I didn't realize that you actually— Hey, I can't believe what? Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled. Speaking softly, you're not late. I should say it's just the right time. Just now, the matter of you and Yu's father and son's rebellion was briefly stated, and then smiled. I quelled the rebellion, although not for a reward. However, should that holy emperor of your Sanchuan Empire not express his gratitude? Asking for too many things, he may not be able to take them out. So I'll just ask for 1,000 top-grade xianshi. To the Tsong Xian court, this amount of thanks shouldn't be much, right? Chapter 143, Tianjing City. Yu transformed into the body of a resentful soul back to life from the dead, and princely rebelled, killing hundreds of thousands of people in Yongning County City. Everything Lu Chenxian said was like a thunderbolt from the ground, and Taimo-chun froze on the spot for a long time without coming back to his senses. 48 years ago, Yu, who had long since fallen, actually kept his grievances alive and became a resentful soul, but also wanted to rebel against the army and seek to seize the throne? If all of this was true, then Lu Chenxuan's merit in quelling the rebellion was enough to go down in history. Only, Mr. Lu, Taimo-chun blanched and hesitated. What you just said, can there be physical evidence? The witnesses are definitely gone. Hundreds of thousands of people in the county were slaughtered by Lu Chenxuan's move of the Purple Moon martial art, leaving behind only mutilated limbs and broken arms. Not even a single intact corpse could be found. And where to look for witnesses? Without human evidence, physical evidence is crucial. And if there isn't even physical evidence, then Lu Chenxian massacre hundreds of thousands of people's crime. No longer want to clear the saint under the thunderous anger. At all costs, will also be sure to bring Lu Chenxian to justice. Physical evidence, well, there is. Lu Chenxian reached out and pointed at the county below, smiling slightly. Deep within the earth veins, a total of 81 formations were set up, called the 99 Resentment Souls Formation, with Yin Fury objects buried in each of the formations. Remove the Yin Fury and send it to the capital, and that saint of yours will judge for himself. It's good to have physical evidence. Taimo-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and as if he suddenly remembered something, his eyes glared round. Mr. Lu, just now you said that you hoped that His Holiness could reward you with 1,000 top-grade xianshi? You aren't kidding, are you? Top-grade xianshi. It was too rare. The Sanchuan Empire has a vast territory, and basalt veins are not uncommon. However, the slightly larger basalt mines are basically in the hands of first-class clans, and the imperial court has quite a headache with this. If there were enough top-grade xianshi, there wouldn't be only a handful of air-crossing powerhouses in the dynasty. In front of the first-class sects, the Sanchuan Empire's martial forces were not worth mentioning at all. 1,000. Is that a lot? Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly. You're at Song Xian court. You wouldn't even be unable to take out this amount of xian stone, would you? Taimo-chun had a bitter smile on his face. Take is to take out. But, the treasury at least to empty a large part. Song Xian, how the saint valued Lu Chenxian, but also cannot be so generous. Mr. Lu, you are in great need of top-grade xianshi? Taimo-chun pondered a little and tentatively asked. The situation of the national treasury, although I'm not quite sure. However, there must be quite a lot of medium-grade xianshi reserves. At the very least, there are 10 million or so. If Lu Chenxian immediately shook his head. Medium-grade xianstone. The aura contained was not pure enough. Although he was only in the Nine-Yang realm, his demand for aura was extremely harsh. Devouring a medium-grade xianstone would do very little to enhance his realm. Even if he devoured a top-grade xianstone, the strength enhancement would be very limited. Devouring a martial artist's spiritual charm was of course the best option. However, even if one needed spiritual charm, one could not create killings for no reason. Otherwise, what was the difference between that and you? It's true that there aren't many top-grade xianstones within the treasury. However, I do know a place where there are definitely quite a few top-grade xianstones. Taimo-chun pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, that is a first-class sect, Spirit Element sect from thousands of years ago, leaving behind a place of trial called Spirit Element Tower, standing in the northwest corner of the capital, now in the hands of the imperial court. It opens up once a year, and as long as one is a martial artist under Yuandan, one can strive for a quota to enter the tower. It is said that the top of the tower stores a xianshi marrow mother, which can continuously catalyze the birth of top-grade xianshi, and the accumulation of thousands of years must be extremely rich, so that even the very best xianshi may be catalyzed. When I was young, I also tried to climb the tower, but unfortunately, swish, without waiting for Taimo-chun to finish speaking, Lu Chenxuan's wings behind his back spread out and he had already swept away in the southeast direction. Mr. Lu, Taimo-chun was slightly stunned and cried out in a loud voice. I haven't finished yet. You, Lu Chenxian didn't turn around at all, and his voice echoed endlessly between this part of heaven and earth.
the top of the spirit elemental tower, the Xianshi Marrow Mother. I'll take it. The capital of the Tsongshuan Kingdom, Tianjing City. As one of the most powerful empires in the Xian-Tian continent, the capital of the Tsongshan Empire was no less than several hundred miles in circumference, with millions of people in the city, making it an extremely majestic and huge city. Within the area of Guangdong Prefecture, there were only a handful of strong sky realm practitioners, and in the eyes of the common people, they were already immortal figures who flew through the sky and disappeared from the earth. However, within 1,000 miles of this heavenly capital city, there were hundreds of second-rate sects alone, and the number of first-rate sects was also in the dozens. Not only did they possess hundreds of Mekong elders, but there were also spiritual platform real persons sitting in the sects, with thousands of years of martial arts inheritance. Is this Tianjing City? At the western city gate, a green-shirted figure stepped in, looking at the lofty city wall in front of him, his gaze not without appreciation. Not bad. The city wall was 100 feet high, all of them were made of bricks weighing more than 10,000 pounds, with defensive formations engraved on the surface, which was enough to withstand the rush of level 4 demonic beasts, and at the head of the city stood tens of thousands of heavy crossbow chariots, which, although inferior to the 1,000-ox crossbows, were able to inflict fatal injuries on the level 4 demonic beasts. If it was a human Yuan fetus realm martial artist, unless there were thousands of them, they would definitely not be able to break through the defense of these crossbows. Of course, even the smallest city compared to the violet imperial dynasty of the celestial immortal domain could hold the heavenly capital in complete contempt. However, in this mundane world, to be able to establish such a huge city, the Tsongshan Empire's national strength was evident. This gentleman, are you from out of town? Just as he walked into the city gates, a sharp-tongued, monkey-cheeked, hemp-clothed youth with a flattering face came forward. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time you've come to Heavenly Capital City, right? Seeking education and discussing martial arts, eating and drinking, the academy on West Street, the martial arts hall on East Street, the restaurants in South City, the gambling houses in North City, and the pretty girls in the 8 hutones. There's no one I don't know. For a single ingot of gold, I promise to get you to the place. Lu Qinshuan's footsteps lurched, and the corners of his lips lifted up in playfulness. Interesting. In this imperial city, actually also have this kind of walking the streets of the Pao Tai martial arts realm, although not high. However, this kind of people tend to form their own school. Ear extremely well informed. The city of big things and small things cannot be hidden from their ears. Searching for people to ask for things almost everything. Just like this young man in hemp clothes in front of him. He had connections with almost all of the 3 religions and 9 streams within the heavenly capital, and could even enter and exit many of the important ministers' residences, and could even inquire about what was happening in the courtroom. Tell me about it. Lu Chenxian casually threw out a gold ingot and smiled. What new things have happened within the imperial city recently? Also, it is said that the spiritual Yuan Tower in the northwest corner of the imperial city, the top of the tower has a basalt pith mother. This thing is true? Chapter 144, Running Amok. The hemp-clothed youth caught the gold ingots thrown out by Lu Chenxian with both hands, and was originally filled with joy. However, once he heard about the spirit elemental pagoda, especially when he heard the Xianshi Marrow Mother at the back, a few moments of awe appeared steeply on his face. Wary of handing the gold ingot to Lu Chenxian, he whispered, "My lord, you take the gold back. This time the sale, I won't do it." Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows and didn't take the gold ingot back, asking with a smile, "Why? What other taboos are there here? In that case, keep the gold ingots. I'll just find someone else to inquire." After saying that, he turned around and stepped in the northwest direction of Tianjing City. The hemp-clothed youth looked at the gold ingot in his hand, then looked at Lu Qinshuan's sprightly back, hesitated a little, and slowly followed. It wasn't until Lu Qinshuan walked to a remote street with relatively few pedestrians that the hemp-clothed youth sped up his pace to catch up, surveying around for a few moments to make sure no one had noticed this side. He let out a sigh of relief and cautiously said, "My lord, you are lucky to have met me. If you had met someone else, you might have been in for some bad luck." Lu Chenxian took a step and smiled. "Little brother, the question just now, can you say it now?" The hemp-clothed youth let out a bitter smile and sighed. "I see that Gongzi is a cool person, and I can't bear the thought of Gongzi giving up his life in vain. Your Excellency, you're new here. You don't know the taboos in this heavenly capital city. Many great clans covet that Xianshi Marrow Mother. Ordinary people can't even mention it. If those big clans know that Gongzi is also playing with the idea of that Xianshi Marrow Mother, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, Gongzi will be dead on the streets, and the city defense court won't even dare to collect Gongzi's body." "Oh?" Lu Chenxian was interested and asked with a smile. "In that case, within the spirit elemental tower, there really is such an Xianshi Marrow Mother, am I right?" The hemp-clothed youth first nodded his head and then frowned. whether there is or isn't. How could we, the common people, possibly know? However, that spirit elemental tower is opened once a year, and only 100 people can enter each time, and the competition for places is very fierce. It's just a pity that within this spirit elemental tower, martial artists can only enter once in their lifetime, and the interior possesses a powerful prohibition that only those below the Yuan fetus realm can enter the tower. Those who entered the tower and fought for it should be the Xianshi Marrow Mother. I see. Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head and asked with a smile once again, when will the spirit elemental tower open and how will the spots be obtained? Little brother, you know these, right? The hemp-clothed youth didn't hesitate this time, hemmed and hawed and laughed. This is not a secret. Everyone in Tianjin City knows that these quotas are in the hands of those big clans, and inside the imperial court, there are only 10 reserved. As long as the candidates for the quotas are determined, the spirit elemental pagoda will naturally open up. If it was in previous years, it would normally be August or September, and the quota would all be issued. But this year is a bit special. It is said that Tai Zongtong, the Minister of War of the current dynasty, has just sent a message to the Holy Spirit to ask for a quota to enter the tower, saying that he wants to wait for a martial genius to come to the tower to ascend. I don't know when this genius will enter the capital. If he comes late, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the end of the year for the opening of this year's spirit elemental tower. Iron Shanshu. Lu Chenxian was slightly stunned, and then he was dumbfounded. Tai Muchuan was a son of the Tai family, and he had quite a friendship with himself, and if his guess was correct, this quota should be the one that Tai Muchuan had notified the Tai Shanshu of, and specifically reserved for himself. Thanks a lot, little brother. Lu Chenxian was in a good mood and once again flung out a gold ingot. Where is the Tai Shanshu's residence? Please take the trouble to lead the way. Little brother. Thank you, sir. Sir, wait a moment. The hemp-clothed youth was overjoyed and hastily accepted the gold ingot, while turning around and running out of the alley. Not long after, with 2 bearers, carrying a small sedan chair, the pace of light and fast came over. Gongzi, please get on the sedan chair. The imperial city will be here in a while. This treatment is worthy of this ingot of gold. Lu Chenxian nodded with a smile, lifted his foot into the sedan chair. 2 bearers shouted, get up sedan chair. One in front of the other lifted up Lu Chenxian, jogging towards the Shanshu house. Tai Zongtong, the secretary of the Ministry of War, has his residence located in the central and western area of Tianjin City, also known as the Imperial City. Tianjin City is huge, from the inside to the outside. Are the Forbidden City where the Tsunchuan Saint lives, the Imperial City where the second grade and above officers and princes and nobles are located, the Inner City where the fourth grade officers and the families of the officers and soldiers of the Imperial City reside, and the outermost periphery is the Outer City where the ordinary people and merchants and hawkers reside. Different areas of the city were separated by walls, the gates were heavily guarded, and one had to have a clearance document, otherwise one could never enter or leave at will. My lord, I can only send you here, less than half an hour. The sedan chair stopped at the entrance of the Imperial City. The hemp-clothed youth invited Lu Chenxian out of the sedan chair, scratching his head and smiling. Although I have some access, I can only move around in the Inner City. The Imperial City is full of dignitaries and nobles, and idle people can't just go in and out. You want to go to the Shanshu residence? I can think of a way to get you some, but I need to wait for a few more days. I will first talk to my brothers inside the Imperial City, and then, boom! A sudden loud noise cut the voice of the hemp-clothed youth abruptly. A white-robed young man with a long sword hanging from his waist blasted away all the soldiers guarding in front of the Imperial City's gates, and one of them flew up and kicked the tightly closed gates of the Imperial City directly into pieces, leading the crowd behind him and strutting in. Not far from the side, there were still a lot of people waiting for the city guard sergeant to check the clearance paperwork. Seeing this scene, hands and feet to help those city guard sergeants up, looking at those rampaging youths, eyes full of anger. The clan's children. Tianjin City was thousands of miles in circumference, with dozens of first-class sects, just about any one of which could defy imperial power and not put the Tsunchuan court in their eyes at all. Who dares to check their clearance papers? Even if they were to break into the Forbidden City hard, Saint Songxian would only be able to turn a blind eye and allow them to do whatever they wanted. It's someone from the Green Cloud sect. A guarding sergeant was bleeding from the corners of his mouth and had a miserable smile on his face. They're used to being arrogant. It's just that they were unlucky this time and suffered an undeserved disaster. Isn't it just about that quota for Minister Tai Shanshu? We didn't mess with him. What's the point of taking it out on us? Lu Chenxuan's ears twitched as he took a big step in front of the city guard sergeant and asked softly, this military master, do you mean that those Qingyan sect disciples just now are going to find trouble with the Iron Shanshu? This city guard sergeant looked Lu Chenxian up and down and did not feel any hostility from the latter, shaking his head with a helpless face. It's not a good idea to ask less questions than you should. Oh, right. Are you planning to enter the Imperial City?
I'll kindly advise you that it's best to wait a few more days until the matter of the quota has passed. Inside the Imperial City now. Hey, there are some dead people. Chapter 145, Preferring Death to Submission. It seems that the Shangshu house is really in trouble. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he no longer paid attention to the city guard sergeant and stepped towards the shattered Imperial City gate. Hey, stop. Not far from the side, those soldiers who were helped to get up to guard the city struggled to gather around. You want to enter the city can? You must show the clearance paperwork. Where is your paperwork? The clearance papers? Lu Chenxian shook his head. Whoosh! The thunder rock on his back stretched out, and in full view of everyone, he directly rushed up into mid-air, and with a slight flash of purple and gold light under his eyes, he quickly found out where the Iron Mansion was located, and then with a shock of his wings, he swept in the direction of the Iron Mansion. God! Outside the city gates, the young man in hemp clothes looked up at the sky and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva as he watched Lu Chenxuan's figure break through the sky. He couldn't be the martial arts genius that Shangshu Tai was rumored to be waiting for. Outside the gate of the Iron Mansion, it was waterlogged. 3,000 forbidden soldiers from the Forbidden City, dead guarding the Iron Mansion behind them. The long street in front of them is littered with corpses, all of which are forbidden soldiers wearing iron armor, as well as distant onlookers from rich families, who can't help but talk to each other. Over 200 dead. His Holiness has obviously received the news, but these are the elite disciples of the four great sects. Even His Holiness doesn't dare to argue with them. He can only let the Forbidden Army come over to die for nothing. Who says it isn't? The Qingyun sect, the Horizontal Sword sect, the Evergreen View, the Four Seas sect, they are all first-class sects, and with the Spirit Stage realist at the helm, our Tsangxian court wouldn't dare to mess with them. Hey, I really don't know what Mr. Iron was thinking. Just hand over the quota. The young generation of the Iron family have all entered the Spirit Elemental Tower, and no one is going to go even if they get a place this year. They have to hold on to this quota. Isn't this intentionally inviting disaster to the Iron family? Say, who is that martial arts genius that Shangshu Tai told His Majesty about? It's not worth it to die so many forbidden soldiers. Their whispers, of course, did not escape Tai Zongtong's ears. At the entrance of the Iron Mansion, Tai Zongtong's face was green with iron, staring deathly at the four parties of forces above the long street, the bottom of his eyes as if they were spitting fire. Just 2 days ago, he received a message from Tai Mu Chun, knowing that Yuan Yui's grudging souls were causing a disturbance, and immediately played to the saint and sent people to Yongning County to investigate the matter. Similarly, it was also for the sake of allowing Lu Chenxian to smoothly enter the Spirit Elemental Tower that he had specifically begged for a quota to enter the tower from the hands of Saint Songxian. Never thought that it was such a not-so-important quota that the four great sects actually seized it by force, killing more than 200 soldiers of the Forbidden Army. It was important to realize that although these forbidden troops were directly under the orders of the Holy Lord, however, many of them came from the Iron family's command, and were the true direct lineage of the Iron family. To give His Holiness Songxian a face, that's why I called you Tai Shangshu. In front of our first-rate sect, you don't really think you're some high-powered minister of war, do you? On the side of the Horizontal Blade sect, a tanned young man in iron clothes had a face full of teasing. Tai Zongtong, hand over that quota and we, the Horizontal Blade sect, will turn around and leave. No nonsense at all. If you don't hand over, you Iron House up and down. Today I'm afraid it's gone. That's definitely not a threat. The first-class sects that have spiritual platform real people sitting in the town. The status is far above the major empires. Although the Zhongshuan court has strong soldiers and horses, and the first-class sects compared to that is also far less than any one of the spiritual platform real people, all possessed the terrifying power of burning mountains and boiling the sea. The human sea tactic was simply useless to them. Even if there were millions of troops, it would only take a little more time, and it wouldn't take more than 2 hours to massacre the army of martial artists. The so-called worldly imperial power was never a piece of paper in front of a truly strong person. Only a strong and incomparable force was the true authority on the Xiantian continent. Destroying a Shangshu house doesn't seem like a big deal to our 4C sect. A young man from the 4C sect clad in blue robes, with an ice blue longsword hanging from his waist, had the corner of his mouth tilted in a sneering arc. Tai Zongtong, why don't you guess right now? If I exterminate your Tai mansion up and down right now, will that Songxian sage dare to give you a head start? Of course I wouldn't dare. Saint Songxian's ambitious plans had always wanted to unify the world and take over all the sect forces. However, since assuming the throne, after 48 years of painstaking efforts, the most powerful in the dynasty was only an empty realm martial artist, and could not even invite a spiritual platform realist, so how could he dare to go against a first-class clan? What's more, even if His Holiness Songxian valued the Iron family, the dynastic court wasn't an ironclad one, and the Iron family also had quite a few rivals above the dynastic court. If the Iron family was destroyed,
those rivals would wake up laughing in their dreams. And even if Saint Song Xian wanted to give the Iron family a head start, these rivals would definitely try their best to stop it. The Iron family. The court officials in the eyes of the common people were not even appreciative in the eyes of the four great sects. The four great clans have bullied people too much. Tai Zongtong's chest rose and fell. His teeth clenched. Even if my Tai family were to be destroyed, you guys will never get the quota. A gentleman does what he wants, but not what he doesn't want. The people of the Iron family will never give in to you even if they don't spare their lives. As the words fell, more than 80 elite disciples from the four great sects all had sneering cold smiles appearing on their faces. All of them were at the Yuan fetus realm. As for Tai Zongtong, he has spent half of his life in the military, and his martial arts training has likewise not been put down, and his cultivation has long since reached the peak of the Yuan fetus. The Iron family's children revered martial arts and practiced incomparably hard, possessing more than 20 people in the Triple Yang realm, and 4 or 5 people in the Yuan fetus realm. Such strength can be said to be unparalleled in the courtroom. However, these 80-odd people present, even the weakest of them at the third level of the Yuan fetus, could defeat Tai Zongtong with their hands and destroy the Tai family with ease. The martial arts techniques and spirit weapon martial arts skills possessed by first-rate sects were simply not comparable to the Iron family. Since you are stubborn, there is no need for the Iron family to exist today. A Taoist-robed woman with a duster in her hand, extremely beautiful in appearance, with an unusually ruthless voice, let's go out together, kill 3,000 forbidden soldiers, kill the entire Tai family, and get the quota, and then compete to decide the quota belongs to. Gentlemen, do it! Swish, swish, swish. A total of 83 Yuan fetus martial artists, which also included the white-robed youth from the Qingyan sect who had blasted through the city gates, had long swords in their hands and were immediately about to go on a killing spree. Just this time, Iron Shongshu, I've kept you waiting. A calm and indifferent man's voice came from high in the sky in the distance. Lu Chenchuan's wings behind his back retracted and his figure landed steadily, nodding his head in greeting to Tai Zongtong before turning to face the crowd of the four great sects and speaking softly. The Iron family's quota was prepared specifically for me. You want to destroy the Iron family, but only to snatch the quota, so destroy me and the quota will naturally fall into your hands. If it can't be extinguished, then, the only ones who will die will be you. Chapter 146 Sword Trial in Tianjing City. Him, who is he? In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, no matter if it was the onlookers or these 83 first-class sect disciples, the moment they saw Lu Chenxian, their gazes all couldn't help but shrink fiercely for a moment. Instead of traveling on a flying demonic beast, his wings were stretched out and he swept from mid-air. This person actually has a flying martial art? As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the Xintian continent above the flight martial arts has broken the inheritance. Even if there is some reservation, can only exist in those hidden from the world within the Holy Land sects. Where did he get his flying martial arts skills from? And, what did he just say? The spot that Tai Zongtong and Saint Song Xian had asked for was specifically for him? The martial arts genius that Tai Zongtong said was you? The blue-robed young man from the 4C sect sized up Lu Chenxian a few times and let out a snort under his breath. Possessing the secret method of flight is indeed a bit of a bluff. Unfortunately, our four great clans have joined forces to enter the Spirit Elemental Tower's quota this time, so whether you want to or not, you must hand it over, going against the four great sects at the same time. Do you have the guts? They, the core disciples of the Yuan fetus realm, were not considered terrifying in themselves. What was truly terrifying was the spiritual platform realist who sat within the sect. Provoking the four great sects was provoking the four spirit stage real persons, and unless one had reached the realm of life and death and was about to ascend to the upper realm of the superpower, it was tantamount to seeking one's own death. The four great clans can't be messed with. Above the long street in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, those onlookers who were watching the spectacle couldn't help but secretly shake their heads as they looked at these clan elites from afar. They besieged the Iron Mansion, violating the law of the court, which would have been a sure death. If Saint Song Xian issued an order to send out the imperial court's strongest air skimmers, it would naturally be easy to deal with these 80-odd Yuan fetus martial artists. However, just because they were afraid of the spiritual platform realist within the sect, they had no choice but to send out 3,000 forbidden troops to protect the Iron family as much as possible. If they really went on a killing spree and wiped out all 3,000 forbidden troops and the Iron family, Saint Song Xian could only hold his tongue and would never dare to turn against the four great sects. Not to mention the four great sects. Any first-class sect possessed the terrifying strength to destroy the Songxian Empire. You are, Mr. Lu Chenxian had just broken through the air, and Tai Zongtong was likewise slightly stunned, and after hearing him say the words he had said earlier, it was clear that he had already determined Lu Chenchuan's identity at this moment. Slowly taking a step forward, his voice was suppressed to an extremely low level. Mu-chan has already told me that you have an outstanding talent that is rare to see in 10,000 years. It's just that, the four great sects are unrivaled, and I'm afraid that this year's quota to enter the Spirit Elemental Tower may not be retained. My Iron family's face is a small matter, but Mr. Lu's safety is a big matter. If we put Mr. Lu in danger because of this quota, this is definitely not the Iron family's intention. This was said with great sincerity. If the quota was snatched away by the four great sects, it was the Iron family's face that would be lost, and those rivals in the Imperial Court would surely use this as a laughingstock and sneer at the Iron family. The Iron family could disregard their face, but they could not disregard Lu Chenxuan's safety. When Lu Chenxian hadn't come, the Iron family could have preferred to die, but now that they had shown up, the spearheads of these sect elites were no longer the Iron family, but rather aimed at Lu Chenxian. I'm sure Lu appreciates Shang Tai's thoughts. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly before looking at the people of the four great clans once again and spoke softly. Don't you all want the quota? Come, destroy me. Wow. Above the long street, there was an uproar. If anything, what Lu Chenxian had said earlier was nothing more than a matter of will. Then, the words that were being said now were a blatant provocation, treating these disciples of the four great sects as trash to be taken at will. Could it be that he really didn't know how terrifying the core elites of a first-class sect really were? Don't look at the fact that they were only at the Yuan fetus realm. Even if they met a second-rate sect's air-rocking powerhouse, they might not be without a fighting chance. First-class clan. They possessed Earth-grade high-grade martial arts and Earth-grade high-grade martial skills, and even the spirit weapons in the hands of many of them had reached the Earth-grade high-grade level. No tears until you see the coffin. No death until you see the Yellow River. The blue-robed youth of the 4C sect flipped his wrist and steeply sheathed the ice-blue longsword on his waist. The tip of the sword pointed far away from Lu Chenxuan's forehead, and he laughed in a low voice under his breath. Gentlemen, since Lu Chenxian wants to die, let's be a good man and send him back to the west. Let's set the rules now. Whoever can handily defeat Lu Chenxian, the Spirit Elemental Pagoda quota in his hands will go to whoever owns it. This rule is fine with you all, right? Swish swish swish. In total, there were 83 people, and all of the Earth-grade spiritual weapons that they carried with them surfaced in their palms, their mouths laughing coldly. They were not considered to be the best within their respective clans, and although their clans possessed Spirit Elemental Tower slots, it was simply not their turn to get their hands on them. Now that he could snatch the quota from Lu Chenxuan's hands by finishing him off, he certainly couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Very good. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change, quietly gazing at the people of the four clans, his unsheathed wooden sword slowly emerging in his palm. Not long ago, I had tested my sword in Luoyang County, and no one in the younger generation was able to take a sword from me. Today, I will test my sword in Tianjing City to see how many moves a first-class sect disciple can hold up under my sword. The winner gets the quota. The loser leaves his life behind. And if the clan behind you wants to take revenge, Mr. Lu is just as forthcoming. Test the sword of heavenly capital? Above the long street, the onlookers looked at each other, and after a short period of surprise, there was heartfelt admiration. Regardless of what kind of cultivation this Mr. Lu actually had, if he had the guts to say such words, then he was definitely a resounding man. To know, this is not what Luoyang County can be compared to. This is the foot of the Son of Heaven. Is that Songchuan Imperial City? Thousands of miles in a radius of sects. Just first-class sects there are dozens of. Even in the younger generation, there were countless heavenly talents who could even cross over the levels and easily decapitate a sky-raising powerhouse with their Yuan fetus cultivation. He dared to test his sword here. Just this courage alone was enough to make people marvel. Mr. Lu, Tai Zongtong wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. That's all. When Tai Mu-chun sent the message, he had once personally said that this Mr. Lu was extremely determined, and as long as he made a decision, no one would be able to change it. It is certainly best if he can win. If he is unfortunate enough to die, the Iron family must collect his body even if it offends the four great clans. This is the backbone of the Iron family. It is better to bend than to break. Good guts, good bullying. The blue-robed youth held his long sword in his hand and laughed up to the sky. You don't even have the fetal breath chi. You're at best a triple young martial artist, and you actually dare to test the sword of heavenly capital city? I, Lan Tianyu, an inner disciple of the 4C sect, will see today what qualifications you have to be able to test your sword in Tianjing City. Swish! The ice-blue longsword was swung violently, and a harsh cry escaped his mouth. Die for me! Chapter 147, Provocation? A first-class sect, the 4C sect, whose martial arts technique contained the power of the 5 elements of decanter, and whose swords came out like an ocean. When Lan Tianyu struck out with his sword, the entire long street was filled with water light, instantly setting off a tens of feet high sword light water wave. The 4C sect's top secret, Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, Ho Hai Ting Long Sword. Amidst the sword light water waves, 4 deep blue water pillars rose up and coalesced into 4 vicious scaly dragons with teeth and claws, lunging down towards Lu Chenxian. Look out! Get out of the way! Protect the iron Shangshu! Above the long street, many onlookers hastily backed up. Even the 3,000 forbidden troops all changed color, maintaining the formation of the military formation. To the rear of the backward fast, all blocked in front of Tai Zongtong. This sword is too powerful. Although Lan Tianyu was not the top genius of the 4C sect's inner sect, however, the vast Si Tinglong sword sweeping across the 8 directions was a wide-range attacking martial skill that was definitely not something that could be resisted by them. These Qi-gathering realm soldiers, even if they were to activate their combined attack formation, they had come to protect the Iron Mansion on the orders of the current emperor, and although they had no fear of life or death, they would not give up their lives in vain. In their opinion, under this move, even if they came to their aid, this Mr. Lu would definitely go up in smoke, and all they could do was to try to keep Tai Zongtong alive. A wide-range attack martial skill that kills even these onlookers? Lu Chenxian held the wooden sword in his hand and spoke faintly. With an evil heart, I can't keep you. The first sword of the test sword Tianjing City will take you. As the words fell, the sword light was like a rainbow. With this sword, Lu Chenxian did not utilize any martial arts techniques, and his body seemed to merge into the void, instantly disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already appeared behind Lan Tianyu, a sword to the throat. Lan Tianyu stiffened and subconsciously raised his left hand, slowly touching his neck. It's already too late. An imperceptible crack slowly emerged from his throat, steeply bursting out in a cloud of scarlet blood mist. He didn't even feel the pain, much less see how Lu Chenxian struck, merely a blur before his eyes, and his body felt the ultimate coldness. The power drains away with the blood. Under this throat-sealing sword, his martial Dao spiritual charm had been completely absorbed by Lu Chenxian, and while the blood mist was sprayed out, the divine splendor in his eyes had been completely extinguished, and even the ice-blue long sword in his hand had shattered into a pile of ice crystal debris, no longer having any semblance of power. Dead. As Lan Tianyu's body fell to the ground, the jaws of those onlookers around him were staggered, and many of them were even retreating in a sorry state, completely unaware of what had happened. How did he die? The water mist that filled the air, the tens of feet high sword-light water wave, and the auger water column that rushed out of the water wave. Why had they all disappeared? What did Lu Chenxian do? It's unbelievable. Mr. Lu, is this Mr. Lu's strength? Behind the 3,000 forbidden troops, Tai Zongtong was dumbfounded and simply could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had received a transmission from Tai Mu-chan and knew that Lu Chenxuan's strength was superb and far from being able to be measured by realm. But even so, he never expected that Lu Chenxian was actually so strong to such an extent that he could kill an inner disciple of a first-class sect with a single sword so easily in the face of it. Elder brother Lan Tianyu is actually dead. What a fast sword. In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, those disciples of the 4 great sects who were eager to try their luck couldn't help but look at Lan Tianyu's corpse from afar, and couldn't help but feel numbness in their scalps, and their just-risen fighting spirit instantly faded away. This Lu's surname, the sword is too fast, and his hand is too hard. They were all at the Yuan fetus realm, and although the gong methods of each clan were different, they were all at the high level of the earth level, and there was not much difference in strength between them and Lan Tianyu. Since the one surnamed Lu was able to kill Lan Tianyu with a single sword, of course he could effortlessly kill them as well. Who dares to keep clamoring? Whoever called is dead. Aren't you guys going to grab the quota for the spirit elemental tower? Lu Chenxian, one man and one sword, faced the 80 or so sect disciples and spoke indifferently. Come, exterminate me and snatch the quota away. Fight alone, or in groups, as you please. Group warfare? On top of the long street, the crowd of onlookers sucked in cool air and looked at Lu Chenxian with eyes that changed again and again. Is he crazy? In a fair one-on-one match, this Mr. Lu might be able to secure the upper hand. A group attack could be a completely different story. With these Yuan fetus martial artists joining forces, even decapitating an era-mortal powerhouse was no big deal. He actually dared to make such a boast and provoke the 4 great sects at the same time? I'm afraid that even 10 lives are not enough to die. Mr. Lu, never. Tai Zongtong's face tightened, hurriedly pushed away the forbidden soldiers in front of him and quickly walked to Lu Chenxuan's side. Mr. Lu, Mr. Tai knows that you have amazing talent, but, without waiting for Tai Zongtong to finish, Lu Chenxian smiled and shook his head. This iron Shangshu certainly has good intentions. However, he absolutely could not imagine that the one standing in front of him was not some once-in-a-million-years unparalleled genius, but the strongest war god of the immortal realm in the past, who had cultivated the supreme heaven-swallowing mysterious technique, and was a true heaven-defying person. What was the difference between a mere 80 or so Yuan fetus martial artists and mole crickets? Even if it was a spiritual platform realist within a first-class clan, he, Lu Chenxian, was still fearless. Lu, don't be too crazy. The white-robed youth of the Qingyan sect who had shattered the gates of the imperial city. His long sword in his hand shook violently, and his words were stern. Gentlemen, let's all join hands and let him see how powerful our four great sects are. A first-rate sect, absolutely not to be underestimated by anyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the four clans were excited. Their swords whistled in their hands, while some people also displayed their spiritual weapons in long sticks, or waved their dusters in their hands, and a ground-level martial arts skill was wildly launched. The 4C sect's greatest skill, the Hohai Tinglong sword, Green Cloud sect's strongest martial skill, Green Cloud Peerless Chop, Chanchun Quan's unique secret technique, Shaking Heavenly Flowing Cloud Sweep, Horizontal Blade sect's peak Earth grade martial skill, Broken River Splitting Mountain Blade. More than 80 strong martial arts techniques converged into a radiant torrent that covered the sky, enveloping not only Lu Chenxian, but likewise Tai Zongtong in the back, enveloping the entire Tai Mansion. It's over. The moment the crowd struck, those distant onlookers, as well as the 3,000 forbidden troops in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, were all filled with despair, and even put down the lances and halberds in their hands. Such an attack was already no less than the full strength of an imperial air power. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was no point in resisting any further. They couldn't even rise to the thought of dodging. The outcome will no longer be in doubt. Today, these 3,000 forbidden soldiers of theirs, as well as this Mr. Lu and the Iron Mansion, will surely be pulverized. That's not a bad offense. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm. His left index finger pointed in the air, and he spoke indifferently. If all of you were at the Sky Realm, I might still be afraid for a moment or two, but it's a pity that it's only a district Yuan fetus. The might contained in these martial arts. I, for one, take it. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Skill. Nothing can be swallowed. The Low Prisoner's Finger. Devour. Chapter 148. Stabbing the Sky. The Great Luo Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Imprisoning the heavens and trapping the earth. Forming its own space. In the past, during the Immortal World War, this martial art had once shown in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, trapping the strongest demonic father, Devil Wuji, and buying 3 months of time for the Violet Dynasty. It was also in the middle of this great battle that Lu Chenxian executed this fingering technique several times in a row, dividing the battlefield of the demon race, and the 10 million demon soldiers fought on their own, no longer able to pose the slightest threat to the millions of Xian heavenly armies. At this moment, although Lu Chenxian was less than 1/1000th of his peak strength, yet the ones he was facing were not those ferocious great demons, but rather the Yuan fetus martial artists of the district's mundane world. Buzz. The heavens and the earth tremble. Lu Chenxuan's finger fell, and a hidden purple gold cage emerged from the void, blocking all of the 80 or so Yuan fetus martial artists who had blasted out their martial skills. At the same time, within the purple gold cage, a pitch-black vortex appeared out of thin air, and an endless tearing force spread out, devouring the might contained in these martial arts quickly. What? What is that thing? Their martial arts have disappeared. No, not disappeared. They are locked by that cage. What is the vortex in the cage? Is it a heaven-level martial skill or a heaven-level secret technique? Oh my god. Mr. Lu, he actually blocked those people's attack. Above the long street, those who were onlookers from afar looked at the scene in front of them with jaws agape, feeling that their brains were not enough. Is this the true strength of Mr. Lu? It's really horrible. Incredible. Incredible. Behind Lu Chenxian, Tai Zongtong and the 3,000 forbidden soldiers were equally filled with shock, even somewhat doubting their eyes. It's not going to happen. Above the Xian Tian continent, no one had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. He, Duke Lu, whose martial cultivation hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm, had actually used his own strength to defuse the combined might of more than 80 Yuan fetus martial artists. Moreover, they are not ordinary Yuan fetus realm, but are elite disciples from first-class clans, cultivating Earth-grade high-level martial arts, cultivating Earth-grade high-level martial arts techniques, and some even have Earth-grade high-level spirit weapons. How many people can be identified in the younger generation with such strength? Even those demons in the Sacred Land sect might not be able to retreat in one piece under such an attack. It can't be. It's never going to happen. On the opposite side of the long street, the white-robed youth of the Qingyan sect, and the absolute Taoist nun holding a duster. The long sword and duster in their hands trembled slightly. Beside them, the dark youth with the strongest strength of the horizontal blade sect had the same incredulity written all over his face. The means displayed by Lu Chenxian was beyond their understanding. Even the Sky Sentinel elders within the sect, or even the supreme elders at the spiritual platform realm, could not possibly execute such an astonishing means. What kind of secret technique was it that could actually seal their martial arts? And what was the black vortex inside the purple golden cage again? Why was the might of the martial arts they had performed earlier disappearing rapidly? Surname Lu. This person must be hiding an unimaginably great secret. Devouring these martial arts is obviously far from enough. Lu Chenxian stood in place, feeling the changes within his sea of consciousness and secretly shaking his head in his heart. The power contained in these martial arts was really too little. After advancing to the Nine Yang realm, martial realm advancement had been extremely difficult. After successively devouring so many martial spirit rhythms and top-grade Qian stones, the first level of the Nine Yang realm was only slightly refined by a hair. After devouring Yuan Yue's 8 Dragon Golden Seal, he was only a hair's breadth away from the second level of the Nine Yang realm. Yet now, after successively devouring all of that Lan Tianyu's spiritual rhythms, coupled with the power of these people's martial skills, he actually still hadn't been able to advance to the second level. It seemed that after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one's martial Dao base was just too deep, and the difficulty of realm advancement was even more terrifying than expected. It's not polite to come and go. Lu Chenxuan's gaze sank as he swept over the appalled disciples of the four great sects and spoke indifferently. You were the ones who made the move just now, and now it's my turn as well. The trial of the sword is a matter of life and death. You guys, you can die. Boo! Left palm clenched in vain. No, Lu, stop it. Our four great clans. Ah! The moment Lu Chenxian swung his sword, the disciples of the four major clans were shocked and hissed loudly from their mouths. Some threatened the first-class clans behind them. Some waved their hands frantically to signal Lu Chenxian not to use his sword, while others turned to flee, and there were even those who cried and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. A huge semi-transparent palm emitting purple and gold light appeared out of thin air above this long street, and did not affect the surrounding houses and the verdant ground, nor did it damage those onlookers. The 5 fingers were like purple mountains and mountains, and the palm was like a 100-foot millstone, and the entire palm was steeply clenched in full view of everyone. Boom, 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 pulverized and shattered, with huge booms. Within the translucent palm, 82 Yuan fetus martial artists were instantly killed. Not even a single intact bone was left. All of them turned into cold corpses that were a blur of blood and flesh. Just at the moment of their death, the spirit rhyme in their body has been swallowed and absorbed by this palm, as well as the pills they carry, spirit weapons, and the medium-grade Xianshi in the space nano ring. All of it, was stripped away by Lu Chenxian. Oh my god, Mr. Lu, he really made a move. Killing a Lan Tianyu is even if it's not enough. He actually killed so many people from the four great sects altogether. The four great clans will go crazy. Mr. Lu has stabbed the sky. The onlookers on top of the long street, their eyes almost fell out of their sockets, looking at those blurred corpses that fell on the ground. Some people even couldn't help but cover their mouths, bending down to vomit profusely. On more people's faces, there was still lingering shock. Mr. Lu, how dare he? The sword trial Tianjin City, of course, was not incapable of killing people. However, since they had already divided the winners and losers, it was just as well to let them leave. Where on earth did Mr. Lu get the guts to actually dare to kill all of these elite disciples of the four great sects? Doesn't he know that inside the four great sects, there can be spiritual platform real persons in attendance, and any one of them can easily exterminate the entire heavenly capital city with a single strike? Mr. Lu, hey! Tai Zongtong's face changed again and again, and finally stepped forward quickly, urging in a low voice, today's matter, the four great sects will definitely not let it go, and it will be just as difficult for my Tai family to escape the disaster of extinction. Before the four great sects come, you hurry to leave Tianjin City and escape as far away as possible. I will immediately arrange for a few Tai family sons and daughters. I hope that Mr. Lu can take them with him to escape. At least, escape? Without waiting for Tai Zongtong to finish, Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. The matter started because of me, and naturally, it should end by me as well. If the four great clans come, Shangshu Tai just tell them that Mr. Lu is at the Spirit Elemental Pagoda, waiting for their arrival. Chapter 149, His Majesty's Choice. What time is this? And Mr. Lu actually wants to go to the Spirit Elemental Tower? Tai Zongtong was slightly stunned, and then filled with bitter smiles. Lu Gongzi, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This time, the one who offended is not a second-rate sect in Guangdongfu, but a first-rate great sect that has a spiritual platform realist. I'll leave the aftermath to Mr. Iron. Lu Chenxian reached out and pointed to the corpses everywhere above the long street and spoke with a smile. The matter of the four great sects, do as I say. If they come to the door, just push it all on me. Iron Shangshu, farewell. After saying that, ignoring all the gazes of those onlookers and the 3,000 forbidden troops, the Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out and swept towards the Spirit Elemental Pagoda to the northwest of Tianjin City, and within its sea of consciousness, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan vibrated slightly, and 2 arcane mystery patterns gradually surfaced on its surface. After devouring the spirit rhythms of more than 80 young geniuses of the Yuan fetus, the martial realm finally advanced to the second level of the Nine-Yang realm. In the northwestern suburbs of Tianjin City, the spirit elemental pagoda. The tower is greenish-black, 99 feet high, a total of 9 layers. The bottom of the tower door is closed. The door stood 2 forbidden soldiers. The surrounding can also occasionally see some of the coming and going vendors. The existence of this tower has obviously been accustomed to. It's no wonder. Lingyuan Tower has existed for a long time. Sanchuan Empire before the establishment of the country has been located here. In addition to the annual opening day, the other time and the other buildings in the Tianjin city is not much different. The people are used to it. The tower standing for tens of thousands of years do not even have a lot of reverence. Swish! Extremely high in the sky, Lu Chenxuan's wings retracted and landed steadily in front of the tower door. Come on man, stop! A forbidden soldier immediately stepped forward, looked Lu Chenxian up and down, and droned in a deep voice. The spirit elemental tower opens once a year. Didn't you know that? No one is allowed to enter the tower without His Majesty's decree. Leave quickly. The spirit elemental pagoda was open, and the true power was not in the hands of Saint Song Xian. In the 1,000-mile radius of Tianjin city, there were dozens of first-rate sects and hundreds of second-rate sects, all of which wanted their sect disciples to climb the spirit elemental tower and snatch the top-grade and extreme-grade Xianxue stones inside the tower. However, under the years of fighting, all the great clans had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and finally came up with such a compromise, establishing 100 quotas to enter the tower every year, with the Sanchuan saint deciding on the opening time, which could also avoid certain greedy people from privately boarding the tower. It is worth mentioning that this tower is all in one, and it is heavy and incomparably heavy. Once there was a Holy Land clan powerhouse descending, wanting to forcefully take away this tower, and under the full force of their hands, they actually couldn't shake the slightest bit. Even the Holy Land powerhouses cannot help this tower. These first-class clans naturally cut off the idea, and the tower within the ban is also extremely strong. Only under the Yuan Tire can enter, at most, only to get a few top-grade Xianstone. The legendary extreme Xianstone and Xianstone Marrow Mother is never seen. Your Majesty's decree? Lu Chenxuan's face was bland as he said softly, I'm not a member of the Tsang Xian Empire, so why do I need a decree? Ha! The forbidden soldiers guarding the tower were slightly stunned, their faces filled with suspicion. If you're not from the Tsang Xian Empire, then you're a disciple of the clan? However, the agreement of the major clans, no one in the clan disciples knew about it, and the spirit elemental tower would only be opened if the Tsang Xian sacred emperor sent down a decree. And this youth in front of him didn't even know about it? Are you from the Holy Land? The sergeant's heart shook, suddenly guessing a certain possibility, and his face immediately became incomparably respectful. My lord, if you are a disciple of any Holy Land, please show the Holy Land token, and I will immediately report to the saint, asking the saint to lower his decree and open it up for my lord alone. The majesty of the Holy Land reigns supreme. Xian Tian continent 7 empires. Song Xian Empire is only one of them, while the Holy Land sects are only 3, each of which is far above the first-class sects. The Lord of the Holy Land are all the strongest in the realm of life and death. If they succeed in surviving the heavenly apocalypse, they will be able to ascend in place, ascending to the upper realm. Ever since the establishment of the Tsang Xian Empire, disciples from the Holy Land had traveled to Tianjin City more than once precisely to climb the Spirit Elemental Tower. Every time this time of the year, the rule that the Spirit Elemental Tower was open once a year became a dead letter, and the Tsang Xian sage would even come in person to escort the disciples of the Holy Land into the tower. And those first-class clans that set the rules didn't even dare to have the slightest objection to this. Who dares to cross the disciples of the Holy Land? In front of the Holy Land sect, the rules of a first-class sect were nothing more than a joke. I'm not from the Holy Land. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and spoke again. This military master. You can report to that saint of yours right now and tell him that Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family in Sanqing City, Luoyang County, has requested to open the tower door and climb the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. If he is truly majestic, then the tower doors will open today. This, being able to guard the tower door, these two sergeants were naturally the ones with a vivid mind, and their ability to observe words and colors could be said to be perfected. The two of them glanced at each other and then surveyed Lu Chenxian once again, their hearts secretly aghast. Ever since they came here to guard the town, they had seen no 10,000 or 8,000 people with a false reputation. However, this Mr. Lu had a calm demeanor, and although he didn't release any strong aura, he naturally exuded an outstanding stance that looked down on everything. Even the few sacred ground demons that he had met before seemed to be far inferior to this Lord Lu's temperament. Is he really a deep hideout? More terrifying than a Holy Land demon? The holy decree has arrived. Just as the two sergeants hesitated, a strange voice with a male duck's voice came from high above. Far away, an old eunuch in a brocade robe, holding a golden oracle in his hand, rode a fourth-ranked demonic bird and landed in front of the spirit elemental pagoda quickly. Glancing at Lu Chenxian, his eyes brightened slightly and he hurriedly stepped forward to arch his hand in greeting. This must be Mr. Lu. Shangshu Tai has just informed the saint. Knowing that Mr. Lu is going to enter the spirit elemental tower, the saint specially decreed that our family should come and open the spirit elemental tower. So Mr. Lu has waited for a long time. Oh, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Tai Shangshu was indeed a smart man, and this Tsang Xian saint's vision was not bad. No wonder Tai Muchuan said that he was a once-in-a-lifetime wise monarch. Opening the spirit elemental pagoda appeared to be a trivial and insignificant matter, but in reality, it concerned the attitude of the Tsang Xian court and the choice of this saint, choosing to pull in Lu Chenxian, or choosing to submit to those first-class sects. This monarch clearly chose the former. Go back and tell him. Lu Chenxian looked at the imperial decree in the old eunuch's hand and laughed softly. Didn't he want to unify the world and subdue all the sects? When I get out of the tower, I'm going to walk up to the Forbidden City, and I can help him with what he wants to do. Now, open the tower. Chapter 150, Opening of the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. Mr. Lu, before our family left the palace, His Holiness specifically instructed that regarding the situation within the Spirit Elemental Pagoda, let us give an account with Mr. Lu. The old eunuch did not open the tower door immediately, but spoke respectfully. This Spirit Elemental Pagoda, although it was owned by the Spirit Elemental sect thousands of years ago, however, it was not refined by the Spirit Elemental sect, but rather, tens of thousands of years ago, when the dome of the heavens was suddenly shattered. This pagoda fell down from the cracks of the dome of the sky. Back then, the Spirit Element sect was so powerful that it possessed a peak spirit stage martial arts realist who appropriated this tower for himself, forbidding anyone outside of the Spirit Element sect to enter, and gave it the name Spirit Element Tower. There are 9 layers of heaven and earth within the tower, and each layer is capable of illuminating a mirror image of the martial artist, and the realm of each layer of the mirror image is exactly the same as the martial artist himself, only, the strength of this mirror image cannot be judged by the realm. So far, all the martial artists on our Xian-Tian continent who have entered the tower have at most climbed to the 6th floor. Upper world treasures? Lu Chenchuan's gaze brightened slightly before he secretly shook his head. This spirit elemental pagoda in front of him, although its aura wasn't weak, but, compared to the treasures of the green sky immortal domain in the past, it was a far cry from the sky. Above the 3,000 small worlds are the middle 1,000 worlds, the great 1,000 worlds, and the immortal world is far above the great 1,000 worlds, and the treasures refined by any clan are far beyond this spirit element tower. When he was at his full strength, any immortal weapon in his hand would be able to destroy this tower easily. Even now, with that pure immortal power left behind by Shao Ding Tian within his Dan Tian, this Xian Tian continent might not even be able to withstand it if it was released. Based on the scent, this spirit elemental tower was clearly not a thing of the immortal realm, and its grade was at most a peak heavenly grade spiritual artifact. That saint of yours, have a heart. Lu Chenxian no longer thought much about it and stepped in front of the tower door. Eunuch, open the tower. The account has been accounted for. The old eunuch did not dare to delay, immediately took out a golden dragon token. Far to the tower door, a tire breath of gas infused into the token. Mouth a low drink, open, rumble, pagoda shock. An incomparably magnificent pillar of Xianqi light shot up from the top of the tower, instantly reflecting the entire Tianjing city. The front tower door slowly opened, revealing the bottomless tower space. The inner wall is broken, projecting a blurred shadow. Seems to be the remains of the previous martial artists who entered the tower. Have to perform a variety of martial arts skills with different power. Just appear for a split second, and then immediately disappeared. Countless shadows floated in and out of existence, as if witnessing the mulberry outlet online this pagoda has experienced. But unfortunately the time of existence of the shadows is too short. To learn martial arts from these shadows, I'm afraid that it is simply impossible for anyone to complete. The spirit elemental tower is open. The arcane light rushes to the sky. It's a sign of the opening of the spirit elemental tower. How could Saint Tsang Xian suddenly open the tower? None of those first-rate sex Yuan fetus disciples have come yet. Inside the Tianjing city, no matter if it was the outer city or the inner city, or the imperial city or the forbidden city, the princes, nobles and commoners within the 4 major areas all saw the Xuanqi light column released from the top of the tower and couldn't help but be filled with shock. There were a lot of good people who came running wildly from all directions, all wanting to see the spectacle of the opening of the spirit elemental pagoda. Only, this time, the opening of the spiritual Yuan Tower was exclusively for Lu Chenxian alone, and the Zhangchuan sage did not notify any clans. And now at the bottom of this pagoda, there were only a few people, and the imagined pomp of 10,000 people was very different. Mr. Lu, The old eunuch bowed slightly and struck an inviting pose, then spoke in a low voice, his words carrying great meaning. For the sake of Mr. Lu, His Holiness has not hesitated to offend all the great clans by opening the Spirit Elemental Pagoda ahead of schedule. We will not say anything else. The heart of the Holy Lord Lu, please. This old eunuch is quite loyal, and has not forgotten to say a good word to that saint of theirs. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and stepped into the first floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the midair of Tianjing City, a flying demonic bird broke through the sky, with a young figure standing on its back, staring from afar at the pillar of arcane energy light in the sky above the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. His brows were all furrowed. What's going on here? According to the usual practice in previous years, every time the Spirit Elemental Pagoda opened on the day, Saint Song Xian would notify all the major clans. The 100 Yuan fetus martial artists who had gotten the quota departed from their respective clans and gathered at the Spirit Yuan Tower before the tower was officially opened. The vast majority of these young martial artists were from first-rate clans, and there were a few who were from top second-rate clans that had not received any news at all before the opening of the Spirit Elemental Tower. Could it be that Holy Lord of the Zhanchuan Empire really thought of himself as the master of the Spirit Elemental Tower? It's just ridiculous. Opening up the Spirit Elemental Pagodas was a power bestowed upon the Zhangxian Empire by the major sects in order to maintain a superficial balance. In the end, the true owners of this Spirit Elemental Tower were still the great sects. Senior Sister Joie. On the back of a peak fourth-rank flying demonic beast, a handsome young man wearing blood-colored boxing gloves had an evil smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. You've already heard about what happened in the Iron Mansion, haven't you? The 4C sect, Evergreen View, Horizontal Blade sect, and Green Cloud sect, a total of 83 Yuan fetus disciples, were blown away by Lu Chenxian with a single palm strike. If my guess is correct, this time when the Spirit Elemental Tower is suddenly opened, the person who entered the tower is definitely Lu Chenxian. The woman next to her stood on top of the back of a fiery red flying bird, playing with a small jade hairpin in her hand, her fine eyebrows gently frowning. She and this youth did not come from the same clan. Handsome young man named Ji Guang is the Blood River sect's inner sect genius, because of the late entry, until this year to get the Spirit Element Tower quota. However, his fame could never be measured by how early or late he was initiated. At the age of 5, Qi was gathered. At the age of 11, Yuan Dan was condensed. At the age of 15, the tripod was set up with 3 yangs, and at the age of 18, Yuan fetus was conceived. And now at less than 24, Yuan fetus has already reached the Great Circle, and in the younger generation of the Blood River sect, it is a well-deserved first person. It was said that after he got the quota to enter the tower, the Blood River sect's supreme elder had once personally asserted that Ji Guang could definitely rival the sacred ground demons and ascend to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower, and it was even possible for him to go even further and ascend to the 7th floor. 7th floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower. There is a great chance of getting an extreme xianxue. The arcane stones in the tower are limited. The fewer people who ascend the tower, the better. The woman surnamed Zhua had a beautiful posture, and her voice was unusually cold. Ji Guang, after entering the tower, if you dare to make a move against me, I will not show any mercy. Although the Blood River sect is strong, our Changxia sect may not be afraid of you. Although they were all first-class sects, but there were also strengths and weaknesses between each other. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Tianjing City, the Blood River sect was definitely one of the strongest sects, and the Changxia sect, which was almost entirely female, was not weak at all. And there was a spiritual stage Great Circle Taishang elder sitting in the sect, and this woman, Shuo Qingxia, was similar in strength to Ji Guan, both being the contemporary pride within the sect. Senior Sister Zhua is overly concerned. The corner of Ji Guang's lips hooked, and the bloodlight under his eyes flickered. I don't care about xianxue or anything else this time when I ascend the tower. What really interests me is Lu Chenxuan's head. Using his essence blood to refine pills, I'll have a much better chance of breaking through the sky realm. Chapter 151. The Blood River sect's secret method of refining pills with blood and swallowing pills to enhance their strength required an extremely high level of essence and blood. The stronger the talent of a martial artist, the more spirit charm their essence blood contained, as well as the demon blood of high-level demonic beasts, all of which were the main materials used by the Blood River sect to refine pills. It was only that the major clans were eyeing each other. Even the Blood River sect didn't dare to slaughter martial artists at will. Refining blood pills was mainly a matter of capturing demonic beasts, and only true core disciples, when they were breaking through the realm, would try to find ways to hunt down talented martial artists. Martial artists with a little bit of talent would basically worship first-rate sects, and the number of geniuses possessed by second-rate sects was minuscule, making it extremely difficult to hunt them down. Lu Chenxian was obviously not among them.
Killing more than 80 people from the 4 major clans had already made him a target. If he hunted down Lu Chenxian and used his essence blood to refine pills, the other clans would definitely not have a problem with it. And the 4 major clans would even have to thank him for avenging their disciples, climbing the spirit element tower, obtaining the top-grade Xianshi, and taking care of Lu Chenxian in the process, refining the blood pills needed to advance to the Imperial Sky Realm. It was just like killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Ji Guang. There are quite a few people who want to kill Lu Chenxian. Zhuo Qingxia's eyes were lowered, and she said softly, those 4 great sects, they also have the same quota to enter the tower. And when a fellow disciple is killed, will they not be indifferent? If you want to kill Lu Chenxian, you'll have to hurry up before they get the jump on you. Ha ha! Ji Guang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. A bloodlight flashed in his palm, and gave a light tap to the head of the flying demonic beast at the bottom of his feet. Go! Swish! This peak 4th stage flying demonic beast, its body covered in bloodlight, instantly increased its speed by a large margin, and flew extremely fast in the direction of the spirit element tower. Oomph! Zhuo Qingxia grunted softly, flexing her fingers and flicking them slightly, releasing a brilliant haze of light. The flying demonic bird underneath his feet, bathed in the haze, had the same surge and speed, and was almost on par with Ji Guang's flying demonic beast, in front of the spiritual Yuan Tower. As time passed, more and more people from Tianjing City came to watch the bustle. Among them there was no lack of merchants, and likewise there were dignitaries from the Imperial City, looking up at the towering green pagoda, with a strong shock surfacing on their faces. 5th floor now. Since Lu Chenxian entered the tower, it has only been 1 incense stick so far, and he actually went up to the 5th floor in a row, with almost no stops in between. How did he ascend the tower so fast? One had to know that even the few sacred ground demons who had come before had taken more than 2 hours to ascend to the 5th floor. Has everyone heard about this? This youth who is now ascending the tower, named Lu Chenxian, seems to have come from a small place. What small place? That's called the Borderland. It's that Sanqing city on the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ha, you guys are quite well informed. But well, I know more than you guys. He is the door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family in Sanqing city, and only just gathered qi a month ago. What's the point of talking about all that? Let's just say that recently, almost an hour ago, Lu Chenxian killed more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples of the 4 major sects at the entrance of the Ministry of War's Taishangshu's residence. Wow! When these words came out, there was an uproar around the spirit elemental tower, and many onlookers' faces changed drastically as they subconsciously fell backward. A fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. Most of them were ordinary people. Martial artists were only a very small minority. Who would dare to get involved in the strife of the 4 great sects? Taking the fingers of one's feet, one could guess that after the arrival of the disciples of the 4 great sects, they would surely have a big fight with Lu Chenxian, and at that time, watching the spectacle would be a small matter, but one's own life and family would be a big matter. Didn't you hear people say that, in that big battle in front of the Iron Mansion's gate? If it wasn't for Lu Chenxuan's amazing strength, the entire Long Street would have been destroyed by all the disciples of the 4 great sects. Look, the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower is lit up. Lu Chenxian. That's Lu Chenxian. Among the crowd, I don't know who shouted out, and everyone reflexively raised their heads and stared dead ahead at the spirit element tower, their pupils contracting violently. On the 6th floor of the spirit elemental pagoda, arcane light blazed forth. On top of the tower wall outside, a marvelous youth figure was slowly emerging, and before this figure appeared, there were only 8 figures on the wall of the tower, a total of 6 males and 2 females. All of them were demons from the Holy Land sect, and after they successfully ascended to the 6th floor, this pagoda left behind a shadow figure for them. It was said that only those who left a shadow body diagram on the tower wall would be considered a true genius martial artist. Otherwise, the so-called name of genius was nothing more than boasting, and it didn't mean anything. Lu Chenxian is too fierce. Among the crowd, an exclamation rang out one after another. Everyone knows, right, that this spirit elemental pagoda fell from a crack in the sky, and is an upper realm treasure. What is a genius in our Xiantian continent? It's just an ordinary qualification in the upper realm, to be recognized by the spirit elemental tower. That would be a truly amazing qualification. Even if one were to ascend to the upper realms, one would still be able to not be left behind. It seems that this Lu Chenxian is really extraordinary. Actually, I don't know who it was that let out a cry of incomparable horror. Where's Lu Chenxuan's shadow body diagram? It was just there. How come it's gone? The shadow body map disappeared. The image of Lu Chenxian that had just surfaced above the tower wall had actually disappeared strangely, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes just now, at this moment, they would even wonder if that figure had ever appeared at all. Just appeared, now disappeared. What is happening within the Spirit Dollar Tower? At this moment, within the Spirit Elemental Tower,
On the 6th floor, Lu Chenchuan's divine sense swept around, instantly covering the entire space, totaling over 470 top-grade xianshi, and 2 extreme-grade xianshi, all of which were included in his dantian. You are not from this realm. Within the 6th layer of space, an incomparably old voice was slowly ringing out. The old man has descended to this realm for more than 43,000 years, and has never encountered such a situation before. You, who the hell are you? Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. From the 1st layer, until the current 6th layer, just as that old eunuch had said, Lu Chenxuan's mirror image body had appeared on every layer. Only, these mirrors were false, merely the 1st level of the 3 Yangs realm, and not the 9 Yangs realm that Lu Chenxian had at the moment. Moreover, in addition to the different realms, these mirrors were likewise unable to perform any of Lu Chenxuan's martial arts, and could only fight by instinct, with a strength that was even less than 1% of Lu Chenxian himself. Your realm, martial arts. I actually can't copy all of them, and I can't even leave your shadow body diagram behind. The tone of the old voice was incomparably shocked, and it seemed to vaguely guess a certain incredible possibility. Could it be that you are a strong person from the great world? Why can you descend to the district's mortal realm? The rules of heaven and earth. Why haven't you been expelled from this realm? This tower spirit old man. The problem is not a little too much. Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed, ignoring the artifact spirit of this spirit elemental pagoda as he stepped towards the steps leading to the 7th level of space. The higher the tier, the more xianshi the space inside the tower contained. Breaking through the 3rd level of the 9 Yang realm was just around the corner. Chapter 152, The Pagoda Spirit pleads with Elder to show mercy. Stop. You stop. The moment Lu Chenxian stepped out, the tower spirit old man's voice was incomparably agitated, letting out a continuous roar. Don't continue to climb the tower. I won't allow you to continue to climb. The old man doesn't want to die. Oh, Lu Chenxuan's footsteps lurched and his eyebrows gently raised. You'll die if I ascend to the 7th floor? The tower spirit old man was silent. A moment later, it let out a sigh, its voice full of helplessness. Although the old man can't take shape, his spirit has been open for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has some guesses about your identity. You must be a martial arts powerhouse who descended to this realm from the great thousand worlds, and you should know that heavenly grade spiritual artifacts can give birth to an artifact spirit, and even advance in grade to become immortal artifacts in existence. 50,000 years ago, the old man's master and his opponent had a life and death duel, shattering the dimensional barrier, and although the master fell, the old man was not completely damaged, and fell through the dimensional rift and crashed into the Xintian continent. 50,000 years ago, the Middle Kingdom World Guanghan World Martial Arts Powerhouse, Guanghan Z, and the out-of-boundary Heavenly Devil broke out in a shocking battle. The treasured Guanghan Tower suffered heavy damage, fell into the Xintian continent, after tens of thousands of years of recuperation, so far have not been fully recovered. All of the martial arts inheritance left behind by Guanghanzi was placed at the top of the Guanghan Pagoda, as well as the core of this pagoda, a Xianshi Marrow Mother. The tower spirit old man guarded this tower, using the Xianshi in the tower as bait to attract young martial artists above the Xintian continent, hoping that someone could meet Guanghan Zi's requirements and continue the martial arts inheritance. However, over the tens of thousands of years, there had been countless talented martial artists who had climbed this tower, and those who had been able to climb to the 6th floor were only those 8 demons from the Holy Land sect. There wasn't even one who ascended to the 7th floor. Your martial arts have exceeded the limits of the master. The tower spirit old man let out a bitter laugh. Ever since you entered this tower, the mirror image bodies were all killed by you in a single move, not coveting the martial arts secret techniques recorded in the tower, but merely collecting the arcane stones in the tower. If old me guessed correctly, you fell into this realm and need the Xian stone to restore your cultivation, and that Xianshi Marrow Mother at the top of Lao Fu's pagoda is the core. If you take it away, the pagoda's main body will collapse and Lao Fu will fall with it. Heaven has the virtue of good life. The old man pleads with the senior. Show mercy. I see. Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head, feeling quite a bit of sympathy for this tower spirit old man. Peak heavenly grade spiritual artifacts. The birth of an artifact spirit was not a rare thing, only that for treasures at this level, the strength of the artifact spirit was very low, and only by cooperating with the owner could the treasure's proper power be brought into play. After the fall of Guanghanzi, this old man of the artifact spirit was able to remember the love of master and servant and search for the person who inherited the legacy for Guanghanzi. This sentiment was quite rare. Arcane stones are important to me. After Lu Chenxian pondered, he smiled and spoke. When I climbed the tower, every time I climbed a layer, the tower would blossom with arcane light, which could be seen by those outside the tower. Now continue to ascend the tower, and Xian Guang should not continue to appear. Do you understand? The tower spirit elder was slightly stunned, and then immediately understood. Pretend to be a pig in a poke. If those outside the tower were to discover that this senior could ascend to the top of the pagoda, wouldn't it reveal that the senior's martial arts qualifications were even more terrifying than those so-called Holy Land demons? It was bound to be shocking and bring certain unnecessary troubles to this senior. Only, Senpai, the tower spirit old man let out a cry of alarm. His voice was full of supplication. The old man. No, the late generation. The late generation has already indicated everything to the predecessor. Why does the predecessor still insist on climbing the tower? The Xianshi Marrow Mother at the top of the tower, sustaining the late generation's body from destruction, can never be taken away? Please be gracious. Be gracious. Senior. Lu Chenxian smiled. Don't worry. He stepped onto the steps. His tone cloudy and light. Top grade Xianstone. Extreme grade Xianstone. It's not very useful to you, so I naturally won't be polite. As for that Xianshi Marrow Mother, I'll leave you a small half of it, and the pagoda proper will certainly not collapse. Leave a little bit behind? The tower spirit old man was about to speak, but the words that reached his mouth were eventually swallowed back. The Xianshi Marrow Mother was so hard that even if Guang Hanzi was alive, he could not damage it in the slightest. However, this senior's strength at his peak was bound to be above that of Guang Hanzi, and could perhaps split the Xianshi Marrow Mother in two. Even though it was only a small half, that was better than taking it all away. As long as the pagoda's body could be guaranteed not to be destroyed, the owner's martial way would have a chance to be passed on. As an artifact spirit, there was only so much it could do. Time flew by. In just less than half a column of incense, Lu Chenxuan's footsteps did not stop, and he successively ascended the 7, 8, and 9 floors of the Guanghan Tower. The 7th and 8th floors possessed quite a number of top-grade Xian stones, reaching a staggering 1,800 odd, and the number of extreme-grade Xian stones was also more than 60. And within the 9th layer of the tower top space, the top-grade Xianshi have 10,000, extreme spirit stone over 100, and floating in the pagoda center above the Xianshi Marrow Mother, looks crystal clear. The surface exudes a magnificent and mysterious luster of various colors. The mother of all basalt marrows is of great value. On top of the Xiantian continent, veins with Xianshi Marrow Mother were extremely rare, and large veins could often spawn a single extreme-grade Xianshi, which in turn continuously spawned superior-grade Xianshi and medium-grade Xianshi. And then an unending stream of them, which were taken by martial artists for cultivation. As for the Xianshi Marrow Mother, not only could it catalyze extreme Xianshi, but it could also be used to refine heavenly-grade spiritual weapons. Only that the difficulty of refining the weapon was so high that even a strong life and death realm practitioner who was about to ascend to the upper realm would have a hard time refining it successfully. The aura contained in the Mother of Marrow is abundant. Lu Chenxian stepped forward, quietly gazing at the Xianshi Marrow Mother, his mind quietly urging, Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique, Devour. An incomparably strong tearing force was released from within the Dantian, wrapping around the Xianshi Marrow Mother in front of him, absorbing the pure spiritual qi contained within it rapidly. 10%, 20%, 30%, enough to absorb about 70% of it, leaving only the last 30% of the aura to ensure that this Guanghan Tower didn't cause it to collapse due to the flow of aura. 30%. The tower spirit old man's voice sounded once again, with a few moments of relief and the same indescribable shock. This senior in front of me, the secret method is truly amazing. It didn't even notice how Lu Chenxian had struck, merely sensing that the aura within the Xianshi Marrow Mother was rapidly dissipating. Clearly some kind of extremely terrifying secret method that could easily siphon off the aura without needing to damage the Xianshi Marrow Mother. There was no such secret method in the middle 1,000 worlds, and it might not even exist in the higher level of the great 1,000 worlds, the third level of the Nine Yang realm. After devouring so many Xian stones, Lu Chenxuan's mood was soothed and a few more smiles appeared on his face. The total number of arcane stones in the tower was more abundant than expected. At this moment, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness had already condensed 3 Dan lines, and the 4th Dan line also appeared with a few fine lines. Even if he no longer devoured the Xian stone and only cultivated on his own, he would still be able to successfully advance to the 4th level of the Nine Yang realm within half a month. Chapter 153, A Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Chenxuan's ascent to the top of the broad cold tower was not known to those outside the tower. They didn't even know the real name of this pagoda, and still followed the previous name, calling it Spirit Yuan Pagoda. Did Lu Chenxian ascend to the 6th floor or not? Outside the Spirit Elemental Tower, many onlookers tilted their heads and watched, with a strong sense of doubt on their faces. Lu Chenxuan's shadow body diagram had once surfaced on the wall of the 6th floor tower. However, it only existed for an instant and immediately disappeared. No one knew the specifics of the tower, and even the sect geniuses who possessed the qualifications to enter the tower were equally ignorant. It's limited by the rules of the tower. The Spirit Elemental Tower opens once a year, lasting about 3 days each time,
and doesn't allow more than one person to ascend the tower at the same time. Only after the first person to enter the tower showed up could the others enter one after another. At this moment, the tower entry qualification holders from all the major clans had all rushed outside the spirit elemental tower, their brows furrowed tightly, apparently unaware of the situation inside the tower. Those who arrived the earliest, like those onlookers, saw the abnormality that appeared on the sixth layer of the tower wall. Lu Chenxian. Could his martial Dao qualifications be comparable to those Holy Land demons who had ascended to the sixth floor of the Spirit Origin Tower? No one can guess the real answer. Look, the tower door is open. Among the crowd, I don't know who suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It's Lu Chenxian. He's out of the tower. Squeak! The doors of the tower, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened in full view of everyone. Lu Chenxian's face was calm as he stepped out from the entrance of the Spirit Element Tower, ignoring those six young geniuses and onlookers as he walked straight towards the direction of the Forbidden City. That's his promise. Help Saint Song Xian to unify the world. You are Lu Chenxian? An extremely gloomy young man's voice rang out coldly from behind Lu Chenxian. Since we've already left the tower, shouldn't the account between us be properly settled? After killing so many people from our 4 clans, you still want to leave the Spirit Elemental Tower alive? That's a naive thought. Swish, swish, swish. In total, more than 20 figures slowly walked out from the crowd, the genius disciples of the 4 great sects, and the people from their affiliated sects. Within the boundaries of this heavenly capital city, each first-rate clan possessed 2 places in the tower, while those second-rate clans that were dependent on the first-rate clans could possess 1 place in the tower. As a vassal, one must be aware of the times and know when to advance and retreat. And only just after this shadowy young man opened his mouth, the disciples of the 4 major sects and those affiliated sects had all shown up, instantly making their positions clear. Lu Chenxian dared to offend the 4 great clans, and likewise offended them. That's interesting. In front of the tower door, a delicate young girl in red suddenly turned back to Lu Chenxian and giggled. Lu Chenxian, this girl has no friendship with the 4 great sects, and originally didn't want to go against you. However, you must have gotten quite a few top-grade Xian stones just now when you ascended to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower. Though the things are good, you must have a life to enjoy them. Are you not afraid of being hot when you hold them in your hands? Swish swish swish. Another dozen or so figures leapt out and stood behind this red-clothed girl. Between first-class sects, the fights were extremely fierce. This girl is called Chu Honglian, is the daughter of the Red Lotus Patriarch, only 18 years old, has already been promoted to the Yuan Fetus realm. The body has at least 3 pieces of high-grade spirit weapons, truly offensive and defensive integration, no weaknesses. The second-rate clans that were dependent under the Red Lotus sect had even reached a dozen, and each of them had gotten a quota to enter the tower. And at this moment, Chu Honglian had set out her attitude, so they naturally gave their full support. Lu Chenxian had only just appeared, and all the forces had already pressed on to Lu Chenxuan's harvest within the Spirit Elemental Tower. Senior Sister Zhua and I, we are equally interested in the top-grade Xian stone in your hand. The Blood River sect's first genius, Ji Guang, wore bloody gloves on both hands and slowly walked out from the crowd with an evil smile on his face. Sister Zhua, don't you think so? Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, they joined forces? With the joint appearance of Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia, the faces of those present instantly underwent a few subtle changes. Even Chu Honglian frowned slightly, clearly quite scandalized by the fame of these two. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Ji Guang's fame was skyrocketing, vaguely the number 1 person of the younger generation in the capital city as it was today, while Zhuo Qingxia was equally not to be underestimated, being one of the future candidates for the sect leader of the Changxia sect, possessing the terrifying strength to kill the Imperial Air Realm by crossing the levels. The two of them, when they joined forces, were definitely the strongest fighting force in this place. And me, a thin youth with a pale face, his figure fluttered as if he was shrouded in a cloud of shadows. Lu Chenxian, I don't want much. As long as you take out half of the top-grade Xian sure you obtained within the Spirit Elemental Pagoda, I naturally won't make a move against you. As for whether or not you can escape under their siege, that's not something I have to think about. At the same time this person opened his mouth, a dozen more people came out from the crowd, all standing behind this person. He was the Heavenly Spectre Valley's supreme genius, Shun Feng. Tianyu Valley Gong method is special. Killing means is not considered to be the strongest first-class sects. However, body martial arts is absolutely second to none. Life preservation means endless. Even if the fight is not can also leave gracefully, in the first-class sects is recognized as difficult to deal with. As long as one was targeted by the people of the Heavenly Spectre Valley, unless one tied their hands, they would definitely be immortal. That's a lot of people. Lu Chenxian swept his eyes over the crowd, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You all want to get the top-grade Xianshur, so don't you want the very top-grade Xianshur? Truth be told, I've obtained a handful of extremely high-grade Xian stones from within the spirit elemental tower, and the lure of this item should be quite a bit stronger than the top-grade Xian stones, right? Swish! The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed abruptly, even Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia. Their breathing was vaguely shortened by a few points. Extreme Xianshi. Within the first-class sects, Extreme Xianshi was not completely absent. However, even if there were one or two of them, they were all in the hands of the Supreme Elders. One must know that a single Extreme Xian stone was equivalent to a medium-sized mining vein, and its benefits to martial artists could not be overstated. For the top-ranked few first-class sects, the most important thing for the Supreme Elders to be able to cultivate to the spiritual platform realm Grand Circle, apart from their own talent, was that they all possessed extremely high-quality Xian stones. Hand over the Extreme Xian stone. The shadowy young man who was the first to speak. His gaze was incomparably greedy as he stared at Lu Chenxian. As long as you hand over the Extreme Xian stone, the grudges between you and the four great clans can be set aside, and the killing of the clan's disciples can be written off as well. Whoosh! Before this person finished speaking, Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, Chu Honglian, Shen Feng, the four of them had already swooped out, leading the disciples of the affiliated sects to surround Lu Chenxian, seal off all directions and cut off any possibility of escape. Lu Chenxian couldn't fly with his wings. Chapter 154, Teasing. It's such a big battle. I'm a little scared. The corners of Lu Chenxuan's lips hooked up, a touch of playfulness surfacing on his face. You guys believe me so easily when I say I possess an Extreme Xian stone? Truth be told, the Extreme Xian stones I obtained from within the Spirit Elemental Tower are no more, no less, exactly 4. And you, 1, 2, 3, not too coincidental actually is a 5-party power. These Extreme Xian stones, how should I distribute them? This is a bit difficult to do. 5 forces, for Extreme Basalt stones. Even if Lu Chenxian was willing to give up his hand, one of the forces would only be able to return empty-handed, and the Xian stone would simply not be enough to share. This, among the onlookers in the distance, some glanced toward Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia and the others, while others looked at Shen Feng and Chu Honglian thoughtfully, their eyes flashing with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Lu Chenxian, regardless of whether what was said was true or false, just such a light sentence has already triggered a conflict between the 5 forces. Extreme Xianshi. It was just too expensive, even for the heavenly pride disciples within these first-class sects. Being able to possess 1 or 2 top-grade Xianshi was the limit, and anyone who could obtain a top-grade Xianshi would definitely be an unimaginably great feat for the sect behind them. Even if the news reached those first-rate sects, even their supreme elders were likely to personally take action. The value of a single Extreme Xian stone was almost equivalent to a martial realist at the spiritual platform realm. Only 4. The red-clothed girl, Chu Honglian, knitted her fine eyebrows slightly and looked back and forth on Lu Chenxuan's face, as if she was trying to judge the truth of these words. The temptation of an Extreme Xianshi was certainly something she couldn't resist. However, even she was a bit indecisive at the moment, and didn't even dare to go easy on Lu Chenxian. She possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. Even if Lu Chenxian was able to ascend to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower, and his martial arts qualifications could be comparable to a sacred ground demon. However, Lu Chenxian was not a Yuan fetus martial artist, and at the most, he would only be at the peak of the 3 Yangs realm. A supreme genius of the Yuan fetus realm was enough to cross the level to kill the Imperial Sky realm, so would he not be able to take down a mere triple Yang? Only, even if she could kill Lu Chenxian in a second, what should she do next? Ji Guang and the others were watching intently from the side. Whoever snatched the extremely high-grade Xianshi from Lu Chenxuan's body would definitely replace the latter and become the target of the other 4 forces. No matter how confident she was, she definitely wouldn't dare to make enemies of the 4 directions at the same time. What? Are they all hesitant? Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned and swept past the faces of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling higher and higher. Swish! For crystal light flickering extremely high-grade Xianshi suddenly surfaced in the center, gently shaking at the crowd. His tone was quite emotional. Of course I know this is good stuff, but unfortunately the skills are not as good as the people, and the stuff is even better than the people, and they can't enjoy it. Everyone, decide for yourselves, who should we give these arcane stones to? I don't dare to offend any of the 5 forces, so the belonging of the Xian stone, then you'll have to decide for yourselves. Gobble, gobble. The crowd instantly breathed heavily as the extremely high-grade Xianshi appeared, and an incomparably frantic light of greed flickered in their eyes. Mouthfuls. Just now, Lu Chenxian had personally admitted that he possessed the extreme Xianshi, and although their hearts were moved, they were still skeptical. After all, even though the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower might be able to give birth to extreme Xian stones, but the true situation was only known to those Holy Land demons who had once ascended to the 6th floor. Now that Lu Chenxian took the initiative to take out the extreme Xianshi,
they no longer had any doubts. Promote to the Sentinel realm and break through the spiritual platform realm. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is at hand. Lu Chunxian, the shadowy young man from the 4C sect, was the first to press on, an azure blue longsword steeply surfacing in his palm. Hand over the extreme Xianshi, and my 4 clans will spare you from death. 1. I just want one. Offering an extreme Xian stone. Such a merit is enough to offset all the crimes you've committed. I can report to the Supreme Elder and ask him to send down a decree that anyone who dares to do anything against you is going against the 4 Supreme Elders of our 4 great sects. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words came out, the blood-colored gloves in Ji Guang's hands were immediately clenched. The tiny hairpin in Zhuo Qingxia's hands glowed with haze, and Xin Feng's figure seemed to merge into the void, and a pitch-black dagger likewise appeared in his hands. Battle spirit rises. Regarding the extreme Xianshi, there is absolutely no room for the slightest carelessness, even if a great clan war breaks out. Yang Lian, unlike the other celestial pride, the red-robed girl, Chu Honglian, didn't seem to have the intention of making a move, but instead stared at the shadowy young man with a petulant laugh under her breath. Any of your 4 great clans' great elders have reached the 7th level of the spiritual platform? Even if the 4 join forces, they may not be able to defeat my grandfather. You guys take one extreme Xianshi. What about us? The 5 of us will each rely on our own means, compete fairly, and decide where the Xianshi belongs according to our strength, which is the best choice. The shadowy youth, Yang Lian, instantly frowned as a few moments of hesitation appeared on his face. In terms of strength, although he was confident, he didn't think he could defeat Chu Honglian. What's more, present at this moment, there was also the first person of the younger generation recognized by the first-class sects, Ji Guang. If it was a fair competition, he would most likely be ranked at the bottom of the list and lose out on the extreme Xianshi. Even the 4 great clans could not afford such a loss. Not to mention him. Wait a minute. Zhuo Qingxia held the hairpin in her hand and kept sizing up the extremely high-grade Xianshi in Lu Chenxuan's hand, and suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Lu Chenxian, he's lying. How in heaven can there be such a coincidence? We have 5 forces gathered together and he just happens to have only 4 Xianshi? As I see it, he's clearly fanning the flames and making us kill each other. The crowd's hearts and minds flinched as they once again looked toward Lu Chenxian with murderous gazes. Lu Chenxian, this person is really not a good person. Zhuo Qingxia's guess might not be accurate. However, from the time he walked out of the tower door, Lu Chenxian was always calm as usual. Facing the 5 forces, he actually did not show the slightest fear, and was clearly set in his mind. What gives him such a strong case? As long as he stirred up trouble and caused a melee to break out among the 5 forces, he would be able to fish in troubled waters and look for an opportunity to escape. Lu, you dare to tease us. Yang Lian's temperament was the most tyrannical. The azure longsword in his hand steeply shook. His voice was like a roar. Say, just how many extreme Xian stones did you get within the spirit element tower? If there's half a lie, you'll be disembodied and will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. This woman is somewhat interesting. Under the temptation of the extreme Xianshi, actually still able to maintain her sanity. Lu Chenxian completely ignored Yang Lian and merely swept a glance towards Zhuo Qingxia as he smiled and spoke. Of all the people present, you deserve a commendation for being the first to see through my little trick. Take it. As the words fell, the palm of his hand gently waved, and 4 extreme Xian stones flew up in the air, landing steadily in Zhuo Qingxia's hands. Chapter 155, Seeking Death by Yourself? Swish, eyes like electricity. The moment the 4 extreme Xian stones landed in Zhuo Qingxia's hands, whether it was the onlookers from afar, or Ji Guang and Chu Honglian and the others, countless gazes were like lightning, staring at Zhuo Qingxia's palms in death. Extreme metaphysical stone. Lu Chenxian actually gave all 4 of the extreme Xianshi to Zhuo Qingxia. No. The incident happened suddenly. Zhuo Qingxia reflexively grabbed the 4 Xianshi, and the color of surprise that had just appeared on her face had not yet faded, and a touch of suspicion immediately surfaced in her eyes. This thing in his hand, from the looks of it, it was indeed an extreme Xianshi, right? But she didn't detect even the slightest bit of aura from this thing. That is to say, this thing is not what it looks like. The aura inside has long since completely disappeared. It is nothing more than a worthless waste stone. Asshole, damn it. Zhuo Qingxia's pretty face contained anger, and she slammed the 4 extremely high-grade Xian stones onto the ground, with a chirp under her breath. Lu Chenxian, these Xian stones are devoid of any spiritual qi. They don't even compare to the lower-grade Xian stones. How dare you tease us again and again? Are you really not afraid of death? Teasing? They got screwed again? Ji Guang raised an eyebrow, casually holding his hand in the air, taking the 4 Xianshi that fell to the ground into his hands, and after his divine sense probed, his face became steeply gloomy. Boo! For extreme Xian stones, devoid of aura, were crushed by his palm as he stared deathly at Lu Chenxian. Surname Lu, you seek death. Fake. Indeed. the distant onlookers, as well as the red-clothed maiden Chu Honglian and the illusory Shin Feng, coldly forced Lu Chenxuan's eyes, and his body gradually filled with killing intent. Lu Chenxian, what a nerve! Facing 5 major forces at the same time and actually daring to play these teasing tricks? Simply don't know how to spell death. Such an arrogant person. Killing him wouldn't even be able to vent his anger. He had to be thwarted and let him completely go up in smoke. Extreme Xianshi. I do have quite a few more in my hands. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face. His palm glittered with crystal light, and an extremely high-grade Xianshi continuously surfaced. 10, 20, 30. All of the harvest within the spirit elemental tower. A total of more than 160 extreme Xian stones. All of them slowly floated above the palm of his hand, emitting an incomparably splendid Xian stone radiance. Oh my god. My goodness. So, are those all extreme Xian stones? How can there be so many of them? Did Lu Chenxian really just ascend to the 6th floor of the spirit elemental tower? A sacred land demon once said that the 6th level of space has extremely strong pressure and blocks off the divine mind, making it extremely difficult to find Xian stones, and it's heavenly luck to be able to get a piece of it. How could Lu Chenxian get so many? It's simply unbelievable. Seeing so many extreme Xianshi, the onlookers were frozen on the spot. Their mouths could hardly close. As for Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia and the others, their pupils contracted almost simultaneously and their heartbeats slowed down by half a beat. Are these extremely high-quality Xianshi real or fake? Is the aura inside still there? Viewing with the naked eye alone, it is impossible to judge. Only by holding it in the hand and probing it with the divine mind can one feel it a little. Such a great temptation. Such a great fortune. If all of these extreme Xian stones were real, it could even allow them, the first-class clans, to soar into the sky and directly cultivate a Holy Land clan. Lu Chenxian. Yang Lian was almost completely frantic. His voice couldn't help but rush. Give it to me. Give it all to me. I'll take all of these extreme Xianshi. What things do you want? I can trade with you. I can give you everything you want. Martial arts, secret methods, martial arts techniques, and the position of elder. As long as you hand over these Xianshi, you are the offering of our 4 great clans, a unique and great meritocracy. He was about to be incoherent. Becoming a sacred ground sect, such a temptation, had already washed over him. What is there that can compare to the value of so many extreme Xian stones? Even a little cutie. There was no way it could be exchanged with him. Fake. It must be all fake. Lu Chenxian is trying to tease us again. After all, Zhuo Qingxia was still the most sensible. The color of madness in her eyes quickly faded. Her teeth clenched and cackled. Wealth does not reveal itself, and it's a crime to harbor it. If it were me, having so many extreme Xian stones, I would hate to hide them in my stomach, and would definitely not let anyone find out. Lu Chenxian is only a mere 3rd Yang realm. How could he dare to bring out the Xian stone in full view of everyone? Fake. It can only be fake. She has a point. Not to mention a triple Yang martial artist. Even if it was a spiritual platform supreme elder of a first-rate sect that possessed so many extreme Xian stones, he would definitely not dare to show them off so easily. It was the wisest choice to be silent and absorb the Xian stone aura in seclusion to secretly break through the life and death realm. Like Lu Chenxian, who was blatantly displaying his wealth, he was either looking for his own death, or, these Xian stones were not even half as valuable, and were not worth anyone's snatch. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chenxian laughed aloud and threw away the discarded Xian stone suspended in his palm before speaking with a smile on his face. It's quite fun to tease you juniors. Now that it's been recognized, it's no fun. Swish. As the words fell, the unsheathed wooden sword appeared in his palm. Gazing indifferently at all the heavenly pride, who wants to be the first to seek death? Stand out. Wow. At the far end of the spiritual Yuan Tower, the crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. There were quite a few smart people within them who had already guessed that all those extreme Xianshi were fake. However, even they had never expected that Lu Chenxian would actually take the initiative to admit it, and even dare to take the initiative to provoke. Does he know who he's dealing with? Just those who were present today. There were 9 first-class sects, and they were also the most core heavenly pride disciples, which even included Ji Guang, the number 1 person of the younger generation. Lu Chenxian is finished. Some people secretly shook their heads and were filled with regret. To be able to face a first-class heavenly pride without changing his face. Lu Chenxuan's heart is obviously extraordinary, but it's a pity that heart doesn't represent strength. Even if his talent is strong, he's still only a triple Yang realm. Yes, someone beside him immediately agreed, sighing in a low voice. With such a heart, as long as he doesn't die in the middle of the journey, his future achievements are unlimited. It's just that he offended the 9 great sects so badly today that even if His Holiness personally came, it would be impossible to save his little life. Hey, there is no longer any meaning in saying this now. Lu Chenxian is probably also broken. Knowing that he is bound to die, it would be better to die a sprightly death.
The whispers of the crowd certainly couldn't escape the ears of these heavenly prides. Yang Lian held the azure longsword in his hand and raised the tip of the sword to point at Lu Chenxuan's forehead, his face incomparably hideous. Lu Chenxian, today is a certain death. Even the heavenly king can't save you. In front of the Iron Mansion gate, you killed more than 80 people from the 4 major clans with a single slap, and became famous in Tianjing City. Come, now let me see if that secret palm move of yours can destroy me. Yang Lian. Chapter 156 Sky Spectre Body Technique. When Yang Lian's words landed, Ji Guang and the others' faces changed slightly and subconsciously took a few steps back. They had all received news of what had happened in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, where Lu Chenxian had executed an extremely powerful palm martial skill, exterminating more than 80 Yuan fetus martial artists with a single palm strike. The prestige is too great to be ignored. Although they were all the pride of first-class sects and were extremely confident in their strength, even they didn't think that they would be able to remain unharmed under this martial arts move. Now that Yang Lian wanted to be the one to stand out, they just happened to take a look to see if this palm move of Lu Chenxuan's was as terrifying as it was rumored to be. Want to see my palm technique? Lu Chenxian swept a glance at Yang Lian and shook his head with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I'm not just talking about you right now, but everyone present. You don't deserve it. Wow. Above the long street, there was an uproar. Those who were onlookers from afar looked at Lu Chenxian as if they were dumbfounded, wondering if their ears had heard wrong. What did he just say? No? Does he realize what he's facing now? Each of the celestial pride present is a first-class sect des true core elite, possessing the terrifying strength to kill the imperial air realm over the level, and actually, does not deserve to see his palm technique? One can be arrogant, but not ignorant, to provoke so many heavenly prides at the same time, unless he was a spiritual platform realm martial realist. Otherwise, if the crowd joined forces to surround him in a fit of rage, even if he was at the peak of the sky realm, he would never want to leave the spirit elemental pagoda alive. Unworthy? Oh. Yang Lian smiled angrily and sharply, the azure longsword in his hand violently crossed, his body wrapped in a layer of blue water mist, and he directly rushed towards Lu Chenxian with his sword. His speed was extremely terrifying. This layer of water vapor on the surface of the body was obviously some kind of secret method to increase the speed of the body, and almost the instant he moved to rush out, the air in front of Lu Chenxian began to turn blurry. Yang Lian's figure seemed to have steeply coalesced into a real body from the state of aerosol, and the azure longsword stabbed out from the void, already approaching Lu Chenxuan's throat. Thumbs up. Right at the same time that Yang Lian had struck his sword, a peculiar sound of a sword chirping quietly sounded out. The wooden sword broke through the air. A plain and ordinary wooden sword emerged from Lu Chenxuan's palm without the slightest bit of smoke and fire, and gently swept past Yang Lian's neck. Yang Lian's body stiffened. A crimson line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, and the gleam in his eyes faded fast. The azure longsword in his hand. The tip of the sword was less than an inch away from Lu Chenxuan's throat. However, this inch was the mote of heaven, turning into a chasm that could no longer be crossed. Senior brother Yang Lian, that sword, not far around. The pupils of Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia contracted, and the disciples of the 4 great sects were even filled with shock. Yang Lian died. Lu Chenxuan's sword, which appeared to be extremely slow, didn't seem to have any power, while Yang Lian's sword strokes were sharp and unrivaled, and he was the first to strike, so he clearly had the upper hand. In the end, why was Yang Lian dead while Lu Chenxian was unharmed? And, on Yang Lian's body, he clearly possessed defensive treasures, so why didn't it work? Space rules. Must be space rules. Ji Guang's eyes narrowed tightly, and a low cry suddenly escaped from his mouth. Everyone be careful. Lu Chenxuan's methods are bizarre. He can ignore spatial rules and defensive spirit weapons. What? The crowd reflexively backed up, staring at the wooden sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand, unable to resist a layer of fine sweat on their foreheads. Ignoring the rules of space. One must know that in the Tsangshuan continent, only the strongest of the life and death realm who were about to ascend to the upper realm were able to initially grasp the power of rules, and by executing the rule mysteries, they could easily crush all the spirit platform realms. However, Lu Chenxian hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm, so how could he ignore space? It's unbelievable. Space rules? Interesting. The skinny youth with a pale face, Heavenly Spectre Valley's absolute genius, Shen Feng, laughed lowly and coldly a few times under his breath. No wonder he could exterminate more than 80 Yuan fetus in one move. So it was because he used the power of the rules. It seems that in order to kill this person today, it will be necessary for this genius to make a move after all. As he spoke, his figure blurred at times and solidified at others, seeming to keep changing between the unreal and the real. Clearly a unique secret technique of the Sky Spectre Valley. Shen Feng is going to make a move. Their Heavenly Spectre Valley's secret method may not be considered the strongest for frontal battles, but it's absolutely unbeatable for assassinations in the dark. The power of spatial rules is almost ineffective against the Sky Spectre Valley secret method. So let Shinfeng deal with Lu Chenxian. It must be easy. The many Celestial Pride were obviously quite familiar with the Heavenly Spectre Valley's methods, and when they saw Shinfeng make a move, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The big picture is set. Previously, there was some fear of Lu Chenxian. That was because, knowing too little about him, he knew almost nothing about his martial arts. Now that it was known that his martial skill was related to the rules of space, even if the secret method of rules was strong, it wasn't invincible. Any first-class sect had its own unique features. Just like this Heavenly Spectre Valley, the method of changing reality and falsehood was exquisite. Unless it was a life and death realm grand circle that had completely mastered the rules of space. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to kill them in a second with a single move. As long as they didn't die in one move, they could immediately counterattack. And what Heavenly Spectre Valley was best at was killing in one strike. Lu Chenxian. Pity. Yes, the Sky Spectre Valley disciples out of the sword will kill Lu Chenxian, although the means strange. But, hey, that was a spatial rule just now, wasn't it? Not even Yuan Fetus Realm actually can grasp a trace of the power of rules. Lu Chenxian's martial talent is really amazing, but the Sky Spectre sect's stance is too bizarre. Even the spatial rules can't take them. Lu Chenxian is in danger, the onlookers whispered, and many of them looked regretful, clearly not optimistic about Lu Chenxian. The Heavenly Spectre Valley was too famous, and the Heavenly Spectre body technique was unique in the world. So unless the sacred ground demons, who within the same realm could securely win against them, what's more, Shinfeng was a contemporary Heavenly Pride of Sky Spectre Valley, and was also at least one great realm higher than Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian, being able to die under the Heavenly Spectre body technique is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Shinfeng's figure vaporized as if it merged into the void. The pitch-black dagger in his hand flashed with mysterious light, and the distance between Lu Chenxian and Lu Chenxian gradually closed to within 10 feet. Swish! Void to real conversions. Before Shinfeng struck, his figure was still hidden in the void. However, the moment he struck, the state of vaporization was instantly lifted, and the pitch-black dagger steeply emerged from the void, directly stabbing into Lu Chenxian's throat. Ah! Lu Chenxian is finished. His throat is gone. No blood? In the distance around, those onlookers couldn't help but cry out in shock. However, there are also sharp-eyed people, staring at Lu Chenxian's throat, both eyes steeply rounded. He's not injured. That's not his real body. Of course not. At this moment, Lu Chenxian stood within the void, looking at Shinfeng, who was full of consternation, and spoke faintly. The void's secret technique. Is it rare? You, too weak. Chapter 157, a wise choice. At the same time Lu Chenxian opened his mouth, the dismay on Shinfeng's face was gradually stiffening. It was still the same plain and unimpressive wooden sword that emerged from the void behind Shinfeng, stabbing into the back and piercing through the heart, revealing a blood-stained sword tip from the chest. Until then, no one had seen the wooden sword. When he saw it, Shinfeng's life breath had completely disappeared, including his martial spirit charm, and likewise the earth-grade spiritual artifacts on his body, which were all absorbed by the devouring power contained in the wooden sword. Hiss! Shinfeng died without resting in peace. His body slowly fell to the ground, and a sound of pouring cool air resounded around him. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The sword that killed Yang Lian had exerted the power of spatial rules, and the sword that decapitated Shinfeng had easily cracked the Heavenly Spectre body technique. Lu Chenxian, just how many more secret techniques are there? How many more secrets are there? This is a bit of a bad idea. Ji Guang's blood-colored gloves on his hands slowly clenched, and his gaze towards Lu Chenxian became more and more cautious. Among the first-rate sects in the 1,000-mile radius of Tianjing City, he was recognized as the number one person of the younger generation. But even if it was him, although he could defeat Shinfeng, it would definitely not be as simple as Lu Chenxian. If he were to go one-on-one with Lu Chenxian, his chances of winning would be very slim, and there was even a possibility that he might flip the boat in the gutter. However, Ji Guang's fist shook as he turned his head to look at Zhuo Qingxia and Chu Honglian, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Lu Chenxian's methods are bizarre. It's difficult for one person to defeat. The three of us will join forces and completely kill this Feng, and the extremely high-grade Xian stone on him will be split equally between the three of us. Extreme Xianshur. The temptation was too great. Lu Chenxian had taken out quite a few waste stones earlier, but who dared to guarantee that he didn't have any real extreme Xian stones on him? Shinfeng and Yang Lian had already been killed one after another, and the four great sects and the Heavenly Spectre sect were obviously not among Ji Guang's considerations. Blood River sect's Ji Guang, Changxia sect's Zhuo Qingxia, Red Lotus sect's granddaughter of the Supreme Elder, the red-robed maiden Chu Honglian. They were the strongest people in this place. Swish! Without hesitation, Chu Honglian drew out a red flickering colored silk from her waist. while Zhuo Qingxia was still playing with the tiny jade hairpin in her hand, and her expectant eyes flickered with a silky cold light. Join hands. The three heavens pride's battle intent rose, and the affiliated sect disciples behind them similarly jumped into action, tightly gripping the spirit weapons in their hands. Having witnessed the deaths of Xin Feng and Yang Lian with their own eyes, they no longer underestimated Lu Chenxian. However, they had more faith in the strength of the three heavens pride. It's over. The three great heavenly prides have indeed joined forces. What did I say? Lu Chenxian had a chance to escape, but he was so arrogant and cocky that he said something about testing the sword of heavenly capital city, and now it's so good that he can't escape even if he wants to. The onlookers from afar shook their heads and sighed, no longer having any illusions about Lu Chenxian. Martial techniques were part of strength, and many secret techniques were even stronger than martial techniques. The martial skill, the secret technique, that Lu Chenxian had just executed was enough to make people marvel. However, even if he had more means and more talent, in the end, he was only at the regional 3 Yang realm. There was no triple Yang martial artist that could withstand the combined might of the three great heavenly prides. Even the demons of the Holy Land sect couldn't. Joining forces, that was a wise choice and saved me a lot of time. Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings stretched out behind his back and his figure stood in mid-air, faintly looking down at the three heavenly prides. The sky will be dark. I still have things to do. I've already delayed here long enough. Now, die. Hands up and swords down. A brilliant sword light of gold and purple suddenly lit up the long street, like a brilliant rainbow rising after a rain, illuminating everyone's eyes. It illuminated the spirit element tower, illuminated Tianjing city, and even illuminated the entire sky. The strongest war god in the immortal world in the past, one of the three self-created martial arts, killing the strongest, Deluo, prairie sword. That's. Ji Guang subconsciously raised his head, and his eyes instantly went black. His head, neck, torso, limbs, under the shroud of this sword light, like a thoroughly weathered sand sculpture, flesh and blood body flying fast sand, a piece of fine sand from the body constantly stripped, the same including the clothes on his body, all turned into a pile of sand on the ground. Zhuo Qingxia and Chu Honglian were no exception. The two young women who looked like flowers in jade, as well as the disciples of the affiliated sects behind them, were not any different from Ji Guang, and all of them were annihilated into sand, and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. They saw Lu Chenxian strike, but none of them were able to make any movements of resistance, and they didn't even have the chance to execute the earth-grade martial skills they were so proud of. The defensive spirit weapon that he had brought along with him similarly did not exert the slightest amount of power. The power of this sword was beyond everyone's imagination. Dead. Dead? Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, that girl in red from the Red Lotus sect, all dead? Lu Chenxian is crazy, extremely high in the sky. The long rainbow sword light did not dissipate for a long time, and above the long street, those onlookers who stood in the distance had their open mouths unable to close for a long time. Lu Chenxian, how dare he? How could one dare to be so heartless, killing so many people at once, killing the heavenly pride of three first-class sects, and killing hundreds of talented disciples of affiliated sects? Among them, there was even the daughter of the Red Lotus Patriarch, the personal granddaughter of the Supreme Elder. With the crazy retaliation that would ensue from these sects, was Lu Chenxian not afraid at all? Did he know how terrifying a spiritual platform realist sitting in a first-class sect was? District minor geniuses, their spirit rhyme is still too little. At this moment, Lu Chenxian didn't care in the slightest about the reactions of the crowd. The pitch-black vortex within his dantian slowly rotated, swallowing the martial spirit rhythm of these geniuses and the aura contained in the earth-grade spiritual weapons quickly. For the current realm, the spiritual rhythms of these little geniuses were merely a drop in the bucket. Within the sea of consciousness, the fourth secret pattern of the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan had begun to appear. However, after devouring these spiritual rhythms, the secret pattern wasn't completely finished, and was still slightly short of the fourth level of the 9 Yang realm. A realm was divided into 9 levels, and every 3 minor realms was an extremely obvious watershed. The amount of spiritual rhythm needed to advance to the fourth level of the 9 suns was obviously extremely huge. Now, it's time to go. After doing this, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings shook as he swept in the direction of the Forbidden City. In today's battle, the most rewarding thing was of course the Xian stone within the Spirit Element Tower, especially the huge spiritual chi contained in that Xian stone Marrow Mother, which allowed himself to smoothly advance 2 small realms. As for the martial Dao spiritual rhythm of these young geniuses, it could only be considered as the icing on the cake. In order to return to the immortal world and seek revenge on North Underworld's father and son, the current strength was still far from enough. Next, go to the Golden Hall of the Forbidden City and meet that Lord of Tsangxian. Let's see if he is really that ambitious, and if he has enough vigor to completely unify the world, or even open up the boundaries of the Tsangxuan Empire to cover the entire Xian Tian continent. Chapter 158, His Holiness Tsangxian.
It was about to get dark, the gates of the Forbidden City were closed, and the entrance was heavily guarded. 80 elite forbidden soldiers, firmly guarding both sides of the city gates. The person at the head was a young general wearing golden armor. The golden light under his eyes was hidden. His martial strength was obviously extremely uncommon. Is that a flying martial art? At some point, the young general's face suddenly changed, and he looked up to the distant heights with a stern cry under his breath. Forbidden City heavy ground. No flying. It's not that you can't fly, but you're not allowed to. The Forbidden City is where the Imperial Palace is located. It is the place where Songxian's saint lives and resides, and there are no less than 100 imperial princes and noble consorts. It is an important place for the royal family, and if you dare to fly over the Forbidden City, it is to provoke the royal authority and defy the royal power. A great power in the air could fly in the sky and hide in the ground. However, when they arrived outside the Forbidden City, they also had to land on the ground and walk. Even if it was a first-rate clan that possessed a spiritual platform realist in its midst, those elders of the imperial sky would have to give a few points of face to Songxian Shengshang, and wouldn't blatantly violate the ban. Imperial power is granted by heaven, and she is transformed into dragons. Although the current saint was only at the Yuan fetus realm, he was blessed with good fortune and was nearly invincible within the Forbidden City. Even spiritual platform realists would not easily mess with him, and this was precisely the Songxian court's greatest backbone. Whoosh! Extremely high in the sky, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings stretched out, ignoring this general and flying directly into the Forbidden City. No good. The young general's face was filled with shock and anger, and he immediately let out a hiss. There's an assassin! Swish! 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 Within the Forbidden City, a team of forbidden army like a great enemy, from all directions quickly converge. Within the palace is rising for strong breath. All reach the peak of the realm of the emperor. Is the visitor Mr. Lu? Deep within the palace, in the middle of a brightly lit palace, a rather majestic middle-aged man's voice faintly sounded. Mr. Lu is my friend. There is no need for you to be alarmed. A friend? The four strong auras instantly dissipated, and all the forbidden soldiers breathed a long sigh of relief. And this young general's face changed a few times before he finally swallowed his breath. His Holiness had spoken personally, so what did he have to complain about? Only that his status was rather special. Being the son-in-law of the Minister of Rights of the current dynasty, he paid extra attention to the great rights of kings and ministers. In his opinion, even if he was a friend of the saintly emperor, he could not ignore the law and fly over the Forbidden City at will. Your Holiness, in the imperial study, a stout man with a sword hanging from his waist glanced in the direction Lu Chenxian flew from, and let out a cold grunt under his breath. This son defies the imperial court. He is bold and daring. In my opinion, you can't trust Taimo Chun's side of the story on the Yongning County side either. Lu Chenxian killed a city full of people and put all the blame on Prince Yu. What 99 resentful souls array? All nonsense. What happened in Yongning County caused a huge uproar in the Tsangshuan court. 48 years ago, the chief villain of the Six Kings' takeover of the throne, the great Prince Yu Wenyu, actually transformed into the body of a resentful soul and plotted a rebellion in Yongning County? Who would easily believe such a non-legacy thought? Saint Songxian had already sent out reliable people to find the Yin Fury Great Fierce Thing from the depths of Yongning County's ground, which seemed to be able to be used as physical evidence. However, the people of the city were all dead, and Yu Wenyu's father and son were likewise killed on the spot, so there was no way to find any witnesses at all. Sage brother, you seem to have preconceived notions about Lu Chenxian. Songxian Saint, Yu Wenjin, put down the folders in his hand and smiled. Is it because he is too close to the Iron family? The burly man let out a cold snort. Above the court, the civil and military officials have their own factions, and the largest too. It is the Ministry of War Secretary Tai Zongtong, headed by the Iron faction, and the Ministry of Justice Secretary Lang Shiwan headed by the Lang faction. This man's name was Xiong Kaijiang, a close friend of Yu Wenjin's when he was a teenager, and his position in the court was quite special. Although not belonging to any faction, his wife was Lang Shiwan's own sister. Tai Zongtang is loyal. I never doubt that. Yu Wenjin waved his hand and said with a smile, the old imperial master named Yu Kaifeng. I also hope that I can open up the frontier and expand the land. Those generals of the Iron faction are all brave and good at fighting. Those nerds of the Lang faction are only thinking about competing for power and profit. Sage brother, tell me yourself, who should I favor? Of course it favors Tai Zongtong. Since Yu Wenjin sat on the throne, Songxian country is strong. Personal force is not inferior to the founding emperor. It is even more ambitious, wanting to take all the first-class sects within the boundaries, and then the imperial army will conquer all of this Songxian continent. It was a pity that the first-class sects were too strong, and there were Holy Land sects above them, so it was not possible for him, a secular emperor, to fight against them. However, now, Lu Chenxian came out of nowhere and did not pay homage to any sect.
Yet he displayed a shocking potential that was no less than that of a demon from a holy land. Such a talent. If he could work for the Zhongxian Empire, his Yuan Jin's ambitious and domineering career would no longer be a daydream. Your Holiness, Xiong Kaijiang's face sank low as he said in a chilling voice, although Lu Chenxuan's talent is strong, but after all, he's only a third Yang realm, and he's also a troublemaker. He just arrived in Tianjing City today, offended the 4 major clans in front of the Iron Mansion, and killed the little girl from the Red Lotus sect at the Spirit Element Tower, and caused such a big trouble. How dare the Holy Emperor use him? Yuan Jin smiled faintly. Lu Chenxian had provoked so many first-class sects. Wouldn't that be just what he wanted? Outsiders only knew that the Zhongxuan court possessed the state master Taisher, as well as 2 imperial sky providers. In fact, he, Yuan Jin, had been holding back for many years, paying a huge price, and secretly had long since recruited more than 20 Sky Realm and 6 Spirit Terrace real persons, and sooner or later, he would make a great show of success and completely suppress those first-class sects. Lu Chenxuan's appearance brought this time forward significantly. Saint Songxian, outside the imperial study, Lu Chenxuan's figure landed on the ground and looked at the 2 people in the room. Speaking softly, let this person leave, and I'll talk to you alone. The muscles on Xiong Kaijiang's face twitched as he fiercely gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. What are you? And you dare to tell me to recuse myself? Don't think that just because you have a few talents, you can be wild in front of me. This is the Zhongxian Palace, the Holy Lord's royal study, and I am the Holy Lord's sworn brother, titled King Jinyang, brothers in arms. Lu Chenxuan's face didn't change at all. His tone as flat as ever. What I have to say, apart from His Holiness, only the dead can listen. Are you, sure you want to hear it? Swish! Xiong Kaijiang's face was filled with violent anger. His sword was steeply sheathed, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Lu Chenxuan's throat. Your Holiness, this son is treasonous. How arrogant! Please ask His Holiness to give the order. I'll cut him down with one sword. Cocky? Which of the real geniuses is not a high-minded person? People are not frivolous and wasted. Mr. Lu, Yuan Jin left his seat, gently moved the sword in Xiong Kaijiang's hand, and smiled. I can more or less guess what you are going to say. Before you open your mouth, I would like to ask you, if I don't agree, will you kill me? Chapter 159, The Power of Luck. Boom, 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 boom. Yuan Jin's words landed on the ground, and 4 strong auras instantly enveloped the entire imperial study. It was the 4 imperial air powerhouses guarding the imperial palace, all of them activating their divine thoughts and locking onto Lu Chenxian to death. As long as Lu Chenxian dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect, they would absolutely not hesitate to strike and kill him with a single blow. The 4 major imperial air realms, and 1 spirit platform real person. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change as he spoke faintly. Is this the full power of the palace? The news circulating outside is apparently not very accurate. Yuan Jin raised his eyebrows and a rich smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Awesome! The palace had long since received news that, at most 2 months ago, the Su family's flunky Lu Chenxian was said to be no more than a lowly martial artist of the first level of Qi gathering. However, within such a short period of time, he actually promoted to the Triple Yang realm, first leveled Sanqing City, then shocked Luoyang County, and recently tried his sword on Tianjing City, killing the first-class sect's heavenly pride like a dog. Now you can even feel the presence of that spirit platform real person in the palace? With such strength, it definitely deserved the name of genius. Even those demons in the Holy Land sect were afraid that they were nothing more than that. Sage, Yuan Jin raised his hand and waved it, and said softly, Mr. Lu is not malicious. I will talk with Mr. Lu alone. You can retire first. Xiong Kaijiang let out a cold snort. Although he was rough, he was quite loyal to Yuan Jin. Putting away the matching sword in his hand, he glared viciously at Lu Chenxian, before turning around and leaving the imperial study room. The remaining anger in his heart had not yet subsided. He raised his foot and kicked the small eunuch at the door down. Are you deaf? I have retired. What are you doing here? Have you had enough of staying with your head on your neck? The little eunuch was so scared that his face was white, hurriedly climbed up from the ground to close the door to the imperial study, and flew away after Xiong Kaijiang. At the same time, the auras of the 4 imperial air powerhouses, and the divine thoughts of that spiritual platform realist, similarly withdrew from the imperial study. Yuan Jin's safety didn't really need to be worried about. This was the Forbidden City, where the Zhongxian Empire's dragon energy was located, and as long as it wasn't a powerful person from the life and death realm who was approaching, Yuan Jin could be called invincible. Mr. Lu, please sit down. Yuan Jin, the king of a country, did not have the slightest frame at this moment, waving his hand to make an inviting gesture. He returned to sit behind the desk himself and smiled. I'm curious to know, are you really not afraid at all of offending so many first-class sects? Also, the Su family of Sanqing City,
suddenly disappeared. Even my scouts couldn't find their whereabouts. Mr. Lu must have settled them already? Worthy of being Saint Song Xian, he was really well informed. Lu Chenxian sat across from Yuan Jin and did not answer these questions, but slowly raised a finger. Half a year. Yuan Jin first froze, his eyes steeply brightened. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Could it be? Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head. At most half a year, I will help you to unify the country. All the first-rate sects will all submit, and the second-rate sects will not be able to make a difference. What you need to do is to collect Xian stones for me. Don't want the lower grade, medium grade, just the upper grade and extreme grade. As for the Xian stone Marrow Mother, Sanchuan Empire's power is not enough. I can just figure it out myself. Half a year. Yuan Jin's eyes flickered rapidly, deeply skeptical of Lu Chenxian's words. Other than a superpower of the realm of life and death, who would dare to boast such a promise? One must know that within the boundaries of the Sanchuan Empire, there were 80 first-rate sects without 100, and each of them had a spiritual platform realist in attendance. Yuan Jin had been planning for more than 40 years and had never dared to start the war lightly. That is, he was afraid of the strength of these spiritual platform real people. Within the Forbidden City, he was invincible as he was protected by the Imperial Dynasty's Qi. Once he left the Forbidden City, not to mention those spirit stage real persons, even an air immortal powerhouse could easily take his life. Lu Chenxian is a life and death powerhouse? Apparently not. I've already read Taimuchun's Sangha. Yuan Jin pondered for a moment and said softly, Mr. Lu solved the rebellion in Yongning County for me and demanded 1,000 top-grade Xian stones as payment. It seems that Mr. Lu's demand for Xian stones is not small, although the imperial court is rich, but all the martial Dao offerings and the court's military generals, gold, silver, and wealth mean nothing to them, and the Xian stones needed for cultivation are just as many. The basalt veins, almost all of them are in the hands of first-class sects. So, his meaning is clear enough. If he really wanted to obtain a large amount of Xian stones, then he had to conquer all of those first-class sects. Otherwise, Yuan Jin had the heart to fulfill Lu Chenxian's request. There was a deeper meaning. Although he didn't say it on his lips, Lu Chenxian naturally knew it in his heart. For the two sides to reach cooperation, their strengths had to be equal. And he, Lu Chenxian, had to at least show enough strength. Merely killing some Yuan fetus realm junior geniuses was obviously far from enough. So I need to prove my worth. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly as his right palm suddenly shook. Phew! An incomparably strong devouring force appeared as if out of thin air. And from the void of the imperial study room, a small, living golden dragon was grabbed out stiffly, its eyes full of terror, struggling desperately in Lu Chenxian's palm. This, Yuan Jin's body trembled violently as he looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. The dragon vein takes shape. Even he had to use the Tsong Xian state seal to summon the dragon vein Qi within the Forbidden City. Lu Chenxian actually managed to make the dragon vein take shape and reveal its true form with a casual grab? And, looking at the appearance of this dragon vein, it was obvious that it was extremely fearful of Lu Chenxian, as if it had encountered a deadly threat. Lu Chenxian actually mastered such a terrifying secret method. Your Holiness, Lu Chenxian's fingers loosened, and the golden little dragon was like an amnesty, instantly escaping back within the dragon vein, quietly looking at Yuan Jin and softly saying, I heard that you are ambitious and hope to unify the continent. The biggest obstacle, besides those first-class sects, is naturally the dragon veins of the major empires. Does the so-called invincibility within the Forbidden City mean anything in front of me? Of course not. For thousands of years, the major empires have been at peace with each other, and although there are frequent border wars, they are just friction within a small area, and there are rarely any large-scale conflicts, precisely because, under the suppression of the dragon vein, even if the army captured the capital, they absolutely could not hit the capital half a step. If you can't get a country's dragon vein, with war and chaos within the territory, and many sects watching, who would be willing to do this kind of unappealing thing? However, the secret method that Lu Chenxian had revealed happened to be able to subdue the dragon veins and coalesce all of the major empires' Qi. Unifying the Xian continent was no longer a distant dream. You can catalyze Qi. You can actually catalyze Qi. Yuan Jin was breathing heavily, even as the 9 to 5. He couldn't help but be all agitated at the moment. Mr. Lu, since you possess such a secret method, then, my long-cherished wish of many years has finally had a chance to be realized. 10,000 Buddha Mountain Dragon Transformation Pool. Has Mr. Lu heard of it? Chapter 160 Dragon Hardening Pool Selection. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain. Dragon Pond? Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. Ever since he was betrayed by the father and son of Bei Muayu and obtained the heaven-swallowing God Master's inheritance within the mysterious space, it had only been more than 2 months since he crashed into the Xian continent. The previous 3 years were muddled in the Su family.
knowing very little about the situation on the Xian-Tian continent. And the 10,000 Buddha Mountain and the Dragon Transformation Pool were even unheard of. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain. Yuan Jin looked at the expression on Lu Chenxuan's face. His heart suddenly realized, and immediately said, before this dynasty was founded, before the establishment of the Tsang Xian Empire, the empire that controlled this territory was called the 10,000 Buddha Imperial Dynasty, including the king of the dynasty, almost all the royal children of the heart to Buddha, the construction of a large number of temples within the dynasty, but also in the 10,000 Buddha Mountain enshrined 1,000 feet of Buddha. The core is a piece of Xianshi medulla mother of pearl. The bottom of the mountain range is contained in the 10,000 Buddha dynasty of a country's destiny. After thousands of years, Buddhism in the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty has flourished, and the civilian population is heavily taxed, with the vast majority of the offerings going to the Buddhist, Taoist, and martial arts practitioners on 10,000 Buddha's mountain, and there is constant warfare within the borders, with many of the people rising up. In the end, it was that founding emperor of the Tsangshuan Empire who led his generals to fight in the south and north, quelling the wars in various places, overthrowing the 10,000 Buddha's imperial dynasty, and establishing the current Tsangshuan Shangshi. Only, the 10,000 Buddha dynasty has a deep heritage, although it has already been destroyed, but the imperial dragon vein is not completely destroyed, but through the power of the faith of the beings accumulated over the years, the dragon vein will be suppressed under the 10,000 Buddha mountain, and the Tsang Xian Empire, although the army is strong and powerful, has never been able to control all of the dragon veins within the boundaries. The 10,000 Buddha mountain, it's like a forbidden city. The remnants of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty can catalyze the power of the dragon vein and are invincible within the mountain range. Yuan Jin sighed and said softly, over the years, I have sent troops to besiege the mountain many times, with heavy casualties among the soldiers, but I have never been able to take down 10,000 Buddha mountain. Instead, the remnants of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty have intensified their efforts, utilizing that Xianshi marrow mother to massively cultivate Buddhist disciples with the intention of restoration. Within the Tsang Xian boundary, every year, there are many martial geniuses who travel to the 10,000 Buddha mountain, and as long as they pass the Dragon Transformation Pool selection, they can be rewarded with top-grade Xian stones or even extreme Xian stones. These rewards are nothing. However, after the rise of these martial geniuses, they will be grateful to 10,000 Buddha mountain, which will be extremely unfavorable to my Tsang Xian imperial dynasty. Lu Chenxian secretly nodded his head. It's only natural to know what you're getting into. Wanfo Mountain has the Xianshi marrow mother, constantly generating extremely high-grade Xianshi and top-grade Xianshi. The cultivation resources can be said to be unceasing. The strength is by no means inferior to that of any first-class sects, using Xianshi to pull together martial arts geniuses, laying a solid foundation for the dynasty's restoration, and once the time is ripe, it will inevitably rise up and rebel. No wonder Yuan Jin was so worried. The remaining members of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty, the person with the strongest strength, what realm is he in? Lu Chenxuan's face was calm as he spoke lightly. Also, the Dragon Transformation Pool selection, when will it begin? Yuan Jin smiled bitterly and said, I once sent the Imperial Air Provider to explore, and just after entering the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, he was blasted back 1,000 feet by the Dragon Vein's chi, and never dared to go deeper. And the Dragon Transformation Pool selection is said to be fueled by the pressure of the Dragon Vein chi, allowing those martial arts geniuses participating in the selection to go deeper and deeper under the pressure. If you enter the Dragon Pool for 100 feet, you can get a top-grade Xianshi, and if you go 1,000 feet deeper, you can get an extremely high-grade Xianshi. If one is able to enter the place where the Dragon Vein is transformed into a form, one can go to worship the Great Buddha and cultivate the peak Earth-grade body refining secret method collected by the 10,000 Buddha Imperial Dynasty. The 8 Heavenly Dragons Technique, the secret method of body refining? Lu Chenxian laughed a little, apparently unconcerned about it. Not to mention, after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one's own body was incomparably strong, and one didn't need to purposely refine one's body at all. And even if one needed to, all of those body refining techniques practiced in the immortal realm back then were all immortal martial arts of immeasurable value, and were far more than the martial artists of the mundane world could ever imagine. What he was really interested in was, of course, the core of that great Buddha, the Xianshi marrow mother, the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. The time is not fixed. As long as the number of participants reaches a certain number, the Dragon Transformation Pool will open at any time. Yuan Jin sighed and said helplessly, I have also sent out young military generals to try to blend in at the time of the selection, to see what the remaining 10,000 Buddhas are plotting and scheming. It's just a pity that the 10,000 Buddha remnants have extremely high requirements for martial geniuses, and those generals of the imperial court, with their extremely limited martial qualifications, aren't qualified to participate in the selection. I see. Concerning the Xianshi marrow mother,
Of course Lu Chenxian would not delay and asked softly, "Where is the 10,000 Buddha mountain located?" "Directly north of Tianjing City, about 2,000 miles away." Yuan Jin's spirit was revitalized, his gaze was vaguely expectant, and he casually took out a spatial nano ring. "Mr. Lu, I hope that you can bring back to me an accurate news. How many forces have the remaining 10,000 Buddhas contacted, and when do they intend to rebel? As long as you are under the Sky Sentinel realm, you can participate in the selection. Mr. Lu doesn't have to be in a hurry. I can take out 100 top-grade Xianstones, and with Mr. Lu's talent, within a short period of time, you will surely be able to advance to the Yuan Fetus realm." "Promote the Yuan Fetus?" Lu Chenxian smiled. If it was an ordinary Triyan realm, 100 top-grade Xianstones would indeed be able to cultivate into a Yuan Fetus realm. However, he himself was not some 3 Yangs, but the only 9 Yangs realm since the beginning of time. Not to mention advancing to Yuan Fetus, a mere 100 top-grade Xianstones would be good enough to advance oneself to a small realm. Promote the Yuan Fetus even. Lu Chenxian casually grabbed the nascent ring in Yuan Jin's hand and then smiled. "I will immediately depart for the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. Your Holiness's side should also do something to cooperate, and let the wind out slightly to leak my whereabouts. There shouldn't be very few people participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection." Yuan Jin froze slightly, and instantly came to a realization. Duke Lu is really smart. If the number of people was too small, the 10,000 Buddha remnants did not open the Dragon Transformation Pool. As for Lu Chenxian, he had offended many first-class sects by trying out his sword in Tianjing City, and knowing that he was heading to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, how could he sit back and watch? If expected correctly, once the news was spread, the heavenly prides of all the great clans would inevitably gather at 10,000 Buddha mountain. At that time, the Dragon Transformation Pool would surely open immediately, and Lu Chenxian would be able to secretly investigate the schemes of the remaining 10,000 Buddhas. "Mr. Lu, I thank you very much." Yuan Jin clasped his fists with both hands. His tone was incomparably sincere. "I will definitely act according to the plan, and I wish Mr. Lu success." Lu Chenxian no longer said more. Striding out of the Imperial study, the thunder rock wings behind him stretched out and swept away in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. "Come on man." When Lu Chenxuan's figure disappeared, Yuan Jin let out a low shout. "Pass on my word. The palace's secret suns will set off at once, and let the wind out in Tianjing City. Make sure to let those first-rate sects know that the flunky son-in-law of the Su family of Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian, has already traveled to 10,000 Buddha's mountain and is preparing to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. I'm going to take a good look at whether Lu Chenxian is worth trusting or not." Chapter 161. Clouds from all sides. The night was not destined to be peaceful. As Yuan Jin's oral message spread, and the palace's secret sons were ordered to do so, the news about Lu Chenxian spread, and overnight, it flew throughout the entire Tianjing City. Lu Chenxian, departing. On top of the Four Seas sect's main hall, the Four Seas sect master, Luo Tianhao, quietly gazed at the 3 youths at the bottom of the steps. My clan's disciples, in front of Tai Zongtong's mansion, were exterminated by Lu Chenxian with a single palm strike, and again outside the spirit elemental pagoda. They were slaughtered by him wantonly. The shame must be washed away. Lu Chenxian must die. You guys, do you understand? Swish. The 3 youths half-kneeled at the same time and said in unison, "Disciples understand." "Very good." Luo Tianhao gently nodded his head and looked up again to the outside of the great hall, softly saying, "3 senior brothers, Mr. Luo has been waiting for you for a long time." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distant sky, 3 streams of light broke through the sky and landed at the entrance of the great hall. 3 majestic men, each leading 4 elite disciples, slightly arched their hands after entering the main hall. Their voices incomparably grave. "Senior brother Luo, the disciples of the various sects are ready to depart at any time. Li Changlong, Lord of the Evergreen Watch, Hengdao Patriarch Yanju, Cheng Yun Patriarch Qi Tianfeng." The 4 great clans were all in the same breath. The supreme elders were all at the 6th level of the spiritual platform realm, and only by joining forces with the outside world could they have a foothold amongst the first-class clans. Otherwise they would have long since been annexed by those clans that possessed the peaks of the spiritual platforms. In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, outside of the Spirit Element Tower, the disciples of the 4 clans were heavily damaged and had been reduced to a laughingstock. At this moment, Lu Chenxian traveled to the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. The 4 great clans naturally would not let him have his wish, and specially selected outstanding sons and daughters to kill Lu Chenxian on the spot on the day of the selection. Lu Chenxuan's talent is terrifying. Luo Tianhao waved his hand in a gesture and took his seat successively with the 3 patriarchs before speaking softly. He's only at the 3 Yang realm, yet he can cross over and kill Yuan Fetus disciples. Needless to say, These disciples are all inner sect elites, with Earth-grade spiritual weapons protecting their bodies. It would be very difficult to kill them even if they were ordinary Sky Realm. Such a martial genius should never be allowed to grow, or there will be endless consequences. So, speaking here, his palm gently flipped, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. This is the Shadow Body Talisman that Master Uncle personally refined. It can summon Master Uncle's divine thoughts to detach. Everyone, how are you preparing for this? Swish swish swish. The three great patriarchs reached out at the same time, and sure enough, they all took out identical talismans, and smiled at each other. In order to deal with Lu Chenxian, the Supreme Elder went out of his way to deal with him. And if this talisman can't even kill Lu Chenxian, the four great clans of ours will have lost all their face. It's just a joke. The Spirit Terrace Realist's Divine Thought Doppelganger possessed at least 10% of the strength of the main body, and could easily kill people below the 4th level of the Sky Realm. If it was a talisman that contained essence blood, the summoned doppelganger could even exert 30% of the main body's power, enough to kill the peak of the Imperial Sky. 4 talismans. Such a stroke could definitely wipe out a second-rate clan. The threat must be stifled inside the cradle. The 4 great clans would never allow Lu Chenxian to continue to grow. Ryodo. Luo Tianhao held his palm in a false grip, taking all the talismans in the hands of the 3 great patriarchs into his hands and handing them all over to a handsome young man in front of him. You're a personal disciple of this clan, only half a step away from being able to advance to the Sky Realm. These 4 talismans are all given to you to use. Even if Lu Chenxian is capable of much more, you can definitely make him lose his soul. You, don't let this clan down. The 4C's sect's candidate for the next sect leader. An unprecedented genius seen once in 10,000 years. Liang Du, putting the 4 talismans away into a spatial nano-ring, he fiercely bowed and clasped his fists. Don't worry, Master, even if my disciple's body is shattered to pieces, before I die, I will definitely pull Lu Chenxian to cushion my back. The prestige of the 4 great clans must not be dishonored, and the disciples have no fear of life or death. That's good. Luo Tianhao nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a slight movement of his divine thoughts, a 5th-level flying demonic beast, equivalent to a human martial artist's air-permitting realm, landed at the entrance of the main hall, a gale-fire-winged eagle with a wingspan of about 10 feet. Go on, he gently waved his hand, his gaze looking far away in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. This clan and the 3 patriarchs are waiting here. Bring back Lu Chenxian's head. Swish, the gale-fire-wing eagle spread its wings and rushed into the sky, with 12 Yuan fetus celestial pride from the 4 great sects standing on its back, breaking through the air in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, about 500 miles away. The Red Lotus sect, Lianer, dead. At the Black Lotus peak in the back of the mountain, Red Lotus sect leader Chubai stood in front of the cave with a bow, his voice sorrowful and angry. I wanted to personally avenge Lianer's death, but Lu Chenxian has already traveled to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to take part in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. The remnants of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty back then, son, can do nothing about it. The remaining members of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty are extremely powerful. Within the mountain range, urging the remnants of the dragon vein chi of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty, he could be called invincible under the life and death realm, and even if he was a great perfection of the sky realm, he would not dare to easily mess with it. Old man, got it. Within the cave, a childlike voice softly sounded, wait outside for a moment. About half a column of incense later, phew, a 7-petaled lotus of pitch-black color slowly flew out from the cave entrance, and immediately took root after landing, and the 7-petaled black lotus gradually unfolded, and on top of the lotus platform sat a 7 or 8-year-old pink child, looking no different from an ordinary child. This black lotus split of the old me is only at the Yuan fetus realm. Within the cave, the child's voice resounded once again, Night Child, you will take a strand of your divine thoughts and integrate it into the black lotus split, bring along a few Yuan fetus disciples, and head to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to kill Lu Chenxian. Remember, after killing Lu Chenxian, secretly sneak into the 10,000 Buddha hall, and if you have the chance, snatch the Xianshi marrow mother within the 10,000 Xian Buddha. As long as I get the mother of marrow, I'll be 10% sure that I'll be able to break through life and death, and lead my Red Lotus sect, to be promoted to a Holy Land sect. Swish, Chu Bei did not hesitate. A divine thought was released and drilled into the lotus child's brow, and his eyes immediately opened. He knew the power of this black lotus doppelganger, although it was only a Yuan Tai. However, it was able to exert the terrifying strength of a great circle of the sky realm, and it was also able to exert some of the prowess of a spirit terrace realist. It was absolutely easy to kill Lu Chenxian. Father, my son will set out now. After leaving Black Lotus Peak, Chu Baiyao's divine thoughts emanated, and the 2 personal disciples immediately went to the sect's main hall and departed with the Black Lotus child, riding a 5th-order flying demonic bird. flying rapidly towards the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. The four major sects led by the 4C sect, the Red Lotus sect, the Chanxia sect, the Heavenly Spectre Valley, the Blood River sect, the Soul Refining Hall, and the Ethereal Sword Pavilion. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Tianjin City, almost all the first-class clans were out in full force, and the clans' heavenly prides each had their own cards, gathering in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection was only one of the goals. More importantly, this year's Spirit Elemental Tower was open, and the top-grade and extreme-grade Xianshi that Lu Chenxian had obtained from the tower. They were determined to win. Chapter 162 Rules of the 10,000 Buddha Mountain Range. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain Range. Within a radius of 100 miles, there stood 72 majestic peaks, all carved into stone statues of Buddha, regimentally arching over a large basalt Buddha in the center. Wan Xian Buddha. It is said that this Buddha is made from a Xianshi marrow mother as the core, giving rise to thousands of extremely high-grade Xianshi and countless high-grade Xianshi. The 10,000 Buddha's imperial dynasty has labored and spent thousands of years to finally build this great Buddha, suppressing the imperial dynasty's qi, and the qi still won't dissipate even after the destruction of the country. In front of the great Buddha, there existed a deep foggy pool and marsh, which was the legendary Dragon Transformation Pool. Legend has it that when the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty was in its heyday, the royal children continued to enter the dragon pool to cultivate, giving birth to a total of 8 powerful air victims, known as the 8 heavenly dragons. Since the destruction of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty, the 8 heavenly dragons have fallen with their bodies. However, the remaining 10,000 Buddhas, with the help of the dynasty's fortune, have hunkered down within the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, and the Songxian Empire has sent troops to attack several times, but they have not been able to take them in any way, and the Dragon Pond has not suffered any damage as well. Over the past 1,000 years, the Dragon Transformation Pool had been opened countless times, and every time the trials were opened, there would always be many martial arts geniuses buried here, as well as quite a number of people strangely disappeared, becoming an unsolvable mystery. It was also for this reason that fewer and fewer martial arts geniuses came to participate in the trials, and the Dragon Transformation Pool trials were no longer as prosperous as they used to be. This year, it's pretty much the same as previous years. Deep within the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, within the magnificent Buddha hall constructed of lapis lazuli, a white-browed old man in a robe, his eyes flashing with golden light, looked at the scene over the Dragon Transformation Pool from afar and spoke softly. Extreme Xianshi, how great the temptation is. Those martial geniuses should be rushing after it. However, in the last few years, there have been very few people coming to participate in the trials, which is very unfavorable to the revival of our 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty. In front of the robed old man, 2 yellow-robed old monks slowly nodded their heads. As sons of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty, overthrowing the Songxian Empire and restoring the glory of the 10,000 Buddhas was their innate mission. Opening the Dragon Transformation Pool and attracting martial arts geniuses to come and participate in the trials was precisely to grow their strength. So far, the restoration has been planned for 1,000 years and is just one chance away from rising up in rebellion. As long as there was anyone in the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range who could break through life and death and become a supreme power in the realm of life and death, they could attack the heavenly capital city, snatch the Songxian dynasty's fortune, and completely restore the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty. Ha! The white-browed old man suddenly froze slightly, and a few moments of doubt appeared on his face. Is that a flying martial art? Swish! Swish! The 2 yellow-robed old monks, if they were aware of something, simultaneously looked toward the distant heights. Lu Chunxian, a green shirt, with feathered wings stretching behind him, swept from mid-air and slowly landed in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, the silhouettes around the Dragon Transformation Pool were sparse, with a total of only 24 young martial artists of the Yuan fetus realm, carrying spirit weapons of low grade, the strongest of which were only of the low grade of earth grade. It was obvious that these martial artists should not be from a first-class clan, or at least not core disciples, or else they would definitely not be so shabby. Whoosh! Lu Chenxian had just landed on the ground when a few cracking sounds in succession sounded once again. Very high up in the sky, 3 flying demonic beasts were approaching rapidly, and on their backs stood a young figure, exuding the unique tire breath aura of a Yuan fetus martial artist, and the pressure of the spirit weapons on their bodies was astonishing, and all of them had reached the high grade level of the earth grade, first-class clan pride. They had been ordered to come, and each of them possessed strong cards, and almost the instant they landed, their gazes all converged on Lu Chenxian. That's him, for the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. Even if one could go 100 feet deeper, at most, one would only be able to harvest a single extreme Shenstone. However, Lu Chenxian's climb up the Spirit Elemental Pagoda had yielded countless harvests of extremely high-quality Shenstones, and it was obvious that killing Lu Chenxian had yielded even more tantalizing rewards than entering the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool hasn't been opened yet, so it seems like we can do something else first. A Yuan fetus Celestial Pride, his long sword steeply sheathed at his waist, gave Lu Chenxian a grim smile. Two senior brothers, since we have already encountered this person, we don't need to talk nonsense, let's directly strike to kill. Get the extreme Xian Stone and immediately return to the clan to resume your orders. This Dragon Transformation Pool selection. Don't participate. Swish. Two senior brothers at the same time to light up the sword. The sword body chilling. Is the Sky Cold Sword clan unique martial arts? Amit Ba. Just as the three of them were about to strike, a grand Buddhist cry resounded in mid-air. The white-browed old man and the two yellow-robed old monks came through the air and slowly floated above the Dragon Transformation Pool, their faces showing compassion. Gentlemen, since you've come here, you're destined to be with the Buddha. The important land of the Buddhist sect needs to be compassionate, and within the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, no unauthorized use of force is allowed. If you all have any grudges, it won't be too late to strike after entering the Dragon Transformation Pool. The three Celestial Pride raised their eyebrows, and Lu Chenxian similarly frowned darkly. You can't do anything in the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, but you can after you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? What kind of rules are these? Gentlemen. The surplus old man seemed to be about to say something else, but suddenly, if he felt something, he raised his head once again to look into the distance. The demonic bird shrilled. High up in the sky in the distance, a flying demonic beast flew in succession. A total of hundreds of Yuan fetus Celestial Pride, each standing on the back of a demonic bird. Changxia Sect, Sky Spectre Valley, Blood River Sect, Soul Refining Hall, Yellow Sand Valley. Before the demonic birds even landed on the ground, all of their attention was on Lu Chenxian. The white-browed old man's gaze was surprised, clearly not expecting the scene before him. Who is this man in the green shirt? Why were so many Yuan fetus celestials hostile to him? And, the Dragon Transformation Pool selection had clearly lost its appeal, so how could so many people come to participate this year? Was it the Dragon Transformation Pool that attracted them? Or was it this plain green-shirt man? Master Whitebrow, a young Celestial Pride from the Yellow Sand Valley slightly arched both hands and said with a low smile, Senior doesn't know. This Lu Chenxian is a marvelous big shot. He killed more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples from the four major sects with a single palm, and then he tried his sword on Tianjing City, decapitating Yuan fetus geniuses like slaughtering dogs. He's going to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection, so how could we not come? Oh, the white-browed master was slightly stunned, and the two yellow-robed old monks next to him were similarly shocked. Killing a genetically engineered child is like slaughtering a dog? Even for the three of them, as great perfection of Sky Sentinel, although they could easily kill Yuan fetus, but, without relying on external objects, it was by no means easy to kill more than 80 Yuan fetus realms of first-class sects in a single move. This Lu Chenxian is actually a shocking genius like a demon from the Holy Land? If this person could be subdued, their great cause of restoration of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty would certainly be able to go further. Amit Ba, the white-browed master's eyes were lowered. The thoughts in his heart naturally would not have the slightest reveal, and he spoke softly, regardless of who it is. Since they have entered the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, they must abide by the rules of this place. If you want to take a shot at this Master Lu, when the Dragon Transformation Pool opens, you can naturally enter it and compete with Master Lu. Chapter 163, Dragon Pond Steps. The rules of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range were such that no one dared to violate them, not even the pride of these first-class sects. Within the mountain range, the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas manipulated the dragon vein and were invincible, splitting life and death in the dragon pool. Lu Chenxian didn't say a word and secretly shook his head in his heart. It's not right. Ever since he entered the range of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, he was vaguely able to detect that an extremely obscure and powerful aura seemed to exist at the bottom of this dragon transformation pond. The divine sense that had just been released was blocked by the power of Qi, and was unable to probe the bottom. This white-browed master, on the other hand, was not aware of his divine sense probing, that is to say, that the person who controls the Qi of the 10,000 Buddhas is not Master White Eyebrows, but someone else. We naturally abide by the rules of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. The young pride of the Yellow Sand Valley, Huan Tianchang, had the corner of his mouth curled in a cold arc. It's just a matter of waiting some more time. We can afford to wait. Time passes quickly. In just less than a tea break, more than 20 more flying demonic beasts arrived one after another, and the number of Yuan fetus celestial pride participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection had already reached more than 200. Among them, Liang Du, the personal disciple of the Four Seas Patriarch, the Black Lotus child controlled by a wisp of Chu Baiyao's divine idea, the three women's heavenly pride of the Changxia sect, the three inner geniuses of the heavenly Spectre Valley,
and the two twin brothers of the Blood River sect. Almost the instant he arrived at this place, his body's murderous aura had already risen up to the sky, and his divine thoughts were deadlocked on Lu Chenxian. Scholar Lu seems to have made quite a few enemies. White-browed master folded his hands. His tone was quite kind. After the opening of the dragon transformation pool, Master Lu still has to be careful. All the heavenly prides are murderous. The poor monk is very worried. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change, and he secretly sneered in his heart. What is this? Pulling the strings? If you really want to pull yourself together, simply take out the Xianshi marrow mother, wouldn't it be better? What kind of medicine are these 10,000 Buddha remnants selling in their gourds? When they enter the dragon pool, they must find out what he has to say. Senior brother, it's getting late. There shouldn't be any more people coming. A yellow-robed old monk stepped forward and softly said, Dragon transformation pool. It can now be opened. The white-browed master slowly nodded his head and took a deep look at Lu Chenxian before he clenched his fingers in his hand and gently released them into midair. Thumbs up. In midair, an invisible barrier instantly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the dragon transformation pool. The fog in front of the eyes of the crowd pool marsh. Suddenly water mist tossing. The interior does not have half a drop of pool water, but the waves of the sea stirring the general peculiar sound. The bottom of the pool marsh is a gust of dragon roar. Seems to really exist a real dragon. Gentlemen, white-browed master smiled. The dragon transformation pool has been opened, so all of you can enter at will. Once you enter the dragon pool, you can't live or die by yourself. If any of the monks can't withstand the pressure of the dragon vein, please don't force yourself and leave as soon as possible. If there are any accidents, the poor monk will not be held responsible. Inside the dragon transformation pool, the pressure was extremely strong. At this moment, even before entering the pool, already felt a substantial and amazing oppression. The sound of the dragon's roar as if seducing the soul, constantly invading the sea of consciousness of the people. It was conceivable that once one entered the pool, the pressure of the dragon vein that one endured was bound to be even stronger, and if one forced oneself to go deeper, the sea of consciousness might even collapse on the spot. An unsuspecting gaze went towards Lu Chenxuan's body and continuously sized it up. More than 200 yuan feet is celestial pride. Indeed, not a single one of them had entered the dragon transformation pool, but instead, they were closely staring at Lu Chenxuan's every move. From the outside, it looked like the dragon pond was only 10 miles in circumference, but in reality, there were other places inside. After entering the pool, you will immediately enter a small independent world, no less than 1,000 miles in circumference, with one step under your feet. Under the pressure of the dragon vein, finding Lu Chenxuan's figure was bound to be extremely difficult. However, as long as they tracked Lu Chenxian from the location where he had moved, the difficulty would definitely be much less. And this was exactly the unanimous intention of the Yuan Fetus Celestials. All waiting for me? Lu Chenxian swept his eyes over the crowd and smiled faintly. In the dragon transformation pool, life and death do not matter. Whoever wants to be the first to beg for death, then feel free to come to me. After saying that, he leapt gently with his body and instantly disappeared in the mist. Swish swish swish. More than 200 Yuan Fetus Celestial Pride hardly hesitated, closely following behind Lu Chenxian in jumping into the dragon transformation pool. The fog churned. As all the people entered the pool, the invisible barrier in mid-air reappeared, completely blocking the entire dragon transformation pool. The white-browed master folded his hands and gazed closely at the dragon transformation pool, the corners of his mouth suddenly curving up into an eerie arc. This batch of young geniuses, their qualifications are not bad, especially that Lu Chenxian. He's no worse than the sacred land demons. After absorbing all of them, that lord will definitely be able to advance to the realm of life and death. As for Lu Chenxian, it depends on whether the lord looks at him or not. Inside the dragon transformation pool, the steps loomed large. A bottomless green stone staircase spread out from under Lu Chenxuan's feet, stretching all the way to the endless depths that were unobservable to the naked eye. An incomparably terrifying oppressive force covered the entire step, as if it was a 10,000-pound boulder, deadening Lu Chenxian. This kind of oppression is almost equivalent to the pressure of the first level of the imperial air. Lu Chenxian stood on top of the steps and took this pressure easily. His face did not change half a bit. The stronger the pressure, the better. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill. It could be said that nothing could be swallowed. All the mighty energy that came from the pressure was easily swallowed by the Dantian vortex, and all of them were turned into the nutrients of the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the sea of consciousness. While devouring it, he kept going deeper and deeper, finally walking through 100 steps. The height of each step was exactly 1 foot. According to Tsang Xian Sage Yuan Jin, after going 100 feet deeper, one would be able to obtain a top-grade Xianshi. However, at this moment, there was nothing different about the steps underneath his feet, and there was no so-called Xianshi in sight. Are you looking for this thing? Not far from the side, the dense mist suddenly dispersed and a young figure slowly emerged. It was none other than that Huangsha Valley's heavenly pride, Yuan Fetus Great Circle, Huang Tianchang, holding a dusky yellow stone stick in his right hand. His left hand was playing with 2 top-grade shenstones, and his mouth was filled with sarcasm. I originally thought that you were some kind of extraordinary character, but I didn't realize that you were actually so slow. This bit of pressure in the dragon transformation pool is hard for you to bear, isn't it? I've been waiting here for you for a long time. It did take a bit longer. The deeper one went into the dragon transformation pool, the stronger the dragon vein pressure above the steps became, and the time needed to devour it naturally increased gradually, which delayed the speed of walking down the steps. Huang Tianchang's luck wasn't sure if it was too bad or too good. As he searched quickly within this independent small world of 1,000 miles in circumference, he was actually the first to encounter Lu Chenxian. Wait, then die. Lu Chenxian didn't bother to talk more nonsense with him and directly raised his right hand, gently shaking it at Huang Tianchang's head. Boo! Huang Tianchang didn't react at all, and his head exploded into a mass of crushed sand on the spot. Chapter 164, Shadow Body Talisman, comparable to a Holy Land demon. Ha! Lu Chenxian, is this your strength? Huang Tianchang, whose head had burst into pieces, actually did not die. The Yellow Sand Valley secret method. The body transforms into sand. In mid-air, the shattered sand made from the exploding head recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huang Tianchang was unharmed. Even his breath had not declined in the slightest. The first-class sect, Yellow Sand Valley, was not considered the strongest in terms of attacking means, and their body martial arts were not considered bizarre, with the only method being the method of transforming the body into sand, which was their unique mastery. The means of self-preservation was definitely the best amongst the first-class sects. Since you can't kill me, you can only be killed by me. After his head recovered, Huang Tianchang had an undisguised sneer on his face. Swish! The dusky yellow stone stick in his hand swung violently, and a piece of gravel appeared out of thin air. Each grain of fine sand weighed more than 1,000 pounds, carrying a hunting gale, and blasting furiously towards Lu Chenxian's chest. Earth-grade high-grade martial arts, mountain-heavy sand. As a Yuan Fetus Great Perfection, he was only half a step away from the realm of the Imperial Air, and could already utilize some of the means of the Imperial Air powers. This move was definitely the strongest strike Huang Tianchang had ever made. Even a true empty sky realm would definitely be seriously injured if he took it head-on. As for the District's 3 Yang's realm, if you are hit by a few grains of sand and dust, you are bound to go up in smoke. That's an interesting tactic. Lu Chenxian's face did not change as he grabbed his right palm in the air. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. The fine sand that came blasting wildly seemed to have lost all its might, falling powerlessly from mid-air and turning into nothingness before it could reach the steps at its feet. The power of the Yuan Fetus contained within it was easily absorbed by Lu Chenxian without any difficulty at all. The third layer of Chaotic Heaven Swallowing skill was enough to devour any Yuan Fetus martial artist's martial skill, even if they were facing the Royal Sky Realm, or even a spirit stage realist. As long as what they were performing was not a heavenly level martial skill, they could just as easily devour it. This can't be. Huang Tianchang's face changed abruptly, both eyes glaring round. In his opinion, the mountain-heavy sand just now, even if he couldn't kill Lu Chenxian, he could at least bombard him with his hands and feet. However, the strongest strike that he was so proud of had actually failed to exert half of its power, and had been lightly neutralized by Lu Chenxian. Is this the true strength of a demon comparable to a Holy Land? No wonder he could exterminate so many multiple fetal geniuses with a single slap. You made me. Huang Tianchang's teeth snapped together, and a golden talisman steeply surfaced in his palm. Shadow Body Charm. The Yuan Fetus martial artists who came to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection were all true pride within the first-class clans, and those supreme elders of the spiritual platform realm naturally would not hide anything, and they did not hesitate to split a strand of their Yuan spirit and refine an incarnation of their divine thoughts within the talisman. Any Shadow Body talisman summoned a divine idea avatar that possessed at least 10% of the strength of the Supreme Elder himself. This was the most powerful undercard of the major heavenly prides. Supreme Elder, please show yourself. Huang Tianchang casually tossed the golden talisman and threw it in midair to slowly burn, and then immediately bowed. His face full of fury. Disciple has found Lu Chenxian. Please tie Shang Elder to take action and kill this Feng. Buzz. Spatial oscillations. Within the space of the dragon pool, a space ripple slowly dispersed. The golden talisman burned into ash. Faint smoke. Cohesion into a white-haired yellow-robed old man. Looks real and illusory. Obviously not the real form. Is this the dragon transformation pool? After appearing, the yellow-robed old man did not immediately strike at Lu Chenxian, but instead scanned the surrounding area, his brows slightly furrowed. This place is quite bizarre. Something seems to exist at the bottom. That's just it. The old man's main body can't enter this place, and this divine thought incarnation won't be able to exist for long. Lu Chen, you suffer death. The words fell, and the fingers flicked. The power of the spiritual platform. Any spiritual platform real person is a transcendent and terrifying powerhouse, with the sea of consciousness opening up the spiritual platform mirroring the Dantian, initially sensing the rules of the heavens and the earth, and lifting their hands and throwing their feet, possessing the terrifying power of overturning mountains and overturning oceans. This divine idea avatar in front of him, although his physical strength was only 1/10 of that of his main body, his mastery of the power of rules was not any different from that of his main body. Rule martial skill, soul-shattering sand. Although the martial skill was only an earth product, it was a special means of the spiritual platform realist, directly attacking the sea of consciousness. Unless one possessed a soul defense treasure or performed a soul defense secret method, one blow would surely kill them. There was no exception. A divine soul split? Nothing more than that. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change, and his mind pushed violently. Boom! 9 suns in the sky. There was no need to perform any defensive secret techniques at all, directly bringing the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan to the surface, the 4 secret patterns on the surface flickering faintly, completely ignoring this move of the soul-shattering martial technique. On the contrary, the yellow-robed old man, this divine thought detachment, became extraordinarily illusory under the suppression of the 9 suns. It seemed that it was no longer possible to continue to exist within this dragon transformation pool. 9 suns? The yellow-robed old man was stunned, and the Huang Tiancheng next to him was even more shocked. When did this realm appear in the path of martial arts? 9 suns realm? In the history of the Xian-Tian continent, the Qi gathering, Yuan Dan, 3 Yangs, Yuan fetus, and royal heir, martial arts system is incomparably perfect, and it is the accumulation of the experience of countless sages, which has pointed out the cultivation paths to the later generations of martial artists. However, at the moment, in front of them, a brand new realm that had never been seen before actually appeared. What does that mean? Meaning, all the martial arts cultivators throughout the ages, the path of martial arts they embarked on, all went wrong. Surprised? Lu Chenxuan's face was expressionless as he similarly stretched out a finger, gently pointing it at the yellow-robed old man and Huang Tiancheng. It's useless to be surprised. It won't change any endings. Die. One of the 3 self-created martial arts. Deluo. Silent finger. An incomparably brilliant silent purple light shone through 1,000 feet in a circle. Huang Tiancheng, the yellow-robed old man detached. Under the illumination of this purple light, it was like a snowflake encountering magma, instantly annihilated and disappeared. Not even a bit of residue was left behind. Only the dim yellow stone stick in Huang Tiancheng's hand, and a small, delicate white porcelain vase, fell to the footsteps. Meanwhile, deep in the yellow sand valley, in the middle of a rock wall that had been weathered for many years, the yellow-robed old man's face turned pale as he sprayed out a large mouthful of heart blood. A wisp of his yuanshan was destroyed and his main body suffered a backlash. His injuries were quite light. Moreover, after the yuanshan was divested, there was no connection to the main body, and he didn't even know what exactly happened within the dragon transformation pool. Much less could he know that there actually existed another martial arts system in the world that far surpassed the system of the Xian-Tian continent. Even the divine thought split is willing to take it out. Those old guys from the various great sects have really put in their blood. Dragon pool steps. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled, and then his mind urged. The devouring power emanated out, quickly swallowing and sucking Huang Tiancheng's spiritual artifact stone stick and the pills within the white porcelain bottle. However, buzz, an extremely bizarre fluctuation emanated from the steps underneath his feet, actually containing the same devouring power, completely enveloping the spirit weapon stone stick and the white porcelain vase. Chapter 165, Domesticated Figures. Whoa! The moment this devouring force appeared, Lu Chenxuan's heart was slightly moved. Interesting. Within this dragon transformation pool, there was indeed a rather special existence lurking, actually wanting to snatch the spirit rhythm with himself. It was a pity that this devouring avatar was too shallow, and was simply not comparable to the chaotic heaven swallowing skill. It was like a martial artist of a higher realm forcibly absorbing the cultivation of a lower-ranked martial artist, and it wasn't even considered to be a divine ability, but rather a suppression of the martial realm. If you hadn't met me, these spirit rhythms would really be in your pocket. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled as his mind quietly urged on. Rumble. Within the Dantian, the devouring vortex rotated at a steeply accelerated speed, and the power of devouring was 3 times stronger. Whoosh! Huang Tiancheng's residual martial arts spiritual rhythm, the spiritual weapon stone stick, and the pills within the white porcelain bottle, everything, torn out by the power of devouring, was instantly absorbed and refined, and the devouring might emanating from the steps of the dragon transformation pool didn't even snatch half a bit of spiritual rhythm. All of it was useless.
Ha! At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, an extremely blurry pale figure suddenly had a flash of surprise appear on its face. For all the dragon transformation pool selections, he had secretly lurked around, specializing in devouring the spirit rhythms of those martial Dao prides, and had never been exposed. Under the accumulation of days and months, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the spiritual platform realm, only half a step away from being able to survey life and death, and become the supreme power on the Xian Tian continent, leading the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas and restoring the glory of the past. And yet, this time, it missed? This Sun's Gong method is bizarre. If I continue to let it go, it will certainly jeopardize my grand plan. In this dragon transformation pool, the pale figure was like a juggernaut, easily locking onto Lu Chenxuan's location, his gaze steeply hardening. The change is steep. Within the dragon transformation pool, the ubiquitous rolling mist suddenly violently churned, including Lu Chenxian. The scene in front of everyone was instantly blurred, as if some sort of bizarre change had occurred in the rules of space. The steps underneath their feet did not move. However, the specific orientation of each person was inevitably affected by the rules of space and began to change rapidly. This seems like a deliberate attempt to target me. Lu Chenxian stood in place, gazing at the rolling mist in front of him, his gaze slowly narrowing. The rules of space would not change at will, and it was obviously that bizarre existence at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool that had cast a secret spatial technique. With such strength, it must be a spiritual platform realist, and above the 7th level of the spiritual platform realm. Phew! As the mist tossed before his eyes, the three figures gradually became clearer and were less than 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, the three celestial pride of the Netherworld Sword Pavilion. They obviously didn't expect to actually meet Lu Chenxian here. After freezing for a moment, he was filled with surprise. It's a great way to get your hands on something. Ever since entering the dragon transformation pool, they had been searching for Lu Chenxuan's whereabouts, but unfortunately, the fog filled the area, isolating their divine sense from probing, and they did not find any traces of Lu Chenxian. However, after the spatial rules had changed, they stood still and did not make any light moves, and Lu Chenxuan's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of them? That's quite a bit of luck. Lu Chenxian, a celestial pride carrying a long sword, flashed with excitement in his eyes. Since we've met us, escaping is definitely not an option. We have no grudges in the past, and we don't want to make things too difficult for you. As long as you hand over the extreme and top-grade Xian Sure you obtained within the Spirit Elemental Tower, we can let you live. How about that? Is that merciful enough? As this person spoke, the other two simultaneously held their swords in their hands, their gazes dead set on Lu Chenxian. The three people stood in an orientation, just presenting a zigzag shape, blocking all the way. You didn't want to kill me as long as the Xian Sure? Lu Chenxian was not in a hurry to make a move and smiled. Are you guys sure? Of course, not sure. This heavenly pride was full of sneers. If you honestly hand over the Xian Stone, we indeed won't kill you. And after we abolish your cultivation, we'll give you to the 4 great sects, so we can at least exchange for a favor. But if you resist, then you won't have to go through all that trouble. And this is where you'll be buried. Swish! As he spoke, the long sword behind his back was steeply sheathed, emitting a dragon-like sword roar, clearly an earth-grade spiritual weapon of notable quality. The three of them, with 3 swords, had already set up the ethereal sword sect's 3 extreme sword formation. These little geniuses, in order to get the Xian Sure, they really do not know how to die. Lu Chenxian shook his head as his unsheathed wooden sword surfaced in his palm and he waved his hand. Dairo, points lightsaber. 3 purple and gold sword lights, flickering in the air, were indescribably fast. Among them, it even contained the devouring power of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill. Almost the instant the sword light appeared, it had already wiped across the throats of the 3 young geniuses. The youth in the lead froze, the power in his body draining away rapidly, and he couldn't even move a single trace of his fetal breath. He carried with him the shadow body talisman that the Misty Sect's Supreme Elder had personally refined. However, at this moment, even the shadow body talisman could not be activated, and as he watched Lu Chenxian in front of him, his field of vision dimmed rapidly. Boo! The 3 bodies fell to the ground almost simultaneously, killed by Lu Chenxian with a single sword strike. Buzz! The moment the 3 died, the extremely strange swallowing and suction force immediately appeared, seemingly rushing to absorb all of their spirit chants before Lu Chenxian did. Unfortunately, it's too late. The devouring power contained within the sword light had long since devoured everything they had, even the shadow body talisman on their bodies. The wisp of the Misty Sect's Supreme Elder's Yuanshan detachment, although powerful and formidable, was nothing more than a dead thing at the moment, and was devoured and refined by Lu Chenxian after only a little bit of resistance. The Yuanshan Yang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness, the 4th Dan line coalesced completely, successfully advancing to the 4th level of the 9 Yang realm, failed again. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, the The pale figure was obviously not surprised by this result. Sitting cross-legged on top of a scaly dragon skeleton, his already low face becoming more and more unsightly. Having failed to devour 2 times in a row, he had completely understood. As long as Lu Chenxian didn't die, he would definitely not gain anything from this dragon transformation pool trial. To kill 3 Yuan fetus junior geniuses with 1 sword, old me really underestimated you a bit. The pale figure whispered to himself, a sardonic smile slowly surfacing at the corner of his mouth. If 3 won't do, then let's have a few more. The more you devour, the bigger the harvest will naturally be when the old man closes the net. And this devouring method, I will likewise take it for myself. It's much stronger than my own secret method. Rumble. The old voice gradually disappeared. While within the dragon transformation pool, the mist once again violently tossed and turned, and a dozen or so figures, one after another, slowly surfaced on the steps in front of Lu Chenxian. The person at the head of the group was the personal disciple of the Four Seas patriarch Luo Tianhao, who possessed 4 shadow body talismans in his hands. Liang Du, a Yuan fetus heavenly pride. Chapter 166, 4 Great Bodies. Lu Chenxian? On top of the steps of the dragon transformation pool, Liang Du's face was extremely gloomy. Ever since entering the dragon transformation pool, the 12 heavenly prides of the 4 great clans had not scattered and had been joining forces to search for Lu Chenxian's whereabouts. And now it's so coincidental that they've run into each other? Obviously, someone in the shadows is pushing them and playing them as killing tools. The feeling of being taken advantage of was getting to him. Someone from the 4 great clans? From what they were wearing, Lu Chenxian easily judged their identities. The spirit is still alive. Ever since exterminating more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples from the 4 major sects with a single slap in front of the Iron Mansion gate, they had been like gangrene on the bone, retaliating again and again. The spiritual Yuan Tower was like this, and now that it had entered the dragon transformation pool, it was still like this. He had never taken the initiative to provoke the 4 great clans. It was they who begged for death. Swish! The shame suffered by the 4 great clans had to be washed away, and without hesitation, Liang Du directly revealed 4 shadow body talismans. The strongest bottom card is the one that comes out. For him to become Luo Tianhao's personal disciple and a candidate for the Four Seas sect's next patriarch, he definitely relied on more than just his superior talent, but more importantly, his mind. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Lu Chenxian's reputation and strength was unfathomable, and he would never allow himself to fall in the gutter. The 4 shadow body talismans, all of which contained the heart essence blood of the 4 great sect's supreme elders, summoned out divine soul doppelgangers that could utilize 30% of the body's strength. With such an undercard, even if he encountered a spiritual platform realist below the 7th level, he would be able to win the battle. Boom, 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 boom. In Liang Du's hands, 4 shadow body talismans exploded at the same time, and 4 pale figures slowly emerged. The Four Seas sect's supreme elder, a 6th level real person of the spiritual platform realm, Gu Wangyang, Qingyun sect spiritual platform realist, spiritual platform 5th level, Nailan Songyun, horizontal blade sect supreme elder, spiritual platform 5th realm, bastard blade, elder master of Changchun Quan, 4th level of the spiritual platform, Lu Zai. The 4 spiritual platform real persons figures were illusory, and their spiritual platform pressure was vast and majestic, pressing down on Lu Chenxian to death. The 4 great spiritual platform realms. Lu Chenxian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly had a high opinion of Liang Du. This person's heart was quite extraordinary, and the decisions he made were very decisive. If it was any other heavenly pride that possessed 4 shadow body talismans, it would definitely be used as a life-preserving card, and would never be used easily until the last moment. However, he actually had no qualms about directly lifting all 4 major undercards. This kind of boldness to break through was rare even in the green sky immortal region of the past. Are you Lu Chenxian? Gu Wanyang was clad in a gray robe, and although he was a divine soul doppelganger, his tone and demeanor were no different from his body. Lightly gazing at Lu Chenxian, he spoke softly, talented and young, even the sacred ground demons are nothing more than that. Unfortunately, since the old man has already descended, no amount of struggling on your part will be of any use, so you might as well tie your hands. The old man remembers that you have an exceptional qualification, so he can make an exception for once and accept you as a registered disciple. You, what do you think? Disciple, or credited? Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. The former strongest god of war in the immortal world, worshipping a spiritual platform martial artist from the mundane world as his teacher? And let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this master-disciple karma. Can he afford it? Master ancestor is above. Liang Du bowed and cupped his fists. The light under his eyes flickered. Disciple believes that Lu Chenxian is arrogant and has no respect for my 4 great sects. Keeping it will only continue to cause trouble. Please, Master Ancestor, take action. cut off the roots and eliminate all future troubles. He has selfishness. If Lu Qinshan really worshipped under the Supreme Elder, wouldn't he be one generation higher than him? With Lu Qinshuan's qualifications, coupled with the personal teaching of the Supreme Elder, in time, breaking through the Sky Realm would definitely not be a problem, and he would even have the chance to open up the spiritual platform and become a martial realist of the spiritual platform realm, with a status even higher than that of the Patriarch. The power of the 4C sect must not fall into the hands of Lu Qinshan. Taking out Lu Qinshan and redeeming the dignity of the 4 great sects was the best plan. Senior Gu. The 3 divine thought incarnations simultaneously arched their hands. Their tones were the same, although this son is overly talented. His heart is inscrutable. If he were to be admitted to the sect, I'm afraid that he would be raising an overcrowded tiger. It would be better to get it over with and kill this son on the spot, and save the night from growing long. The 3 of them, the spiritual platform realists, were all playing the exact same game. Lu Qinshan could not be allowed to enter the 4C sect. The 4 great sects were in the same breath, and their status appeared to be equal. But in reality, Gu Wanyang was the strongest, and they naturally took the lead of the 4C sect. Secretly, who doesn't want to be the strongest of the 4 clans? If Lu Qinshan enters the 4C sect, it will be less than 10 years, more than 100 years, to advance to the Royal Sky Realm and open the spiritual platform. The 3 great sects would never be able to turn around again, and would always be a head shorter than the 4C sect. This is an outcome that they clearly do not want to see. It seems that the 3 old friends' minds are already made up. Hey, Gu Wanyang's heart was like a clear mirror, and he had an insight into the thoughts of Liang Du and the 3 great real people. After a sigh, he looked towards Lu Qinshan with a rather regretful expression. The old man originally had the heart to love talent. However, the 4 great sects are like one, and even the old man can't be bent on having his own way. Old me will give you a painful death today. As the words fell, he swung his palm down gently. Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, for Xi Yu palm, although it was only a divine idea bilocation. However, he was able to exert 30% of his body's power, and by activating the power of the rules, it was enough to crush a great perfection of emptiness, and even kill any martial artist below the 7th level of emptiness. The wind rises and the clouds are destroyed. Rift blade, withering palm. The other 3 divine soul splitters struck out almost simultaneously, all displaying the strongest martial arts in their lives. They have a long lifespan and have experienced countless large and small battles. If it is the body that descends, perhaps it will still be a little bit of a test, otherwise it will definitely not go all out as soon as it strikes. However, at this moment, it was merely a bilocation that could not exist for long in the first place, so there was no need to retain his strength, and he directly wiped out Lu Qinshan with a single move. Want to kill me? You're not even close. Lu Qinshuan's gaze was indifferent as he pointed his finger in the air. For divine soul powers, I, for one, am smiling. Buzz. Spatial oscillations. A huge cage glittering with purple and gold light emerged from the surrounding mist, sealing all of the martial arts they had performed, as well as these 4 divine idea splitters. Within, Dala, imprisoned heavenly fingers. The spiritual soul detachment of the spiritual platform realist, even with today's chaotic heaven swallowing technique, was unable to completely devour it in a short period of time. Sealing it with the great Luo imprisoning heavenly finger and then slowly devouring it was definitely the best option. Shifu? The 3 seniors. What kind of martial art is this? Including Liang Du, the 12 disciples of the 4 great sects were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them, simply unable to believe their eyes. The 4 supreme elders' divine thought branches, as well as the strongest martial arts that they had unleashed, actually couldn't even injure a single hair on Lu Qinshuan's head? Lu Qinshan, what the hell kind of freak is that? Chapter 167 Unsheathed Wooden Sword? A heavenly spiritual weapon. Lu Qinshan, let the old man out. What the hell kind of martial arts are you doing? The power of the old man's divine soul. Ah! In the middle of the purple and gold prison, the 4 divine soul splitters screamed in a continuous stream of misery. Even though they were only doppelgangers, they were able to feel the passing of the power of their divine souls in the same way as their main bodies. Within the prison, the incomparably strong devouring power was constantly devouring their strength, and it was simply impossible to stop it. Lu Qinshan, not far from the side, Liang Du and a group of Yuan fetus celestial pride, stood in place with their hands and feet trembling, not even having the courage to make a move. Touchy-feely. The scene that happened earlier had completely destroyed their confidence. The 4 supreme elders' divine soul detachments were actually sealed by Lu Qinshuan's casual hands? This is beyond their understanding, and is not the strength of the 3 Yang's realm at all. The divine soul power of the spiritual platform realm isn't very useful for raising the martial Dao realm. At this moment, Lu Qinshan ignored Liang Du and the others as his unsheathed wooden sword slowly emerged in his hand. The most significant effect of raising the martial Dao realm was devouring martial spirit rhythms, followed by devouring Xian stones.
In the district's mundane world, basalt pith mothers could be encountered but not sought after, and extremely high-grade basalt stones were quite rare, with top-grade and middle-grade basalt stones being of minimal use. The fastest way to increase strength in a short period of time was not to raise the realm, but to raise the grade of this wooden sword. Phew! Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the devoured divine soul power was like a torrential river, surging into the wooden sword. Buzz! In the palm of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword trembled slightly, as if it possessed its own emotions, obviously extremely excited. When he hadn't even left Luoyang County, the grade of this wooden sword had already reached the peak of the earth grade. The 100 top-grade Shan stones gifted by Shin Kingdom Lord Yuan Jin, with all the spiritual qi contained within, had likewise been given to this wooden sword, which was just a hair's breadth away from being a heavenly grade spiritual artifact. It's not even close. With the passage of time, the 4 divine mind branches within the purple gold cage finally dissipated completely, and the wooden sword was already infinitely close to a heavenly spiritual artifact, as if it was separated by a layer of window paper, and it was hard to break through. Celestial spirit weapons are too rare. Like the first-class clans within 1,000 miles of the heavenly capital city, the art of weapon refining was extremely exquisite. Each clan possessed a specialized weapon refining hall, yet no one was able to take out a single heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Even the towering Taishang Elder, who was a noble spiritual platform realist, was only using a peak earth-grade spiritual artifact, peak earth grade, and low heaven grade, with seemingly only a small grade difference in between. The power of the two was worlds apart. Any heavenly grade spiritual artifact, after a long period of time, could nurture an artifact spirit, connecting with the owner's mind and exerting unimaginably amazing power. If one was good at refining weapons, they could also continue to melt them down and use heavenly materials and treasures to raise the grade of the heavenly spiritual weapon once again. It could be said that as long as it reached the heavenly grade level, it could completely become a martial artist's innate spirit weapon. And unless one encountered an innate weapon like the 24 Bridges and the Night of the Moon, there was no longer a need to replace the innate spirit weapon. Grass and wood aura condensed into a sword. The material should also be upgraded a bit to be good. Lu Chenxian thought for a moment, and his right hand suddenly grabbed in the air. Phew! An unstoppable devouring force seemed to be born out of thin air, instantly enveloping Liang Du and the others. Devouring. Liang Du and the 11 heavenly pride's martial spiritual rhythms were torn out by the devouring force, and all of them entered Lu Chenxuan's sea of consciousness. And the 9 Yuan Shenyang dawn glistened as the 5th secret pattern gradually revealed its shape. As for the earth-grade spiritual artifacts they carried with them, the grass and wood essences contained in the pills were quickly absorbed by the sheathless wooden sword. Me, my metaphetus, senior brother Liang, my fetal breath chi has been drained by Lu Chenxian, my green gang sword. No! Liang Du and the others trembled violently, feeling the weakness coming from themselves, and then looking at the scrap iron in their hands, their faces were appalled. Is this Lu Chenxuan's tactic? They lost everything they once had. Buzz. At this moment, in Lu Chenxuan's hands, the unsheathed wooden sword was undergoing an amazing metamorphosis. The originally dull and lightless wooden sword body gradually released the unique luster of the metal material, and an extremely special pressure was slowly released from within the sword body, and with the passage of time, the intensity of the pressure was also increasing rapidly. Rumble. Heavenly thunder shook. In the sky above the dragon transformation pool, a blackened thundercloud with a circumference of 1,000 feet was rapidly taking shape, and in the middle of it was brewing a column of thunder like the thickness of a water bucket, like a sinuous and twisted thunder dragon that swooped down from the cloud mass. Spirit weapon Thunderbolt. Lu Chenxian saw this and with a faint smile on his face, he threw the long sword in his hand up in the air. Go! Whoosh! The long sword broke through the air and flew, colliding head-on with the pitch-black thunder dragon, and a layer of intertwined and densely woven pitch-black thunder patterns rose on its surface. Under the baptism of the thunderbolt, the longsword was not damaged at all, and its power was strengthened by another 3 points. Rumble. The thunderbolt came fast and dispersed fast, and almost in an instant, the thunderclouds over the 10,000 Buddha mountain range had dissipated, restoring the previous clear sky. And within the dragon transformation pool, and likewise including the white-browed master and the 2 yellow-robed old monks outside the dragon transformation pool, all saw the scene of the thunderbolt descending. Thunder Tribulation. It's the legendary spirit weapon Thunder Tribulation. White-browed master's tone was urgent. His face was vaguely red. The birth of a heavenly spiritual weapon is within the dragon transformation pool. Celestial spirit weapon. The 2 yellow-robed old monks looked at each other, all seeing the blazing heat in each other's eyes. This year's dragon transformation pool selection. Someone actually refined a heavenly grade spiritual weapon? With those little geniuses of the Yuan fetus? It's unbelievable. Heavenly spiritual weapons. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, the pale figure's face shook dramatically as he slowly rose from the true dragon skeleton.
tilting his head and gazing at the sky above, his two eyes flickering with substantial rays of greed. The temptation of such a treasure was too great. One must know that on top of the Zhongxian continent, even the three great holy places possessed only a handful of heavenly-grade spiritual weapons. Not everyone possessed even the most powerful person who had explored life and death. The value of a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact definitely exceeded the 10,000 Xian Buddha in the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, and exceeded all the reserves of a first-class sect. Heavenly spiritual artifacts appear in the world. This is the will of heaven. The pale figure's lips mumbled, and the color of excitement on his face grew thicker. He had held back for 1,000 years, recuperating at the bottom of the dragon transformation pond, and his greatest wish was to restore the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty and completely destroy the Zhongxian Empire. If he could obtain this heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, he would definitely be like a tiger with wings, and after advancing to the realm of life and death, he could even establish the fourth holy land above the Xian continent, letting his name spread through the ages. The heavenly-grade spiritual weapon is in the hands of that three-yang realm kid. After a short period of surprise, the pale figure flew to calm down. The power of the rules was once again activated, and the mist in the entire dragon transformation pool began to boil crazily. Spatial shifting. At this moment, the scene in front of the eyes of all the martial Dao Celestials participating in the dragon transformation pool trial began to change rapidly. The targets they moved to were all exactly the same. Lu Chunxian. Chapter 168, Name of the Sword. Shindi. Rumble. Beneath Lu Chenxuan's feet, the steps of the dragon transformation pool shook slightly, and the surrounding mist tumbled violently as a figure emerged quickly from the void. Changxia Sect, Sky Spectre Valley, Blood River Sect, Soul Refining Hall. There was also the Red Lotus Patriarch Chu Baiyao, the Black Lotus child under his control. The moment they saw Lu Chenxian, a trace of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. What's going on here? Since entering the dragon transformation pool, although all of them were searching for Lu Chenxuan's traces, they were not in the same location and did not think that they could find Lu Chenxian without any problems. Yet now, the spatial rules in the dragon transformation pool had actually sent Lu Chenxian to them? Who was the one who struck in the dark? Who was the one who catalyzed the rules of space? It's hard not to be suspicious. This place is very weird. A black-clothed youth from the Soul Refining Hall swept his gaze over the crowd and slowly spoke. Someone is secretly making a move to purposely make us meet up with Lu Chenxian. Although we all want to deal with Lu Chenxian, but this feeling of being manipulated, I dislike it. His name was Go Zimo, one of the Soul Refining Hall Master's personal disciples, with a strength of Yuan Fetus Great Circle. In his left hand, he held a black ink stone, and in his right hand, he pinched a golden brush, all of which were earth-grade high-grade spiritual artifacts. Whoever struck, this doesn't matter. A young woman wearing the costume of the Heavenly Spectre Valley quietly looked at Lu Chenxian. All I want to know right now is whether or not the spiritual weapon lightning tribulation just now was caused by you? You refined a heavenly grade spiritual weapon? This was a question shared by all present. A heavenly spirit weapon is a matter of great importance. All of them had sensed the spiritual weapon thunder tribulation that appeared just now, and they could conclude that this heavenly grade spiritual weapon must have just been born, which was why it caused the thunder tribulation to descend. It was impossible for such a treasure to exist in the dragon transformation pool. Otherwise, those remaining 10,000 Buddhas guarding this place would not know about it. If there really was a heavenly spiritual weapon, the white-browed master outside the dragon transformation pool, the yellow-robed old monk, was afraid that he would have already taken the spiritual weapon. It was obvious that the heavenly grade spiritual weapon that appeared just now was definitely refined by someone and was not nurtured by heaven and earth. You want? Lu Chenxian held the longsword in his hand, gently shaking it at the Heavenly Spectre Valley woman and smiled. This is the Heavenly Spirit Sword. If you want it, just go ahead and do it. I'm afraid that you don't have the guts to do it. The young woman's face changed slightly, and she really didn't act rashly. The gazes of the others, on the other hand, converged in unison on this longsword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. This is the heavenly grade spirit sword that was just born, a super treasure that even Holy Land clans valued immensely. This is from the 4 great clans? It wasn't until this moment that someone finally spotted the corpses of Liang Du and the others, and once again looked at Lu Chenxian, a few moments of scorn appearing on his face. Lu Chenxian, did you kill them all? And how exactly was this heavenly great spirit sword born? Could it be that you really made it yourself? As they spoke, the 70 to 80 Yuan Fetus Celestial Pride's faces varied, and without moving, they moved a few points closer to each other. Between first-class sects, there was the same kind of open and secret fighting. However, at this moment, their common goal was this heavenly grade spirit sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. No one knew what kind of power a heavenly grade spiritual weapon actually possessed, and no one wanted to be the one to stand out. It was the best way to watch from the wall and wait for the others and Lu Chenxian to fight to the death, so that he could reap the benefits of a fisherman. You guys have so many questions.
So many questions. Lu Chenxian shook his head indifferently and lifted his foot towards the lower steps. Since you don't dare to make a move, then I won't accompany you. If anyone is bent on death, they might as well try their hand at it. Under the heavenly spirit weapon, absolutely no survivors will be left alive. Pop, pop, the sound of footsteps. Under the eyes of everyone, Lu Chenxian stepped down and continued to go deeper and deeper into the dragon transformation pool along the green stone steps, as if he were idly walking, ignoring all of these so-called martial Dao prides, including the Black Lotus child. It was surprisingly hard that no one dared to make a move. The prestige of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon had completely subdued them. Damn! The Black Lotus child clenched his teeth as a touch of ruthlessness surfaced under his eyes. This Black Lotus doppelganger was personally refined by the Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tentming, and was controlled by Chu Baiyao's divine soul, which was capable of exerting the terrifying power of the third level of the spiritual platform realm. But even he, although he was confident that he could defeat Lu Chenxian, who possessed a heavenly spirit sword, he didn't dare to guarantee that this Black Lotus doppelganger could remain unharmed. The Black Lotus split. The stem is too big. Any spiritual platform real person, as long as they didn't accidentally fall, could have a long lifespan of 5,000 years. Xu Pangming is now over 700 years old, not far from the end of his lifespan, and has specifically refined this Black Lotus child in preparation for taking over his body and rebuilding it. Once the Black Lotus child was damaged, how could Xu Pangming carry out the seizing of the body when his great day had come? Lu Chenxian killed his daughter's revenge. Although Chu Baiyao was resentful to the extreme, he did not dare to strike easily at this moment. Watching a heavenly grade spiritual artifact slip away from under your noses. You guys can tolerate it, but I can't. The person who opened his mouth was none other than a disciple of the Sky Spectre sect, Go Zemo. The golden pen in his right hand was lifted, dipped in the pitch black ink in the ink stone in his left hand, and waved it quickly in the air. Swish swish swish. More than 10 gray and black shadows floated out from mid-air, each possessing the astonishing strength of a Yuan fetus great circle, emitting the sound of severe ghost cries from their mouths as they pounced towards Lu Chenxuan's back. However, there was a soft buzz. These ghosts condensed by the secret method had just entered within 3 feet of Lu Chenxian, and the latter seemed to be oblivious to the fact that the long sword in his hand flashed with spiritual light, sweeping these ghosts away. A ghost with the strength of a Yuan fetus great perfection actually couldn't even get close to Lu Chenxian. Daring to take a shot at me? You have a lot of courage. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he turned his head to look at the shocked Go Zemo, and spoke faintly. Unfortunately, courage does not represent strength, and since he has already struck out, he must pay the price. Thumbs up. The sword light broke through the air. A purple golden sword light, released from the heavenly grade long sword, instantly swept past Go Zemo's throat. Killed on the spot. Go Zemo had reacted quickly enough. His right hand gripped the brush tightly and dipped the tip into the ink stone in his left hand. But that's about it. He didn't even have the time to wield his brush and perform his favored martial arts skill before Lu Chenxuan's sword light had cut his throat and swallowed everything he had. Dangling. The ink stone and the brush fell to the ground at the same time, their eyes revealing extreme horror as their bodies slowly fell to the ground. The 2 Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons were reduced to scrap and lost all their power at the same time they landed on the ground. All of the spiritual rhythm contained within it entered this long sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. It was only that the grade of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon was too high and its power was too great. And even after devouring the inkstone and brush, the enhancement was almost negligible. The power is not bad. Lu Chenxian gazed at the longsword in his hand. A trace of appreciation spread across his face as he whispered softly to himself under his breath. Since refining you out, there has been no name for you. Your name, then, is Chopper Emperor. Chapter 169. 2 Great Patriarch Schemes. The Emperor's Sword of Chopping. This long sword in his hand finally had its own name. The ones it wanted to behead, of course, were not the emperors above the Xian Tian continent, but the immortal emperor of the Ziwei imperial dynasty of the Qing Tian immortal domain, the treacherous villain, Bei Meiwei and his son, the Sword of the Chopper. Upon hearing this name, the crowd showed shocked faces. Some secretly speculated about the meaning of the sword's name, while others looked at Go Zemo's fallen body on the ground and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. The heavenly spirit sword is really powerful. The soul refining hall was powerful and ranked at the forefront amongst the first-class sects, and its unique psionic soul secret method was unbeatable. Even those other first-class sects' heavenly prides were incomparably afraid of it. However, under this heavenly grade spirit sword, it actually couldn't even last a single move. Lu Chenxian, with this spirit sword, who would dare to go against him? Gentlemen, that young woman from the heavenly Spectre Valley, staring tightly at Lu Chenxian, spoke in a chilling voice. As everyone can see, the heavenly grade spirit sword is extremely powerful, and is definitely a rare and precious treasure. Lu Chenxian is only a mere third young realm, and with the power of the spirit sword,
He was actually able to kill Gozimo in a single move. How can everyone let go of such a spirit sword? Wow! There was a commotion in the crowd. In the face of such a treasure, their greedy hearts had long been unable to hold back. However, at this moment, Lu Chenxuan's strength could definitely not be measured simply by realm. Just the spirit sword in his hand was enough to kill the vast majority of those present. If he can kill one, can he still kill us all? The heavenly specter valley woman flipped her palm. A jade longsword appeared in her palm, and shouted sternly. Everyone work together to kill Lu Chenxian. The return of the heavenly spirit sword will be discussed after killing Lu Chenxian. Sons and daughters of the Jianghu must not be afraid of the end. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor are in heaven. Swish, swish, swish. Once this statement was made, at least 30 or so celestial pride, all of them lit up their earth-grade spiritual weapons. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. Just now, they had already seen the power of the Emperor beheading sword, and they all knew in their hearts that as long as they made a move on Lu Chenxian, it would definitely be impossible for all the people present to retreat in one piece, and at the very least, a small half of them would have to fall. However, who is sure that it will be you who will die? But where there was a 1 in a million chance, they would never let it go. No one could resist the temptation of a heavenly grade spirit sword. If we can obtain a heavenly spiritual artifact, even if we lose this Black Lotus incarnation, Father will definitely be able to advance to the life and death realm. Red Lotus Patriarch Chu Baiyao. His divine thoughts clung within the Black Lotus child's sea of consciousness, and the light under his eyes flickered rapidly. The Black Lotus split is certainly important. However, compared to a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, even if it was discarded, so what? Chu Pengming's great limit was approaching, and after seizing the Black Lotus split, his cultivation was only at the Yuan fetus realm, and it was hard to say whether he could recover his spiritual platform cultivation. If he could snatch Lu Chenxuan's heavenly grade spirit sword into his hands, Chu Tengming, with the help of the spirit sword's power, would most likely be able to break through the barrier of life and death, and become a supreme powerhouse on top of the Xiantian continent. Master is above. The two Yuan fetus celestial pride of the Red Lotus sect, who were also the very same personal disciples of Chu Baiyao, had a strand of divine thought transmission that sounded simultaneously in the latter's sea of consciousness. Please, Master, cast a forbidden spell to seize the heavenly spiritual artifact. As long as the sect prospers, disciples do not hesitate to die. Chu Baiyao's heart was suddenly shaken. Red Lotus sect's secret method. To be able to become the best amongst the first-class sects, the Red Lotus sect had its own unique features, just like the Black Lotus body that Chu Pengming had refined, as well as the forbidden technique that the two personal disciples had said, all of which were amazing secret techniques that were hard for ordinary people to imagine. With just the three of them, it would be very difficult to defeat Lu Chenxian even if they cast a forbidden art. Today, however, it's not a solo fight, it's a group siege. With so many multi-fetal prides joining forces, Lu Chenxian would definitely be in a bitter battle no matter how capable he was, and that would be the Red Lotus sect's chance. Your thoughts? No. After a short period of silence, Chu Baiyao's divine sense transmitted and said in a deep voice, this sect promises that after your sacrifices, you will be the sect's greatest benefactors. Your clan relatives, this clan will definitely make proper arrangements. Those with outstanding talent must be carefully cultivated, and those without talent, let them enjoy a lifetime of glory. The Red Lotus sect's forbidden art must voluntarily sacrifice blood, flesh, and soul, and after the fall cannot be reincarnated into the next life, not into the cycle of reincarnation. Giving such a promise, the two Red Lotus sect celestials no longer had any worries and smiled at each other. Ready! As long as Chu Bei cast a forbidden technique, they would immediately initiate the sacrifice and vow to kill Lu Chenxian. Patriarch Chu, not far from the side, a red-haired young man from the Blood River sect similarly transmitted his divine thoughts and sounded in a low voice in the depths of Chu Bei's sea of consciousness. You have the Black Lotus split, I have the Blood River body, and this heavenly spirit sword of Lu Chenxian. How should I distribute it? Blood River Patriarch, Wu Tian Blood, Tianjing City Danyuan Tower. Blood River sect's #1 person of the young generation, Ji Guang, was sent to the sky by Lu Chenxian with a single sword prairie, and not even half of his ashes were left, although the sect had other heavenly prides. However, even Ji Guang was no match for Lu Chenxian, so what use could these young disciples be put to? For this dragon transformation pool selection, Wu Tian Blood and Chu Baiyao's intentions coincided, using the clan's unspoken secret to manipulate the Blood River body with their divine thoughts, intending to personally strike out at Lu Chenxian. Brother Wu, Chu Baiyao's face sank slightly, and a wisp of divine thought transmitted back. My father's deathbed is approaching, and the heavenly spirit sword is a must-have. Elder Tang of the Blood River sect, he's slightly less powerful than my father. Wu Tian Blood stagnated slightly, then laughed silently and coldly. People who are about to die are capable of doing anything, no matter how crazy. Although Chu Bei didn't say it explicitly, however, the meaning had been expressed very clearly. If Wu Tianxiu dared to hit the idea of the heavenly spirit sword, Chu Tingming would definitely go completely insane and go on with the Blood River sect. The heavenly spirit sword is related to the survival of our clan. Chu Baiyao stared tightly at Wu Tianxiu and once again transmitted his voice in a chilling tone. I can make a martial Dao oath. As long as Brother Wu helps me snatch the heavenly spirit sword, after my family's father surveys life and death, this spirit sword will surely be lent to the Blood River sect for Elder Tang and Brother Wu to comprehend for 1,000 years. Of course, Brother Wu and Senior Tang must also swear that after 1,000 years, they must return the spirit sword. What does Brother Wu think? Lend it to the Blood River sect and refer to it for 1,000 years. Wu Tianblood narrowed his eyes as a single thought flashed through his mind. The heavenly grade spiritual sword was of course a good thing. However, after surveying life and death, one could have 10,000 years of lifespan, and if one could ascend to the upper realms, one's cultivation could be raised again, and it would be much easier to search for other heavenly grade spiritual weapons. After 1,000 years of enlightenment, he and the Supreme Elder, Tang Tao, would definitely be able to enter the realm of life and death. For him, the deal wasn't a loss. Plus 10 more extreme xianxue. Wu Tianblood made up his mind, and a wisp of divine thought was transmitted into Chu Baiyao's sea of consciousness. You and I, now swear at the same time, with heaven and earth as our witnesses, that we will never break our promise. After swearing, this spirit sword in Lu Qinshuan's hands, I will go all out to help you snatch it. Chapter 170, An Illusory Dream. While the two great sect masters exchanged divine thoughts, the many Yuan fetus celestials were already on the same page. Swish swish swish, one after another, earth-grade spiritual weapons were lit up, and there were also people whose faces were filled with viciousness, directly taking out the shadow body talismans bestowed by the Supreme Elder. There were also a dozen or so heavenly prides, whose status within the sect was clearly extraordinary, actually possessing earth-grade high-grade defense spiritual weapons, and a lofty pagoda and huge palace floated in the air. This included the woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect, Lu Chunxian. The woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect stood under a bronze bell, holding a black ribbon in her hand, and shouted coldly in a low voice, hand over the heavenly spirit sword and I'll spare you from death. If you are recalcitrant to the end, you will only die. Snap. Lu Chenxian paused in his steps. At this moment, he had gone dozens of feet deeper along the steps at his feet, with his back to everyone. The woman's voice was murderous, and a group of celestial pride's battle intent surged, while Lu Chenxian seemed to be unaware of it and didn't even return his head. Too weak. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Fairy Miao said? A handsome young man from the Iron Thread sect, holding a piece of chilly gold wire in his hand, shouted harshly, hand over the heavenly spirit sword, or else. Thumbs up. Violet light flashed. Lu Chinchuan's signature martial art, the golden Xian finger. A fuzzy pillar of light that shimmered with a purple gold hue pierced through the forehead of this youth, containing an irresistible devouring power that instantly deprived him of everything. The number one person of the younger generation of the Iron Thread sect, the peak Yuan fetus heavenly pride, LV Yinchuan, didn't even finish a complete sentence before he was exterminated by Lu Chenxian with a single finger. The various celestial pride present didn't even see when Lu Chenxian turned around, much less how he struck. Lu Chenxian, the woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect, the myriad fairy Su Miao, slightly tightened the black ribbon in her hand, her heart secretly aghast. The Iron Thread sect and the Heavenly Spectre sect had been friends for generations, and there had once been two supreme elders who had been married to each other, and the techniques in martial arts practiced by the two sects were quite similar. In terms of strength, she and LV Yinchuan were indistinguishable. Aside from this bronze giant clock floating above her head, her and LV Yinchuan's undercards were almost no different, both being shadow body talismans personally refined by the Supreme Elder. However, in the face of the finger technique performed by Lu Chenxian, Lu Yinchuan actually didn't even have time to activate the shadow body talisman? Such tactics are simply appalling. Fairy Miao, don't let him break you on each side, let's all go together. Another young celestial pride wearing a golden robe with a golden crown on his head suddenly let out a roar from his mouth. Phew! The folding fan in his hand swung violently, fanning out a fierce astral wind visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Wind Ghost Valley, Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, soul-destroying wind. Everyone, stop reserving your strength and strike. Must kill Lu Chenxian. Kill Lu Chenxian first, then decide where the heavenly spirit sword belongs. Everyone joins forces. At this moment, many heavenly prides cried out in unison, and their earth-level martial arts went crazy, all of them displaying their strongest moves, and the shadow body charm. At least more than 30 heavenly prides simultaneously activated the shadow body talisman in their hands. An illusory figure appeared in the void, either a white-haired old man, a wrinkled crone, or a middle-aged scribe in white clothes. all of which were the great elders of the various sects. Almost the instant they appeared, the divine souls of these spiritual platform realists' detachments. Some waved their invisible long swords, some had their fingers like flickering flowers, striking out a powerful spell, while others recited in a low voice under their breath, seemingly casting some kind of rule secret method. The tricks are all out, the cards are all up. In order to kill Lu Chenxian, they had already done their best, and there were even a dozen or so celestial pride that directly threw out the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, urging the spiritual weapons to self-detonate. A desperate attempt to do something about it. Facing Lu Chenxian, who possessed a heavenly grade spirit sword, they were definitely not half careless. The power that erupted at this moment was definitely capable of blasting an empty sky great circle powerhouse to dregs, and even if it was a true spirit terrace realist, it was very likely that he would fall on the spot. In order to kill me, you actually even exploded an earth-grade high-grade spiritual armament? You guys are really generous. Lu Chenxian held the sword in his right hand and gently raised his left hand. The purple and gold light under his eyes flickered slightly, striving for fame and fortune, cultivating against the heavens. In the end it's nothing but an empty game. This poem will make your hearts happy. Buzz. Heaven and earth are misty. A strange fluctuation without form or quality emanated from Lu Chenxian's poem, instantly enveloping all of the heavenly pride, and likewise enveloping all of the means that they had exerted. In the past, one of the three major self-created martial arts skills that spread across the Qingtian immortal domain, the Dala, illusory dream poem, Lu Chenxian, is dead. Extreme ecstasy suddenly surfaced on the face of that golden-robed heavenly pride with a folding fan in his hand. In front of his eyes, Lu Chenxian was bombarded by hundreds of martial skills at the same time, directly shattering his body into pieces and completely annihilating even his soul. The heavenly grade spirit sword, under the bombardment of these martial skills, did not show the slightest damage, but instead tumbled and threw itself in the air, and coincidentally landed in his hands. Congratulations senior brother Jean. Su Miao, with a blush on her face, quickly walked over and softly said, Senior brother Jean obtained the heavenly spirit sword. He is blessed with a profound fortune. In time, he will definitely be able to break through life and death and ascend to the upper realm. Su Miao is willing to nominate herself to be a Taoist couple with senior brother Jean. Please don't dislike senior brother Jean. While saying that, she gently undid her skirt, revealing her delicate body that was like sheep's fat white jade. Ha ha, the gold-robed youth laughed to the heavens and took the unclothed Su Miao into his arms, and just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly shook. No, it's not right. If he obtained the heavenly grade spirit sword, how could those first-class sects' heavenly pride be indifferent? Surely they would make a move to snatch it. And Su Miao's temperament was high and cold. Even if he got the heavenly spirit sword, he would definitely not be false to him, and more likely, he would kill and seize the treasure, and they would completely break up with their heavenly wind Ghost Valley. Is what's in front of you a fake? Without realizing it, he had fallen into Lu Chenxian's illusion. Thumbs up. A long sword with flickering spiritual light suddenly emerged from Su Miao's hand and directly passed through the heart of the gold-robed youth. You are not Su Miao. You are Lu Chenxian. The gold-robed youth's eyes were wide with anger, and the Su Miao in front of him was gradually vaporizing. In its place was none other than the indifferent Lu Chenxian, taking so long to react. Your martial will is too poor. Lu Chenxian put away his longsword and didn't immediately devour the golden-robed youth's martial Dao spiritual rhythm, but instead spoke faintly, real and unreal, only in a thought. What's real and what's not? You, now do you understand? The gold-robed youth covered his chest with his hand and staggered back a few steps, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Dead. All dead, including Su Miao. All of the people who had struck out just now had all fallen to the ground and died horizontally on the steps. Their earth-grade defense spirit weapons did not have the slightest effect at all. The only ones who could still stand on top of the steps were the Red Lotus sect's Black Lotus child and two young disciples, as well as the Blood River sect's red-haired youth, and the two Yuan fetus celestials. Chapter 171 Two Great Secret Arts. What just happened? Chu Bei and Wu Tian Blood, along with the four Yuan fetus celestials behind them, were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The Great Luo illusory dream poem, the flow of time within the illusory realm, was very different from the real world, and was completely mastered by Lu Chenxian. Those heavenly prides who had died earlier, everything they experienced in the illusionary realm varied. Some only experienced an instant, while others even spent their entire lives, and the time spent in the real world is not even a blink of an eye. Real, unreal. The gold-robed youth covered his chest, the power in his body was rapidly flowing away from the wound, and the last trace of glimmer in his eyes gradually faded away, until his consciousness dissipated. He was unable to comprehend how a mere three-yang realm could cast such a terrifying illusion that even they, the Yuan fetus celestials, were unable to resist. Is there really such a freak in the world? Lu Chenxian, definitely far exceeded the demons within those Holy Land sects. Brother Wu. On the other side, Chu Baiyao manipulated the Black Lotus child's body and no longer used divine thought to transmit sound, but instead directly opened his mouth in a cold voice. Having just executed such a powerful secret technique, Lu Chenxian must have consumed a great deal. Take him while he's sick. Now's your chance. Boom, boom. Behind Chu Baiyao, the two true disciples didn't hesitate as a blazing fire steeply appeared on their body surface. Sacrifice. Their essence and blood, souls, bodies, and wills instantly burned out, forming two faintly humanoid silhouettes that merged into this Black Lotus body of Chu Bei. Click, clack. The Black Lotus child's body shook, the bones in his body bursting like thunder, and both sides of his ribs slowly opened up, each extending two lotus root-like arms. At the same time, his shoulders were breaking apart at a rapid pace, and two identical heads grew on either side of his skull. 3 heads and 6 arms. This was the Black Lotus child's strongest state, the strongest secret technique of the Red Lotus sect. Come on. Not far from the side, Wu Tianblood casually made a move. The eyes of the two disciples behind him abruptly stiffened, and their bodies involuntarily, directly exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist. The roiling blood chi quickly coalesced and merged with Wu Tianxue's blood river body. The original normal-sized body suddenly skyrocketed, forming a lanky body under 3 feet tall, with blood light entwined around his body, and his breath instantly broke through the imperial sky realm. Don't underestimate the airspace. One must know that in this dragon transformation pool, the rules and prohibitions were extremely strong, and it was impossible to enter above the Yuan fetus realm. The blood river secret technique that Wu Tianblood had performed had broken this limitation, and with the empty realm body, it was enough to perform 70% of the might of the blood river body, and the peak blood river body was equivalent to a spirit platform 9th level. Finally couldn't resist? Lu Chenxian held his spirit sword in his hand and looked faintly at the 2 great sect masters, the corner of his mouth curving up into a playful arc. They think they're consumed now? How stupid. Just now, after killing so many little geniuses, the chaotic heaven swallowing skill has long been activated, and the spiritual rhythms of the martial Tao that came from devouring them, the might of spiritual weapons, within their own sea of consciousness, and the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dawn have already successfully condensed the 5th secret pattern, advanced to the 5th level of the 9 Suns realm. What's more, the great Luo illusory dream poem, which was will activated, had almost no consumption of its own. It's a joke that they want to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chenxian, the 3-headed, 6-armed Black Lotus child, his mouth emitted Chu Baiyao's furious roar. Under the spirit elemental pagoda, you killed my beloved daughter. This hatred will not be shared. Hand over the heavenly spirit sword now, and this clan will give you a pain in the ass. Don't think that just because the spirit sword is in your hand, you can fight against this clan. The Black Lotus split that Lord Father personally refined can definitely make your life worse than death. Next to him, Wu Tianxu urged his blood river body, his 2 fists blossoming with bloodlight, obviously brewing some kind of extremely powerful martial art. His hatred for Lu Chenxian wasn't as crazy as Chu Baiyao's. However, the two had long since made a vow to join forces to kill Lu Chenxian without fail. You could have stayed dead. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head and softly said, the so-called hatred was originally their own fault, and it is only natural that a person who is not as skilled as they are should die. Now that you have personally taken action, the 2 great sects' fortunes are considered to be completely at an end. Chu Baiyao and Wu Tianxu were stunned at the same time before their faces were filled with sardonic smiles. What does that mean? He actually wanted to destroy the 2 major clans? The Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tungming, and the Blood River sect's supreme elder, Tang Tao, with 1 spiritual platform Great Circle and 1 spiritual platform 9 Peak, the 2 of them joining forces, unless they encountered a life and death realm supreme powerhouse, they would definitely not be defeated. Brother Chu, there's no need to bull **** with him anymore. At this moment, the 3-foot-tall blood-colored giant held a ball of scarlet bloodlight in each of his hands, and his voice resounded like thunder. The secret method of this clan has been completed, ready to strike at any time. It takes time to cast secret spells. Chu Bei's angry scolding just now was by no means just the hatred of his daughter's murder, but more importantly, it was to buy time for Wu Tianblood to cast the secret method. This clan is also finished. The Black Lotus child's 6 arms shook at the same time, each hand pinching up a different seal, and a rapidly rotating Black Lotus flower coalesced above his head, releasing a powerful pressure no less than that of a spiritual platform realist. The Red Lotus sect's forbidden art, a soul attack method sacrificed by 2 Yuan fetus disciples, the Lotus of Reincarnation. As long as you are hit by the Lotus platform, your soul will definitely be dispersed, and you will never be spared. Lu Chenxian, suffer death. Wu Tianblood let out a low roar, and the blood-colored giant's arms shook crazily, and 2 clusters of blood light blossomed fiercely.
forming an incomparably dazzling blood-colored canopy that completely shrouded a radius of 1,000 feet. Under this canopy, it was as if the force of rules had lost its effect, and even the pressure above the green stone steps of the dragon transformation pool had vanished. If it was an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist, his body would have completely collapsed from the mere pressure of the canopy. Even if it was a Sky Realm powerhouse, under the canopy's shroud, the essence blood in the body would likewise burst through the surface of the body, and the blood vessels of the entire body would burst. This was the Blood River Sect's secret blood evocation technique, which specialized in targeting the essential blood within martial artists and demonic beasts, and never missed a beat. Die for me, Chu Baiyao shouted furiously, and the Black Lotus Child's finger technique was urged, and the Lotus platform of reincarnation rotated rapidly, slicing through the air in a jet-black stream of light, shooting toward Lu Chenxuan's chest. This Lotus platform of reincarnation was not truly a tangible object, but rather, it was transformed by divine thoughts. As long as it wasn't a treasure that specialized in killing souls, even a heavenly spirit sword wouldn't be able to resist it. The strongest forbidden techniques of the two great sects, one specialized in targeting the body's essence and blood, and the other struck directly at the soul, and when the two joined forces, it was a true killing blow for any martial artist. That's not bad for this kind of power. Lu Chenxuan's face was bland, and he didn't make a move to resist, but instead, his divine thoughts transmitted a sound that sounded softly in the depths of his dantian. Miss Mingyue, suppress these two secret techniques. I'm going to swallow them. Chapter 172, The Remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas. Akatsuki Girl. In the past, in the Green Sky Immortal region, Xiao Ding Tian, the immortal king of the free immortals, was the spirit of the 24 bridges and Bright Moon Night, an innate spiritual treasure. Since obtaining the core fragment of the 20 bridges Bright Moon Night within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Mingyue had taken the initiative to promise that as long as Lu Chenxian kept his promise to help Xiao Ding Tian restore his Yuanshan, she would willingly allow herself to be driven by Lu Chenxian. However, Mingyue and Xiao Ding Tian are obviously not as simple as the relationship between a spirit and its owner, and Lu Chenxuan's means are endless, so naturally he won't easily order Mingyue. This time is different. The forbidden arts that Chu Baiyao and Wu Tianblood had executed were quite astonishing, and the power contained within them was definitely no less than those Heaven's Pride spirit rhythms that they had just slain. Casting other means, although they could be easily dissolved, they would inevitably waste that power. By allowing the bright moon to strike, he would be able to completely seal these two forbidden arts, and then slowly devour them, smothering them. Akatsuki obeys. Within the dantian, the core remnants of the 20 bridges and the night of the bright moon emitted the voice of the bright moon. Buzz. The core fragment vibrated slightly. The innate artifact is wonderfully useful. An invisible and qualitative confining force emanated from Lu Chenxuan's dantian, easily enveloping 1,000 feet of space, suppressing everything and blocking everything. Chu Bei's Black Lotus Child, Wu Tianshua's Blood River Body, and the two major secret arts they just cast out, instantly lapsing into absolute stillness. It suddenly flickers for a moment and then vanishes into thin air. Only two blank-faced divine soul shadows remained, standing in place at a loss for words. What's going on here? On top of the steps of the dragon transformation pool, Chu Bei's divine soul silhouette was filled with stagnation, not knowing what had happened at all. This wisp of his divine thought, obviously fused within the Black Lotus Child's body. Why would it unfuse and suddenly appear in the outside world? Where's the Black Lotus Child? Where did it go? Me, my Blood River Body. Wu Tianxian Blood's divine soul silhouette was similarly jaw-dropped. The Blood River sect's strongest secret method, the Blood River split that Supreme Elder Tang Tao had worked so hard for thousands of years to refine with great difficulty, had actually disappeared? His fusion with the Blood River body was forcefully broken by Lu Chenxian? How is this possible? There is much more in this world that you cannot understand. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he spoke faintly. After the dragon transformation pool matter is over, I will personally go to the two major sects and settle things with you completely. Now, die. The sword rose and fell. A purple golden sword light, fleeting in the air, instantly annihilated the divine thoughts of Chu Bei and Wu Tianxue. Dala, decapitating sword. Almost at the same time, the two major sects that were more than 2,000 miles away, within the Red Lotus sect's main hall, Chu Baiyao let out a miserable scream as his face lost all blood color, and within the blood pool at the back of the Blood River sect's mountain, Wu Tianblood's body shook violently, and a strand of black blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. In the middle of another even more massive blood pool, the Supreme Elder Tang Tao, his pale body trembled slightly, and a wisp of blood similarly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two forbidden arts were broken, their divine thoughts were destroyed, and their essence suffered a severe backlash. The two great secret laws. Inside the dragon transformation pool, Lu Chenxian was vaguely expectant as the dantian devouring vortex slowly rotated. and the devouring power escaped and directly entered the core remnants of the Night of the 20 Bridges and the Moon. Devouring. Within the debris, the Black Lotus boy, who had lost the control of his divine mind, was like a dead thing, devoid of spirituality. The Blood River body did the same, standing frozen in place, its eyes blank. 1 breath, 2 breaths, time passes slowly. After about half a pillar of incense had passed, the Black Lotus child and the body of the Blood River completely dissipated, and all the might contained in the 2 forbidden arts entered the devouring vortex, and were completely refined and absorbed by Lu Chenxian. It's done! Lu Chenxuan's gaze brightened slightly, and he was in a good mood. These 2 secret bodies really did contain a lot of spiritual energy. At this moment, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness had already condensed the 6th secret pattern, and the martial realm had also successfully advanced to the 6th level of the 9 Yang realm. It was only that there was an extremely obvious watershed between the 6th and 7th levels of each great realm, and the amount of martial Dao spirit energy required to continue advancing was bound to be extremely staggering. Even if they were to devour extreme Xian stones, they would need at least 1,000 of them. The Arcane Stone. That 10,000 Xian Buddha in the 10,000 Buddha mountain range contains quite a lot of arcane stones. The corner of Lu Chenxuan's mouth curled up, and he was not in a hurry to leave the dragon transformation pool, but stepped out and continued deeper towards the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. At the bottom of the dragon pool, the old guy who didn't dare to show himself, it was time to bring him out. This son is really scary. The lowest level of the dragon transformation pool, above the augur skeleton, the old figure sat cross-legged, a lingering shock surfacing on his wrinkled face. He had a long lifespan, having survived for more than 700 years, and belonged to the strong contemporaries of the great first-class sects Taishan elders. It was not to say that he knew the secret forbidden techniques of all the great sects as well as he knew them, but he also had a deep understanding of them. Back then, during the battle to destroy the country, Emperor Tsongxian led 1 million elite soldiers, with 3 spirit platform real persons, more than 20 sky sentinel powers, and tens of thousands of Yuan fetus generals under his command, and paid a heavy price to break through the dragon vein defense of the heavenly capital city. The foundation of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty was destroyed. As for him, as the last guardian of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty, after escaping with his life, he relied on the remaining dragon vein power of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to survive to this day, and with the help of the dragon transformation pool trial, he secretly seized the spiritual rhythms of those Yuan fetus celestial pride, and his strength continued to recover. According to his scheme, in at most another 100 years, he would be able to shed his body and leave this dragon transformation pond, absorb the Xianshi marrow mother within the 10,000 Xian Buddhas, and survey life and death to become a supreme power above the Tsongxian continent. Never would I have thought that this dragon transformation pool trial had actually produced such a freak, who not only discovered his existence, but also refined a heavenly spirit sword, and cracked the 2 forbidden techniques of the Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect. Such strength was nothing short of terrifying. Whoosh! After an unknown period of time, a green-shirted figure stepped down along the green stone steps. Lu Chenxian, quietly looking at this old man, he softly said, 10,000 Buddha remnants? Ha! The old man laughed hoarsely and floated up from the scaly dragon skeleton, his figure looming. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time, and you, at last, have come. As he spoke, the augur skeleton trembled slightly, and the hollow eye sockets lit up with 2 clusters of ethereal fire, like the eyes of an augur dragon. On the surface of its bones, a golden flame rose up, gradually forming real-like flesh and blood in golden dragon scales, with golden whiskers flying on both sides of the dragon's mouth, and the 4 golden dragon claws shrinking slightly, as if they were about to come back from the dead. Even more terrifyingly, as its blood and dragon scales continued to fill up, its breath climbed rapidly. In just a few breaths, his breath had already reached the great circle of the sky realm, and far from stopping, he flew to the spirit platform realm. Chapter 173, The Ghostly Flame Dragon. 6th ranked demonic beast, Phantom Fire Blood Jiao. Looking at the soon-to-be resurrected scaly dragon in front of him, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows, and his gaze became a bit more playful. The former 10,000 Buddha dynasty was actually an empire founded by demonic beasts? 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. So that's it. Luoyang County was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, and Sanqing City and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range directly bordered each other, while Luoyang County was the most remote place in the Tsongxuan Empire. When Emperor Tsongxian had just established his empire, the waves of beasts impacted the cities in succession, killing and injuring the major cities, until the empire was stabilized and the qi coalesced around the dragon vein. The scale of the beast tides in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range gradually decreased, and the number of times became less and less. The root of it all. It turns out, back then, the 10,000 Buddha dynasty was not established by a human martial artist at all. but by a 6th-ranked demonic beast within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the spectral flame Blood Jiao. And this old man in front of him, in his original form, was this soon-to-be-resurrected Jiao Python. Those royal children of the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty rarely show up in the court, and more often than not, they live in seclusion in the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range, proclaiming their belief in Buddhism, but in reality, they are in closed-door cultivation, striving to transform into a form at an early date. The so-called dragon transformation pool was precisely the place where those royal children got rid of their demonic beast bodies and transformed into human forms. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. The old man's figure was illusory, slowly floating above the head of the spectral flame Blood Jiao as he sighed softly. Back then, the old man didn't take on a form, but seized someone else's body and left his main body here. Originally, I wanted to keep a life-preserving card for myself, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. That old fellow, Yuan Bei, actually reached spiritual stage perfection and led the 3 great real persons to break through the 10,000 Buddha dragon vein. Under serious injury, the old man's Yuanshan broke out of its shell and returned to this place again, ready to recover his strength and fuse with his body again. I didn't realize. Unexpectedly, this time, the dragon transformation pool trial actually appeared Lu Chenxian as a variable, and he could no longer continue to keep his secret, so he simply fused his body directly and restored his demonic beast body. And the name of this 10,000 Buddha dynasty should be more properly called 10,000 Beasts Dynasty. Your secrets are of no interest to me. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent as he softly said, the current Sangshuan Kingdom Lord, Yuan Jin, made a deal with me. As long as you keep your peace and honestly stay under this dragon transformation pond, it is not impossible for you to explore life and death in the future. Transform your augur body into a dragon body, and ascend to the upper realm. I have come here to take away only one thing, million Zuanfo. 10,000 Xian Buddhas. The core Xian Sure Marrow Mother is extremely valuable. A Xian Sure Marrow Mother can continuously catalyze the very best Xian Sure, worse upper, middle and lower grade, catalyze even more countless, equivalent to carrying a large vein of minerals. The benefits of martial arts cultivation is self-evident. Ever since cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the amount of aura needed to raise the martial realm was extremely huge, and a single Xian Sure Marrow Mother was merely a drop in the bucket. However, it is better than nothing. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. As long as one explored life and death and advanced to the life and death realm again, one could ascend to the middle 1,000 worlds, where the mineral resources were even richer, and it was no longer any Xian stone, but rather a spirit stone nurtured by heaven and earth. Spirit stones contain aura that is more pure and dense than metaphysical stones, and ordinary lower-grade spirit stones are comparable to the metaphysical stone Marrow Mother of the lower realm, only that they can't catalyze resources and can only be used as a one-time use. You want the basalt Marrow Mother? The old man was dumbfounded and his tone was not without mockery. Kid, do you think that the mother of marrow is a Chinese cabbage sold by street vendors in Tianjin City, so you can take it away if you want to? Old me surveyed the life and death barrier. Heavenly grade spirit weapons are as important as the Xianshur Marrow Mother. That heavenly grade spirit sword in your hand. Old me likes it very much. As he spoke, his figure almost completely vaporized and began to merge rapidly with the augur body below. As long as the fusion was completed, one could immediately regain their peak strength, equivalent to the peak of the spiritual platform realm. A strong demonic beast at the top of the 6th level. I wasn't going to kill you. Lu Qinshin slowly shook his head and softly said, the Xian stone is of great use to me. I came to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range originally to obtain the spirit stone Marrow Mother. The strong are honored in martial arts cultivation, and while it's not wrong to bully the weak, it's also not a good thing. But in the dragon transformation pool, you activated the power of the rules and intentionally allowed those little geniuses to kill me. That's where you're wrong. Now you want to snatch my heavenly spirit sword, Spectral Flame Blood Jiao. Are you really not afraid of death? At this moment, the Spectral Flame Blood Jiao's main body had been completely revived, and the 2 dragon eyes showed a humanized sneer. Kid, being able to recognize the old man's main body. Then, do you know what strength the old man was at his peak? A heavenly grade spirit sword is certainly terrifying, but it also depends on who is using it. A mere 3 yang realm. Even if I were to lie down here and let you slash at me, how would you be able to damage one of my scales? Demon beast physique. Extremely strong. Compared to human martial artists, demonic beasts had a much longer lifespan, and even the most common first-order demonic beasts could have a lifespan of more than 300 years. However, what comes with a long lifespan is a greater difficulty in martial arts cultivation. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had been at least a dozen human life and death realms that had ascended to the upper realm, while there had been at most 3 demonic beasts that had ascended to the upper realm, all of which were ancient bloodlines that had lived for more than 100,000 years. Like this head of Phantom Fire Blood Jiao,
The body contains ancient true dragon bloodline.
In the demonic beasts belongs to the top of the qualification. Just born is the 4th level demonic beast, after thousands of years of cultivation, but also only reached the peak of the 6th level. Even if he obtained the Xianshi Marrow Mother and the Heavenly Spirit Sword, whether or not he would be able to survey life and death was still a matter of opinion. In this realm, there is an important person for whom I have endowed the Void Phoenix ancestral vein. Recalling Su Lier's delicate appearance, a touch of warmth appeared on Lu Chenxuan's face, and his face immediately recovered. Your demon soul demon blood is not a small benefit to her. Therefore, I won't kill you today, and will temporarily imprison you until the time of reunion with her. Then I will take your demonic soul and demonic blood to add to her cultivation. Imprisonment? The spectral flame blood gel opened its large mouth and let out a rampant laugh. Kid, are you going to perform your previous tactics again? Just like suppressing the blood river split and the Black Lotus child. To suppress the old man? Ridiculous. The old man returned to his original body, and although his strength hasn't fully recovered, it's not comparable to those 2 secret incarnations. Do you know, how big is the old man's real body? Phew, the dragon's body skyrocketed. The body of the augur dragon, which was originally only 10 feet long and short, expanded rapidly in front of Lu Chenxian, and the air currents around it whistled, almost forming an astral wind. In just a few breaths, the body of the spectral flame Jiao dragon reached 100 feet in length, and just one of its claws was dozens of times larger than Lu Chenxuan's body. In front of this behemoth, human martial artists were like insignificant ants. There was no need to perform any secret techniques, just the weight of this body would be able to directly crush a Yuan fetus martial artist. 100 feet of body. Ha! Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed, rather speechless at this scaly dragon. What is this? In the past, in the Green Sky Immortal region, great demons with bodies of tens of thousands of feet could be found everywhere, and the main body of the Lord of the Demon race even covered the sky, reaching a staggering 1,000,000 feet. Compared to this phantom fire Jiao Long was nothing more than a pathetic little earthworm. So how hard could it be to suppress it? Come on! Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night was once again activated. Collect for me. Chapter 174, Eliminating the Remnants. What kind of power is this? Ah, the suppressive power exerted by an innate treasure, even if it was only a core fragment, was by no means something that a low-level demonic beast like the Phantom Flame Blood Jiao could resist. A mere miserable scream escaped from his mouth, and he disappeared out of thin air from where he was, easily sealed by the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon debris. Miss Mingyue, hard work. Lu Chenxian divine thought transmission, and then no longer stay. Behind the back of the Thunder Rock feather wings stretched out, toward the dragon pool rushed up in the sky. Leave this place and return to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to take the 10,000 Xian Buddha. Beyond the dragon pool, the old ancestor's aura has disappeared. The moment the spectral flame blood Jiao was sealed, the white-browed grandmaster's face changed abruptly, and the 2 yellow-robed old monks were similarly filled with horror. They were all the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas, and after their cultivation reached the realm of the sky, they were transformed within the dragon transformation pool and transformed into human beings. It was natural to know the existence of the spectral flame blood Jiao by heart. However, just a moment ago, the aura of the spectral flame blood Jiao had actually completely disappeared from within the dragon transformation pool, which was simply an impossible thing to happen. In the dragon transformation pool, what exactly happened? The white-browed master's body went cold, and an indescribably great fear welled up in his heart. There were so many bizarre things about this dragon transformation pool selection. The great pride disciples of the major first-class sects, the Lu Chenxian quite hostile. After the opening of the dragon pool, the internal rules have changed many times, and before that there was a spiritual weapon Thunderbolt. It was the possessor of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon that decapitated the blood Jiao ancestor? With old ancestor's strength, even if it was a heavenly spiritual artifact, it was impossible for him to fall easily. Whoosh! A green shirt silhouette, with feathered wings stretching behind him, swept out from the dragon transformation pool mist and landed steadily in front of the 3 people. It was Lu Chenxian. It's you? The white-browed master's pupils shrunk, and the 2 yellow-robed monks subconsciously took 3 steps back as if they were facing an enemy. The dragon pool selection is over? Why did the sun suddenly appear? Where are the other Yuan fetus pride? And, is the disappearance of the blood scale ancestor's breath related to this person? That phantom flame blood Jiao at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool is your old ancestor? Lu Chenxian's gaze was indifferent, quietly gazing at the 3 people in front of him. Then, what is your original body? And what is it? Boom! The 3 people's faces changed drastically, and their hearts were set ablaze. It's him. It's really him. He had already been to the lowest level of the dragon transformation pool, met the true form of the old ancestors, and even knew their details. Then, the disappearance of the blood Jiao ancestor's breath was indeed related to this person. Scholar Lu, White-browed master forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully opened his mouth. Although the poor monk is the body of a demonic beast, however, there are no past grievances or recent enmities with Sure Master Lu, and the two sides are not hostile. I don't know Lu Sure Master. Ha! Lu Chenxian smiled coldly. Not hostile? Do you dare to say that again? The white-browed master's tone stagnated, and his face changed one after another. The Dragon Transformation Pool selection was originally a trap set against the Yuan fetus Heavenly Pride. The Dragon Pool has been opened for many times, and the pride of all the great clans rushes to fight for the extremely high-quality spirit stones, and kills desperately within the Dragon Pool. However, all those who fell were devoured by the phantom fire blood Jiao, and those who survived were often less than 1 or 2 out of 10. Now that Lu Chenxian had seen through everything, how could he act perfunctorily? What the hell do you want? White-browed master's teeth snapped together and he simply stopped resisting. How is the blood Jiao ancestor doing? What happened in the Dragon Transformation Pool? The spirit weapon Thunder Tribulation that appeared earlier, was it also something you messed up? Lu Chenxian was non-committal as his gaze crossed over the three and landed far above the Buddha statue in the center of the mountain range. Wan Xian Buddha. The core was a Xianshi Marrow Mother, carved from countless top-grade Xianshi and tens of thousands of very high-grade Xianshi, containing an extremely dense spiritual qi, which was the greatest reliance for the restoration of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty. After devouring it, one's realm could definitely break through the 7th level of the Nine Yang realm. What do you want? If the white-browed master was aware of this, he and the 2 yellow-robed old monks rose up in the air and stopped Lu Chenxian dead in front of him. You want to hit the Wanxian Buddha? Swish. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the Dantian fragment shook slightly as the power of suppression spread out, sealing the 3 people directly. 3 fifth-order demonic beasts. Although she had already transformed, the demon blood and demon Dan in her body still existed, and Su Lier had the Void Phoenix ancestor blood, so only by continuously unlocking the shackles of the Great Tao could the Phoenix ancestor bloodline be completely awakened. Their demon blood and demon pills were greatly beneficial to Su Lier. Xianshi Marrow Mother. Receive it. Lu Chenxian once again reached out, his palm aimed at the distant statue of Wanxian Buddha, and the power of devouring instantly emanated. Phew! An incomparably large amount of pure spiritual energy emanated from the Wanxian Buddha statue, and was attracted by the force of tearing, flying into Lu Chenxian's Dantian. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, the 9 Yuan Yang Dan spun rapidly, 6 secret lines flashed rapidly, and the 7th slowly emerged, completely stabilizing on the surface of the Yuan Yang Dan as time passed. 7th level of the 9 Yang realm. After successfully advancing, the spiritual power contained in the 10,000 Xian Buddha statue did not all dissipate, and it was only when the 8th secret pattern prototype appeared on top of the Yuan Yang Dan that the spiritual power was completely exhausted. Except for the basalt medulla, this item could continuously catalyze the generation of extremely high-grade Xianshi, equivalent to a large mining vein. Lu Chenxian naturally would not kill the chicken to get the eggs. With a slight tremor in his palm, he captured the Xianshi Marrow Mother in his palm, and then he put it into his Dantian, warming it with his own Xian Qi. As long as it took time to catalyze an unending source of basalt, this would be the greatest utilization of the basalt Marrow Mother. Who did this? The 10,000 Xian Buddha statue has collapsed. Where's Old Man Whitebrow? What happened to the Dragon Transformation Pool? Deep within the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, a voice of alarm and anger rose and fell. It was the remaining 10,000 Buddhas lurking within the mountain range, all of which were class 4 demonic beasts that hadn't transformed into forms. As the aura of the Xianshi dissipated and the Buddha statue collapsed, they all sensed it and rushed out from within the mountain range, not caring about hiding their traces. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Lu Chenxian's mind moved, and the 24 bridges bright moon night debris slightly shook. The power of suppression spread out, and the hissing of those demonic beasts instantly disappeared altogether, sealed by all the remnants of the supreme treasure. Not a bad haul this time. Completing all of this, Lu Chenxian's divine sense looked inward, looking at the countless demonic beasts sealed within the debris, his gaze quite satisfied. A rank 6 blood augur, 3 rank 5 demonic beasts, and hundreds of rank 4 demonic beasts. The next time he saw Su Lier, he would be able to unlock at least 3 shackles for her, allowing her martial realm to increase dramatically. Now, it's time to go back. Lu Chenxian no longer delayed. The feathered wings behind him shook, and his body broke through the air and flew in the direction of Tianjing City. Return to the Forbidden City and go to Yuanjin. The remaining 10,000 Buddhas had all been eradicated, and the agreement with Yuanjin had been successfully completed, so it was time to fulfill his promise. Chapter 175, The Kong Family Makes a Move. Tianjing City, the Forbidden City. Above the Golden Palace, Yuanjin sat in the 9 and 5 dragon chair, his gaze looking down on the Great Hall, a trace of sullenness hanging on his face. Today's early morning court has infuriated him greatly.
Your Holiness. At the bottom of the steps, a gray-robed old man with a Confucian scarf on his head did not kneel and salute, but straightened his back and spoke vehemently. Lu Chenxian ignores the majesty of the saints and disregards the laws of the court. He must be severely punished according to the law. The world's readers will never allow this man to colorize the superlative. Please, Your Majesty, rule. This person was aggressive and appeared to be respectfully invoking the holy will, but in fact, his tone was devoid of respect. However, standing on top of the golden palace full of civil and military, including Tai Zongtong, all silent, do not dare to argue with this person, because he's so special. Kong Fengru, a son of the Confucius family, the father of the emperor's teacher and the uncle of the contemporary diffractive sage Kong Lian, enchanter. Yuan Jin forced himself to hold back his irritation and said in a deep voice, I have already met Lu Chenxian. This person has outstanding natural talent and a straightforward nature, and is not like what Ensure said. Furthermore, in the matter of Yongning County's rebellion, Lu Chenxuan's credit lies in the countryside. When did he violate the court's laws? Even if there are some minor points, the merits and demerits can be offset, so don't count on it. Enshu, he said politely, but in fact, in his heart, he had already cursed this old bastard Kong Fengru 10,000 times. Stupid. Who is Lu Chenxian? Within the Forbidden City is where the Dragon Vein is located. Relying on the power of the Dragon Vein, even if it is a first-class sect, those spirit platform real people are difficult to break through. Songxian Empire can stand. However, to Lu Chenxian, the power of the Dragon Vein was nothing. So how could the Songxian Empire have any might to speak of? What's more, he had already made a gentleman's pact with Lu Chenxian to rely on his special secret method to accomplish the great cause of unifying the continent for the ages. How can the ambitious plans of a generation of emperors be destroyed by this old man? If it wasn't for the fact that he was his teacher, he would have already had the Golden Temple's forbidden troops blow him out. Your Holiness, a middle-aged Confucian with a Confucian crown on his head, his left hand on an ivory board and his right hand resting on an ancient scroll, stepped in from the entrance of the Golden Hall. If Mr. Kong comes here uninvited, His Holiness won't blame him, will he? It was the contemporary diffractive sage duke, the head of the Kong family, Kong Lian. Swish swish swish. When this person appeared, all the military generals all bowed their heads, all the civil ministers bowed in unison, and even Yuan Jin stood up from his dragon chair. No honor to this man, honor to the saints. Kong Lian himself was of course nothing great. However, the book of sacred words in his hands was the treasure of the Confucius family's saints' teachings, representing the endless prestige of the supreme saint of the human race, and was highly admired by all the people. Even the emperor of the day must maintain due deference before the book of the holy word. It wasn't just Yuan Jin who was like this, even the kings of the other 6 empires were no exception. Diffractive Sagegong is after the saints. I welcome it is too late. Why blame it? Yuan Jin ordered the eunuchs to give him a seat before he sat back in the dragon chair with a smile on his face. Diffractive Sagegong, I was about to discuss with you. In your opinion, what is a good official position for Lu Chenxian to be given? Preconceived notions. As the king of a country, how shrewd Yuan Jin's mind was. Kong Lian had definitely come over this time to deal with Lu Chenxian. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, he directly showed his attitude that Lu Chenxian had merited the country and must be heavily rewarded. Gag Kong Liam first. Your Holiness is wrong. Kong Lian's face did not change, and he said softly, Lu Chenxian disrespects the saints, and his eyes are incapable of seeing. How can he be rewarded? Not too long ago, Mr. Kong once personally stepped in to indoctrinate this person with the words of a sage. However, this person does not follow the teachings, not to mention the rights of a ruler and a subject, and is simply lawless. May I ask your majesty, if he is allowed to join the court as an official, will he not be able to plug the world's long drawn-out mouth? Where will the world's readers be put? Sharp words. Back in Yongning County, when he had stepped in to stop Lu Chenxian and exerted the power of the sacred speech book rule to no avail, the Kong clan had lost all of its face. So what if Lu Chenxian is strong in martial arts, offending so many first-class clans, coupled with the influence of the Kong family, as a way to coerce Yuan Jin, a woeful name, using the power of the Dragon Vein, to completely kill Lu Chenxian? Diffractor. Tai Zongtong wanted to say something, but in the end, he stepped forward and arched his hand. Lu Chenxian calmed down the Yongning County rebellion, and his credit cannot be ignored. What does it matter if such a martial arts genius is a bit eccentric in temper? His Holiness cherishes talent and loves talent, and does not take small matters into account. So why should Diffractive Sagegong deliberately make things difficult for His Holiness? Could it be that it is because the Kong family has lost face, so it is false publicity? Buzz. In Kong Lian's hand, the holy word book flashed with light, and Tai Zongtong's lips opened and closed up and down, but he could no longer make any sound. The rules of indoctrination are not to be spoken. Under the suppression of the rules of the Book of Holy Words, Tai Zongtan, a Yuan fetus martial artist, didn't even have the slightest power to resist. Your Holiness. Kong Lian held the book of holy words in his hand, his face calm as usual. If His Holiness is bent on having his own way, the world's readers will inevitably be chilled, and the gods of the earth and grain are bound to be in turmoil. The Kong family represents the world's readers. Please be clear-minded, Your Holiness, and at least abolish Lu Chenxuan's cultivation. What's more, that Sanqing City Su family would have been guilty in the body. Lu Chenxian is a son-in-law of the Su family flunky. If you enter the dynasty as an official, the name is not right. It is difficult to convince the public. Aha!
Yuan Jin's face changed slightly.
Triple Green City Su. Guilty? Hundreds of years ago, His Holiness hadn't yet ascended the throne, so it's only natural that he didn't know about it. Kong Lian faintly said, the Jizhou Su clan is a martial arts family,
and the imperial court has favored them with the Marquis of Wushu gold plaque.
That year Su family's commoner son, Su Yunzi,
caused havoc in the Su family after drinking heavily, damaging the gold plaque banner and deceiving the king. The late emperor was merciful and pardoned the Su family for their great sins, while the old master of the Su family, in a fit of rage, banished the Su Yunzi lineage to Sanqing City, forbidden to return to Jizhou for all eternity. The current head of the Su family, Su Chenglong, is none other than Su Yunzi's metaphysical grandson from back then, and Lu Chenxian is Su Chenglong's son-in-law. I see. Yuan Jin pondered for a moment and waved his hand with a smile. Since the late emperor has already pardoned the Su family's sins, the expulsion of Su Yunzi's lineage is nothing but a private matter of the Su family and has nothing to do with the court.
Today's courtroom deliberation.
We only discuss the merits and demerits.
Yongning County Rebellion. Lu Chenxian credit must be rewarded.
Kong Lian's face changed slightly as he slowly shook his head. Mr. Kong believes that this matter must not be allowed.
Lu Chenxian. Swish.
Without waiting for Kong Lian to finish, the wind whistled at the entrance of the great hall and a feathered figure descended from the air.
Lu Chenxian. He stepped into the great hall and did not even look at Kong Lian,
simply nodding his head at Tai Zongtan. He then turned his head to look at Yuan Jin and spoke softly.
The remaining 10,000 Buddhas have all been eradicated,
and the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty's chi can be taken in at any time by Your Holiness.
In addition, the Red Lotus sect, the Blood River sect, the two major sects are on the verge of being destroyed,
so Your Holiness can also go there in person and subdue the two sects' chi. I hope that Your Holiness will not forget our agreement, the promise that Your Holiness made.
I don't want to wait too long for Lu. Chapter 176, those who have dissenting hearts will be killed. Lu Chenxuan's words landed on the ground,
and the entire Golden Hall fell dead silent.
What did he just say? The remaining 10,000 Buddhas within the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range were all eradicated by Lu Chenxian, and the residual dragon veins could be collected at any time? And the Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect are about to be destroyed? What a joke!
The remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas have been a scourge for thousands of years,
possessing residual chi,
and even Yuan Jin is at his wit's end. The military generals in the dynasty are at a loss, and the martial arts offerings do not dare to make an enemy of them.
With just one Lu Chenxian, you can solve the heartache of the Zongxian court?
The Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect were even more needless to say. Each of them were first-class sects that had been inherited for tens of thousands of years,
and with a spiritual platform realist in attendance,
they could be described as solid as gold. Within the Forbidden City, Yuan Jin was invincible, but outside the Forbidden City, he was just an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist.
So on what basis could he compete with a first-class clan?
Although the imperial court secretly enshrined 3 spirit stage masters,
however, they wouldn't easily make an enemy of a strong person of the same level. With the two great sects joining forces, destroying all the frontiers outside the forbidden cities of the Zongxian imperial court was definitely not a difficult task. Bold Lu Chenxian, how dare you believe what you say? This is a great offense of deceiving the king. After a short period of shock, Kong Fengru let out a stern cry. Your Holiness, this person is full of lies, not to be trusted, and must be severely punished immediately. Offending a first-class sect and erecting a great enemy for the court. Death is not enough. Behead this man and send his head to the 2 major clans in order to calm their anger and preserve the foundation of the court. Hiss. Above the Golden Palace, the military generals were silenced, and the civil ministers were dumbfounded, and no one dared to make a single sound. When a first-class clan is involved, things can be too serious. Although the Sichuan Empire was strong, it was only relative to other empires. In front of a first-class sect, what was a secular imperial dynasty? Any clan that made a move would be enough to shock the imperial court, and there was absolutely no empire that dared to go against a first-class clan. Minister Tai, you seem to have some hard feelings? Lu Chenxian scanned the crowd, and only then did he notice that Tai Zongtan was not quite right, and the purple and gold light under his eyes flickered slightly. Swish, Tai Zongtan's body shook. The power of the Book of Sacred Words confinement instantly dissipated. and a roar snapped out of his mouth. Kong Lien, to give you face and call you diffractive sage duke, but without it, you're nothing more than a Yuan fetus martial artist. Without the book of sacred words, you may not be able to defeat Mr. Tai. And what kind of skill is it to imprison Mr. Tai with a treasure? He's all pissed off. On top of the Golden Palace, in front of the Holy Spirit, was confined on the spot by Kong Lien. He, the secretary of the Ministry of the Army. His face is gone. If it wasn't for Lu Chenxian lifting his confinement, he still didn't know when he would be able to regain his freedom. This humiliation was worse than killing him. Humph. Kong Lien let out a cold snort and stared coldly at Lu Chenxian again. Mr. Kong once said that you have offended the saints and disrespected the teachings. Mr. Kong will definitely not settle with you. Now above the Golden Palace, you lie and deceive the king, intending to stir up a dispute between His Holiness and the two great sects. What exactly do you intend to do? Kong Lien. Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces of Kong Lien and Kong Fengru. After saints, even if they were not strong, their influence could not be underestimated, especially in the secular world. The merits of indoctrination are incomparably honored, and all the world's readers respect it, and the civil officials above the court are even more incomparably revered. The Kong family's status, not to say it was transcendent, was definitely not far off. Imperial plans for hegemony, worldly fame, is like a fish in bear's paw, you can't have both. Lu Chenxian retracted his gaze and said softly, Your Holiness, if you want to unify the continent, you will inevitably spill blood on the sands. Above the history books, the merits and demerits are left to be judged, the saliva of the world's readers, and the Zhongxian Empire's 10,000 times imperial map. You, now, can choose. When he said these words, Lu Chenxian's heart was not calm. It's not the first time he said it. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was not yet the strongest war god in the immortal realm, and Bei Meiyue was not an immortal emperor of the Violet imperial dynasty, and the two of them shared the same interests, and became brothers with different surnames. At that time, Bei Meiyue was ambitious and attempted to conquer the Green Sky immortal region, but did not want to fall into the name of a tyrant. Lu Chenxian carried everything on his back and bore everything, leading millions of Xian army to fight in the south and the north, fighting for most of the Ziwei dynasty, not only becoming the strongest god of war, but likewise the ruthless god of murder in the mouths of the 10,000 races in the immortal realm. Want fame or the world? He, Yuan Jin, had to make a choice. You can't have it both ways. Above the dragon chair, Yuan Jin's face changed again and again, obviously incomparably difficult. Trust Lu Chenxian, or trust Kong Lien, trust Kong Fengru? Unifying the Xian continent. This was a temptation that could not be refused. However, did Lu Chenxian really have the strength to help him accomplish this majestic and dominating task that no one had ever done before? The Book of Holy Words in Kong Lien's hand, that is a treasure of indoctrination that is comparable to the Qi of the imperial dynasty, and is the faith of the world's readers. Mr. Lu, Yuan Jin hesitated again and again, rose from the slow dragon chair, striding down the steps, and Lu Chenxian's 4 eyes. If, indeed, you can help me, help the Zhongshuan Empire, and establish a supreme hegemony that will last for 10,000 generations, I, for one, am willing to take a blood oath with you, with heaven and earth as an oath, and 8 bows as a friendship. On the day the hegemony is completed, you will be the only side-by-side king of the Zhongshuan Empire, equal to me, without distinction. Rumble. The moment the words fell, Yuan Jin's finger ruptured, and a drop of blood-emitting golden light floated in midair, containing the Zhongshan Empire's dragon vein of qi, invoking the resonance of heaven and earth. Words of utmost sincerity can be judged by heaven and earth, especially since everything he had just said was almost exactly the same as Bei Meiyue back then. Tying the knot, Lu Chenxian was silent, his heart filled with emotion. North Underworld Yui's father and son had betrayed their trust, and sooner or later, he himself would have to kill his way back to the Green Sky Immortal Domain to completely clear his name for the millions of Xian heavenly armies, for those brothers in arms and legs, and for the king of the South Realm, Nan Wushuang. At that time, the Ziwei dynasty would inevitably be in turmoil, and who would assume the position of immortal emperor? The immortal world is definitely not the end of one's own martial arts, and Yuan Jin seems to be a good choice. Before long, you'll be glad you chose today. Lu Chenxian let out a sigh of relief and spoke softly. Worship is not necessary. A gentleman's friendship is in the heart, not in the mind, and it is enough that you have this mind. Remember, the first step to achieving hegemony is to doubt people and use them, and those who are dissenting will be killed. Must kill. Kong Lien and Kong Fengru trembled, as if they were in great trouble. Their mouths roared. Your Holiness mustn't. You absolutely mustn't believe Lu Chenxuan's bull asterisk. He's only a mere 3-yang realm. What makes him unify the Xian heaven continent? Please ask the saint to issue a decree to behead Lu Chenxian. My Kong family, the words came to an abrupt end. Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort and swung his finger in the air to stab. 2 snorts. One of the signature martial arts techniques of the past. The big Luo, whole sky finger. 2 purple and gold rays of light easily pierced through the skulls of the 2 men. And the book of sacred words in Kong Lian's hand had no effect at all, being killed by Lu Chenxian in a single move. The so-called treasure of indoctrination, which contained special rules, was nothing in front of Lu Chenxian. Chapter 177, Strange Blood Shadow, Imperial Master, Diffractor, Lu Chenxian, how dare you commit murder in the Golden Palace? As the bodies of Kong Lian and Kong Fanru fell to the ground, the civil ministers above the courtroom were filled with horror and roared. There was even someone who knelt on both knees and kowtowed to Yuan Jin, crying, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Lu Chenxian disregarded imperial authority and acted recklessly. He even killed Duke Diffractive and the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master. He is the teacher of His Majesty. Confucianism's 5 constants. Heaven and earth. Ruler and teacher. Even in the courtroom, the Emperor teacher has performed the great salute of the ruler and the minister kneeling. Yuan Jin also have to perform the disciples' salute again. This is to give the world readers to make the example. The Emperor teacher's status position can be seen. Although Diffractive Sage Duke was only an imaginary position, he represented the saintly inheritance, and could see the Emperor without worshipping him, and his status was higher than the Emperor's teacher. However, Lu Chenxian actually killed both of them on top of the Golden Palace? To say it's treasonous is an understatement. What is the decency of crying and wailing above the Golden Hall? Tai Zongtong, as the head of the military generals, stared coldly at those civil ministers with a low grunt, waists with no hands, their brains all kicked by donkeys? Mr. Lu made a move that even the Book of Sacred Words couldn't withstand. Do you guys know what that means? Bunch of idiots. The Book of the Holy Word. A group of civil ministers were shaken dramatically, and only then did they gradually react somewhat. Lu Chenxian killed Kong Lian, who possessed the Book of Sacred Words. The Book of Sacred Words was the treasure of the human race's indoctrination, a legacy item left to the Kong clan by the Kong clan's sages before they ascended, possessing the rules of indoctrination. Unless he met a peak powerhouse of the realm of life and death who was about to ascend, even the power of the Zhongxian Empire's dragon vein would never want to injure him in the slightest. However, Lu Chenxian was actually able to ignore the rule power of the Book of Holy Words. His strength, has reached the realm of life and death, but he clearly hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm. I am very saddened by the unexpected deaths of Duke Diffractor and Imperial Master. Yuan Jin's gaze was calm, slowly sweeping from the faces of a group of civil ministers, and softly said, "Passing on my decree, the eldest son of Duke Diffractive Sage, Kong Ming, will inherit the position of Duke Diffractive Sage. Give the 2 men a generous burial, make it known to the world, and then send ambassadors out to the countries to let the lords know about it. Do you have any more objections, my lords?" A group of civil ministers were silenced, and no one dared to make a sound anymore. Yuan Jin's attitude was already obvious. The deaths of Kong Lian and Kong Fanru were merely an accident and had nothing to do with Lu Chenxian. Inform the world. Inform the emperors of various countries. The new diffractive sage Gong immediately took office, to plug the world of readers of the long mouth. They died in vain. Mr. Lu. Yuan Jin no longer paid attention to these civil officials and turned his head towards Lu Chenxian, his gaze vaguely urgent. Just now, you said that you wanted me to be ready to collect the Blood River sect and the Red Lotus sect's chi? As long as Mr. Lu has confidence, then I can depart at any time. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and didn't say much nonsense as he directly turned around and walked out of the entrance of the Golden Hall. Yuan Jin was slightly stunned, and then his face was filled with ecstasy as he let out a loud cry from his mouth. Pass on my decree. The 2 great sects have disobeyed the court. I will march in person to establish authority for the court. Wow! A group of military generals were charged with wariness and immediately rushed out of the Golden Palace, gathering their generals and converging quickly at the imperial city's pointing generals platform. In just less than half a day, a total of 200,000 iron-armored forbidden troops, as well as the 23 sky-resisting great powers and 6 spirit terrace real persons enshrined by the Zhongxian imperial dynasty, under the leadership of Yuan Jin, killed their way out of the heavenly capital in great numbers. The first battle of the extermination of the sect, the Blood River sect, northwest of Tianjing City, Blood River sect. The blood mist rises. At the edge of the blood pool in the back of the mountain, the Blood River sect's supreme elder Tang Tao silently looked at the boiling blood pool, his brows furrowed, as if he was waiting for something. Swish, swish, swish. I don't know how long it took, but a total of more than 400 figures, breaking through the sky from the distant sky, all landed behind Tang Tao. Strong people are like clouds. The Zhongxian Empire's large army was on the move, and naturally, it couldn't be hidden from the ears of these first-class sects. If it was usual First-class clans fought with each other openly and secretly, and even if there was some cooperation, they would definitely not be on the same page. However, now, Yuan Jin had made it known that he was about to attack the Blood River sect. A mere secular dynasty dares to disrespect a first-class sect? All the first-class sects absolutely cannot tolerate it. Brother Tang, the Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tentming, slowly walked up to Tang Tao and said in a low voice, Yuan Jin is very ambitious and has long been looking at us in a bad light. He's cowering within the Forbidden City, and with the dragon vein chi protecting his body, there's naturally nothing we can do. Now that he has left the Imperial City, it is tantamount to seeking his own death. The Zhongshuan Empire is out of gas. With just him and Tang Tao, it was of course impossible to have such a great bottom line. However, at this moment, within 1,000 miles of the heavenly capital city, almost all of the top powerhouses from all the first-class sects were present, and there were more than 80 spiritual platform real persons alone. With such a powerful force, unless the Holy Land sect stepped in, the Zhongshan Empire would definitely lose. Gentlemen, Tang Tao couldn't take his eyes off the pool of blood in front of him, and said in a deep voice, the Zhongshan Empire is a small matter, and even though Lu Chunxian possesses a heavenly great spirit sword, it's not worth mentioning. The first order of business is to figure out this pool of blood in front of us. I have a hidden feeling that the land of the blood pool origin, it seems, that there is a change. Swish, swish, swish. The 80-odd spirit platform real persons changed color in unison, their gazes all converging on Tang Tao's face. The origin of the Blood River sect was extremely mysterious. It was said that this blood pool at the back of the Blood River sect's mountain had existed for an incomparably long time, and no one knew when it appeared, much less where it led to. The secret methods inherited by the Blood River sect were all derived from this blood pool, which would occasionally leak some kind of extremely special bloody aura that would allow the Blood River sect's disciples' strength to increase dramatically. It was only that all the great clans had their own underpinnings, and although this blood pool was strange, they didn't covet it much. But now, Tang Tao had actually felt the Blood River origin strange? What is its origin? 9 heavens and 13 earths, 21 realms. This, Father has finally arrived. An incomparably hoarse and bizarre voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the blood pool. Within the blood pool, the blood water swirled crazily, forming a bottomless whirlpool of blood waves, like an incomparably deep tunnel leading to a bizarre and unpredictable unknown place. As the voice fell, a 9-foot-tall blood-colored shadow slowly rose from the center of the vortex. Rumble! The moment the blood-colored shadow appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. A golden chain, the thickness of a bucket, stretched out from the void and deadlocked itself on top of this silhouette. The will of heaven and earth of the Zhongshan continent. This apparent shadow was so powerful that even the Zhongshan continent did not allow it to descend, and the will of heaven and earth condensed rule chains to suppress it alive. Chapter 178 Blood Demon. Rule chains. Damn it! Under the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, the blood-colored silhouette roared madly, and its originally strong and unparalleled aura fell rapidly. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In just less than half a pillar of incense, its breath had fallen to the imperial sky realm, while the rule chains finally slowly dissipated, seemingly accepting its presence. Such strength would no longer affect the dimensional stability of the Xiantian continent, and although it was strong, it was clearly not a match for the will of heaven and earth. Brother Tang, what is it? Throughout the entire process, the 80 or so spiritual platform real persons present held their breath and stared, none of them daring to act rashly. Before the will of heaven and earth descended, the aura of this blood-colored shadow was too terrifying. Far beyond all of them, the old man doesn't know. Standing side by side, Tang Tao and Chu Tentming couldn't help but feel terrified as they looked at the shadow in the center of the blood pool. Although he was the Blood River sect's supreme elder, however, all the canons within the sect did not have any records of the scene in front of him. Even the Blood River sect's founding ancestor did not know the roots of this blood pool. Damn. At this moment, the vortex within the blood pool was fading fast, and the deep passage slowly closed. The blood-colored silhouette was furious, looking up at the sky above, clearly hating the Xiantian continent's heaven and earth will extremely much, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was ordered by the chief, and after a lot of hard work, it managed to pass through the dimensional barrier and successfully descended to the Xiantian continent. But now, being suppressed by the will of heaven and earth, he couldn't even exert 1/10,000th of his strength. What is to be accomplished by the chief's mission? The will of heaven and earth, cutting off the connection between my father and the chief, blocking the spatial passage. A moment later, the blood-colored shadow slowly lowered its head and looked at the blood pool vortex that had disappeared, once again setting off a monstrous rage. Dead heavens, thieving heavens, don't let my father regain his strength, or else I will definitely report to the chief and wipe out this realm completely. What? Around the blood pool, a large group of spiritual platform real people had pale faces, obviously frightened by the shadow. Before it was suppressed by the will of heaven and earth, its strength was terrifying enough. There's actually a chief up there? According to it, it seemed that this chief could easily destroy the Xiantian continent. It's what it really is. Blood River breath. In midair, the blood-colored shadow seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and its 9-foot body slowly rotated, its gaze landing on Tang Tao all of a sudden. Similarly, the 80-odd spiritual platform real persons behind Tang Tao were also spotted, as well as the hundreds of Imperial Air Elders. Thief god, is this your great gift to my father? The blood-colored shadow let out a wild laugh. This father was just now worried about how to regain his strength. Now it seems. Swallow me. Boom. The blood-colored silhouette abruptly burst into pieces, transforming into countless bright red bloodlights, like incomparably dexterous vipers, instantly drilling into those Spirit Terrace real people and Imperial Air Elders. Blood-devouring avatar. These martial Dao real persons who had condensed their spirit platforms already belonged to the top powerhouses in the Xian Heaven continent, just below the life and death realm exalted. However, the blood-devouring avatar cast by the bloody shadow was completely beyond their understanding. Any means of defense were all ineffective, and were easily enveloped by those bloody lights, rapidly depriving them of their spiritual rhythm, depriving them of everything, except for Tang Tao, including Chu Tentming, more than 80 spiritual platform real persons and more than 400 sky-resisting powerhouses, in less than 10 breaths in total, were all devoured by this blood-colored shadow, and even their peak Earth-grade spiritual weapons weren't spared, leaving a patch of dry corpses and a piece of a spiritless waste treasure in its place, and the blood-colored shadow's aura recovered rapidly, instantly reaching the spiritual platform Great Circle. The ants of the lower realms are too weak. Until this moment, the blood-colored shadow finally solidified again, and was no longer illusory and vague, but presented a real-like flesh and blood body. It had a hideous head the size of a millstone, with 2 blood-colored horns borne on top of its head, covered in blood-colored scales, without any clothing on its body, with a black and red body surface that looked like solidified magma, as well as a bizarre secret pattern that flickered endlessly. 4 muscular black and red arms, 2 thick and majestic thighs, and paws that resembled tiger claws, with 4 incomparably sharp, blood-colored spiked bones sticking out. This was a monster that had never appeared in the Zhongxian continent. Tang Tao stood at the edge of the blood pool, his liver and gall blown apart in fear. He was at the peak of the spiritual platform, only a layer of window paper separating him from the great perfection, and the difference between his realm and this monster's at this time was similar. However, this monster's aura was at least 10 times stronger than him. At the same spiritual platform realm, the difference in strength was simply unimaginable. He had no doubt that if he dared to provoke this monster, he would definitely kill himself in one move. You cultivate the martial Dao of blood? The monster floated in mid-air, looking down at Tang Tao, his blood-colored pupils reflecting his form, and laughed lowly and sardonic. I never thought that Reincarnation Abyss, would actually have an heir in this realm. Oh, I almost forgot. You should not know the identity of my father. You may address this father as Lord Blood Demon, Lord Blood Devil. Tang Tao was shaken and hurriedly knelt on the ground, shouting in a loud voice, Latecomer pays homage to your excellency. Your excellency's strength is monstrous. 10,000 lifetimes. The Blood River sect has been passed down for 10,000 years, and there is no record of this so-called Blood Demon Lord at all. But what does it matter? In front of this murderous and terrifying monster, it was good to be able to stay alive. Tell me now. The Blood Devil's figure landed on the ground, and bloodlight flickered under his eyes. In this realm, is there any heir to the heaven-swallowing God Lord? Or is there anyone who specializes in the method of devouring? Who can devour all things and cultivate extremely fast, possessing a strong strength far beyond the same realm? This matter is of great importance. If we can find this person, the chief will surely reward him heavily. Heaven-swallowing God Master, the method of devouring? Tang Tao knelt on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. He had never heard of the name Heaven-swallowing God Master, and he didn't know anything about the method of devouring. However, to say that his cultivation speed and strength far exceeded that of his peers, he really did know of such a character. Lu Chunxian. About 3 months ago, Lu Chunxian was still just a mere chi-gathering martial artist who was new to the martial way, and to this day, he could actually kill a Yuan fetus in seconds, and even suppressed his blood river bifurcation, suppressing the Black Lotus incarnation of Chu Pengming. Could it be that he was the target that Lord Blood Demon was looking for? The heir to the heaven-swallowing God Master? Lord Blood Demon. The late generation has remembered someone. Tang Tao didn't dare to hesitate and recounted Lu Chinchuan's news quickly, while his face was filled with ruthlessness. This person harbors a sinister intent and has already joined forces with the Lord of Zhongxian, and the Imperial Army is on its way to exterminate my Blood River sect. Please, Senior, take action to exterminate the Zhongxian Empire and kill Lu Chenxian.
Chapter 179, The Abyssal Blood and Bone Race. Lu Chenxian? The blood demon grinned a low grin, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. It doesn't matter what the name is. Importantly, when the dimensional passage was opened, the chief had once solemnly explained that it was better to kill 10,000 people by mistake than to let one go, as long as it is suspected to be the heaven-swallowing God Master's successor. It is of course best if it can be captured alive. If not, then it will be directly killed. Concerning the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill, it was necessary to completely nip any possible dangers within the cradle. If this Lu Chenxian you speak of is indeed the person I'm looking for, then, the blood devil looked down at Tang Tao and suddenly smiled grimly. With my current strength, I'm not sure of victory. I must absorb some more blood food. The number of disciples in your sect seems to be quite large. Tang Tao's body shook, and his face no longer had any semblance of blood on it. It wants to devour the disciples of the Blood River sect. The Blood River sect had a long history of inheritance, and the sect's incense was flourishing. Besides the already fallen Wu Tianxiu, there were still 4 empty sky elders in the sect, as well as hundreds of Yuan fetus geniuses and tens of thousands of Yuan Dan disciples. With the nature of this blood demon, I'm afraid that he will devour them all and leave no one behind. With all the people dead, what legacy does the Blood River sect have left to speak of? He, Tang Tao, was the Blood River sect's eternal sinner. Lord Blood Demon, the late generation, obeys the order. After a short period of thought, Tang Tao fiercely gritted his teeth, breaking and entering. Anyway, the Blood Demon had already devoured so many spiritual platform realists and Imperial Air Elders, and there was no longer any clan within 1,000 miles of Tianjing City that was a match for the Blood River sect, as long as it could keep its end of the bargain, kill Lu Chenxian and exterminate the Tsunchuan Empire. It would only be a matter of time before the Blood River sect would rise again. If the Blood Demon was willing to help, he could even establish a super clan comparable to the 3 Holy Lands and become the most powerful person the Blood River sect had ever seen. Come on man, Tang Tao no longer hesitated, and a wisp of divine thought transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of all the sect's disciples at the same time. Blood River sect's top and bottom, all of them head to the back of the mountain. Immediately, swish, 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 inside the Blood River sect, all the young disciples, the elders of the Imperial Air, had no doubt about Tang Tao's summons, and converged quickly from all directions, moving ever closer to the blood pool at the back of the mountain. Ha ha! Without waiting for those disciples and elders to enter the back of the mountain, the blood demon laughed up to the sky, and his 9-foot body suddenly dissipated, once again forming countless spirit serpent bloodlights, like a blood-colored canopy that covered the sky, directly drilling into their bodies. Blood eating. These poor Blood River sect disciples, who didn't even know what was happening. The moment they were enveloped by the bloodlight, their body's essence and blood instantly dried up, turning into a dry corpse of skin and bones. The 4 Imperial Air Elders were no exception. They were flying in the air and had only just reached the vicinity of the blood pool when they were pierced through their bodies by the bloodlight that shot out, devouring all of their essence and blood cultivation. In just less than an incense stick, there was no longer half a living person in the entire Blood River sect, except for the Supreme Elder Tang Tao. You're doing great. The blood demon regrouped his body, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his lips, obviously quite satisfied. Even without your help, this father can still devour them all. But after all, you saved this honored one a lot of time, so naturally this honored one won't be stingy. Now, this honored one will shed your bones and make you a true Abyssal clan member. The words fell, not even caring whether Tang Tao agreed or not. The dustpan-sized blood-colored palm swung in the air, and a bright red bloodline directly blasted into Tang Tao's body. Tang Tao's body shook violently and he couldn't help but scream miserably. His human martial artist body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly reaching a height of 3 feet. The robes on his body shattered on the spot. The surface of his skin appeared with deep cracks like stones breaking apart, in which the color of magma was rolling vaguely. His palms and feet also turned abnormally rough, and the 2 sharp horns pierced through his scalp and grew out quickly. Even, a tailbone gradually protruded out from behind him, all in the color of blood, which was the typical characteristic of the Abyssal Bloodbone clan. From today, you are a member of the Abyssal clan, the Blood and Bone Vein. The blood demon heatedly smiled lowly and waved his large hand. Now set off with my father and head to kill Lu Chenxian. After this is accomplished, my father will find a way to contact the chief and ask Lord Chief to open the dimensional passageway and take you back to the God realm. God's world? The severe pain in Tang Tao's body had just disappeared, and when he heard the blood demon's words, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Blood demon lord, it came down here from the divine realm? Jesus, one must know that the Xiantian continent was only one of the 3,000 small worlds of the mortals, and even if one cultivated to the great perfection of the life and death realm and succeeded in crossing the life and death heavenly tribulation, one would only be ascending to the middle 1,000 worlds. There are still great worlds up there, Immortal worlds, heavenly worlds. If he hadn't been suppressed by the Xian Tian continent's heaven and earth will, what level of strength would Lord Blood Demon have reached? Where's that chief he was talking about? It's unimaginable. Ha! The Blood Demon stood in midair, bloodlight churning under his feet. Originally about to lead Tang Tao to Tianjing City, he suddenly curled the corners of his mouth as if he had discovered something interesting. It seems that our luck is really not normal. They're coming. At this very moment, outside the Blood River Sex Mountain Gate, the Zhongxian Empire's army was pressing in. Zhongxian Saint Yuanjin's imperial chariot was surrounded by 200,000 Qi gathering soldiers clad in iron armor, thousands of Yuan Dan generals, hundreds of Yuan fetus generals, as well as 23 imperial sky providers and 6 spiritual platform real persons. In total, 8 major military formations were arranged. Stop! In front of the battle formation, Lu Chenxuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he stared tightly in the direction of the blood pool and said in a deep voice, "This place is unknown. Retreat 100 miles under the royal air realm. Quick!" Ha! Within the imperial carriage, Yuan Jin's face changed slightly as he tightly gripped the dragon seal in his hand. The 9-dragon jade seal. This was the Zhongxian Empire's item for suppressing its qi, and this time when the army was on the march, as long as it successfully annihilated the Blood River sect, it would be able to use this jade seal to take all of the Blood River sect's qi. Now that the Blood River sect was still more than 20 miles away, it actually retreated 100 miles without a fight? The setbacks are minor. The effect on morale is the big deal. As the saying goes, if one drum is used, then it will fail again, and then it will fail again. If we retreat now, won't it make the full blood of the generals cool down instantly? Mr. Lu, one of the 6 spiritual platform real persons, the white-robed old man holding the Bagua mirror in his hand, had a rather unpleasant tone. The sacred emperor is obedient to your words, and as an offering, I originally did not want to say much. However, marching to war and fighting as a martial artist are 2 completely different things, and one cannot be spontaneous. If you retreat at this time, it will inevitably damage your morale. Mr. Lu, you must think twice. Lu Chenxian shook his head categorically. The purple gold light under his eyes flickered slightly, staring dead ahead at the sky, as if a layer of haze was pressed on his heart. In the past, when he conquered the immortal realm and established the Violet imperial dynasty, he had fought against countless clans, and his battle experience was incomparably rich. However, the bizarre aura that lingered over the Blood River sect was something that even he had never seen before.